Chapter 1. The Coexistence of Poverty and Wealth. The celestial canopy unfolded as the sun ascended, casting a warm, orange glow. Thud-thud from within a dilapidated old house. A muffled sound of striking echoed. The elderly practicing their morning exercises had long grown accustomed to this commotion. Little Su is training again, I see. This child is truly diligent. If only my grandson had half his determination. No, even a tenth of it. I would wake up smiling from my dreams. What a pity such a good child, yet his parents. Sigh. Su Bai remained expressionless, oblivious to the murmurs outside, relentlessly pounding on a steel plate 5 centimeters thick with bare fists. The surface of the steel was marred with countless impressions, some even stained with dark red blood in evident testament to considerable time and effort invested. Beside him, a small creature, no larger than a kitten, with golden fur and an endearing demeanor, lay sprawled, its big, watery eyes fixed on Su Bai, occasionally yawning. The orange sunlight gradually softened, the golden rays filtering through the window, illuminating the boy's bare torso, with muscles glistening with sweat, accentuating his chiseled form. Ding, 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 the crisp sound of an alarm resonated within the room. Su Bai inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. He then coiled his right fist, building up strength until the veins in his arm stood out, and struck with force. With a dull thud, a barely perceptible crack followed. A deep 3-centimeter indentation appeared where his fist had struck the steel. Su Bai lowered his right arm, observing the distortion in his hand and forearm with indifference, his face lighting up as he gazed at the imprint on the steel. Noticing his pause, the small creature hurried over, mewing excitedly. Yuan Bao, "I'll feed you soon," Su Bai said, bending down to ruffle the golden fur of Yuan Bao before heading towards the bathroom. At this moment, his right hand, which hung at his side, twisted strangely. It was as if a meticulous craftsman were at work. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he twisted the doorknob and entered, using his right hand. Clang. Su Bai shut the rusty iron door, an antique that would leave even a citizen of the One-Star Federation in awe, exclaiming, "What a relic from ancient times!" Navigating through a series of worn alleys, he arrived at a circular platform, spacious enough to accommodate a dozen standing individuals, yet currently deserted. Yo, how much longer? Suddenly, a small screen on Su Bai's wristwatch illuminated, revealing a petite girl in ancient attire. Her exquisitely crafted features resembled a divine creation, though her eyes were hollow and devoid of life. This was a virtual intelligence present in every human within the cosmos, destined to serve as the intelligence control system for mechs in the future. In UU reporting, it is now 7:32. Train number 3 is expected to arrive in 3 minutes, she chimed in a melodic voice. Su Bai nodded, gently removing Yuan Bao from his head. "Doesn't that little tuft of fur bother you?" Meow. Yuan Bao drooped its ears, weakly mewing. "Stop playing the pity card. I'm not lacking in food for you." Su Bai chuckled helplessly, reaching into his pocket. Within, he found a handful of glass marbles, deftly grasping 3 of them and channeling a mysterious energy through his mental prowess. The once translucent marbles gradually gleamed with a golden hue, expanding rapidly until they transformed into 3 small golden orbs. With a knowing glance, Yuan Bao obediently opened its mouth, and the 3 golden orbs swiftly vanished within. Although he was aware there were no surveillance cameras, he remained exceedingly cautious. After all, he had yet to hear of anyone capable of transmuting objects into gold without consequence. Being captured and dissected was not a fate he desired. The thought left Su Bai feeling frustrated. Gold was exceedingly scarce in the universe, yet he possessed the ability to create it. Yet due to the fear of exposure, he remained in this destitution. Fortunately, the Federation provided some subsidies, otherwise he might have resorted to begging. He gazed at Yuan Bao, joyfully munching away, and mused, "You're quite fortunate being with me. Otherwise, if others didn't kill you for being a golden beast, it would be a stroke of luck if they chose to care for you. Were it not for his own ability to absorb gold material to enhance his physique, he might have thought that this talent for transmutation was solely meant to serve this little tyrant." Ding! Train number 3 is about to arrive. Passengers at the platform, please prepare to board. With his thoughts refocused, Su Bai tucked Yuan Bao into the loose fabric of his school uniform and fixed his gaze on the distant train. which, despite lacking tracks, glided gracefully through the air. As the train hovered steadily over the platform, it aligned with the door, and Su Bai stepped inside. The driver, spotting him, grinned. "Ah, it's you, kid. Just scan your face." Su Bai offered an awkward smile, dutifully completing the facial scan before hastily finding a seat. Public transport drivers on by E-Star were well acquainted with him. This was not due to his popularity, rather. It stemmed from a past that was best left unspoken. The Federation's public transport policy allowed by E-school students to ride for free. Previously, drivers would recognize the school uniform and allow students to board without a scan. That was until the impoverished Su Bai sold his uniform, which somehow ended up in the hands of an old man. The driver, seeing the old man clad in the Bai E-school uniform, fell into deep thought. After some investigation, Su Bai became notorious. Seated by the window, Su Bai directed his gaze outside as the train accelerated, blurring the scenery beyond. His eyes lost focus as he rifled through his memories. In truth, he was a transmigrant, arriving in this world while still in the womb, and now, 18 years later, the duration had stretched to the point where he sometimes questioned whether this transmigration was merely a dream. Yet such thoughts were fleeting. The exquisite martial arts he mastered and his ability to transmute objects into gold were irrefutable evidence of his reality. After arriving here, he was blessed with both parents, a harmonious family, and no estranged siblings, clearly not the archetype of a protagonist. Su Bai quickly accepted this reality. The four of them, his family, plus you, unveiled a relatively comfortable life. With both parents being ordinary individuals, neither adept in genetic manipulation nor mecha pilots. This tranquil and serene existence persisted until that fateful day 6 years ago. It was the first time he encountered the Federation's Chancellor, an individual typically only seen on the Star Network. The Chancellor was flanked by a group claiming to be from the Tribunal, behaving like sycophants. They accused his parents of being cultists of the beast god, church betrayers of humanity, selling themselves to the golden beasts and forcibly taking them away. How absurd! After living together for over a decade, Su Bai knew exactly who his parents were. Yet, helpless in the face of overwhelming power, his parents were taken, and he, being but a child, narrowly escaped. Subsequently, after researching on the Star Network, he learned that those captured as cultists of the Beast God Church were not executed, but rather transported to various star systems for labor in mines. From that moment, he set a goal: to rescue them. The only way to achieve that was through merit. Only immense merit could cleanse the stain of treason against humanity. Su Bai's pupils refocused, his resolve firm. The first step was to join one of the 5 S-level academies. Ding! Bai E-School Station is about to arrive. Passengers disembarking at this station, please prepare. Upon disembarking, Su Bai boarded a bus at the school entrance and, after a half-hour journey, arrived at the teaching building. Along the way, numerous teachers greeted him, while his classmates were somewhat more aloof. Thanks to his exceptional martial skills and diligent efforts in his foundational education, he left a favorable impression on his teachers, partly stemming from their sympathy towards his family circumstances. At this age, the minds of adolescents are often starkly divided into black and white. Su Bai's parents were branded as heretics of the Beast God Church, which led his peers to feel that sharing the same school with him was a disgrace. There were even instances of anonymous complaints lodged against him, urging his expulsion. Upon entering the classroom, the attitude of his classmates did not improve merely because they were in the same class. In fact, it was worse. Other than a few girls, no one bothered to look at him. The young girls, filled with youthful longing, naturally gravitated towards the boy who possessed a hint of charm and a demeanor that was notably steadier and more composed than his peers. Years of training and the absorption of golden substances had endowed Su Bai with a physique far superior to that of his classmates. Standing at a height of 1.83 meters, he secured a seat by the window in the last row. Gazing out of the window, he took out a golden ingot from his pocket and gently scratched its soft belly while awaiting the arrival of the teacher. Su Bai, as he reminisced about the campus and contemplated that he might not return, a girl rushed over to interrupt his thoughts. Looking at the cherubic-faced girl, Su Bai could only remark on her good nutrition. With a blush, the girl, her voice barely above a whisper, asked, "Could you tell me which academy you plan to apply to? With your grades, you should have no trouble getting into a Blevel Academy, right?" Blevel? Su Bai chuckled and shook his head, casually uttering two words. Genuine. Genuine? A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's eyes as she pondered which level academy bore the name Genuine. At that moment, a girl who had been eavesdropping exclaimed, Genuine, you're applying to Genuine. Her exclamation drew the attention of the rest of the classroom. Everyone turned to look in their direction. Many boys, seeing Su Bai and the class beauty blushing beside him, felt a surge of jealousy. Genuine, one of the 5 S-level academies, and you dare to dream of it? S-level academies recruit from across the universe. Those who gain admission are the elite among the elite. Do you have the resources? You probably can't even afford the ticket to Genuine Academy. The cherubic-faced girl snapped back to reality and immediately apologized with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. It's my fault for asking. It's all right. Su Bai paid no heed to the mockery in the classroom after all. They would soon part ways, so there was no point in holding a grudge. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, perhaps intentionally loud enough to overshadow the commotion within the classroom. Everyone instantly recognized that the teacher had arrived, and they straightened up, not necessarily because they were good students, but because on the last day, being denied a graduation certificate was simply not worth it. Lan Qingxue walked in, carrying a stack of hardcover books. At over 30 years of age, her position as the homeroom teacher for the graduating class spoke volumes about her teaching prowess. She approached the podium and spoke gently. To keep it brief, I have 2 announcements. First, I will distribute your graduation certificates, marking the conclusion of your foundational education. As for applying to advanced academies, that is up to you to manage. Specific information can be found on the StarNet, certainly more comprehensive than what I could convey. Second, graduates from Bai Academy can directly enter Chongning Academy for further studies. Those interested may consider this Chongning Academy is a D-level institution with commendable faculty. I'm finished, you may disperse now. As soon as she finished speaking, the students immediately revealed their true selves and began to stir. Let's gather at Baiyun Hotel tonight for a graduation banquet, my treat. Someone shouted, and the rest quickly chimed in. Even Lan Qingxue smiled in agreement. The cherubic-faced girl eagerly wanted to discuss future plans with Su Bai, hoping to persuade him further. However, when she turned around, Su Bai's seat was already empty. Chapter 2. Gender, male night enveloped the old city, with the moon hanging particularly full in the sky. The dilapidated houses of the old quarter, easily visible from a distance. 4 peeling walls. Apart from a bed, the most striking feature was a standing steel plate. Such destitution could evoke pity even from a thief. In the dimly lit room, Su Bai furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while Yuan Bao gleefully played with 2 golden beans on the bed. What to do without money for a boat ticket? He possessed gold, yet feared selling it. Where could he voice his grievances? In a certain sense, one could argue that Su Bai was the wealthiest individual on this planet. Yet paradoxically, he was also the most impoverished. Perhaps this is what one might call Schrodinger's Su Bai. Knock, knock, knock. Su Bai glanced towards the door, puzzled. Who would seek him out at this hour? The security in the old quarter was notoriously poor. Judging by the knocking, it certainly wasn't a mechanical guard. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped a knife and stepped outside, lowering his voice to inquire, Who is it? Is this Su Bai's residence? I am his teacher. Lan Qingxue amused. Wasn't Su Bai supposed to be alone at home? She raised her gaze to the doorplate, confirming she was not mistaken. A shared concern arose in her heart. Given the old quarter's safety issues, would Su Bai be in danger? With this thought, she retrieved a glove from her bag and donned it, revealing a sleek black laser dagger at its tip. As a teacher at the White Clothes Academy, she possessed a modicum of skill. At that moment, Su Bai cracked the door slightly open, both wary individuals observing one another intently. As the door creaked wider, they both exhaled in relief. One retracted the dagger, while the other discarded the knife. Teacher, what brings you here? Weren't you at that hotel for the graduation banquet? Why not invite me in first? Oh, right, please come in. Su Bai scratched his head, ushering Lan Qingxue inside. Lan Qingxue remarked, You remember the graduation banquet. I noticed you weren't there and couldn't reach you. I feared something might have happened, so I hurried over to check on you. A warmth blossomed in Su Bai's heart. He smiled, but chose not to elaborate. Throughout his years at school, Lan Qingxue had cared for him deeply, even inviting him to her home for meals during holidays. In this world, apart from his parents, she was perhaps the person he respected the most. Why is it so dark in here? I couldn't afford the electricity bill. They cut the power. Su Bai hurried to light a candle. They settled onto small stools, with a half-burned red candle flickering on the little table between them. The dim candlelight danced across their faces, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. One might think we were meeting for some clandestine organization, Lan Qinxue said, somewhat at a loss for words, but understanding Su Bai's predicament. She shifted the topic. I heard you plan to apply to Jinyuan Academy? Yes, that is correct. Do you know how? Teacher, you understand me. Lan Qinshue's words faltered, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. She locked her gaze onto Su Bai's resolute eyes and the steel plate behind him, marred with fist marks and bloodstains. She comprehended the purpose behind Su Bai's actions. This child had endured much over the years. After a long pause, she sighed. Indeed, I understand him. The pride etched into his very being. The indomitable spirit that emanates from his core, and the tenacity rooted within his genes. Lan Qinxue said nothing, gently grasping Su Bai's left hand and pressing her wristwatch against his. Ding. Received 100,000 United Coins. The United Coin is a currency issued by the Cosmic United Bank, spearheaded by the 5 great divine nations, and is the official currency that circulates among all factions within the universe. Teacher, I cannot accept this, Su Bai exclaimed, his face a mixture of astonishment and refusal. As he attempted to return the money, Lan Qinxue held his hand firmly and smiled. I am merely borrowing it. The funds I possess are limited. The cheapest starship ticket from here to Jinyuan Academy is 58,000, and you will need to sustain yourself. How can one manage without money? Su Bai opened his mouth, yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. This sum was akin to a timely downpour for him. Previously, he had even contemplated selling some valuable items for cash, though that would be fraught with peril, as being discovered would spell disaster. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Make sure to rest early, Lan Qinxue said, patting Su Bai's hand encouragingly. Do your best. Strive to be the student who gains admission to one of the 5 great academies. After seeing Lan Qinxue off, Su Bai returned to his room, staring blankly at the flickering candlelight, lost in contemplation. Farewell, White Garment Star. Farewell, Teacher Lan. Farewell, Liuzi. With a gold ingot atop his head, Su Bai stood at the edge of the deck, gazing down at the bustling place he had called home for 18 years. He seemed to see Lan Qinshue's radiant smile as she bid him farewell. In truth, she was watching the starship depart, tears glistening in her eyes rather than a smile illuminating her face. Women tend to be more emotional than men. Having lost her son and her husband on the battlefield against the golden beasts, she had long regarded Su Bai as her own son. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted him with her savings. Now, her role was not merely that of a teacher, but that of a mother sending her son off on a journey. A gentle reminder from the Interstellar Company. Flight Z-7198 departs from White Garment Star to Jinyuan Star, with an expected journey of 13 cosmic days. This route is regularly patrolled by warships, ensuring a high safety factor. During the journey, we will pass through the Shandrim and Guchuan star systems, with a half-hour stop in each system for passenger boarding. The starship will breach the celestial veil in 5 minutes, and some turbulence may occur. Kindly return to your cabins and remain calm. With lingering reluctance, Su Bai cast one last glance below, though everything had become indistinct. He followed the flow of people back to his cabin. The Interstellar Company is a large passenger starship transportation service in the Gusto Star region. Although the prices are somewhat steep, the amenities are indeed commendable. Even the cheapest ticket at 58,000 United Coins provided a shared room for 2. Su Bai took the door card and entered the cabin. Between the 2 single beds stood a small table, while one bed remained unoccupied, likely to be filled by a passenger boarding at a later stop. His luggage consisted solely of a backpack containing his graduation certificate, 2 changes of clothes, a pouch of marbles, and a bag full of compressed biscuits. The home on White Garment Star was destitute. He had sold the steel panel and bed to a scrap collector for a mere 350, feeling he had undersold it, but he had no choice, as he lacked market knowledge. With that money, he purchased compressed biscuits for himself and a large bag of marbles to feed his pet, Yuan Bao. According to information from the Star Network, the meals aboard the passenger starship are rather expensive, and with limited funds, one must be frugal. Fortunately, water is complimentary. The cabin is rather confined, making it impossible for Su Bai to stretch out fully. As soon as he lies down, fatigue overtakes him. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and his expression darkens considerably. Damn, I haven't received this month's federal subsidy. The realization is a painful blow, nearly rendering him breathless. That amounts to a full 200 union credits. After some contemplation, unwilling to accept his fate, Su Bai searches for the contact number of the Federal Subsidy Office on the Star Network and dials it. Hello, this is the Chongning Federal Subsidy Office. How may I assist you? A sweet voice responds, yet it feels particularly cruel to Su Bai. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he inquires. I am no longer on White Garment Star. Could you possibly transfer the subsidy to me? That is not feasible. The response is firm. Su Bai attempts to plead his case. Could you make an exception? I haven't eaten for 3 days. No exceptions. The line goes dead with a series of beeps. A pall of despair descends upon Su Bai, who cradles his small companion, Yuan Bao, in silent lament. On the 5th day, Su Bai supports himself with both hands on the edges of the bunk, performing push-ups with his body suspended in midair. The economy class tickets prohibit access to the upper decks, leaving him with a limited range of motion on the deck. Initially, gazing at the cosmos from the deck offers a sense of novelty. However, as time stretches on, the monotonous expanse of blackness, punctuated only by the faint twinkle of distant stars, becomes tiresome. Occasionally, he encounters another starship or a formidable lone mech. With little else to occupy his mind, Su Bai resorts to various methods to exert his body within the confines of the cabin, gradually absorbing materials to enhance his physical strength. He peruses the star network, where it is said that advanced instruments can connect one's consciousness to the net, creating a second world for humanity. Alas, he is but a pauper, and the device on his wrist is merely a free gift from the Federation. 981, 982. Su Bai's forehead veins throb as he gasps for breath. His cheeks flushed. His petite companion, Yuan Bao, bounces energetically, seemingly unaware of the strain. Suddenly, the cabin door swings open, and Su Bai recalls that they are at the third station to pick up passengers. Another traveler must be arriving. He looks up, intending to greet the newcomer. However, his sweat-drenched face, reminiscent of someone on the brink of asphyxiation, likely presents a ghastly sight. Despite his otherwise handsome features, the horror of his appearance is overwhelming. If a mirror were placed before him, he would likely be frightened by his own reflection. Not to mention, the unprepared Song ran on the other side of the door. Su Bai attempts to muster a friendly smile, hoping to leave a good impression on his future roommate over the next few days. Yet, his already fearsome visage combined with a wide, white grin only exacerbates the terror. Song Ran's mind momentarily falters. Seconds pass before Su Bai wonders why the other has not reacted. Ah, a ghost. A piercing scream erupts, as a shoe rapidly enlarges in his vision. Thud. I'm so sorry. Really, it's nothing. I apologize for disturbing your work. After escorting the security personnel away, Song Ran closes the door, his face a mask of regret as he gazes at Su Bai. I truly apologize. I did not mean to frighten you. As he spoke, he silently added to himself that it had indeed been terrifying moments ago. Who could withstand the sight of a ghost grinning upon entry? A clear imprint of a shoe sole was visible on Su Bai's face as he coldly scrutinized Song Ran. Clad in white sneakers, denim jeans, and a plain white t-shirt, Song Ran possessed a slender frame and a certain height. His softly curled black hair grazed his shoulders, framing a standard oval face adorned with delicate, elongated willow leaf eyebrows, and large, watery eyes brimming with regret, while his petite mouth pouted beneath a prominent nose. Despite having received a kick, Song Ran appeared to be the one aggrieved. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Bai introduced himself, stating, I am Su Bai. Let us coexist amicably in the coming days. Song Ran felt a surge of joy. It was a relief that there would be no further inquiry into the matter, even though the shoe print lingered. A testament to the force behind it. Hello, I am Song Ran, he replied, pausing before adding in a neutral, almost melodious tone, gender, male. Su Bai was taken aback. Chapter 3, Genuine Star, Starship Docking Platform. A pair of handsome youths, one a striking young man and the other a graceful young woman, emerged side by side. Their matching appearances elicited admiration from all who beheld them, yet the reality diverged significantly from expectation. Despite the 8 days that had passed, Su Bai wore a perpetual expression of existential doubt. Are you truly male? Song Ran clenched his fists, then released them, despondently affirming, indeed. After enduring 8 days of incessant torment, even his timid and delicate demeanor had faltered, but alas, he lacked the strength to resist and was subdued by Su Bai with a single hand. Noting Su Bai's continued inquiries, he took the initiative to lead him toward the restroom. As the two entered the men's restroom hand in hand, a group of onlookers immediately condemned the decline of societal morals. Moments later, the pair emerged, with Su Bai casually draping his arm around Song Ran's shoulders, exuding a camaraderie befitting brothers. It would have sufficed to prove it earlier, Su Bai mused, recalling the earlier incident. Song Ran felt a vein throb on his forehead as he forced each word through clenched teeth. Just wait. My brother will avenge me. You have a brother? Surely he cannot be like you. We are twins, but my brother is far more formidable than I. At the mention of his brother, Song Ran's eyes sparkled with light. Regardless of how others bullied him in childhood, his brother had always stood in front of him, fiercely retaliating, to the extent that others now avoided him altogether. Su Bai mumbled under his breath, sister flowers. Song Ran's expression stiffened, glaring at Su Bai with a mix of anger and restraint. His large, doe-like eyes compelled Su Bai to swiftly avert his gaze, silently repeating to himself, he is a male, as they ambled out of the station together. A massive stone came into view, inscribed with the words, with my body, I shall forever quell the abyss. Su Bai stood frozen, gazing at the 8 iron and silver characters. The surrounding crowd paid it little mind. These words, carved by the hand of the Academy's president, embodied a formidable power and an unwavering resolve to suppress the blood of golden beasts, The impact was profound for any first-time observer. A vivid tableau unfolded before Su Bai's eyes. The pitch-black abyss seemed poised to engulf him entirely when suddenly, countless crimson lights flickered to life within its depths. As the red glow intensified, an innumerable swarm of enormous creatures surged forth. Outside the abyss, a constellation of warships and a formidable army of mechs stood ready, charging fearlessly into battle, clashing fiercely with the monsters as they repelled wave after wave of assault. The war, drenched in blood and flames, was both tangible and brutal, leaving behind a sky littered with debris, metallic fragments, and the mingled remains of the creatures, drifting away into the distance, with no one to claim the fallen. As the monsters retreated, the starships and mechs returned to their positions, silently awaiting the next onslaught. Sweat beaded on Su Bai's forehead, and his body shuddered abruptly as he withdrew his consciousness. He sensed a slight enhancement in his mental fortitude. Was this the initiation gift from Jinyuan Academy? Soon, Song Ran also emerged from the experience. The two walked forward in silence, evidently still ensnared by the weighty atmosphere of the previous illusion. The vast square was devoid of noise, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Although most had endured those harrowing scenes, they could not escape the oppressive aura that lingered. Upon stepping out of the square, the entire world seemed to awaken. Su Bai gazed at the array of advanced technological vehicles, towering mechs, and individuals equipped with mechanical prosthetics, feeling somewhat bewildered. He found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do next. It was his first time leaving Bai Star and arriving in such an expansive place. According to the stellar network, Bai Star could accommodate 300 billion inhabitants, while Jinyuan Star was several times larger, yet its permanent population was merely around 50 million. Recently, with the impending enrollment period, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant. Su Bai intended to inquire of Song Ran about their next steps, but upon turning his head, he found Song Ran cowering behind him, clutching his backpack, and silently averted his gaze once more. After spending days together aboard the starship, he understood that Song Ran was also here to apply to Jinyuan Academy. With a resigned shrug, just as he was about to seek assistance, a fiery red hovercar came to a halt before him. The side door elevated, and a striking woman descended. Her cascading crimson waves, fiery red lips, red leather jacket, and matching nails were hard to miss. Su Bai regarded the visitor with curiosity, nodding inwardly, recognizing her potential and charm. "Young man, are you here with your girlfriend to take the entrance exam?" Before Su Bai could respond, Song Ran peered out and quietly protested, "I'm a guy." The woman paused for a moment, then covered her mouth with a laugh. "My apologies, I mistook you. Come, follow me." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, wary of her overly cordial demeanor, aware of the age-old adage that kindness often conceals ulterior motives. How could he simply follow a stranger? Noticing Su Bai's lack of response and Song Ran's inaction, the woman cast a glance at him and remarked, "What? Afraid I might sell you both?" As she spoke, a virtual card sprang forth from her wrist, her other hand deftly guiding the card as it transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards Su Bai and ascending from his wrist. He took a brief glance at it. Jinyuan Academy Student Information Card Name, Suwon Major, Mecha Department ID, B2000391. The moment you two emerged, your foolish expressions were unmistakable, clearly indicative of hopeful candidates. "I am from the Mecha Department, a year ahead of you. Should you succeed in your examination, you would be obliged to address me as senior. Come, let us board the vehicle." Su Bai hesitated momentarily, contemplating his own attributes, and dismissing the notion of being deceived. Surely, he wouldn't be lured by the remnants of a few packets of compressed biscuits in his bag. Thus, he and Song Ran took their seats in the back. The seat, made of an unknown material, offered a surprising comfort, while the interior of the car boasted a vivid red, resembling a classic sports car from the exterior, yet providing ample space within. "Greetings, I am Su Bai." He glanced at the timid Song Ran and added, "He is Song Ran. Oh, we share the same surname. What a coincidence," Suwon exclaimed, pressing down on the accelerator. The car surged forward with a swift launch, racing down the expansive road. Moments later, the wheels retracted, and the rear of the vehicle emitted plumes of flame, propelling them skyward. The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, they left the urban sprawl and arrived at a hilltop villa. "We arrived. Disembark," Suwon announced. After bringing the vehicle to a halt, she was the first to step out and open the villa door. Su Bai gazed at the lush greenery outside, where a mountain spring sparkled, crystal clear enough to reveal the darting figures of small fish. The most astonishing sight was the villa itself, a grand 5-story structure. Was it customary for students to reside in such luxury? "Shouldn't you be taking us to the registration area, or something?" he queried. "Of course not. This is my home. Stop dawdling. Come inside," Suwon replied nonchalantly. Su Bai felt a surge of caution. "What do you intend to do with us? What do you think? What else could it be?" She chuckled mischievously. The two outside turned pale. Su Bai, filled with despair, realized he could not escape this fate. Previously, on White Garment Star, A wealthy woman had sought to support him, a proposal he had firmly declined. Now, on Jin Yuan's star, the situation seemed to repeat itself. Was being handsome truly a curse? He glanced at Su Wan, noting her long legs and exquisite features, which bore a hint of mixed heritage. Perhaps this was not entirely unacceptable? Their expressions amused Su Wan, causing her to burst into laughter, and after a fit of giggles, she composed herself and explained. I am not jesting. The application process does not require formal registration. Senior students are tasked with recruiting candidates, who are then collectively taken to a designated location for assessment. Each year, the number of applicants is staggering, with S-class academies accepting students from across the universe. The number of applicants soars into the hundreds of billions. Yet only a mere fraction is admitted, 10,000 each year. Given the overwhelming volume, the academy does not bother with statistics, thus delegating the responsibility to senior students. It resembles a lottery. Senior students select applicants, and if the chosen candidates succeed in the examination, the seniors receive academic credits as a reward. Su Bai absorbed this information, realizing it was akin to gambling, albeit a flicker of disappointment coursed through him. Why did you select us then? Because you are handsome, since it's all arbitrary. I might as well choose those who catch my eye. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a swell of pride. Indeed, good looks could be advantageous. Yet, a crucial question emerged in his mind. What happens to those not chosen by senior students? Luck is a part of skill. Those not selected simply return home. Su Wan retrieved 2 pairs of slippers and pointed towards the room on the left side of the first floor, saying, You too shall reside there today. The assessment begins tomorrow at noon. With that, she elegantly strode upstairs, her long legs carrying her with grace. Su Bai felt fortunate to have been chosen, his handsome appearance undoubtedly playing a role. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Suddenly, Su Wan's voice echoed from above. No going upstairs, or else. The two shivered at her words and hastily entered the left room. They would not dare to leave the confines of the room until the following morning. The interior of the room was simply adorned, a quintessential guest room devoid of any extravagant embellishments. A sizable 3-meter bed could comfortably accommodate both, and there was a bathroom. But little else. After taking turns to freshen up, they lay on the bed, perusing information about past assessments in Jin Yuan before drifting off to sleep. The night passed in silence. Su Wan did not seek to engage them in conversation or meals. Her initial whim would likely dissipate after sending them off the next day. Hence her reluctance to be overly cordial. The next day, the same vibrant red flying car awaited them. Su Wan pretended to drive, though it was actually her virtual intelligence that controlled the vehicle. Su Bai saw through the charade entirely. Was it truly a serious endeavor to be driving when she was constantly checking her reflection and applying nail polish? The flying car accelerated through the sky, surrounded by an increasingly dense array of vehicles. Su Bai stared in astonishment at a massive truck that had just flown by, filled to the brim with people. Su Wan aptly explained, every year, there are plenty who cast a wide net. There are no restrictions on the number of selections. Intrigued, Su Bai gazed outside, noting that some were piloting mechs, astonishingly tethered to long lines of vehicles behind them. We've arrived, Su Wan announced, tucking her hair behind her ears as she suspended the car in midair. Hand me your graduation certificates. I will exchange them for your credentials. The two obliged, offering their thanks, only to witness Su Wan open the car door and leap out. Oh my, Su Bai exclaimed, peering down and unable to discern any figures. Only seeing tiny black dots shifting below, an indication of their considerable height. Sister Wan, don't do anything reckless, he shouted, extending his head out of the car. To this, Su Wan beamed, and the space behind her rippled like water, revealing a crimson-coated mecha that enveloped her. Subsequently, the fiery mecha halted its descent and soared into the distance, vanishing from Su Bai's sight in the blink of an eye. On the car, Su Bai gaped in disbelief, astonished by the spectacle. In contrast, Song Ren maintained an air of calm. Chapter 4, A Deep Brotherhood? From within the suspended red flying car, a bewildered head emerged. The high-altitude wind was quite fierce, stinging Su Bai's cheeks until he regained his senses. Drawing back inside, he turned to Song Ren in the back seat and asked, Xiaohua, how can one deploy the mecha space while in free fall? ISNT stability of brainwaves required? There's nothing extraordinary about it. Just practice more, Song Ren began, but abruptly realized, glaring at Su Bai, what did you just call me? Su Bai realized he had misspoken, sheepishly scratching his head, and defiantly replied, Xiaohua. With such beauty, and a twin brother, you two are indeed a pair of flower sisters. How could I not call you that? Song Ran pointed at him, her finger trembling with indignation. Su Bai held his neck high, embodying the indifference of a pig that fears not the boiling water. Convinced that Song Ran was powerless against him. As anticipated, Song Ran was so infuriated that she could not utter a word, letting out a cold snort and turning her head away, fiercely vowing to make her brother deal with him. At that moment, the unmanned flying car suddenly sprang to life, soaring in the direction where Su Wan had vanished. Before long, a crimson mech came into view, with two figures standing on its shoulder, one of whom was Su Wan. "Teacher, this is the one I selected," she declared. The middle-aged woman beside her scrutinized the two individuals in the vehicle. Su Bai, seated in the car, observed her in return. It was not that he lacked decorum. Rather, he found himself in a place devoid of grounding. Stepping into the car was akin to ascending to paradise. The middle-aged woman appeared to be in her 40s, her appearance rather unremarkable, with the exception of a rather striking mechanical arm. Gradually, her gaze fixed upon Su Bai, and after a moment of careful inspection, she exerted power in her legs and leapt towards the flying car. Using her mechanical arm, she pinched Su Bai on his back, shoulders, and neck, rendering him as defenseless as a doll. Once she finished, a smile graced her face as she spoke in a somewhat rough voice. "Hello, I am Su Wan's teacher, Li Cheng." Despite Su Bai's profound dissatisfaction with her unsolicited handling, he weighed their respective strengths and ultimately extended his hand sincerely. "Hello, Teacher Li, I am Su Bai." Su Wan's lips parted slightly, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. When did the cold-hearted orange become so amicable towards a stranger? Surely, this must be a pretense. Li Cheng's smile appeared somewhat strained as she produced 2 cards and handed them over. "These are your credentials. I have matters to attend to, so let Xiao Wan escort you inside." With that, she approached Su Wan. "You are fortunate. This one is a promising talent, likely possessing the strength of a 3rd-level genetic user." Upon hearing this, Su Wan could not help but glance at Su Bai, her expression one of incredulity. "I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. The 3rd-level genetic lock." She herself was only at the 2nd level. Among her peers, the strongest in the genetic field barely reached 3rd level. Seeing that she comprehended, Li Cheng took a step forward, and as if there were transparent glass beneath her feet, she walked into the distance. Su Wan retracted the mech and returned to the car, delivering a sharp slap to Su Bai to bring him back to his senses. "You've concealed yourself well, a 3rd-level genetic user. Come clean, from which divine realm do you hail?" "Divine realm?" Su Bai shook his head. Su Wan was even more astonished. "Could it be that you are from one of the 5 great divine nations?" The geographical distribution of the powers within the mythical technological universe is rather peculiar, if one were to view the universe as a grand circle. The pinnacle 5 great divine nations lie on the outermost edge, followed by the territories of various divine realms. Surprisingly, the central powers are the weakest, comprised of the countless federations lacking any mythical mechs. The prestigious 5 S-class academies, along with other elite institutions, are established within the inner circle known as the safe zone. Each divine nation and realm sends the majority of their younger generation to the inner circle, allowing them to grow independently, graduate from advanced academies, and return once they have matured. Though it is termed independent growth, they emerge from formidable powers, ensuring an ample supply of resources. It is not surprising that Su Wan harbors such thoughts. In her view, Su Bai must undoubtedly be a scion of a powerful faction. After all, it is inconceivable for someone so young to unlock the 3rd level of the genetic lock without substantial wealth and resources. Mere training would not suffice. What she did not anticipate, however, was that Su Bai was merely a facade. Su Bai shook his head once more and replied earnestly, "I am a native citizen of the Bai Star, part of the Chongning Federation." "The 3-star Federation, the Chongning Federation?" she echoed, incredulity etched across her face. "Impossible. It defies all logic." As she gazed after Su Bai, who was walking away, she and Song Ran murmured to one another, when suddenly she slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to brief them about the trials. She hurriedly exited the vehicle, but amidst the bustling crowd, the two had vanished from sight. "I hope they have good fortune." In the throng, Su Bai handed over a card stamped with Song Ran's name. "Xiao Hua still upset? How can a grown man behave like a child?" Song Ran received the card without a word. Su Bai feigned casualness and inquired, "I recall reading somewhere that if a friend ignores you, what should you do? Can you guess the answer?" Song Ran shot him a glance, but remained silent. Su Bai continued, "Well, someone replied that you should just give them a beating. Don't you think that's quite reasonable?" Song Ran transformed into an irate feline, glaring at Su Bai, and retorted sharply, "How dare you? Ha ha ha." Su Bai found it exceedingly amusing to tease Song Ran. It was merely a jest. As time passed and the sun ascended to its zenith, boredom enveloped him, and he began to toy with the card. This small card was rather exquisite. The pristine white surface bore the logo of Jin Yuan, along with his grand portrait and name. However, being extraordinarily sensitive to metallic substances, he could distinctly sense a golden thread concealed within. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he found the names of both himself and Su Wan delicately inscribed upon this slender gold wire, the intricacy of which left him in awe. After stowing the card away and glancing at the time, he noted that the second hand had just ticked, marking precisely 12 o'clock. Noon had arrived. The sky had darkened. Su Bai looked up, only to behold an enormous entity materializing, casting a shadow over the sun. The overwhelming aura it exuded left him breathless. If it affected him so, one could only imagine the effect on others. A multitude of people collapsed to the ground, and only with Su Bai's support could Song Ran manage to remain upright. A hissing sound echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The oppressive force lingered for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Su Bai's gaze turned grave as he focused on the rapidly diminishing object above. It shrank to a size of approximately 100 meters before coming to a halt. Xuanwu! Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. A colossal tortoise was entwined with a great serpent, and anyone witnessing it would instinctively recognize it as the legendary four sacred beasts, Xuanwu. Song Ran added, to be more precise, it is the mythical mech, Xuanwu. The origins of mythical mechs are lost to time, yet their status as the pinnacle of power in the cosmos is indisputable. With a divine core at its center, it is eternal and indestructible. The ironclad mythical mech and its ever-changing pilots, along with its unique bonding mechanism that perfectly aligns with the pilot's growth potential, are features that current technological advancements cannot replicate. Certainly, the most paramount aspect is the absence of divine cores. It is precisely due to this potential for growth that a saying has emerged in the cosmos. There are no weak mythic mechas, only weak mythic pilots. Hiss! The colossal serpent upon the back of the archaic tortoise hissed once more, capturing everyone's attention. At an unknown moment, an elderly figure appeared at the head of the archaic tortoise, with his snow-white hair and leaning heavily on a cane. One could not help but worry that a gust of wind might topple him. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the esteemed headmaster of the Jinyuan Academy, Xuanwu. The elder Xuanwu, without the aid of any device, commanded the attention of all present. Today marks the day of the admissions assessment, and the rules are rather straightforward. You will be transported to a designated planet, where golden beasts will be unleashed to hunt you. Your objective is to survive and retain your proof of existence. The assessment concludes when only 100,000 remain. And by the way, piloting mechas or starships is strictly forbidden. No external objects are permitted on the assessment planet. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Upon the conclusion of his speech, the crowd erupted in chaos. 100 billion reduced to a mere 100,000. What of the others? Are they all to perish? I wish to apply for the research department. Why must I partake in this assessment? I oppose it. I too oppose this. The mecha is a part of my strength. Why am I barred from utilizing it? Xuanwu's brow furrowed, his previously amiable demeanor vanishing. With a mighty stomp of the mythic Xuanwu's enormous forelimb, a violent wave surged downward, causing pandemonium below. Those unwilling to participate may withdraw now. If you shatter your proof after entering the assessment planet, aid will be dispatched to rescue you. However, whether assistance arrives in time is uncertain. Furthermore, all disciplines will be treated equally. If you cannot accept this, you may return whence you came. Xuanwu vanished from atop the archaic tortoise, followed by the mythic Xuanwu disappearing from above. After he had been gone for several minutes, the oppressive aura that had ravaged the area began to dissipate. Su Bai helped Song Ran to his feet and inquired, "How do you fare? If you are unable, you should withdraw." He held utmost confidence in his own capabilities. Yet Song Ran seemed a bit uncertain. "I am fine. I can participate in the assessment." This prompted Su Bai to regard him with newfound respect, as he had anticipated that Song Ran's gentle nature would lead him to retreat. At that moment, a colossal black void manifested in the sky. A starship emerged from the aperture, lowering several iron chains. A voice resonated from the starship. "Participants in the assessment, board the vessel. You have half an hour." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, hoisting Song Ran upon his back, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Even with the weight of another, his agility remained unaffected. As he navigated through the throng with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, he reached an iron chain. Securing a firm grip, Su Bai swiftly ascended. From the moment the voice had sounded to when he and Song Ran arrived on the deck, a mere half-minute had elapsed. At this juncture, the deck lay utterly deserted. A few individuals in the cockpit looked upon Su Bai with newfound interest. "Headmaster, this cohort possesses promising talent." The recently vanished Xuanwu stood at the forefront, nodding in approval. To be the first to board while carrying another was indeed commendable. Among the crowd was Li Cheng, Su Wan's instructor, who remarked, "I am acquainted with him. His name is Su Bai, selected by my student. He should already be a third-level gene user." "Oh, Xuanwu has taken an interest." Li Cheng, accompany him during the assessment. Ensure he does not falter. Such a promising talent must be nurtured, as he may one day become a formidable warrior against the golden beasts. Others began to speculate, pondering the origins of such a significant figure. Could he be affiliated with the heavenly court, or perhaps a descendant of the divine? This young man is even accompanied by a partner, showcasing their deep bond. Li Cheng interjected abruptly, clarifying that it is a male. Ahem, perhaps a profound brotherhood? Chapter 5. One-star golden beast, it is merely an innocuous little kitten. Meow? The staff observed Su Bai and the pitiful golden creature nestled in his arms, hesitating briefly before resolutely stating, "No, that is not permissible. Could you please make an exception? It is merely an innocuous little kitten." Meow? The staff observed Su Bai and the pitiful golden creature nestled in his arms, hesitating briefly before resolutely stating, "No, that is not permissible. Could you please make an exception?" With a troubled expression, Su Bai lamented, throughout the years, he had never parted with Yuan Bao and was unwilling to relinquish him now. At that moment, the staff's earpiece crackled to life, and she responded affirmatively a couple of times. Subsequently, someone delivered a card, which the staff handed to Su Bai, stating that he could take the creature inside, provided it had proper documentation. If the documentation was lost, he would still fail the assessment. Would he accept this? Without hesitation, Su Bai nodded in agreement. He accepted the document, which bore an image of Yuan Bao's head, though he could not recall when it was taken. Below the image, the words "little kitten" were inscribed. The question mark seemed quite perceptive, but Su Bai paid it no mind, tucking the card away and waiting aside. "Go inside. Why are you standing there? Wait for him. We are going together." Su Bai pointed at Song Ran. The staff cast a glance at him and replied, "Hurry inside. Do you still wish to form an illegal team? Dream on. The academy is not so naive. Once you enter, it will be a random teleportation. If you truly possess the ability, seek her out once you are inside." With a resigned shrug towards Song Ran, Su Bai acknowledged that randomization was beyond his control. "Be careful," he cautioned before stepping into the blinding white light. It felt akin to being tossed into a washing machine on the highest spin cycle, a chaotic whirl that seemed to last for hours. As soon as Su Bai felt solid ground beneath his feet, he instinctively hunched over, retching uncontrollably. 5 minutes later, he finally sensed some relief in his stomach. Yuan Bao peeked out from his collar, and had the staff been present, they would have been utterly bewildered. The random teleportation mechanism was designed for all living beings. It was impossible for them to remain together, even if they were hand in hand or bound together. Yet, here they were, with so many people outside. Su Bai thought to himself as he gently patted Yuan Bao's head. He reached into his pocket and suddenly remembered that the glass beads had been taken away. Thus, he picked up 2 small stones, tucked them into his collar, and transformed them into gold to feed Yuan Bao. Unbeknownst to him, this cautious habit developed over the years inadvertently saved him from disaster. In the sky, Li Cheng sat within a spherical aircraft, tasked with ensuring Su Bai's safety. The craft possessed a unique coating, rendering it undetectable from the outside. Numerous such spherical vehicles patrolled the skies above the planet, manned by rescue personnel. Su Bai is one of the few individuals who enjoys the privilege of solitary treatment. After soothing Yuan Bao, he began to observe his surroundings. Beside him flowed a grand river, thus resolving the issue of water. Adjacent to him stood a lush forest, dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Upon gazing upward, he was momentarily taken aback. The towering trunks appeared to reach heights of nearly 100 meters, and they were all of similar stature. He then turned his gaze back to the river. Could it be that this is merely a stream? It felt as if he were in a world of giants, where everything was magnified 100-fold. Standing amidst the verdant wilderness, Su Bai felt remarkably insignificant. He inhaled thoughtfully, savoring the earthy scent of the soil. An untouched planet, perhaps? A primitive planet is an undeveloped, natural life world, distinct from those transformed by celestial mechanisms, making it all the more precious and rare. The value of a primitive planet in the cosmos is second only to that of a mineral planet, with billions having entered the planet. The fact that Su Bai had yet to encounter a single soul underscored its vastness. Such a colossal primitive planet being utilized by the Jinyuan Academy as a testing ground is indeed a testament to their extravagant resources. Approaching the riverbank, he mused that with such flourishing trees and an abundance of water, it would be reasonable to expect fish to inhabit these waters. Resolving to address his hunger first, he chuckled to himself. Back on the impoverished white star, he had often climbed trees to snatch birds and dipped into rivers to catch fish. Even with 3 levels of genetic locks activated, he could not afford to neglect sustenance. It would be quite amusing if those pampered young ladies and gentlemen were to face elimination by starvation. Reaching a massive boulder, he struck it with a forceful punch. A resounding crack echoed as the stone shattered, a testament to his prowess as a 3-level genetic warrior. He picked up a suitably sized, sharp-edged stone and made his way to the riverbank. However, upon merely glancing into the water, his expression changed dramatically. He cursed and retreated. What is this place? The fish are larger than the 2 of us combined. What a ridiculous situation. The leaves rustled softly in the breeze, and the patterns of light on the ground danced. Su Bai nimbly climbed the nearest tall tree. Above, Li Cheng lost sight of Su Bai, only able to observe a silhouette moving among the treetops through the thermal imaging device on his screen. You sense it too? Someone is watching us. Likely from the academy. Su Bai dismissed the concern. He had nothing to hide, merely needing to be discreet when transmuting objects into gold. The lack of food was of no concern either. Absorbing golden materials to enhance his body would replenish his nutritional needs. In other words, like Yuan Bao, he could consume golden substances to stave off starvation. Reaching the highest point, a buzz cut emerged from the canopy. Su Bai surveyed the area, feeling somewhat bewildered. As far as the eye could see, It was nothing but towering trees, at least within his visible range. Not a single person was in sight, nor any golden beasts. Just as he pondered the golden beasts, a flurry of black dots suddenly descended from the sky, cascading like seeds from a sower, scattering as they moved. Su Bai quickly ducked his head, just as I feared. In the realm of the white-clad star, devoid of gold mines and nestled within a secure zone, Su Bai had never encountered a golden beast in its true form throughout his life, only catching glimpses of videos and images on the star network. In the human world, golden beasts were synonymous with cruelty and brutality. Although he possessed confidence in his abilities, the lack of direct contact with these formidable creatures left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai resolved to adopt a cautious approach. It was impossible to forego such a splendid opportunity for practical experience. Yet he could not afford to act recklessly. He decided to observe the situation first before making any moves. Meanwhile, in the sky, Li Cheng noticed a figure lying motionless among the treetops for several hours. Were it not for the lingering warmth of his body, she would have thought Su Bai had met his demise. Li Cheng found herself somewhat speechless at his remarkable ability to remain hidden. It was her first encounter with someone so adept at evasion. A flicker of amusement crossed her mind as she pondered the absurdity of relying solely on concealment to pass the assessment. Surely, it could not be that simple. As the aerial surveillance of the beasts intensified, the vastness of the planet became apparent, with enormous starships continuously releasing golden beasts from above. They descended like dumplings falling into boiling water. A ferocious roar erupted from the forest, invigorating Su Bai, who shifted his stiff limbs with renewed energy. Finally, the moment had arrived. Amidst the dense foliage, something was stirring, brushing against the tall plants and producing faint rustling sounds. In the stillness of the jungle, even the slightest noise was amplified. Su Bai widened his eyes, fixated on the source of the sound, which grew ever closer. Suddenly, a bizarre creature emerged. Standing several meters tall, its black fur interspersed with golden stripes. It moved cautiously through the underbrush, emitting low growls from its throat. A one-star golden beast. Su Bai recalled the most straightforward method to identify golden beasts. Those under 10 meters in size were classified as 1-star, while those ranging from 10 to 20 meters were deemed 2-star. 3-star beasts spanned from 20 to 100 meters, and only those exceeding 100 meters were classified as 4-star. The 5-star golden beasts, paradoxically, decreased in size until the 7-star beasts shrank back to under 10 meters. Beyond that, golden beasts of higher ranks were rarely seen within the safety zone. Golden beasts continued to grow until they reached a certain threshold, after which they gradually condensed, resulting in a significant increase in physical strength. The Academy would never be so reckless as to introduce 7-star golden beasts. Otherwise, the assessment would devolve into blatant murder. The peculiar golden beast sniffed the air, cautiously making its way to the tree beneath which Su Bai concealed himself. Just as Su Bai anticipated it would follow the pattern of merely sniffing and moving on, the golden beast abruptly lifted its head, striking the tree trunk with its forelimbs and bellowing at the canopy above. Had it discovered him? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, reassured by the creature's display of strength. This 1-star golden beast was weaker than he had imagined. He embraced the tree trunk and slid down, preparing to face his inaugural battle against the golden beast. Upon noticing the figure emerging from above, the beast's eyes glowed with heightened intensity, yet it remained oblivious to the fact that when prey emerged without feeling threatened, it signified something entirely different. Su Bai gauged that he was about 20 meters above the ground, exerting his arms to halt his descent, pausing on the rough tree trunk. He then propelled himself forward, leaping into the open space 10 meters away from the golden beast. Upon landing, the golden beast rushed forward with unrestrained eagerness. Standing at the same elevation, Su Bai observed more clearly, at a height of 1 meter and 83 centimeters. The beast's forelimbs were nearly 5 meters tall when it was on all fours. Gazing into the beast's gaping maw revealed a set of densely packed teeth resembling serrated edges. Su Bai did not recklessly advance. Instead, he took a cautious step back, raising his arms defensively. Life was singular and precious, thus prudence was paramount. At a distance of 10 meters, the golden beast closed in an instant. It lifted its forelimbs to strike at Su Bai. The thick, padded paws bore no sharp claws, which was precisely why Su Bai felt emboldened to withstand the impact. With a dull thud, the massive paw collided with the junction of his arms, shielding his upper body. Su Bai was sent back half a step, a smile creeping onto his face. Though it stung a bit, it was merely a slight discomfort. Having experienced the force firsthand, he realized it was considerably less than he had anticipated, which was a relief. The dim-witted golden beast, oblivious to this disparity, grew enraged upon realizing its attack had been thwarted and attempted to retract its forelimb for another strike. Did Su Bai allow it to retreat? Instantly, he wrapped his hands around its forelimb, attempting to execute a throw. Gritting his teeth, Su Bai exerted his strength, but to no avail. After all, the sheer size of the creature rendered it a different challenge altogether. Overpowering it, and lifting it were two entirely separate matters. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Bai coughed a couple of times, mindful of the eyes upon him, and shot an indignant glare at the golden beast, questioning its tremendous size. Upon discerning the beast's capabilities, he found the encounter rather uninspiring. Such strength offered him no real opportunity for growth. Seizing the beast's fur, he leaped onto its back, raining down punches imbued with ferocious power. The golden beast did not even struggle before it succumbed, a trickle of golden-tinged blood emerging from the wound on its head. Curious, Su Bai reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, the golden particles within the blood began to flow rapidly, surging toward his fingertips. Note: the following information regarding levels is intricate. Please view with caution or return to it later if any part remains unclear. There is no need to memorize it, as it does not affect initial comprehension. Due to numerous reader requests, this has been included within the main text. The word count for this chapter suffices without suspicion of filler. In the lower to mid-level spectrum, humans of the same rank are far from being a match for golden beasts, akin to the disparity between children and small dinosaurs. The critical aspect of human genetic levels lies in their ability to endure the burdens imposed by mechs of corresponding levels, enabling them to pilot mechs and counter the golden beasts. Similarly, the strength of a mech does not solely depend on its power. One must also consider the pilot's capacity to bear the load. Forcing the operation of a higher-level mech not only restricts its potential, but may also lead to catastrophic failure under excessive strain. For instance, a level 1 genetic pilot may operate a meteor-grade mech against a 1-star golden beast, while a level 2 genetic pilot may wield a satellite-grade mech against a 2-star golden beast, and so forth, escalating to a 3-star golden beast with a planetary-grade mech. The mech classifications include meteor-grade, satellite-grade, planetary-grade, stellar-grade, nebula-grade, cluster-grade, galactic-grade, domain-grade, realm-grade, cosmic-grade, and mythic mechs. Additionally, there exist specially crafted star core mechs, such as planetary core mechs and stellar core mechs, which do not fall within these classifications. The classification of mechanized beasts is limited, as the pinnacle of human technology restricts their levels. Under normal circumstances, only mythic mechanized beasts possess capabilities surpassing cosmic levels. The hierarchy of golden beasts ranges from 1 to 7 stars: Commander, Beast King, Beast Sovereign, Beast Saint, and Beast God. It is noteworthy that golden beasts below the commander level can be distinguished by their size. The higher the level of a golden beast, the greater its intelligence. Commanders are capable of human speech, and those of even greater rank can fully transform into human form, indistinguishable from actual humans. The classification of genetic beings spans levels 1 to 7: Transcendence, King's Ceiling, Sovereign, Domain Master, and Deity. It is important to note that after reaching the 5th level, there is a risk of genetic chain collapse during breakthroughs. In Chapter 6, Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned forward, hastily shielding the peculiar wound on the golden beast. Golden energy flowed through his fingertips into his body, ultimately converging within a mysterious space overlapping with his heart. Within this pitch-black void, a resplendent golden core spun rhythmically, absorbing the golden energy. This golden core was the source of his ability to transmute matter into gold, colloquially known as the blue bar. Regrettably, the blue bar was too short, equivalent to the volume of 3 glass spheres. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought methods to enhance the golden core, even purchasing the flesh of golden beasts, yet to no avail. After death, the internal golden energy of the beast dissipates over time, and since Su Bai had only procured deceased flesh, it was no wonder he had not made any discoveries. However, the situation had changed. He had risen to his feet. The golden core had absorbed the golden energy from the beast's body and had significantly increased, augmenting the volume by the equivalent of 1 glass sphere. Though modest, this provided a direction for enhancement, far better than remaining stagnant at 3 spheres. Even Yuan Bao had expressed disdain over the inadequacy of his short blue bar. 3 golden spheres were simply insufficient for sustenance. 3 seconds later, no more golden energy oozed from the beast's wound. Su Bai wiped the blood from his fingers onto the golden beast and pondered silently. A 1-star golden beast could transmute the equivalent of 1 glass sphere. The ongoing bombardment of golden beasts from the flagship above indicated that numerous golden beasts roamed the planet. With trillions vying for selection, the task of eliminating the surplus to leave only 100,000 would take considerable time, which meant there would be ample opportunity to hunt golden beasts and enhance the golden core. Theoretically, a 3rd-level genetic being would surpass a 1-star golden beast, at least in Su Bai's case. Now that the Academy was specifically selecting 1-star golden beasts to be thrown into the fray, he could navigate with ease. This fortuitous opportunity illuminated his prospects. He grasped the forelimb of the golden beast, devoid of golden energy post-mortem. The flesh had become somewhat tender, allowing him to detach it effortlessly. In this vast world, sustenance reigned supreme. While absorbing golden materials could stave off hunger, who would prefer to rely on glucose for survival? He carried the golden beast's forelimb to the riverbank for cleansing, the blood staining the waters a crimson hue, while the brutal factors within the blood instantly drove the fish away. Su Bai chuckled coldly, ridiculing their presumed strength. After cleansing the beast's leg, he encountered a crucial dilemma. Upon entering the examination planet, all his possessions had been confiscated, leaving him without fire. Was he to emulate the ancients and create fire by friction? He had never learned such a skill. Just as despair began to set in, a lighter suddenly fell from the sky. It was naturally discarded by Li Cheng, and as long as it did not contravene any regulations, granting a bit of convenience was permissible. Su Bai picked up the lighter, clicked it twice, and discovered it was windproof. A river god? What do you desire? He instantly cast aside what he was holding and, with a devout expression, prayed earnestly to the mighty river. I wish for wealth, I wish for wealth. Even Li Cheng, with his typically aloof demeanor, felt compelled to admonish him, exclaiming, You truly are a remarkable character. The reality was that Su Bai was exceedingly impoverished. Any opportunity for financial gain was one he was unwilling to forsake. After a moment of prayer, the river god did not appear, but rather a fish splashed the surface, sending water cascading onto his face. Disappointed, Su Bai shook his head and returned to the base of the tree, gathering some dry twigs to start roasting meat. Before long, the golden beast meat began to sizzle and release a rich aroma that wafted through the air. Su Bai tore off a piece, summoned Yuan Bao to eat, and without regard for the heat, devoured it eagerly. The golden beast meat was indeed a delicacy, fetching nearly 1,000 United coins per kilogram on the planet. Long ago, in an effort to augment his golden energy, he had reluctantly purchased a scrap to taste, and the flavor lingered in his memory. Su Bai's belly visibly swelled with each bite. 5 minutes later, bliss. After finishing his meal, Su Bai washed his hands and Yuan Bao in the river, then returned to tear off a rib from the golden beast. It measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, slightly curved, and felt quite manageable in his hands. Contemplating for a moment, he walked back to where he had kindled the fire, using the rib to etch something into the ground, before venturing deeper into the jungle. Since the golden beast did not come to him, he would seek it out instead. Li Cheng piloted her aircraft, intrigued, as she descended. She beheld the shimmering words etched into the earth, "Thank you." Beside the still smoldering fire pit lay a sizable piece of sizzling golden beast meat. With a slight smile, she picked up the meat and returned to her craft. In the forest, a small golden beast unexpectedly leapt forth and landed on the youth. A woo. Su Bai transmuted a pebble into gold and fed it to Yuan Bao. He sensed it correctly. Someone was indeed following him. Puzzled, he wondered why they would choose to trail him specifically. With so many candidates, the Academy could not possibly assign someone to monitor each one. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he shook his head and dismissed the thought, reasoning that anyone who provided him with a lighter must harbor no ill intentions. Little did Su Bai realize that Li Cheng was there to protect him, having spent his entire life in a small locale. He was entirely unaware of what it meant to be a young third-level geneticist. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Cheng observed below as Su Bai, wielding a half-meter-long tusk, deftly pierced the brain of a golden beast, then reached inside to absorb its golden energy. His fluid motions indicated he had performed this act many times before. She connected to the communication channel above. Old Wong, the first-level golden beast poses no threat to the candidate I am shadowing. I request an increase in difficulty. Oh, on the other end of the line. Old Wong expressed his surprise. The vast majority of those undergoing the assessment had not even unlocked their first-level genetic locks. Even a first-level geneticist would struggle against a golden beast of the same rank. At that moment, a thought struck him. The individual Li Cheng was following was seemingly a third-level geneticist? What an oddity, perhaps a genetic concoction from the womb. Wang Lao experienced a slight toothache, prompting the commencement of the second round ahead of schedule. Originally, the release of the 2-star golden beasts was slated for the 10th day. Yet Su Bai had managed to expedite this by a full week. Shortly thereafter, a starship approached directly above Su Bai. The shadows of the vessel enveloped him, and he gazed upward. Massive numbers of golden beasts descended upon him. In his ears, it seemed he could hear a wave of zombies. The golden beasts were drawing near. As the distance between the golden beasts and the ground diminished, his pupils constricted with urgency, and he sprinted away, a voice filled with despair echoing through the forest. Damn, I must lodge a complaint. There is foul play. They are all 2-star beasts. Do they think I cannot handle this? With a thunderous crash, a rain of 2-star golden beasts fell around Su Bai, shattering numerous branches and creating craters upon impact. He dodged the descending beasts, seizing the moment while they were still disoriented from their fall to escape. If there were only a few, perhaps he could have fought back. However, the sheer number was overwhelming, beyond counting, and as a Tier 3 geneticist, the consequences of being surrounded were dire. Behind him, more golden beasts regained their senses, their attention drawn to the sole anomaly in their midst, and they began to pursue Su Bai. As more golden beasts awakened, they obscured him. Yet their innate instincts enabled them to track him down. Thus, a striking scene unfolded in the forest. A relatively diminutive youth led a torrent of golden beasts in pursuit. Under the onslaught of this vast horde, trees toppled, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the sun set and the moon rose, the silvery light illuminated a boy leaping atop the treetops. Though the golden beasts below could not see him, they unfailingly located his position. Panting heavily, Su Bai furrowed his brow. His speed surpassed that of the golden beasts, but upon the slightest pause, no matter where he concealed himself, they would find him. The golden beasts, inherently savage, exhibited tremendous aggression towards humans. Su Bai recited the fundamental records of the golden beasts in his mind. Their primary sustenance was gold, and they possessed an acute sensitivity to golden materials. Ah, indeed. Their keen sense of smell for gold was remarkable. Su Bai's expression brightened. No wonder the credentials issued by the Academy contained golden threads. They were specifically designed to attract golden beasts. Hastily, he retrieved 2 such credentials. But just as he was about to discard them, he recalled the words of Dean Xuanwu before his entry. Losing the credentials would result in failure of the assessment. His actions halted, and he fell into contemplation. Since he could not discard them, he needed to obstruct the golden beast's ability to sense the golden threads. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai activated his golden core, channeling a surge of golden energy to his fingertips, transforming the nail of his right index finger into gold. Without hesitation, he slashed his left arm, forcibly inserting the 2 credentials into the wound. Damn! The agony of embedding foreign objects in flesh provoked an expletive from him. But he swiftly goldified the wound and restored it to its normal state after deactivating the golden transformation. Fortunately, he had eliminated numerous 1-star golden beasts in recent days. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perform such actions. Pausing his flight, Su Bai stood upon a branch, holding his breath. The success or failure hinged upon this moment. In the sky, a flicker of concern crossed Li Cheng's eyes. Was this a surrender? She somewhat regretted applying for an increase in assessment intensity, simultaneously harboring resentment towards the foolishness of the golden beast deployment. They had released an entire starship's worth of them. Upon returning, she would certainly lodge a complaint against him. As the torrent of golden beasts drew closer to the tree where Su Bai was situated, and with Su Bai still inactive, Li Cheng sighed in resignation, perpetually prepared to summon her mech to rescue him. Regarding the assessment issue, since it was a mistake on the Academy's part, she should be able to request an alternative route or some special consideration. Her virtual intelligence was primed, awaiting her command to activate the mech space. However, the subsequent scene left her bewildered. The massive horde of golden beasts seemed to have lost their target, wandering aimlessly in place. They crashed violently against the nearby tree, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of their prey after pursuing it for an entire day. In the shadows, Su Bai silently observed the commotion below, a grin spreading across his face. It worked. The suffering was not in vain. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he deftly darted away towards the distance, swiftly escaping the encirclement of the golden beasts. Li Cheng furrowed her brow, wondering if Su Bai had discovered an issue with the proof and discarded it. That would be troublesome. If he had been saved by her, it would be a lapse on the staff's part, but if he discarded it, it would imply a forfeiture of the assessment. No, that couldn't be right. She quickly realized that if he had discarded it, the golden beast should not be so agitated. Li Cheng connected with the monitoring team. Send me the signal points for the proof in my vicinity. Understood. Before long, a pale blue panel unfolded before her, displaying dozens of red dots, with the 2 closest ones overlapping. Li Cheng flew forward, focusing on Su Bai, comparing the trajectories of the 2 red dots. She knew Su Bai had brought a small companion, which explained the overlapping dots. Since the proof was not lost, what was the issue with the golden beasts? Could the golden materials also expire? Or had the golden beasts collectively lost their wits? Chapter 7. The human team in the forest in the dim evening light. Li Cheng utilized her equipment to observe every move of Su Bai, still perplexed about how he had managed to escape. Watching him skillfully dispatch a 1-star golden beast and roast its meat with such pride stirred an annoyance within her. Teacher, look at him. We haven't even had our meal yet, and he seems to be relishing his feast. The speaker was her favored disciple, Su Wan. Senior students were permitted to apply for observation, provided they had someone to accompany them. Upon learning that Li Cheng was following Su Bai, she eagerly insisted on joining, resulting in the current scene. However, now she was regretting her hasty decision. They had arrived in such a rush that they hadn't eaten, and the aircraft offered no provisions, leaving them to watch Su Bai indulge on an empty stomach. Li Cheng was at a loss. She couldn't very well descend and snatch the meat from him, then toss him into a throng of 2-star golden beasts. Could she? After contemplating, she re-established communication with the monitoring office. Are you certain the proof remains with Su Bai? Affirmative. Is there any possibility of extracting the golden material inside without damaging the proof? The individuals nearby appeared to have heard some jest, confidently asserting, impossible. The golden substance within seems unified, yet it has been crafted through special means. A mere touch would cause it to ignite spontaneously. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng found himself at a loss, utterly baffled. Su Bai, while savoring his meat, mused that once the two-star golden beasts dispersed, he would seek out the solitary ones. The golden energy contained within the two-star beasts surely surpassed that of the one-star, and their flesh ought to be more delectable. The more he pondered, the less appealing the roasted meat in his hands became. However, recalling how little time had passed, he surmised that the golden beasts were likely still congregated. And since he had finally managed to escape, waiting a little longer would be prudent. Suddenly, dense footsteps echoed from afar. Su Bai, like a startled bird, felt a pang of anxiety. Were they pursuing him? Yet upon closer listening, he relaxed. The size of the golden beasts would not allow for such subtlety. If not the beasts, then it must be other candidates. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Humans are inherently social creatures. Throughout his life, he had never experienced 3 consecutive days without encountering another person. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. There was a fire nearby. Could it be the golden beasts? Surely not. Would a one-star golden beast possess the intellect to create fire? He decided to investigate. The sound drew nearer, and a group of individuals emerged from the shadows. Su Bai sat by the fire, scrutinizing the newcomers, both men and women. He had not seen anyone for 3 days and wondered how they had gathered more than 20 individuals. Each member of the group donned various forms of form-fitting combat attire, clearly of considerable value. In stark contrast, Su Bai's attire, already of poor quality, had become tattered from 3 days of battling golden beasts. Fortunately, he was familiar with the river, which allowed him to wash while fetching water, and his close-cropped hair did not appear disheveled. Otherwise, he might have resembled a beggar. Leading the group were a striking man and woman, both possessing notable features. After all, those brave enough to apply to an S-level academy likely hailed from affluent backgrounds, accustomed to an array of resources, including genetic fluid, from a young age. Over time, it would be quite challenging for them to deviate from their advantageous paths. They approached the fire and locked eyes with Su Bai, neither side initiating conversation. Su Bai thought it peculiar that these individuals had come over without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the others pondered why he, alone in the wilderness, did not inquire about their sudden appearance. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, casting an oddly silent atmosphere. Ultimately, it was the opposing group that could no longer maintain the silence. The leading young man spoke. "Hello, I am Wang Kong." Su Bai extended his hand and replied, "Hello, I am Su Bai." To his surprise, Wang Kong merely glanced at Su Bai's hand, showing no inclination to shake it. "Brother, you have a substantial golden beast that you cannot possibly finish alone. Why not share it with us?" he suggested. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, discreetly retracting his hand, and replied coolly, "On what grounds?" The disdain emanating from the other party was unmistakable, and naturally, Su Bai would not allow himself to be treated with contempt. The atmosphere around the fire became palpably tense, with the two groups distinctly divided. Su Bai stood alone, yet his presence was unwavering. In the aircraft, Su Wan and Li Cheng observed the unfolding scene in silence. The universe is, after all, a realm of stark realities. The affluent look down upon the impoverished, and the powerful scorn the weak. This is all too common. After a moment of stalemate, the girl standing to Wang Kang's left suddenly broke into a smile. Acting as a peacemaker, "We are all compatriots. Let us not make the atmosphere so tense," she said. "Wang Kong, you should be more courteous." Turning to Su Bai, she continued with a smile, "Your name is Su Bai, right? I apologize on his behalf. That's just his nature, so please don't take it to heart. It's such a waste to let that golden beast meat go uneaten. Why not share it with us?" With a playful wink, her bright, hopeful eyes sparkled. Recognizing her friendly demeanor, Su Bai decided to relent. Although he disapproved of Wang Kang's attitude, he figured an apology was sufficient. Humans, unlike golden beasts, could not showcase their strength merely through appearance. The 20-odd individuals across from him could easily turn hostile, and if things escalated, it would be a regrettable spectacle. Moreover, he couldn't possibly carry away such a large piece of golden beast meat or remain on guard indefinitely. All right, for the sake of the lovely lady, he conceded, picking up a tusk and climbing the tree. He would never admit it was the two soft mounds that had captivated his attention. Below, as Su Bai ascended the tree, the others quickly began to carve up the golden beast, using the fire he had kindled to roast the meat. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Bai, and he hurried down to cut off a large chunk of meat for roasting. The others assumed he was simply still hungry, engrossed in their own tasks and ignoring him. Once the meat was cooked, he took it and ventured away, propping it up with a few twigs before returning. Su Wan observed Su Bai's actions with curiosity, asking, "What is he up to?" Li Cheng chuckled, piloting his craft down to retrieve some of the meat, sharing half with Su Wan. "This fellow is clever. He has been discreetly setting aside a portion for me every time he roasts meat these past few days." Intrigued, Su Wan regarded Su Bai with newfound interest. He was rather amusing. "Jie Kong, what are you so afraid of? With over 20 of us, why should we fear him?" Wang Kong chimed in, dismissively. Kong Qing elegantly tore off small pieces of meat, chewing thoughtfully. Can any of you single-handedly slay a one-star golden beast? The two fell silent as she continued. I can't guarantee a victory, and even if I did win, I would still sustain injuries. Look at him. He bears no wounds at all. Wang Kong attempted to interject, but Kong Qing interrupted him. There is no need for further discussion. Afterward, we'll apologize to him and invite him into our group. This will increase our chances of passing the assessment. Apologize? To him? I'm from the Yundu Federation. Who does he think he is? Kong Qing shot him a cold glare and retorted, then you can leave the group and return to your Yundu Federation. I will personally apologize. She remained composed, fully aware of the gravity of a wasteful individual compared to one capable of slaying a golden beast alone. Seeing Kong Qing's anger, Wang Kong dared not retort. Although the Yundu Federation was a 5-star federation, it held little weight against the divine domain, and Kong Qing's family was a formidable force within it. He understood that she would follow through on her words. His expression shifted through various shades of uncertainty before he finally lowered his head, conceding, I will go. Hearing the commotion beneath, Su Bai quietly opened his eyes, gripping the tusk with vigilance. Hey, Su whatever, Kong Jie sent me to apologize to you. Impatiently, Wang Kong remarked. Did you hear me? Respond if you did. Su Bai, internally cursing the fool, casually replied, hoping to expedite his departure and resume his rest. Wang Kong, mistaking Su Bai's compliance for submission, dismissed him as inferior and grew even more arrogant, reaching out to slap Su Bai's face. Moreover, you should join us. I assure you that we will help you pass the assessment. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, seizing his sharp tusk and thrusting it downward, piercing Wang Kang's palm with its keen edge. Get lost. Ah! Wang Kong screamed, the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, causing him to lose his footing and tumble down. From a height of 100 meters, given his physical condition, survival was unlikely. In a moment of peril, Kong Qing leaped high, catching his arm and using the trunk to absorb the impact, landing gracefully. Seeing Wang Kong saved, Su Bai reclined once more. What an utter fool. The golden beasts are hunting people due to their material wealth, and you lot, gathered together, appear as mere beacons to them. After I painstakingly concealed the evidence, following you would be sheer lunacy. Wang Kang's face turned pale as he slumped to the ground, wailing in agony. A few individuals lifted him to the fire, where a medical student, with limited resources, administered a rudimentary bandage to prevent him from bleeding out. Once treated, Kong Qing inquired, weren't you supposed to apologize? What happened? Kong Jia, look at what has become of Brother Wang. Spare him your criticisms. It must surely be that brat's fault. His strikes were merciless. Why should I apologize to him when he dresses like that? Kong Qing furrowed her brow, but said nothing. Wang Kong, feigning vulnerability, began to elicit sympathy from those around him. You have my word. I will sincerely apologize, but that brat was insufferably arrogant, calling me a fool. Had Su Bai heard his words, he would have been astonished at Wang Kang's uncanny ability to read minds, as he articulated precisely what was on Su Bai's thoughts. Furthermore, he claimed they lacked the ability to capture a golden beast, feeding off its remnants, and even suggested that he had sullied the meat. Upon hearing that there was urine in the meat, some individuals retched, and Kong Qing, observing his expression, found it hard to believe his claims. Just as she was about to press for more information, someone interjected, Kong Jia, let us eliminate that brat. He's too arrogant. We can't tolerate this. He certainly won T survive the night. If you still intend to recruit him, we'll take our leave. Kong Qing's gaze remained fixed on Wang Kong, recognizing a glimmer of triumph in his eyes, and understood everything. However, given the current situation, convincing them to heed her words seemed a Herculean task. Alone, Wang Kong could not contend with Su Bai, but with the collective strength of so many, Kong Qing had to reconsider. Very well, do as you wish. I shall not intervene. With that, she climbed another large tree and closed her eyes. The remaining individuals cast fierce glances at Su Bai's position, centering their clandestine conspiracy around Wang Kong. With over 20 of them, even if Kong Qing refrained from action, could they truly not overpower that brat? Chapter 8. A failed scheme results in lost crackling sounds echoed as dry branches erupted into sparks amidst the flames' embrace. The flickering flames gradually dwindled, and as the last glimmer of light faded, the jungle succumbed to darkness. The fire extinguished, and those gathered around the campfire exchanged knowing glances, gazing towards the crown of a nearby tree, with a subtle signal from Wang Kong. A diminutive man among the group quietly ascended the tree with a bone shard in hand. Remarkably, he moved with the stealth of a trained professional, making not a sound in the hushed surroundings. Once he vanished into the shadows, the others also gravitated towards the tree, silently awaiting something. From another tree, Kong Qing observed the group's furtive actions without any intention of alerting them. As a shrewd businesswoman, her interests always dictated her choices, and at that moment, the 20-odd individuals before her clearly outweighed Su Bai in importance, or so she believed. Su Wan yawned, disdainfully regarding the figures on the screen. Is this all they can do? Resorting to underhanded tactics. Noticing the thermal imaging device showing no reaction from Su Bai? and realizing the man climbing the tree was now less than 20 meters away, she felt a twinge of worry. Teacher, you must intervene. Just watch closely. Li Cheng replied nonchalantly. This kid is crafty. Su Bai, lying on a robust branch, opened his eyes the moment the slight man began his ascent. He had to concede that the man possessed some skill, yet they could never fathom that this ragged individual, unable to afford even a combat suit, was a third-level geneticist. The shadow clung to the trunk like a maggot, inching upwards. Su Bai gripped his fangs, silently observing the shadow. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The shadow's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the ivory fangs pierced the darkness, impaling the man's head. As the fangs withdrew, the shadow plummeted downwards. With a stoic expression, Su Bai tore a leaf from the tree to wipe the blood from his fangs, the metallic scent in the air making him feel somewhat nauseated. Much simpler than killing a golden beast. Thud! The man's corpse fell rapidly from the 100-meter-high tree, the force of impact causing flesh and blood to splatter. In the darkness, the crowd could not discern the visage of the body and instinctively assumed it was Su Bai's, surging forward and trampling the lifeless form. Su Bai leapt to a lower branch, staring below, murmuring to himself, "Is this worth killing me over? Such a trivial matter." His features obscured by darkness. He was only roused when Yuan Bao gently licked his chin. With a flick, a lighter ignited, drawing the attention of the crowd below, who looked up in surprise. In the dim light, Su Bai's face became visible. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. He was still alive. What grudge could warrant this? Look at that. It's nothing but a pulp. Kong Qing, having descended at some point, stepped forward and addressed Su Bai. Su Bai, they were in the wrong. You've already taken one life. Why not let bygones be bygones? This was not an act of conscience or a desire to protect Su Bai. She still firmly believed that he could not contend with the 20 or so individuals behind her. The reasoning behind this action is that eliminating Su Bai would be futile. Given his prowess, he could undoubtedly take a few down with him. If that were to happen, their numbers would dwindle, significantly diminishing their chances of passing the assessment, which would be of no benefit to anyone. Enough? Su Bai scoffed, his tone dismissive. You wish to kill me, and yet you have failed? How trivial. As the flames extinguished, Su Bai's figure vanished from their sight, yet they all sensed his presence, watching over them from above. Meanwhile, those below regained their composure, shouting loudly, as if to drown out the reality of having trampled their fallen comrades' remains. It cannot end like this. He must die today. With Su Gu injured and Lu slain, they felt it unjust to let it slide. Life for a life. Kong Qing turned, pointing at the crowd with impatience. Lu was killed without a chance to fight back. It sounds simple to say go kill him. But who among you will take the first step? Faces flushed with embarrassment. Especially those directly singled out, they lowered their gazes. In the midst of their uproar, none dared to speak when it came to who would confront Su Bai first. After all, Lu, a first-level gene user, had stood no chance against him. No one could guarantee a favorable outcome if they were to face Su Bai. After a moment of silence, Wang Kong spoke up. Sister Kong, we follow you because we trust you, but it feels disingenuous to ignore the murder of our brother. Indeed. The crowd rallied, energized by the prospect of Kong Qing taking action. Sister Kong, you are a second-level gene user, and so is Su Gu. If you both lead us, that brat won't escape. You promised to guide us safely through the assessment, yet now that Lu has perished, it truly disheartens us. Kong Qing's expression darkened, casting a cold glance at Wang Kong. With the support of the crowd, Wang Kong felt emboldened, stating nonchalantly, please don't take offense. I'm merely speaking the truth. Caught in a difficult position, Kong Qing took a deep breath and resolutely began to ascend the tree. Words were futile. She would feint a few moves before allowing him to slip away. A smirk crept across Wang Kang's lips as he followed, with the others trailing behind. Moments later, astonished voices erupted from the treetops. Where is he? Damn it, that brat has escaped. Under the moonlight, a silhouette danced among the treetops. Su Bai had fled upon hearing that 2 second-level gene users were present. Otherwise, he would be waiting to be besieged, with 2 second-level users among them. The remainder were likely first-level at best. Some might not have even shattered their first-level gene locks. Su Bai felt confident he could handle them if he truly committed. However, he deemed it unnecessary. Humans are more cunning than lower-tier golden beasts. Possessing intelligence means they are not easily dealt with. Charging in recklessly is the act of a fool. Yet he could not swallow his grievances without retaliation. Believing himself to be astute, Su Bai decided to break off a twig the size of his pinky finger. With a surge of golden energy, the twig gradually transformed into gold. Holding the golden branch, he listened intently to the surrounding sounds before sprinting in a particular direction. 10 minutes later, a series of roars echoed through the jungle. Su Bai halted, waiting patiently. Even a small golden thread could be detected by the golden beasts. How much more so a substantial gold bar? The golden beasts also require slumber, and as the night deepens, they had already succumbed to sleep. However, the rich and potent aura of golden material jolted them awake, each one instantly alert, instinctively rushing towards Su Bai. The subtle tremors beneath their feet from the great trees confirmed their approach. Su Bai grinned with satisfaction. Such a formidable group of two-star golden beasts was too good to waste. As he discerned the distant trees being uprooted, he estimated the time was right and turned to dash back in the direction he had come from. The golden beasts, perhaps sensing the movement of the golden material, quickened their pace. After half an hour, Su Bai returned to his previous location. The others had already settled down for rest. Not even a single watchman was on duty. He wondered how they had managed to survive thus far. Bang, bang. Su Bai struck the tree trunk with his fangs, snapping off a branch to ignite a fire, which illuminated his face. Those awakened first stared in bewilderment, then erupted in excitement, shouting, "You dare return." The commotion stirred more people, and within half a minute, all eyes turned toward Su Bai, not one to linger. Knowing the golden beasts were not far behind, he hastily retrieved a gold bar to toss. However, after a moment's hesitation, he tucked the gold bar into his coat, allowing Yuan Bao to nibble on a portion before tossing the remainder towards Wang Kong. What was that name again? Never mind, it's unimportant. I'm here to deliver a treasure as compensation for injuring your hand earlier, and by the way, here's a torch for you. With that, Su Bai threw down the torch, lightly leaping to conceal himself in a nearby tree. The crowd was left bewildered by his actions, and as Wang Kong picked up the torch, he gasped in astonishment. Golden material? Although unsure of its purity, the weight indicated it was around 10 grams, worth a fortune in the current cosmic market, unattainable even with wealth. The injury on his hand could be healed with a mere 50,000 for a standard healing potion, but now he had inadvertently gained multiple times that value. An impulse surged within Wang Kong to call Su Bai back. Just a bit of golden material, and he could easily strike it rich. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and Kong Qing, having taken the golden material from Wang Kong, pondered deeply. She could not believe Su Bai was genuinely benevolent. What was happening? An earthquake? Surely not the golden beasts? How could that be? The commotion was too great. It would take countless golden beasts to cause such a ruckus. With growing suspicion, Kong Qing swiftly climbed to the treetop for a better view. Without branches or leaves to obscure her sight, the luminous moonlight granted her an exceptionally clear vision. A scene unfolded 1,000 meters away, with clouds of dust rising as trees toppled, rushing swiftly towards their direction. Kong Qing's expression changed abruptly, and with a sharp cry, she shouted, "Run! It's the golden beasts!" In an instant, she realized Su Bai's intention in tossing them the golden material. He was using them as pawns. How ruthless. She discarded the golden material and sprinted away. Leaving it on the ground, no one dared to retrieve it. Escaping with golden material in the presence of golden beasts was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom. Observing the panicked crowd scatter, Su Bai patted Yuan Bao, who darted down, devoured the piece of golden material, and swiftly returned. Roar! The disappearance of the golden substance incited a furious rage within the golden beast, causing those who scattered in panic, whose identification cards were intertwined with strands of gold, to become its new targets. In mere moments, the distance of 1,000 meters was closed under the relentless charge of the enraged creature. At this point, the swiftest among them, Kong Qing, had scarcely covered 100 meters. "Ah, I swear I won't let you escape even in death." The screams of despair echoed incessantly. Tragically, some of them would leave this world without ever remembering the name Su Bai. A golden beast swung its massive claw toward Kong Qing, who, in a moment of desperation, turned to meet the strike with her own palm. The hasty confrontation, coupled with the beast's overwhelming size, sent her flying like a mere insect, her body snapping numerous branches before finally crashing against a sturdy trunk. As Su Bai prepared to retreat, he suddenly sensed someone ascending the tree he occupied. Glancing down, he was amused to see none other than Wang Kong, who had astutely recognized the issue with the identification cards. "If I had left, you might have indeed evaded your fate. Alas, such is your destiny," he mused. Chapter 9. Speak of wealth. Earlier with a mocking expression, Su Bai called out, "Wang Kong, I foresee your end is nigh." As Wang Kong, relieved to have escaped danger, looked up, his eyes widened in horror. "How dare you show your face?" Su Bai tossed an object toward him, which he instinctively caught. A glimmer of gold caught Wang Kang's eye, causing his hair to stand on end. "Damn it! You're trying to set me up?" Before Wang Kong could discard the object, Su Bai leapt down, kicking him into the throng of golden beasts. Holding the golden substance, Wang Kang's fate among the beasts was all but sealed. He was devoured before he could even utter a scream. Not far away, Kong Qing spotted Su Bai's figure. Grasping at the last thread of hope, she cried out in panic, "Su Bai, I realize my mistakes. Save me." Unfortunately, Su Bai merely turned a blind eye as the golden beasts lunged toward her, mirroring the bewildered expression of the earlier, frail man who had climbed the tree. The gaping maw of the beast loomed larger in her vision, and in her panic, all semblance of rationality fled. "I cannot die yet. I have money. I will pay you. Please, save me." In the aircraft, Su couldn't help but laugh. This person is truly amusing. Doesn't he realize the gravity of the situation? Surrounded by two-star golden beasts, how could Su Bai possibly be swayed by money? Is this foolish boy valuing wealth over his life? Her eyes widened as an exclamation of traditional culture slipped from her lips. Beside her, Li Cheng observed the unfolding scene, equally aghast at the folly of the situation. Upon hearing the mention of money, Su Bai's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. His previous indifference vanished, and he instinctively sprang into action. Silence, beast. A lithe figure arced gracefully through the air, landing upon the head of the golden beast. While Alu had met a gruesome fate from a similar height, Su Bai remained unscathed, utilizing the momentum of his descent. He crushed the beast beneath his foot and swiftly pulled the dazed Kong Qing upward to the safety of the tree. If only you had mentioned your wealth sooner. Su Bai continued, his steps unrelenting as he chastised. Had you spoken earlier, we could have avoided all this trouble and the injuries incurred. What was the point of it all, Kong Qing? As a result, will I, from now on, be perceived as someone exceedingly wealthy? She contemplated this internally, yet refrained from voicing any rebuttal, fearing that Su Bai might abandon her. In the wake of the relentless onslaught from the golden beasts, the small team of over 20 was reduced to just Kong Qing, making her the sole target of the golden creatures. Su Bai once again found himself in a chaotic chase, pursued by the golden beasts, this time burdened by an additional person, which slowed his pace even more than during the day. The sky gradually brightened. The youth carried the girl on his back, while a small golden beast nestled atop her head. This peculiar trio fled through the thicket, with a torrent of golden beasts in pursuit. The golden beasts seemed inexhaustible, chasing them relentlessly from night until dawn without a moment's respite. Su Bai gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat. Even the little Yuan Bao, who had been clinging to his chest, disdainfully crawled onto Kong Qing's head. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing in a moment of impulsiveness he had overlooked the fact that Kong Qing possessed a crucial token. I estimate we can endure for another hour. Judging by the golden beast's demeanor, we could run for an entire day without issue. Su Bai's breath was uneven, his tone urgent. The token contains gold threads. You decide what to do. Kong Qing fell silent, her astute mind quickly grasping Su Bai's underlying implication. Two options lay before her. Either she would discard the token and fail the assessment, or Su Bai would abandon her, leading to her demise. The consequences of failure were intolerable for her. Under the immense pressure, tears began to well up, pooling in her eyes. Su Bai urged, make a decision swiftly. What will it be? Kong Qing bit her lower lip until it turned pale. Clearly, one option led to certain death, while the other offered a chance for survival. Yet she struggled to articulate her subsequent thoughts. With a growl, Su Bai's pace diminished, matching that of the two-star golden beasts. 3 minutes later, the light in Kong Qing's eyes gradually faded as she reached a conclusion. Never mind. Living is far more important than anything else. I will devise another plan later. Just as she resigned herself to discarding the token, her movements suddenly froze as an idea struck her. Wait, why hadn't the golden beasts pursued Su Bai before? She recalled that when Su Bai had not rescued her, there had indeed been no golden beasts watching him from the trees. If the token were damaged or lost, it would be confiscated by the examining officials. Since Su Bai was still on the assessment planet, it meant his token remained intact. Was there a way to conceal the token? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Kong Qing inquired, can you help me think of another solution? No. I will require additional payment. That's not impossible. Kong Qing rolled her eyes, astonished by his avarice, as it was her first encounter with such greed. Su Bai was a man of principles. He conducted business for a fee. After taking Kong Qing's token, he gritted his teeth and made a fresh incision on his left arm, inserting the token within. Instead of immediately using his golden energy to heal, he first wrapped the wound with his clothing to obscure it, and only then did he use his golden power to seal it. Indeed, the golden beasts behind them lost their target. Su Bai veered to the left, while the beasts continued charging ahead. Kong Qing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the retreating swarm of golden beasts, exclaiming, was it truly that simple? What seems simple is far from it. While it appears I merely inserted the token, the technique involved is not something just anyone can master, and it carries significant danger. Su Bai, visibly annoyed, extended 2 fingers, declaring, including the previous amount, you owe me 20,000. He inwardly grumbled, pondering the pain he would endure if he were to forcibly insert the proof into Kong Qing's body. Had he not been aware that only his own physique could isolate him from the essence of golden material? The thought of carving an incision in his arm to stuff something inside was excruciatingly unbearable. 20,000? Kong Qing questioned, her tone tinged with skepticism. Su Bai's heart sank. Was he asking for too much? Teacher Lan's decades of savings amounted to a mere 100,000. To someone like Su Bai, who had spent a lifetime's greatest expense of several hundred union coins on scraps of golden beast material, 20,000 was indeed a staggering sum. Reflecting on this, He felt it was somewhat unreasonable to expect a girl nearly his age to produce such an amount. As he contemplated whether to reduce his demand, Kong Qing promptly brought her wrist-mounted intelligence device closer. 20,000 it is. The Academy has severed the star network to the assessment planet. But we can transfer funds in advance. Once we connect to the star network outside, the money will directly deposit into your account. Really? Su Bai was taken aback by her promptness. Was she truly wealthy? His earlier doubts dissipated instantly as he revealed his Federation-issued wristwatch, emphasizing, I'm referring to Union coins. So don't try to deceive me with currency from indigenous planets. The currency from indigenous planets held no value in the cosmos, rendering any amount futile. Kong Qing's expression shifted subtly, yet she refrained from speaking further, merely aligning her wrist device with Su Bai's. The juxtaposition of their gadgets vividly illustrated the contrast between opulence and simplicity. Kong Qing's device resembled a masterfully crafted timepiece adorned with diamonds, while Su Bai's was a children's electronic watch purchased for a mere 10 coins. Little Meng, transfer 20,000, she commanded. A silver fox hologram materialized from her intelligence device as she reiterated, Union coins. The silver fox, clutching a bag of coins, tossed it toward the ancient-style girl projected on Su Bai's wrist. Upon the completion of the transaction, Su Bai gazed at the screen projected by his wristwatch, grinning foolishly. Union bank account balance, 62, for 171 Union coins. Wealth had suddenly graced him. Kong Qing fixed her gaze on him and asked, Can you ensure my smooth passage through the assessment? Don't push your luck, another 20,000. Consider it done. Su Bai felt invigorated. He had just earned 40,000 in a matter of moments, and the ease of it was astonishing. After another transfer, both were secretly reveling in their good fortune. Su Bai believed Kong Qing was naive and affluent, while Kong Qing thought Su Bai was somewhat deranged. However, in the days to come, every time she recalled the assessment planet, an indescribable pain would tug at her heart, leading to a deep sense of regret. Li Cheng gazed at the retreating golden beast, lost in contemplation, pondering where the issue lay. Had the golden beast malfunctioned, or had it simply lost interest in golden material? Su Wan also sensed something amiss and questioned. Is the golden beast ignoring them? I don't know. We should report this to the higher-ups. If we don't clarify the situation, this method of assessment may soon become obsolete. She directly applied for a connection to the central control room, the same place where Dean Xuanwu had previously been located. Mecha Department Teacher, Li Cheng, Employee Number, 5712. This is the central control room. Please report your concerns. I am following the assessment student Su Bai, who has evaded the golden beast's pursuit twice now. Was the proof lost? Strangely enough, the voucher had not been lost. The signal points within it had been continuously moving alongside him. After a moment of silence, as if deliberating something, a response was received. Duly noted, continue monitoring. Su Bai led Kong Qing to the riverbank where they had initially landed. Kong Qing, having sustained injuries during her one-sided battle with the golden beast, required prompt treatment to prevent infection. This place was no different from the outside. Even a minor wound could lead to failure in the assessment. With a splash, Kong Qing washed her wounds by the river and approached, having wrapped them with Su Bai's clothing. As for why she used Su Bai's attire, it was simply because her combat suit was difficult to tear. And Su Bai had expressed that exchanging a sleeve for 1,000 Union coins was a deal he found quite favorable. Observing Su Bai lost in thought, she inquired, What are you pondering? Making money, he replied without hesitation. He realized he could earn 41,000 Union coins from Kong Qing shortly, which made him believe that wealth was within reach. Although this foolish girl was easy to profit from, he felt a twinge of guilt about continually exploiting her, especially since she was akin to a prized ewe. After all, there were plenty of people on the assessment star, even without this naive girl's wealth. It was reasonable to expect each person to contribute 2,000. In a short span, he devised a flawless plan and began to explain it to Kong Qing. After a moment, she twitched her lips, questioning, Are you certain this won't get us killed? Indeed. Su Bai slapped his forehead. Realizing that this approach would surely attract animosity, he needed to think of a different strategy. Gradually, he turned his gaze to Kong Qing and proposed, I will handle the upper portion. When it comes to collecting money, you can step in. We'll split the earnings 80-20. You take 1, I take 9. Impossible. I refuse to participate. Kong Qing rejected the idea without a moment's thought. Her pride wouldn't allow her to stoop for such a paltry sum. Raising an eyebrow, Su Bai replied nonchalantly, If you don't go, I'll crush your voucher. Will you go or not? I will. Chapter 10. I, Su Bai, have principles outside the assessment star. A fleet was docked amidst the stars. At the center, a colossal starship, its hull hollowed out, stood as a focal point. Inside, the silver-white flooring intertwined with high-transparency glass material, exuding a sense of technological elegance. Precision instruments were meticulously arranged, and countless images projected into the air, revealing scenes from the assessment planet. Staff members donned in white uniforms, emblazoned with the words Zhen Yuan on their backs, hurriedly navigated between the images. Xian Wu entered with his hands clasped behind his back. Everyone ceased their actions, respectfully greeting, "Good day, Director." Xian Wu, smiling, waved his hand, signaling them to resume their tasks. At that moment, an elderly man who appeared to be of similar age to Xian Wu approached. "Grandfather Xian, what brings you here?" "Little Shun, I've told you to call me Director, not Grandfather. You're making me feel old." The Vice Dean of the Academy and concurrently the head of the research department, Shun Mingyang, helplessly called out, "Director." He felt that even addressing Xian Wu as grandfather made him feel youthful. He recalled how, when he was young and first enrolled in Jinyuan, Xian Wu had already been like this, showing no signs of change. Xian Wu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the young man's potential. "Tell me, what promising talents do we have this year?" As matters of importance arose, Shun Mingyang led Xuan Wu towards a device, gesturing as images flickered and a video materialized. The footage depicted Su Bai skillfully slaying a golden beast. His name is Su Bai, and he is currently projected to have a 100% probability of passing the assessment. I am acquainted with him. Such a young third-tier geneticist should, under normal circumstances, have no issue passing the evaluation. Oh, he is indeed a third-tier geneticist? Xuan Wu paused momentarily, pondering if it was not precisely his status that contributed to such a high success rate. After recovering from his astonishment, Shun Mingyang elucidated. The reason for his remarkable success rate lies in his unknown method of eluding the golden beast tracking of the certification. It is rumored that he also rescued a female candidate from a reputable merchant association. Xuan Wu nodded thoughtfully, refraining from inquiring about the certification and instead asking, how did he come to associate with the merchant association? The reputable merchant association, as a neutral force in the universe, possesses financial resources rivaled only by the Universe Alliance Bank established under the auspices of the Divine Kingdom. Such significant power often invites numerous controversies, and aligning with them is hardly advantageous. Shun Mingyang's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation, hesitating as he reported, according to his protector's mentor. It seems to involve several tens of thousands of united coins. Xuan Wu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, and reluctantly returned to the main topic. Moving on to the next point. Truly bizarre. What could several tens of thousands of united coins accomplish? It is no wonder they are from the reputable merchant association, each one shrewd and cunning. Shun Mingyang waved his hand, switching the video, his expression growing serious as he pointed at the screen. In the new footage, a figure with hair tied back had their face obscured by blood, their garments entirely soaked in crimson. Even their eyes appeared to meld with the sanguine liquid. This individual was voraciously consuming the flesh of a golden beast. Suddenly, someone dashed out from beside them, yet the meat-eater seemed instinctively aware, not even glancing at the intruder, and thrust a bone, still dripping with meat, towards the assailant. After dispatching the attacker, they disregarded the blood that stained the golden beast's flesh and resumed tearing into it, exuding a ferocity akin to a hellish demon, sending a nearby golden beast fleeing in terror. Currently, his records remain untraceable. He has claimed the lives of 13 golden beasts, but the number of candidates he has slain likely exceeds 100. Xuan Wu remarked softly, "This style bears a resemblance to the realm of the hellish deities." Shun Mingyang scrolled again, revealing a new video featuring a girl clad in pink combat attire, with long black hair and pale purple eyes. She wielded a straight, elongated bone, its sides sharpened to resemble a sword devoid of hilt. Surrounded by several golden beasts, her bone sword danced with impenetrable precision, leaving the beasts utterly helpless against her. Lu Shi, a second-tier geneticist. Scrolling further, a burly man with short hair and gray eyes appeared, brandishing a golden beast's thigh bone. Jeremy. Another scroll revealed a golden-haired, blue-eyed fierce figure, Hybel, hailing from the divine kingdom of Olympus. At that moment, the currently playing video abruptly vanished, replaced by the image of a middle-aged man. The Dean, in the Dream Mountain Star System, Zhuangdong Star, has discovered traces of the evil God Council. Xuan Wu remained unfazed. His task was to oversee the assessment star, and there would surely be others to handle the evil God Council. He even harbored some confusion as to why this information was being reported to him. The man hesitated slightly and whispered, in the transmitted images, the leader is the mythological Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. His gaze darkened as he turned to leave, instructing, Xiao Shun. The assessment will proceed as normal. You are fully responsible. The fleet possesses 2 Galaxy-class warships, so safety is not a concern. Before his words had fully settled, he had vanished from Shun Mingyang's sight. A moment later, a black hole opened above the fleet, and the enormous Xuan Wu descended, only to disappear in the blink of an eye. Robbery? No, it's a protection fee. A bare-chested masked man leaped from the trees, pursued by a pack of golden beasts. Below, 3 young men huddled together, trembling, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the dozen identifiable 2-star golden beasts. The masked man's head was tightly wrapped in white cloth, with only his eyes visible. He circled around the 3 below, leading the golden beasts, who showed no interest in the others. Did you hear that? A robbery. or I'll run," he shouted. 2,000 united credits per person, no credit. The three boys were nearly in tears. What is this person thinking? There are only 6,000 united credits in total. Is this really necessary? Ancestor, I call you ancestor, please just leave. I can pay. I'll pay, I will. Please stop this. I will give you the money right away. The masked man, elated, called out as he ran a bit farther with the golden beasts. Silly girl. Come out to collect the money. After a while, Kong Qing finally hesitated before jumping down from a tree and approaching the group. Although this was not her first time, she still felt uneasy. The three boys dared not entertain any other thoughts, hurriedly transferring the money to Kong Qing, desperate for the two to leave quickly. Once Kong Qing appeared, the masked man's identity became clear. Su Bai noticed Kong Qing signaling and gleefully led the golden beasts away, subsequently feeding the golden material to Yuan Bao and shaking off the beasts. When he returned, the three had already fled, leaving only Kong Qing leaning against a tree, her expression one of despair. Su Bai removed his scarf and patted her shoulder, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Quickly transfer the money to me. 3 people, 6,000. Transfer 5,400 to me." Kong Qing numbly transferred all the money. Ding, 6,000 credits received. Su Bai took Kong Qing's hand and returned 600. Grumbling, "I am a person of principles. A 1-9 split means 1-9, so don't try to play tricks. I beg you, let me go." Under the threat of the golden beasts, Kong Qing suddenly burst into tears. If those people spread the word, what will happen to my reputation? She could not imagine the expressions of others if they learned that a member of the Credibility Association had resorted to robbing a few thousand united credits. She would certainly be humiliated. Su Bai looked at her as if she were foolish and waved his hand dismissively at his ill-fitting white clothing, saying, "Indeed. There are only misnamed individuals, not misnicknamed ones. Silly girl, can't you cover your face?" Kong Qing was left speechless. In the days that followed, tales of the bare-chested, white-clad masked man and the leaf-wrapped woman, leading golden beasts to commit robberies, spread among the assessors. Among those who had been robbed, some claimed to have seen the woman accompanying the masked man, identifying her as Miss Qing of the Credibility Association. However, no one believed it, scoffing at the idea that members of the Credibility Association would rob a few thousand united credits. After all, who was Miss Qing? She is a refined young lady, possessing both grace and education. In contrast, the woman from the tree leaf tribe, aside from her appealing figure, exhibits an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. How is she even remotely similar to Miss Qing? On the aircraft, Su Wan gazed at the duo engaged in robbery, at a loss for words as she witnessed Kong Qing gradually taking on Su Bai's form. "Teacher, isn't this inappropriate?" Li Cheng sighed, responding with gravity, "It must remain confidential. Do not speak of it. Why? I fear he may be killed if he goes out." In recent days, Su Bai had encountered formidable opponents, particularly individuals from the divine domain, each more haughty than the last. Without any personal vendetta, Su Bai would not truly harm anyone. The pursuit of wealth and the act of killing are two entirely different matters. Li Cheng had witnessed individuals refusing to comply, only for Su Bai to helplessly lead away the golden beast, returning with a changed approach. He did not even bother with the pretense of collecting protection fees, directly beating the individual to a pulp in a blatant act of robbery. Some of these individuals held positions that would instill fear in her within the academy. They were merely teachers and students. However, outside, the words divine nation and divine domain held significant weight. Joint bank account balance, 399,071 joint coins, Su Bai calculated. Exclaiming with excitement, "I earned 336,600. He felt that this was his paradise, making money while remaining steadfast in hunting golden beasts and absorbing golden energy. Although his progress in energy absorption had slowed slightly due to Kong Qing's presence, the capacity of his golden core had grown to a level where it could be transformed into the size of a small forearm. Wow, how impressive, Kong Qing feigned flattery. Despite nearly recouping the money given to Su Bai, she felt no joy, as this string of numbers represented 187 victims. Over the past few days, she had gained a clear understanding of Su Bai's strength. Even the Zhao family from the divine domain had been subdued by him. Fortunately, his face had been covered. Otherwise, given the number of people he had offended in these few days, he would likely face dire consequences upon his return. Su Bai contemplated it was time to expand his operations. He had nearly collected all the protection fees in this area and sought to share the wealth with others as well. Having discerned the method, he found that 2-star golden beasts posed no threat to him. Should he be unable to defeat them, he could always flee. With strength comes confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Baka, the newcomer from Takamagara, Sakamoto, found himself surrounded by 2-star golden beasts. With a collision, he sustained severe injuries. As the golden beasts lunged at him once more, Sakamoto instinctively summoned his mech, resulting in a 10-meter-tall steel mech of black and red appearing to envelop him. A golden beast struck the mech, merely pushing it back. Sakamoto was momentarily stunned, although he did not understand why he could summon the mech. The current predicament left him no time for contemplation, prompting him to engage in combat with the golden beasts. In the control room, Old Shun, someone has summoned a mech. Shen Mingyang had anticipated this. What is the status of the candidates? A total of 127. For billion participants, with 80 million remaining uneliminated. And over 118 billion rescued and sent back, while the remainder are confirmed deceased. Is the death toll under 10 billion? This year's rescue team has performed admirably. I shall commend them later. The candidates gathered, the launch of the Samsung Golden Beast commenced, and the ban on mechas was finally lifted. The final assessment began. Chapter 11. The golden rose. The sun blazed high in the sky, with not a whisper of wind. Su Bai spoke with enthusiasm about the next steps of their plan. Kong Qing nodded repeatedly, signaling her agreement. Yet, her dilating pupils seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the clear sky. Rather than being startled, Kong Qing appeared elated, a look of relief washing over her face as she swiftly climbed a tree. I wanted to see what was happening. Su Bai paused, sighed, and followed her up. In the air, a blinding red light illuminated the surroundings. At that moment, the starships drifting across the planet emitted a simultaneous announcement. All candidates, proceed towards the light point to commence the final assessment. Candidates outside the designated area 3 days hence will be eliminated. Effective immediately, the ban on mechas is lifted. You may use them freely. This message was repeated thrice, and all starships surged towards the light. Su Bai inquired with confusion, what is the final assessment? Kong Qing's expression grew solemn. As one of the 5 elite seed members of the Credibility Merchant Association, she possessed knowledge beyond that of the average individual. The activation of the final assessment would occur once someone utilized a mecha, leading to the deployment of numerous Samsung Golden Beasts in the assessment zone. The Academy had merely issued a verbal prohibition against mechas. The mecha space was intrinsically linked to the human brain, rendering it impossible to be entirely sealed off. Nonetheless, a tacit understanding circulated among the upper echelons. The use of mechas during assessments at S-class academies was strictly forbidden. The disparity between 1- and 2-star Golden Beasts and their 3-star counterparts was immense. Even a creature measuring merely dozens of meters, or nearly 100, was beyond their capacity to confront, and piloting a mecha would be futile. The higher the conventional mecha's grade, the greater the burden on its user. Otherwise, the affluent would simply wield a galactic-grade mecha with impunity. It was evident that a certain faction, unable to contend with the Golden Beasts, was unwilling to forfeit the assessment, jeopardizing everyone involved. She did not suspect that the mecha space was accessed by a civilian. The reason was solely financial constraints. A meteor-grade mecha exceeded 1 million United credits, an expense far beyond the means of an ordinary citizen. Kong Qing abruptly queried, do you possess a mecha? No, Su Bai replied with unwavering certainty, his innocent gaze permitting no room for doubt. What a pity, Kong Qing remarked with a smile, reminiscent of a farmer triumphantly singing after a hard-earned victory. The distance to the light cluster was considerable. Without a mecha, reaching it in 3 days was impossible. As she spoke, she communicated telepathically with the mecha space, and a magnificent mecha materialized behind her. The mecha, towering at an estimated 20 meters, featured an elongated chassis predominantly in rose gold, with 2 ominous black cannons on its shoulders glinting dangerously in the light. A planetary-grade mecha, named the Golden Rose. It was not that she lacked the funds for a more advanced model. Rather, the burden imposed by a planetary-grade mecha was perfectly suited to her physique. While piloting a stellar-grade mecha would adversely affect her capabilities. Kong Qing crossed her arms and regarded Su Bai. 200,000, and I shall take you there. She could almost envision Su Bai's expression, akin to that of a miser parting with his wealth, causing her to chuckle, dispelling the gloom of recent days. What goes around comes around. Your turn has come. To her surprise, Su Bai remained expressionless, merely responding with a detached "Oh, then you may go. If you seek my money, you are but dreaming. Are you not afraid of failing the assessment?" Su Bai smirked. Have you forgotten something? Your credential is still in my possession. Just imagine, if I do not make it into the final assessment circle, will you be eliminated as well? Kong Qing's expression stiffened. Realizing her premature joy, quickly transfer 2,000 to me, and I shall escort you inside. Su Bai deftly turned the tables, leaving Kong Qing's face as grim as if she had bitten into something foul. With a fierce glare, she ultimately complied and handed over the 2,000. Soon after, she guided Su Bai into the mech cockpit, maneuvering the machine towards the light point, and not a word was exchanged between them. The credential remained with Su Bai, meaning that within the assessment circle, she was required to protect him, which further darkened her countenance. To the south, a blood-soaked demon withdrew its hand from the terrified individual, shaking it off casually. Swiftly, it ascended a tree, leaping high as a crimson mech enveloped it, transforming into a stream of blood as it soared towards the light point. To the north, a girl with soft lavender eyes tied her black hair with slender branches, securing a bone sword at her back, as she summoned a scarlet mech. To To the west, a stout man with gray eyes gazed at the light point as a colossal wolf mech emerged. He did not enter the cockpit, but instead sat upon the wolf's back, which dashed across the ground with a speed rivaling that of the flying machines above. Simultaneously, countless mechs ascended into the sky, all with the same target, the dazzling light. 3 days later, at the final assessment circle, a loud bang erupted as a shell spun forth. Exploding upon the golden beast, golden powder erupted from the cannon on the shoulder of the mech, which now bore scratch marks. Su Bai, sharing Kong Qing's perspective, observed 2 golden beasts reduced to mere rubble and remarked, "Well done, you managed to defeat 2 two-star golden beasts." Humph, Kong Qing scoffed. The assessors rushed towards the final circle, naturally drawn by the golden beasts. Occasionally, they encountered these creatures, while she fought valiantly over the past 3 days. Su Bai remained relaxed, especially knowing he still needed to pay her. She deeply regretted adhering to that ridiculous rule. Summoning a mech directly would have been far more advantageous. Noticing Kong Qing's attitude, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling no anger. After all, who wouldn't want to win effortlessly? It was just unfortunate that she couldn't reap any financial rewards. The thought of so much small change slipping away caused him a pang of heartache. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of the previous light formation, which now detonated. The orb that had hung in the sky for 3 days scattered, transforming into a luminous veil that enveloped the final assessment circle. A voice emanated from the starship. 3 days have elapsed. Assessors outside the veil will be eliminated. Best of luck to all. Simultaneously, the remaining assessors outside the veil found their credentials igniting spontaneously as the rescue team swiftly took them away. Above the final assessment area, the starship began deploying golden beasts, this time larger than before, with many measuring several dozen meters in length. 3-star golden beasts differ significantly from 1 or 2 stars. They possess a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, making them much more formidable opponents. Moreover, they could fly, with even the smallest reaching the height of a typical 7-story building, rendering the advantages of mech flight and size utterly insignificant. How immense they are. Su Bai sighed, then lay back, encouraging, "I have faith in you." Kong Qing's eyes were red with anger. After a moment, she forced herself to regain her composure, analyzing the current situation. Presently, she possessed an unparalleled advantage. Su Bai had severed the aura of the golden material from the credentials, rendering the golden beasts incapable of tracking them, significantly enhancing their safety. With this thought, she found Su Bai somewhat more agreeable. Yet, one can never predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. Under the signal from the higher-ups, Li Cheng sprinkled a small pouch of highly adhesive golden powder onto Kong Qing's mech. Su Bai, waving the banner of the golden beasts, engaged in robbery. And those above could no longer tolerate it. They could not afford to continue casually slipping into Jinyuan in the final circle. However, they were oblivious to how Su Bai had blocked the golden beast's sensitivity to the golden material, rendering them unable to find a targeted solution, thus resorting to exorbitant expenditures for this desperate measure. Now, in terms of quantity, the golden material adhered to the golden powder on the rows had surged to become the most among all test participants. Ding. Warning. Scanning for unidentified substances attached to the mech. The scanning results are as follows. Total weight of attachments 300 g, golden material 78, super strong adhesive 22. The expressions of the two in the cockpit changed. The mech's warning struck them like a heavy blow, leaving them stunned. Su Bai's face turned grim, recalling the first time he was relentlessly pursued by a 2-star golden beast. "So you can't play anymore, can you?" Kong Qing was equally distressed. With such a large amount of golden material, the golden beast would undoubtedly target her as the primary objective. The pink rose under her control struggled against several 2-star golden beasts, let alone a 3-star golden beast. Was the Academy not clearly intent on eliminating her? What to do? Kong Qing furrowed her brow. Did this mean she had to abandon the mech? Su Bai fell into deep thought. He could absorb the golden material. As long as he absorbed the golden powder, the danger would be resolved, but he could not bear the cost of exposure. He slowly spoke. "I have never engaged with a 3-star golden beast, so I am unfamiliar with its strength. Can you find someone to spar with?" At the same level, human physicality was far inferior to that of golden beasts, particularly at the lower tiers. For a Tier 3 geneticist to engage in close combat with a 3-star golden beast was akin to a fool's dream. Don't joke. A 3-star golden beast could eliminate me in an instant. Planetary-grade mechs could indeed contend with 3-star golden beasts, but the issue was that Kong Qing could not. Given her physical strength, supporting a planetary-grade mech in full combat would not ensure her safety. She would undoubtedly succumb to the immense burden. Su Bai tentatively proposed. "May I pilot your mech?" Upon hearing this, Kong Qing hesitated. A mech was not a vehicle that could be casually lent out. Under the dual control system of sensory and mental engagement, a mech required virtual intelligence authentication for a second pilot. This meant that the virtual intelligence would have a second master, and her information security would be gravely jeopardized. Su Bai did not rush her. He understood what this entailed. Yet it was the only solution. Only Tier 3 or higher geneticists could fully unleash the combat power of a planetary-grade mech. Kong Qing did not outright refuse. She fixed her gaze on Su Bai's eyes. Present me with a reason that can persuade me. I am a Tier 3 geneticist. Is that sufficient? Kong Qing's pupils quivered almost imperceptibly as she suppressed the shock within her heart and uttered two words: enough. As a member of the reputable Merchant Association, she had spent her formative years steeped in genetic fluid, yet she had only attained a secondary level. The aspiration to break through to the tertiary level seemed a distant dream. Without further hesitation, she instructed Su Bai to close his eyes and press the device on her wrist to his forehead. Xiaoming synchronized with his brainwaves. A silver fox materialized and charged towards Su Bai's forehead, vanishing the instant it made contact with his skin. Instantly, Su Bai felt his consciousness. In addition to connecting with an Yu link with another entity, Kong Qing issued a stern warning: do not pry into my information. Should you stumble upon something you ought not to see, do not blame me. She was not threatening Su Bai. The silver fox contained a wealth of internal information from the Merchant Association, the repercussions of which were too grave for anyone to bear. Su Bai nodded affirmatively. He had no inclination to invade others' privacy. Seizing the opportunity, he took control of the mecha, moving it with ease. The golden powder rose responded as if it were an extension of his own body, mirroring his every motion. Meanwhile, Kong Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. With such proficiency, are you telling me you have never operated a mecha? Chapter 12. The Great Filial Treasure. Ding ding ding. Alert. Enemy attack. A shrill alarm echoed across the fleet beyond the assessment star, with ominous red lights flashing erratically. From the depths of the starry sky, a battleship approached, unleashing a blinding ray towards the fleet, followed by a torrent of mechas surging forth. Though the ray lacked formidable power and was intercepted by the energy shield, the act of launching an immediate offensive without prior communication conveyed a clear message. Shen Mingyang stood beneath the energy shield, his expression grave. Have we contacted the director? The communications officer beside him shook his head. It seems premeditated. Shen Mingyang turned and entered the command room, summoning the entire assessment star rescue team back to prepare for battle. I have received the director's orders to protect Su Bai, unless the director himself issues a command. I am afraid I cannot comply. Should anything happen, I will take full responsibility before the director. Li Cheng severed the communication, his expression grim. Especially at such a critical moment. Su Wan inquired with concern, Teacher, what is the matter? An enemy attack. It is the rabble of the Evil God Council. Su Wan's heart sank. The Evil God Council comprised individuals with twisted psyches. While madness itself is not terrifying, it becomes perilous when paired with considerable strength. Her knowledge of this organization was limited, but she was aware that it housed mythical mechas, including the legendary Azure Dragon of the Celestial Realm. With the director present, they should not pose a significant threat, right? The issue is that the director has been lured away. Li Cheng reduced the altitude of the aircraft, intending to recall the rescue team, but with the 3-star Golden Beast deployed, what would become of the candidate's safety? Before the deployment of the 3-star Golden Beast, matters were manageable. However, now, with the deployment in progress and the rescue team retreating, it seemed fortunate if even 1 million out of the 80 million could survive. Among those who could endure until the final assessment circle, few were not of illustrious lineage. She could already foresee the storm of criticism that the Zhenyuan Academy would face once the assessment concluded. As the assessment circle shrank, the likelihood of encountering others increased. In the jungle, dozens of mechas congregated, with the golden powder rose among them. Had it been before, Su Bai would have certainly refrained from forming alliances, as that would merely attract more golden beasts. However, now he found himself in need of assistance to alleviate some pressure. Whether others were willing to help was no longer his concern. Why does it feel off? Where have the golden beasts gone? They had arrived half an hour ago. Yet now, not a single 3-star golden beast could be seen, nor any of the previously abundant 1 or 2-star golden beasts. It was as if they had evaporated upon entering the assessment zone. In the stillness of the forest, everyone seemed lost in their thoughts. Eventually, someone could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and attempted to lighten the mood. It's been ages since we've seen a golden beast. They haven't been scared away by our numbers, have they? Ha ha ha. The mechs cast him a cold glance, and no one responded. The jest fell flat. Aside from Su Bai piloting a planetary-grade mech, it remained uncertain whether the rest, even collectively, could withstand a single 3-star golden beast. The fear of encountering a beast was daunting, yet the absence of one brought an intangible pressure that could drive a person to madness. What should we do? Shall we take a look? Leaving the group at this juncture was undeniably unwise, but an unsettling feeling lingered in Su Bai's heart, making him uncomfortable. After some hesitation, Kong Qing nodded. She was acutely aware of the amount of gold material that had stained the golden powder rose, yet the lack of golden beasts was peculiar. Rather than waiting in vain, it was better to investigate the situation. If death awaited, she preferred to meet it with clarity. With a crunch, the golden powder rose stepped on a dry branch, the sound piercing through the otherwise silent environment. The others turned to see the golden powder rose moving deeper into the thicket. What are you doing? Isn't it better to stay put? Don't attract the golden beasts. Su Bai said, not bothering to look back. The forest was like a still pond, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, with only the occasional sound of mechs snapping twigs beneath their weight. The mood of the two gradually darkened. After 2 hours of wandering, they had encountered several people, yet still no sign of the golden beasts. Upon passing another mech gathering, they had barely stepped away when footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. Turning around, Su Bai saw a cerulean mech rushing toward him. Hey, wait for me. The cerulean mech quickly approached, exclaiming, Big sister, I'll walk with you. Su Bai's expression darkened as he corrected, I am a male. Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to offend. It's just that your mech color is rather flamboyant. Now it was Kong Qing's turn to frown. After all, the golden powder rose was designed by the renowned mech designer, Master Lan, making this person seem rather ignorant. Enough. Why aren't you staying back? What do you want to follow me for? You must have noticed, there is something amiss. But they're all unwilling to venture out. I don't dare go alone. From horror films, I've learned that those who do nothing till the end seldom survive. The individual paused before continuing. Someone just crushed their credential, yet no rescue team has arrived. Without a rescue team, encountering a 3-star golden beast means certain death. I don't wish to wait for death. I want to live. Su Bai raised an eyebrow but said nothing, continuing onward. The individual took his silence as acquiescence and hurried to keep pace. By the way, my name is Damon, he said. Su Bai muted the external sound and inquired. What do you think? Kong Qing fixated on the deep blue mech behind her, her professional instincts kicking in. The satellite-grade mech from the Azure Knight series, produced by Deep Sea Technology Corp, primarily targets the sales market in the Yalu Star region, priced at 7,200,000 United credits. I wasn't inquiring about the mech. I meant the person, Su Bai retorted, his lips twitching. The staggering price made him acutely aware of his own financial limitations. And his interest waned instantly. Never mind, let him tag along. He's no threat anyway. An hour passed. The gold dust rose, and the Azure Knight soared through the skies. Unrestrained, Su Bai glanced around, noting the absence of any flying 3-star golden beasts. Curiously, apart from himself, several mechs hovered above, seemingly searching for something. Inside the aircraft, Li Cheng furrowed her brow. The disappearance of the golden beasts, coupled with the dire situation in outer space, filled her with foreboding. However, with personnel tied up, there was little she could do to investigate the peculiarities of the assessment star. Where had all those golden beasts vanished to? A troubling thought began to arise within her. Strange, there's nothing visible from above, Su Bai muttered, descending once more. Returning to the forest at a height of 100 meters, he remained still, contemplating. Until, boom, Su Bai abruptly turned, seizing the neck of the Azure Knight with his left hand while his right lunged forcefully towards its cockpit. The seemingly robust Azure Knight crumbled effortlessly before the complete form of the gold dust rose, being pierced through, and Damon was yanked from the cockpit. Su Bai released his grip, and the sparking Azure Knight crashed to the ground. He held Damon, whose expression was contorted with madness, his gray eyes brimming with frenzy. Before him, I sensed something was off about you. Could you no longer contain yourself? I'm no noteworthy figure. I merely wish to follow the main group. Haven't you seen in horror films that the first to perish are the reckless ones? Cough, cough, don't be so smug. The beast god will avenge me. You will all perish. The beast god. Su Bai's pupils constricted, and with a fierce grip, he crushed Damon into a pulp. A beast slave of the beast god sect. The gold dust rose ascended, and Su Bai leapt from the mech, waving at the sky. Hoping that his mentor was still nearby, Li Cheng observed Su Bai's actions. Academy regulations stipulated that teachers must remain unseen during assessments, except during eliminations. However, the circumstances were peculiar. Perhaps Su Bai had uncovered something. Convincing herself, the aircraft descended, revealing a silver orb. The door of the aircraft opened, and Li Cheng emerged, with Su Wan behind her blowing a kiss to Su Bai. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a familiar face. This made things easier. He promptly asked, Teacher, was the disappearance of the golden beasts orchestrated by the Academy? Li Cheng candidly replied, No. Upon hearing this, Su Bai directly pointed to the pulp in the right hand of the gold dust rose and stated, He is a beast slave. I suspect this is all a conspiracy of the beast god sect. Li Cheng's expression grew serious. Yet another complication with the beast god sect. Are you certain? Absolutely. All right. I understand. Li Cheng returned to the spacecraft, facing a peculiar circumstance that necessitated his immediate return to the command center for a report. With no one to safeguard him, he was urged to exercise caution. The battle in outer space was fierce, and the intense magnetic fluctuations rendered the signals unstable, compelling him to report in person. The Council of Evil Gods had allied with the Beast God sect, creating a significant dilemma. Nobody is here to protect me? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Realizing this implied a lack of surveillance over him. As the silver sphere vanished, he gazed down at the mecha beneath him, as if he could perceive Kong Qing within. After a brief contemplation, he pressed his hand against the head of the mecha, swiftly absorbing the metallic fragments attached to its surface. Having completed his task, he returned to the cockpit. Xiaoming, please check for any residual metallic substances on the surface of the mecha. Detection in progress. Detection complete. No metallic residue found. Satisfied, Su Bai smiled. He was now safe. Before Kong Qing could inquire, he preemptively stated, the teacher provided a bottle of something that cleansed the metallic substances. Kong Qing responded with a hint of skepticism, but refrained from further questioning. Suddenly, Yuan Bao, who had been silent for a long time, barked excitedly in a particular direction. Su Bai picked him up, asking, are you saying we should go that way? Wu. Yuan Bao nodded eagerly. Su Bai did not decline and maneuvered the mecha in that direction. With boldness comes audacity, since the metallic powder had been eliminated from the golden rose. There was no fear of being detected by the golden beasts. It was worth investigating, as Yuan Bao might uncover something significant. The forest was dense with towering trees, impeding their progress. Thus, Su Bai took flight. Although the lush canopies concealed much of the scenery below, guided by Yuan Bao's navigation, they steadily advanced toward their destination. Woof. Turn left. Woo-woo. Continue straight, right? Yuan Bao perched atop Su Bai's head, directing him with his chubby little paws. Su Bai followed his guidance without hesitation. Kong Qing observed the scene with an odd expression. Why does it seem like Yuan Bao is piloting Su Bai? After an indeterminate flight, dusk descended. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Yuan Bao leaped down with a joyful bark. We've arrived. Su Bai looked down, but the dense branches obscured his view, leaving him unable to see anything. He maneuvered the mecha downward while activating its searchlight. They hovered near a seemingly bottomless pit. Two piercing white beams of light cut through the darkness, with the golden rose peering inquisitively into the abyss. Yuan Bao, what is this place? Woo. This is the place I was searching for. What am I searching for? Su Bai's expression changed abruptly as realization struck. He turned to flee, exclaiming, I owe my gratitude to your ancestors. At that moment, countless red lights ignited within the pit, a sight both terrifying and eerie. It resembled the illusions conjured by the town abyss monument, where endless red lights flickered in the bottomless void. Chapter 13. 10 consecutive kills. The thunderous roar of cannon fire illuminated the starry sky. The Academy's fleet and mechas were retreating steadily under the relentless attack of the Black Mecha Legion from the Council of Evil Gods. Logically, with a Star System-class battleship, the Academy should not be retreating so quickly. However, 3 towering mechas loomed above the battlefield, showing no regard for reason. They had only struck once since their emergence. Yet that singular attack had obliterated a Star System-class battleship. Consequently, the Black Mecha Legion began to methodically consume the Academy's fleet. The remnants of mechs lie scattered, their severed limbs visible everywhere, while the once formidable fleet has dwindled to fewer than 100 vessels. Old Shun, we can no longer hold on. A man rushed in, reporting the grim situation. 1 starship at the Galaxy class has been lost, 7 at the Nebula class, and 6 mech pilots are down. 28 at the Stellar class and 58 mech pilots have perished. All planetary class and lower vessels have been destroyed, and the casualties among the mech pilots are beyond enumeration. Shen Mingyang gazed at the 3 mechs hovering above, the tide of defeat unmistakable. 3 mechs from the mythic Azure Dragon subordinates, the 7 stars of Azure Dragon, had arrived. Most mythic mechs possess subordinate mechs of varying quality. The 7 stars of Azure Dragon, being the cream of the crop among mythic subordinate mechs, share the same exceptional potential for growth as their mythic counterparts, although mechs are superior to starships of the same class. The mythic subordinate Kong Jinlong managed to pierce through a Galaxy-class starship with a single horn, indicating its growth to at least the Galaxy level. With his fingertips tapping the table, Shen Mingyang commanded, request support from the Jinyuan Guard. However, the Jinyuan Guard, go now? He bellowed. Aware that their target was clearly the examinees on the assessment planet, every second wasted meant another life lost. Yes. Meanwhile, a crimson streak sped towards Jinyuan Academy. Teacher, why are we returning to the Academy? Su Wan inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't we report to the command center? Li Cheng, focused on piloting the mech, replied in a low voice. I suspect there is a traitor. I am not at ease. Before Su Wan could ask further, a thick, robust tail descended, obstructing their path. Yuan Bao, I truly regret this. You'll have your share of the repercussions. Roar. Upon hearing the mention of food, Yuan Bao excitedly licked Su Bai, ignoring it. Su Bai desperately squeezed every ounce of potential from the mech, pushing its speed to the limit. Yet, he still could not shake off the golden beasts trailing behind. 10 3-star golden beasts seemed to be under some command, 5 soaring in the skies and 5 pursuing on the ground, eliminating any chance for Su Bai to escape. The largest golden beast stretched over 80 meters, while the smaller ones measured around 30 to 40 meters. The 20-meter golden powder rose stood before them like a mere doll. Kong Qing, how many are following us? Su Bai skillfully maneuvered through the gaps between the trees, not daring to glance back. A collision with a tree would slow him down significantly. Kong Qing confirmed thrice, ensuring even the airborne ones were accounted for, replying, a total of 10. With 5 in the air, only 10 have come. Su Bai felt slightly reassured. That made things simpler. Possessing remarkable combat skills, he was never afraid of facing opponents of the same rank. Xiaomeng, we have 10 minutes left. A virtual clock appeared in the cockpit, counting down with precise accuracy. Kong Qing asked, puzzled, what is the purpose of this? To calculate their demise. 10 minutes, fleeting in nature. As the countdown reached 0, a soft chime echoed. Observe closely and learn well. Su Bai grinned, gripping the hilts of the 2 golden powder rose blades. He then halted his forward momentum, the golden powder mech reversing. Leaping like a butterfly. With a clang, both blades were drawn simultaneously, their tips pointing downward, and with a sudden upward motion, 2 arcs of blade light, as radiant as a full moon, slashed towards the golden beasts. The 5 golden beasts had yet to react when one of them bore an X mark upon its visage. Mere seconds later, a muffled explosion resounded, and the head of the golden beast erupted, its body collapsing to the ground. A Samsung golden beast, swiftly dispatched. Have you grasped the lesson? The blades of the golden powder rose shimmered in a hue of gold, and in that moment of annihilation, not a single drop of blood marred the blade. Kong Qing's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Is this truly my golden powder rose? What else could it be? At this juncture, the golden beasts regained their composure, roaring as they encircled Su Bai, while the 5 in the sky descended. Blocking his rear, the golden beasts advanced menacingly, yet Su Bai remained undaunted, wielding his twin blades as extensions of his own being, directing them with effortless precision. With a roar, the 9 golden beasts fanned out, sealing off all of Su Bai's escape routes. The sky had darkened, the shadows of the trees rendering visibility to naught. Su Bai stowed away his spotlight. Battling while illuminated by 2 laser eyes was far too ostentatious. Fortunately, the mech was equipped with commendable night vision capabilities, proving quite effective. The 2 sides remained at an impasse, with Kong Qing still in a state of astonishment, savoring the spectacle of the golden beast's swift demise. The 9 golden beasts circled the golden powder rose, moving with a deliberate slowness. Su Bai furrowed his brow, given the nature of the golden beasts. They ought to have charged directly at him. Such unusual behavior hinted at something amiss. They seemed intent on stalling rather than attacking. Su Bai relaxed his brow. You wish to waste time? I shall not comply. He scanned the surroundings, fixing his gaze upon the largest of the beasts. When the golden beast turned its back to him, it would be at its most vulnerable. Now was the time to strike. And he would surely reap the rewards of this singular opportunity. The creature that posed the greatest threat to him became his prime target. Gripping his blades tightly, Su Bai monitored the movements of the golden beasts. Now, the golden powder rose's foot struck the ground with force as it leapt backward. Its golden form as graceful as a butterfly, executing a turn mid-air, the blade aimed directly at its foe. The chilling glimmer of the blade was both cold and lethal. As the 10-meter-long edge pierced the golden beast's body, everything proceeded smoothly, save for one miscalculation. The intended strike at the beast's brain had instead found its way into its chest. Su Bai had no time for disappointment. He swiftly executed his next move to remedy the situation. He severed the energy supply to the mech's flight, allowing the nearly 100-ton weight to rest entirely upon his blades. Subsequently, as he envisioned, the razor-sharp twin blades cleaved downward under the immense weight, carving 2 gaping wounds spanning several meters in the beast's chest. How? The fluidity of his maneuvers was executed in a flash. By the time Su Bai landed, the golden beast finally reacted, emitting a wretched cry. Its innards and blood gushed forth from the gaping wounds, with the golden powder rose bearing the brunt of the deluge. Drenched in a torrential downpour of blood, Su Bai's vision was obscured by a crimson mist. With a resounding thud, he smirked, having vanquished yet another foe. The remaining golden beasts, witnessing this, ceased their hesitation, brandishing their claws and lunging forward. With the largest dispatched, the rest were mere trifles. With a deft retreat, he evaded 2 golden beasts, charging his shoulder-mounted energy cannon. 2 brilliant beams of light shot forth, leaving dark imprints upon the surface of the golden creatures. Su Bai smacked his lips, questioning whether the power of these shots was merely ornamental or akin to a massage. The firepower was insufficient, prompting him to summon his dual blades, the rose. The densely packed trees in the forest, both thick and towering, constrained the agility of his mech. Ascending into the air, he aptly dubbed the golden powder, now more fittingly referred to as the blood rose. Just as he broke free of the treetops, the golden beasts pursued him closely. The earlier shots, while loud, had displayed only a feeble force. The tremendous noise shattered the tranquil night, reminiscent of stones cast into a serene lake. Within mere seconds, a swarm of mechs ascended into the sky, and Su Bai, engaged in battle with the golden beasts, fell into their line of sight. Upon spotting the golden beasts, A sense of unexpected exhilaration washed over them, as if the examination had returned to its central theme. Yet, they were soon engulfed by astonishment. Wow, incredible! Who is this deity capable of confronting so many 3-star golden beasts? He has slain one. Oh my god, you won't believe what I just saw. Another one down. His swordsmanship is utterly phenomenal. As the crowd gasped in awe, the astute among them hurried towards Su Bai. Recognizing the grave threat posed by the 3-star golden beasts and opting for safety in numbers. Under the moonlight, a figure capable of dispatching 3-star golden beasts was undoubtedly a formidable ally. However, the distance was considerable. Just because the mechs could see him did not mean their pilots could reach him swiftly. The fastest among them was still a kilometer away. Su Bai had sheathed his blades, having claimed the heads of 10 golden beasts. The blood rose descended, lifting a piece of golden beast flesh for sustenance before vanishing into the dense foliage. As others arrived, they found only a ground strewn with neatly severed remnants of the golden beasts. In the distance, a gigantic wolf hovered in the air, gazing in Su Bai's direction. Once all the golden beasts lay slain, the pilot of the giant wolf descended, muttering darkly, "Useless." At that moment, someone approached and remarked, "Hey, buddy, your mech looks quite impressive. Shall we team up?" Before he could finish his sentence, the giant wolf mech lunged forward, sinking its jaws into the newcomer and crushing him with brutal force, dark red blood oozing from its maw and pooling upon the ground. Gradually, a clear lake began to turn crimson. The blood rose emerged from the water, its body cleansed of blood. Kong Qing retracted her mech into its storage space. The two set about roasting meat by the lakeside. The flickering flames illuminated Kong Qing's face, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Su Bai. "Will you teach me your swordsmanship?" Her passion for the blade was genuine. The accompanying weapon for the blood rose should have been a sword. Yet she had insisted on a blade instead. Throughout her youth, she had invested considerable sums in mastering the art of swordplay, only to be deceived time and again. Consequently, the merchants of the Credibility Guild had often spoken of her misadventures. It was a disgrace that one of the contemporary 5 talents had fallen prey to trickery, especially in such a blatant manner. Nevertheless, her enthusiasm remained unwavering. Upon witnessing Su Bai's precise and unerring decimation of the golden beasts, her resolve began to waver. In the face of his skill, her rationality dissolved. "I want to teach you. I'll pay you. I still want to teach you. 2 million. Still not teaching. 10 times that. Not a chance." Kong Qing stared at Su Bai, her expression one of disbelief. What was happening? Had he undergone a transformation? Su Bai maintained a calm demeanor, though the hand roasting the meat trembled slightly. He wished to teach, yet his abilities were inadequate. Those skills were akin to instinctive responses, executed reflexively during offense or defense, as if each strike were destined to land in a specific place, devoid of any conscious technique. Much like a seasoned warrior, whose combat experience is ingrained in their very bones, engaging in battle is no challenge, yet imparting that knowledge to others proves difficult. 20 million. Su Bai's heart ached at the thought. Suppressing the pain, he maintained an indifferent facade, feigning the aloofness of one who seeks neither fame nor fortune. One must sacrifice either wealth or reputation. Losing both would be a grave misfortune. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Kong Qing let out a cold huff, meticulously analyzing the combat footage recorded by the mechs. If he would not teach, then she would learn on her own. Chapter 14. The Maiden of the Lake Jinyuan Star. Apart from the assessment period, the planet was notably desolate. At this moment, a passage in the sky opened, and a grand fleet surged forth. It was the Jinyuan Guard, the planet's strongest and sole defensive force, responding to a distress call. Once the guard departed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Half an hour later, at the starship docking platform, an unremarkable passenger starship descended. As one of the 5 prestigious S-rank academies, it was not surprising that visitors were drawn here. The starship docked. Yet curiously, only 4 individuals disembarked, 3 men and 1 woman. As the quartet emerged from the hall, they scoffed derisively at the Jinyuan monument at the exit. Among them, a woman of striking beauty remarked, "Eternal abyss? Such grandiose claims." Another burly man added, "It's merely a ruse to fool the young ones." Ordinarily, their disparaging remarks about the Jinyuan monument would incite discontent among those nearby. However, today, Jinyuan Star was particularly quiet, with only a scant few souls in the square. After a brief conversation, the 4 began to stroll outward. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the square, 7 individuals obstructed their path. The leading man wore a polite smile, addressing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are under arrest." The alluring woman feigned indignation. "Oh dear, how domineering of your Jinyuan Academy. To arrest visitors on a whim?" "Oh." The man maintained his smile as the 6 individuals behind him spread out, revealing massive mechs that towered behind them. "Will you resist?" "Jiao Mu Jiao, D2 Hua Mr. Wei Hua Hu, and Ms. Xian Yu Hu." The faces of the 4 changed dramatically, and the voice of the enchanting woman, Xian Yu Hu, turned sharp. "Impossible. Why are the 7 stars of Xuanwu here? You should be at the northern celestial gate. In the forest, 2 individuals rested for the night. Su Bai pinched the soft flesh on Yuan Bao's neck. Yuan Bao, it's time to settle the score, isn't it? He chuckled coldly. Fortunately, only 10 have arrived. If you wanted to change masters, there was no need for this. Woo, don't mimic that. Oh well. Yuan Bao blinked, big watery eyes wide. A look of utter confusion on his face. Su Bai couldn't help but laugh, tossing Yuan Bao aside. As punishment, you won't eat for 3 days. Oh well. Yuan Bao immediately became displeased. It wouldn't starve even if it went 30 days without consuming gold. However, upon receiving a mere glance from Su Bai, Yuan Bao promptly quieted down. Its little ears drooping and its spirit waning. Kong Qing picked up Yuan Bao, for the charming little creature possessed an irresistible allure for women. She voiced her discontent, questioning, "Why are you angry with it? If it bothers you so much, you might as well sell it to me, as I find it quite endearing." "Not for sale," came the reply. "Have you lost interest in money?" Kong Qing pondered that it was merely a small animal, not a secret skill that could not be divulged. The refusal to sell likely stemmed from the insufficient price offered. 1 million United coins. How about that? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, grinning as he replied, "Are you certain? I fear I might succumb to the temptation of selling it, and then I'd have to kill you to reclaim it." Kong Qing shivered. Having dealt with various cunning individuals from a young age, she was well attuned to human intentions. She could tell that Su Bai was not jesting. This golden creature named Yuan Bao was his Achilles heel, and indeed, it was true. Yuan Bao had been his companion longer than any other being in this world, never having been apart since birth, thus becoming an inseparable part of his life. Stretching his body, Su Bai felt his bones crackle. After a night of deep contemplation, he resolved to find a place to hide. The pit nearby likely concealed numerous golden beasts, and their intentions remained a mystery, obviously not promising. With the Academy's instructors having withdrawn, it was prudent for a mere third-tier geneticist like him to refrain from involvement. Su Bai possessed a clear self-awareness. His feat of slaying 10 3-star golden beasts did not lead him to arrogance. Among 3-star golden beasts, the disparity in strength was significant. The smallest measured 20 meters, while the largest approached 100. Last night, apart from the 80-meter beast, the rest were under 50 meters. Had he not executed a surprise attack on the strongest, resolving the conflict might have proven challenging. 3-star golden beasts corresponded to planetary levels. Even the specially crafted golden powder rose could not surpass the capabilities of planetary-grade mechs. Out of humanitarian concern, Su Bai inquired of Kong Qing, "I need to find a place to hide. What about you?" Without a moment's hesitation, she responded, "I will follow you." She was a clever individual. The pressing issue was not whether she could pass the examination, but rather whether she could survive. Clearly, the likelihood of survival was greater by staying with Su Bai. He did not refuse her. After all, he had accepted her payment. And though he now reflected on the amount as being far too little, a glaring loss, he was a principled person and would not act in bad faith. The two of them strolled leisurely through the woods, opting not to pilot their mechs due to their conspicuous size. After an unknown duration, even Kong Qing, a second-tier geneticist, felt the ache in her legs. "Hey, where are you headed?" she asked. "I don't know," Su Bai replied, ambling along in search of a safe spot. Suddenly, a faint cry pierced the air ahead. Su Bai shifted direction, discerning that if the golden beasts did not emerge, it was likely a conflict among humans. At present, he wished only to find a place to remain undisturbed, avoiding interaction with others. Yet, the individuals over there were unwilling to let him pass. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal wolf mech barreled forward, unabashedly exuding its murderous intent. Kong Qing instinctively began to provide an introduction. Planetary-class beast-shaped mech, wild wolf. "But you wouldn't be interested in the manufacturer." The newcomer bore ill intent. Su Bai sighed, thinking to himself how difficult it was to find a place to hide. "Silly girl, summon the mech." The right to control and the right to possess are two separate matters. The golden powder rose remained within Kong Qing's mech space. Without further ado, Kong Qing summoned the golden powder rose, and the two found themselves in the cockpit. In the meantime, the rampaging wild wolf had fled. Su Bai? Kong Qing. Jeremy, within the wolf, continued to curse in his native dialect, not daring to slow his pace. He had witnessed the mech effortlessly dispatch several 3-star golden beasts. As for misidentifying it, impossible. The golden powdered mech was unmistakably unique and distinctive. Just yesterday, he had berated the golden beasts as worthless, yet when faced with one, he had no choice but to run. On the golden powder rose, the two regained their senses, realizing that the wild wolf had vanished without a trace. What was this? Perhaps it had seen me slay the golden beasts. That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why would it flee without a fight? Surely it couldn't be because my imposing aura frightened it away. Kong Qing retracted the mech, and the two resumed their leisurely progress, appearing to any onlookers as if they were on a vacation. Jeremy halted, noticing no one following him, and exhaled deeply. He heard the sound of flowing water and followed it. There, By the stream stood a girl with her back to him. Her damp, shoulder-length hair curled slightly at the tips, and her delicate skin glowed with a rosy hue. As she slightly turned her head, her long eyelashes were distinctly illuminated in the dim light, and her exquisite features indicated that her beauty was undeniable. Clear droplets cascaded down her cheeks, splashing into the water and creating ripples, an enchanting sight that stirred Jeremy's heart. Having been immersed in violence, he decided to take a moment to relax. Jeremy flashed a smile he deemed elegant and approached, bowing slightly. "Greetings, beautiful miss." The figure in the water turned, and had Su Bai been present, he would have instantly recognized her as Song Ran, who had accompanied him to Jinyuan's star. Jeremy's smile froze, his expression morphing into one of terror. "Oh my god. The great Shiratel, you would never believe what your loyal follower has witnessed. This beautiful miss is older than I am." He felt deceived, anger surging to his face as a giant wolf materialized and charged towards the youth in the water. "You scoundrel, you shall pay." Song Ran stood frozen in shock until the colossal wolf was less than 20 meters away, at which point she suddenly screamed, "Brother, save me." Boom. The stream was filled with explosive sounds, which subsided after a few minutes. Dressed neatly, Song Ran emerged, her face pale with fear. She looked up, gratitude evident in her eyes. "Brother, thank you for saving me once again." Behind her, the stream was stained red with blood, and a head, frozen in terror, floated to the surface, while the body had vanished without a trace. Fragments of shattered metal lay scattered by the stream, piecing together to faintly reveal the shadow of a feral wolf. My feet ached, rendering me unable to proceed. Kong Qing perched upon a large rock, her tone tinged with a sense of grievance. Su Bai cast her a fleeting glance, remaining unmoved. This woman was far too adept at theatrics to be trusted. Observing his indifference, Kong Qing withdrew her pitiful expression and remarked, "You've been walking all day and still haven't found a place. You wouldn't understand." Su Bai replied, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "I intend to rely on my instincts to find a safe haven. My luck has always been favorable." Kong Qing, seemingly detecting a hint of disdain in Yuan Bao's bark, rolled her eyes. Su Bai shot Yuan Bao an irritated glance and declared, "I believe we are close. We need only walk another 500 meters." The landscape around was dominated by identical towering trees, and Kong Qing wondered from where Su Bai derived his confidence in locating a suitable refuge. Resolutely, she rose to follow him, silently committing to the notion that after 500 meters, it would not constitute a failure if they could not find a place. Should he continue beyond that, she would conceal herself within the hollow of a tree. The sound of crunching twigs and leaves echoed through the forest as they walked. After a while, Su Bai inquired, "Do you not feel that this ground seems somewhat familiar?" "What could be familiar? It's nothing but trees. We should hurry. We are nearly there," Kong Qing urged, shoving Su Bai forward, eager to expedite their journey. She had never felt such exhaustion even during her shopping escapades. The ordeal was truly taxing. Suddenly, as Kong Qing walked with her head down, she bumped into Su Bai's back. Annoyed, she exclaimed, "Why have you stopped?" Su Bai, his tone brusque, replied, "I told you this place felt familiar." Kong Qing skeptically emerged from behind him, and the scene before them shifted her tone to match his. It did seem somewhat recognizable. Chapter 15. Return to familiar grounds. A vast chasm appeared amidst the jungle, its edges marred by numerous footprints of varying sizes. Su Bai and Kong Qing crouched low. On the opposite side, a multitude of trees lay uprooted, creating a pathway that extended into the unknown. This was the very spot from which they had fled in the Golden Rose the previous night, pursued by the golden beasts. Kong Qing leaned closer to Su Bai, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. "Is this the safe place you found by intuition?" Wei circled back, quite a way. Su Bai replied, his face alternating between pale and flushed as he carefully pulled Kong Qing back, his gaze fixed on the chasm, fearful of an unexpected emergence of a golden beast. After retreating 100 meters, they both exhaled in silence. Kong Qing prepared to summon the Golden Rose to flee, but Su Bai halted her, his brow furrowed. "There's something strange about the pit." "Of course there's something strange. All the golden beasts are here. It would be more surprising if there were none," she retorted. "Not that strangeness," Su Bai said, covering Kong Qing's eyes. "Listen closely. Do you hear anything?" Kong Qing was perplexed by his request, but did not resist, holding her breath to listen intently. The stillness of the forest offered no sound, as if only the two of them existed in a world filled with their breathing. After a long while, she opened her eyes, having heard nothing. "That's just as well. With so many golden beasts, don't you find it eerily quiet? Could it be they have fled?" Kong Qing pondered aloud. Su Bai remained silent, his expression grave as he stared intently at the direction of the chasm, lost in thought. A faint sound echoed from behind, startling the two individuals who instinctively turned around, only to exhale in relief. It was a human. Approaching them was a girl clad in a pink combat suit, her long, dark hair casually gathered behind her, wielding a bone sword. Her eyes, a soft shade of lavender, exuded an aura of mystery. with a perfectly shaped oval face and skin as white and delicate as snow. Her slender eyebrows framed a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to perpetually smile, making it difficult for anyone to harbor disdain. Su Bai, maintaining a baseline of vigilance, first signaled with a silent gesture before softly inquiring, "Who are you?" Kong Qing smirked, noting the stark contrast in the men's demeanor towards the girl compared to their attitude towards Damon. She straightened her posture, secretly comparing herself to the girl, concluding that the differences were negligible. The girl halted 5 meters away from them, her naturally rosy lips slightly parted, and a melodious, gentle voice emerged. "Hello. My name is Lu Shi." Kong Qing interjected. "Lu Shi, the second daughter of the Lu family from the ancient demon realm?" Lu Shi nodded affirmatively. A flicker of something inexplicable crossed Kong Qing's face as she recalled the intel about the Lu family. "I didn't expect you to come to Jinyuan Academy. This is intriguing. What are you two whispering about?" Lu Shi inquired. "It's nothing. She's one of us. Safe," Su Bai responded, raising an eyebrow. As long as she was one of their own, he thought, it would be less complicated. If such a beautiful girl were a beast slave, it would make things more difficult. "Hello, I am Su Bai, and this is the silly girl," he introduced. Kong Qing's smile faltered, and she retorted coldly, "I am Kong Qing." Lu Shi couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Su Bai to rush forward and cover her mouth. The smooth sensation of her lips startled him, and he quickly released her, offering an apology while gesturing toward a deep pit. "All the golden beasts are in that pit." Lu Shi didn't pursue the matter further, nodding repeatedly to indicate her understanding. After her heart settled, she summoned a crimson mech, and under Su Bai's puzzled gaze, a thumb-sized mechanical insect swiftly crawled towards the pit. The knowledgeable Kong Qing chimed in, "Planetary-level mech, Blaze, that little bug is a detection device." "A detection device? Does it detect golden powder roses?" Su Bai asked, his eyes widening. "Of course," Kong Qing replied matter-of-factly. "Why didn't you mention it? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chased by golden beasts yesterday." Kong Qing shrugged. "I assumed you knew. Isn't a detection device standard for mechs?" Lu Shi suddenly stood up and walked towards the pit. Su Bai quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Are you mad?" Lu Shi raised the spider-like detector, stating, "It has scanned. There is nothing in the pit." "Impossible," Su Bai countered without hesitation, pointing to the trees that had toppled on the other side. "I saw it with my own eyes. There were 10 3-star golden beasts that came out." Lu Shi was taken aback. She had begun to doubt Su Bai's credibility, but this revelation changed everything. The battle from last night had spread like wildfire, and nearly everyone among the assessors knew of a formidable individual capable of single-handedly slaying multiple 3-star golden beasts. "That golden pink mech?" she queried. "Yes," Su Bai affirmed. "But I checked, and there were indeed no golden beasts." Su Bai, feeling a tinge of insecurity, pondered briefly before instructing the two to remain where they were while he cautiously approached the edge of the pit, hunched over. In a matter of moments, he traversed the distance of over 100 meters and reached the brink. With great care, he peered over the edge, only to be rendered speechless. Where had all the golden beasts gone? The two women, noticing his reaction, hurried over. Lu Shi pointed subtly, seemingly saying, "See, I told you I wasn't lying." Kong Qing's expression mirrored Su Bai's disbelief. The once densely packed golden beasts that had adorned the walls of the pit had vanished overnight. What could have happened? How was he to know? Rubbing his temples, Su Bai felt a headache brewing and decided it prudent to summon the mecha for a closer inspection, sensing something was amiss. Kong Qing, with a flicker of thought, conjured the golden powder rose. Observing its distinctive features, Lu Shi's last shred of doubt evaporated. Su Bai and Kong Qing entered the mecha, and he glanced back at Lu Shi, asking, "What will you do?" Implicit in his tone was the suggestion that she should leave first. Su Bai was reluctant to bring Lu Shi along. After all, Kong Qing was already in the same mecha with him, and an additional mecha might hinder their escape. Lu Shi, however, entered the blaze and replied, "I'll follow to see what unfolds. Let her accompany us. Lu Shi is quite formidable among her peers and can hold her own against me," Kong Qing remarked. Su Bai shot her a sideways glance, as if to say, "You might as well have written that on your face." "That only adds to my concern," he retorted. Kong Qing, wanting to voice her objections, bit her tongue at the thought of Su Bai's overwhelming strength, capable of single-handedly dispatching 10 of her kind. "Received a team application. Do you accept?" "What is a team?" Su Bai inquired. Kong Qing sighed before explaining, "A team allows us to stay on a single communication channel, enabling internal communication while keeping our voices private, and we can also share our locations." "Oh, I accept." Shortly thereafter, Lu Shi's characteristically warm voice chimed in, "Rest assured. I won't slow you down. I can flee if danger arises." With such assurance, Su Bai found himself with little choice but to agree, reasoning that both mechas being of planetary grade would likely ensure a swift escape. With the golden powder rose leading the way and the blaze following closely, the two mechas descended into the depths of the pit. "Xiaomeng, calculate the depth and remind me every 100 meters." "Beep." 100 meters, the light dimmed, and the outside world became increasingly obscured. Beep, 200 meters. Here, the darkness deepened, requiring squinting eyes to vaguely discern the rock walls. Beep, 300 meters. The light vanished entirely, and the mecha activated its night vision function within the murky green view. Claw marks on the rock walls attested to the prior presence of golden beasts. Beep, 400 meters. Beep, 1,000 meters. The profound darkness enveloped them. Even the faint glimmer of light from the pit's exit above had disappeared, a scenario that would surely drive any claustrophobic individual to madness. Kong Qing, feeling trepidation, dared not gaze outside. Should we continue downward? Su Bai halted, pondering the depth they had already reached, 1,000 meters, wondering just how deep it truly was. He decided to consult Lu Shi on whether to return. Xiaoxi, do you wish to go back? Kong Qing scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful look at Su Bai for addressing Lu Shi so familiarly after just meeting her. All right then, silly girl. Humph. The gentle-natured Lu Shi paid little heed to Su Bai's address. Perhaps in her eyes, it would matter little once they emerged. Wasting time entangled in the intricacies of titles seemed utterly unnecessary. The all-consuming darkness appeared to have no effect on her. Her voice remained soothing, laced with a hint of playfulness. I am indifferent. This place pales in comparison to the myriad serpents of the ancient demon god realm. Su Bai glanced at Kong Qing, who, refusing to back down, retorted, well, I am indifferent as well. Very well, let us descend another 1,000 meters. If we have not reached the bottom, we shall return. There must be limits to recklessness. 2,000 meters is the safety line in my mind. Beyond that depth, encountering danger might leave us with no time to escape. Ding. 1,800 meters. Ding. 1,900 meters. Ding. 2,000 meters. Su Bai halted, a sense of reluctance washing over him. Alas, he sighed. 2,000 meters is indeed 2,000 meters. I must restrain myself. Survival is paramount. Just as he was preparing to ascend, Kong Qing suddenly exclaimed, Su Bai, listen. There's a sound. Su Bai closed his eyes, straining to discern the source. What is that sound? He queried, puzzled. Xiao Meng, locate the origin of the sound. Ding. Scanning. Result. Sound source located 300 meters below. Su Bai hesitated. Kong Qing, with a carefree demeanor, urged, let us investigate. We have come this far. After all, we cannot leave empty-handed. Fine, Su Bai communicated through the team channel to Lu Shi. Ascend a bit higher. I will take a look. Lu Shi obediently soared upwards several hundred meters, for she was bold, yet not reckless. While Su Bai could slay a 3-star golden beast, she could not. Caution was essential. Once Lu Shi halted, Su Bai descended, this time with greater care, taking 5 minutes to cover the 300 meters. The sound grew increasingly pronounced. At a depth of 2,300 meters, even night vision proved inadequate. Su Bai activated his spotlight. The white light emanating from the golden rose-like eyes pierced through the darkness, illuminating the scene ahead. Is this a golden beast? A colossal egg was affixed to the rock wall, a blinding white light penetrating the shell to reveal its contents. A lizard-like golden beast curled within, its size undoubtedly exceeding 100 meters. Why is there a 4-star golden beast here? The Academy would typically assign personnel to thoroughly cleanse the examination planet prior to the assessment, ensuring not a single golden beast remained. And the highest level of beast deployed would only be 3-star. The thumping they heard was the heartbeat of the lizard-like golden beast. Su Bai maneuvered around to the base of the egg, where he discovered a fleshy conduit connecting to it, seemingly transporting liquid. Peering down the conduit sent chills coursing through him. Chapter 16, Mythical Appendage. The spotlight illuminated the depths of the chasm. The other end of the fleshy conduit leading from the lizard egg descended into a sea of blood. Floating atop the abyss of unknown depth were the corpses of golden beasts, energy continuously flowing through the conduit toward the lizard golden beast's egg. It was likely that all the vanished golden beasts had perished here. Looking closely into the egg, he could see the lizard growing ever so slightly with each passing moment. Su Bai took a deep breath and instructed Lu Shi, Xiaoxi, you should ascend first. How to ascend? Remember to run far. Good. 10 minutes later, he observed that the team members had already positioned themselves thousands of meters away. He drew his large blade and soared towards the colossal egg. Kong Qing's pupils constricted. Su Bai, do you wish to court death? Su Bai replied in a grave tone. It is still growing. No one knows how far it will develop. I do not act for others, but for myself. If it reaches 5 stars, I will not fare any better. He never regarded himself as a person with a global vision. As he stated, the rescue team on the examination star is absent. Should the lizard advance to 5 stars, or even higher, he could not guarantee his escape from the pursuit of high-tier golden beasts. While it remains a 4-star golden beast, I am confident I can eliminate it. The current dilemma is how to inflict damage while destroying the egg, thereby weakening its power. Su Bai's tone exuded unwavering confidence. Though Kong Qing was perplexed by its origin, let alone a 3rd-level geneticist, even a 4th-level geneticist piloting a planetary mech could not contend with a 4-star golden beast. Unless you possess a stellar-grade mech? She scrutinized Su Bai, unable to envision any other possibility. Su Bai smiled faintly. A stellar-grade mech, perhaps. Kong Qing's gaze sharpened. A stellar-grade mech had transcended the lower tiers, its price skyrocketing compared to planetary mechs. Su Bai could scarcely afford battle attire. How could he possibly possess a stellar-grade mech? Do not deceive me. Mechs can channel all their energy into a single strike, but after that strike, the golden powder rose will lose all combat capability. You must comprehend the implications of this. I will not gamble with my life. Kong Qing regarded Su Bai intently. Xiao Ming, unlock the golden powder rose and commence energy accumulation. Acknowledged. Henceforth, the golden powder rose would be rendered entirely unusable on the examination star. She placed all her hopes upon Su Bai. The golden powder rose's ultimate technique, also named golden powder rose, was crafted from substance Z-173 by the Morningstar Research Institute. It could store the energy of a planetary mech, with the advantage of substantial energy capacity and the disadvantage of instability. Su Bai nodded in understanding, as before him. A golden-pink rose's phantom gradually solidified. Kong Qing continued. You may perceive it as a highly concentrated bomb. Once the rose's phantom fully materializes and energy accumulation is complete. In 1 minute, the golden powder rose will explode due to its instability. Su Bai comprehended this time. It was indeed an unstable explosive, set to detonate in 1 minute. He approached the colossal egg, silently awaiting, mentally rehearsing his forthcoming actions to ensure absolute precision. From the moment of his arrival, the lizard had grown several meters. Its fleshy conduits continued to transfer energy. Su Bai discerned that it was golden energy. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to immerse himself, wouldn't he be directly gorging himself? Alas, why hadn't he thought of this sooner? While lost in thought, Kong Qing patted his shoulder. Almost ready. Are you prepared? Su Bai nodded, unsheathing his large blade, ever ready. A resplendent rose, magnified to nearly half a meter, emerged from the chest of the mech. Its delicate golden-pink petals captivating in their beauty. Su Bai examined it with his thumb and forefinger, appreciating its lifelike leaves. Kong Qing, noticing Su Bai's inaction, became anxious. What are you doing? It's about to explode. Glancing at the countdown, Su Bai replied calmly, there's no need to rush. Who knows what the giant lizard is up to? We must time it perfectly, otherwise, if we throw it in, it might just get thrown back out. Despite his calm demeanor, Kong Qing remained apprehensive, for within the rose lay the entirety of a planet-class mech's energy. Suddenly, Su Bai's gaze sharpened as he adjusted his right arm, poised with the blade, and thrust it forward without hesitation. The eggshell proved softer than expected, resembling more of a flesh membrane than a hard shell. At the moment the membrane was pierced, the giant lizard's eyes snapped open, filled with bewilderment as it struggled to comprehend the sudden intrusion. It felt a jolt at its rear, as though something had been inserted inside. In an instant, a gold-pink mech shot upward, rapidly consuming the remaining energy of the rose. A sharp, hoarse cry erupted, echoing beneath the colossal frame of the beast. Realizing its advancement had been thwarted, the lizard disregarded the foreign object within and clawed its way up the rock wall, its massive body surging upward with impressive speed. Without looking back, Su Bai noted the cockpit flashing red, a warning that the mech's energy was nearly depleted. The energy core was void of reserves, and with only the energy within the transport channels to rely upon, it would not last much longer. Su Bai's only desire was to sustain it until they escaped the deep pit. With a puff of air, he exerted pressure, and then, bang, bang. The golden-pink rose was said to be stable, yet it could only store energy for a minute. Its instability was evident. But that minute was precise, neither a second more nor less. The intense heat from the explosion evaporated a significant portion of the blood sea below. A towering inferno engulfed the giant lizard, the flames surging with tremendous force, propelling the rose skyward, even 1,000 meters from the cave entrance. Alert, energy depleted, all functions of the golden-pink rose ceased, and Su Bai could no longer perceive the outside world. Meanwhile, Lu Shi lingered nearby, having rushed over upon hearing the deafening explosion. When she saw the rose propelled into the air and fall silent, unable to connect through the communication channel, she dashed forward through the flames to retrieve it. Once on solid ground, the blackened rose vanished, revealing a seemingly unscathed Su Bai and Kong Qing to Lu Shi's astonished gaze. What just happened? Lu Shi inquired, pointing at the still erupting flames. The heat was palpable, and the ground around the pit buckled under the force of the explosion. Excitement coursed through the air. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for another attempt. Kong Qing gazed at the towering flames with trepidation, offering no explanation. As the fire gradually subsided, a series of urgent hisses echoed from the pit, filled with an unmistakable rage. The thunderous sound of massive feet striking the stone walls grew louder. Almost forgotten, the giant lizard loomed large in their minds. Go with her. The rest is up to me, Su Bai instructed Kong Qing, who wasted no time. Time was indeed of the essence. Oh, and take the ingot with you. Lu Shi ushered Kong Qing inside, and called out to Su Bai, you come up too. You all go ahead. Don't worry about me. Su Bai waved dismissively. Hurry. Don't linger and complicate things. With a worried glance at Su Bai, Lu Shi resolutely shut the cockpit door and ascended into the sky. Just as they took flight, a massive lizard emerged from the pit. Its scales were charred, with sparks still flickering across its body. Even the front half of its form exceeded 100 meters in length. Lu Shi gasped. Recognizing it as a 4-star golden beast, common knowledge dictated that anything over 100 meters fell into this category. Had she known it was a 4-star golden beast, she would have insisted on taking Su Bai with them. The blazing creature halted and peered downwards. Kong Qing placed a hand on Lu Shi's shoulder, cautioning her. He must have some confidence to remain behind. She shouldn't act impulsively, or else he would be distracted by her safety. As Lu Shi hesitated, the giant lizard, with eyes larger than Su Bai's, scanned the area, searching for a hint of that golden-pink hue. But the golden-pink rose had long been stowed away. It would be a miracle if it could find it. With no success in its search, the only living target in sight, Su Bai, naturally became the outlet for the giant lizard's fury, cursed human. The creature's forelimbs strained as its rear half emerged, revealing a total length of nearly 300 meters, towering over most 2-star golden beasts. Its body was covered in iron-like scales, while its tail and hind limbs appeared somewhat peculiar. A sweeping motion of its tail shattered numerous trees. With a pained hiss, the giant lizard expressed its anguish, indicating the previous explosion had not left it unscathed. Its red eyes fixated on Su Bai, who stood less than 2 meters tall. He was barely a morsel for the gigantic beast. The hearts of the two women in the air tightened with anxiety. Su Bai arched an eyebrow, his gaze piercing as he locked onto the giant lizard. With a mere thought, a 100-meter mech materialized before him. The mech, predominantly black, donned ancient armor, a great sword at its waist, with a skeletal shape within, wreathed in dark flames that seemed capable of scorching the very soul. A fearsome sight, indeed. This is a mythological underworld mech. Kong Qing could no longer maintain her composure. Gripping Lu Shi's shoulders tightly. No, it's not just a mythological mech. It's an underworld specter. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Despite being considered weaker among mythological mechs, it was still an invaluable asset. So precious that even as one of the 5 members of a reputable merchant guild, she did not possess a single one. Though the specter mech might be relatively weaker within the mythological category, it was more than sufficient to accompany its pilot to the level of a star system. Given Su Bai's 3-star genetic prowess, piloting the specter could unleash a power rivaling that of a stellar level, far from impossible. Lu Shi gazed thoughtfully at Su Bai, contemplating that the mythic mechas currently existing in the underworld were rather few, and there had been no reports of a young pilot among them. Could it be that a new mythic mecha from the underworld had emerged? The advent of any mythic mecha invariably sent ripples throughout the universe, commanding the attention of all factions who would fervently vie for possession, including the Council of Evil Gods and the Beast God sect. Naturally, most mythic mechas would return to their respective pantheons, where they could garner greater resources for cultivation. Kong Qing's eyes glimmered with possibilities, perhaps through Su Bai. She could gain early access to that mecha's pilot. Securing an alliance with a mythic pilot would undoubtedly elevate her status within the merchant guild to unprecedented heights. Chapter 17, Battle of the 4 Stars. The familiar sensation of oppressive pressure. The jarring sound of bones grinding seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills coursing through one's veins. The great lizard hesitated, eyeing the sudden appearance of the towering 100-meter figure, its momentum stalling. The intelligence of the 4-star golden beast rivaled that of a 10-year-old human child, and the armored skeletal mecha it beheld was clearly no benign entity. Su Bai found himself at the heart of the spectral soldier, his body enveloped in an inexplicable black substance, the mecha's energy core, the most resilient part. His neurons had seamlessly fused with the spectral soldier. At this moment, he embodied the mythic auxiliary spectral soldier. The burden imposed by the 100-meter spectral soldier was on an entirely different scale compared to that of the 20-meter golden powder rose. This is a unique characteristic of mythic mechas. The greater the load a pilot can endure, the more formidable the mecha's capabilities. Indeed, variations in materials and power sources would manifest in numerous aspects. The same mythic mecha wielded by a level 1 gene user and a level 7 gene user would be utterly disparate. Su Bai acclimated to the burden of the spectral soldier, drawing forth a rusted great sword that appeared fragile, as though it might shatter at the slightest touch. He raised his gaze, hollow eyes fixating on the great lizard, the eerie blue light within his eye sockets seemingly poised to consume its very soul, instilling an instinctual unease in the lizard. Hiss! The lizard pressed its belly against the ground, nervously issuing a warning. Its evolution had been abruptly interrupted, and compounded by the explosion of the golden powder rose, its strength had been severely compromised. Su Bai, however, was undeterred, seizing the moment of vulnerability. He resolved to strike decisively. After all the elaborate preparations, even exposing the spectral soldier, failure to vanquish it would surely rob him of restful slumber. Swish! The rusted great sword erupted with black flames, slicing horizontally and severing nearby trees with a single stroke. The view cleared considerably, with the sword hanging at his side. Su Bai advanced toward the lizard, each step of his colossal form resonating with a thunderous echo. Hiss! The lizard issued another warning, flicking its tongue and adopting an aggressive stance. Thud, 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 thud. Su Bai broke into a run, gaining speed, the black fire-laden sword trailing behind him, carving a long scar into the earth. Observing this, the lizard lashed out with its tail, a third of its body covered in robust scales, powerful and swift. Like a bolt of lightning, the tail struck towards Su Bai, generating a series of explosive sounds. Thud! With a powerful thrust of his foot, Su Bai leapt high into the air, his right arm wielding the blade with sudden force. The massive sword spun in a wide arc, dark flames coalescing around the blade to form a full moon that struck towards the incoming tail. Clang! The blade collided with the scales of the tail, producing a crisp sound of impact. How hard? This was Su Bai's first thought, as the defensive capability of the lizard's scales exceeded his expectations. The two forces briefly met and then separated, causing Su Bai to reconsider his earlier disdain. You're so tough, yet you pretend to be afraid. Su Bai bellowed in fury, executing a somersault in midair and gracefully landing on the ground. The lizard's tail swayed behind him, with only a single scratch marking the resilient scales. The armored skeleton before him seemed less formidable than anticipated. With Su Bai's third-level genetic constitution, even with the support of the shadow soldiers, he merely grazed the threshold of stellar rank, falling short of the true stellar level. Injured or not, they were still incomparable. The lizard began its offensive, its stout limbs appearing short, yet surprisingly swift. Boom! As it charged, its tail lashed back and forth, snapping trees on either side with ease and kicking up billowing clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Su Bai, its thick tail sweeping towards him once more. Su Bai's expression hardened, his form flickering as he retreated. The lizard's tail struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep fissure in the earth. Little deer, scan for weaknesses. Understood. In a flash, the ancient clad in Yu appeared in Su Bai's field of vision, swiftly constructing a model of the lizard. Soon, a translucent miniature version emerged. Su Bai glanced at the model, noticing the eyes and jaw marked in red. The lizard's body was nearly pressed to the ground, making the jaw inaccessible. The eyes were his only target. Gripping his sword with both hands, he surged forward. The blade enveloped in dark flames as it struck towards the lizard's head. The sword moved swiftly, but the lizard's tail was even quicker, intercepting his attack in an instant. Su Bai caught a glimpse of derision in the lizard's vertical pupils and, without hesitation, abandoned his sword, vanishing from sight. The massive blade was sent flying by the tail, yet the shadow soldier maneuvered around, landing directly on the lizard's head. The 100-meter mass crashed down, driving its raised head into the ground. Su Bai beckoned, summoning the displaced sword back to his hand. He then reversed his grip and thrust the blade fiercely towards the lizard's eye. Instinctively, the lizard shut its eyes, its vulnerable eyeball shielded by the scales on its eyelids. The blade met the scales with a high-pitched, grating sound, reminiscent of a knife scraping glass, sparks of red fire erupting amidst the friction. It wouldn't penetrate. A chill ran down Su Bai's spine. He had underestimated the significance of being stellar and overestimated his own strength. If he couldn't even breach its weak point, what hope did he have? The lizard's tail swept towards him once more, and Su Bai hurriedly dodged. He refused to give up. His speed in close combat could not rival the lizard's eye-closing reflex. If the eyes were impervious, then he would target the jaw. Su Bai ascended into the air. The overconfident lizard, without a moment's thought, pursued him into the skies, its ascent even faster than Su Bai's. You two, get back! Su Bai shouted to the nearby blazing flame. Each level seems like a chasm, with the higher ranks being even more formidable. The involvement of planetary-grade mechas could potentially obliterate everything in an instant. Lu Shi swiftly retreated, as many were drawn to the tumult of battle. Yet, none dared to approach, only watching from a distance. Is that a teacher? It must be a teacher. Otherwise, who among their peers could contend with a 4-star golden beast? Those who had perished had no rescue teams arrive. So where could a teacher come from? Does that imply it is a student undergoing assessment? A hush fell over the crowd. If it were indeed a student, that would be truly terrifying. Just last night, a formidable individual emerged, capable of slaying several 3-star golden beasts alone, and today another stands against a 4-star golden beast. Truly, times have changed. Su Bai took a careful glance at the lizard's jaw, which was approximately half a meter long, with scales that differed from those surrounding it. In contrast to the neatly arranged and uniformly sized scales on its body, these were smaller and scattered, revealing the tender flesh beneath. He speculated that this was a result of interrupted evolution. The lizard flicked its tail and lunged at Su Bai with its gaping maw, its sharp, white teeth glistening menacingly. With the cover of the large tree gone, its speed was astonishingly swift. Su Bai brandished his great sword, flames erupting from its blade, enveloping it in black fire, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. As the lizard closed within 100 meters, Su Bai firmly gripped the great sword and charged forward. Avoiding the lizard's massive jaws, he flickered between positions, and the black flame sword struck the creature. The sword left a blur as it swung, and where the blade met the scales, a cacophony of clanging echoed like a blacksmith's forge. Although the scales mitigated the sword's edge, it did not remain unscathed. The tremendous force still penetrated. In pain, the lizard emitted a furious hiss, its tail thrashing wildly like a venomous serpent in pursuit of Su Bai. Su Bai adjusted his angle, deliberately presenting an opening. With a thunderous crack, the tail struck the chest of the mecha with immense force, sending it flying backwards. The armor of the mecha absorbed most of the damage, but the remnants were enough to leave Su Bai feeling as though he had been struck by a boulder. Blood surging back within him until he could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful. Enduring the pain, Su Bai narrowed his eyes. Under his deliberate control, the mecha was directed toward the lizard's head. Gripping the black flame's sword tightly, he knew it was now or never. The sword, drawing in its flames, lunged upwards. The incompletely developed scales failed to obstruct the blade. The sword, measuring several dozen meters in length, pierced through the lizard's jaw and broke through the hardened scales from within, emerging from the upper jaw and traversing through its skull. However, to Su Bai's disappointment, this strike did not claim its life. The lizard could not emit a cry, its throat producing an unintelligible sound as it clamped down on the sword with its formidable flesh, trapping the blade inside its head and sealing the wounds on either side, even preventing blood from spilling forth. Su Bai attempted to withdraw the sword, but the lizard held it too tightly, rendering his efforts futile. Just then, the lizard's tail struck again, forcing him to relinquish the black flame sword and evade. Trouble was brewing. Su Bai furrowed his brow slightly. The blade was gone, yet it still lived. Without Su Bai's control, the flames on the black fire blade extinguished, revealing its rusted form. The lizard exerted itself, and the blade shattered with a resounding crash. Without the blade to staunch the wound, blood gushed forth violently, resembling a small fountain sprouting from its head. It hastily tightened its muscles. As a 4-star golden beast, it had gained the ability to adeptly control every muscle in its body. The wound was compressed, and the blood ceased to flow. The fragments of the shattered blade returned to the scabbard at the waist of the shadow soldier, rendering it unusable for the time being. There was no choice left. Su Bai sighed, then resolved to use his fists instead. Thump, thump. His heart began to pound heavily, and with each beat, a surge of golden energy flowed from the mysterious space, infusing the blood that erupted from his heart and coursing through his limbs. Under the influence of this golden energy, his blood, meridians, and flesh gradually took on a rich golden hue, more vibrant than that of the golden beasts. Moments later, the golden core was depleted. A smirk appeared on Su Bai's lips. The augmentation of his physical strength was undeniably evident. That would suffice. Fortunately, during this time, he had slain numerous golden beasts and absorbed a substantial amount of golden energy. Otherwise, even enhancing a single palm would have been arduous. Having already exposed the shadow soldier, he truly wished to avoid using golden energy for physical enhancement unless absolutely necessary. Revealing any signs of it could lead to complications. But now, what could he do if it wouldn't die? Bring it on. The armor on the shadow soldier elongated, enveloping the skeletal hand, with intricate patterns adorning its surface, and the black material grew ever more refined. Su Bai charged forward, his cerulean flames flaring up. The irate lizard showed no fear, its tail sweeping out like a phantom, conjuring a tempest that stirred up dust and formed a miniature tornado. The blazing flames retreated slightly, and even from a distance of a kilometer, the battle's intensity reached her. With the enhancements, the shadow soldier's speed and strength surged dramatically. Previously, it had merely grazed the threshold of stellar-level power. Now, it could be said to have fully entered that realm. Chapter 18. Surrender or Strike First. A fierce wind rose, obscuring the view with swirling dust. The lizard's tail descended with overwhelming force, imbued with its extreme fury. Faced with the tail that had once left him bloodied, Su Bai neither dodged nor flinched, meeting it head-on. Had he lost his mind? This was the full-force strike of a 4-star golden beast. Get out of the way. The onlookers, their eyes wide with tension, dared not blink. Numerous mechas hovered in the air, and someone, regardless of whether Su Bai could hear, shouted out in panic. No matter their identities, they were united in one thing: humanity. In the face of this battle, no one wished for Su Bai's defeat. Bang! With a dull thud, all sound abruptly ceased, as if the world had been muted. Su Bai looked up, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" The lizard's tail struck against his crossed arm guards, pushing the shadow soldier down only a few meters. The lizard was taken aback, its tail poised to retract. This human was utterly unreasonable. He had simply grown stronger at will. Yet Su Bai would not grant its wish. He seized the retreating tail and delivered a fierce elbow strike. The shattered scales flew in all directions, reminiscent of the blade's previous destruction. The voiceless lizard writhed in agony, its body twisting frantically as Su Bai struck down upon it repeatedly, soon reducing its robust tail to a bloody pulp. However, as he continued his assault, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Why was there no sound? Why did the creature cease its struggle? Upon lifting his gaze, Su Bai was taken aback to discover that he was clutching a colossal tail, a severed limb of the lizard, which was now scuttling rapidly towards the ground. Don't run, Su Bai exclaimed in frustration, discarding the tail and giving chase. The lizard trembled at the sound, accelerating its escape and plunging into a deep pit in the earth. As Su Bai followed it into the abyss, the onlookers regained their composure. Had they truly witnessed the expulsion of a 4-star golden beast? Oh my heavens, I can scarcely believe my eyes. Which faction birthed such a prodigy? Surely, it must be from the illustrious realm of Gao Tian Yuan, evident from its resplendent armor. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly from our great Han Federation. Our expansive territory and resources herald the rise of divine realms. Indeed, the emergence of a divine kingdom is not beyond reach. Only our great Han Federation could produce such a genius. Exchanging glances, the crowd fell silent, dispersing quietly, acknowledging the truth in the claims of the two speakers. Indeed, the universe belonged to the great Han Federation. Among the spectators were those with discerning eyes, who recognized the origin of the spectral soldiers, yet chose to remain silent. Harboring thoughts akin to Kong Qing's, the emergence of the new mythic mech from the underworld was best kept under wraps, allowing them to seize the opportunity to forge connections. As they pondered the identity of this individual and the means to ally with him, Su Bai suddenly burst forth from the pit, moving with remarkable speed. He quickly spotted Qi Yin and rushed towards her, urgency lacing his voice as he commanded, "Quick! Stow away the mech and come inside." Lu Shi and Kong Qing were puzzled. Yet both were astute enough to discern the urgency in Su Bai's tone. Without further inquiry, Lu Shi promptly complied and retracted her mech. Su Bai grasped the two women along with Yuan Bao, vanishing into the depths of the spectral soldiers in a flash of black light. The crowd, bewildered by the unfolding events surrounding the spectral mech, gazed into the deep pit. The trees that had surrounded the area had been mostly cleared during the clash between Su Bai and the giant lizard, leaving no cover in sight. Just then, the lizard emerged from the depths, collapsing motionless upon its ascent. Confusion swept through the onlookers. Had it not perished? Why was it fleeing? Shortly thereafter, a golden beast, measuring around 70 to 80 meters long, crawled forth, resembling a miniature version of the giant lizard. With so many witnesses present, the sight of a 3-star golden beast did not instill fear. Some audacious souls formed groups, readying themselves to engage. A solitary 3-star golden beast was a rare opportunity for practice, and the meat of a 4-star golden beast was known for its exquisite flavor and health benefits. Thus, hundreds of mechs advanced, while some astute individuals began to retreat. Su Bai was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale, clearly having pushed his body to its limits. "What's wrong?" Kong Qing, more familiar with Su Bai, inquired, while Lu Shi gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Su Bai took a deep breath and recounted his experience after the chase. Upon pursuing the great lizard back to its lair, he discovered, astonishingly, that behind the creature's egg lay another egg, from which a small lizard had already emerged. At first, he dismissed it as inconsequential, until the diminutive lizard casually tore off a leg from the larger lizard and devoured it. "Do you mean the 5-star golden beast?" "The golden beast that follows the 4-star variant, which does not increase in size, but rather diminishes. The 5-star golden beast, akin to the 3-star golden beast, measures between 20 to 100 meters in length." Boom. Bang. The deafening explosions behind him only served to reinforce his suspicions. To hell with the 3-star golden beast. This is a 3-star golden beast, and it has devoured my mecha. Damn, that little brat said it. Hundreds of mechas, moving at an astonishing speed, darted away at twice their normal pace. Yet, with their average satellite-level strength, equivalent to that of a 2-star golden beast, escaping before a 5-star golden beast was sheer folly. The speed of the little lizard was beyond their comprehension. Every time it emerged to strike, another mecha was obliterated. Their thoughts of scattering to escape proved futile against the rapid onslaught of the 5-star golden beast. In mere minutes, the area around the deep pit was cleared, leaving the sky desolate, devoid of any mechas. The small lizard descended, devouring the still-breathing larger lizard whole, and then, guided by the golden material in the evidence and its keen sense of smell for humans, began its hunt. In the starry sky, the Academy's fleet was diminished to a mere handful, with only a few dozen warships left, their energy reserves utterly depleted, unable to fire another energy cannon. Just as the Black Mecha Legion prepared to conclude the battle, the Jinyuan Guard arrived. The mythological subsidiary mechas, Kong Jin Long, Feng Ritu, and Ji Shui Bao, descended, positioning themselves before the Jinyuan Guard. The Kong Jin Long, resembling a dragon with a single horn, coiled in the starry expanse, provocatively gazing at the guard. Then, An amiable old man emerged, unencumbered by any equipment, standing weightlessly in the cosmos. A colossal Xiangui appeared above him, while a massive serpent rested upon its back, coldly fixating on the Kong Jinlong, exuding an aura of power that rivaled that of the dragon. Should they surrender or engage in a battle before surrendering? The old man's tone was gentle, as if he were inquiring about your well-being. In the Xiangming star system, on Zhuangdong star, the elusive Qinglong soared through the clouds, instilling terror in the hearts of the planet's inhabitants, who dared not move. They had maintained this state of fear for quite some time. Zhuangdong star, belonging to the Zhuangdong Federation, is a one-star federation with only a single habitable planet. Despite its singular status, it possesses a star level, signifying its connection to the cosmos. The upper echelons of the Federation promptly recognized this as the mythological Qinglong. Thus, they dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance, opting instead to send out a distress signal. Fortunately, the Qinglong bore no ill intentions towards them, merely circling in the sky, awaiting something. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the clouds of the sky, revealing the serpentine form of the Qinglong. Once the wind subsided, a 100-meter mecha, wielding a staff and donning winged boots, appeared before the Qinglong. The Qinglong opened its eyes. Though it was a mecha, it appeared indistinguishable from the real thing. With icy vertical pupils fixed on the newcomer, a deep, ancient voice resonated. Mythological Hermes? Your Excellency, Qinglong. It is an honor to meet you for the first time. The divine King Zeus has entrusted me to convey his regards, Hermes said, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect. Hypocrisy. The Azure Dragon inquired. Where is that old fellow, the Black Tortoise? What brings you here? Hermes, unfazed by the Azure Dragon's sarcasm, replied, the esteemed Black Tortoise is unable to attend. I am here, due to my swiftness, to prevent you from committing any irrational acts. It appears my concerns were unwarranted. Unable to attend? The Azure Dragon snorted, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. It was likely that all 7 constellations had been captured. However, he did not worry for their safety, for the mythical mechas would return to their respective spaces upon the death of the pilot or destruction of the mecha, ready to be reborn. Thus, the Black Tortoise would only imprison them. I wouldn't bother to take action against them anyway. With that, the dragon's form diminished, piercing through the fabric of space and vanishing from sight. Hermes made no move to stop him, knowing he might not prevail in a confrontation and that he was merely a messenger. Soon, a gentle breeze swept by, and he too disappeared from view. Under the assault of the Guardian Force, the Black Mecha Legion was swiftly eradicated. The Black Tortoise held a frayed rope, to which 3 distinctly featured men were tied, following him with downcast expressions. The worn rope was something they could easily break free from, yet none dared to do so. The Black Tortoise beamed joyfully, akin to an elderly man taking his dogs for a stroll after a meal, managing 3 at once. The group landed on the assessment command ship, where Su Wan and Li Cheng were also present. On their way to the academy, they had been intercepted by the Black Tortoise, and Li Cheng reported the situation. The Black Tortoise nodded in understanding and returned. As Shun Mingyang emerged from the command room, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene outside, then inquired, Dean, weren't you headed to the Mountain Dream Star system? The Black Tortoise raised the rope in his hand and chuckled. If I had truly gone, how could I have caught so many fish? He handed the rope to Shun Mingyang and patted his shoulder as he walked towards the command room. Well done, Xiao Shun. Once we return to the academy, I shall apply for merit on your behalf. Shun Mingyang accepted the rope, about to decline, stating it was merely his duty. The Black Tortoise's voice continued, feigning an alliance with the Azure Dragon and successfully capturing the 7 constellations. I will not be satisfied with less than 3,000 merits. At this declaration, the 3 members of the Kong Jinlong suddenly looked up, their eyes bloodshot, as if they intended to devour Shun Mingyang whole. His complexion turned pale, his aged hands trembling slightly as he met the fierce gazes of the Kong Jinlong trio, utterly speechless. In the command room, Li Cheng stepped forward, urgently catching up to the Black Tortoise. Dean, there is an issue with the golden beast on the assessment star. Please rest assured, I have already gone to address it. The Black Tortoise pointed outside, where the vast serpent on the back of the giant tortoise had vanished without a trace. Su Bai had run a fair distance with the 2 women, but for reasons unknown, he turned back. Regret washed over him as he fled desperately. Each time the golden core regained a bit of energy, it was immediately drained and surged throughout his body. The shadow soldiers swiftly maneuvered through the trees in the jungle. Behind him, a lizard, 70 to 80 meters long, rampaged, toppling countless trees in its path. Even with the towering trees as obstacles, the distance between them continued to close. Kong Qing and Lu Shi glared at Su Bai, their expressions filled with fury. Is this what you call being in the dark under the lamp? Is this what you call good luck, absolutely never encountering the golden beast? Su Bai grimaced, feeling utterly mute, burdened by unspoken sorrows. Both he and Kong Qing had their credentials surreptitiously concealed within their bodies, unnoticed by the golden beast, but they had forgotten about Lu Shi, who still possessed her credentials. At that moment, a colossal serpent descended before their mech, its sinuous body obliterating countless trees in its path. The serpent's eyes were chillingly cold. Without uttering a word, it opened its maw and lunged towards Su Bai. He even relinquished the instinct to evade, closing his eyes along with the three companions and the beast. Resigned to a singular thought, it was over. Chapter 19. Encountering the Xuanwu, the mythological subordinate specters stood silently in place, with his eyes shut. Scenes from Su Bai's past flickered through his mind like a rapid slideshow. Regrettably, he had yet to find a girlfriend. What a pity that was. At Bai School, many girls had shown interest in him due to his modest charm, yet charm alone could not fill his stomach, and being nearly penniless left him no room for romance. Lucy was quite wonderful, each possessing their own merits, aligning more closely with his aesthetic. But what was the point of pondering such matters when facing death? He began to lament his bank account, which held a meager 399,071 union coins. After finally acquiring wealth, he had yet to revel in it, only to face his demise. Then, he heard a clear, childlike voice. "Hey, what are you doing? You're not a fool, are you?" Su Bai mused that he had been rather quick to fade away without feeling pain. Suddenly, a sharp pang shot through his lower back. He jolted awake, exclaiming, "Am I to be harvested even in death? Puffed, what nonsense about dying?" Lu Shi, with a teasing tone, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I got too excited and just poked you." Su Bai ground his teeth, glancing at the spot Lu Shi had indicated, his lower back, a place best left undisturbed. For it could be fatal. "Stop quarreling. Look outside," Kong Qing urged, gesturing for Su Bai to observe the exterior of the mech. Filled with curiosity, he looked out and was startled to see a gigantic serpent head looming near the specter's head, close enough to discern each individual scale. The giant serpent then emitted a curious, childlike voice. Could it be truly dead? Should I bite open and check? As it spoke, it opened its mouth, eager to do so, sending a wave of dread through Su Bai. He hastily withdrew the specter, letting the three companions and the beast emerge. Wait, we can still breathe." The colossal serpent curiously scrutinized the trio, contemplating before swallowing them whole and soaring into outer space. Su Bai's heart sank. So, it had lured them out only to devour them? Moments later, darkness enveloped him, and when light returned, he found himself in a small metallic chamber, which, despite lacking a visible light source, was brightly illuminated. Su Bai gazed at Kong Bai Tong Qing in astonishment. True to form, Kong Qing elucidated. "This must be the snake on the back of the principal's mythological Xuanwu. But why can it talk?" Su Bai and Lu Shi nodded in unison, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. Logically, Lu Shi should have been knowledgeable about this, yet due to her family's circumstances, her understanding was notably limited. Kong Qing elucidated that each individual possesses their own virtual assistant. For instance, my silver fox, Xiaoming, functions as the intelligent control system for mechas. Ordinarily, virtual assistants lack consciousness. However, the mythical mechas are an exception. When a virtual assistant assumes control of a mythical mech, it may, under the influence of the divine core, develop its own consciousness, thus becoming a sentient being. The advantage of such intelligent life forms lies in their ability to independently manipulate mechas or starships, executing simple operations. For Xuanwu, slaying the 5-star golden beast is rather effortless. Moreover, Xuanwu is quite unique, as it is endowed with two sentient beings. The snake and the turtle operate independently, and the childlike voice just heard must belong to the serpent. Is there such a fortunate circumstance? A buy one, get one free offer? Furthermore, dispatching a 5-star golden beast is merely a trivial matter. How ostentatious. Su Bai sighed, remarking that indeed, the mythical mechas are extraordinary. When the serpent's head approached the ghostly soldier, he could discern no trace of machinery. The densely packed scales and vividly animated serpent eyes appeared utterly lifelike. As it opened its massive maw to consume the three individuals, the sight of its gaping jaws and formidable fangs was simply breathtaking. In retrospect, he recalled not detecting any foul odor. Everything else mirrored a genuine serpent. Within mere moments, darkness enveloped him again, and an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surged through his mind. As light returned, he found himself plummeting downward. The enormous serpent soared towards the deck of the starship, expelling the three individuals and returning to the back of the Xuanwu. Li Cheng, seeing the three fall, swiftly leaped to catch two of them. Then came a resounding thud. Su Bai, cradling a gold ingot, landed gracefully. Beside him, Li Cheng elegantly held a beautiful woman in one arm. Emerging from the shadows, Xuanwu, having received the serpent's report, was accompanied by a translucent child perched upon his shoulder. Xuanwu inquired, "What brings you here with them?" The child, with an air of entitlement, replied, "I need someone to attest that I have completed my task." Upon Xuanwu's arrival, Su Bai promptly rose, greeting, "Good day, Dean." Although they had only met once on Jinyuan's star, the visage of Dean Xuanwu lingered vividly in his memory. "Good day, Dean." "Good day, Dean," the two women offered, slightly bowing, as a gesture of basic courtesy. Xuanwu chuckled and nodded, playfully observing Su Bai. Young man, your physique is commendable. Yet one should not neglect attire. With his upper body bare and his trousers tattered beyond recognition, Su Bai sheepishly scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. His inexpensive garments, unlike battle attire, had proven somewhat resilient, and it was fortunate they still concealed his modesty. Su Bai, here, wear this, Su Wan said, producing a large red cloak from seemingly nowhere. Su Bai hesitated to don it, uncertain whether to wear it or not. Ultimately, under the teasing gazes of the onlookers, he reluctantly draped it over himself. Remaining unclothed was hardly a viable option. The cloak, while ample, was undeniably Su Wan's. It enveloped his form, leaving only his close-cropped head visible above and exposing a significant portion of his bare legs below. He had lost his shoes, rendering the sight rather peculiar. Even the surrounding serious soldiers could not suppress their mirth. After a brief bout of laughter, Su Bai cast aside any semblance of embarrassment, adopting an attitude of indifference. At that moment, Li Cheng interjected to alleviate Su Bai's predicament. Dean, there are still 80 million candidates remaining, yet the golden beasts have all been dispatched. What are your thoughts on this year's assessment? Xuanwu had long contemplated this matter and replied, for each golden beast slain, a certificate is duly recorded. We will simply admit the top 100,000 based on their numbers. Very well. Li Cheng turned to Su Bai and the other two. You three are just in time. Let us begin with you. Lu Shi produced her certificate and handed it over, while an attendant emerged, wielding a device reminiscent of a POS machine, accepting Lu Shi's card and scanning it. Beep. Lu Shi, 126 first-star golden beasts slain, 13 second-star golden beasts. Li Cheng nodded approvingly. Such a performance was commendable, and passing the assessment was assured. She then inquired about Su Bai and Kong Qing. What about you two? Kong Qing bowed her head in silence. While Su Bai's expression was conflicted, Li Cheng furrowed her brow. Surely he hasn't faltered? Just as she was about to defend Su Bai, suspecting an error on the part of the staff due to an accidental release of several hundred second-star golden beasts, she heard Su Bai emit a muffled grunt as he presented 3 bloodstained certificates. The left arm of his already crimson cloak grew even more vivid, taking on an almost seductive hue. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes. This young man possesses quite the ferocity. The attendant took the certificates, momentarily taken aback by the warmth of the blood still fresh upon them. He returned his focus to his duties. Beep. Kong Qing, 27 first-star golden beasts slain. So few? That cannot be right. 2 more beeps followed. Beep. Su Bai, 41 first-star golden beasts slain. Beep. Little Cat, 41 first-star golden beasts slain. Both Li Cheng and Su Wan were taken aback. Something was amiss. They had been with Su Bai the entire time, and Kong Qing had also been with him. There was no way they could have slain so few. Director, this data is erroneous. My aerial footage can attest that Su Bai, Kong Qing, and Little Cat have undoubtedly slain more than this. Su Bai speculated that the concealment of the golden beasts from the golden materials sensing might have inadvertently obstructed the recording of their kills on the certificates. The reason he and Yuan Bao had 41 was that those were tallied before the certificates were inserted into their bodies. He remained unperturbed, knowing that the mechs were equipped with onboard recording capabilities. Both the golden powder rose and the shadow soldiers could serve as validation. Xuanwu ignored Li Cheng's concerns and directed his inquiry to Su Bai. Do you possess a means to prove this? Indeed, Su Bai pointed to Kong Qing. Her mech's recording can substantiate this. Xuanwu turned to Kong Qing. She replied, my mech has exhausted its energy and requires recharging before I can extract the onboard footage. Ordinarily, the footage would sync to the star network. However, the assessment star lacks connectivity. Xuanwu did not press them further but instructed a soldier to escort Kong Qing to recharge the golden powder rose, then led the group into the command room. Bring the candidates back. Once the records are compiled, report them. Understood. Within the command room were only Director Xuanwu, Li Cheng, Su Bai, and Lu Shi, as Su Wan had been dispatched to retrieve the candidates. On the wooden desk, a small child, no larger than half a hand, frolicked with an elderly man. Primarily the child teasing the elder. Su Bai surmised that the child was the intelligent being that had controlled the giant serpent earlier. A knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door opened, and Kong Qing entered, a silver fox perched on her wrist, clutching something in its mouth. The director remarked that the imagery had been extracted. Xuanwu nodded, signaling her to proceed with the playback. The silver fox tossed her head, discarding the object in her mouth, revealing a vivid scene before the assembly. The display was segmented into smaller frames, showcasing the moment when the golden powder rose vanquished the golden beast, with Kong Qing, the mech pilot, clearly visible. Xiao Tong lunged towards the screen and soon emerged, chirping. In total, there are 33 one-star golden beasts and 12 two-star golden beasts. Oh, that seems insufficient. Within the mech, there are both you and Su Bai. We must also account for that feline, as the numbers should be evenly distributed. Kong Qing remained silent as the silver fox presented another image. This time, the pilot was Su Bai. The footage was intact, capturing less than 20 minutes of action, slaying the first 3-star golden beast in a heartbeat, followed by a cunning strike on the second, and swiftly dispatching the others. The clear documentation of the execution of 10 3-star golden beasts illustrated that every strike by the golden powder rose was executed with textbook precision. It resembled not mere slaughter, but an art form. Even the seasoned Xuanwu could not suppress a glimmer of admiration, and Li Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Warner had indeed struck gold. Kong Qing noted. With 10 3-star golden beasts, each of us would receive 3. She was certain she had passed the assessment without issue. Once in the final evaluation phase, all golden beasts vanished, and apart from the 10 slain by Su Bai, none had encountered a single 3-star golden beast. Xuanwu inclined his head slightly. Indeed, it was sufficient and placed them in a commendable position. The onboard footage had not recorded Su Bai's encounters with the 1- and 2-star golden beasts, yet even so, the 10 3-star golden beasts compensated for any deficiencies. In the command room, Xuanwu turned to Su Bai with a beaming smile. The higher your ranking upon admission, the better the rewards from the academy. Especially for the first place, the rewards are exceptionally generous. You understand what I mean, don't you? Rewards? Su Bai's eyes lit up, his pupils transforming into coin shapes. His little obsession was firmly grasped by Xuanwu, ever since he heard the reports from the subordinates. Noting that this lad had mentioned taking the girl from the credible merchant guild through the assessment for a few tens of thousands of united coins, Xuanwu had discerned his character. Sure enough, Su Bai then revealed a segment of footage. This time, the image depicted a single golden beast, larger than the combined 10 3-star golden beasts. Facing off against it was a mythical subordinate, the Yin soldier. Su Bai remained unfazed. With so many witnesses during the assessment star, there was no need for concealment. Li Cheng rubbed her eyes in disbelief. A 4-star golden beast. She gazed at Su Bai with an odd expression, reflecting on her own experiences at that age where she could barely tackle a 2-star golden beast. Was this the distinction between genius and the mundane? Xiao Tong leaped onto Xuanwu's shoulder, saying, "Did I lie to you?" It was a pitch-black skeleton. Xuanwu cast him a sidelong glance, indicating his disinterest. Well then, the top spot in the entrance examination is yours. Su Bai retracted the footage and, with a grin, inquired. So, Director, what about the rewards? Xuanwu smiled broadly. You shall not be overlooked. You will learn about it upon admission. Now, you all go assist in the tally. Su Bai felt a flicker of hope. In such a grand academy, the reward for first place was enticing. After Li Cheng led the 3 of them outside, Xuanwu absent-mindedly tapped on the table, pulling up a dossier. The document contained a detailed account of Su Bai's life, from his birth and enrollment to his parents' arrest, culminating in his participation in the assessment. Even a photograph of him selling a piece of steel before leaving the White Garment Star was meticulously included. This exemplified the frightening nature of the technological age. In a world governed by big data, where cameras and electronic devices are omnipresent, nothing remains concealed. With a gentle swipe of his fingertips, he accessed information on the White Garment Star. Xuanwu gazed at the statue of the White Garment, lost in contemplation. Was this mythical mech affiliated with the underworld? It was uncertain whether it signified the resurgence of an ancient deity or the emergence of a new one. He shook his head. The birth of new gods was a mere illusion, as only the fortunate who gained the recognition of mythical mechs could be considered. Old friends were becoming increasingly scarce. Abruptly, he lost interest, shutting down all the documents, his expression turning desolate. Su Bai, barefoot and clad in a striking red cloak, was undeniably the most eye-catching figure wherever he went, especially with 2 remarkable beauties by his side, drawing even more attention. His demeanor was solemn, cradling a golden little beast, exuding an air of mystique. Boarding a flying vehicle, the trio set off towards the assessment star. Their task was simple. They merely needed to swipe a card using the POS machine, allowing the candidate's results to be automatically uploaded to the backend for centralized statistics. They were also required to retrieve the credentials, for they contained valuable materials. The academy was not foolish enough to forego such wealth. As the vehicle transported them back to the assessment star, they headed towards a cleared area. Numerous staff members were already processing candidates, and a steady stream of examinees approached, orderly proceeding to the starship behind them to await their results. Su Bai scanned the surroundings and located a relatively less crowded spot, descending the vehicle. The protective shield of the flying craft retracted, folding inwards to form a concave platform approximately half a meter high. Su Bai's lower body was obscured, presenting only his upper half, and with his grave expression, he undoubtedly exuded the aura of a priest. At that moment, someone approached, and Su Bai narrowed his eyes, commanding in a deep voice, "Swipe your card." The candidate, taken aback, responded, "Are you joking?" Lu Shi shot him a disapproving glance before gently addressing the candidate. "Please hand over your credentials." The candidate, casting a puzzled look at Su Bai, unhesitatingly passed the credentials to Lu Shi. "Humph," Su Bai scoffed disdainfully. If he couldn't get a swipe from this candidate, there were plenty of others willing to comply. An hour passed. And while Lu Shi and Kong Qing faced a queue that stretched hundreds of meters, Su Bai remained unattended, his area completely devoid of candidates. Observing that everyone was queuing behind the two women, newcomers assumed Su Bai was unable to process credentials, thus exacerbating the length of the women's line, while Su Bai remained without the joy of swiping a card. Feeling a bit humiliated, Su Bai glanced around aimlessly until suddenly a figure caught his attention. "Xiaohua," he exclaimed, joy lighting up his face as he recognized Song Ran. "You're still alive." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Song Ran instinctively looked back, her body trembling as she prepared to flee. Su Bai hastened, lifting the hem of his cloak, leaping out of the recess to rush to Song Ran's side, forcibly wrapping an arm around him and drawing him to the platform. Come to my side for a scan, no need to queue." The bystanders twitched their lips in response, muttering that no one was even lining up for his station. "You've managed to survive, huh?" Su Bai patted Song Ran heartily on the chest. A sense of frustration washed over Song Ran. It was truly unfortunate that in such a vast space, he had chosen to take this path. Kong Qing, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Su Bai into the platform and admonished, "Be mindful, a man shouldn't be groping a girl like that." However, Su Bai pointed at Song Ran, declaring, "But he is a guy?" Kong Qing froze momentarily, silently released her grip, and returned to her post to continue her work. Su Bai seized the opportunity as Song Ran attempted to make a discreet escape, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. "Proof, card scan." With a bitter expression, Song Ran produced the proof, inwardly sighing that he must observe more closely next time. Su Bai took the proof and swiped it on the POS machine. The sensation was unmistakable. It was indeed the feeling he had longed for. How incredibly smooth and delightful. As he savored his wish fulfilled, the machine emitted a sound. Beep. Song Ran, 379 first-star golden beasts killed, 87 second-star golden beasts. The crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the delicate girl. So many. How is that possible? Surely, the machine must be faulty. Rescan. I refuse to believe it. The surrounding noise made Song Ran lower his head in discomfort. Su Bai furrowed his brow, his smile vanishing as he coldly commanded, "Silence. If you're not testing, then leave." He pulled Song Ran into the platform, preparing to reclaim his proof without any intention of rescanning. Within the recess, Song Ran's eyes glistened with gratitude. He did not wish to burden Su Bai. "Let us rescan." "It's fine," he whispered. Su Bai hesitated, glancing at him. Song Ran took the proof from his hand and handed it to Kong Qing. Moments later, beep, Song Ran. 379 first-star golden beasts killed, 87 second-star golden beasts. The uproar among the crowd diminished significantly, followed by another scan for Lu Shi. Beep, Song Ran. 379 first-star golden beasts killed, 87 second-star golden beasts. The crowd fell silent. It was inconceivable that all three machines could malfunction. Su Bai scoffed, lifting Song Ran's proof without uttering a word. The silent derision was the most lethal, akin to a series of slaps striking the faces of those who had dared to question. Subsequently, a wave of people departed the queue to seek other locations for their scans. The remaining individuals continued their tests, yet the constant was that Su Bai remained unattended. Out of sheer boredom, Su Bai struck up a conversation with Song Ran. "You did quite well, killing so many golden beasts." He calculated in his mind, realizing it was comparable to his own count. Song Ran, feeling bashful, replied, "It was mostly my brother who killed them. I hardly contributed." Su Bai suddenly comprehended. That explained it. Song Ran appeared so delicate. How could he possess such a fierce killing instinct? Unlike himself, who needed to absorb the golden energy from the blood of the beasts. He had learned in the command room that the kills made by the two of them would be tallied collectively. For instance, one carries a Yuan Bao without any effort, yet possesses a record of 41 one-star golden beasts slain. Su Bai jested, "Now this is what one calls a laid-back victory." He cast a sidelong glance at Kong Qing, realizing how misguided he had been to think that the naive girl could lead him to an effortless triumph. As dusk descended, the bored Su Bai dozed off in a haze. "It was you. You were the one who stole from me." The sudden clamor jolted Su Bai awake. "It must be you. I cannot be mistaken." And there was a man with a white cloth covering his head. "You two were in cahoots." Rising from his repose, he approached, invigorated by his enhanced physical capabilities, which naturally included improved memory. Su Bai instantly recognized the raucous man as one of the trio who had previously extorted protection money from him in the jungle. Kong Qing spoke leisurely, embodying the qualities of a competent merchant, knowing that a thick skin was indispensable. "Do not speak recklessly. I shall accuse you of defamation, for I have never laid eyes on you. Stop pretending. It was undoubtedly you. The two companions I was with can attest to it." The man, unconcerned with the mere 2,000 joint coins, was far more preoccupied with his pride, recalling how terrified he had been at that moment. Su Bai stepped closer, his voice icy. "Do you wish to be tested or not? If not, go play elsewhere. Others are waiting for their turn." Upon hearing Su Bai's voice, the man grew even more agitated. "You, The one with the golden beast, are trying to intimidate me. She is the one collecting the fees. Kong Qing shot a glance at Su Bai, signaling that she could handle the situation and that he should refrain from intervening, lest she inadvertently reveal too much. Su Bai ignored her, leaning forward with his hands braced against the edge of the platform, fixating on the man. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to be tested? Test. Test what nonsense? You must first apologize to me, before he could finish. Su Bai seized the man's collar, snatched the certificate from his grasp, crumpled it into dust, and flung the man aside with ease. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Su Bai replaced his fierce demeanor with a genial smile, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed that he refused to present his certificate for testing and continuously disrupted the order, delaying everyone else's testing. I have ample reason to suspect that his certificate is fraudulent and that he fears scrutiny, hence I have destroyed the questionable document. Is that not correct? Who among the assembly dared to dispute him?" Even the man's accomplices remained silent, understanding that if their own certificates were to be crushed, there would be no solace for their tears. Indeed, I can testify to that. I can attest as well. That man truly does not know his place. I heard you ask him multiple times, yet he refused to be tested. Moreover, he attempted to assault the testing official. There are significant issues at play. Well, it appears that everyone here is a reasonable individual, so let us not delay any further. Please, continue with the testing. Su Bai smiled with satisfaction and returned to recline at the back. Kong Qing gazed at Su Bai, then touched her delicate face, murmuring, "I have gained insight. It seems my skills require further refinement. There is still much practice ahead." Chapter 21. I have heard in the assessment command room. Xuanwu closed his eyes, appearing as though he were asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A pallid Shun Mingyang entered, and Xuanwu opened his eyes to regard him, showing no surprise. As if he had anticipated this arrival. "Dean, I have erred," Shun Mingyang spoke, his head bowed, the curvature of his spine, already stooped with age, bending further. "Why?" Xuanwu's voice was as calm as still water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Was the position of Vice Dean of Jinyuan Academy, the highest authority in the research department, not sufficient? He could not comprehend it. At this level, wealth and power were at his disposal. As the Vice Dean of Jinyuan Academy, he could navigate the safety circles with ease. Even in the realm of the divine, one would accord him due respect, being one of the 5 prestigious S-class academies. The graduates of Jinyuan Academy became pillars of society, embodying the very essence of human strength. To address him as a master of the world would not be an exaggeration. He did not believe that the nefarious god of evil counsel or the beast god sect could offer better terms. Shun Mingyang raised his head, his gaze wild as if he sought to argue, but after a prolonged struggle of his lips, he succumbed once more, lowering his head in despair, and painfully uttered, "I wish to live. The Azure Dragon claims he has a method. There are numerous projects I have yet to comprehend. I cannot resign myself to death." A flicker of understanding crossed Xuanwu's face before he fell silent again, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the desk, the sound echoing in the room. "Are you not afraid he might deceive you?" "I have no choice," Shun Mingyang replied. "Each time a human unlocks a gene lock, their physical strength increases, and their lifespan is extended. However, unlocking a gene lock is not merely a matter of having resources. Some individuals are genetically predisposed to fail. Forcing the issue results in a catastrophic collapse of the gene chain, leading to instant demise, unless one can absorb golden energy to fundamentally reinforce their genes. As Su Bai does. Shun Mingyang was but a common man among the masses. At 97, even though Xuanwu tirelessly sought specialized gene elixirs from various divine realms, he remained an ordinary mortal. He sensed his lifespan nearing its limit, and then the Azure Dragon appeared, claiming to possess a method to unlock the first gene lock. Unlocking just one layer would extend his life by at least a decade, a temptation too potent to resist. Xuanwu gazed at the elderly figure before him, resembling a helpless child, and was at a loss for words. How had the once spirited youth transformed into this? After a lengthy pause, he sighed, "You may go. The project at the Morningstar Research Institute has made progress. I have secured a trial opportunity for you." Shun Mingyang's head shot up, elation flooding his heart. Once again receiving Xuanwu's affirmation, he exited with excitement. He had waited for the Morningstar project for many years, teetering on the brink of despair, and finally, the moment had arrived. At a verification station, Li Cheng and his apprentice Su Wan were engrossed in their tasks. Su Wan queried, "Teacher, has the dean not left yet?" Li Cheng nodded, and she continued, "Then why does he not intervene? So many lives were lost in the fleet beyond the stars. If the dean had acted, death would have been averted." Death in the cosmos was an all too common occurrence, yet Su Wan could not fathom the senselessness of those lives lost. Li Cheng paused in his work, turning to face Su Wan. "The director has his own considerations. Their deaths were not without significance. Were they not able to apprehend the 7 celestial dragons? And there was a traitor among them. Moreover, the deceased were all death row inmates from nearby federations. Those who survived would have their sentences reduced, while those who perished deserved their fate. The Academy's losses were merely a handful of warships. Su Bai mechanically swiped the POS machine, lost in thought. Hey, what are you doing? Don't snatch my receipt. I am a staff member, the attendant replied. Look how long this line is. I helped you swipe, so you can leave early. Drawn by the commotion, Su Bai looked up, and the vivid crimson hue painfully pierced her eyes. Irritated, she stormed down and dragged Su Bai over. What are you doing? Li Cheng glanced over and could not help but interject. The director has asked you to work. Why are you running around instead of doing your job? Su Bai replied awkwardly. I'm on a mobile post, helping to alleviate everyone's pressure. Haha, alright then. Since no one is looking for me to swipe. Everyone has gone to Kong Qing and Lu Shi. I just came out to stretch my legs. At Li Cheng's gesture, Su Bai forcefully sent Su Bai back. With his head hung low, Su Bai returned to his designated station, ignored by the two women, and even Song Ran was disinclined to acknowledge him, save for Yuan Bao occasionally calling out to him. In the starry sky, the Jinyuan Guard escorted all candidates back to Jinyuan Star, while those eliminated took the starship to leave independently. Due to the exceptionally high elimination rates at the 5S level academies, the assessment period commenced earlier than other institutions, allowing those eliminated to have the opportunity to apply to other academies. With his outstanding first-place score, Su Bai sat aboard a starship with Xuan Wu, believing it to be his own merit, while Lu Shi and Kong Qing lingered nearby. In a cabin, Su Wan excitedly gossiped. I heard that during the assessment, a 4-star golden beast appeared, and someone even managed to slay it. Do you know who that was? A 4-star golden beast. For their own internships. Being able to single-handedly defeat one would be a remarkable achievement. It was astonishing that this year's newcomers were so formidable, able to kill a 4-star golden beast right after enrollment. The expressions of the others were peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, Su Bai slowly spoke. Sister Wan, do you think it's possible that person was me? You? Su Wan burst out laughing. Haha, I didn't realize you had such a humorous side. Her laughter echoed in the room, while the others stared at her wide-eyed, causing her mirth to gradually fade. It can't truly be you, can it? Li Cheng, unable to bear the awkwardness of his beloved student, sent her a video. Watch this, it really is that kid. After a few minutes, Su Wan finished watching, staring at Su Bai in shock. Reminded of her earlier demeanor, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat to mask her awkwardness, swiftly changing the topic. I heard the second place in the assessment was a cat. What a strange occurrence it is, with so many oddities this year. A cat managed to place second at Jinyuan. Su Bai took Yuan Bao out from his embrace, its large eyes spinning, instantly comprehending his implication. Meow meow. Su Wan's face stiffened, and unwilling to concede, she shifted the conversation once more. Did you all know? I heard the third place in the assessment killed nearly 400 1-star golden beasts, and even over 100 2-star golden beasts. They say it was a pretty young girl. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar, and Song Ran quietly lowered his head. Su Bai slightly turned to reveal Song Ran behind him. Sister Wan, do you think he is pretty? Doesn't he resemble a young girl? Su Wan responded with a perplexed look. She made a final attempt to shift the conversation. I heard that. Do not listen to rumors, Li Cheng interjected, unable to bear it any longer, and took Su Wan outside. Once the door was closed, Su Wan felt despondent in the corridor, lamenting her fate. She had inadvertently drawn in two formidable figures, especially Su Bai, who had unexpectedly brought a cat to secure second place among the new students. Li Cheng patted her shoulder in consolation. Look on the bright side. The top 3 in the new student assessment will all be attributed to you. You have claimed them all, and the credit rewards will certainly be substantial. Su Wan managed a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Oh, how truly delightful. In the room, only Su Lu, Kong, and Song remained. Without the presence of teacher Li Cheng, the atmosphere lightened considerably. It must be said that teachers naturally exert a certain pressure on students. Kong Qing inquired, which major are you all considering? Major? Su Bai scratched his head, his gaze bewildered. This was somewhat beyond his comprehension. Was there a need to choose a major? Why was there no division during his time at the White Garment School? Could basic education truly be compared to higher learning institutions? Lu Shi explained, the S-Class Academy has 4 core majors, the Mecha Department, which teaches mecha piloting skills and has the largest number of students, the Starship Department, focusing on starship and battleship command, where graduates can directly join the fleet in management roles, predominantly comprised of the affluent and powerful aristocracy. After all, if one lacks a fleet, having skills becomes somewhat futile. The Research Department, which serves as a pathway for commoners who cannot break the genetic locks, as researchers are generally well compensated wherever they go. And lastly, the Genetics Department, which primarily hones physical bodies with the aim of breaking higher-level genetic locks. The resources required for such breakthroughs are immense, and the risks are particularly high, making this department the least populated, yet the most powerful. Su Bai appeared puzzled. Is there danger in breaking genetic locks? What kind of dangers? Lu Shi took a sip of water, and Kong Qing continued the discussion. No one knows their genetic limits. When attempting to break a genetic lock, aside from the resources consumed, the most terrifying aspect is the potential collapse of the genetic chain. Failure leads to a dead end. 4 fifth-level geneticists. As long as they can unlock the first layer of the genetic lock and possess wealth and resources, they can gradually progress with time. However, thereafter, the risks of each breakthrough rise exponentially, essentially gambling with one's life. Thus, lower-level geneticists are common, while higher-level geneticists are rare. Yet, the genetics department is recognized as the strongest, with the highest potential for growth. The most elite warriors are invariably high-level geneticists, as only with enhanced physicality can one endure the burdens of higher-tier mechs, and this is particularly true for mythical mechs. Su Bai stroked his chin, which had grown a bit scruffy from neglect, and fell into deep contemplation. It seemed he had never broken through a genetic lock nor used any genetic potions. He was so impoverished that he was barely scraping by, let alone consuming resources. He had entirely relied on absorbing material wealth to push his way forward. Is it not to say that this so-called immense risk bears no significance for oneself? He suddenly felt a bright future beckoning him. I shall pursue a path in genetics. The crowd was unsurprised by his declaration. After all, how could a young third-level genetic aspirant not choose genetics? I too shall delve into genetics. A soft voice chimed in, and the three turned to see Song Ran, slightly taken aback. Su Bai laughed as he wrapped an arm around Song Ran's shoulder, declaring, I will look after you from now on. A sudden panic surged within Song Ran, prompting a desire to reconsider. Lucy then spoke up, her voice imbued with a touch more grace than Song Ran's. I also choose genetics. Is it not said that genetics is perilous? Why then? Does everyone wish to enter this field? Su Bai pondered, curious if these two shared the same inclination. Lucy smiled brightly, echoing Song Ran's sentiment, to grow stronger. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and turned to Kong Qing, inquiring, You do not wish to enter genetics, do you? Kong Qing shook her head, her refined chin slightly raised, revealing her elegant and slender neck. Do you not think the Starship Department suits me better? Chapter 22. A call for help from the White Star Jinyuan Honor Plaza. The most sacred site of the Academy's glory. The pristine marble floor was adorned with gleaming jade statues, each reflecting the sunlight. Every student who had made remarkable contributions to humanity and the Academy throughout history had a statue dedicated to them here. Holographic projections in front of the statues chronicled their lives and illustrious achievements. They stood as the pride of Jinyuan, the aspiration of its students. 100,000 new students, clad in black trousers and white shirts emblazoned with the Jinyuan Academy emblem, stood in the plaza, resembling a mere drop in the ocean, scarcely occupying even a fraction of the vast space. The multitude of statues surrounding the plaza was a testament to the legacy it held. Among the new students stood a considerable number of upperclassmen observing the ceremony, and despite the crowd, a solemn silence prevailed in this esteemed location. At this moment, Su Bai and Song Ran stood on a platform, addressing the new students below. Xuanwu offered him an encouraging glance, yet Su Bai felt a pang of bitterness. No one had mentioned this unexpected turn of events. He had never even delivered a class speech before. What was he to say now? Countless pairs of eager eyes fixated on him, and with a stiff resolve, Su Bai raised the microphone, forcing a smile onto his lips. Hello everyone, I am Su Bai. Look at the ground, it is truly white. The sky, so blue. I love the academy, it is my home. Xuanwu's expression darkened as he exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby teacher, who promptly seized the microphone from Su Bai to ease the situation. Haha. It seems our student Su is a bit shy and not quite at ease. Below, Kong Qing and Lu Shi exchanged incredulous glances. Shy? What a jest. The teacher was about to pass the microphone to the next speaker when he met Yuan Bao's wide, innocent eyes, causing him to hesitate. He gritted his teeth. Formality must be upheld. He couldn't sidestep Yuan Bao simply because it was not human. The microphone was presented to Yuan Bao, the teacher kindly holding it aloft. Yuan Bao's fluffy little head was obscured by the oversized microphone. Tilting its head, Yuan Bao gazed at Su Bai, who adopted a nonchalant demeanor, as if to say, this is not my concern. Ow ow. The tender, melodious cries of Yuan Bao, combined with its adorably clumsy demeanor, instantly captured the hearts of the girls present. Xuanwu's expression darkened further. What kind of teacher was this, utterly lacking in discernment? After the event, he would toss him to the North Sky Gate to face the Golden Beast. The teacher shivered and hastily handed the microphone to Song Ran. If Su Bai acted like this, one could only imagine how Song Ran would fare. Receiving the microphone, he fidgeted for a moment before whispering, Hello everyone. My name is Song Ran. After a brief pause, he added softly, Gender, male. Well, there went the freshman assembly. Xuanwu was certain this was the most abysmal presentation he had ever witnessed. He approached, dismissing the teacher without the need for a microphone, his resonant voice echoing across the square. Now, for the final segment, the credit rewards. The first place in the freshman assessment will receive 150 credits. The second place 100 credits, and the third place 80 credits. Those ranked 4th to 100 will receive 50 credits, while those from 101 to 1000 will receive 10 credits each. All students must register their major and minor on the Jinyuan Star Network platform, once submitted. Changes cannot be made, so choose wisely. Following this, there will be a day of rest, after which training will commence according to the main department. Until training concludes, accommodations will be shared. That is all. You are dismissed. As Xuanwu prepared to leave, Su Bai seized his arm, pleading, Dean, you mentioned the generous rewards for first place. Surely you won't go back on your word? 150 credits is not generous enough? You better know your place, Xuanwu retorted, recalling the naive blue-eyed youth. And with a cold huff, he vanished from sight. Is 150 credits truly substantial? Su Wan approached just in time to hear his remark, clarifying. 1 credit equals 10 universe coins. Universe coins? Su Bai responded, that sounds rather grand. Who knows what currency that is? I, Su Bai, only recognize united coins. Su Wan regarded him with a look akin to that reserved for a simpleton. The conversion between universe coins and united coins is 1 to 10,000, meaning that 1,000 united coins equate to 1 universe coin. 150 credits would suffice for a year of indulgence at the academy. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Bai, prompting him to check his United bank account. United bank account balance, 399,071 united coins. Su Wan casually glanced over and derisively remarked, Pauper. Su Bai bristled. While he might be poor, why should she voice it? He was about to retort when Su Wan pointed at the conversion. United bank account balance, 3,990 universe coins. Su Bai, where did my 71 united coins go? They're gone. Universe coins are only calculated to 2 decimal places. Su Wan explained matter-of-factly. She then took Su Bai by the arm, leading him out of the square, while Song Ran obediently followed behind. I'll take you to buy a star instrument. That shabby watch of yours must have been a gift when you registered as a citizen. It won't even let you enter the star network. Su Bai's heart sank. Indeed, that watch was a freebie. A fiery red hovercar came to a halt in the commercial district, and the endless shops lined the expansive roadway, capable of accommodating dozens of vehicles side by side. Yet at that moment, it was eerily deserted. Su Wan, unfazed by the situation, casually parked the vehicle outside the street and remarked, vehicles are not permitted in the commercial district. Generally, students purchase everything online through the Star Network. However, she cast a glance at Su Bai's worn-out watch, her implication unmistakable. Su Bai felt another blow to his self-esteem. Leading the two of them, Su Wan proceeded directly to a shop selling star devices. The tinkling of an old-fashioned bell echoed as a small robot glided out to greet them. Welcome. How may I assist you? We'll browse on our own, Su Wan replied. Very well, esteemed guests. Curiously, Su Bai surveyed the surroundings, dazzled by the myriad of star devices. There were wristwatch-shaped, pocket watch-shaped, necklace-shaped, bracelet-shaped, and ring-shaped devices, far too many to count. After much deliberation, Su Bai selected a pair of solid black circular star devices. Why are you buying 2? Su Wan inquired. Su Bai pointed to Yuan Bao and handed one to it. Su Wan shrugged, saying nothing further. Xiaohua, are you buying one? Song Ren shook her head. I already have one. No need to purchase. Su Bai fitted the circular device onto his wrist, which adjusted perfectly without hindering his movements. The total cost for the 2 star devices was 7 academic credits, which would be temporarily withheld until the training concluded. Su Wan covered the expense. The small robot's electronic screen displayed a smiling face. May I ask where the accompanying facilities should be delivered? Su Wan provided a string of coordinates and led the 2 outside. The accompanying facility is a simulation pod that allows you to experience a tangible sensation in the Star Network world. Once your training concludes, you both can stay at my place. After all, I have a spacious residence that is currently empty. Su Bai, wary, questioned, is there a fee? Certainly not. Su Wan replied with a dismissive glance. There will be no charges. Constructing that villa would only cost 5 credits, with the vastness of Jinyuan Star. Finding a spot is effortless. Upon returning to the hover vehicle, Su Wan drove them to the lodging area. At that moment, she urged, quickly register on the Star Network, and then add me as a friend. Su Bai nodded, fitting the other star device around Yuan Bao's neck, which suited it perfectly, resembling a collar. He then closed his eyes. The black circular device emitted a peculiar wave, connecting with his brainwaves. As his vision blurred and then cleared, he found himself in a pristine white space, facing a dialogue window. Would you like to enter the current coordinate Star Network world? Yes or no? Just as he was about to confirm, a flash of gold caught his eye. It was Yuan Bao. Arc. He scooped up Yuan Bao and selected yes. As the white mist dissipated, he discovered he had returned to the Jinyuan Honor Square. After a brief exploration, he navigated through a series of straightforward yet intricate operations to link his previous personal account with the star device, verifying his identity as a student of Jinyuan Academy. He then sent friend requests to Song Ran, Su Wan, Lu Shi, and Kong Qing. Suddenly recalling something, he searched for Xuanwu on the Jinyuan forum and was pleasantly surprised to find contact information for Xuanwu. He promptly sent a friend request. Finally, he expressed his joy to Lan Qinxue, who was far away on Bai Star, but after waiting a while, he received no response. Su Bai mused that she might be in class and dismissed the thought. He then exited the interface. All done. Beep, beep. As soon as it emerged, the star device emitted a series of alert tones. With a gentle tap of his finger, a semi-transparent screen materialized before him. Su Wan, Lu Shi, and Kong Qing have accepted your friend request. Xian Wu and Song Ran have declined. The refusal from Dean Xian Wu was expected, but Song Ran. Su Bai reached out, draping his arm around Song Ran's shoulder, and flashed a radiant smile. Little flower, do you have an issue with me? That slip of the hand caused Song Ran to shudder, resembling a bullied young lady. Under Su Bai's amiable gaze, he sent a friend request back. Tisk, it's a pity, little flower, that you are a man. Su Wan teased, passing through another teleportation node and halting in front of a building. Here we are. Once the training concludes, I shall return to fetch you. The 4 core departments each had distinct training content and did not share the same residence. Though referred to as training, it could also be deemed a secondary selection. The first round, which filtered through billions, indicated exceptional prowess. The second round involved mentors further scrutinizing participants, eliminating those with ulterior motives. Cultivation begins with the heart. This year, from a cohort of 100,000, fewer than 3,000 belonged to the genetics department. A series of single rooms formed the genetics department's residence. Aside from the room numbers, there was little distinction. However, the closer one was to the front, the nearer to the assembly point. During the training period, the genetics department was prohibited from utilizing mechs or flying vehicles. Traversing such a considerable distance from the back to the front would require a significant amount of time. According to rankings, the staff had placed Su Bai and his companion at the forefront. Suddenly, Su Bai recalled something and inquired of the accompanying staff member. The first 3 rooms belong to us, correct? The staff member appeared puzzled. But there are only the 2 of you? Su Bai then extracted a gold ingot from his pocket. The staff member finally grasped the situation, realizing that this year's selection was quite peculiar. As the second place was a cat, with a resigned tone, he confirmed, indeed. May I invite someone else to stay? Of course, the staff member replied. Su Bai understood, recalling that Lu Shi had also registered for the genetics department. It was unlikely that the gold ingot would occupy a room alone, and leaving it vacant was unwise, especially since he was unfamiliar with the others. It would be preferable to offer it to Lu Shi. He activated the star device and dialed Lu Shi's contact. Their shared experiences on the assessment star had forged a bond akin to life and death. Lu Shi did not refuse, and soon, a graceful figure appeared, carrying a bag. After a brief exchange, they returned to their respective rooms. Training commenced the following day. After washing up, Su Bai cleaned the gold ingot and prepared some golden substances for it to eat before lying down to succumb to a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, beep, beep, beep. The black star device abruptly turned crimson, its piercing alarm ringing incessantly within the room. Su Bai's eyes shot open, a burning sensation spreading along his wrist. A distress signal? His expression turned grave as he activated the star device. A voice message played, the tone weak and urgent, laced with undeniable despair. Help me. Save me. I am. Sender, Lan Xinxue. Chapter 23. The Late Realization Teacher. I wish to request leave. I'm sorry, during the training period, leave is prohibited. Absentees will be regarded as forfeiting their admission qualifications. I truly have an urgent matter. I'm sorry. How much? Why don't you go and snatch it? I solely desire a ticket for the spaceship, neither renting nor purchasing. I apologize, sir, but apart from special circumstances, there are no public starships operating from Jinyuan Star. We only offer various starships available for private lease. The vessel you are observing is crafted by the esteemed Credibility Commerce under the auspices of the renowned Voyage Group. And I am without funds. The receptionist fell silent, smiling without uttering a word. With a grimace, Su Bai exited through the door, pondering his options in the reception square. Perhaps selling some valuable materials? That appears to be the only viable solution at present. Just as he was gritting his teeth, preparing to seek a buyer, a figure approached him. What are you doing out at this hour, you foolish girl? The newcomer was none other than Kong Qing. Ever since she learned that Su Bai possessed a mythical auxiliary mecha, she had intended to acquire his services, leveraging the authority of the Credibility 5 to monitor Su Bai's movements. A spark of hope ignited in Su Bai's eyes. This girl has wealth. I need to borrow money. It's urgent, and I promise to repay you later. Kong Qing paused, suddenly struck by a thought. Urgent? How urgent? It pertains to life and death. Kong Qing's suspicion was confirmed. It must be that the mythical mecha master behind Su Bai was summoning him back, or else his life was in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Su Bai was convinced that Teacher Lan had sent an urgent distress signal. After all, wasn't it a matter of life and death? Both of them inexplicably arrived at the same conclusion. Kong Qing contemplated for a moment, then removed a transparent orb from her bracelet, resembling amber, within which lay a starship, a planet-class miniature starship utilizing space-folding technology. Su Bai's expression brightened as he reached for it. Thank you, but wait. Kong Qing retracted her hand. Why would I lend this to you? The storage device for a planet-class starship is worth 3,000 cosmic coins, while the planet-class miniature starship itself is valued at 7,000 cosmic coins. totaling 10,000 cosmic coins, which is equivalent to 100 million Union coins. 100 million. Su Bai was taken aback. His entire fortune was scarcely 400,000. I have 250 credits. Well, the gold ingots are mine too. Huh, if you leave now, it would mean you are forfeiting your enrollment status. And how would you still possess those 250 credits? Kong Qing scoffed. Even if you did, it would amount to merely 2,500 cosmic coins. You still fall short by 7,005. A graceful and confident smile adorned Kong Qing's exquisite face, her mind calculating with precision. It was merely a starship to her. She hadn't given it much thought. She could easily hand it over to Su Bai. Her intention was to challenge him, to make him recognize the value of the starship, thus obligating him to her favor. Would she not then have access to that mythical mecha master? I will exchange it. What could you possibly offer? The gold ingots hold some value. But to exchange for 100 million? You are dreaming. Kong Qing cast a scrutinizing glance. Su Bai's tone turned somewhat distant as a petite, antiquely dressed girl holding a toy appeared on the astrolabe on his wrist. Mythical auxiliary specter. This is the mark of the mecha. Give me the starship, and the mecha is yours. You are mistaken. Kong Qing suddenly felt she had gravely miscalculated. Su Bai's actions had completely ensnared her. Accepting the mecha would irrevocably sever their previous rapport, leaving only the most transactional of relationships. This was not the outcome she desired. She had overestimated her grasp on human emotions and underestimated Su Bai's pride. Rather than relinquishing the boundless potential of the mythic auxiliary mech, I would rather not lower myself to plead for her favor. Ha ha ha. Kong Qing's lips twitched momentarily as she forced a smile, saying, I was merely jesting with you. Quickly, take this back. You saved my life on the assessment star, so consider this starship a gift. A competent merchant is never devoid of a thick skin. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, Kong Qing pressed the orb into Su Bai's hands, simultaneously attempting to touch the ingot. But the ingot bared its teeth at her and retreated into Su Bai's collar. Then thank you. I shall certainly repay you. Su Bai expressed his gratitude. If I say it's a gift, then it's a gift. By the way, you can't pilot a starship, can you? A pauper like him. From where would he learn to navigate a starship? Su Bai nodded affirmatively. Kong Qing continued. Then wait a moment. My brother is heading to ASOS Academy and happens to be nearby. I will summon him over. He should arrive in about an hour. Just tell him where you wish to go. Su Bai thanked her once more. Kong Qing could distinctly sense the gap between them, and, self-aware, bid him farewell. A miscalculation. Indeed. On the way back, Kong Qing felt a tinge of regret. Such a promising foundation had been jeopardized. Sighing, she found a contact and dialed. Kong Yun. You are near Jinyuan, correct? Yes. Come to Jinyuan Star within the hour. What? Sister? I, the illustrious second young master of the Kong family, am to be a chauffeur for someone? What nonsense. If you don't come, I will skin you alive. She bellowed, venting her pent-up frustrations. Upon hanging up, she harbored no concerns about Kong Yun's arrival. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he repeatedly sent call requests to Lan Qinxue, yet none were answered. In this era, star instruments had become indispensable tools for humanity. Even during sleep or bathing, they would not be removed. Just as his impatience reached its peak, and he could no longer resist the urge to pilot the starship himself, a somewhat flippant voice interrupted. Are you Su Bai? Kong Yun, clad in a light pink suit with gleaming white shoes, exuded an air of flamboyance. His meticulously styled hair, held in place by an abundance of gel, remained hidden behind sunglasses despite the night. Kong Qing's brother? That's me. Hurry up and let's go. Upon realizing who it was, Su Bai did not bother with formalities, seizing him and pulling him into the already activated starship. Chongning Federation, Bai Star. How long will it take to get there? Planet-class starship, maximum speed. I asked how long it will take. By tomorrow morning, Kong Yun replied earnestly. Those who are soft fear the hard, and those who are hard fear the reckless. He considered himself perceptive, noticing Su Bai's predatory demeanor. Kong Yun deemed it wise to tread carefully. His left arm trembled slightly as he discreetly rubbed the spot where Su Bai had grasped him, inhaling sharply. Primarily, he could not overpower him. Otherwise, he would surely teach this brat a lesson about the temperament of the second young master. Without further ado, Kong Yun deftly maneuvered the controls, and the starship sprang to life. Flames erupted from the tail, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Su Bai programmed the star instrument to connect with Lan Qinxue every 10 minutes, then closed his eyes to rest. Silence reigned throughout the night. The next day, a miniature starship docked at the Bai Star's receiving port. The insignia on the starship elicited no commotion whatsoever. After all, not everyone can recognize the emblem representing one of the 5 pillars of credibility. At least in this small federation, those who can identify it are few and far between. At Jinyuan Academy, Kong Qing, on her way to a gathering, received a communication. Hello, brother. Did you send Xiaoyan to drive for someone else? Has he been reporting on me? Early in the morning, Xiaoyan had called to complain, saying you had him driving for a native from a lower federation. Kong Qing ground her teeth, jotting down a note about Kong Yun. She was well aware of her brother Kong Chun's purpose for this call, which was merely to ascertain the reason behind such actions. It was also possible he feared she might develop feelings for a native, which would be a considerable blow to her, and even to the Kong family's standing in the Credibility Merchants Association. Kong Qing recounted the entire situation in detail. On the other end, Kong Chun fell silent for a moment. You mean, during this time? He didn't communicate with anyone and decided to exchange a mythical subordinate for a star-class spaceship? Wait, what? Kong Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Are you saying, click? The call was abruptly terminated. A bitter pang filled her heart. If yesterday she felt a twinge of regret, today, after Kong Chun's remark, she was utterly remorseful. It is essential to know that relinquishing ownership of a mythical subordinate mech requires the authorization and consent of its respective driver. Yet, Su Bai had not sought permission from anyone and could directly present the imprint of the spectral soldier's mech. This alone spoke volumes. Important note: exercise caution in decision-making. The next segment of the plot has been crafted with logical coherence in mind, yet it has not accounted for the reader's enjoyment, resulting in numerous unfavorable reviews and discouragement from many readers. I personally suggest skipping to Chapter 39 for a more satisfying experience. Chapter 24. Listen to Your Sister, White Robe Star. Named after the towering 100-meter statue at the planet's center. Having arrived, Kong Yun would certainly not leave without casting a glance at the statue after sending off that troublesome figure. The mythical mech, he thought. Kong Yun retracted his frivolous demeanor, his expression solemn as he stood beneath the towering statue, akin to a pilgrim. The indigenous citizens of White Robe Star might perceive it as merely an ordinary statue. However, as the second son of the Kong family, he understood well that this represented a mythical mech. Scattered throughout the universe are numerous mythical mechs, yet without a driver. They remain mere statues. Only those of significant importance, with distinct characteristics and extraordinary symbolic meaning, are retrieved by their respective divine domains or kingdoms. The rest remain in a state of dispersion. In the cosmos, no one desires to be anything other than a mythical pilot. It is the highest honor. Kong Yun was no exception. He tucked away his yearning gaze and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he received another communication. Sister? What is it now? What? Impossible. I never want to see that Su person again. Not even if you skin me alive. Angrily hanging up, another communication came through. Just as Kong Yun was about to decline, he noticed it was Kong Chun and answered. As soon as the call connected, he immediately sought to report, Brother, my sister has definitely developed feelings for that native. She even wants me to follow him to see if I can assist. Listen to your sister. What did you say? I, Su Bai, command you to do as instructed. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to invoke the power of the Kong family. However, remember, do not act in the name of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce. Having said this, he hung up the phone. Kong Yun was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Within the entire Kong family, Kong Chen's words held more weight than his father's, and he was beginning to exude the aura of the family head. Although Kong Yun was perplexed, he set off towards the Bai school, his expression tinged with existential doubt. Recalling a casual remark made during their previous separation, Su Bai had mentioned his intention to visit Bai school. Ding dong. The Bai school station is approaching. Passengers disembarking at this stop, please prepare accordingly. Su Bai gazed at the familiar sign with mixed emotions, surprised at how swiftly he had returned. A small head belonging to Yuan Bao popped out, echoing a few excited howls. It was currently summer vacation, and the school was rather deserted. Lan Qinxue resided in the faculty apartment allocated within the school. Su Bai walked straight in, but was halted by a security guard at the entrance. Grandpa Wang, it's me. Su Bai? Have you already forgotten me after just a few days? Ah, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be applying to the academy? Why are you back? I came to see Teacher Lan. By the way, do you know where she is? Su Bai's eyes were hopeful. Unfortunately, the security guard shook his head. I've been on duty here, and I haven't seen her for a few days. Not receiving the answer he sought, Su Bai sighed and made his way toward the faculty apartment. In previous years, he had often come here to dine during festive occasions. Arriving at Lan Qinshue's door, he knocked, but received no response. Familiar with the routine, he found the key beneath a flower pot and entered. The room was small, with a clear view to the back. Everything was neatly arranged, yet it appeared unfamiliar. As a level 3 genetic individual, Su Bai had an excellent memory. Many items were evidently not in their previous state, and some had even been replaced. Lan Qinxue was a sentimental person. The arrangement of items in her room had remained unchanged over the years. As long as those objects remained intact, they would not be replaced. A sense of unease began to envelop Su Bai. At that moment, a man entered the room. Surprised to see Su Bai. Su Bai? What brings you back? Turning around, Su Bai recognized this man as a fellow teacher residing across from Lan Qinxue. He had only taught him for a year, and their relationship was merely cordial. Teacherly, do you know where Teacher Lan is? Li Ming's eyes flickered as he replied. I haven't seen her. She hasn't returned for several days. Perhaps she has gone on vacation. Oh, Su Bai sensed that he might know more and pressed further. Did you see her leave? I cannot reach her on Xingyi either. I don't know. I don't know, Li Ming replied impatiently, waving his hand as he quickly retreated. With a clatter, the door shut behind him. Su Bai stared at the closed door across the hall, lost in thought. After a long moment, he stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, within the opposite room, Li Ming lay back on his bed, peering through the peephole after Su Bai departed. A smile creeping upon his face as he glanced at the additional 100,000 federal coins on his bank card. Teacher Ma, do you know where Teacher Lan is? I don't know. Hello, have you seen Teacher Lan in the past few days? I haven't seen her. Hey, why are you here? I am not Hey. I am Kong Yun. Unimportant. Just go play. Do not disturb me. Su Bai pushed aside the recently found Kong Yun and continued to inquire. As the day passed quietly, Su Bai sat on the playground, gazing at the simulated sunset cast upon the sky, lost in thought. Yuan Bao gently nudged his chin, seemingly offering comfort to its master. Kong Yun, being the second son of the Kong family, was not lacking in intelligence. On the way, he had instructed someone to investigate Su Bai. He learned of his performance during the Jinyuan assessment and discovered that Su Bai possessed a mythical auxiliary mecha. He then speculated that Kong Chun and Kong Qing wished to recruit a mythical mechanic through him. Throughout the day, as Su Bai asked questions, Kong Yun went to fetch water and food for him, all the while observing the expressions of those he questioned. Kong Yun handed over a bottle of water and remarked, "Some of the people you inquired about genuinely do not know, but others clearly possess some knowledge. I am aware. It is impossible for everyone to be oblivious. Teacher Lan is renowned for her beauty at Bai School and has remained single, attracting many suitors. While it may be plausible for an ordinary passerby to go unnoticed for a while after disappearing, it is simply inconceivable for Teacher Lan." Kong Yun shrugged, expressing his helplessness. If he were to utilize the power of the Credibility Merchant Association to investigate an individual, it would be a trivial matter. However, he could only rely on the resources of the Kong family, which deemed such small federations beneath their notice. So what now? Are we to simply linger? Wait. Su Bai reclined on the lawn, plucking a few blades of grass, stowing them in his pocket to feed Yuan Bao after they turned to gold. Then closed his eyes in feigned slumber. Wait. Kong Yun was perplexed. What can we uncover in the dark that we could not during the day? Ding ding ding. The clock struck 12. At midnight, Su Bai opened his eyes and stood up. Kong Yun, who had been attentively watching him, hurriedly followed, smoothing out the creases in his suit. Su Bai glanced at him without acknowledging his presence and proceeded toward the apartment building. He had chased him away countless times today. Yet this fellow clung to him like a stubborn adhesive bandage. Eventually, he resigned himself to it. Having a lackey was not entirely undesirable. At the teacher's apartment, Su Bai stood before Li Ming's door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Some noise emanated from within, yet no one responded, let alone opened the door. Just as Su Bai was about to force his way in, Kong Yun stepped forward. Let me handle this. He produced a small device the size of a bottle cap and affixed it to the electronic door lock. It was a clever gadget devised by a researcher at the Morningstar Research Institute, capable of effortlessly unlocking such doors. With a few soft clicks, Kong Yun smiled triumphantly, reached out, and the door swung open. As Su Bai entered, he discreetly slipped the device into his pocket while passing the doorway. Huh. Kong Yun was taken aback. Su Bai stepped inside, where the lights remained off. In the moonlight, he could see Li Ming standing in the center of the living room in his pajamas. Click, he turned on the lights. Observing the wary Li Ming, Su Bai remarked, "Teacher Li, how frugal you are with electricity. You don't even turn on the lights for guests?" Li Ming replied coldly, "According to the laws of the Chongning Federation, I have the right to eliminate intruders on the spot, given our relationship as teacher and student. I will overlook this incident if you leave now as if nothing has occurred." Chapter 25. A visit in the dead of night. I have but a single inquiry before I depart. Do you know the whereabouts of Teacher Lan? I have already stated that I do not know. Li Ming retorted sharply. You have 1 minute to leave. Is this how Blue Qinshua students behave? Barging into someone else's home at such an hour? Truly lacking in decorum. Still unwilling to speak? Su Bai signaled for Kong Yun to close the door. Li Ming merely regarded him with a cold stare, drawing forth a small knife. If he could eliminate these two searching for Blue Qinshua, perhaps he could profit once more. What? Do you intend to kill me? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, incredulous that a teacher would resort to violence against a former student over such trivial matters. How delightful. You still recognize me as your teacher? I certainly do not claim a student who disregards their elders and shows no respect for the principles of education. Teacher? Student? Such titles mean nothing. After years in the role of a teacher, he had yet to receive as much as a casual offering from anyone. If he dealt with these two, feigning victimhood could yield him at least another 100,000. Li teacher, if my memory serves me correctly, you are a level 2 geneticist. Yes? What is this? Are you afraid? Li Ming let out a sinister laugh, lunging forward with the knife. Too late. He would not allow that 100,000 to slip away beneath his very eyes. This was a lawful execution. Then all is well. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed within the room. Meanwhile, Kong Yun closed his eyes, reflecting, goodness, are level 2 geneticists this brave nowadays? To confront a level 3 head-on, how unfortunate. 10 minutes later, Su Bai exhaled deeply, addressing the battered Li Ming. Do you understand now? I do not. Su Bai cracked his fingers. Think carefully before you speak. Li Ming shuddered. This young man was indeed a monster. He had no resources, exhausting a significant portion of his life to attain the status of a level 2 geneticist. Su Bai, despite sharing the same background, was, as far as Li Ming knew, even poorer. Yet, the younger man had already achieved level 3 status, despite being less than half Li Ming's age. No longer struggling, Li Ming resigned himself, despondently confessing. I was taken away. I do not know by whom, but I recognized the principal among them. They offered me 100,000 to keep silent. The principal? An image of a short, stout, kindly old man appeared in his mind. Where was he located? Jinsho Garden, Building 3, Room 202. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Bai turned to Kong Yun, handing him 100,000 as medical expenses. Kong Yun, initially engrossed in the spectacle, was taken aback. Why should I pay? Because I am impoverished, Su Bai replied, unperturbed. Kong Yun, amused and exasperated, laughed. So you are boldly poor, are you? Hurry now, Su Bai urged. Showing no hint of courtesy, he had come to realize that this sibling duo undoubtedly sought his assistance. There was no need for pleasantries. Thus, Kong Yun promptly transferred 100,000 United coins to Li Ming. Su Bai stated, this serves as both medical expenses and a hush fee. Do not send a message to the principal the moment I leave. If I visit the principal's residence and find no one there, I shall have to return to you. Li Ming nodded vigorously, glancing at the incoming transfer notification, suddenly feeling as if his wounds had ceased to ache. If you had provided the 100,000 earlier, I would have confessed sooner. And what of enduring a beating? On the way to Jinsho Garden, beep beep. Hello, I understand. I will head there now. Disconnecting the call, Kong Yun remarked, Brother Su, I have a matter to attend to and must take my leave. Su Bai was eager for him to leave, showing no inclination to retain him. Rest assured, it will be dealt with in a matter of days. Once completed, I will come over with a group to support you. A faint chuckle followed. There was nothing more than a mere farewell, and even that felt lacking. Kong Yun was unworthy. In Jinsho Garden, Building 3, Unit 202. Su Bai confirmed he had not mislocated the place. Using the bottle cap he had previously acquired, he opened the door and stepped inside. A subtle sound emerged, yet it did not disturb anyone. The units in Jinsho Garden generally exceeded 100 square meters. Su Bai easily found the bedroom and instructed Yuan Bao to fetch a fruit knife from the kitchen. He then proceeded directly to the bedside, placing the knife against the face of the corpulent figure lying there. His intention had been to place it upon the neck, yet regrettably, the principal lay in such a position that the neck was obscured. With a slight pressure, a thin line of blood appeared as the blade pressed down. Suddenly, the principal awoke with a start. Who? Don't move. This knife of yours is rather sharp. You've startled me. If I don't control the force properly, it could end tragically. All right. I won't move. What do you want? I'll give you anything. The principal's voice trembled. The moonlight filtering through the window was dim, preventing him from discerning the visitor's face. Yet he could feel the biting pain of the wound beneath the cold blade and the light itch of blood trickling down his face. Precisely. Where's the bedside lamp? Turn it on. It's quite dark. The principal quivered as he extended his left hand to fumble about. Moments later, he abruptly withdrew his hand, grasping a small laser gun with his plump fingers. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a shadow darted forth from the darkness. In the moonlight, a glimpse of gold was barely visible. As the figure flashed by, the principal's hand, still clutching the gun, was severed at the base of his fingers. The excruciating pain felt as if his very heartstrings were being pulled, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I warned you to behave. Yet you refused to listen. Su Bai picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground, still stained with blood, his tone tinged with exasperation. Ignoring the principal, he independently located the switch for the bedside lamp and turned it on. He then scolded Yuan Bao. What is the matter with you? Can't you exercise some restraint? Blood is splattered all over you. Hurry and wash up. Oh, whoa. Yuan Bao protested defiantly, puffing out his chest as if to proclaim his own merit for the situation. Yet upon Su Bai's fierce glare, he promptly shrank back, obediently seeking a place to clean himself. After a while, the principal, pale-faced and sweating profusely, felt the pain begin to subside. Wrapping his bleeding hand with a pillowcase, he cast his gaze upon the youth standing before him. He looked somewhat familiar. With a slight recollection, he realized Su Bai. Among the previous students, he held a notable impression of Su Bai for two reasons: his poverty and his exceptional talent. He consistently ranked at the top during assessments and had never missed out on student aid. Ungrateful wretch. Ungrateful wretch. The principal snapped back to reality, rebuking. The school nurtured you, and this is how you repay us. His fury nearly overshadowed the agony of his severed fingers. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Had it not been for Teacher Lon, I would have been expelled long ago. Upon hearing Teacher Lan's name, the principal's expression shifted, his tone losing some of its fervor. He attempted to articulate a response, but Su Bai, growing impatient, inquired, "Where is Teacher Lan?" I don't know." With a swift and decisive motion, the knife plunged in and out, leaving no trace of hesitation. "Where is Teacher Lan?" Su Bai, seated upon the bloodstained sheets, meticulously wiped the blade, his tone icy. "Think carefully before you speak. Next time, it may not just be an arm." The principal gasped, taking a moment to compose himself, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Yet, he donned a lecturing facade and spoke. "Su Bai, you have a bright future ahead. I truly know who abducted Lan Qinxue, but they are beyond your reach. To sacrifice your promising future for Lan Qinxue? Absolutely not. I say. Chapter 26. Revelation. Without hesitation, Su Bai struck once more, thrusting the knife into the principal's thigh and forcefully pulling it downwards. The flesh of the corpulent thigh split open, a gash stretching 30 centimeters, and blood gushed forth, rapidly saturating the sheets. It was the Star Master. He sent someone to abduct Lan Qinxue. In his terror, the principal spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The Star Master, a colloquial term for the highest authority of the Federation stationed on White Garment Star. Why did he capture Teacher Lan? The son of Congressman Chun has arrived at White Garment Star, reportedly suffering from a peculiar ailment that necessitates frequent blood transfusions. However, his blood type is exceedingly rare. The Star Master organized a mass blood test across White Garment Star, and only 5 individuals possess that type, one of whom is Lan Qinxue. "So, you offered up Teacher Lan?" "I did not." The principal, sensing the dire turn of events, hastily defended himself. "I am merely a school principal. How could I possibly be in contact with such high-ranking figures? It was the Star Master who sent people to find me, insisting I lead them to Lan Qinxue. I had no choice. I truly had no choice. Let it be that way." Su Bai shot him a cold glance, discarded the knife, and, with the freshly dried towel in hand, proceeded towards the exit. "Mind your words. Consider tonight's events as if they never occurred." 10 minutes later. "Hello, Star Master, this is Buzz." A laser beam struck, leaving a gaping wound on the principal's forehead as he collapsed onto the bed with a thud. The following day, Su Bai keenly observed an increased scrutiny on the streets, particularly surrounding White Garment Academy and Jinxiu Garden. He gazed in the direction of the Star Master's residence, murmuring to himself, "Wait for me. I shall be there soon." Resolutely, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Preparations were still underway. Passing by the entrance of White Garment School, he encountered Li Ming. Su Bai approached him and whispered, "Teacher Li, did you sleep well last night?" "Su Bai?" Li Ming exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. He quickly lowered his voice. "Did you kill the principal?" Su Bai remained silent. "Just no. You are completely unaware of everything." At that moment, several individuals clad in black suits approached, encircling the two. One of them stepped forward, demanding, "Your identities." Su Bai flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Good day, sir. I am Su Bai, a graduate of White Garment School, and this is my teacher." Li Ming, one of the men in black, retrieved a device, scanning for information. After a brief moment, he confirmed that Su Bai was not lying and pressed for their whereabouts the previous day. "I was at the faculty dormitory," Li Ming interjected promptly. The man in black then shifted his gaze to Su Bai, who had draped an arm around Li Ming's shoulder, subtly applying pressure. "Yesterday, I spent time with Teacher Li. As graduation has arrived, and soon I shall depart, uncertain of when I might return. I simply wish to reminisce with Teacher Li. Is what he said true?" "Indeed." Li Ming forced a faint smile and nodded in affirmation. He could not dare to deny it. He was certain that denial would not result in Su Bai's demise, but he himself would undoubtedly have his neck crushed by Su Bai in an instant, perhaps due to the heavy workload. The man in the black suit refrained from further inquiries and shifted his attention to others. Su Bai patted Li Ming on the shoulder. "Teacher Li, this is quite sufficient. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." In the evening, Su Bai was prepared and returned near the Bai School. In a narrow alley, he enjoyed a bowl of noodles that Lan Qinxue used to frequently bring him. After settling the bill and exiting, en route to the Star Lord's mansion, the advertisement boards at the station suddenly changed. "Reward. The principal of Bai School was murdered in his home last night. We urge all citizens to assist the Federation in apprehending the perpetrator. A reward of 100,000 Federation coins will be given for valid information. A reward of 1 million Federation coins for the capture of the murderer." "Hey, are you getting on or not?" "Oh no." Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically. He halted his steps toward the vehicle and turned to dash back to Bai School. 10 minutes later, at Li Ming's door, he knocked but received no response. With a swift kick, he forced the door open. Inside, the room was utterly deserted and in disarray, with the wardrobe stripped bare. "Damn," Su Bai cursed under his breath, realizing he was a moment too late. Li Ming, that avaricious fool, would undoubtedly succumb to the allure of the million-coin bounty. He silently berated himself for his leniency, for not having taken decisive action. That scoundrel Li Ming had likely betrayed him, it wouldn't be long before a wanted notice was issued, making it unwise to linger here. As expected, upon stepping outside, the previous reward notices had already transformed into wanted posters. The images on the wanted notices were still those from student records. Checkpoints had been established throughout the streets, rigorously scrutinizing every passerby. Su Bai stood in the shadows, his expression shifting. He hadn't anticipated such swift action from above. Traveling openly by train to the Star Lord's mansion was no longer feasible. After pondering for a moment, before he could devise a plan, he noticed a large contingent of law enforcement personnel heading toward the school. Forget it, Yuan Bao. Bring me a hat. Woof woof. Su Bai donned the hat, lowered its brim, and sprinted down a concealed path toward the old city. The old city was a chaotic mix, notorious for its poor security, with numerous criminals lurking within. Almost all surveillance cameras were in disrepair. Moreover, he was quite familiar with this area, having lived there before. It would not be an easy task for the Federation to locate him here. First and foremost, the criminals hiding in this area would be reluctant to cooperate with any investigation. At the Star Lord's mansion, have you not found him? A mere freshly graduated student. And you lot cannot locate him? What do I pay you for? Liang Hao erupted in fury, kicking the director of the Security Bureau to the ground. The director dared not resist, prostrating himself on the floor. Star Lord, I suspect that the boy may have fled to the old city. You know how it is there. Regardless of where he has gone, increase the manpower. You must find him for me. Understood. After the director departed, Liang Hao's wife emerged, holding a cup of tea, her demeanor and tone dripping with disdain. It's just the death of a principal. Is it really that significant? What do you understand? Liang Hao accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp. I have spent so many years on Bai Star. With young Master Chen's arrival, this is an opportunity. If I cater to all his needs, he may speak well of me to his father, Councilman Shun, and I could potentially ascend in rank. However, with this incident occurring at a critical moment, if young Master Chen finds out, he will surely think I am incompetent. Thus, I must capture that individual named Su Bai. Upon returning to his previous residence, Su Bai peered inside and discovered that the house had already been rented out. The old-fashioned electric light illuminated the space, indicating that the current landlord was more prosperous than he had been, thus avoiding the need for candles. After a moment of reflection, he decided to seek an unoccupied room. There were still plenty of vacant houses in the old district. With determination, he could find one, though they lacked water and electricity. At this time, however, he was not overly concerned with such matters. The creaky iron gate swung open, revealing a slender, shrewd-looking youth who poked his head out. Brother? The boy exclaimed with surprise. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Liu Zai, Su Bai responded, his tone laced with delight. Liu Zai's parents had passed away early, leaving him unregistered as a citizen. Consequently, he was considered a black household. He had no schooling and was ineligible for federal assistance. After Su Bai's parents were captured, he felt a certain kinship with Liu Zai. Additionally, as neighbors in the old district, Su Bai had taken it upon himself to protect him with his own strength. Liu Zai, understanding and obedient, looked around cautiously before beckoning. Brother, quick, come inside. Su Bai hesitated, but Liu Zai urged him on. What are you thinking? Hurry. Don't let anyone see you. Are you ashamed of your little brother after going out? What nonsense. I'm just worried about implicating you, Su Bai replied, no longer hesitating as he walked over. Chapter 27, Liu Zai, Danger in the Old District, at Liu Zai's home. Brother, this is fine wine, worth 300 federal coins. Liu Zai carefully retrieved a bottle of wine, from which he had already consumed a third, and poured 2 small cups, filling Su Bai's completely. When pouring his own, a flicker of pain crossed his face as he only filled it halfway. Come, taste it. I should have prepared some dishes. Su Bai gazed at the wine cups on the table, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. Was this the stark contrast of wealth in the universe? A bottle of wine worth 300 federal coins would scarcely garner a glance if discarded on the ground at Jinyuan Academy. He raised his small cup and downed it in one gulp, the harsh taste of industrial alcohol flooding his senses. What a fine wine. The warmth surged from his stomach, causing Su Bai's face to flush crimson. Hey, take it slow. Liu Zai chided lightly, observing Su Bai gulp down the drink in one go and feeling a twinge of sympathy. Such good wine, and you don't even savor it. What a waste. He complained, yet he continued to pour more for Su Bai. He had bought this bottle some time ago, indulging in only a sip each day to satisfy his cravings. And it was only when Su Bai visited that he felt generous enough to share. From now on, follow me, not just this wine. Even the divine peach nectar from the heavenly kingdom will be yours to enjoy. Then I shall rely on you. Liu Zai laughed heartily. Brother, I heard you went to Jinyuan Academy. How did it go? Before Su Bai could respond, he continued to answer his own question. With your strength. It must have been a breeze. In the chaotic old district, it was utterly unrealistic for 2 children to hope for a safe and sound upbringing. Su Bai was fortunate enough to have a school to attend. His status as a student would deter some ill-intentioned individuals. However, Liu Zai was not as fortunate. He was all alone, and without Su Bai's protection, he would have been in dire straits. Thus, in Liuzi's heart, Su Bai was his idol, his savior. With a smile, Su Bai recounted the journey he had undertaken. Liuzi listened quietly, refilling their glasses whenever they neared the bottom. Before long, a bottle of liquor was emptied. Their cheeks flushed. Both felt a delightful haze of inebriation, a classic case of being inexperienced yet eager to drink. Liuzi, with a dazed expression, voiced his dreams. Brother, are those mechs very expensive? And what about the starships? Once I save enough money, I want to experience that too. Given the income level of Bai Star, purchasing a mecha was nearly impossible. Even the considerable savings of Lan Qinshu barely covered 2 tickets to Jinyuan, and those were the cheapest. Liuzi had seen mechas only a handful of times in his life, having experienced them only through television and novels. In this grand era of the cosmos, mechas and starships embodied the romantic aspirations of every youth. As Liuzi's voice gradually dwindled, he succumbed to sleep, the sound of gentle snoring emanating from him. Su Bai chuckled softly. This boy sipped a little liquor each day, yet had a poorer tolerance than himself. Shaking his head, he lifted Liuzi and placed him on the bed. Do not worry. You will have a mecha and a starship one day. Su Bai was confident, having nurtured Liuzi with deliberate care since childhood. Perhaps Liuzi himself had not realized that he was already a first-tier gene user. Unfortunately, lacking resources, second-tier status was just beyond reach. What Liuzi truly needed was systematic education. Once the matters of Bai Star were settled, he would arrange for Kong Yun to assist Liuzi's promising future. Having settled Liuzi, Su Bai gently nudged the sleeping Yuan Bao awake. Yuan Bao, still in a daze, found 2 golden beans suddenly thrust into his mouth. After the routine feeding, Su Bai moved towards the table. Halfway there, he suddenly spotted something on the ground. Picking it up and unfolding it, he was taken aback to find his wanted poster. Glancing at it briefly, he crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the corner, before resting his head on the table and closing his eyes. In the dead of night, Liuzi awoke, his bladder demanding attention. The effects of the alcohol lingered, leaving his mind foggy. His home was well positioned. A functioning streetlight stood at the entrance, keeping the area from being overly dark at night. Climbing out of bed, he saw Su Bai slumped over the table, a sheet draped over him. He slipped outside, as his small room lacked a toilet, and he had to relieve himself outdoors. The door creaked softly as he opened it, and Su Bai instinctively shifted, unconcerned. Continuing his slumber, Liuzi would never betray him. He was certain of that. The cool night breeze invigorated Liuzi as he stepped outside, standing beneath the lamppost. He idly glanced around while attending to his needs. It was then that a group caught his eye, too formal for comfort. A figure, uncharacteristically refined for the dilapidated old district, caught his attention. The leader among them was someone he recognized, the very individual who had taken up residence in the room after Su Bai's departure. In an instant, his expression underwent a drastic transformation. He stifled half of his urgency and turned to flee into the building. The group, seeing his reaction, ceased their concealment and charged in his direction. Brother, run. The Public Security Bureau is coming. A resounding gunshot shattered the silence of the old street, echoing painfully in the stillness. As Su Bai pushed the door open, his gaze fell upon Liuzi, who had been struck by 2 bullets, blood blossoming from his chest while his left arm lay shattered. Liuzi. The agents of the Public Security Bureau halted their fire upon seeing Su Bai emerge, encircling him. The order from above was to capture alive, not to execute. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai hoisted Liuzi onto his shoulders and turned to flee. The White Garment Star, renowned for its pristine aesthetic, was a well-known tourist destination within the Chongning Federation. There was a significant likelihood of stellar-level combatants being stationed there. Although Su Bai had once slain a 4-star golden beast, it had been a matter of sheer luck. Moreover, in a direct confrontation, humans typically outsmarted golden beasts, making them far more formidable adversaries. It was precisely for this reason that he had never faced them head-on since arriving on White Garment Star. At least for now, his power was insufficient. Navigating through the alleyways, Su Bai noticed the number of pursuers multiplying, not only from the Public Security Bureau but also impoverished residents of the old district and criminals. Those from the old district had lived in poverty their entire lives, and now the chance for sudden wealth lay tantalizingly within reach. For the criminals, it was a matter of bounty. The chief of the Public Security Bureau had increased the reward upon suspecting Su Bai was hiding in the old district. Capturing Su Bai would absolve them of all their crimes, granting them the opportunity to stand once more in the light of day. A chance that these rats of the underbelly yearned for desperately. Brother, cough, cough. Be silent. Do not speak. Su Bai hissed, acutely aware that the blood seeping from Liuzi's wound had thoroughly soaked his own clothing, and he sensed Liuzi's body temperature plummeting. This was not a favorable sign. Conserve your strength. I am here. You will not perish. Su Bai, do not run. You cannot escape. Reinforcements from the main district are on their way. A voice from ahead taunted, little brother, you will inevitably be caught. Why not let me take you in? I'll burn incense for you every year. Damn it. This slippery brat can really run. Su Bai gritted his teeth, not pausing for a moment. One of the sentinels suddenly cried out. The sound of helicopter blades filled the air. Su Bai quickly altered his course, darting into the nearest derelict building. The helicopter immediately lost sight of him. Before long, all those pursuing him received the coordinates of Su Bai's last known position and surged into the building. Meanwhile, Su Bai stood in another structure, gazing at the throng below. A smirk of mockery gracing his lips. You didn't expect that I'm a level 3 genetic modifier, capable of leaping over here. With that, he turned back towards the direction he had come from. It was the safest route, as nearly everyone from the old district had emerged to pursue him. Chapter 28. Involvement. Liuzi, hold on. In Liuzi's home, everything of value had been stripped away, even the empty bottles from their previous drinks had been taken. Su Bai laid Liuzi flat on the bed, surveying the scene around him. Damn, even the sheets and blankets have been stolen. In a moment of desperation, he scaled the wall and stealthily pilfered a bed sheet from the neighboring premises, tearing it into strips to staunch the bleeding from Liuzi's wound. For the loss of blood could prove fatal. Liuzi's breathing was faint, his complexion ashen. He had long succumbed to unconsciousness. It was imperative to seek a doctor. Su Bai paced anxiously, his mind racing with regret over the events of the previous day. Liuzi's condition was evidently too precarious for any further jostling. Thus, Su Bai resolved to venture out alone in search of medical assistance. He recalled a classmate whose family owned a clinic not far from there. Yuanbao, stay here and guard. He instructed. I will find a doctor. Woof woof. With a sense of relief, Su Bai stepped outside. Yuanbao, despite its seemingly harmless appearance, possessed considerable strength. Underestimating it could lead to dire consequences. He made his way to number 13, Huaihua Alley, concealing himself in the shadows as his gaze swiftly scanned the signs. Soon, the words Lele Clinic caught his eye. He silently hoped that the proprietor had not gone out to apprehend him. With a fervent prayer in his heart, Su Bai approached and knocked on the door. Fortunately, after just 2 knocks, the lights flickered on. Who is it? A simple voice called out. After a moment of silence, only the sound of knocking echoed, prompting the voice to add, Lele, go take a look. Approximately half a minute later, the clinic door creaked open, revealing a cherubic face. Su. Zhang Lele's eyes widened in shock, momentarily taken aback before lowering her voice. What are you doing here? Why did you kill the principal? Su Bai's expression was one of urgency. He had no time to explain. My brother has been shot and is losing too much blood. I need help. Zhang Lele's face contorted with concern, her mind racing with conflict. Yet, she soon made up her mind. She would save him. Having studied alongside Su Bai for 3 years, she trusted that he was not the type to commit wanton violence. What blood type does the patient have? A type. Liuzi had frequently been hospitalized due to fights, and Su Bai had always accompanied him to the hospital. Thus he was well aware of the blood type. All right, wait for me. Zhang Lele turned and hurried inside, returning shortly with a pink medical kit slung over her shoulder. She called back into the house. Dad, my classmate needs my help. I'll be staying at his place tonight. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl classmate, don't worry. Just be careful. It's not safe out there today. I know. The 2 of them departed, unaware that this scene was captured by the few surveillance cameras scattered throughout the old district. Phew, it's all right now. Zhang Lele had learned medicine from her father since childhood, given the frequency of gunshot wounds in the old district. She often observed her father perform surgeries. Disinfecting, transfusing blood, extracting bullets, stitching, and bandaging were all second nature to her. Liuzi's life was preserved. But his hand, ordinary medical means would be insufficient. It would likely require the divine healing elixir from the celestial realm. As long as his life is saved, I will find a way for his hand. Su Bai sighed in relief. The divine healing elixir? Isn't that just a matter of money? A trivial issue. Then I shall wait until he awakens before I leave. Otherwise, if dawn breaks and he encounters complications, you would have no way to contact me. Thank you. Su Bai considered her reasoning and agreed. Little Deer, his intelligent assistant, and Yu emerged from the star instrument, transferring 39 cosmic coins to Zhang Lele. At your service? A melodious female voice chimed, and Yu Yao tossed a pouch of money towards Zhang Lele, which accurately struck Lele's astrolabe and vanished from sight. Ding. Your account has received a transfer of 390,000 federal coins. In Bai Star, and even in the Chongning Federation, apart from the elite few, most remain untouched by the cosmic currency. Zhang Lele naturally falls among the latter. Her balance consists solely of federal coins. Without a proactive conversion, the cosmic currency would automatically convert into federal coins upon transfer. Previously, Lele had pondered the origins of cosmic currency, dismissing it as mere pocket change from a lesser locale. Despite its imposing name, upon hearing the notification sound, she was rendered utterly speechless. 390,000. Although her family operates a clinic and enjoys a decent business, placing them in the middle class of Bai Star, such a sum remained an unfathomable fortune to her. No, this is too much. I cannot accept it. She resolved to return it. However, Su Bai swiftly restrained her. My brother's life is worth this amount. Seeing Leilei's unwavering stance, Su Bai pretended to remove the transfusion needle from Liuzi. If you refuse to accept it, I shall pull out the needle. If Liuzi were awake, he would surely exclaim in disbelief. Please, do not jest with my needle. Left with no choice, Leilei reluctantly accepted the money, planning to return it once Liuzi recovered. As dawn broke, the blood in the transfusion bag had been fully administered. Leilei removed the needle and remarked, "It should be fine now. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your trouble. I am unable to see you off. Please take care." After seeing Leilei off, Su Bai pondered his next move. Remaining here was not an option. Who knows when that group would realize and return to search. Besides, they had neither food nor drink. While he and Yuan Bao were fine, Liuzi was not. Moreover, Su Bai had not forgotten about Lan Qingxue. Very well, I shall wait until Liuzi awakens. As noon approached, the sounds of footsteps grew louder around him. Su Bai understood it was time to relocate. Thus, he hoisted Liuzi onto his back and took Yuan Bao along. The trio made their way down a small path towards a childhood secret base. Despite being dubbed a secret base, it was merely an old warehouse adjacent to a garbage dump, notorious for its unpleasant odors. This area was nearly deserted. A day swiftly passed. Su Bai diligently refined the golden substance for absorption, enhancing his physique. This experience intensified his thirst for strength to unprecedented levels. As the sun descended in the west, the warm orange hues of dusk enveloped the surroundings. The sunset and moonrise simulated by the celestial system, though artificial, emanated from the Venus Research Institute, flawlessly replicating temperature and humidity. Lying in a corner of the warehouse, Liuzi suddenly stirred, his fingers twitching before he struggled to open his eyelids. Su Bai, who had been glancing over periodically, noticed immediately. Liuzi, you're awake. Liuzi's voice was faint. I'm still alive. I told you, as long as I am here, you will not perish. Su Bai gently restrained Liuzi, who attempted to sit up, and placed Yuan Bao beside him. I will get you something to eat. Just lie still and don't move. Please be cautious. Su Bai gathered a few cardboard pieces to obscure the silhouette of Lu Zi and ventured outside. At that moment, a garbage truck approached, prompting him to hastily conceal himself in a corner. After a while, once the truck had emptied its load and departed, Su Bai emerged. The route from the warehouse to the outside world necessitated passing through the garbage dump. As he traversed the area, an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back. Something about it seemed familiar. His gaze fell upon a fractured wooden sign, marred by spots resembling plum blossoms, stained with blood. Su Bai's pupils constricted in shock. This was the very sign he had encountered the previous night. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 29, The Star of Death in Huaihua Alley, a narrow passage thronged with onlookers. A filthy, disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, pushed through the crowd. Those nearby recoiled at the pungent, acrid stench. This beggar was none other than Su Bai, having come directly from the garbage dump. Voices from the front reached his ears. Dr. Zhang is dead. Who will we turn to for medical help now? The doctors in the main city are utterly corrupt. Dr. Zhang was unfortunate, raising a daughter who harbored a fugitive. Come on, as if you yourself aren't a fugitive. That little girl has a tough mouth, despite her condition. She still refuses to confess. If she had returned while her father was still alive, there might have been hope. But by then, her father was already dead, and the clinic lay in ruins. If it were you, could you cooperate after someone killed your father? That may be true, yet it is a pity for the child. Listening intently, Su Bai cautiously peered from the front. The scene before him clenched his heart. Several personnel from the security bureau, clad in exoskeleton armor, were clearing a space amidst the chaotic crowd. The shop that had been intact just the night before now lay in utter disarray. Not far away, a shattered wooden sign bore the inscription clinic. A mangled corpse lay scattered on the ground before the entrance. Nearby, a pink medical kit lay abandoned. In front of the shop stood a post, to which a figure, barely recognizable as human, was tied. The description was fitting, for the individual was bloodied and disfigured, revealing only a semblance of humanity. A middle-aged man in a blood-stained black suit wielded a whip, striking the person bound to the post while demanding answers. Where are those two fugitives? Speak, or I'll beat you to death. The bound individual could only emit muffled groans, teeth clenched. Beneath disheveled hair, eyes like crimson beasts glared defiantly at the man, remaining resolutely silent. Su Bai felt a knot tighten in his chest, unable to swallow or expel the anguish. He stared blankly as Zhang Leilei, bound and desperate, seemed to catch sight of him. She slightly lifted her head, her lips trembling in silent urgency. Run. The unvoiced plea went unnoticed by everyone but Su Bai. This single word suffocated him, as if it would explode within. How could he abandon her to such a fate? Knowing she had suffered for his sake, he questioned himself in turmoil. As the man prepared to strike again, Su Bai suddenly dashed through the defenses of the exoskeleton armor. Seizing the man's hand with fervor, the man, momentarily stunned, quickly yanked his hand away in anger, bellowing, "Where did this beggar come from?" Seeking death. With a furious shout, he attempted to lash out at Su Bai. Yet, Su Bai was swifter, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling several meters away. A third-level gene user, capable of shattering stone with his fists, delivered the kick without reservation, resulting in the man's instant demise. Silence enveloped the alley as onlookers were left dumbfounded. A beggar had just killed the chief of the security bureau with a single kick? What a farce. It was a sharp, piercing female voice, tinged with desperation, that jolted the crowd back to reality. I told you to run. Su Bai had already rescued Zhang Lele and bound her with the very ropes that had previously secured her to a post, fastening her behind him. You saved Lu Zi. How could I possibly flee? Besides, if I run, what will happen to you? No reply came. Zhang Lele's voice seemed to have drained her of all energy, and she fainted. From their exchange, those around them quickly deduced Su Bai's identity. He was worth 1 million. Brothers, a fortune is at hand. Let's see how he attempts to escape today. Capture him. Su Bai cast a cold, sweeping glance over the crowd. Step aside, or face death. His gaze, filled with murderous intent, startled the onlookers. However, it merely startled them. After all, this was 1 million, a chance to reclaim their place in the sun. What did this lad say? Did I mishear? Not stepping aside means death? Such audacity. No wonder he is valued at 1 million. The exoskeletons stood by, merely spectators, awaiting the Old Town residents to make their move. As for the chief's death, they were pleased. It merely cleared the way for them. Brothers, that 1 million shall be mine. The bulliest man, seizing the moment while others were distracted, charged forward, intent on claiming the bounty. Yet Su Bai, consumed by guilt for Zhang Lele and fury towards the Federation, showed no mercy. Each move he made was aimed at taking a life. The man's unexpected advance met with a swift and brutal response. In an instant, a dull thud echoed. The burly man crashed back into the crowd, his chest caved in, blood streaming from his orifices. This sight deterred many, but the desperate were undeterred. They exchanged glances. He's a tough one. Let's all go at him together. With so many of us, how can this little brat escape? They charged forth. When the time comes, we will split that 1 million. A group of ordinary individuals. None even gene users, merely fueled by reckless courage, paled in comparison to a third-level gene user like Su Bai. He demonstrated this with decisive action. Picking up a steel pipe, seemingly a support from a clinic shelf, he wielded it effortlessly in his right hand, while his left steadied Zhang Lele. The 2-meter-long pipe felt weightless in his grasp, akin to a spear. With each thrust, at least one adversary fell. In less than half an hour, Su Bai had reached the alley's entrance, his entire being seemingly drenched in blood, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. The overwhelming stench of blood could be detected from 100 meters away. Get lost. Or die. With a swift flick of his iron pipe, he cast aside the 2 corpses draped over it. The remaining onlookers were gripped by fear, their legs trembling, as a warm liquid began to trickle down. In that instant, the odor of urine even overshadowed the scent of blood. I was wrong. A demon. This is a demon. Run. In a flash, the remaining individuals scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Kid, you can fight. What good is fighting? In this world, one needs armor and firearms to survive. You little brat. Tell me what you possess. Are you blind? Can't you see he wields a steel pipe? Oh, you scared me. After killing so many, the pipe is turning red. Haha. The group of onlookers clad in exoskeleton armor approached, taunting Su Bai. No matter how formidable you are, in the end, you're just flesh and blood. A hail of bullets will turn you into a sieve. Enough, kid. Come along quietly. They want you alive up top. Don't make this difficult. Oh, what if I refuse? Su Bai tightened the ropes binding Zhang Lele and replied coldly. What then? Refusal means death. You've killed so many. Under federal law, we are authorized to execute you. Even if questioned later, we can justify our actions by claiming you resisted. Su Bai took a deep breath and began to dig a grave with the steel pipe. Silently, he gathered the remains of Zhang Lele's father and buried them on the spot. After discarding the pipe, he faced the group directly. Huh, you have some insight. I indeed lack exoskeleton armor. Good to know. You could work a lifetime and still never afford one. But I possess the mythic, the spectral warriors. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted. 100-meter skeletal mech descended from the sky. Chapter 30. Revenge. The old Huaihua road in the city had vanished, replaced by a towering mech. Clad in armor, with a sword at its waist and surrounded by a swirling dark mist, it was a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Those who had barely escaped now cursed their parents for not having given them 2 more legs, desperately fleeing the area. Su Bai, carrying Zhang Lele, melded into the mech's form. With fiery orbs for eyes, it gazed down upon the exoskeleton-clad figures below. The exoskeletons, barely 5 meters tall, appeared as mere toys before the mech, easily crushed. Is this enough? The harsh sound of bones grinding echoed like the wails from the depths of hell. The security personnel in exoskeletons felt a chilling fear wash over them, trembling uncontrollably. What had they witnessed? A mech. In the White Star, only the Direct Star Master and the most elite mech battalions possessed such machines. The exoskeletons, of the same size, were utterly defenseless against the mech. especially given the 20-fold disparity in power. Collectively, they might not even match the size of that sword. Little brother, I was wrong. We were ordered by above to come here. We had no choice. Spare my life, and I will leave at once. Your Excellency, do not hold the petty transgressions of the insignificant against me. Do not stoop to their level. I have both elders and young ones depending on me. You cannot take my life. Cannot take your life? Su Bai seemed to have heard an amusing jest, ceasing his idle chatter, opting instead for a direct approach. He simply advanced forward. His left foot lifted and descended, crushing an exoskeleton suit into a mere disk of metal, the occupant unable to emit even a cry of despair. The remaining few stood frozen in shock. One of them shouted, "Brothers, this fiend is bloodthirsty. He will not spare us. Let us charge together. We are agile. Let us reach the cockpit and extract him." "Very well. If I am to perish, I shall take you with me. Forward." Several surged forth, while the one who had first spoken retreated into the distance. He had previously engaged with a mech and had suffered utter defeat, his utmost efforts failing to breach even its defenses. The cockpit, undoubtedly, was the most fortified part. To suggest extracting Su Bai from the cockpit? Merely a ruse to deceive the simple-minded. Su Bai let out a light scoff, seemingly mocking their ignorance. A few small insects on his frame swiftly ascended, soon reaching his waist. Black flame. A whisper. Suddenly, a veil of black fire enveloped the mech. The flames flickered and vanished, accompanied by tendrils of blue smoke. Su Bai directed his gaze towards the figure fleeing several hundred meters away. Escape? Can he truly elude me? Clang. He drew his blade and hurled it. The long sword sliced through the air, producing a sonic boom. The blade met the exoskeleton's suit with no obstruction, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The fleeing suit halted abruptly, frozen in place. Su Bai advanced, drawing his sword back into its sheath. The suit behind him cracked with a sharp sound, the incision smooth. Alongside it, the operator was also severed. "Hey, Kong Yun, can you make it here quickly? Is it urgent?" "Quite urgent." "All right. I shall be near White Robe Star within 2 hours." In a lavish chamber, Chen Xiao had 2 tubes inserted into his back, one delivering blood while the other extracted it. The transfused blood was a vibrant crimson, while the drawn blood bore faint traces of darkness. Meanwhile, Liang Hao was accompanying Chen Xiao at a meal, which naturally included various flirtations. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling Chen Xiao so much that he spilled his drink onto his trousers. His complexion visibly darkened. He gestured for the woman beside him, who, with keen insight, leaned down and extended her tongue. "Liang Star Master, is your subordinate truly so blind?" Liang Hao hastily offered a smile. "Chen Xiao, it is my failure to manage my subordinates. I take full responsibility. Should this happen again, such blind fools shall have no place among us. Indeed, enjoy your time. I shall go teach him a lesson. Begone." Liang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, kicked the director of security down, and dragged him out by his collar. Closing the door, he brought the director to a shadowy corner, his expression darkened. "If you do not provide me with a reason, prepare for your end. Star Master, Su Bai possesses a mech." "Su Bai? That one-eyed scoundrel?" Liang Hao kicked him again. "Useless fool. How long has it been? Have you yet to capture him?" "What of his mech?" A destitute lad, possessing nothing more than a meteor-class mech, found himself beleaguered by the multitude of exoskeletal armors wielded by the law enforcement agency. He could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The director, with a furrowed brow, produced a video segment. To Coco's eyes, the minimum rank appeared to be planetary class, leaving him utterly at a loss. Liang Hao, upon examining the footage, resembled a duck caught by the throat, exclaiming, "Damn it, planetary class? This is already stellar class." Cursing under his breath, he pondered the source of such a stellar class mech in the hands of this wild youth. Was it necessary for him, a Star Lord, to intervene against a mere child? Such a notion would surely provoke ridicule. He spoke with a grave tone. "Summon Huang Zhixiao to the Star Lord's residence." "Understood." At the Star Lord's residence, the commander of the mech battalion, Huang Zhixiao, arrived promptly. "Star Lord, you summon me?" "This is a stellar class mech, the City Breaker." Liang Hao led him to the backyard, where a blue-gray mech awaited. "I entrust you with the command of this mech. You shall lead the mech battalion, with assistance from the law enforcement agency, to capture the wanted criminal named Su Bai." "Yes, Brother Su, what is the rush?" Kong Yun hurried into the warehouse, inquiring as he walked, "What are we doing here? It smells intense." Approaching Su Bai, he noticed the latter's face was as pale as water, lost in thought. Beside him lay a golden kitten and 2 unconscious individuals. "Is there a heaven's holy healing elixir available? I wish to purchase it." A low-grade vial costs 1,000 cosmic coins, while a mid-grade one costs 10,000. "Bah." Kong Yun chuckled awkwardly. "My professional habit. If you desire it, Brother Su, I shall gift it to you." Su Bai produced a nugget of gold, roughly the size of a half-pinky, tossing it to Kong Yun. "Is this sufficient?" Kong Yun pinched the gold bar, revealing a fingerprint on its surface. "Indeed, this is certainly ample." He forced a smile, thinking, "If you were to offer me cash, I would decline. However, I shamelessly accept this precious material. Gold is scarce in the cosmos, and Kong Yuan possessed little of it. This substance holds critical importance for humanity, preservation of life. If pursued by a golden beast, tossing a piece of gold would ensure the beast's pursuit of it. This material serves as a talisman for survival. It is said that all research from the Morningstar Institute indicates that incorporating gold into weaponry inflicts additional damage upon golden beasts. The quantity of gold required for mech armaments is not insignificant. Consequently, the price of gold would soar, and its scarcity would dramatically increase. Kong Yuan refrained from probing into the source of Su Bai's gold. A merchant's most profound taboo is to inquire about another's supply channels, a wisdom he well understood. Leave these two to me. The female appears severely injured, yet it is primarily superficial. A day or two of rest will suffice. As for the male, if he desires to regenerate a severed limb, it may take some time. Very well, I shall entrust them to you, Su Bai replied, beckoning Yuan Bao as he turned to depart. Yuan Bao, let us go. Brother Su, where are you headed? To seek vengeance. As sunlight poured into the dim warehouse, illuminating Su Bai and casting an elongated shadow, a colossal figure suddenly emerged, obscuring the light. Su Bai, concealed within the mech, sped forth with urgency. Chapter 31. The City Breaker Brother. I have utilized the channels of the Credibility Guild to investigate, and it appears that Su Bai is in grave danger. The Loaning Federation has kidnapped his teacher and severely injured two of his friends. Su Bai seeks vengeance, yet his opponents possess two stellar-grade mechas. Kong Chun raised his hand to signal a pause in the meeting. Stepping outside to voice his concerns, did I not instruct you to refrain from employing the resources of the Credibility Guild to assist him? I wish for him to owe a debt to the Kong family, not to the guild. Rest assured, I did not divulge this to him. That is well, I understand. Continue to follow his movements. With that, Kong Chun prepared to sever the communication, but Kong Yuan urgently inquired, what will happen to Su Bai during the Jinyuan assessment? Though he slayed a 4-star golden beast, it was merely an interrupted ascension, and he was wounded. At most, he possesses the strength of a top-tier 3-star. Facing genuine stellar-grade mechas, he stands no chance, especially against two. Should we summon Uncle Emo to assist him? Do not fret, he will manage. There is no need for intervention. Let us not engage in unnecessary actions. Between the old city and the main city, a towering wall looms, 100 meters high, its summit concealed from view. Those without identification or with a criminal record are entirely isolated beyond its confines. Su Bai piloted his mecha towards the direction of the Star Master's residence, only to be halted at the barrier. At that moment, a formation of hundreds of mechas, led by a gray-blue mecha, stood poised at the isolation wall. Huang Zhixiao, piloting the City Breaker, stepped forward. The mecha hovered, two columns of flame erupting from its feet, stirring a cloud of dust. I am Huang Zhixiao of the White Robe Star Mecha Corps, acting on the orders of the Star Master to apprehend the fugitive Su Bai. Surrender, and I may spare your life. From behind, hundreds of Loaning Standard mechas advanced in unison, echoing their agreement. Surrender. Su Bai remained silent, the ominous glow flickering in the eye sockets of his mecha, resolutely drawing his blade. Unappreciative of the situation, Huang Zhixiao scoffed, gesturing, open fire. The mecha corps sprang into action. A synchronized mechanical clamor resonated as shoulder-mounted cannons readied, their light pulsating. Fire. Boom. A torrent of energy blasts erupted forth, eclipsing even the sun above. In an instant, Su Bai was engulfed by the onslaught of energy. Continue, Huang Zhixiao commanded. Having deeply felt the might of the stellar-grade mechas after piloting the City Breaker, merely a single volley would be futile in shattering that skeletal mecha. It was akin to a fool's errand. Boom. Another round of fire commenced. The previous energy blasts had yet to dissipate when new ones surged forth. Just as Huang Zhixiao prepared to order a third barrage, a sound of bones grinding against one another emerged from the heart of the energy explosion. Is it over? A blade of pitch darkness cleaved through the chaotic energy, and a mecha wreathed in black flames surged forth. Now it is my turn. Little deer, power to the max. Charge. The energy levels of the being surged dramatically, the engines emitting a circular jet with a piercing sonic boom. In the next moment, Su Bai piloted the being, dashing like lightning into the ranks of Loaning mechas. The once orderly formation of mechas was instantly thrown into disarray. Su Bai would certainly not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. With both hands gripping the blade, he wielded it with reckless abandon, seeking efficiency in his relentless chopping and slicing. That rusted, seemingly fragile sword now resembled a divine weapon. No mechanized suit could survive beneath its edge. Among these standard mechs, even those of planetary caliber were a rarity. They proved utterly powerless before Su Bai. By the time Huang Zhixiao realized what was transpiring, Su Bai had already shattered no fewer than 50 mechs. Stop! Huang Zhixiao roared in fury. The mech battalion was his pride, and with each loss, his heart bled. You little beast, are you tired of living? He maneuvered the Colossus towards Su Bai. The right palm of the Colossus morphed into a drilling head. spinning furiously with formidable penetrating power, aimed directly at Su Bai. Fall back 3,000 meters. Secure the battlefield. Su Bai hastily turned to defend himself. He raised the blade, meeting the drilling head with his edge. The tremendous force pushed him backward until he collided with the isolation wall, leaving a deep dent in its surface before he finally halted. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged in his arms. He summoned the golden core, channeling energy into his body. At the opportune moment, he flicked his wrist, allowing the blade to slip past the drilling head. Propelled by inertia, the Colossus's drill continued forward, piercing the isolation wall. Seizing the moment, Su Bai sidestepped and then counterattacked, striking the back armor of the Colossus with his blade, sending sparks flying. Ah, young man, you possess some skill. Huang Zhixiao, instead of reacting with anger, laughed upon receiving the cut, feeling a long-lost thrill of battle. He had emerged as a fierce warrior from the resistance against the golden beasts on the borders, yet had been confined to the tranquil white garment star for years. A raucous and exhilarating battle was what he had long awaited. Colossus, battle mode. Firepower at maximum. The gray-blue Colossus expanded, and two cannons emerged from the slots on its back, harboring terrifying energy. Subsequently, its left arm vanished, replaced by a massive metal hammer, while the drilling head on its right arm increased its rotational speed and power in battle mode. Su Bai's expression grew solemn. Is this the true nature of a stellar-class machine? He glanced at the virtual screen, where a blade with a small chip floated, accompanied by fine print. Weapon system, short blade, damage level 16. Just a single strike from the Colossus in its ordinary form had left a mark on the blade. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Prepare to receive my hammer. The Colossus, despite its seemingly cumbersome form, moved with surprising speed. The hammer descended with the force to shatter mountains. Su Bai understood he could not confront it head-on and retreated. With a resounding boom, the hammer struck the ground, sending debris flying. The earth erupted with numerous fissures radiating from the impact point. Huang Zhixiao pressed the advantage, denying Su Bai a moment's respite. Two missiles roared forth from the double-barreled cannon. Su Bai attempted to evade, but no matter how he maneuvered, the missiles relentlessly pursued him. With no alternative, he prepared for a direct confrontation. Estimating the distance, he gripped his blade and struck downward. Yet, the two missiles detonated 30 meters away, erupting into a mushroom cloud. The simultaneous explosion of two missiles unleashed a shockwave that violently toppled the spectral soldier. Alert! Alert! Armor compromised. Damage level at 72. The mythical mech, connected to its pilot, caused Su Bai in the cockpit to feel a sudden tightness in his chest. Before he could regain his balance, the burster's drill pierced through the fiery curtain of the explosion, forcefully striking the spectral soldier's chest. With no ability to resist, the spectral soldier was knocked down, the drill pressing against its chest plate and pushing it into the ground. Accompanied by a shower of earth and stone, the spectral soldier was driven several meters underground. The chest plate of the spectral soldier began to crack under the relentless drilling, while the mech core's energy continuously attempted to mend the damage. The mech squad surrounding the blockade witnessed this spectacle and erupted with excitement. Those useless fools from the Public Security Bureau. The captain dealt with that kid in one move. Of course, we are the most elite mech unit of the white-clad star. Those pathetic amateurs cannot compare. TSK, that kid is doomed. Surrendering sooner would have saved him. Their tone dripped with disdain, yet they refrained from mentioning the earlier massacre inflicted by Su Bai. Chapter 32. Captured 10,000 meters in the air, the wind swept by, faintly revealing the outline of a mech. However, to the naked eye, there was nothing to see. Inside the mysterious mech, Kong Yun and a middle-aged man observed the scene unfolding before them. The footage displayed the battle occurring in the isolated area below. Uncle Amo, isn't this just one-sided beating? Kong Yun expressed his confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Although the spectral soldiers were not particularly outstanding among the mythical affiliated mechs, they should at least be able to hold their own against Su Bai, a third-level genetic warrior, for a couple of exchanges. Old Mo, with his keen insight, quickly identified the issue. Second young master, the opponent facing Su Bai possesses considerable combat experience and has given Su Bai no opportunity to counterattack since the very beginning. Now, we must see if Su Bai can find a chance to retaliate. Otherwise, if he remains trapped in the opponent's rhythm of attack, defeat is inevitable. Defeat is inevitable. Kong Yun remained noncommittal. He had not forgotten his elder brother Kong Chen's belief that Su Bai could resolve this. This was merely one stellar-level mech. The second one had yet to make a move. Kid, is this all you've got? Huang Zhixiao felt a twinge of disappointment, his earlier fervor dissipating. In the recent assault, he discerned that the mech Su Bai piloted did not even approach stellar-level strength. The Star Master-S granting him the right to pilot the burster was indeed a waste. In his view, his own planetary-level mech could easily subdue Su Bai. Su Bai remained silent, seemingly having abandoned resistance. Huang Zhixiao, losing interest, ceased his attack. Come out, come with me willingly. Su Bai still did not respond, merely huddled within his mech. Frowning, Huang Zhixiao restored the burster to its normal form, seized the spectral soldier, and increased the engine's energy, lifting the broken spectral soldier from the pit. Whether Su Bai emerged or not was inconsequential. Capturing him was the completion of the mission. With a loud thud, upon exiting the pit, he threw the spectral soldier onto the ground and commanded, "Regroup. Drag him back to the base." Yes, chains bound the limbs of the spectral soldier. As the Longning Standard mech dragged him upwards, soaring towards the Star Lord's abode. During this ascent, Su Bai offered no resistance. Instead, he closed his eyes to recuperate his strength. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the fissures in the spectral soldier's breastplate began to mend gradually. In the old district, a crowd gathered, their faces etched with indignation as they witnessed Su Bai's abduction. What a wretched creature. Captured, yet we are powerless to seize him ourselves. They lamented. No sense of gratitude. Being from the old district, he shows no regard for us. Cursed be it. I recall he rescued a woman this morning. There was someone by his side yesterday. Wasn't there? Let us find them. They resolved to seek out Liuzi and Zhang Lele. Uncle Mo, let us eliminate him, one of them suggested. Indeed, young master, came the reply. Suddenly, a fine drizzle fell from the sky, and in an instant, the crowd dissolved into nothingness, as if turned to mere vapor. At the Star Lord's mansion, Chen Xiao emerged from his chamber, his demeanor buoyant. Awaiting him at the entrance was Liang Hao, who bowed respectfully. Star Master, what brings you here? Chen Xiao inquired. Young master, do you recall the female teacher among the 5 blood vials? Liang Hao responded deferentially. How dare you mention her? I cannot fathom your incompetence in allowing that wretched woman to send out a distress signal. If word of this reaches my father's political adversaries, he shall face scathing criticism. You will not fare well. Forgive my ineptitude, young master, Liang Hao quickly assuaged. A young man sought her out, and I have apprehended him. Would you prefer to execute him directly, or... Oh, a flicker of amusement crossed Chen Xiao's eyes. Bring that woman as well. Let us see what unfolds. The White Garment Mech Brigade's encampment, often engaged in mech training, lay nestled deep within the mountains. As the brigade returned with Su Bai in tow, Liang Hao and Chen Xiao awaited them. Standing upon a high platform, they were flanked by attendants guarding a square object shrouded in black cloth. Star Master, we have fulfilled our duty. Huang Zhixiao emerged from the breaker, and upon exiting the cockpit, he felt the temporary command of the breaker rescinded. Excellent. Truly. You are my most capable general. You resolve the issue with a mere flick of your wrist, Liang Hao remarked with satisfaction, casting his gaze downward. A skeletal mech, bound tightly in chains, lay motionless, appearing lifeless. What transpires here? Wasn't the directive to capture him alive? Huang Zhixiao replied. Star Master, he is not dead. He is merely hiding within. I feared that forcibly breaching the mech would inadvertently lead to his demise, hence we brought him back as is. Not emerging? Chen Xiao scoffed with disdain, finding the situation amusing. He seized a megaphone. Are you the one summoned by that wretched woman? The skeletal soldier's head turned. Its fiery eyes fixated intently on Chen Xiao. What did you say? What? Did you not hear me? Allow me to repeat myself. You are that wretched one seeking death. With a sudden surge of strength, Su Bai shattered the chains that bound his mech. At that moment, the distance between the two parties was merely 3,000 meters, a trivial span for Su Bai to traverse in an instant. Should he reach them, he would seize control of the situation entirely. Be careful. Star Master, Chen Xiao, retreat quickly. Huang Zhixiao summoned his mecha, poised to intercept. However, Chen Xiao displayed no intention of retreating. A smug smile plastered across his face as he stood his ground. Su Bai, witnessing this, felt an increased sense of vigilance. Yet, with the arrow already on the bowstring, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, Huang Zhixiao would not have been able to catch him. In the midst of his charge, Su Bai's pupils abruptly constricted. The man behind Chen Xiao had vanished. Suddenly, a sleek mecha adorned with faint azure engravings surged towards him. The proximity was so great that he scarcely had time to adopt a defensive stance before being sent sprawling. Chen Xiao, standing on the elevated platform, spoke with haughty pride. Allow me to introduce you to the latest creation from Chongning Heavy Industries, the stellar speed mecha, Zhifeng. Su Bai, on high alert, drew his blade. Chen Xiao appeared to have an epiphany, giving a knowing glance to his subordinate. Almost forgot, isn't this the one you came to see? Upon hearing those words, Su Bai turned his gaze, and the scene on the platform magnified from the perspective of the shadowy figure. Teacher Lawn. Within a transparent glass enclosure lay a woman, gaunt and emaciated, collapsed on the ground. Years of familiarity allowed Su Bai to instantly recognize this wretched figure as Lan Qinxue. It had been barely a month since he last saw her, yet in that brief time, she had deteriorated to this state. The torment she must have endured during this period was unimaginable. I will kill you. Su Bai's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead as an uncontrollable fury swiftly consumed his reason. Kill me? Ha ha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. What makes you think you can kill me? With that mouth of yours? He commanded his men to open the soundproof enclosure confining Lan Qinxue. I await your attempt to kill me. He then placed his foot upon Lan Qingqiue's head. "Remove your filthy foot." Su Bai roared, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that surged through his limbs. The driver grew stronger, and the shadowy figure was equally resolute, enveloped in black flames that exuded a violent and perilous aura. Chapter 33. The decline becomes apparent with a powerful stomp. Su Bai's mecha leaped high into the air. The great blade, now free of rust and enveloped in black flames, struck down towards Ji Feng with the force of a mountain. Yet, the speed-oriented mecha, Ji Feng, was not so easily struck. Before Su Bai's blade could reach its target, Ji Feng had already evaded. The blade struck the ground, slicing through it as if it were mere tofu, embedding itself into the specially designed surface. This impact allowed Su Bai to regain some composure. Due to his own limitations, the overall strength of the shadowy figure was slightly inferior to that of Ji Feng, making a successful attack challenging. With this realization, Su Bai disregarded Ji Feng and charged directly towards the elevated platform. Run? If you have the capability, then keep running. Ji Feng's mission was to protect Chen Xiao. He understood Su Bai's intentions all too well, but had no choice but to intercept. As Ji Feng approached, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Su Bai's eyes. This time, he was prepared. The previous scenario could not be repeated. Ji Feng's melee capabilities were weak, indicating that its strength lay entirely within its firepower system. The operator of Ji Feng maneuvered the mecha, retrieving 2 machine guns from the weapon slots. The gun barrels emitted a beastly roar, rapidly turning crimson. Bullets erupted from the flames, hurtling towards the shadowy figure. The bullets, crafted from a unique material, struck the body of the shadow soldier, producing a cacophony of impacts. Previously unscathed amidst a barrage of hundreds of energy cannons, the shadow soldier now bore countless small dents. Deploy the energy shield. Su Bai reacted swiftly, issuing the command, which was loyally executed by the intelligent machine control system. The black flames enveloping the soldier's exterior expanded rapidly, halting 3 meters away. The bullets collided with the fiery curtain, creating ripples before losing their momentum and falling to the ground. Fueled by the energy expenditure, Su Bai charged forward. The combat display before him indicated that the distance between him and the wind chaser was steadily decreasing. 30 meters. A glimmer of hope sparked in Su Bai's eyes as he entered the attack range. He halted, gripping his great sword tightly, and delivered a slashing strike towards the wind chaser. This intricate maneuver was completed in an instant. The 20-meter arc of black flame slashed ferociously against the wind chaser. The pale blue patterns on its body were severed by the inky blade, while the remaining azure areas flickered, appearing somewhat unstable. The relentless barrage of bullets was interrupted, and seizing the moment, Su Bai unleashed an astonishing speed, closing the gap to the wind chaser. Defying the odds, the black flames converged upon the blade, and a fundamental upward slash struck the leg of the wind chaser. The protective armor of the machine was surprisingly breached, with the blade penetrating half a meter into the leg, exposing the mechanical components within. Useless. Chun, witnessing the scene, cursed angrily. The pilot of the wind chaser, however, found himself in a lamentable situation. The wind chaser had been developed by Chongning Heavy Industries for merely 2 months. Moreover, in order to accompany Chun, this mech had been hastily deployed before its completion. The defensive armor had yet to be installed, and all energy transmission nodes were exposed, rendering it a mere prototype. Initially, they had believed that within the territory of the Chongning Federation, no significant threats would arise. Even if they encountered an enemy, their strength would likely be inadequate. Although the wind chaser was a prototype, it was still a stellar-class mech, with material strength meeting standards. It was deemed impossible for ordinary planetary-class mechs to breach its defenses. Yet unexpectedly, they found themselves facing Su Bai piloting a stellar-class mech, resulting in their downfall. The earlier slash had disrupted the energy transmission, leaving the entire mech in a state of paralysis. Otherwise, it would have evaded the second blow. After enduring 2 strikes, the backup transmission system activated, allowing it to escape from Su Bai's range. Noting the advantageous situation, Su Bai chose not to pursue and redirected his focus towards the elevated platform. Damn it! The pilot of the wind chaser felt a deep sense of frustration. Close combat was futile, and with Su Bai positioned too near the high platform, any extensive high-damage attack would inevitably harm Chun. Yet standard attacks were ineffective against Su Bai. He had never experienced such a humiliating battle before. Liang Xingzhu, help me. The wind chaser was left with no choice but to seek assistance. His greatest advantage was stifled, necessitating someone to confront Su Bai head-on. Liang Hao slightly bowed to Chun. Young Master Chun, please. Chun coldly retorted, go, and make it quick. It was humiliating for him that the bodyguard he had brought from Chongning Star was now calling for help. Understood. Liang Hao descended from the platform, plummeting downwards. The destroyer, standing nearby, soared into the air, its cockpit door opening as Liang Hao descended into it. The members of the mech squad, upon witnessing the scene, were instantly filled with exhilaration. The Star Master Liang had taken to the field. This young man was surely doomed. The City Breaker was undoubtedly the most formidable mech of the white-clad star. Previously, he had been utterly powerless against the City Breaker piloted by the squad leader. Now that the Star Master himself was at the helm, did he stand any chance at all? Any hope was far too optimistic. If he managed to leave with his life, it would be a miracle. Watch closely, you wretched girl, your savior is about to perish. Chen Xiao grasped Lan Qinxue by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. The frail Lan Qinxue hung limply, like a puppet at his mercy. Her pupils dilated. An aura of death surrounding her. The spectral soldiers found themselves caught between the City Breaker and the Wind Chaser, subjected to relentless bombardment. The deafening explosions evoked not a single ripple of emotion within her heart. Observing Su Bai, who was gradually succumbing to the pressure, Chen Xiao spoke to himself. Such a young stellar-class pilot. I have yet to encounter one like him. Alas, he is destined to die soon. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in his eyes. If only such talent were his to possess. To pilot a stellar-class mech, one must at least be a level 3 genetic warrior. The robust and healthy physique he dreamed of having was now a distant fantasy. Presently, he was neither truly human nor ghostly, clinging to life by transfusing others' blood. Furthermore, the stellar-class mechs constituted the core strength of the Changning Federation. A mere handful of them existed. Such a prodigy, being an enemy, had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences in 2 years would be unimaginable. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, his cold demeanor dissipating. After all, he was about to die. Why ponder so much? With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he pushed the loudspeaker closer to Lan Qinxue. Speaking of which, this Su something, wasn't he your student? Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall allow you to reminisce. Su. For the first time, Lan Qinxue reacted, her pupils slowly refocusing. Su Bai? Her voice was faintly hoarse. Had Chen Xiao not been close, he would have failed to hear her. Yes, that is indeed his name. With her affirmation, the deathly pallor in Lan Qinxue's eyes diminished somewhat, as if a flicker of vitality was born within her depths. In an instant, panic surged through her as she surveyed the battlefield, swiftly deducing that the skeletal mech, which had been downed countless times, was indeed piloted by Su Bai. The armor of the spectral soldier was extensively shattered. In a heartbeat, the City Breaker's spiked hammer struck the soldier's shoulder plate, followed closely by the barrage from the Wind Chaser. A resounding boom echoed, flames engulfing the spectral soldier. This time, his emergence from the explosion was noticeably slower than before. Alert! Armor damage at 91. The armor of the spectral soldier was nearly obliterated, revealing a skeletal structure with a metallic sheen, marred by numerous cracks. One eye socket, once alight with ghostly fire, had extinguished entirely, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Against the onslaught of 2 stellar-class mechs, he was hopelessly outmatched. Su Bai's face turned ashen, the rotation of his golden core slowed, and his energy approached depletion. Instinctively, he glanced towards the elevated platform. Just then, Lan Qinxue's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Su Bai? Run. Quickly escape. Her voice then broke into a desperate, anguished scream. It is my fault that you are in this predicament. I am so sorry. I was selfish. I should have perished instead. Do not send out a distress signal. And you shall not come. Thus, there shall be no danger. It is all my fault, all my fault. Chapter 34, Su Gu. We may have a slight misunderstanding. In the vast expanse above, Kong Yun's brow furrowed, her voice tense. Does Su Bai still have a chance to turn the tables? Mo Laosan shook his head resolutely. Given his current condition, even at his peak, it would be impossible. Kong Yun reached out to Kong Chun, sharing the current scene with him. Brother, can he truly resolve this on his own? He seems to be on the brink of collapse. That shouldn't be the case. Could I have misjudged? Kong Chun murmured to himself, pondering for a moment before sighing, his tone tinged with regret. Never mind. Befriending a pilot of a mythical subordinate mech is also a worthy endeavor. Xiao Yun, ensure that Uncle Mo is always ready to intervene when he is on the verge of death. Understood, I will make sure of it. Remember, it must be at the moment of near death when you save him. Chen Xiao instructed his men to silence Lan Qinxue and retrieved a loudspeaker. Su Bai, you are about to perish. Once you are gone, I shall drain her blood and send her to accompany you. Since I am in a good mood, I shall grant you the opportunity to deliver your last words. Cherish it well. Teacher Lan, just wait. I will certainly rescue you. Su Bai averted his gaze, disregarding Chen Xiao, and turned to the destroyer, seemingly addressing Liang Hao, though it appeared as if he were conversing with himself. I grew up on White Garment Star, and I am grateful for its support. I cherish every blade of grass and every tree here. This is my homeland, the place of my upbringing. I have always held deep respect for you, as do the majority of the citizens of White Garment Star. You are a guardian, a symbol. Yet, do you not feel remorse for your actions now? Are you worthy of the trust the citizens of White Garment Star have placed in you? You have changed, and so has White Garment Star. It has rotted from top to bottom. As his words settled, the destroyer piloted by Liang Hao came to a standstill. Confronted by Su Bai, a native of White Garment Star, he found himself at a loss for a response to the relentless accusations. Was there guilt? Undoubtedly. During Chen Xiao's time on White Garment Star, he had sent countless individuals to their demise, either tortured by Chen Xiao or toyed with until their last breath. Because of the presence of the White Garment statue, the planet had been largely spared from the assaults of the Golden Beasts. Yet, this world had managed to evade the predations of interstellar pirates and slave ships, ensuring that its inhabitants did not live in constant fear. His contributions were undeniable. Those people had once revered him as a deity. Each time he closed his eyes, the myriad of despairing, vengeful gazes would haunt his mind. The silent hatred was the most piercing of all. Liang Hao, what are you dawdling for? Chen Xiao, sensing that the situation was slipping from his grasp, threatened. If you do not eliminate this brat, not only will you be barred from Changming Star, but I will ensure you cannot remain on White Garment Star either. Liang Hao's face contorted in fury. With no path of retreat left, he shouted at Su Bai in a desperate attempt to justify himself. What do you know? I have had enough. I possess the capability to ascend to greater heights. Due to offending a powerful individual, he was ostracized from the core circle of the Changming Federation after spending decades there. Decades. The so-called White Garment Star is praised for its tourism and economic prosperity. But what good is it? At best, it is merely a solitary star on the fringes of the Changming Federation. Every visit to Changming Star entails enduring the disdainful gazes of the elites, being treated like a mere pawn. It is not that he desires this fate, but he finds himself trapped. Su Bai fell silent. Over the past few days, he had become utterly disillusioned with White Garment Star from top to bottom. As he had articulated, it was rotten to the core. With a deep sigh, Su Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Star Master, do you recall why it is called White Garment Star? The conversation took a sudden turn, and Liang Hao paused momentarily, instinctively responding. Because of the white statue at the center of the planet, said to be a mythical mecha. Su Bai then queried Chen Xiao, do you recognize my mecha? What is the matter? Are you stalling for time as death approaches? Do you know it or not? If I were to let you delay a bit longer. What of it? Chen Xiao retorted dismissively, I don't know it. I can only assume you stumbled upon a nearly discarded stellar-grade mecha by sheer luck. Otherwise, how could someone like you afford such an extravagant purchase? Stellar-grade mechas are exorbitantly costly, with prices soaring even higher. The Changming Federation, a third-tier federation, boasts 7 habitable planets, 23 mining planets, and over 100 resource planets, in addition to countless dead stars. Despite harnessing the full might of the Federation, they have managed to produce only a handful of stellar-grade mechas. A native of White Garment Star like Su Bai could never hope to acquire one through hard work alone. Stumbled upon? Su Bai chuckled, you might have a point there. Chen Xiao wore a knowing expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Allow me to introduce it to you, Su Bai said, sheathing his blade and standing tall. The mecha is named Yinbing, and it is not a mere stellar-grade mecha, but rather a mythical auxiliary mecha. Mythical auxiliary? What on earth is that? The name sounded quite impressive, yet they had never heard of it. They suspected this young man might just be boasting. Even Chen Xiao and Liang Hao were left in a state of bewilderment. Mythical mechas were beyond their reach. Ordinary individuals seldom seek to understand what is unattainable. They were only aware of the existence of mythical mechas, and delving into details was out of the question. It is worth noting that during the Jinyuan assessment on the testing star, Yinbing made its initial appearance, and only a select few recognized it. The Jinyuan assessment was open to the entire universe, and within the final circle, each participant was backed by formidable forces. They could not identify it in that moment, let alone a mere bumpkin from the Changming Federation. Chen Xiao was still processing this information, while the cunning Liang Hao had already accessed the Star Network to search for mythical auxiliary mechas. Star Network entry, mythical auxiliary mecha, a derivative mecha of mythical mechas. The quantity of auxiliary mechas per mythical mecha is variable, with no upper limit. Mythical auxiliary mechas possess certain characteristics of mythical mechas, such as energy independence, the ability to absorb cosmic energy for recharging, self-repair after damage, and growth potential that enhances alongside the pilot, among others. Liang Hao silently sent the entry to Chen Xiao. The mythical mech's subordinate mech? Chen Xiao felt a bit bewildered, but after Liang Hao's prompting, he accessed the Star Network. If memory serves, Su Bai had mentioned something called the Yin Soldier, right? Star Network entry, Yin Soldier, a mythical subordinate mech unique to the underworld faction. In an instant, Chen Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. He still needed to sort out the relationship between the mythical mech and its subordinate. However, he realized a crucial issue. Su Bai had a connection to the underworld divine realm. That was a domain spanning multiple star systems, guarded by mythical mechs, second only to the 5 great divine nations. The Changming Federation, which he took pride in, paled in comparison, akin to an ant. With a forced smile more grotesque than a cry, Chen Xiao said, I think we might have a slight misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Bai, discerning Chen's expression, replied with a tone laced with sarcasm, I have no ties to the underworld divine realm, and there is no misunderstanding between us. No ties? Then where did that mech come from? Did it fall from the sky? Chen Xiao was utterly unconvinced. At that moment, Liang Hao received a frantic message. Dad, the white attire has vanished. It disappeared suddenly. Chapter 35. Reactions from all sides. Chen Xiao, I have urgent matters to attend to. After reading the message, Liang Hao hurriedly flew to Chen Xiao's side. Whether the councilman would promote him was still uncertain. Given the precarious situation, the white attire star was his stronghold, and it must not encounter any problems. Chen Xiao, already trembling at the thought of provoking the underworld divine realm, was alarmed to see Liang Hao preparing to leave. And he bellowed, no matter how significant the matter is, it must be put aside. What is most important now? If we don't handle this properly, we could all perish. Star Master, why the haste? Are you looking for this? Liang Hao instinctively glanced over. He saw Su Bai retract the Een soldier, and then a mech, predominantly white, materialized behind him. Rather than a mech, it resembled a statue of a scholar carved from white jade, with long hair tied up with a hairpin. Dressed in a flowing white robe and boots, standing with hands clasped behind his back, one might mistake it for a living being, were it not for its complete lack of life force. The white attire. How could the white attire be here? Liang Hao gasped in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, he conceived a terrifying possibility, his mouth agape as he stammered, no, it can't be. With a mere thought, Su Bai vanished. The eyes of the white attire glimmered with divine light, and with a gentle motion, fragments of stone fell away. A soft breeze stirred, causing the edges of the white attire to flutter. It had fully come to life, transforming into a towering giant of 100 meters. Its snow-white hair danced in the wind, and its striking black and white pupils moved with intent. As Su Bai felt a pressure far greater than that of the Een soldier, he adjusted his breathing rhythm, occasionally moving his limbs to acclimate to the weight. Moments later, having adapted, he summoned his longtime intelligent assistant, Yu. The exquisitely crafted figure of Yu, reminiscent of a girl from ancient tales, stood dazedly on the combat display, awaiting Su Bai's command. Integrate into the mech's intelligent control system, retaining all original functionalities. Yes, the crisp voice was chillingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Su Bai murmured, Little dear, you shall soon awaken. The ordinary intelligence control assistant, upon its integration with the mythical mech, undergoes a baptism by the divine core, thereby giving rise to consciousness and thought, much akin to the tortoise and serpent of the mythological Xuanwu. It can unequivocally be regarded as a form of intelligent life. Upon merging with the mythical mech, the intelligence control assistant is presented with two options: to transform into the form most harmonious with the mech, or to retain its original state. Opting for the first choice allows for immediate maximization of the mech's capabilities without the need for adjustment, enabling the assistant to even command the mech in battle. Almost all mythical mech pilots gravitate towards this choice. However, Su Bai is an exception. He is nostalgic, reluctant to part with his longtime companion, and Yu, despite her being merely an emotionless program prior to their integration. Mythical mech intelligence control integration progress. 100, success. Externally, the mech's mouth curves into a smile, exuding joy. Subsequently, it produces a tall cylindrical hat adorned with the 4 characters, a glimpse of prosperity. Concurrently, a mandatory notification is inserted into the star network for all beings across the universe. Universal celebration. The mythical mech, by Wu Chang, has connected to the star network. The announcement immediately captures the attention of various powerful factions. Each mythical mech signifies immense potential for profit. Should an ordinary federation possess a mythical mech, it could qualify for ascension to divinity once the mech pilot matures. Even a divine realm fortified by a mythical mech can attract new pilots, thereby striving for loftier positions. This entails not merely an elevation in status, but also access to unimaginable resources. Reincarnation Star, the capital of the underworld divine realm, lies at the heart of the Yoming star system. The pilot of Bai Wu Chang is sought for an invitation to join the underworld divine realm. What if Yen Luo is unwilling? Unwilling? Haha. Yen Luo is exceedingly confident. Among the 5 existing mythical mechs of the underworld divine realm, his holds the highest status and greatest power. Thus, the position of the realm's decision-maker naturally falls to him. Over time, he has cultivated an air of absolute control. The mythical mech, by Wu Chang, belongs to the Underworld series. Upon his return, we can offer him the most elite resources and nurture him at any cost. Who else can match our commitment? Other factions would never expend their full effort to cultivate an external mythical mech. In a mysterious locale, the upper echelons of the universe's most formidable intelligence organization, Tian Luodawang, convene through virtual projections. Have we obtained the information? Reporting to the Grand Tian Luo, we have news from below. Verification is underway, with a response expected in an hour. Excellent. Proceed to organize an auction on the Star Network to publicly auction off the pilot information of Bai Wu Chang. Understood. Furthermore, this auction shall prohibit the participation of the Evil God Council, beast god sect, and divine hunters. Why? Aren't we, Tianluotawang, like the Reputation Consortium? Never refusing any guests? The Grand Tianluo replied solemnly. The golden beasts are formidable. Humanity requires the strength of a new generation, and the mythical mechs must not falter. After all, our foundation lies with humanity, not the golden beasts. Zhenyuan Academy, Office of the Dean. Upon encountering the forcibly interrupted message, Xuanwu soon received an invitation from the Heavenly Net. He pondered for a moment and summoned Ning Kai, the head of the finance department at Zhenyuan Academy. At all costs, he instructed to secure the information of the pilot by Wu Chang, subsequently utilizing the Academy's resources to seal any related information. Why should our Academy pursue this? Ning Kai suddenly recalled something and cautiously pointed upwards. Is this an indication from the divine realm? No, this is my own intention. He was perplexed, knowing well that such news would not come cheaply. Although Zhenyuan was affluent, it was not one to squander resources. Are we hiring him as a teacher? He scoffed. Possessing potential does not equate to being an effective educator. Just proceed with it. Ultimately, as the paramount figure in Zhenyuan, Xuanwu's authority prevailed, leaving Ning Kai with a heart full of questions as he prepared for the auction. After Ning Kai departed, Xuanwu retrieved Su Bai's information, particularly noting the large characters proclaiming his withdrawal on the admission file. To save his teacher, he had forsaken the chance to enroll in Zhenyuan. Quite commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanwu made a decision. A new mythic pilot, so deeply loyal and righteous, deserved exceptional treatment. He promptly erased the withdrawal from the admission documents and stamped it with his exclusive Dean's seal. Dean's special approval. Admission granted as a student of Zhenyuan. He would indeed be under its protection. On the White Star, high above the clouds, Kong Yun and Mo Laosen exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored on the other's face. What on earth? Is that? The mythic mech? Kong Yun stammered with excitement, while Mo Laosen maintained a semblance of composure, though he was not far behind in enthusiasm. They had encountered mythic mechs before, but witnessing one suddenly wielded by an indigenous person who had just been subdued was akin to a beggar discovering he was the world's wealthiest individual. This indescribable shock rendered them speechless for a considerable time. Kong Yun simultaneously sent a communication invitation to his elder siblings. Kong Qing did not respond, likely occupied with training, but Kong Chen quickly connected. Brother, did you see the announcement on Starnet? It's Su Bai, right? You knew all along. Kong Chen chuckled, pleased to find his suspicions confirmed. His typically serious demeanor softened as he jokingly remarked, how could I not, being your brother? After disconnecting, Kong Yun felt somewhat disheartened. He had finally managed to impress his elder brother, only to find that he was already aware of the news, rather frustrating. The reactions from other factions varied widely. This revelation sent ripples through the entire universe, triggering a series of commands from various powers. Regardless of their moral standings, they all shared a common target, the mythic mech by Wu Chang. Chapter 36. The Great Explosion. Liang Hao lamented his missed opportunity to befriend Su Bai. As the Lord of the White Star, and with the mythic mech residing there, Su Bai was a native citizen of White Star. With such connections, should Su Bai rise to prominence, he could easily elevate him in the process, rendering the Longning Federation insignificant. However, such a splendid opportunity was utterly squandered by him. Fate can be cruel. Chen Xiao was shocked to the core, his pupils trembling. He had suspected that Su Bai had some connection to the divine realm of the underworld, perhaps aligning himself with a powerful figure within, who granted him a mythical auxiliary mech. Alternatively, he might have been a native of the underworld, cast into the inner circle to grow. Yet, he never imagined that Su Bai was the very pilot of the mythical mech. This was utterly incomprehensible. Chen Xiao forced a smile, his tone obsequious. Su Gu, please do not hold a grudge against me for this trivial matter. It's just a woman. There is no need for such drastic measures. How about this? I will bring you as many women as you desire. Su Bai regarded him coldly, offering no response. Chen Xiao pressed on. Anything else will suffice. Whatever I possess, I will provide it to you without hesitation, as long as you refrain from retaliating against me. Money, resources, women, mechs, starships, I'll bestow it all upon you. Still, he received no reply. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. Can you truly not let me go? Let you go? Su Bai looked at Chen Xiao with disdain. Ask those you have tormented if they wish to spare you. Ask Teacher Lan if she would grant you mercy. Today, it is either death or annihilation. Just a despicable wretch. Chen Xiao seethed. Let her blood flow through my veins. It would be her honor. He shouted at Liang Hao and Zhu Feng. Kill him. If you leave me no path to survival, then neither shall you. He understood that this was the sole chance to eliminate Su Bai. Since the announcement on the Star Network, only a few minutes had passed, yet numerous formidable forces, whose names sent shivers down his spine, had extended invitations to Su Bai. The conditions were so enticing that he was consumed by envy. Most crucially, if Su Bai were to join even one of those factions, Chen Xiao believed that they would eliminate him without hesitation, even obliterating the Chongning Federation without a second thought. Liang Hao hesitated. Observing this, Chen Xiao immediately barked, Liang Xingzhu, do not forget that it was you who brought this Lan surname here. Everyone is involved. There is no retreat for any of us. The only way to avoid being pursued is to kill him. Damn it. This is all your fault. All your fault. Liang Hao yelled at Su Bai. If you had revealed earlier that you were the mythical pilot, I would not have been driven to this point. He commanded the breaker to charge directly at Bai Wuchang with unrelenting fury. Zhu Feng merged 2 machine guns into a massive long-barreled cannon, wildly channeling energy from the Zhu Feng's core into the cannon, the dazzling energy flickering as it accumulated and compressed. Su Bai ordered, Little Deer, enter combat mode. Understood. Little Deer acknowledged the command. On the combat screen, and Yu, clad in military attire, saluted with an energetic, crisp voice, her delicate face adopting a serious expression, which was utterly endearing. The visage of the mythical Bai Wuchang faded away, yet the metallic face of the machine continued to smile, a chilling grin. Its white garments retracted, transforming its humanoid skin into a metallic shell. The entire transformation was completed in the blink of an eye, as the lifelike Bai Wuchang metamorphosed into a mech exuding mechanical elegance. At this very moment, the city breaker launched its assault. Su Bai's thoughts stirred, and a multitude of deep, ethereal chains burst forth from behind him, intertwining to form a protective net. Clang! The spike hammer struck the chain net, producing merely a clattering noise, effortlessly dissipating its force. Liang Xingzhu, have you not eaten? Liang Hao, infuriated by the remark, relentlessly pounded the chains with his spike hammer. He then redirected his focus to the drill on his right arm, which began to spin rapidly, generating a tempestuous wind. Eventually, the city breaker joined in the rotation. Liang Hao maximized the engine's energy output, aiming the drill's tip at the gaps in the chains. The wind energy ion cannon was fully charged. Was it time to fire? The brilliance within the cannon's barrel intensified. As the most formidable strike of a stellar-class mech, it possessed the true power to annihilate stars. This strike would deplete nearly 4/5 of the energy reserves of the Wind Chaser. A glint of madness flickered in the Wind Chaser pilot's eyes as he locked onto Bai Wuchang as his target, disregarding the extensive area of effect of this shot. At this moment, his own survival was paramount. He even wished for the complete annihilation of his adversaries. Then no one would know that Bai Wuchang had perished at his hands. Target locked. Fire. A hum, devoid of earth-shattering noise, akin to a gentle breeze. A dazzling beam of energy shot forth. Alarm. The mech had been locked on. Danger. Inside Bai Wuchang's cockpit, red lights flashed, and alarms blared. The combat display marked a clear attack point. Su Bai's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he sought to flee. Despite the might of the mythic mech, it was constrained by his physical strength and could not surpass the stellar-class threshold. Faced with the full power of the Wind Chaser's cannon, he could not afford to underestimate it. Su Bai reacted swiftly. He first manipulated the chains, causing the chain net to suddenly expand, allowing the city breaker to slice through. Yet how far could it surge? The dispersed chain net abruptly contracted, ensnaring it like a zongzi. With the city breaker neutralized, Su Bai shifted his attention to the energy beam. The speed of the energy beam was staggering. Merely the dissipating energy cracked the earth, and on the high platform, Chen Xiao and his companions struggled to maintain their footing, clinging tightly to the ground to avoid being swept away. The mythic mech earned its name for its strength that transcended imagination. Su Bai murmured, then retrieved a morning staff, striking it forcefully against the chain ball while exclaiming loudly, "Soul shatter." The collision between the morning staff and the chain ball produced an extraordinarily peculiar frequency. This intangible frequency surged towards the Wind Chaser, transforming into a bizarre magnetic field that instantly rendered its pilot in a state of stupor. The Wind Chaser, now without a pilot, began to plummet. However, this did not alter the fact that the wind energy ion cannon had already been fired. Su Bai struck the chain ball again, and the chain ball, enveloped in the uncanny magnetic field, collided with the energy beam. The energy beam pierced through one side of the chain ball, while the remaining chains swiftly spread to seal the breach. The energy beam trapped within grew unstable, flailing wildly. Observing this, Su Bai quickly summoned a multitude of chains, far surpassing the previous amount, to ensnare the chain ball. As the subsequent chains were added, the sphere grew ever larger, expanding to more than 10 times its original size. The berserker, ensnared within, endured a tremendous surge of energy. Liang Hao struggled valiantly, yet his efforts proved futile. Within the confined space, erratic energy beams struck the berserker's energy core. Upon collision, they unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, akin to detonating a stellar-class mech's core. The berserker bore the brunt of the blast, sustaining only a fleeting moment before it was reduced to ashes. The ferocious explosion radiated its power indiscriminately, causing layers of chains to shatter. Boom. In an instant, the world dimmed. The light barrier device failed under the force of the explosion. Earthquakes and tsunamis followed in rapid succession. The white garb star plunged into darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. In this dire moment, Su Bai could only hastily shift his position, shielding the elevated platform where Lan Qinxue stood behind him. Countless fragments of chains transformed into the sharpest blades, hurtling towards him. The mythical mech, by Wu Chang, which had only recently emerged, was instantly riddled with wounds. Its body marred with pockmarks, a sight too ghastly to behold. Chapter 37. The passing of Lan Qinxue in the vast expanse of the sky, amidst the biting gale. There existed a tranquil zone. This was the sole area of the white garb star untouched by the chaos, solely due to the presence of an exceedingly high-grade mech. Kong Yun observed the struggling Su Bai and inquired, "Uncle Imo, should we intervene to assist him?" Old man Imo smiled and shook his head. "There is no need. He is the pilot of a mythical mech. Such an explosion poses no threat to him. Little dear, defend." Facing the energy storm unleashed by the explosion at close range, Su Bai could do little more than brace himself. At this critical juncture, and Yu Yu's presence proved pivotal. Under her command, chains flew forth, intertwining before by Wu Chang to form a shield. However, as soon as it was formed, it was obliterated by the energy storm, and Yu Yu had anticipated this. The energy within the core rapidly dwindled while the chains continued to be emitted. Layer upon layer of chain shields engaged in a relentless battle against the energy storm. Su Bai summoned the golden core to enhance his physique, striving to further unlock Bai Wu Chang's potential. As expected, with the increase in his physical strength, the burden imposed by Bai Wu Chang intensified. The most apparent manifestation of this was the deeper hue of the emitted chains, and the shield's durability was significantly extended. After an indeterminate period, the sky abruptly brightened. The sky curtain device developed by the Morningstar Research Institute completed its self-repair and resumed operation. Gazing at the heavens, a sense of tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Warm sunlight and pristine clouds painted a beautiful tableau. Yet, the ground below lay in utter disarray. Tornadoes swept across the landscape, leaving the earth marred with a web of fissures. Cities were reduced to ruins, and the horizon was littered with lifeless bodies, the air filled with cries of despair. After several hours, the impact of the explosion had significantly diminished. Warning: Bai Wu Chang's core energy reserves are critically low. Remaining reserves, 3. Ultimately, it was the most potent strike of a stellar-class mech, compounded by the explosion of another mech's energy core. The energy generated by the two nearly exhausted the divine core energy reserves of the white impermanence, barely enabling it to withstand the onslaught. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion's source dissipating, Su Bai hurriedly turned around and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the high platform where Lan Qinxue stood remained intact. At this moment, white impermanence could not even maintain its combat form, reverting to its original appearance, albeit now appearing disheveled and covered in dirt compared to before. Su Bai surveyed his surroundings. The base of the white robe star mecha core had been utterly obliterated. Oh no, there was still one high platform left. None of the members of the mecha core had survived. He looked down, astonished to find himself seemingly suspended in midair. The ground had transformed into an abyss under the erosion of the energy storm, with faint streams of red lava visible within. The alarm indicating depleted energy reserves continued to blare incessantly. Su Bai refocused his attention and flew toward the high platform. Upon the high platform, several attendants huddled together. While Chen Xiao clutched Lan Qinxue, his expression filled with terror. "Chen Xiao, are you going to kill me?" Su Bai hovered in front of the high platform, his head aligned with that of white impermanence. "Now, what do you intend to use to kill me?" The immense pressure emanating from white impermanence left Chen Xiao feeling as if his heart would burst. He possessed a mecha, but it was merely planetary grade, and summoning it before white impermanence would only serve to make him a laughingstock. Suddenly, Chen Xiao seized a handful of Lan Qinxue's long hair and yanked her upward, his right hand deftly extending a laser-short knife from the wristband. He pressed the blade against her neck, applying slight pressure. Instantly, a gash appeared on Lan Qinxue's neck, yet due to the majority of her blood being drawn away, not a single drop oozed from the wound. "Stop it!" Su Bai shouted vehemently, exiting the cockpit, his calf muscles taut as he surged forward, leaping onto the high platform and dashing toward Chen Xiao. "Stop right there!" Chen Xiao barked, his voice trembling with intimidation. "If you take another step forward, I will kill her." Su Bai hastily halted, stopping 20 meters away. "Release Teacher Lan. State your demands." "Release her? If I let her go, I'll be dead the next second." "Then what do you propose to do?" "Hand over ownership of the mythical mecha, and I will let her go." "Su Bai, don't give it to him," Lan Qinxue shouted, discarding the gag in her mouth. "Don't worry about me. Kill him." Slap. Chen Xiao struck her sharply, a bright red handprint quickly appearing on her cheek. "Shut up, you filthy wretch." He covered Lan Qinxue's mouth, threatening Su Bai. "Think carefully. You have 1 minute. If you do not hand over the ownership of the mythical mecha, I will kill her." Su Bai looked at him coldly. "Do you think that if I give it to you, you would be able to pilot it? Don't be ridiculous. Release Teacher Lan now, and I guarantee your safe passage." Chen Xiao, now consumed by madness, did not believe him at all. "If a lowly commoner can pilot the mythical mecha, why can't I?" "You must be lying." Chun Xiao twisted his wrist, plunging the knife into Lan Qinshui's shoulder blade, then withdrawing it to press against her neck again. Stop deceiving me. You have 30 seconds left. If you don't hand it over, she dies. Lan Qinshui shook her head frantically, tears glistening in her eyes. All right, I will give it to you. Su Bai maintained a composed expression as he instructed in Yu to retrieve the mech's mark. With the exchange of goods completed, Chun Xiao gazed upon the mech imprint, his face betraying an unmistakable greed. With this, he would be able to pilot the legendary mech, becoming the envy of all as a mythic mech pilot. With such an identity, he could ascend to the celestial domain, utilizing the finest holy healing elixirs to restore his body. From there, he would rise effortlessly to greatness, commanding the winds and rains at will. In the vast cosmos, where could he not go, and what treasures could he not acquire? Su Bai observed this with disdain, mocking his ignorance. The legendary mech possessed a unique bonding mechanism. Without Su Bai's consent, the moment he stepped into the cockpit of the White Wuchang, the mech's self-defense system would activate autonomously. This power did not stem from the might of a mythic mech pilot, but was a force truly belonging to the divine. Only a deity could withstand such power. Under that force, let alone Chun Xiao, even the strongest of beings capable of resisting spatial rifts would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Enjoy the final revelry of your life, Su Bai whispered softly, prompting in Yu to approach Chun Xiao with the mech imprint. Teacher, it will soon be safe, he comforted Lan Qinshui. 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes blinking as if trying to convey something. The tears fell onto Chun Xiao's palm, causing an itch that made him involuntarily loosen his grip, rubbing his hand against his body. At that moment, Lan Qinshui seized Chun Xiao's right hand, which clutched the laser-short knife, and thrust it toward her own heart. What would be the consequence of the laser-short knife making contact with flesh? Undoubtedly fatal. By the time Su Bai sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Teacher. In a single leap, fueled by his 3rd-level genetic strength, he closed the 20-meter distance in an instant. Chun Xiao was dumbfounded. Lan Qinshui had perished, and he had lost his only trump card. Quickly recovering, he lunged toward Yu, who held the mech imprint. The mech, the legendary mech. It's mine. Yet. And Yu had no physical form. Her figure suddenly grew faint and vanished from sight. In the face of life and death, human potential is limitless. Witnessing the disappearance of the legendary mech, Chun Xiao's eyes turned fierce as he brandished the laser-short knife toward Su Bai. Die. Su Bai didn't even glance at Chun Xiao. White Wuchang swiftly shot out a chain, ensnaring him. He caught Lan Qinshui, who was on the verge of collapsing, feeling an indescribable sorrow within. The laser-short knife was no ordinary steel implement. The moment it pierced her heart, it irrevocably destroyed her vitality. There was no possibility of survival. A faint smile curved on Lan Qinshui's lips. Her body, deprived of blood, had led to muscle atrophy and loose skin, particularly evident on her cheeks. Yet, even so, her smile radiated warmth. Lan Qinshui lifted her hand to caress Su Bai's face. Perhaps it was a final flicker of life, for at the brink of death, her words flowed smoothly, imbued with an unexpectedly cheerful tone. Teacher, your body has lost its ability to produce blood. There's no saving you. You've only managed to endure this long thanks to the injected nutrients. I will not allow that beast to use a dying person like me to threaten you. To see you one last time brings me great joy. Su Bai, you must live well. The universe is vast. You must, without fail, fulfill the wish of your teacher and explore it. As she spoke her final words, her voice bore a hint of weariness, and her gaze upon Su Bai was infused with a blend of dazed relief. My son, have you waited long? At last. Your mother has come to find you. With that, her hand fell limply to her side. Preliminary note. The word count for this chapter is sufficient, and there is no suspicion of filler content. Note. For those who disregard the advice at the end of chapter 23 and insist on finishing this segment of the narrative, let me clarify. Firstly, I acknowledge that this segment does not conform to the conventional template of a gratifying narrative. However, in terms of character actions, please consider the circumstances they face. There are no significant logical inconsistencies. The demise of Teacher Lan was inevitable. To contrive her survival would require intentionally enhancing the plot to elevate her to a pivotal role, or subsequently dulling the intellect of the antagonist so they would overlook such a glaring vulnerability in Su Bai. Otherwise, the unfolding of future events would invariably reveal such a flaw. Lastly, I apologize to those who find this segment unsatisfactory. Chapter 38. Go accompany the deceased. Your name is Su Bai, correct? From now on, I shall be your teacher. How pitiable. To lose both parents at such a tender age. Why don't you call me mother instead? I will care for you. If my son were alive, he would be of your age as well. This child is truly stubborn. Well, remember to come to me for meals. You've been accepted into the White Robe Academy? That is splendid. I shall apply for a teaching position there so I can continue guiding you. I hear you wish to enroll in Jinyuan Academy? Unfortunately, I only have this much money left. The cheapest starship ticket from here to Jinyuan Academy costs 58,000. Once there, you'll need to sustain yourself. How can you manage without funds? Strive hard, and let me teach a student who gains admission to one of the 5 prestigious S-tier academies. The agony is unbearable, as if a great hand grips my heart and twists it mercilessly. Su Bai howled at the heavens, believing that perhaps this would provide some solace. Yuan Bao climbed onto his shoulder, extending its tiny, pink tongue to lick away the tears at the corner of his eyes. On the other side, and Yu stood in a daze. Having only recently developed emotions, she was unaware of what it meant to feel sorrow. Yet, she was Su Bai's intelligent assistant, having chronicled his every experience since her inception. The same was true for Lan Qingxue. She gazed upon the lifeless form of Lan Qingxue, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within her. She longed to weep. After a prolonged moment, Su Bai lowered his head, gently smoothing the wilted, dry strands of Lan Qingxue's hair. He closed her eyes and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Lan Qingxue appeared as if she were merely asleep, lost in a beautiful dream, her expression serene and tranquil. Once he had attended to all, he laid her body flat and rose, making his way toward the trapped Chen Xiao. The gaze directed at him was akin to that reserved for the deceased, sending a chill through Chen Xiao's core. When Su Bai approached, an unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. It's not my fault. I swear it's not my fault. Chen Xiao screamed in terror. She committed suicide. I didn't kill her. Oh, Su Bai responded with a dispassionate tone. Chen Xiao felt a surge of relief. I knew you were a reasonable person. Before he could finish his sentence, the chains around him retracted, and Su Bai seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Chen Xiao desperately clawed at Su Bai's hand, his feet thrashing wildly, his face flushed with exertion. Su Bai extended his other hand, seizing Chen Xiao's left arm with force. A sickening crack echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream as Chen Xiao's left arm was severed at the root, the stark white bone exposed to the elements, blood gushing uncontrollably. With a swift motion, Su Bai hurled him into the throng of attendants, advancing towards Chen Xiao with footsteps that echoed like whispers from the abyss. The despair felt by Lan Qingxue was to be repaid, piece by piece. Spare me, spare me. Chen Xiao's face turned ashen as he clutched his severed arm, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Su Bai approached impassively, stepping down upon his left foot, crushing it beneath his weight. Another heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Chen Xiao's foot was reduced to a mass of flesh, the bones ground to powder. The attendants nearby stifled their breaths, not daring to utter a sound. You cannot kill me. My father is a senator of the Changning Federation. Realizing his pleas had fallen on deaf ears, Chen Xiao shouted desperately. I have already called for help. They will come soon. If you kill me, you will not escape your fate. Oh, Su Bai's foot pressed down on Chen Xiao's left calf, gradually applying pressure upwards. The wails from the platform reverberated hauntingly, instilling dread in all who listened. High above, Mo Laosen involuntarily shivered. Killing is but a mere act. This fellow is far too ruthless. Second young master, this individual must not be offended. If he is, he must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, Kong Yun's voice carried a hint of trepidation. I am not insane enough to provoke him. That would be courting death. He understood his elder brother, Kong Chen's, profit-driven nature. To offend a mythical pilot for his sake clearly did not align with the interests of the Kong family. Without the Kong family's backing, even with 8 lives, Kong Yun would not dare to provoke Su Bai. The Bai, a starship, is approaching, detected at stellar level, and is expected to arrive shortly. And Yu's bright eyes flashed with a series of data. Above the platform, space opened into a vast circular aperture. A common type of starship glided in, measuring approximately 2,000 meters in length, its sides adorned with numerous gun ports, unmistakably a warship rather than a mere transport vessel. At this moment, Chen Xiao's limbs had completely turned to a puddle of mush, succumbing to intense agony and losing consciousness. Su Bai delivered a kick to the root of his left leg, the sudden pain jolting Chen Xiao awake. As his eyes fluttered open, the first sight that met him was the immense starship. The emblem representing the Changning Federation was prominently displayed on the vessel's underside. Chen Xiao vowed that this was the first time in his life he had felt such overwhelming joy and familiarity upon seeing the Federation's insignia. Help me! Help me! I'm right here! He cried out desperately, while Su Bai had already positioned his foot upon Chen Xiao's head, preparing to exert force. Just then, 2 mechs descended from the starship. Leading the charge was an old acquaintance, Zhu Feng. However, this mech was not the same as before. It was fully equipped and significantly more advanced. Get off my head. Quickly save me. He is the pilot of the legendary mech, by Wu Chang, reported by Starnet. In his precarious state, Chen Xiao's nerves began to fray, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Bai, why don't you let me go? Help has arrived. After enduring so much damage, you must be at your wit's end. If you do not release me, with a stellar-class mech approaching, your demise is imminent. Teacher Lan has perished. You might as well accompany her to the grave. With a sharp stomp, Su Bai crushed Chen Xiao's head, splattering brain matter across the ground. He then looked up at Zhu Feng, asking with a hint of indifference, "What did you say?" The mech pilot Zhu Feng appeared utterly disgusted, as if he had consumed something foul. Anger surged within him. "You seek death, boy?" Su Bai harbored some reservations. As Qin Xiao had noted, the remaining energy of Bai Wuchang was scant. More precisely, it was his power limitations that restricted the energy he could unleash from the core. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that engaging in battle with a completed stellar-class mech like Zhu Feng could very well lead to his end. Determined to project an imposing presence, Su Bai resolved to wave the flag of authority. "I am a student of Jinyuan Academy. I stand here. Do you dare to kill me?" He added silently in his heart, a former student, yet still a student in a sense. After all, until the training concluded, the enrollment list had not yet been revealed. So he had no fear of being exposed. Upon hearing his declaration, Zhu Feng's pilot indeed grew wary and hesitated. He conferred with another member of his team through their channel. "A student of Jinyuan? Is this kid trying to deceive us? Who would dare impersonate a Jinyuan student? That would be tantamount to courting death." Another pondered. "So what shall we do? Kill him? Are you insane? You would dare to kill a Jinyuan student? This is madness. If we kill him, Jinyuan will never know. But if we don't, how do we explain to Counselor Chen? His son has already died before our eyes." The two reached a decision. Zhu Feng brandished his cannon, speaking with righteous fervor. "What of a Jinyuan student? Taking a life demands retribution. It is but natural." Su Bai furrowed his brow, swiftly retreating into the Bai Wuchang mech, preparing for a desperate struggle. Chapter 39. The crisis averted. What is the Changning Federation? A mere nothing. A voice echoed through the space. "Who?" The Zhu Feng pilot became alert, scanning the surroundings with radar, yet he could not locate the source of the voice. Inside the cockpit of Bai Wuchang, and Yu quickly pinpointed the origin of the sound. Su Bai glanced at the coordinates on the combat screen. Astonishingly, it was merely 100 meters away. "Warning. The mech has been locked on." "Oh, truly worthy of the mythic mech," Mo Laosan exclaimed in admiration, no longer concealing himself. A ripple of energy surged forth, revealing the long-hidden mech. "I shall protect Su Bai. You may leave." The Zhu Feng pilot's expression darkened. Upon Mo Laosan's mech revealing itself, he immediately assessed its strength. Though both were stellar class, it was exponentially more powerful. Even among stellar class mechs, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Zhu Feng was merely at the lowest tier. "You are trespassing in the territory of my Changning Federation, interfering with our affairs. Is that not a grave affront to us?" "Indeed, I hold no regard for you," Mo Laosan replied candidly. "As a member of the Kong family of the Credibility Merchant Guild, I need to heed the whims of a trifling 3-star federation? Credibility Merchant Guild? As the preeminent commercial guild in the universe, the renowned guild's reputation is unparalleled and well-known. It is comprised of 5 powerful families, each nominating a candidate for the position of president during each generation, competing through rigorous assessments. The current president of the renowned guild bears the surname Kong, the Wind Chaser. Momentarily taken aback, hesitated but still posed a question. "Isn't the renowned guild supposed to refrain from interfering in the matters of any faction? Your actions contradict the guild's regulations." "Do I need to seek your approval for my actions?" Mo Laosan retorted, suddenly finding a semblance of truth in the Wind Chaser's words, and added, "Furthermore, I do not represent the renowned guild. I solely represent the Kong family." "Very well, I shall take my leave," the Wind Chaser declared, boarding the starship with another companion. Departing without a second thought, neglecting even the body of Qin Xiao. Aboard the starship, one companion questioned, "Aren't you afraid he might be a fraud?" The Wind Chaser adopted a lecturing demeanor, replying, "You fail to grasp the situation. We cannot contend with him. Whatever he claims holds weight. Moreover, this allows for an explanation before Counselor Chen upon our return. We cannot possibly oppose the Kong family of the renowned guild." We were left with no option but to leave. Experience speaks volumes. It's not worth mentioning. Su Bai emerged from the cockpit, approached Lan Qinxue, and lifted her effortlessly, as light as a feather. He then turned his gaze towards a group of trembling subordinates 10 meters away. "Those who assist in tyranny shall accompany teacher Lan in her demise." Yuan Bao let out a low growl, revealing his sharp claws as he charged forward. After a few anguished cries, Yuan Bao returned, his golden fur stained crimson, and lay beside Lan Qinxue, softly whimpering. At that moment, Kong Yin exited his mech, with Mo Laosan lagging slightly behind. Su Bai expressed his gratitude with a bow. "Thank you." Kong Yin felt a pang of guilt. Despite Mo Laosan's assurance that Lan Qinxue had resolved to end her own life, he still believed that had he acted sooner, she might have been saved. It was but a small effort. "What are your plans moving forward?" Kong Yin shifted the topic, extending an olive branch to Su Bai. "You must understand. It is highly improbable that you will return to Jinyuan Academy. Since its establishment, there has been no precedent of anyone leaving during the training period and subsequently re-enrolling. Why not join the Kong family? With the backing of the renowned guild, resources will be abundant. I assure you, you will receive at least the same treatment as I do. Consider it." "I will think about it," Su Bai replied non-committally. as he harbored no intentions of joining any faction, at least for the time being. My apologies, gentlemen, but I have matters to attend to. He cast a glance at Lan Qinxue and Kong Yun, displaying good judgment, remarked, the deceased deserve our utmost respect. Attend to your affairs. The doors of the Kong family are always open to you. Understood. On September 26th, it was deemed auspicious for burial and relocation of graves. In memory of teacher Lan Qinxue, her husband Yang Jun, and their son Yang Ning, erected by Su Bai. Teacher, I have sent those despicable ones to their end. Rest in peace. Su Bai caressed the gravestone adorned with Lan Qinxue's photograph. Now you are reunited with your son, a family reunion. How wonderful. He stood there, gazing at the familiar yet silent face captured in the photograph, lost in a trance. Chongning Star, Federal Parliament. I propose a manhunt for Su Bai, encompassing the entirety of the Chongning Federation. I oppose this. Su Bai is a protected individual of the Kong family. Chun, in your quest to favor your son, do you wish to drag the entire Federation into the abyss? Indeed, your son's trivial matters warrant his demise 100 times over. You should have managed your son better. His current fate is just deserts. I tell you, cease your delusions. The Chongning Federation does not belong to you alone, and no one will accompany you in your madness. For the stability of the Federation, I propose the removal of Chun Wei from his position as a federal congressman. Let us vote, shall we? Swiftly, hands were raised in unanimous agreement. The proposal passed. Chun Wei, this is no longer your place. Kindly take your leave. In a seat to the left, Chun Wei, recently bereaved of his son, was struck anew by the betrayal of former colleagues, causing a surge of blood, and he promptly collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in his own bed, where a woman wept profusely by his side. Upon seeing him awake, she erupted into a wail. Oh, my unfortunate son. Chun, you must avenge him. His death cannot be in vain. The one named Su must be captured and made to pay with his life. Enough. My position as a congressman has been stripped from me. Chun Wei hurled his wife aside, bellowing, get out. Had you not indulged him, would he have come to this? How dare you shout at me? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, and she sank to the ground, sobbing, lamenting her misfortune and the murder of her son, unable to seek vengeance. Chun Wei's head throbbed. He could neither strike nor scold his wife in such a state. After a long silence, he sighed. Please leave. I need solitude to contemplate a way forward. I will not allow my son's death to be in vain. Seeing the opportunity to retreat, the woman wiped her tears and rose to leave. I cannot let the murderer of my son escape. Sighing, after her departure, Chun Wei lit a cigarette, feeling as though the pain of losing his son had aged him a decade. He opened a video, replaying it repeatedly. It was the onboard footage from the Wind Chaser mech during the attempt to rescue Chen Xiao. This footage was something he dared not show to his wife. The last moments of his son's life were too harrowing for him to bear, let alone for her. As he watched, a realization struck him. Pausing at the moment the Wind Chaser descended upon the starship, he amplified the sound and zoomed in. Help me quickly. He is the pilot of the legendary mech. Bai Wuchang. After listening multiple times, Chun Wei arrived at a definitive conclusion. Su Bai was indeed the pilot of the legendary mech, Bai Wuchang. This revelation served as a potent stimulant to his resolve. News spread like wildfire across the Star Network about the auction for the pilot of Bai Wuchang, explicitly prohibiting participation from the Evil God Council, the Beast God Sect, and the Divine Hunters. The intent was clear, to protect this newly emerged legendary pilot. His expression was conflicted, pondering deeply. The fate of the legendary pilot and the safety of humanity weighed heavily on his mind. The death of my son demands retribution. Chun Wei unearthed a contact from years past, one he had fortuitously acquired. Hello, the chilling voice eased his racing heart. He had successfully reached the individual. With a demeanor steeped in humility, Chun Wei spoke. Esteemed one, I possess knowledge of the identity of the pilot for the mythical mech, Bai Wuchang. Chapter 40. The offer from the other side is quite lucrative to Bai. Are you certain you wish to take Bai Wuchang? On board the starship. And Yu cast a glance at the ravaged Bai star, now hardly reminiscent of a civilized planet, littered with ruins and debris. The wandering survivors resembled wildlings. The image of Bai star, represented by the mythical mech Bai Wuchang, emanated a magnetic force that instilled terror in the passing golden beasts, deterring them from invasion. Should it be removed, the current state of Bai star would struggle to withstand an onslaught from the golden beasts. Su Bai, with an indifferent expression, retorted, do they truly deserve the protection of the mythical mech? He was never one to embody selflessness. Had it not been for the presence of Lan Qinxue and Liuzi, he would not have only taken a single mythical subordinate spirit when he ventured to the Jinyuan assessment. Now, with Lan Qinxue deceased and Liuzi taken by Kong Yun, currently submerged in a healing chamber with sacred restorative elixirs, there was no one left on Bai star for him to care about. Thus, Bai Wuchang had no reason to remain. Very well, and Yu would not contest Su Bai's decision, regardless of its validity. Let us set forth. At your command. My captain, clad in her sailor uniform, and Yu joyfully saluted and began to maneuver the starship. Such is the terrifying prowess of intelligent life. She could operate a mythical mech, and piloting a planet-class miniature starship was trivial. Given the right conditions, she could even navigate a colossal starship on her own. In her inaugural experience piloting the starship, and Yu reveled in the freedom of traversing the cosmos. After 2 hours, she suddenly recalled the lack of a destination. Captain, your helmsman and Yu has a query. What is it? May I inquire as to our intended destination? The question momentarily stumped Su Bai. He had solely contemplated fleeing Bai Star, without considering where to go next. Could he truly commit such a fundamental oversight as the captain? Certainly not. Su Bai racked his brain for an answer. To the Dawn Military Academy. Understood. Su Bai reflected on the pertinent details of the Dawn Military Academy, the nearest A-class institution to Bai Star. Graduates were directly integrated into the border forces to combat the Golden Beasts. Given the unlikelihood of attending Jinyuan, opting for the A-class academy was indeed a judicious choice. To save his parents, he needed extraordinary merit, and hunting Golden Beasts was one of the swiftest ways to accumulate such accolades. Attending the Dawn Military Academy merely represented a lower starting point, with a more arduous journey ahead. Lang Hu, report your location. I am within the Yalu Federation. The cold voice of Lang, she paused momentarily as he located the Yalu Federation, noting its proximity to the Chongning Federation. Immediately set forth to the Chongning Federation. There is prey. I have already dispatched the 4, the Death Bull, Death Rabbit, Death Monkey, and Death Pig. You are closest to the location, so take action first. The rest will follow shortly. The excitement in Death Tiger's eyes was unmistakable. Prey. This was the first time he had received such an order since joining the Divine Hunters. With his stellar level strength, he felt neither too high nor too low. The mythic pilots were all immensely powerful. The organization's higher-ups engaged in hunting were of a caliber that he felt he could not yet participate in. He had thought that only by ascending to a higher level could he partake in the hunts of the mythic pilots. He had not anticipated it would come so soon. A sudden question arose in his mind. Death Snake, within our team, only the captain is of Nebula level. How could such a task be assigned to us? They must have their eyes set on a significant target and are unable to spare personnel. Before Death Tiger could continue his inquiry, Death Snake interjected, stating that the Beast God sect would send a high-star golden beast to assist us. No further questions were needed. With that, he severed the communication. As the strategist of the Death team, and being under the organization's intent to cultivate him, he was privy to some highly confidential information. As for the others, it was best to leave them out of such matters. They lacked discretion and were prone to slip-ups. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the Kong family, Kong Chun was engaged in business discussions with another individual. Should an outsider be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that the person opposite Kong Chun was a member of the notorious Divine Hunters. However, within the confines of the Kong family, a reputable trading organization, the presence of a Divine Hunter, or even a partially formed Golden Beast, would raise no eyebrows. The reason the reputable trading association could maintain its standing in the universe, unmatched by any competitor, was due to its ability to maintain a delicate balance, achieving a relatively neutral stance. It conducted business with humans and Golden Beasts alike, and its dealings with forces from the dark factions as well as acceptance by the Divine Kingdom were primarily due to its adherence to ethical boundaries. The association was adept at discerning what could be sold and what could not. Much like a net that ensnares all, this time, information regarding mythic mechs was stripped of the auction rights of the dark factions. I wonder what brings Mr. Charlie to my door. Kong Chun raised a glass, as Charlie represented the Divine Hunters in their dealings with the reputable trading association and deserved the appropriate respect. Charlie stated directly, I have heard that your brother is protecting the mythic mech pilot, Bai Wucheng, and so what? Kong Chun did not deny it. Since the other party had brought it up directly, it indicated they had already acquired relevant information, rendering denial futile. Tell your brother to abandon his protection and distance himself. Otherwise, when we take action, if he is inadvertently harmed, it could sever our friendship and disrupt our harmony. Oh, Kong Chun set down his glass, his smile fading slightly. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Charlie quickly corrected his stance upon sensing Kong Chun's irritation. The Divine Hunters were perpetually under threat from the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Realm, unable to be self-sustaining, and still depended on procurement routes from the reputable trading association. However, he knew the association well, and even better, he understood Kong Chun. What about a mining star? Not enough. Kong Chun, expressionless, rotated his ring. What if it contained gold mines? Oh, upon inspection, the gold mine yields approximately 1,000 tons, with an error margin not exceeding 10 tons, and a minimum gold content of 70 grams per ton. A smile swiftly graced Kong Chun's face as he extended his hand to Charlie, sealing the deal. After Charlie departed, Kong Chun contacted Kong Yun. What's the matter, brother? The God Hunters have set their sights on Su Bai. Well, we are in the business of trade. The mythical mechanic is not indispensable to us. Moreover, the offer from that side is quite generous. I understand. Kong Yun glanced at the 2 medical pods, on the left, Zhang Lele was visible, her head the only part exposed. According to the data, her injuries had healed, yet she remained unconscious. On the right, the severed arm of Lu Zi had begun to regrow, the flesh writhing like tiny worms, a sight both grotesque and unsettling. Using an anonymous channel, Kong Yun sent a message to Su Bai's starship, murmuring, "I am powerless to intervene further. This is all the assistance I can provide. Emos and Shu. Let us return home." Understood. Ding. You have new messages. Please check promptly. Su Bai was deliberating on his next steps upon entering the Dawn Military Academy when he was abruptly interrupted by a notification. He reached out, tapping the virtual screen to reveal the email icon. Sender, anonymous content. The God Hunters are approaching. Be cautious. Chapter 41. Encounter with the slave capture fleet. Name, Su Bai. What is this? A charming little kitten. Su Bai poked Yuan Bao to elicit a response. Meow meow. Yuan Bao rolled its large eyes and meowed in a way that seemed almost human. Why does this cat resemble a golden beast so much? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai speculated, perhaps it has a wayward ancestor? The border inspection personnel of the Chongning Federation slowly typed out 3 question marks. Not pursuing further. They allowed Su Bai's planetary-class micro-starship to depart. Once Su Bai vanished from sight, the inspector composed a message and sent it. The target has exited the Chongning Federation's territory and is heading towards the Huangshe Federation. After a few seconds, ding, your account has received 50,000 Federation coins. Chongning Border Defense Department. Hello, Brother Chun. Su Bai has left the Chongning Federation's jurisdiction. I've sent you his location. Thank you. When you return, I'll treat you to a meal. Ah, Brother Chen, you're being too courteous. The minister of the Chongning Border Defense Department replied with a smile. The higher-ups have explicitly stated not to pursue Su Bai. I'm assisting you, but I am taking on considerable risk. Oh, my memory fails me. I promised to treat the brothers to drinks last time and completely forgot. Ding, your account has received 500,000 Federation coins. Brother Chun, that's enough. Let us not have this happen again. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the brothers. After severing the communication, Chen Wei immediately relayed the information to the relevant contact. Su Bai's location, after passing through several channels, eventually reached the hands of the Wolf brothers. Brothers, we found him. Wolf brother grinned, and the 3 men and 1 woman beside him burst into excitement. A starship, docked in the pitch-black expanse of the universe, roared to life and soared into the void. A diminutive starship traversed the vast, boundless cosmos, appearing profoundly solitary. Su Bai fixated on the star map. With no other targets detected within the radar's scanning range, an incessant sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Ever since the emergence of the Chongning Federation, this feeling had intensified. Little dear, accelerate. How long until we reach Dawn Military Academy? And Yu projected a virtual steering wheel suitable for her use, playfully twisting it as she calculated in response to Su Bai's query. The fastest arrival would still require 3 days. What about utilizing space jump? And Yu spread her small hands, a hint of helplessness gracing her face. My dear Captain, this starship has reached its limits. We cannot engage in space jump, or we risk being torn apart by spatial turbulence. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's brow furrowed tightly. A potent sense of crisis informed him that 3 days would not suffice. If that anonymous email had not deceived him, this looming threat likely originated from the God Hunters, notorious figures in the cosmos. Records indicated that they had successfully hunted down 27 mythical pilots, with their most infamous battle involving 7-star domain mechs, supported by 2 stellar core mechs and 5 planetary core mechs in a suicidal assault, which culminated in the successful encirclement and elimination of the God King of the Pyramid Divine Kingdom at the cosmic frontier. Note, stellar core and planetary core mechs do not conform to the standard mech hierarchy. They are constructed using the energy cores of healthy stellar and planetary cores. Advantages: exceptional combat prowess and explosive damage. Disadvantages: extremely challenging to manufacture, with a terrifying failure rate, non-replenishable energy, and irreversible harm to the pilot. Historical accounts suggest that only 1 in 100 pilots survives operating a planetary core mech, due to the hazardous materials involved in their construction. Each planetary core mech's creation necessitates the annihilation of countless healthy planets, rendering it strictly prohibited. In that battle, the mythical Shu fell, and the core vanished without a trace, with no derivative mythic statues ever discovered. The Pyramid Divine Kingdom was gravely weakened and even faced the risk of dropping out of the ranks of the 5 great divine kingdoms. In the face of the God Hunters, Su Bai felt utterly unprepared. No, we cannot remain idle. Beep. Slave capture fleet detected 300,000 kilometers away. Scanning successful. A low-level slave capture fleet, composed of 1 dilapidated planetary-class starship and 2 battle-hardened satellite-class starships. Threat index, 76. Upon receiving the alert, Su Bai's eyes brightened. An idea sparked. On a somewhat disheveled deck, Old Wolf counted a thick stack of Federation currency, accompanied by a large chest brimming with money. Nearby, Defei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wolf head, we hit the jackpot. Look at your ambitions. We are just getting started. Old Wolf chuckled. There are plenty of natives on that primitive planet. They will keep us well supplied for quite some time. The profits ahead are substantial. Eventually, we could purchase a new planetary-class starship and expand our operations. Wise as always, Wolf head. After the flattery, Defei curiously inquired. But why do they need so many natives? Feeding that many would require an enormous amount of food daily. Ah, but you see, they resell them for a far greater profit than we could imagine. If only we had the channels, we could at least multiply our earnings several times over. The indigenous individuals are highly sought after within the medical consortium and underground markets. Lacking any form of protection, they become subjects for experimentation, engage in illicit fights, or serve as organ donors. There are myriad uses for them. Upon hearing this, Defei trembled, silently thankful for being born in a fortunate place. At that moment, his keen eyes suddenly spotted something floating not far away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person. Wolfhead, look, he exclaimed. Lao Lang followed his gaze and beheld an individual clad in a somewhat tattered spacesuit, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, clinging to a piece of metal debris. Retrieve him. Over the years spent with the slave-capturing fleet, Wolfhead had encountered many such situations. These were often natives from primitive planets, whose technological capabilities were woefully inadequate, yet they dared to venture into the cosmos, cobbling together makeshift vessels to propel themselves into space. Did they truly believe the universe would be safe for them? Many of these contraptions ultimately met their demise, leaving some survivors to cling to the wreckage for a time. Those fortunate enough to be captured by the slave fleet would be sold into servitude, while the unfortunate ones would simply await their demise. Wolfhead, why should we capture him? Defei inquired, puzzled, noting that there were plenty of natives on that planet. One more would make little difference. You don't understand. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Besides, if we can extract from this native the location of his homeland, we would gain another coordinate for a native planet. Wolfhead's wisdom shone through. Defei gave a thumbs up, hastily retrieving the individual from the water. Before long, the person was brought aboard the deck. Is this person deranged? On the brink of death, yet he clutches a cat. Defei observed as he placed the individual on the deck, noting that he held a golden-haired kitten in his arms. Curiously, the cat was also donned in a spacesuit. Lao Lang gestured for him to step aside, producing a vial of inferior healing serum, carefully administering it to the individual. In no time, the person opened his eyes, revealing a vivid mixture of wariness and fear. Lao Lang then handed Defei a device resembling a Bluetooth earpiece, inserting it into the individual's ear. This was a universally compatible real-time translation device, capable of interpreting the brainwaves generated during speech into a common cosmic language. Subsequently, Lao Lang donned a congenial and caring smile, resembling a humble farmer grandfather. Young brother, what is your name? Where do you hail from? I remember nothing, the individual stammered. What? You remember nothing? Lao Lang's expression shifted to one of annoyance as he changed his demeanor. You have wasted a dose of my healing serum. Take him down and confine him. Chapter 42. Do you not feel she would be quite suitable as your mother? In a small, windowless room measuring approximately 5 square meters, the space was entirely sealed, appearing to have been cast in one piece, with silver metallic walls devoid of any seams. Su Bai traced the smooth surface of the wall, feeling its icy touch. When he struck it with his fist, an imprint appeared. Relieved, he leaned against the wall and sat down leisurely. They should not be able to find me now. Indeed, this was Su Bai's plan. The lingering sense of crisis indicated that his adversaries likely knew his coordinates. Thus, he instructed Yu to set the vessel on autopilot, continuing toward the Dawn Military Academy, while he mingled with the slave-capturing fleet, drifting along for a while. Uncertain of his fate, Su Bai doubted whether the divine hunters could truly track him down. He removed Yuan Bao's small helmet and broke off a piece of gold to feed him. After devouring the treat, Yuan Bao rolled over, exposing his belly for Su Bai to pet. Subsequently, Su Bai projected a film using the star chart, leisurely stroking Yuan Bao's little tummy while watching the movie. If only he had some chips and soda to accompany it, it would be perfect. Time slipped by unnoticed, and eventually, Su Bai's tense nerves relaxed, leading him into a drowsy slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility, followed by the blaring of alarms. The lights in the room turned a frantic red, pulsating wildly. Su Bai jolted awake, bewildered by the commotion. His heart raced with anxiety. Could it truly be the divine hunters? Were they akin to hounds, following the scent after he had discarded his starship? The alarm blared fiercely but subsided just as swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the cacophony and tremors outside ceased. Perhaps the starship had sustained significant damage, causing a failure in the power system, plunging the room into darkness. A metallic sound echoed from the walls. A crack appeared, allowing a sliver of light to seep through. Su Bai held his breath, poised for action. The shadowy guardians had nearly been obliterated and could not be relied upon for now, although Bai Wuchang's energy reserves were not fully restored. He still possessed enough strength for a fight. The fissure in the wall widened, flooding the space with light, momentarily blinding Su Bai. Squinting, he discerned a figure clad in combat attire, wearing a helmet. The form was accentuated by the tight-fitting uniform, showcasing an impressive physique. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, braided neatly. The newcomer glanced to the left, where darkness still lingered, concealing a silhouette. The helmet retracted silently, unveiling a delicate visage. Her slender eyebrows and large eyes, with soft lavender irises, exuded warmth rather than aloofness, and her gently pursed lips seemed to smile. "Hey, you've been saved, Liushi." The exclamations came simultaneously, one playful and lighthearted, the other filled with surprise and confusion. Stepping out from the shadows, Su Bai inquired, "What are you doing here? How did you end up in this mess?" They both blurted out in unison, their eyes locked in astonishment for what felt like an eternity. After a moment, Su Bai raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "You go first." Liushi, unreserved, furrowed her brows in frustration. "Why did you run away from the training camp? And how did you end up here? What on earth happened?" On the day of the training, she had intended to summon Su Bai to the assembly, only to learn he had fled. Su Bai shrugged. "I had no intention of running. I requested leave, but the academy denied it. As for my presence here, it's a long story." He briefly recounted his recent experiences, and Liushi's expression turned to one of indignation. "No way. You're coming back with me. I'll plead with the principal. Let us discuss it later." Su Bai felt a stir of interest. Returning to Zhenyuan would undoubtedly be beneficial, yet he feared that upon his return, he might find himself unable to even cross the threshold, with Liushi guiding him. However, the situation would be markedly different. "By the way, how did you end up here? Shouldn't this be a training period?" He wore a look of skepticism. "You didn't run away too, did you? Do you think I'm like you?" "We are currently in the second phase of training, and I've been assigned to a fleet tasked with eliminating the slavers in this area." Liushi's lavender eyes rolled slightly as she teased, "See, I rescued you." "Xiaoxi, is anyone inside?" A rugged voice interrupted their conversation. "Yes, there is," Liushi responded, then turned to Su Bai. "For now, just follow me. Once I finish my training here, I'll take you back." "Sounds good. By the way, the instructor has instructed that during this phase, we must not reveal the identity of Zhenyuan students. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure and credits will be deducted. For the time being, just pretend you don't know me. You're merely an ordinary rescued individual. Let us avoid any unnecessary complications." In the void, 5 starships, enveloped in shimmering shields, sailed swiftly through the cosmos, resembling 5 streaks of light slicing across the sky. On the deck, a series of mechs, reminiscent of colossal steel beasts, stood in orderly rows, their barrels protruding menacingly from the ship's body. Su Bai leaned against the wall, lost in thought as he gazed at the girl not far away. "Yuan Bao, huh? Don't you think Liushi has a demeanor that suits being a mother?" What? All love, in its infancy, is often sparked by visual allure. Su Bai did not deny this truth. Liushi happened to align perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Kind-hearted and beautiful, who wouldn't he be fond of such a girl? Next to a mecha dominated by a crimson hue, Liushi meticulously inspected its exterior for any signs of wear. Nearby, a doll-faced girl pointed towards Su Bai's direction. "Xiaoxi, look. Ever since he was rescued, he hasn't taken his eyes off you. It's as if they might fall right off you." With a light spring of her toes, Liushi leaped to the mecha's arm, nonchalantly responding, "Let him look. The eyes are on others. Am I to deny him the sight?" With an extraordinary lineage, striking beauty, and remarkable talent, she had long been accustomed to admirers flocking around her. An innate prodigy. Benefiting from her family's resources, she had shattered the second layer of genetic locks at a young age, her petite frame concealing the might of a beast within. Coupled with a planetary-level mecha, she was more than capable of commanding respect among her peers. Liushi's thoughts were simple. If they could not surpass their own capabilities, what right did they have to claim they could care for her? Momentarily, she paused, contemplating that perhaps Su Bai could indeed single-handedly overpower her. As Su Bai daydreamed, a middle-aged man clad in combat attire approached, patting him on the shoulder from behind and jesting. "Hey, kid, quite the discerning eye you have. Eyeing Xiaoxi the moment you arrive." Startled from his reverie, Su Bai had not noticed the man's approach. He quickly feigned ignorance as Liushi had instructed. "She's called Xiaoxi?" The middle-aged man replied, seemingly unfazed by the question. "Don't be fooled by her gentle demeanor. She has a proud heart. Men weaker than her don't even catch her attention. I remember when she arrived just a couple of days ago, her full-powered strike was close to 1 ton. And you, with that little frame of yours, well, it's quite the stretch." 1 ton, you say?" Su Bai remained silent, reaching into his pocket to grasp a marble, which he then transformed into gold. The golden orb melted in the palm of his hand, flowing like liquid into his body through the pores of his skin, coursing through his veins to his heart, and ultimately surging into the golden core space that overlapped with his heart. Within this realm, a golden core radiated dazzling light, and as the energy was absorbed, it coalesced within the golden nucleus, Su Bai felt a slight enhancement in his physical form. I must at least double my strength, he thought. Chapter 43. Setting the flag low, she finished inspecting the mech and returned to her quarters. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and engaged in casual conversation with a man. One was discreetly inquiring while the other remained unsuspecting, allowing Su Bai to quickly discern the situation. This fleet was the patrol fleet of the Cirque Federation, tasked with combating space pirates, slave traders, and apprehending illegal immigrants. Su Ge, what is that? During their conversation, Su Bai learned that the man's name was Su Li, a seasoned crew member of the fleet. Su Li followed Su Bai's gaze towards a distant flicker of lights. Perhaps some falling stars or another fleet, he suggested. Su Bai squinted, fixating on the luminous points, casually asserting, "It looks like some kind of creature to me." Su Li's expression froze as he slowly turned his head to scrutinize the lights. "Are you sure you saw clearly? My eyesight has always been excellent. It cannot be a fleet's falling star or anything like that. It's a golden beast." The glowing entities were moving closer, and Su Bai observed more clearly that enormous creatures were brandishing their sharp claws, speaking with utmost certainty. Suddenly, Su Li pressed his earpiece and shouted, "Alert! Alert! Golden beasts detected." He then abandoned Su Bai and dashed towards the mech assembly on the deck. Beep, beep, beep. Within mere seconds, a piercing alarm blared, and the lights aboard the starship turned crimson, followed closely by 4 surrounding vessels flashing red as well. "Yuan Bao, why are we so unfortunate?" Yuan Bao rolled over in Su Bai's collar, whimpering softly. Su Bai sighed, retreating back to the cabin. At present, he was merely an ordinary survivor who had been rescued. His persona must remain intact. Staying on the deck would undoubtedly betray his facade. In the cabin, with nothing to do, Su Bai wandered aimlessly, seeking a room with a view of the outside to assess the situation. He made his way to the upper levels, where the perspective would undoubtedly be the finest. Perhaps everyone had gone to stand guard, for he encountered no one along the way. As he marveled at his good fortune, he remained oblivious to the fact that every move he made was being closely monitored from the command room. "Captain, should we apprehend those two?" A man clad in a rigid trench coat adorned with metal embellishments pondered for a moment before addressing Lu Shi at his side. "Xiao Shi, the individuals you rescued are now your responsibility." In the cosmos, an unwritten rule prevailed. When a fleet defeated space pirates or slave traders, the rescued individuals were typically at the mercy of their saviors. Should they encounter benevolent souls, they might be released. However, if fortune did not smile upon them, their fate could be scarcely better than that of being captured by the pirates. Lu Shi thought to herself that Su Bai could not find peace, and she proceeded outside. Clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic sound of boots echoed through the desolate corridor, the sound of combat boots striking the metal floor. Su Bai hastily dove into the nearest room. He also realized that his actions were somewhat impolite. Running around the cabin while others were engaged in battle appeared highly suspicious, akin to espionage. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer, halting at the doorway. "Come out." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, relieved to recognize Lu Shi's voice. "Xiao Shi, what a coincidence." Su Bai emerged with a beaming smile. "Coincidence?" Lu Shi regarded him with a half-smile. "Indeed, quite a coincidence. Especially since your erratic movements were entirely captured on the captain's surveillance." With that, Lu Shi's smile faded, and she turned, striding away with her long, elegant legs. "Follow me. According to the rules of the universe, you are now my subordinate, so behave." Su Bai offered an awkward smile, casting a glance at the surveillance above. Inwardly acknowledging that the girl was quite adept at feigning seriousness, Lu Shi led Su Bai to change into combat suits, without achieving a divine physique. Survival in the cosmos was impossible with mere flesh. As Su Bai adjusted his body, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in the tight-fitting attire, preferring the comfort of a spacesuit. "Where are we heading, Xiao Shi? Just follow along, no questions." Before long, they arrived before a colossal red mech, approximately 25 meters tall. Lu Shi tapped her wrist, causing the mech's chest plate to part and reveal the cockpit. With a slight bend of her knees, she gracefully leaped into the cockpit. Just as she was about to lower the platform, Su Bai joined her. She halted her motion and closed the open chest plate. Inside the cockpit, a singular mech-shaped light illuminated the space. "You have seen my mech, Blaze, planet class," Lu Shi informed Su Bai. "I will commence the activation. Your position will be co-pilot, with a neural connection device linked." "I know. Have you forgotten that I've piloted the silly girl-esque mech before?" Su Bai moved to the co-pilot seat. "Grant me a portion of the mech's operational authority." Lu Shi hesitated briefly before bestowing Su Bai with secondary control. Then, with a thought, the gravity within the cabin suddenly vanished, causing them to float. 2 helmets descended, and she handed one to Su Bai. Once donned, streams of light erupted from every corner. "I've set the co-pilot to only see outside until I tire. After I can no longer manage, you will take over the controls. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely." Upon wearing the helmet, Su Bai experienced a brief blackout before his vision expanded dramatically. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within the cockpit. "Beep. Self-check complete. Energy reserve, 9721. Transmission system normal. Perception system normal. Armor system normal. Weapon system normal. Report complete. Lu Shi refocused her gaze, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. While Su Bai sensed the mech coming to life, his sight shifting ahead. On the deck, dozens of standard mechs glimmered with red lights, poised for action. The energy cannons on either side of the starship exuded a menacing aura, fully charged and ready. Through the mech's vision, Su Bai clearly discerned the luminous dots. 3 enormous creatures roamed the cosmos, their scales glinting with a chilling light, surrounded by countless smaller monsters. So many golden beasts. Su Bai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even though Rao had witnessed grand spectacles on the assessment star, he could not help but feel astonished at the sight before him. A multitude of golden beasts congregated, far more magnificent than anything seen on the assessment star. Whenever he laid eyes on these golden creatures, Su Bai was irresistibly reminded of Yuanbao. Both the golden beasts and Yuanbao primarily subsisted on golden substances. Instinctively, he pulled Yuanbao out. Ow! Yuanbao, caught by the scruff of its neck, rubbed its bleary eyes with its tiny paws. Bewildered as to why its master had pulled it from its slumber. Was it mealtime already? It extended its delicate pink tongue and licked Su Bai's hand. Observing the adorably clumsy and harmless Yuanbao, he chuckled softly, realizing he had overthought things. This silly creature bore no resemblance to the aggressive and ferocious golden beasts. If all golden beasts were like this, the universe would have achieved peace long ago. He then tucked Yuanbao back into his embrace, casually transforming a marble into gold and tossing it into his arms. Feeling the warmth wriggling within, he inwardly mocked himself. I am a person. Can I not also absorb golden substances? If Yuanbao were a golden beast, I could simply consume this mech. Chapter 44. For the Federation in the captain's quarters. The atmosphere had plummeted to an icy low. The system of golden beasts was far simpler than that of humans. At this moment, 3 colossal entities were visibly approaching. Their immense sizes showcasing their power, 4-star golden beasts, equivalent to human stellar ranks. Within the fleet, only this main ship possessed the strength of a stellar rank, while the mechs aboard the 5 starships were, at best, planetary rank. Faced with 3 4-star golden beasts, there was utterly no chance of victory, especially with the presence of those lower-tier golden beasts. Deputy Captain Gudong swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Captain, what do we do? The captain's gaze fixed upon the encroaching golden beasts, his expression growing increasingly stern. What to do? The fleet's reserves of golden material were insufficient. They had no choice but to engage. However, those mech warriors were invaluable assets of the Federation. They could not afford to lose them all. With a flick of his cloak, he approached the floor-to-ceiling glass, his resolute voice resonating. Tori, issue the captain's order. A young man of standard Western appearance rushed to a device, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, the captain's voice echoed throughout every corner of the 5-star ships. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been confirmed that 3 4-star golden beasts are approaching. Upon hearing this, the crew, who had been preparing for battle, instantly fell into disarray. As they had initially assumed they were merely facing a small group of golden beasts. Inside the blazing flame mech, Lucio's beautiful eyes narrowed. 3 4 stars. Su Bai's expression grew grave. 4-star golden beasts corresponded to stellar ranks. He had fought against 2 stellar-ranked mechs simultaneously on the White Garment Star, nearly meeting his demise. Had it not been for the presence of the incompetent teammate Zhu Feng, who had delivered a devastating blow that obliterated the city breaker, the outcome could have been dire. Lucio pointed at the golden beast, now visible with its fangs bared, saying, in our fleet, only this ship beneath us is of stellar rank. And there is not a single stellar-ranked mech among us. In a 3-to-1 matchup of the same rank, the outcome was painfully clear. The captain's calm voice resonated once more, imbued with a power that could soothe the hearts of those present. This battle is destined for defeat, but all of you are precious assets of the Federation. Therefore, I implore you, once the battle commences, to retreat on your own. I shall remain behind to buy us time. After a brief silence, a resounding voice emerged. For the Federation. For words resonated like a potent tonic, as the mechs emitted a rallying roar, dispelling the earlier despondency. For the Federation. For the Federation. In the captain's quarters, the first officer gazed at the scene outside, exclaiming with excitement, Captain, your strategy of retreating to advance is brilliant. They will surely fight with all their might now. The captain, casting a cold glance at him, replied, retreating to advance. The first officer paused, a painful smile crossing his face. You cannot truly intend to remain behind to buy them time, can you? I, Kong Yulong, would never deign to sacrifice a warrior's life for my own. The first officer, reddening with indignation, retorted, we are nobility. They are mostly commoners. And so what? If you wish to flee, then do so. I shall not impede you. Kong Yulong responded, turning away to take his place at the command seat. Panels of soft blue light illuminated the entirety of the starship before him. Behind him, the first officer, rendered speechless, ultimately retreated under the scornful gaze of the captain's aide. Tori, madman, I have no desire to die alongside you. The fleet came to a halt as the energy within the high-energy particle cannons reached a critical point. With a decisive slap from Kong Yulong, the energy was unleashed. Boom, boom. The particle beams sliced through the void, detonating amidst the golden beasts. A brilliant flash engulfed the golden beasts, yet none aboard the starship relaxed their vigilance. If this could annihilate the golden beasts, then the four-star beasts were truly feeble. Indeed. Mere seconds later, 3 colossal entities charged forth. The bombardment from the high-energy particle cannons had only eradicated a handful of lesser golden beasts. It not only failed to pose a threat to the 3 4-star golden beasts, but instead incited their fury further. Retreat. Kong Yulong's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. None of the mechs on the deck stirred. They stared resolutely ahead. Captain's orders. Retreat. Your mission is to defend the Cirque Federation, to pursue star pirates and smugglers, not to recklessly sacrifice your lives to the golden beasts. The cannons aboard the starship continued to fire relentlessly as a circular device emerged from the ship's ceiling, harboring even more terrifying energy. Time elapsed, and gradually, heads began to droop. They understood that dying here was futile. If their deaths caused a breach in this defensive zone, even more lives would be lost. The fervor in their hearts began to fade. One mech saluted towards the captain's quarters before bolting in the opposite direction. The first was soon followed by others, who did not hesitate to salute the captain and swiftly depart. Having made the decision to leave, they would not linger. Kong Yulong gazed at the now empty deck, a sense of relief washing over him. He feared nothing more than warriors who lacked flexibility, fighting to the bitter end. He had even prepared for the worst, but thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Tori, you should also leave. There are still some mechs in the hangar. Although they are industrial models, they are still satellite-grade. With me stalling for time, there remains a chance of escape. No, Captain. Tori interjected with unwavering resolve as Kong Yulong attempted to persuade him. The first rule of the captain's aid manual is that the aide is the captain's right hand and must remain by the captain's side at all times. Since you have chosen me within the academy, it is my honor to share life and death with you. Kong Yulong turned to look at Tori's resolute gaze, which reflected unwavering faith. Good lad. Gather the remaining non-combat personnel from the fleet aboard the MOG, set it to return autonomously, and then take command of the armaments of the other 3 starships, directing all energy to those beasts. Understood. In the cockpit of the Blaze, Lu Shi glanced at the captain's quarters. Through the immense viewing window, she could clearly see the determination etched on Kong Yulong's face. Soon, she repressed her inexplicable emotions, maneuvering the Blaze decisively toward the rear of the fleet. Is this it? What else should it be? Lu Shi maintained her unwavering focus as she piloted the mecha. I know you possess the strength to contend with the 4-star golden beasts, but you previously mentioned the God's Hunter is searching for you. At this moment, standing out alongside a stellar-class starship might turn the tide, yet the inevitable wear on the mecha, injuries sustained, and exposure of our position could be disastrous. If the God's Hunter arrives then, my abilities would be insufficient to protect you. You would surely perish. With that, she turned to Su Bai. So, are you willing to gamble both our lives by staying? Su Bai shrugged, offering no reply. He admired Kong Yulong's decision, yet would not stake his life merely out of respect. Simultaneously, his appraisal of Lu Shi rose. She was calm in the face of adversity, kind-hearted yet not naive. In the vastness of the cosmos, harboring a saintly heart does not ensure longevity. In the cockpit of the Blaze, Su Bai cleared his throat with enthusiasm. Wasn't he that joke just now amusing? There's more. Let me tell you another. Shut up. Lu Shi shot him a fierce glare, her lavender eyes ablaze with irritation, her temples throbbing. Shortly after leaving the starship, Su Bai began recounting a series of painfully unfunny jokes, which earned him no laughter from Lu Shi, though he found himself grinning ear to ear. Lu Shi vowed that if given another chance, she would certainly stay behind. Oh, Su Bai awkwardly acknowledged, noticing Lu Shi's foul mood. He had intended to lighten her spirits with humor, yet she remained unamused. Unable to manipulate the mecha or share jokes, a sense of boredom washed over him after a while. He glanced outside via the neural connection device. Moments later, he gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. Shao Shi, if you dare tell another one of your wretchedly cold jokes, I will turn back. Yet the words that followed extinguished Lu Shi's fury in an instant. No, look to the left. Is that not a golden beast? Chapter 45. The ultimate trump card in the resplendent starry sky. A multitude of golden beasts tore at a colossal milky white light sphere, within which floated 4 starships. Captain, our energy is rapidly depleting. We can no longer engage in combat. Tori pointed toward the vast light shield outside. The defensive shields of the 4 starships were interconnected, projected to hold for merely 2 more minutes. What now? How long have we held out? 3 hours and 28 minutes. 3.5 hours should have been ample time for them to escape. Isn't it peculiar that the mothership has depleted energy more swiftly than the other 3? Tori's brow furrowed in confusion. He had been operating the firepower system, yet the Stellar-class starship consumed energy even faster than the other three, now running on empty. He ventured a tentative response. Is it possible the mothership was never fully charged? Kong Yulong pressed the button before him, and the ceiling of the captain's room retracted. He turned to gaze at the disk device that had been gathering energy since the initial wave of attack. It was all there, at the pinnacle of the main ship. Within the 3-meter diameter disk, a basketball-sized sphere of darkness trembled, constantly absorbing energy from the base of the disk. The pulsations emitted by the sphere distorted the very fabric of space, and as the sphere reached its maximum compression, the moment of rebounding would inevitably be earth-shattering. Torai, I shall impart one last lesson to you. Kong Yulong seized control of the maneuvering rights of 4 starships, madness glinting in his eyes. Who said that an attack could not be launched when energy was depleted? The strongest trump card had yet to be played. In a flash, the energy conduit supplying the leftmost starship's shield was severed, causing the energy gauge on the display to plummet to 0. It surged forth from the protective barrier, plunging into the throng of golden beasts. Boom! The inferno that erupted was more radiant than the combined shields of several starships, and the violent explosion, accompanied by fragments of the starship, shredded a multitude of golden beasts as if they were mere flesh in a meat grinder. Caught off guard, even the 3 4-star golden beasts sustained injuries. Subsequently, the 2nd and 3rd starships followed suit. Amidst the towering flames, the golden beasts writhed in agony. Tori, having never witnessed such a scene, stood frozen since the moment the 1st starship undertook its suicidal charge. As seconds ticked by, the flames gradually subsided. The once massive horde of golden beasts was reduced to a mere handful, with only 3 4-stars remaining, the rest being 3 stars. The lower-tier golden beasts had all perished in the explosion. Kong Yulong stood atop the starship, locking eyes with the 3 golden beasts across the cosmic void amidst the debris of steel. In the face of creatures 100 times his size, the frail human showed no sign of fear. Without the protective shield, the gale generated by the explosion rustled the captain's cape. Torai suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed solely on the towering figure before him. Now, attack! To the left! To the left! Bang! A golden beast's claw lunged from the left, leaving 3 deep gashes on the waist of the mech. Qian. Lu Shi's face turned pale. The neural connection device allowed the pilot to feel the injuries sustained by the mech, and although somewhat dulled, the pain was still excruciating. Are you all right? Su Bai inquired with concern, his attention unwavering. He occupied the co-pilot's seat, vigilantly observing the surroundings of Qian, ready to alert Lu Shi at any moment. It's fine. Lu Shi formed a grasp of light, and suddenly swung forward. Qian wielded a massive blade, cleaving through the golden beast before it, severing it in 2 with a sweeping arc of fire. In close combat, cold weapons proved far superior to their hot counterparts. The death of one golden beast did not deter the others. 7 or 8 distinct golden beasts closed in tightly around Qian. Su Bai's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed intently on the perimeter of the encirclement. A colossal creature, comparable in size to the 3 golden beasts from earlier, loomed in the void. A 4-star. Before the 100-meter-long 4-star golden beast, Qian appeared as nothing but a toy. Since the encounter with the golden beasts hours ago, the initial dozens had dwindled to only 7, and Qian had become battered and bruised. During this period, the 4-star golden beasts remained dormant, and Su Bai could sense that the remaining 7 had significantly enhanced their combat prowess compared to earlier encounters. It was as if they were using the blaze as a whetstone. Clang! The blade of the blaze struck against the scales of the golden beast, sparking a bright flash. Like a signal, the other 6 swiftly encircled their target. The 7 golden beasts coordinated their assault from 7 distinct angles. In an instant, the blaze unleashed a protective shield, yet it was torn asunder in merely half a second. With a fierce upward strike, flames surged forth. Subsequently, the left hand of the blaze retracted, creating an aperture through which energy surged, launching a counterattack. The 4 golden beasts before him were forced back, but those behind had no recourse. 3 unimpeded strikes landed on the blaze. Warning! Warning! Rear armor compromised. We're level at 67, gushing forth. Lu Shi spat blood, her scarlet lips stained crimson and her pallid complexion rendering Su Bai's heart heavy with anguish. Xiaoxi, allow me to take over, he urged. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Lu Shi's gaze was resolute. Wait until I reach my limit, then you may step in. How could she not perceive that the blaze was being used as a whetstone? Yet, with Su Bai at her back, was she not also employing these golden beasts as her own sharpening tool? Shaking her dazed head, she acknowledged that prolonged high-intensity combat had nearly pushed her to her limits. Piloting the mech not only imposed a physical burden, but also exacted a tremendous toll on her mental fortitude. A fierce roar erupted from the blaze, and the golden beasts sensed their adversary was nearing collapse, unleashing a ferocious cry. The 7 golden beasts spread out, encircling the blaze in a slow, deliberate motion. Suddenly, one of the beasts lunged from behind. Behind you, Su Bai warned, instinctively reacting. To his surprise, the blaze responded with a swift motion, delivering a powerful rear kick that sent the beast flying. Before Su Bai could fully process the situation, a wave of burdens surged from all directions. He quickly glanced aside, only to find Lu Shi unconscious, her body floating motionless in midair. Her helmet had seemingly vanished, revealing her braided hair cascading down, her head drooping, obscuring her face. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai flexed his limbs. First, he needed to deal with the golden beasts before him. The 7 beasts hesitated, perplexed by the earlier swift kick. Wasn't their opponent on the brink of collapse? How could it react so quickly? Seizing the moment of their confusion, Su Bai adeptly acclimated to the mech's demands. The planetary-class mech's burden seemed to have little effect on him. The instant he connected with the mech, it felt as though his combat instincts, ingrained within him, were awakening, akin to the muscle memory cultivated over years of rigorous training. Gripping the blade tightly, he felt a surge of excitement. His gaze locked onto the golden beasts as he unsheathed his weapon. Everything unfolded as though meticulously orchestrated. The angle and force of his strikes left the 7 golden beasts utterly unprepared. At that moment, the flames erupting from his blade transformed. No longer were they mere pillars of fire, but rather a series of slender, deadly fire lines, more concentrated, less detectable, and far more lethal. Strike after strike, like the elusive antelope's horn, the fiery lines merged into a tapestry of destruction. The 7 golden beasts were left in utter bewilderment. Had they merely been toying with them all along? Seconds later, Su Bai sheathed his blade. The blazing mech stood with its back to the golden beast, quietly awaiting something. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, scattering fire across the sky, and along with it, 7 golden beasts were obliterated. Su Bai was savoring the sensation from moments ago. A deafening roar jolted him back to reality. Damn, I forgot there's a larger one. The 4-star golden beast appeared equally bewildered, contemplating the need to train its descendants. The essence of the golden beast's existence lay in nurturing, ensuring survival with just a few remaining. Who would have guessed that a moment of distraction would lead to the annihilation of its progeny? Chapter 46. However, I am not a good person. A crimson streak sliced through the darkness. Behind him, a colossal beast pursued relentlessly. The 4-star golden beast glared at the crawling creature before it, its fury palpable as it swatted with a massive paw. Su Bai, feeling as if an eye had sprouted on his back, halted his forward momentum and began to descend. The beast's enormous claws grazed past the blazing mech's head, narrowly missing. A close call, yet the golden beast's fury intensified. This was not the first time, and each encounter had been perilously close. Su Bai adjusted his posture and surged forward once more. He pondered whether the divine hunters possessed a unique method to pinpoint the location of Bai Wuchang. Otherwise, how could he justify the lingering sense of impending danger? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Never mind. It was prudent to keep Bai Wuchang hidden until an urgent moment arose. Resisting the impulse to unleash Bai Wuchang against the pursuing golden beast, he decided to bide his time and continue piloting the blazing mech on his escape. The Lone Wolf Star Pirate crew. Boss, we haven't made a haul in 3 months. We must seize this opportunity. The one-eyed pirate scoured the star network and proclaimed, I have insider information. The Galactic Merchant Guild has a resource ship passing through here. Let us ambush it. The surrounding pirates became animated, exchanging ideas and strategies. At that moment, one of them spotted a distant red light and exclaimed, Boss, look over there. The one-eyed pirate followed the gaze, his eyes lighting up. It could be a small meteorite, perhaps it harbors minerals. He then redirected the starship towards the glowing point. As they drew closer, someone noted an anomaly. Boss, I think that appears to be a mech. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed pirate rushed to the observation deck, peering through a high-precision telescope. Indeed, it was a mech, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. A mech is still just a mech. Signal the messenger. Inform them they are surrounded by the Lone Wolf Star Pirate crew. Understood. The messenger swiftly approached the equipment and began to relay the message. Ding. Incoming communication request received. Would you like to connect? Communication? At that moment, Su Bai had caught sight of the opposing starship. Had he been discovered? He grew vigilant, prepared to activate Bai Wuchang's mech space at a moment's notice. Connect. Beep. Connection successful. The red mech received the announcement. We are the Lone Wolf Star Pirate crew. You are now captured. Our starship is equipped with Z3 class cruise cannons. I advise against futile resistance. Upon hearing this, Su Bai hesitated in his action to retrieve Bai Wuchang and flee. Pirates? Damn, they startled me. The blazing mech transformed into a streak of light, charging directly towards the Lone Wolf Star Pirate crew. Boss, look, that person seems quite sensible, realizing there's no escape. They are coming towards us. Of course, the one-eyed leader basked in his own satisfaction, believing that his band of star pirates had gained considerable notoriety in this region. No. What do you mean no? Straighten your tongue and speak properly. Suddenly, a voice cried out, Boss, look behind you. A subordinate rushed from the ship's cabin. handing the one-eyed leader a telescope. Though it lacked the precision of the lookout tower's equipment, it sufficed as Su Bai had already covered a significant distance towards them. Damn it! The one-eyed leader exclaimed in horror upon glancing through the lens. Behind the crimson mech loomed a colossal golden beast. Quickly, turn the starship around. Just send the orders. I'll handle this myself. Ding. Incoming call request. Would you like to connect? Connect. Hey, big brother, change direction. I was wrong. Su Bai deftly evaded the golden beast's massive claws, casually remarking, No, I'm coming to you willingly. The one-eyed leader was on the verge of tears. You've got a 100-meter-tall golden beast on your tail, and you expect me to capture you? Have I gone mad? Please, big brother, I'm actually a good person. I'm just masquerading as a pirate. Yes, I'm a good person. I'm just pretending. I beg you, change direction. I truly mean well. Yet, a wicked smile crept onto Su Bai's lips. But I'm not a good person. With that, he abruptly severed the connection. Damn it, WCNMLGB. The one-eyed leader cursed as the communication device signaled the call termination. Just then, a red light streaked past the starship, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of the mech seemingly waving at him. Boom. As Su Bai heard the thunderous roar behind him, he continued his escape without pause. The golden beast, already irate from its fruitless pursuit of Su Bai, was further provoked by the audacity of a starship daring to approach. It unleashed its fury upon the vessel, obliterating it into fragments before hastening its pursuit. Su Bai noticed movement beside him and turned to see Lu Shi awakening. You're awake, are you alright? What is this? She murmured, her mind still hazy from the sudden loss of consciousness. She had regained control of the mech, a fundamental understanding. Seizing control during a battle could lead to catastrophic consequences. As her thoughts gathered, the helmet she had lost reappeared, and upon donning it, the external scene unfolded before her. Where's the golden beast? Where are the 7 of them? She vaguely remembered battling 7 golden beasts before losing consciousness, but now, none were in sight. Confused, she began to scan the panoramic view. When she looked behind her, her expression froze. At that moment, a 4-star golden beast swung its paw again. Lu Shi's light purple pupils constricted in shock. Just as she thought her end was near, the blazing flame evaded the attack at an astonishing angle. Her eyes widened. Did I just dodge? But the next instant, the golden beast struck again, prompting Lu Shi to urgently shout, Focus on piloting the mech. Don't lose your concentration. Su Bai, unfazed, replied, It's quite safe right now. Safe? Do you think the blazing flame is some mythical servant or the mythic mech of the underworld? The blazing flame is merely a planetary-level mech. And you're piloting it while being pursued by a 4-star golden beast. Tell me, how is that safe? Lu Shi nearly lost her composure as a refined lady. Indeed, it was quite safe. That clumsy giant couldn't harm her, and after pursuing her for so long, nothing had happened. Su Bai, while strategically dismissive of his adversary, remained tactically cautious, constantly vigilant of the golden beast's movements. After all, the pain from that prior blow had been excruciating. Lu Shi glared at Su Bai in frustration, choosing silence. She understood the gravity of the situation. Disturbing him now could lead to being caught by the 4-star golden beast. If he failed to retrieve Bai Wuchang in time, they would both be doomed. Suddenly, Su Bai felt the Yuan Bao at his chest awakening, incessantly calling out. He promptly retrieved it, gaining a new perspective. The Yuan Bao lay in his palm, continuously barking in a specific direction. Do you wish to go that way? Su Bai inquired. Oh well. After contemplating briefly, he decided to follow the direction indicated, as he was unfamiliar with the area anyway. Since Yuan Bao was eager to explore, he thought it prudent to indulge its curiosity. Qian, Lu Shi silently commanded. Retrieve the mech's data recording. Understood. As the primary authority of Qian, Lu Shi could effortlessly bypass the current operator to access all mech information. She focused her attention, and an image unfolded directly upon her retina. I must see just how significant our disparity truly is. Chapter 47. The inescapable mythical intelligence forcefully locates at the border of the Huangshi Federation. A miniature starship surged forward at full speed. Suddenly, an energy net was cast, ensnaring it. In the darkness, a larger starship materialized. Several figures stood on the deck, awaiting the smaller vessel's arrival. It was none other than the hunters of the gods, led by the formidable Hu Go. Brother Hu, have we caught it? Sang Niu remarked, feeling as if he had struck cotton with his fist. No resistance at all. And yet it was over. This should be the one. The Changning Federation reported that this starship was theirs. They wouldn't dare deceive us. Before long, the small starship was drawn closer, and they forcibly pried open the hatch, only to find it empty. No one, Sang Hu exclaimed in frustration, slamming his fist against the hull and cursing. He then contacted Sang Shi via the star chart. Hey, we've located the starship. It was set to autopilot. And there's no one aboard. No one. Sang Shi frowned. Without coordinates, finding someone in the vastness of space was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, stand by for now. I will request assistance from the Council of the Evil Gods. asking the mythical pilots to employ mythical intelligence for forced localization. Is this Qian? The image paused at the moment Qian sheathed its blade, one hand hanging down while the other gripped the hilt, as the remains of the golden beasts erupted in a rain of blood behind it. Astonishment filled Lu Shi's eyes. To slay 7 golden beasts of the same rank in an instant surpassed her understanding of Qian. The exquisite swordsmanship and the control to weave flames into strands were far beyond her capabilities. Su Bai, what is it? You are quite adept at concealing your true abilities. Lu Shi projected the image. On the assessment star, she had witnessed Su Bai wielding Kong Qing's golden powder rose. Yet, the visual impact of the direct confrontation was an entirely different magnitude. At that moment, it seemed that if one were a genius with a blade, now one could rightly be addressed as a grandmaster. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and began to speak. You've discovered me, in the realm of the white garment star. Who does not know the name of the fierce blade Su? He refrained from claiming that his mastery of the blade was innate, for that would be too far-fetched. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding, and she held no doubts. This was the only plausible explanation. In her mind, Su Bai had transformed into a prodigious talent of swordsmanship, one who had dedicated himself to the art since childhood, practicing relentlessly in summer's swelter and winter's chill. At that moment, Yu Yu emerged from Su Bai's star instrument. Her expression was grave, with faint red glimmers flickering about her. "The Bai, this is bad. Bai Wuchang has been pinpointed." What? Su Bai was taken aback, unable to fathom who besides the god's hunters could locate Bai Wuchang. He forced himself to remain calm. In times like this, chaos must be avoided. How did they locate him? I even discarded the starship. The permissions of the mythical intelligence, and Yu Yu quickly elucidated. The star network is unclaimed, allowing the mythical intelligence to utilize certain permissions. When the mythical mecha by Wuchang emerged, it was already connected to the star network, with its information stored in the network's database. They forcibly locked onto Bai Wuchang's coordinates through that database. Although I am also a mythical intelligence, I have only recently come into existence. And with 3 opposing mythical intelligences acting simultaneously, I could not intercept them. Having said that, she lowered her head, guilt evident in her demeanor. It's not your fault. Su Bai dodged the attacks of the golden beast behind him while contemplating a strategy. We certainly cannot win in a fight. Bai Wuchang's coordinates are locked. Escaping is not an option. You mentioned that it was Bai Wuchang's coordinates that were locked, correct? Yes, and Yu Yu understood his thoughts and eagerly accepted the task. I can pilot Bai Wuchang in the opposite direction, drawing them away, just as we did with the previous starship. But you, Su Bai hesitated. There's no but about it. Aside from you, I am the only one who can operate Bai Wuchang, and Yu Yu replied with a bright smile. Rest assured, I am an intelligent life form existing within the star network, able to return to your star instrument at any time. However, this means Bai Wuchang is unlikely to be preserved. It's fine. It's merely a mecha. Your safety is paramount. Su Bai felt a sense of relief. The mythical mecha was a dream that others could scarcely aspire to in a lifetime, yet to him, it held little significance. Did they truly believe he acquired Bai Wuchang's mecha imprint through conventional means? The ability to transmute objects into gold was of unimaginable utility. Time was of the essence. Every second wasted heightened the danger. The Bai, retrieved by Wuchang. Understood, mythical mecha by Wuchang. Su Bai concentrated, his brainwaves linking to the mecha's space. Bai Wuchang materialized against the backdrop of the starry sky. The sudden appearance of the colossal mecha left the 4 golden beasts momentarily stunned. Its size was not much smaller than theirs, and they hesitated, unsure whether to continue their pursuit. And Yu Yu melded with Bai Wuchang, operating it with a wistful glance at the blazing flame, as if she could see Su Bai within the cockpit through layers of protection. I apologize, dear Bai. I deceived you. I am an intelligent being birthed from the divine core of the white impermanence. Should the white impermanence cease to exist, I too would revert to my former self, an unthinking, unfeeling program. She murmured softly, concealing her reluctance, and resolutely soared into the distance. Su Bai's existence would eternally remain in her foremost sequence. Suddenly, Su Bai felt a void in his heart. At that moment, the golden beast, upon witnessing the massive mecha fleeing, became emboldened and charged once more toward the blazing inferno. Without the protection of the white impermanence, Su Bai grew exceedingly cautious, suppressing his inexplicable feelings and skillfully evading danger. He half-joked, half-seriously inquired of the previously silent Lu Shi, "The divine hunters are pursuing me. Are you not afraid of being implicated?" Su Bai observed Lu Shi's expressions closely. Should she reveal even the slightest dissatisfaction, he would certainly take his leave. In the absence of the white impermanence, there remained the shadow soldiers. Although severely damaged, they should suffice for a brief escape. Kong Qing had not misjudged. The inherent pride within this youth forbade him from entangling Lu Shi for his own safety. Lu Shi shot him a glance, exclaiming, "Focus on piloting your mecha. Spare us the idle chatter." Su Bai chuckled, warmth flooding his heart, and ceased further conversation. Moments later, he remarked, "Xiaoxi, look ahead." Lu Shi's expression stiffened. If memory served her right, Su Bai had previously uttered similar words, leading them to encounter a swarm of golden beasts. Now, with a 4-star golden beast trailing behind, it would be prudent to seek refuge on that planet ahead. Lu Shi exhaled deeply, so it was merely a planet he referred to. Su Bai locked onto the coordinates of the celestial body ahead and shared them with Lu Shi. Along their journey, he had encountered numerous planets, yet none teeming with life. The planet in question appeared devoid of such vitality, but Su Bai was compelled to inquire about it, as it was precisely where Yuan Bao wished to venture. Furthermore, as they drew closer, he sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from that planet. Lu Shi gazed at the designated coordinates. Her initial reaction was one of disappointment at the dreary grayness. The entirely gray planet bore no signs of artificial alteration, and she promptly concluded it was one of the universe's most common lifeless celestial bodies, bereft of value. Shall we ascend and conceal ourselves for a while? Lu Shi glanced back at the relentless golden beast pursuing them and nodded. Continuing to flee was not a viable strategy. Their presence amidst the starry expanse was far too conspicuous. Perhaps hiding on the planet would prompt the golden beast to abandon its pursuit. Seeing Lu Shi acquiesce, Su Bai maneuvered the blazing inferno directly toward the gray planet. Chapter 48. The mist-shrouded mining planet gray, and yet more gray. The blazing inferno plunged into the gray planet's domain, and as far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in gray. Rather than feeling alarmed, Su Bai found himself oddly elated. The obscured path meant that the golden beast trailing behind could not perceive him either. They were all akin to headless flies, equally lost in their pursuit. The blazing inferno navigated through the murky gray haze, changing direction several times before descending straight downwards. Time passed without his notice. The monotonous gray made Su Bai feel as though he were stationary, unyielding. As moments ticked by and the grayness began to lighten, a flicker of joy sparked within Su Bai. They were nearing the end. Lu Shi's attention sharpened as she peered through the faint gray mist, gradually discerning the scenery below. Her eyes widened in concentration, striving to observe further, noticing something stirring amidst a myriad of colors on the surface. This revelation caused her to waver. Could it be that this was not a dead star, but a planet teeming with life? A sudden roar erupted from the gray fog, causing Su Bai's expression to shift dramatically as he hastily sought refuge. Yet, with no vantage point available, where could he possibly hide? A massive claw pierced through the murky haze, striking with great force. The fiery entity was sent hurtling away upon impact. Damn it! Su Bai cursed under his breath, the pain radiating from his back fueling his ire. Lu Shi. The trembling voice of Lu Shi resonated amidst the chaos. The golden beast, with a single sweep, expelled the fiery being from the fog, revealing the objects below. A mining planet. Among the celestial bodies, mining planets are the most precious, especially in an era where planetary transformation is possible, rendering them even more valuable than life-bearing worlds. Mining planets signify resources, wealth, and a promising future. Su Bai gazed downwards. The vibrant ores lay exposed on the surface, with hints of gold glimmering amidst them. Any ordinary individual would be elated at the sight of such abundant mineral wealth, particularly on such a grand scale. However, both Su Bai and Lu Shi found no joy in their discovery. The surface was teeming with golden beasts consuming the gold mines, leaving the landscape marred and pockmarked. This was a mining planet that had been unearthed by the golden beasts. For creatures that subsist on gold, the allure of such a vast mining planet was irresistible. Lu Shi's previous doubts were dispelled. It was no wonder that this star system, typically devoid of golden beasts, had encountered 3 4-star beasts and now yet another. They were all drawn here by the mining planet's allure. Another thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and without a moment to spare, Su Bai descended rapidly. Just behind him, a 4-star golden beast was in pursuit, leaving him with no option of escape. Although the ground below was rife with golden beasts, there were only a few 4-star entities, primarily drawn to the gold ores, allowing other mineral-rich areas to remain relatively safe. As he distanced himself, the chasing 4-star golden beast, captivated by the red flames, found its gaze diverted by the gold mines. A flicker of human-like turmoil appeared in its eyes. Ultimately, it succumbed to the temptation of the gold, abandoning the chase for Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to flee. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, the gray mist began to churn ominously, accompanied by the growls of beasts. He realized that more golden beasts were emerging behind him. Promptly, he plunged downward, seeking an opening devoid of golden beasts. He found refuge in a dark blue mine cavern, where the fiery entity concealed itself. Once a semblance of safety was established, Lu Shi regained control. Fiery entity, send a distress signal to the Academy. Distress signal transmission in progress. Transmission failed due to strong magnetic interference. The signal cannot be dispatched. Lu Shi's expression shifted dramatically. She had forgotten that this was a mining planet with chaotic magnetic fields, rendering most communication devices inoperable, with no signal to send. The prospect of alerting anyone to explore this mining planet, which appeared as lifeless as a dead star from the outside, seemed utterly futile. Rather than placing her hopes on such a slim chance, it would be far more pragmatic to consider the possibility of the golden beasts meeting their demise. Su Bai heard the sound of a failed transmission and fell into silence. Outside, the golden beasts were countless, and a multitude could easily overwhelm an elephant. Even with the presence of Bai Wuchang, he could not guarantee an escape, especially now that he was absent. "I'll open the mech and take a look outside," he said. Lu Shi quietly opened the cockpit door. As the door swung open, their helmets expanded, enveloping their heads completely. The gaseous composition of the gray planet was unknown, and whether it could sustain life remained a mystery. Given their current abilities, caution was prudent. Suddenly, Su Bai recalled something and hastily pulled out Yuan Bao from his pocket. Observing the little creature, who appeared unperturbed and blinked its large eyes adorably, he breathed a sigh of relief. All was well. This little one had long been accustomed to peculiar environments, and its newfound ability to survive without oxygen was merely another quirk. "Look at this place you insisted on coming to. I truly fell for your charms. I was tricked by you on the assessment star last time, and still haven't learned my lesson." Su Bai's irritation flared as he shot a glare at Yuan Bao. "Rebellious little thing. You wish for me to meet my demise sooner, don't you? Don't whine." Yuan Bao ceased its plaintive sounds, its big eyes spinning curiously. It then retracted its neck and leaped from Su Bai's hand, scampering towards the outside. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Bao vanished around a corner, prompting Su Bai to chase after it. Yuan Bao, Yuan Bao. Peeking around a massive boulder, Su Bai lowered his voice and beckoned to Yuan Bao with a wave of his hand. 5 meters away, a trio of small golden beasts clawed at a gold mine, voraciously devouring the fragments. Yuan Bao, no larger than a kitten, disregarded Su Bai and dashed towards the gold mine. A knot formed in Su Bai's stomach, fearing that the 3 golden beasts might inadvertently squash Yuan Bao. He watched intently, every muscle tensed, prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. As he approached, a bead of sweat trickled down inside his helmet. Su Bai dared not blink. Yuan Bao flailed its limbs, nimbly navigating the rubble. Suddenly, the 3 golden beasts noticed Yuan Bao, lifting their heads and emitting a cautious roar. Su Bai drew his sidearm and gripped a dagger in his other hand, but the ensuing scene left him astounded. The golden beasts merely called out once, perhaps mistaking Yuan Bao. With its golden fur, for one of their own, they resumed their feast without any further action. Yuan Bao had evidently anticipated this outcome, continuing its movement and joining in the meal. Meanwhile, in the mech, Lu Shi regained her composure, unwilling to abandon hope in the face of adversity. Even in a seemingly hopeless situation, Su Bai, she thought, preparing to consult him on their next steps, only to suddenly remember that he had ventured outside. After a brief wait, concern crept in. The area was teeming with golden beasts, and Su Bai had not returned for quite some time. What if something had happened to him? She resolved to go and check on him, retrieving a knife from the mech storage space before leaping down. The cockpit of the blazing vessel sealed shut, its camouflage system activated, as the crimson exterior blended seamlessly with the deep azure of the ore. Lu Shi grasped the hilt of her sword with her right hand, while her left held the scabbard, cautiously feeling her way outward. Chapter 49. The little golden beast seeks help. Su Bai, clutching a gold ingot, incessantly poked at its soft little belly. The ingot's large, watery eyes brimmed with innocence. Su Bai found himself questioning reality. He had witnessed the diminutive ingot devour a gold mine dozens of times its size in mere minutes. Are you a magical ingot? Do you possess a treasure pouch within? Not only Su Bai, but the 3 little golden beasts nearby were equally bewildered. How could such a vast expanse simply vanish? Following the locator on her combat suit, Lu Shi soon discovered Su Bai. Initially, seeing his position remain static, she feared he had succumbed, driven by a sliver of hope. She approached, only to find Su Bai wearing a foolish expression as he poked at the golden creature. "Su Bai?" Lu Shi called out, receiving no response. She stepped closer and inquired, "What are you doing?" Snapping back to reality, Su Bai playfully flicked the ingot on the head, chastising it for wandering off. After tucking the ingot back into his embrace, he gestured for silence to Lu Shi. Understanding, she cautiously approached. However, fate had other plans. As she leaped from one large rock to another, a small stone tumbled down. The sound attracted the 3 little golden beasts, who, had they still been consuming the ore, would have paid it no heed. Yet now, with the gold mine fully devoured by that small creature, Su Bai and Lu Shi exchanged glances and sprinted in the opposite direction without hesitation. The little golden beasts pursued them relentlessly. What should we do? Su Bai glanced back at the 3 beasts, whose distance from him was steadily increasing. Let us lead them away, he suggested, slightly slowing his pace as he directed them towards the cave where the mech was stored. He had observed that there appeared to be no gold ore in that direction, thus likely no golden beasts either. 5 minutes later, Lu Shi entered the cave first, followed closely by Su Bai. The three golden beasts halted at the entrance, emitting whimpering sounds, disturbed by the eerie blue light emanating from within. Noticing that the golden beasts did not follow, Su Bai turned back, contemplating the situation. He picked up a nearby rock and transformed it into gold. Estimating the purity to be around 14K, he ceased his efforts. The allure of this pure gold far surpassed that of the ore mixed with impurities, prompting the three golden beasts to rush towards Su Bai without hesitation. With a grin, Su Bai mused that beasts would always be beasts. He tossed the gold ingot to the little ingot and dashed into the cave. The golden beasts, realizing the ingot had vanished, intensified their pursuit. Little Shi, here we go? Upon reaching the clearing where the mech was stationed, Su Bai drew his dagger, turning to counterattack. Transforming from prey into predator, he seized the opportunity to strike while the golden beasts were momentarily taken aback. As Lu Shi prepared to throw her large sword to Su Bai, she was startled to see him charging forward with his dagger. Regaining her composure, she followed suit, brandishing her sword to assist. The clash of metal rang out as Su Bai's dagger met the sharp claws of the golden beast. He delivered a punch to the side of the beast, allowing Lu Shi to engage one while he battled two. The final golden beast, undeterred, prepared to launch an attack on Su Bai. Lu Shi arrived just in time, wielding her large blade to intercept the creature. Hold on a moment. I will deal with it and then assist you, she declared, engaging in battle with the golden beast. Su Bai, however, paid no heed to Lu Shi's words. Fixated instead on the two golden beasts lurking menacingly before him, his dagger dancing nimbly at his fingertips. Illuminated by the ore, the alloy blade of the dagger glinted coldly in the air. With a low growl, the golden beast lowered its forelimbs and charged. Both beasts lunged simultaneously. As the dagger paused, Su Bai reversed his grip and surged forward. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Seizing the moment, Su Bai drew his sidearm from his waist and aimed it at another golden beast, pulling the trigger. A flash erupted from the muzzle, the bullet racing towards the beast at close range. Yet it missed. Su Bai's lips curled in frustration. How could he misfire? Surely, the weapon was faulty. A shoddy product due to some corrupt dealings. As the golden beast drew perilously close, jaws poised to snap at him, he discarded the gun, propelling himself off the ground with his right foot. The beast lunged, but missed. Meanwhile, Lu Shi clashed with her adversary once more, her brow furrowing in concentration. She recalled Su Bai's exquisite swordplay from her memories, instinctively attempting to mimic his movements. However, with each encounter, she grew increasingly distressed. The intricate techniques were beyond her current abilities. By the time she realized her predicament, she found herself at a disadvantage. Glancing her way, Su Bai quickened his pace. Sensing something was amiss with Lu Shi, he decided to abandon his playful banter. A one-star golden beast posed no challenge for him. The golden beast charged again, one leaping while the other flanked from the side. With a swift slide, Su Bai raised his dagger, deftly gliding beneath the leaping beast, the blade piercing its body as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In a swift motion, he plunged the dagger forward and backward, eviscerating the creature. Before it could let out a cry, it fell silent, its innards spilling onto the ground. At that moment, the remaining golden beast lunged at him. Su Bai seized its left foreleg, delivering a crushing elbow strike to its face. Then, gripping the dagger horizontally, he drove it into the beast's neck, stabbing relentlessly until blood gushed forth, shimmering with flecks of gold, until it ceased to breathe. Suddenly, a wave of longing surged through Su Bai's cells, akin to the primal instinct of hunger. He halted, gazing at the golden beast. It had been some time since he absorbed golden energy, and the core within him had grown restless. The desire within intensified. He reached out, pressing his hand against the beast's wound, but felt no response. After a moment's contemplation, he sliced open the sleeve of his combat suit, exposing his palm, and pressed it once more against the creature's injury. The golden light from the beast's blood began to coalesce, flowing into his exposed skin. In the blink of an eye, the blood from the golden beast lost its golden hue. Following the same method, Su Bai absorbed the essence from the blood of another golden beast. Once finished, he prepared to assist Lu Shi. A thunderous roar startled Su Bai. Turning to the source of the sound, he discovered the last remaining golden beast had noticed the scene before it. Roar! With a thunderous roar that eclipsed the previous one, Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically. This beast is signaling for help, he exclaimed. Xiaoxi, activate the mecha. Blaze. Lu Shi responded swiftly, the mecha materializing as the cockpit opened, allowing her to leap back inside. Su Bai leapt onto the back of the golden beast, driving his dagger downward into its skull. As he twisted the blade, the beast's body slackened. Su Bai felt the ground tremble beneath him. He could not afford to absorb the golden energy from the beast's blood. Instead, he lightly tapped his toes and grasped the hand reaching out from the blaze's cockpit, retreating back inside. At this moment, running inward seemed to be their only chance of survival. The golden beast outside had been drawn in by the roar of the smaller beast, and venturing outside would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, the cavern was spacious, allowing the 10-meter-tall Blaze to maneuver freely. Utilizing the faint light emitted by the oars, Blaze sprinted deeper into the mine. Chapter 50. The fortuitous Su Bai bang. Shortly after they began running, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. The ground shook violently, and debris rained down from the cavern's ceiling. The cacophony of rocks striking the mecha heightened the tension for both Su Bai and Lu Shi. It must not collapse. They silently prayed. Perhaps their prayers were heard. After a brief sprint, the tremors subsided, and the mine regained its stability. "I'm sorry," Lu Shi said, guilt creeping into her voice. "I was distracted and didn't kill it quickly enough." "Don't worry about it," Su Bai replied, keeping his focus on their surroundings, dismissing her words. This was not the time for blame. Had he not delayed in absorbing the golden energy and swiftly eliminating that beast, they would not find themselves in such perilous circumstances. Shaking off the thoughts, Su Bai redirected his attention outward. "Xiaoxi, do you notice that the oars have changed?" Lu Shi, who had been intently focused on running inward, turned her gaze upon hearing Su Bai's words. The once pure azure oars were now interspersed with streaks of red, crimson iron. Su Bai realized, recognizing that Blaze was crafted from an alloy primarily composed of this rare material. As the mecha halted, the increasing presence of crimson ores before them caught his eye. There is an abundance of this precious crimson iron here. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Surely, the cavern below isn't entirely interconnected? As he pondered whether to pause, the thunderous footsteps of the golden beast echoed from the mine behind them. Lu Shi assessed the situation and handed over control of the mecha to Su Bai. Under his command, Blaze operated as if it were an entirely different entity. Without hesitation, Su Bai accepted the reins and continued deeper into the mine. As they ventured further, the labyrinth of tunnels proliferated, and the surrounding ores transformed repeatedly. Each time he spotted a glint of gold, Su Bai instinctively veered down another passage. An hour later, he halted at a fissure, listening intently. The mine's entrance was silent, and he exhaled in relief. "We must have shaken them off." Indeed, they had managed to escape for the moment. Lu Shi murmured, "But I fear you may find it impossible to retrace your steps." Su Bai's expression stiffened, as he realized the truth in her words. In his frantic escape, he had focused solely on avoiding the paths leading to the gold mines, neglecting to remember the way back. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The mech should have recorded the previous footage. After all, it had captured the moments of battle. Regrettably, it did not, as the unique magnetic fluctuations within the mine disrupted some functions of the Blaze, and the planetary-class mech's onboard imaging system could not filter out such interference. Su Bai was left dumbfounded. He had traversed countless paths, and the idea of retracing his steps felt utterly far-fetched. Perhaps luck would favor him. Lu Shi, equally exasperated, lamented her oversight in not reminding him of this fundamental knowledge. One would expect a pilot to be aware of the mech's standard detection instruments. It was common sense to remain vigilant of one's surroundings in the vastness of space, yet her mental energy had been depleted, and she had only just begun to recover after a brief respite. Suddenly, a pack of gold beasts dashed past them, and Blaze descended from the upper tunnel. "Su Bai, relinquish control to me." Lu Shi glared at him. Su Bai chuckled awkwardly, steadfastly refusing to yield control, desperately arguing, "I usually have pretty good luck. When I buy lottery tickets, while others suffer great losses, I manage to win back 20 out of 100. "Oh," Lu Shi replied coldly, "your luck appears quite remarkable. You've encountered 18 waves of gold beasts in merely 2 hours. Perhaps this place is just unfavorable for me. I shall be cautious moving forward." "You have repeated that phrase 13 times, Lu Shi remarked, choosing not to dwell on the issue of control any further. Her earlier admonition had merely been a venting of frustration. As the primary pilot, she could have easily reclaimed control by force. She thought to herself, if misfortune was to befall them, so be it. As long as they managed to escape, that was what mattered. Had she been in his position during the previous encounters, she would undoubtedly have been unable to flee. Su Bai maneuvered Blaze carefully along the wall, advancing cautiously. Upon reaching a corner, the mech's steps grew increasingly silent. Just around the bend, a red mech head cautiously peeked out from behind the wall, revealing only one eye before swiftly retreating. It must be an illusion, surely a trick of the mind. As they turned the corner, a few gold beasts struggled to navigate the curve. Roar? Roar? What was that sudden movement? Su Bai? Hurry and run. Lu Shi's frustration boiled over. She had seen the gold beasts, and naturally, he had seen them too. 19 times. Exactly 19 times. Damn it. I refuse to run any longer. Watch me take down these gold beasts. Su Bai, fueled by indignation, charged forth, brandishing his blade. Before the gold beasts could react, he swiftly sliced through them as if they were mere vegetables. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed behind him, reverberating through the ground. Su Bai turned to see a colossal foot, and the widening mine tunnel loomed before him. A 4-star beast. Having barely escaped the previous encounter, Su Bai sheathed his blade, embarking once more on the path of flight. Light. Lu Shi, look, there's light. In just 3 intersections, Blinding radiance streamed from the tunnel ahead. See, I told you my luck was good. We have found the exit. Lu Shi gazed intently at the golden beast behind her, which seemed oblivious to the blazing fire, and dashed toward another fork in the path. Just as she began to feel relieved, the sound of Su Bai's delighted voice reached her ears. She looked ahead, and, indeed, there was light. Could it be that fortune had turned in his favor? The brightness streamed in from the opening ahead. In the lengthy mine tunnel, beneath the towering form of the blazing fire, they swiftly reached the end. Standing at the mouth of the cave, they peered out. The joy on the faces of the two individuals in the cockpit gradually faded. Su Bai, could this be a ruse? Lu Shi's voice trembled slightly as she suddenly lunged at Su Bai, gripping his neck and abandoning her refined demeanor. You have such luck? I thought fortune had finally smiled upon you. Cough, cough, cough. Su Bai rolled his eyes, pulling Lu Shi down. This woman truly was merciless. He felt equally despondent. Before them lay an exit, one that led to certain death. Looking outside, they saw an enormous chasm littered with gold mines. Where there were gold mines, golden beasts were sure to follow. The walls on either side were riddled with countless openings, a haven for those afflicted with claustrophobia. Golden beasts continuously entered and exited these openings. The cave they occupied was situated at the bottom of the gorge. Lu Shi glared coldly at Su Bai, her pale purple eyes flickering with anger. He could no longer pilot the mech. After encountering 19 waves of golden beasts, they had unwittingly arrived at the lair of the golden beasts. She was utterly hopeless about Su Bai's luck. What did it mean to be unlucky? Was this not a prime example? Just as she prepared to seize control of the driving rights, a thunderous sound erupted from the mine tunnel behind them. 100-meter-tall 4-star golden beast forcefully squeezed into the tunnel, charging toward them. The tunnel expanded beneath its formidable form, stones crumbling and falling as its colossal claws crushed them. The previous beast had returned. Lu Shi momentarily lost her composure. Su Bai struggled to calm himself, his mind racing as he scanned the chasm for a glimmer of hope. The tunnel behind them was filled with golden beasts. Facing a 4-star golden beast in the tunnel was a death sentence, no doubt about it. What to do? What to do? Chapter 51. Towards death and life. In front lay a den of wolves, behind a ferocious tiger. The blazing fire was caught in the middle, at any moment vulnerable to being torn apart. The chasm not only housed beasts at the bottom, the walls on either side, and even the air above were filled with numerous golden beasts. To attempt an escape was folly. To break through even 10 meters would be miraculous. Was this truly how it would end? Such resignation was unbearable. Howl, howl. Yuan Bao? With the golden beast still 100 meters away, Su Bai heard Yuan Bao's anxious cries. He brought it forth, forcing a smile. You realize we're doomed? Oh. Yuan Bao's small face revealed a hint of human-like urgency, incessantly pointing in a certain direction with its tiny paws. Su Bai was taken aback and turned to look in that direction, where, in the center of the chasm, a pure golden glimmer caught his eye. Pure gold? The golden beasts wouldn't overlook even the most impure gold mines. How could there possibly be such a pristine substance left uneaten? It was illogical, far too illogical. Xiaoxi, look over there. Lu Shi was bewildered by the impending doom and questioned what Su Bai still wanted her to observe. Yet, she obediently turned her gaze, her keen intellect quickly discerning the peculiarities at play. Su Bai's eyes fixated on the glimmer of gold, invoking his gambler's instincts. Should he take a chance? Indeed, if there was a glimmer of hope for survival, that strange place was the only sanctuary. 3,000 meters. The blaze accurately calculated the distance to the center of the chasm. Exiting the cave would result in instant annihilation by the golden beasts outside. 3,000 meters. How could that be traversed? A distance that was insignificant in the cosmos now loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Lu Shi extinguished once more. Su Bai cast a glance back at the 4-star golden beast, a frenzied notion surfacing in his mind. The golden beast was a mere 50 meters away. Blaze, how much energy remains in the core? Enough. Su Bai raised his left arm. Blaze's left hand contracted, unleashing an energy cannon aimed at the beast's underbelly. Roar. The golden beast let out an enraged bellow, hastening its advance. The ordinary strike inflicted no damage, yet it provoked the dignity of the beast as a noble creature. Subsequently, Blaze turned, reserving 35% of its core energy in its back, silently awaiting the moment. Lu Shi, witnessing the unfolding scene, instantly grasped Su Bai's intentions. It was a death trap. Su Bai smirked. He was resilient, and it would not be so easy to bring about his demise. Boom. The golden beast had arrived. With a furious strike, it crashed down upon Blaze's back, tearing through the fiery armor and exposing the mechanical components beneath. Warning. Warning. Back armor compromised. Damage level at 87. Su Bai's complexion paled, then flushed crimson, as if his insides had been thrust into a meat grinder. The excruciating pain caused his blood to surge backwards, and crimson droplets escaped from his tightly pressed lips. His gaze remained fixated on the chasm's center. Seizing the moment of the golden beast's wrathful strike, Blaze surged outward. The golden beasts outside hesitated momentarily. Then, upon recognizing this metallic intruder as not one of their kin, they roared in fury, intent on shredding it to pieces. Lu Shi, her heart racing, dared not blink, as she beheld no less than 3 4-star golden beasts converging upon them. Surrounded by the beasts, Su Bai maintained his composure. Boom. Kaboom. The 35% energy previously stored in Blaze's back detonated violently. The self-destructive explosion repelled the surrounding golden beasts, while the shockwave from the close-range blast accelerated Blaze's speed, though at the cost of its back armor being utterly obliterated, exposing a corner of the cockpit. How much energy did a planetary-grade mech possess? He was uncertain. However, the pain he endured was far more intense than the wrathful strike from a 4-star golden beast, providing him with a stark realization. Su Bai felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, as if grenades had exploded within. Fragments violently churning through flesh and viscera, the excruciating agony rendering him momentarily disoriented. Trembling, he grasped his dagger, which, in the blink of an eye, transformed into gold. Absorbed by him, the golden material flowed into the void within his heart, assimilated by the resplendent golden core, then coursed through his limbs, revitalizing his battered form. The restorative energy enabled Su Bai to catch his breath. Within the cockpit, devoid of any other distractions, his gaze shifted to Lu Shi's formidable blade. Seizing the moment while Lu Shi was preoccupied with the outside, he swiftly grasped the weapon and executed a series of fluid movements. At last, he managed to endure the ordeal. With a tinge of guilt, Su Bai felt the excruciating pain in his body ease after absorbing the metallic substance. The ruptured blood vessels within him began to reconnect, and the fractured bones exhibited signs of healing. Su Bai silently rejoiced, relieved that no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Everything unfolded according to plan. The ability to absorb the metallic substance and restore his body was the very foundation of his audacity. Otherwise, he would have chosen to retreat, facing the 4-star golden beasts in the mine. Boom. The blazing fire fell upon the golden hill, and under the violent impact, fragments scattered. The shattered back of the creature flickered with sparks, resembling a machine on the brink of collapse. Strangely, despite such a forceful collision, the golden mountain remained unscathed. Not even a dent visible. The hardness of this metallic substance was astonishing. The small hill, approximately 100 meters in diameter, resembled a forbidden zone. The golden beasts halted at its periphery, too intimidated to advance further. Su Bai gazed at the vigilant golden beasts outside with a radiant smile. Success. He had survived against all odds. Lu Shi, observing Su Bai's pale countenance and the blood trickling from his lips, murmured, "A madman, truly a madman. Was I not handsome just now?" Su Bai, enduring the pain, rose and extended his hand to Lu Shi with a smile. Lu Shi snapped back to reality, casting him a quizzical glance before accepting his hand to rise. Unfazed, Su Bai opened the cockpit door and stepped outside. "I'll go see what is happening." "Wait." Lu Shi called out, retrieving a syringe from the storage compartment. It was the sacred domain serum developed by the heaven's divine realm. As she approached Su Bai to administer it, he inhaled sharply at the sight of the thick syringe and tightly shut his eyes. Lu Shi teased, "You're unafraid of so many golden beasts, yet you fear a shot?" Su Bai remained silent, gritting his teeth as his lips quivered in response. Revenge. It had to be a deliberate act of retribution. The sacred domain serum that Kong Yun had presented appeared to be a drink. How had it transformed into a syringe? He felt a sting in his forearm, followed by a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, gradually alleviating the pain within him. Though not as effective as absorbing the metallic substance, it was better than nothing. All done. Lu Shi withdrew the syringe and turned to search for something. "Hey, where's my blade? Have you seen my blade?" Still reeling from the after effects of the injection, Su Bai's expression stiffened, and he averted his gaze. "What blade? I haven't seen it. Su Bai, never touch blades." Lu Shi scrutinized him suspiciously. Her intuition hinted that something was amiss. Such a large blade had seemingly vanished into thin air. However, without evidence to suggest that Su Bai had concealed the weapon, she reluctantly abandoned the notion, assuming she had inadvertently tossed it aside in the chaos of boarding the mech. Lu Shi, I'll step outside for a moment." Su Bai hastily exited the cockpit, eager to evade any further inquiries. Chapter 52. The predicament in the valley's depths. A small golden mountain stood resolutely, centered around this golden hill. There was not a single golden beast within 100 meters, this distance encompassing three-dimensional space, including overhead. As Su Bai emerged from the fiery blaze, he picked up a chunk of golden material and examined it. Oddly enough, it was not from a gold mine, and its purity was likely around 20K. He grasped another piece of the gold substance and hurled it upwards with force, as it reached a distance of 100 meters. It was swiftly devoured by a hovering golden beast above. He then retrieved another piece from the opposite side and threw it downwards, only to witness the same fate befall it. Lu Shi, witnessing Su Bai's actions, inquired, "Have you discovered something?" To some extent, Su Bai replied, toying with the golden material. There's nothing wrong with it. What they fear is not this. I've thrown out 2 pieces, and the golden beast consumed them without incident. Lu Shi, puzzled, said, I'll go check over there. As she turned, the sight of the severely damaged back of the fiery blaze caused her pupils to constrict. The injuries sustained, though somewhat diminished, were still alarming. How could the mech be nearly obliterated while Su Bai appeared unfazed? Without uttering a word, she moved to the other side. Everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as he is unharmed, that is what matters. Ow ow. Yuan Bao pawed at Su Bai's chest, making a raucous noise. I almost forgot about you, my little contributor. Su Bai chuckled, picking up a fist-sized chunk of gold and refining it to 24K before tucking it away. Yuan Bao immediately expressed joy and began to feast. For it, the taste of high-purity gold was far superior, offering greater benefits, much like the difference between a carrot and ginseng. Both edible, yet the latter is infinitely more nutritious. Su Bai picked up another piece of gold, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his brow. If I'm not mistaken, is it becoming easier for me to transform these materials into gold? The mental energy expenditure seems reduced. No, my mental energy has increased. Could it be that absorbing the gold from the small mountain to heal his wounds had led to this enhancement? The absorption of this small amount of gold proved to be a greater boost than absorbing a multitude of golden energy from the beasts during the assessment on the star. This little gold mountain was indeed intriguing. Within 100 meters, Lu Shi quickly circled around, finding nothing unusual, all similar to this. She felt disheartened. Not discovering the reason for the golden beast's fear implied they were trapped. Surely, they couldn't just carry the gold mountain away. While their robust physical constitution would prevent starvation in the short term, prolonged confinement would be unbearable. Su Bai spread his hands. Let us take a break, after all. The golden beasts dare not enter here. We'll recuperate our spirits first. All right. The two turned and returned to the cockpit. Just before entering, Yuan Bao leapt from Su Bai's arms. Su Bai cautioned it to stay nearby and not wander off. Yuan Bao nodded eagerly, clutching a lump of gold and frolicking joyously. The next day, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Taking advantage of Lu Shi's distraction the day before, he had absorbed some more gold. Feeling that the pain in his body had nearly vanished. If he could, he would even wish to consume the entire small gold mountain. Alas, it was not feasible. He had previously tried this and discovered that his body had limits. Each time he absorbed a certain quantity of gold, a digestive phase was necessary for his body to gradually strengthen. Forcing the absorption would only lead to a blockage of golden energy within, resulting in adverse effects. Su Bai rose to find Lu Shi already awake. Given the circumstances, she hastily freshened up and, using a mirror of uncertain origin, combed her hair. Observing her, Su Bai jested, Little Shi, what sort of boyfriend do you envision for yourself in the future? Lu Shi paused her movements, replying, someone of my generation, yet superior to me. Is that all? Surely he cannot be too unattractive, Su Bai remarked, his amusement growing. Look at me, I would make a fine match for you. Lu Shi opened her mouth, the retort failing to materialize. In truth, she was aware that she was not as accomplished as Su Bai, who, despite not being conventionally handsome, possessed a certain charm. Yet, she considered the implications of their different backgrounds. Gazing at Su Bai for a moment, and under his expectant gaze, she half-joked. Status and identity create an insurmountable chasm between individuals. My family holds a respectable position in the ancient demon god domain. You would need to pass my family's scrutiny first. Seizing upon this point, Su Bai inquired, so you have no objections? That is not what I meant. Lu Shi blushed, her heart racing since their first encounter, especially recalling the harrowing escape they had shared. After much hesitation, she concluded, let us discuss it further once we are out of here. Su Bai beamed at Lu Shi's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. As long as Little Shi does not oppose, everything else is manageable. As for her family as status, possessing a touch of wealth implies an abundance of resources. Once I enhance my strength, I could arrive with a mythic mech to propose. Who could refuse? He believed himself fortunate enough not to meet an untimely end before reaching his potential, though he inadvertently overlooked the encounters with the golden beasts and their lair. Time flowed swiftly. The mining planet lacked the concept of night, and the chaotic magnetic fields rendered the recorded time stagnant since their arrival. Lu Shi could only gauge the passage of time by waking from sleep, and this marked her 8th awakening. Yet, she knew that far more than 8 days had elapsed. With the secondary gene lock now released, her vitality surpassed that of the average person. Had she not forced herself to sleep, she could have endured without rest for even 8 days. Gulping, Lu Shi took a small sip from her bottle to moisten her parched lips. The mirror revealed her once lavender eyes now clouded with a gray mist, and her long, jet-black hair appeared somewhat dry at the ends. She was uncertain how much longer it would be until she discovered a means of escape and recognized the need to cherish every resource available. Little Shi, you're awake. Su Bai called as he entered the room. Lu Shi regarded the vibrant Su Bai with a hint of disbelief. He had sacrificed all his resources for her. Yet over time, his condition seemed to improve. Not only him, But also the golden creature named Yuan Bao appeared increasingly spirited. Su Bai, noticing Lu Shi's declining health, felt a pang of concern. While he could absorb golden material to stave off hunger and thirst, Yuan Bao was thriving even more than he. In the depths of the valley, golden material was the only abundant resource. Even in the absence of material wealth, he possesses the ability to transmute stones and similar substances into gold, achieving self-sufficiency. Starvation? An impossibility. He even ventured to the periphery to capture a small golden beast, siphoning the golden energy from its blood. In comparison to Lu Shi, his physique improved with each passing day. The accumulation of golden cores for energy storage proliferated, and his mental fortitude continuously strengthened, resulting in a remarkably prosperous existence. Currently, the golden beasts are retreating further from the little golden mountain, not due to an expansion of its territorial domain, but rather to his dismay. He hunted golden beasts within a safe range, infuriating them, yet they were helpless against him. Reluctantly, they retreated, creating a buffer zone. Chapter 53. Fishing law enforcement. Beside the blazing mech, Su Bai meticulously extracted and accounted for all his supplies, discovering that his stock was nearly depleted. Before the golden beasts could mount an assault, Lu Shi had succumbed to starvation. A thought struck him regarding the golden beasts he had slain. I have killed several golden beasts. Would you like to partake? This approach could not persist indefinitely. Lu Shi, growing weary of braiding her hair, simply gathered it and secured the ends with a tie. The flesh of the golden beasts harbored golden poison until it dissipated. Human consumption could result in severe gastrointestinal distress or, in extreme cases, sudden death. In this area, rich with gold mines, even after the golden beasts perished, the golden poison within their bodies would likely remain potent for some time. A gentle reminder, the settings here do not conflict with earlier ones. In the assessment star, consuming golden beast meat does not occur immediately after slaughter, and the golden beasts encountered during the assessment are generally of a lower level. Additionally, environmental factors play a role. After Su Bai absorbs the golden energy from the corpses, others consuming the meat would merely assume the poison has dissipated. However, here the aura of gold is dense, and the golden poison remains intact, requiring Su Bai's absorption for it to become safe for consumption. Golden poison? It pervades every inch of the golden beast's body, a byproduct of their consumption of golden materials, beneficial to them, yet detrimental to us. Su Bai paused momentarily. Was this referring to golden energy? How fortuitous. As I can absorb that. With this thought, Su Bai dashed out of the cockpit, arriving at a line he had delineated to mark the edge of the safe zone. Ensuring he would not inadvertently stray beyond its bounds one day, he picked up a piece of golden material and tossed it beyond the line, beckoning to the golden beasts several meters away. The golden beasts that should have rushed towards it instead regarded him with cold gazes, emitting low growls from their throats. The lower-tier golden beasts may possess limited intelligence, but they are not entirely foolish. Over time, they have witnessed many of their kind ensnared by such deceptive tactics and are no longer easily fooled. After a while, noting their lack of movement, Su Bai felt a sense of reflection. They have grown clever, albeit lacking in novelty. He turned and seized a carcass of a golden beast he had slain a few days prior. The deceased golden beast, having had its golden energy absorbed, exhibited significantly reduced physical strength, allowing Su Bai to effortlessly tear off a piece of flesh. Carrying the meat back to the cockpit, he playfully patted Yuan Bao's rotund belly along the way. I believe this is edible. Lu Shi cast a glance at the still bloodied piece of meat. In this place, aside from golden beasts, where else could one find meat? Is it because I did not agree to be your girlfriend that you wish to poison me? Not at all. Su Bai, with a solemn demeanor, began to weave an absurd tale. This is the golden beast royal family that I meticulously selected from countless golden beasts. Look, it bears no golden poison. The mention of the golden beast royal family evoked laughter from Lu Shi. In all my years, this is the first time I've heard of the meat from the golden beast royal family being free of poison. Clearly, you are a product of the universe's 9-year basic education system's oversight, but I am not. As she prepared to retort, Su Bai's subsequent actions left her utterly stunned. He took a bite of the golden beast meat, ripping off a chunk of the vibrant red flesh, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he chewed. Quick, spit it out. Lu Shi rushed forward, frantically prying open Su Bai's mouth, her dust-streaked face reflecting her urgency. During their time trapped on the little golden mountain, their relationship had grown significantly closer, and Su Bai's care for her had not gone unnoticed. She held it close to her heart. Gulp. Su Bai opened his mouth, his white teeth stained crimson, the cavern of his mouth now empty. Lu Shi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Suddenly, Su Bai collapsed, clutching his stomach and writhing in agony, his features contorting as he emitted pained cries. Su Bai, wait. I'll go find some medicine. There might still be hope. Just hold on. Her voice quivered with emotion, panic setting in as she rushed over with a bundle of syringes from the medical box. Su Bai's complexion changed, and he grasped Lu Shi's hand tightly. Cough, cough. Little Shi, I can't go on. Don't waste the medicine. With that, he produced a golden necklace as if by magic, its brilliance shimmering under the cockpit lights. Before I depart this world, could you grant me one final wish? Of course, anything you say, I will agree to. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Bai raised the golden necklace, his weak voice tinged with hope. Tears welled in Lu Shi's eyes as she grasped Su Bai's hand, her voice trembling as she repeatedly assented. Yuan Bao, who had appeared at some point, lay at the cabin door, gazing curiously at the scene within and letting out confused sounds. You've agreed. Su Bai couldn't contain his joy. Finally, she had consented. This is a promise you made with your own lips. You cannot go back on it. He suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice robust, entirely devoid of the earlier frailty. Lu Shi froze, momentarily unable to comprehend. Su Bai fastened the golden necklace around Lu Shi's neck, then moved to face her, cradling her head as he examined her closely. Satisfied, he nodded, noting how the exquisite necklace accentuated her long, fair neck. Su Bai. Lu Shi, now realizing she had been played, felt her cheeks flush with anger, the two words escaping her clenched teeth. Her seething tone caused Su Bai to pause, his eyes darting about as he swiftly scooped up the observing Yuan Bao and bolted outside. The best strategy is to flee, he shouted as he ran, not forgetting to add, you promised, no takebacks. And remember, the meat is safe to eat. Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao. Lu Shi's face turned crimson as she glared at Su Bai's retreating figure. If it weren't for her excessive concern, how could she have been deceived by such crude theatrics? After a considerable time, her anger subsided, and with a cold expression, she returned the syringes to the medical box. Standing before the mirror, she gazed intently at the gold necklace adorning her neck, enveloped in a profound silence. Within the pure golden hue lay a barely perceptible trace of purple. The golden willow leaf pendant hanging from the necklace was not particularly exquisite. One might even describe it as rather rough. After a moment, Lu Shi broke into a radiant smile, akin to a flower blooming on a sheer cliff, breathtakingly beautiful. Should Su Bai witness this, he would undoubtedly lament the missed spectacle. She tucked the willow leaf into her combat attire, concealing it beneath the surging waves. Then she picked up a piece of meat. In times of water scarcity, the moisture contained within the meat was incredibly precious. She did not shy away from the fact that it had been bitten by Su Bai, taking small bites. As her parched lips, slightly cracked from dehydration, were moistened by the flesh's richness, they regained their alluring crimson hue. Days later, Su Bai stood behind a safety line, his expression grave. What are you looking at? With a newfound source of food, Lu Shi's complexion had improved significantly. She approached Su Bai from behind, her curiosity piqued by his frequent gazes at something over the past few days. Look here, Su Bai gestured toward the safety line on the ground. When I drew the line earlier, it was level with the valley floor, yet now the safety line is elevated above the ground. Lu Shi crouched beside Su Bai, measuring the height of the safety line, which stood about an inch higher than the ground outside. Casting a glance at the golden beasts beyond the small golden mountain, she remarked nonchalantly, with so many golden beasts continuously feeding, it's natural for the ground to lower. There's no need for alarm. Is it truly normal? Su Bai pondered, his gaze fixed on the dwindling gold deposits in the valley, with increasingly exposed grayish rock. An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Perhaps this explains why the golden beasts dare not approach the small golden mountain. I hope my fears are unfounded. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Shi watched his retreating figure, sensing his anxiety, which gradually weighed on her heart as well. Chapter 54. Su Bai's fear of domestic violence. This is 14K. This one is lower, only 10K. This one is a bit higher, at 18K. With each step, Su Bai paused, feeling the texture of the golden material beneath his feet, assessing its purity. After an extensive search, he found no issues with the surface of the small golden mountain. Thus, any problems must lie within. He had attempted to dig deeper, but the hardness of the gold material far exceeded his expectations, completely overturning his understanding that higher purity gold is softer. After considerable effort, he had only managed to chip away some small fragments. Abandoning this method, he resolved to seek out the area on the small golden mountain where the gold material was of the highest purity, hoping to uncover something significant. Under Su Bai's meticulous search, 3 more days passed. Lu Shi furrowed her brow, now understanding Su Bai's concerns. The gold deposits at the valley's bottom were rapidly diminishing under the relentless consumption of countless golden beasts, and in recent days, they had been circling the small golden mountain restlessly. Su Bai had previously informed her that when hunting golden beasts, he had captured some without any adverse reactions. Neither did the small golden mountain respond. This indicated that the golden beasts merely hesitated to enter this place, not that they were incapable of doing so. Before the gold mine was exhausted, they could restrain themselves. However, once the gold was depleted, the small gold mountain would be the only remaining source of gold within the rift. Lu Shi was uncertain whether their intelligence could override the instinct to feed. She had a premonition that the moment the gold mine at the valley's bottom was entirely consumed, the golden beasts would surge into the small gold mountain. No, it couldn't be. Could my conjecture be incorrect? Su Bai, having engaged in 3 days of relentless exploration without rest, bore the marks of fatigue, dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot scara, and disheveled hair, making him appear in a worse state than Lu Shi had been previously. A fleeting pang of concern crossed Lu Shi's eyes. She had inquired several times about what Su Bai was searching for, yet he remained reticent. She understood that he chose to shoulder the burden alone to spare her any worry. If Su Bai knew her thoughts, he would undoubtedly dismiss them as mere fanciful notions. In times like these, their search would be more efficient together than apart. He was not foolish. However, the strength of the gold material here defied logic. And without specialized instruments, it was impossible to ascertain its purity by mere observation. Of course, this did not apply to Su Bai. He possessed the unique ability to transform matter into gold. Upon handling the gold material and sensing it, its purity would be immediately evident. Akin to a seasoned electrician knowing whether a wire was live by touch, an expertise honed over years. He refrained from disclosing certain aspects to Lu Shi, partly to alleviate her concerns, but more so because revealing his findings would not aid her and would require effort to explain how he could determine the gold's purity. But why was there none? Other purities were present. Why was there no 24K? Su Bai despondently sank to the ground, muttering to himself. Despite his numerous inquiries yielding no answers, Lu Shi persisted, attempting once more to ask, "Su Bai, what exactly are you searching for? Please tell me." Su Bai looked up, meeting Lu Shi's lavender eyes brimming with concern, and with a rueful smile, he thought that since he couldn't find it anyway, there was no need for concealment. The purity, the highest purity at the small gold mountain, may hold the key. Yet, after searching inch by inch for 3 days, the highest purity I found was merely 22K. Lu Shi was taken aback by this revelation. She did not question Su Bai's ability to detect the purity of the gold material. She was not deceiving herself, but rather slowly responded, "No, there is a place you haven't searched." "A place I haven't searched?" Su Bai followed Lu Shi's direction, his speech halting as he observed the massive body of the Qian lying flat on the small gold mountain, having not moved since its arrival. Su Bai's expression shifted from confusion to delight. How could I have overlooked such a vast area? With a sudden impulse, he kissed Lu Shi's cheek exuberantly, exclaiming, "You truly are my lucky star." He then hurriedly dashed into the cockpit to move the Qian. Lu Shi stood frozen for a minute, attempting to comprehend what had just transpired. Did he just kiss me? Throughout this time, their relationship had indeed progressed significantly, especially after the incident where Su Bai feigned unconsciousness, subtly transforming her manner of addressing him into something more affectionate. Yet, it hadn't reached this level. The crimson hue swiftly ascended from her delicate neck to the crown of her head. A sharp scream startled Su Bai, who had just exited the cockpit, causing him to shudder momentarily. He then feigned ignorance and nonchalantly approached the spot where the blazing ember had previously lain, meticulously inspecting the area. With her cheeks flushed, Lu Shi stood frozen, unsure of how to react, whether to approach or to retreat, caught in a moment of indecision. Su Bai crouched low, inching forward with his palm pressed against the ground, sparing no inch of the terrain. The purity of the golden substance here was significantly higher than elsewhere, with a minimum purity of 20K. In the distance, Yuan Bao discarded the golden material he had been clutching and bounded over. However, before he could land, Su Bai seized him and tossed him aside, admonishing him to moderate his consumption, noting his round belly. Yuan Bao's little round ears drooped in dismay, letting out a couple of pitiful whines, despite having gained no weight at all. Ignoring the creature, Su Bai once again pressed his hand to the ground. As his fingertips made contact, he paused, a look of uncontainable delight spreading across his face. This surprise was sudden. He fully placed his palm against the golden surface, confirming repeatedly before exclaiming in joy, "I found it. 24K purity." Lu Shi rushed over upon hearing his voice, glaring at him as he prepared to touch the area again. Su Bai instantly chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand to examine the peculiarities of this spot. After a while, he furrowed his brow. Aside from the brilliance of the color and the richness of the gold, it appeared to hold no further distinctions. Had he truly wasted 3 days in vain? At that moment, Lu Shi extended her delicate fingers, and to Su Bai's astonishment, she pressed them into that particular area. Fingerprints. She had actually left an imprint. Su Bai was well aware of the hardness of the golden substance here. Without employing any transmutation abilities, he could barely chip away at 14K gold. Yet Lu Shi managed to leave a fingerprint on 24K gold. Had this girl been feigning ignorance all along? Whenever they argued, he was the one who faced the brunt of her wrath. Thoughts raced through Su Bai's mind, and his complexion paled. Noticing his distress, Lu Shi reached out to touch his forehead, concerned he might be feverish. As Su Bai recalled the imprint she had left on the gold, he instinctively recoiled. In his retreat, his palm inadvertently pressed against the golden surface, coincidentally the very spot of 24K purity. "Wait, it feels soft." Su Bai was taken aback. This area was unexpectedly yielding. Chapter 55. The Golden Bamboo Grove. After the blood rain on Little Gold Mountain, a youth sat on the ground, his hands supporting his weight, a vacant expression on his face. Opposite him, a girl bent at the waist, her delicate hand hovering in midair, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Are you all right? Su Bai recalled the errant thoughts that had crossed his mind moments ago, his face alternating between crimson and pallor. Shame, absolute shame. Did I just fear being reprimanded by my wife? I, the esteemed Su Bai, who has never been weaker than others in my life. How could such thoughts belong to me? Surely, a powerful entity must have momentarily seized control of me, leading to these thoughts. He vigorously shook his head, striving to dispel the chaotic musings swirling within. No worries, I found the place. Look, there's no issue outside the small golden mountain. It must be inside. Let me take a look. Lu Shi did not press further, and Su Bai let out a sigh of relief, redirecting his attention to the ground. After measuring, he discovered that the area of the 24K gold material had a diameter of 10 centimeters, forming a perfectly standard circle. Su Bai stroked his chin and suggested, "Shall we dig?" Lu Shi hesitated briefly, realizing there were no other options, and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Su Bai's right hand morphed into a claw as he plunged it into the earth without any hindrance. Then, with a swift motion, he unearthed a large chunk of golden material. He tossed the gold aside, and Yuan Bao, who had been poised to pounce, leapt forward to catch the gold, exclaiming joyfully as it clutched it and scampered off in delight. Yuan Bao seemed to have a peculiar fondness for gold material. Lu Shi watched with curiosity, but the next scene left her utterly astonished. It ate it. This little kitten actually took a bite. In the universe, only golden beasts would consume gold material. It was common knowledge. It is a golden beast. Su Bai is actually raising a golden beast. The thought of having slept unguarded beside a golden beast during this time sent a cold sweat cascading down her spine. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, snatching Yuan Bao up and pointing at the golden beast outside the small mountain. How could that be? Just look at how adorable it is. What about it resembles a golden beast? It is undoubtedly a golden beast. Lu Shi was not swayed by Yuan Bao's seemingly harmless appearance. There had been instances where individuals had raised golden beast cubs, but a golden beast was still a golden beast, with an inherent ferocity that could not be softened by mere human kindness. I saw it eat gold material with my own eyes. Do not be deceived. Su Bai cast a subtle glare at Yuan Bao, who had no sense of discretion when it came to eating. He then snatched the piece of gold from Yuan Bao's tiny paw and handed it to Lu Shi. See, it's just as it was before. Perhaps you misjudged. I've raised Yuan Bao for many years. It's merely an adorable little kitten. A little kitten? Meow meow. Lu Shi took the piece of gold, bewildered, examining it closely. Su Bai's fingerprints were still evident on the gold, with no signs of any missing fragments. She felt deceived, but had no proof. Was it truly just my imagination? Su Bai turned back to continue digging, a smirk playing on his lips. The moment he had handed it over, he had seamlessly filled in the missing piece. So how could Lu Shi possibly notice? Yuan Bao, aware of its transgression, did not flee and obediently nestled into Su Bai's embrace. Have we reached the bottom? After digging for quite some time, with his entire forearm submerged, he suddenly felt resistance. Xiaoxi, come take a look. Lu Shi appeared dazed, still entangled in her thoughts about whether Yuan Bao was indeed a golden beast. Stop pondering. Yuan Bao is definitely not a golden beast. I've raised it for so many years. I know it well. If it were a golden beast, I would have consumed that piece of gold myself. Su Bai's words dispelled Lu Shi's doubts. Golden beasts were notorious villains in the universe, and Yuan Bao must not be associated with them. Lu Shi suppressed her uncertainties, trusting her observations. If she could not convince Su Bai, she would watch Yuan Bao closely and gather evidence. Amidst the shimmering golden mountain, two individuals lay on the ground, scrutinizing the hole before them. Though it was only as deep as their forearms, its interior was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Su Bai had excavated all the metallic treasures that could be unearthed, leaving behind a surface that felt smooth and slick, reminiscent of jade. Yet, he sensed that something was amiss beneath. As he withdrew his hand, Lu Shi extended hers to explore the depths. Her palm, measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, could not lay flat, and only her fingertips grazed the bottom. Su Bai furrowed his brow, contemplating the source of the anomaly. Ah, Lu Shi exclaimed softly, hastily retracting her hand. Her delicate fingertips had been pricked by some unseen object, and small droplets of crimson began to seep forth. Something just jabbed me. Is there something down there? Su Bai was taken aback. He had examined thoroughly, and if there were indeed something, how could he have overlooked it? He plunged his hand back into the abyss, encountering the same smooth surface. He traced the perimeter once more, failing even to touch the blood that dripped from Lu Shi. Just as he was about to abandon his search, a sudden sting shot through his fingertip. What was that? Su Bai jerked his hand back, his middle finger now oozing blood, mirroring Lu Shi's plight. At that moment, the small golden mountain began to tremble, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Boom. The golden mound slowly ascended, and the golden beasts in the chasm began to stir restlessly, as if something were about to emerge. The golden mountain is disappearing. Lu Shi cried out in alarm. The base of the mound rose while its apex continued to dissolve. Su Bai encircled Lu Shi, striving to maintain their balance amid the tumult. Should they fall, they would be met with a swarm of golden beasts below. The ascent of the golden mountain quickened, its summit completely vanishing to reveal a pure, radiant white. Su Bai felt relieved that only the metallic substance was dissolving. If such a strong material could disintegrate, the human body would stand no chance. The two stood upon the jade-like whiteness, which had risen to the center of the chasm, ceasing its ascent, and the tremors subsided. Don't let go, Lu Shi admonished playfully, her cheeks flushed. Su Bai's grip remained firm as increasingly intense sounds erupted around them. Boom! Bang! The stone walls of the chasm crumbled incessantly, debris scattering in all directions. Strangely, despite the violent tremors, the white surface beneath them remained utterly unaffected. As if existing in an entirely different dimension, something surged up from the depths of the chasm. Roar! Howl! Dust billowed into the air from the collapsing chasm, while the anguished cries of the golden beasts filled the atmosphere. Su Bai touched his face, discovering it stained with golden blood. It was from the golden beasts. The air thick with dust obscured the chaos unfolding around them. A droplet of blood fell, acting as a harbinger, and soon, the sky unleashed a rain of flesh and blood, showering them with the remnants of shattered golden beasts. Su Bai instinctively shielded Lu Shi beneath him, as a radiant dome suddenly arose from the white surface beneath them, shielding them from the deluge of blood rain. Lu Shi lifted her head, entranced by the scene before her, only to suddenly bend over in dry heaves. The pale light shield was completely stained crimson, as countless pieces of flesh cascaded onto it, sliding down its exterior like a waterfall of gore. Su Bai gazed at the apocalyptic scene before him, his heart devoid of any tremor, even nurturing a peculiar hunger. Unfortunately, rushing out at this moment was evidently impossible. Suppressing his thoughts, he gently caressed Lu Shi's back, offering her solace. After a considerable 5 minutes, Lu Shi ceased her dry heaving, having expelled nothing. She leaned against Su Bai, eyes closed, yet still felt her stomach convulsing. At that moment, the blood rain ceased, and the dust in the air settled. A faint white light shield then rose beneath their feet, and with a sudden sound, the outer crimson barrier shattered, casting light upon the fragments, revealing an eerie beauty. Shall she look? Su Bai exclaimed as the pale light shield dissipated, transforming the landscape into something entirely new. Lu Shi opened her eyes, mesmerized. The once omnipresent golden beasts and the oppressive cliffs had vanished entirely. Before them swayed pillars of purple gold bamboo, their fresh scent wafting through the air. Everything was utterly beautiful. Chapter 56. Urgent matters await. The gentle breeze stirred, causing the bamboo leaves to emit a sweet chime. Su Bai stepped forward, reaching out to touch the bamboo leaves, only to discover they were metallic. With a gentle tug, the purple gold bamboo leaf effortlessly came away. He closed his hand, silently absorbing the sensation. After a long moment, a flicker of enlightenment crossed Su Bai's eyes. He opened his palm, revealing that a corner of the bamboo leaf was missing. Concurrently, a sliver of purple gold material flowed into the enigmatic space of the golden core. He realized the direction for future alchemical transformations. Su Bai, there is some unfortunate news, Lu Shi said, as Su Bai turned back, noting the absence of the golden beasts. What could possibly be worse? The blazing flame is gone. The blazing flame is gone. Su Bai scanned the area and, indeed, there was no trace of the flame, which constituted truly bad news. Earlier, as the golden material melted, he had focused solely on stabilizing himself and Lu Shi, neglecting the flame entirely. It might have fallen. The two hurried to the edge, peering down in hopes of spotting the flame's remnants. In contrast to the serene view from above, where the gentle breeze accompanied the melodious bamboo, below lay a hellish scene, a bloody ocean floating with severed limbs and the still, terrified heads of golden beasts. Lu Shi gazed downward, her expression tightening. Is that a hand? There, beneath them, were two enormous white jade hands. One hand, with its thumb and middle finger joint, was raised to its chest, while the other, palm upturned, seemed intended to hold something now absent. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and an indescribable joy flickered in her violet eyes. Su Bai, come quickly. Just then, a series of fierce roars erupted, followed by countless weaker growls. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos. The murky gray mist enveloping the mineral star surged violently. For colossal creatures emerged first from the mist, followed closely by a throng of golden beasts. Su Bai's expression darkened. As the purple gold bamboo pierced through the earth's surface, it impaled countless golden beasts. Yet some managed to escape. Now, they have returned. The roar of the golden beasts caused Lu Shi to lose her footing and plummet downwards. Su Bai rushed to the spot where Lu Shi had been, witnessing her descending figure. Shall she? Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped downwards. In midair, Su Bai stretched out his hand. Though only a few seconds had passed since her fall, the distance felt insurmountably vast. He no longer concealed his power. The energy within the golden core surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Starting from his heart, his body gradually became imbued with a golden hue. The energy from the golden core rampaged through his veins, and he once again experienced the sensation of being torn apart. The excruciating pain was accompanied by a delightful effect, causing his body weight to soar dramatically. The distance between the two grew shorter. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Enough. Su Bai opened his arms and caught Lu Shi in a tight embrace. Lu Shi stared in awe at the boy who had resolutely jumped down, her heart racing. At that moment, fear dissipated within her. It turned out that the words of someone who said they would accompany her to death were indeed true. As they spun in the air, Su Bai continued to hold Lu Shi close, the golden transformation of his body remaining intact. Although this would hasten their descent, it was the only way he could fathom to ensure their survival. Below lay a sea of flesh and blood, which would provide some cushioning. As long as his body's strength was sufficient to endure the impact upon contact with the surface of the blood, they would survive. Su Bai, why did you jump down? Su Bai's forehead throbbed, his eyes also turning golden as he blurted out. Would you have preferred to see me let you die? But we might die. I've told you. I've always been hard to kill. Lu Shi pressed her lips together, falling silent as she curled up in Su Bai's embrace, savoring what might be their final warmth. Howling in discontent, the little Yuanbao wriggled out of Su Bai's embrace, nudging Lu Shi's head. It felt that its territory had been invaded and continued to cry out. However, Su Bai and Lu Shi had no time to attend to it. Was this the limit? The golden core signaled its depletion, and his eyes had entirely turned to gold. Even beneath his skin, one could see the golden substance flowing through his veins instead of blood. At this moment, Su Bai resembled less a human and more a golden statue clad in human skin. Not enough, still not enough. He could now smell the overwhelming scent of blood. Falling from thousands of meters high, his current strength was insufficient. Su Bai exerted all his energy to extract from the golden core, and his heart, in sync with the core, began to beat violently. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid and powerful beats of his heart drowned out the sounds of swift descent and the friction with the air. Each beat grew louder, and Su Bai's consciousness blurred. There was nothing before him but a golden core with a hint of purple. The gold began to contract and expand with the rhythm of his heartbeat. With each cycle, a bit of golden energy was forced out. The faster his heart beat, the quicker the contraction and expansion occurred. With every contraction, the volume of expansion grew slightly larger than before. Lu Shi discerned something amiss with Su Bai. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated loudly, and she, not being deaf, could hear it clearly as she pressed against his chest. She yearned to lift her head, yet Su Bai's embrace was too tight, his arms akin to steel bars, firmly encircling her. Big Bai, Big Bai. Her calls were swiftly engulfed by the howling winds, failing to reach Su Bai's ears. In truth, Su Bai had regained his composure. The contraction and expansion of the golden core was an irreversible process. It was too late to halt it, and he could only remain a bystander. Bang, bang. The heartbeat intensified, quickening in frequency and strength. The air grew increasingly humid, drawing nearer to the ocean of blood, saturated with a metallic scent. Bang, bang. At last, the heart leaped, and the golden core contracted to its utmost limit. Everything came to a halt, awaiting Su Bai's decision as his body stiffened. In that fleeting moment, he reflected on much, the past, the present, the future. He was oblivious to the consequences of his decision. Yet he understood that failing to make it would lead to his demise. The heart fell, silently. Boom. The golden core was anything but gentle. It violently expanded. Not merely bursting. The void shattered alongside it. The fragments of the golden core coincided with the heart. But how could the heart withstand the explosive energy of the golden core? Even if it were golden, it was impossible. Boom. Another resounding crash. Su Bai's mind went blank, and his surroundings fell into utter silence. Lu Shi panicked. Her ear pressed against Su Bai's chest could no longer detect the sound of his heartbeat. This was a clear indication understood by anyone. The wind ceased, the descent halted. The golden beast plummeting downward paused, as did Lu Shi's movements. Time stood still in that instant. The only thing still in motion was Su Bai's consciousness. He felt bewildered, utterly lost, cosmically confused. So, did I just blow up my own heart? I am Su Bai, 20 years old, recently found a girlfriend, unmarried, and have been caring for a seemingly golden beast, a perpetually small kitten, mind you. But those details are trivial. The crux of the matter is that my heart is gone. What should I do? Waiting online, quite urgently. Chapter 57. Who doesn't he adore a beautiful little heart? A golden world unfolded before him. Dozens of fragmented remnants floated motionless in the air. The conscious Su Bai gazed intently at the scene before him. More precisely, this was within him. The fragments were a mixture of the exploded golden core and heart. He had lost track of how long he had been staring. Surely, it wouldn't he remain like this indefinitely? Su Bai shook his head. If it persisted, he would rather perish. Alas, if only these fragments could coalesce once more. As he mused, a flash of golden light flickered, startling him into rubbing his eyes. What the? Did a piece actually return? Within the hollow space of his heart, a golden fragment had emerged, mimicking the heartbeat's rhythm, becoming one of the only two entities capable of motion in this stagnant world. He focused on one golden fragment and cautiously inquired, "Return?" Another flash of golden light, and the heart's fragment grew slightly larger. No longer hesitating, Su Bai fixed his gaze upon each fragment. "Return. You return as well." Soon, however, issues began to arise. The heart, transformed into a golden hue, bore the same color as the golden core, yet the two shattered fragments now lay intermixed, indistinguishable to him. Su Bai fell into contemplation. What to do? After a while, a thought emerged. If all else fails, why not blend them together? Su Bai commended his own cleverness and resumed his efforts to assemble the pieces with his mouth. Moments later, he gazed upon the heart he had constructed. Perhaps due to his lack of knowledge in physiology, the heart he had pieced together resembled something entirely abstract. It might serve the intended purpose, perhaps? His voice wavered with uncertainty, for aside from the heart pulsating before him, there were no other signs of change. At that moment, a flash of purple caught his eye in the golden realm. Su Bai recalled that when absorbing the purple-gold bamboo leaves, a tinge of purple had flowed into the golden core. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he addressed the pea-sized purple fragment. Return. The return speed of the purple-gold fragments was markedly slower than that of the golden ones, the trajectory apparent even to the naked eye. When the purple-gold landed in the very center of the heart, a resounding bang echoed. Thud. Thud. The heart surged, emitting a deafening sound. Su Bai fixed his gaze upon it, fearful that this abstract heart might explode once more. Fortunately, it merely throbbed violently a couple of times before returning to normalcy. He exhaled in relief. It appeared rather peculiar, but in the depths of his body, no one could discern its oddity, as long as it functioned. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and as it cleared, the external world resumed its motion. Su Bai instinctively pressed the golden core, only to find it had vanished, replaced by the heart, which began to channel golden energy outward. Within this surge of golden energy, a hint of purple was intermingled, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. A trace of purple, reminiscent of the purple of the bamboo, emerged in the depths of his golden-hued pupils. He sensed that his physical strength had surpassed its previous limits. This was the pinnacle, and even if the heart were to explode again, no further enhancement would be possible. What is within human control must align with the will of the heavens. I have done all I can. The rest is up to fate. Su Bai closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the impending impact. To his surprise, the anticipated violent jolt did not occur. There was no dislocation of his organs, nor any destruction of his flesh. Instead, his body felt as though it had plunged into a cloud of cotton, enveloped in extraordinary softness. Su Bai opened his eyes in astonishment, discovering himself and Lu Shi cocooned in a veil of white. He murmured, "Could it be that the impact has crushed me, and I have ascended to paradise?" Lu Shi disregarded his words, leaning against his chest, straining to hear the heartbeat. The sudden cessation of the heartbeat had terrified her, and upon confirming its return, she extricated herself from Su Bai's embrace and stood up. "You nearly scared me to death. Why did the heartbeat vanish just now?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai replied, "Am I not impressive?" Lu Shi, bewildered, stared at him, her earlier panic dissipating with his remark. She playfully kicked him. "Speak properly." Su Bai smirked slightly. They weren't even married yet, and she dared to kick him. What would it be like after marriage? He mused internally, yet outwardly he complied, performing as expected. The heart before him now seemed almost unreal. With a mere thought, it ceased its movement, yet it bore no impact on his body. Lu Shi examined the surroundings repeatedly, revealing an expression akin to having seen a ghost. "How did this happen? It's innate. You cannot replicate it." As he spoke, Su Bai scrutinized the environment around him. "Do you know where we are?" He couldn't see it, but Lu Shi could, and she remarked, "Just when we were about to plunge into the sea of blood, a colossal hand grasped us. A large hand." A look of confusion spread across Su Bai's face. At that moment, the soft white haze dissipated, and he found himself in astonishment. Indeed, it was a large hand. The two stood upon an outstretched palm, crafted from a material resembling white jade. Even 20 more individuals could stand upon it without issue. Su Bai looked up in awe and exclaimed, "Guanyin." In the moments of their fall, he had solely focused on survival, paying no heed to the nature of their surroundings. The magnificent figure, resembling a real person, appeared exquisitely detailed even from this deathly angle. Another hand formed a madra, a crimson dot between the brows, and a veil of white draped over the head. The place where they had stood before their descent was likely Guanyin's crown. He rushed to the edge of the palm to gaze down, seeing Guanyin seated upon a lotus pedestal, which also radiated a soft white hue. The immense statue of Guanyin floated in midair. No wonder the collapsing cliff had spared it. A mythical mecha, the divine Guanyin. There were rumors that mythical mechas possessed their own consciousness. I had always been skeptical, believing mechas were merely machines without sentience. Yet, just moments ago, it had intervened to save us without a pilot. Lu Shi, visibly shaken, murmured to herself. The blissful Buddha realm had sought the mythical Guanyin statue for years, offering a substantial reward with no success. Who would have thought it lay buried within this mining star? Selling this information to the blissful Buddha realm could yield a request for them to act without charge, perhaps even compelling their domain lord to intervene personally. Su Bai regarded the mythical Guanyin with a calculative glint. Must the pilot of the mythical Guanyin go to the blissful Buddha realm? Not necessarily, Lu Shi replied. Becoming the pilot of the mythical Guanyin, one would find welcome wherever they go, but the resources gained in the blissful Buddha realm are more abundant. As Guanyin belongs to that faction's mecha lineage, there were also pilots of mythical mechas who preferred freedom over constraints, roaming the cosmos alone, founding their own divine realms, and declaring themselves kings. With a mythical mecha of star domain level combat power, one could establish a low-tier divine realm, even if one chose not to create their own. Joining any faction would place them in a position of honor. Reflecting on this, Lu Shi cast a regretful glance at Su Bai. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the god hunters, he too could have enjoyed such privileges. Su Bai concurred. When he had acquired the mythical Bai Wuchang, the underworld divine realm had not forcibly demanded his allegiance, but had merely extended an enticing olive branch. He was not one to be bound. Rather than submitting to a faction and following orders, he preferred the freedom to roam and relish life as pleasures. Chapter 58. The truth of mythical mecha bonding. The sky darkened. A throng of golden beasts hovered above, their presence overwhelmingly oppressive. Su Bai gazed upward, entirely unperturbed, even taking the opportunity to grasp Lu Shi's hand. With the presence of the purple gold bamboo forest, they could not descend. Lu Shi pointed stiffly into the distance, her voice laden with concern. What shall we do if the purple gold bamboo forest disappears? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Disappears? Then we might as well wait here for death. What else can we do? In the next moment, he retracted his head, dumbfounded. The once sprawling purple gold bamboo forest was gradually dissipating, the bamboo stalks transforming into luminous specks, leaving no trace behind. Only the myriad of holes in the ground testified to their former existence. The roars of the golden beasts in the sky grew louder, their fierce gazes fixed on Su Bai and Lu Shi, with no other living creatures aside from the two of them and the golden beasts on this mineral planet. The beasts naturally attributed the demise of their kin to the two humans. We might be unjustly blamed for the calamity, Su Bai remarked, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that the purple gold bamboo forest was but a facade, a mere poke could bring it down. Just as he contemplated waiting for death in the absence of the bamboo, the reality of its disappearance ignited a fire within him. Su Bai turned his gaze toward the statue of the mythical Guanyin. With the flames extinguished and the spectral soldiers rendered powerless, it seemed a fool's errand to confront the golden beasts with mere flesh. Only by piloting the mythical Guanyin could they hope to survive. No hope, no hope, Lu Shi murmured, as if her spirit had been drained. Xiaoxi, Su Bai grasped her shoulder, meeting her lavender eyes with unwavering resolve. We have survived countless times before. We shall not perish this time either. I will become the mythical Guanyin's pilot, and we will navigate through this perilous moment. Lu Shi's gaze slowly regained focus, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I do not wish to give up either, but the mythical mechas choose their own masters. No one knows the criteria for their selection. It is already a stroke of fortune that you gain the allegiance of the mythical Bai Wuchang. As for others in the cosmos, there has yet to be a tale of anyone receiving the recognition of multiple mythical mechas. The purple gold bamboo continued to vanish within mere minutes. 1/3 of the forest had been lost. The golden beasts grew increasingly agitated, and once the forest had completely dissipated, they would descend without hesitation, tearing Su Bai and Lu Shi apart. With a confident smile, Su Bai mused that the so-called recognition mechanism of the mythical mechas was merely a means to discern whether one shares a common origin with them. It was less about the mechas choosing their masters and more about the core of the mecha, the divine core, recognizing its master. Talent, combat prowess, resources, these held no value before the mythical mechas. Only a shared origin mattered. The previous intervention of the Guanyin statue indicated that at least one among them shared a common origin with it. Otherwise, the statue would not have acted without cause. It was noteworthy that the statue of Bai Wuchang, formed from the essence of Bai Yi, had stood in the heart of Bai Yi Star for countless years, with innumerable pilgrims visiting, yet it had remained utterly still. Of course, Su Bai did not believe he was that person of shared origin, as he had yet to accomplish anything significant. Xiaoxi, do you remember how it came to life? How did it come to life? Lu Shi pondered briefly, then exclaimed with excitement, blood. Our blood dripped into the cave of the small golden mountain, and that when it stirred. The more she spoke, the more animated she became. The statue reacted to their blood, and subsequently intervened to save them. If they were not connected by blood, Why would the Guanyin statue have responded? It's highly plausible. You should give it a try. Lu Shi drew her dagger and made a slight incision on her fingertip. Blood dripped from her fingertip onto the pristine palm of Guanyin. Her essence pooled at her feet. Time passed, second by second. The excitement on Lu Shi's face faded. The mythic Guanyin remained utterly unresponsive. Su Bai furrowed his brows. Could it be that the cause lay not with Lu Shi, but rather with himself? Yet he had not even commenced his operation. What was occurring? Su Bai mentally replayed everything he had experienced since his arrival. The revelation of the rift in the Golden Mountain Guanyin, the collapse of the purple gold bamboo forest, the mass demise of the golden beasts. And then the two of them plummeting, the golden core and heart exploding, with Guanyin intervening to save them. If there was anything extraordinary, it was the explosion of my heart. Did the mythic Guanyin take a liking to my lovely heart? No, that couldn't be right. Su Bai shook his head, convinced that he had overlooked something. Suddenly, a cascade of bamboo leaves fell from the stalks, swirling in the air, producing a crisp sound upon collision, before transforming into luminous specks and vanishing. The breathtaking scene offered no solace to Su Bai. It was not until one of the bamboo leaves drifted toward him, its sharp edge effortlessly slicing across his cheek, leaving a trail of blood before dissipating, that he focused on the luminous specks before him, his eyes gradually brightening. The purple gold bamboo leaves. The only possibility. He had forgotten that he had absorbed a small amount of the purple gold bamboo leaves, and had thus become tinged with the essence of the mythic Guanyin. No wonder she intervened to save him. He patted his pocket. The minuscule amount he had previously absorbed had already dissipated. The quantity was far too little, the purity insufficient. The dissolution of the purple gold bamboo forest accelerated. The golden beasts had now ascended to a height of 1,000 meters above him. Time was of the essence. Su Bai pulled out a gold ingot, handed it to Lu Shi, and smiled broadly, assuring her that she would be fine, that she would survive. Lu Shi had yet to grasp his words when Su Bai turned and sprinted toward the edge of his palm. The nearest purple gold bamboo was still 100 meters away. As Su Bai dashed forward, his heart began to pound with fervor, surging forth with golden energy that transformed his body. With careful control, his physical strength surged even as his weight diminished. With a heavy stomp, he leapt into the air. There was no place to brace himself. Beneath him lay a sea of blood. Once he leapt, there would be no retreat. At that moment, Su Bai's gaze was solely fixed upon the swaying purple gold bamboo. That was his sole chance for survival. Lu Shi stood on the jade-like palm, the gold ingot at her feet, nervously covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. She could not fathom Su Bai's motive for jumping. All she could do was ensure she did not interfere with him. The wind whistled past her ears as Su Bai drew closer to the purple gold bamboo. He concentrated fiercely, daring not to allow even a moment's distraction. In this expanse, there stood only this solitary bamboo. If he missed it, there would be no second chance. Closer. Su Bai adjusted his form, limbs spread wide. With a dull thud, he collided with the purple gold bamboo, which swayed in the wind, as though he had struck a solid wall. A red imprint abruptly bisected him, and a large bump rapidly formed on his forehead. In the fleeting moment of embracing the purple gold bamboo, Su Bai's initial sensation was not pain, but rather a slickness. The bamboo pole felt as though it had been greased, causing his body to slide uncontrollably downward. The razor-sharp bamboo leaves inflicted grievous wounds upon him, akin to a butcher's knife. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively arched his back. While he could endure cuts on other parts of his body, that area was off-limits. His battle attire transformed into tatters, golden blood oozing from the myriad wounds, instantly dyeing him a hue reminiscent of a golden blood gourd. Stop! Cease this! Su Bai bellowed, sharp spikes emerging from his palms. Yet the formidable strength of the purple gold bamboo far exceeded his expectations, rendering his golden spikes ineffectual. The golden energy emanating from his heart continuously mended his battered form, only to be re-inflicted by the bamboo leaves in an unending cycle. Chapter 59. Devouring the purple gold bamboo atop the statue of the goddess of mercy, under the colossal white jade hand, Lu Shi gazed at Su Bai, drenched in golden blood. For a brief moment, she was stunned, but soon anxiety engulfed her. She could almost sense the excruciating pain Su Bai was enduring, causing her entire being to tremble with empathy. Yuan Bao stood at the tip of the goddess's finger, contemplating Su Bai's plight. Su Bai had lost all sensation in his hands. The agony rendered him somewhat dazed, the flesh of his palms having been scraped clean, revealing numerous scratches on his bones. Lu Shi's heart raced, rising to her throat, and after a muffled sound akin to a body hitting the water, she could no longer contain herself. Big White. Perhaps due to the nature of the purple gold bamboo, Su Bai's descent into the sea of blood was surprisingly quiet. Half a minute passed. Golden droplets trickled down the bamboo pole, the blood sea returning to tranquility as if nothing had occurred. Lu Shi sat slumped, her long hair cascading to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared below. She refused to believe that Su Bai could have perished so easily. The blood sea offered not even a single bubble, its stillness terrifying. Roar! Yuan Bao growled, preparing to leap. Lu Shi, quick-witted, seized Yuan Bao's tail, lifting it into her grasp. Big White must be alive. I need to keep a close watch on Yuan Bao until he returns. In the Blood Sea, Su Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Pain, pain, pain. An intense burning sensation pierced every inch of his skin. The vast sea of blood, composed of the remains of countless golden beasts, was imbued with an incredibly rich golden energy. Once the golden beasts perished, the energy drifted within the Blood Sea, gradually dispersing into the air, until Su Bai's plunge transformed everything. Under normal circumstances, Su Bai would not absorb golden energy willingly. It could not enter his body. However, now, aside from the areas he consciously protected, his body was riddled with wounds inflicted by the purple gold bamboo leaves, with large patches of flesh missing, exposing stark white bones. The golden energy surged into these openings, forcefully impacting every fiber of his being. Su Bai's eyes widened in horror. His vision awash with blood of a deep crimson laced with flecks of golden light, the pungent scent of blood assaulting his nostrils. The only solace was that his indefinable body did not experience suffocation, as torrents of golden energy cascaded toward him. His body's resilience was utterly inadequate to accommodate such an influx. The outcome was all but predictable. Under the immense pressure of the golden energy, his body was on the brink of exploding. He needed to devise a solution. The excruciating pain stimulated his mind, rendering it more alert than ever. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Su Bai discovered a glimmer of hope. The purple gold bamboo, clutched tightly in hand. The purple gold bamboo has yet to be released. Previously, a trace of the bamboo's leaves had been absorbed, and that fragment of purple gold energy now occupies the very core of the heart. The section of purple gold bamboo submerged in the sea of blood reveals no glimmer of golden light around it. The blood within a few centimeters is a pure, vivid scarlet. All of this serves to illustrate the superior nature of the golden energy derived from the purple gold bamboo. Furthermore, to deceive the mythical Guanyin, one must become a being of the same essence as her divine core, by employing the talent to transmute matter into gold. Absorbing the purple gold bamboo and converting it into personal energy is paramount. The purple gold bamboo is, after all, a derivative of Guanyin's divine core. By absorbing it, one will inherently share a common origin with the mythical Guanyin. Without further hesitation, Su Bai grasped the bamboo staff, and a profound energy began to rise from his palm, gradually transforming the purple gold bamboo into golden energy, which he drew into his body. Simultaneously, the damaged skin on the surface of his body began to mend. It was imperative to restore the wounds on his exterior before the golden energy could explode from within. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with hope, yearning to witness a reaction from the sea of blood, even if it were merely a few bubbles. As time passed, the light in her eyes dimmed, and her body became rigid, motionless. Yuan Bao, having been seized, was pinned to the ground by Lu Xiao's single hand, continuously wailing in distress. Roar! A golden beast, unable to contain itself, charged at the dwindling number of purple gold bamboos. Although its efforts proved futile, and it was met with sharp bamboo leaves that drew forth blood, the relentless disappearance of the purple gold bamboo was undeniable. Only about 100 stalks remained. The remaining grove of purple gold bamboo resembled a sanctuary within a poison circle, now reduced to the smallest fragment, with no one knowing when this final refuge would vanish. Time trickled away slowly. Finally, the last sanctuary began to dissipate, as each stalk of purple gold bamboo transformed into brilliant specks of light from the top down. The pack of golden beasts drew closer, while Lu Xiao, seated in the palm of Guanyin, remained oblivious to her surroundings. Memories of her time with Su Bai replayed in her mind, from the moment she heard, "Hey, you have been saved," from that foolish boy, to the resolute hero who leapt down to rescue her. Strong, courageous, clever, unafraid of death, unwilling to yield, and unresigned. His only misfortune lay in his lack of luck. Suddenly, Lu Xiao chuckled, rising to her feet, standing on the tip of Guanyin's finger. The tempest unleashed by the rampaging golden beasts whipped through her flowing hair. Mere meters away, the golden beasts, eager to charge, roared and clawed. She did not flinch, her gaze devoid of sorrow or joy. Su Bai had shone so brightly during these days that it rendered her own brilliance dim. Little did she realize that within the divine realm, she too could be deemed a prodigy. Yuan Bao, roar, let us seek him out. With that, Lu Xiao leapt towards Su Bai's direction, mirroring the very act Su Bai had previously undertaken to rescue her. What she failed to notice was that while the other purple gold bamboos dissipated from the top down, the solitary stalk before her was vanishing from both ends simultaneously. In that instant, as Lu Xiao descended, the golden beasts halted, staring blankly at Guanyin's empty palm, rendered speechless. With both of them gone, whom would they seek for vengeance? Surely not the towering statue of Guanyin. What a jest! Was that not merely a quest for excitement? During the time when the Rift Valley still existed, It refrained from approaching the little golden mountain out of fear of the mythical guanine, let alone initiating an attack. Most of the golden beasts gazed toward the foremost, the highest-ranked quasi-5-star golden beast, awaiting its next directive. Should they advance or remain in place? The leader of the golden beasts cast a wary glance at the mythical guanine, a fear rooted deep within its being. It then looked at the girl who had yet to plunge into the sea of blood and decided to wait a little longer. The higher the rank of a golden beast, the greater its wisdom. The hierarchy among advanced golden beasts is far more stringent than that among humans. As a 5-star golden beast, its experiences in the first half of life had imparted a profound understanding of human cunning. Only when it witnessed the stillness of those below would it feel at ease. Su Bai opened his eyes. His exterior bore no visible scars. With newly regenerated skin adorned in golden light. Most striking were his purple-golden eyes. If Lu Shi's faint lavender eyes were magnificent and breathtaking, then the profound purple of Su Bai's eyes radiated an imposing nobility. He could sense the remnants of his internal injuries. Many of his organs were dislocated, and his meridians were tangled, with vast quantities of gold energy solidified and permeating his body. Su Bai lamented, knowing that the solidified gold energy could only be gradually melted in the days to come. He cast a glance at the surrounding golden specks. A flicker of heartache crossing his gaze. Once, an immense sea of gold energy lay before me, which I failed to cherish. Now, even though I have not lost it yet, my heart aches profoundly. Given his current physical condition, he could not even consider absorbing it openly. Su Bai was certain that even a slight intake would lead to an explosion. Should such an explosion occur, he could not guarantee that he could piece his heart back together as he had done when it was protected by a golden core. Reluctantly, he savored the essence of the ocean of gold energy. Then, with a movement of his body, he swam upward. Chapter 60. The celestial resonance of sacred sounds. As Su Bai emerged from the sea of blood, he immediately spotted the falling Lu Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, he swam swiftly toward her. She lacked the protective barrier of the purple-golden bamboo. From such a height, the impact upon contact with the blood sea would be sufficient to crush her, even if she miraculously survived the initial fall. Plunging into a blood sea brimming with gold energy would leave her with no hope of survival. For Su Bai, gold energy was a tremendous boon, but for an ordinary person, it was akin to deadly poison. Xiao Shi, spread your body, Su Bai shouted. In midair, Lu Shi thought she might be imagining things, yet instinctively opened her eyes. The Bai was still alive. A wave of joy surged within her heart. Lu Shi spread her limbs, attempting to slow her descent. Yet this posed a challenge for Yuan Bao. Its tail was caught in Lu Shi's grasp, and due to her weight, her falling speed increased. Stretching its body into a straight line in the air, the gold energy surged in the blood sea, propelling Su Bai forward until he swiftly reached beneath Lu Shi. At that moment, the purple-golden bamboo had completely dissipated, and the commotion of the two drew the attention of the golden beasts. The leader of the golden beasts let out an excited roar and dove down. See, humans are indeed cunning. Fortunately, I waited a while longer. Su Bai ascended the lifeless body of a golden beast, his gaze fixed on the rapidly descending Lu Shi. With his legs bent, a torrential surge of golden energy erupted from him, his body springing upwards like a compressed coil released. The two drew closer in the air at an alarming speed. Lu Shi's supple form, propelled by immense force, bore down upon Su Bai. He clung tightly to her, with a sea of blood beneath and the golden beast above. Yet he remained unfazed, his amethyst eyes gleaming with intensity. Avalokiteshvara, a single petal from a lotus flower drifted from the white jade lotus throne, soaring against the wind, seemingly floating slowly yet arriving in an instant, enveloping them as they landed upon the colossal white jade hand of the divine figure. It was a soft, white substance reminiscent of the one that had saved them moments earlier. Lu Shi, having witnessed the unfolding events with clarity, stared at Su Bai in disbelief, her mouth opening as if to speak. Just as you guessed, I told you we would not perish. A grin spread across Su Bai's face, wild and unapologetic, as the intensity of the amethyst hue in his eyes deepened. Behind him, the white jade figure of Avalokiteshvara rippled like water, as if something were about to emerge. The golden beasts, sensing the stirrings of the white jade Avalokiteshvara, hesitated in their advance. Namo Rina Dalayaya, Namo Ali Yajna, Sagala Belajina, Yahala Jada Tagadaya. Mysterious mantras resonated through the air, shrouded in mist, echoing throughout the universe. As the sacred sounds reached his ears, Su Bai felt a lightness in his body, his taut nerves soothed. In stark contrast, the golden beasts appeared alarmed, some trembling with fear, while others fled in terror. Meanwhile, Lu Shi cast a furtive glance at Yuan Bao, her doubts about his identity as a golden beast lingering. Observing Yuan Bao's indifference as he licked his ruffled fur, she pondered whether he might indeed not be a golden beast after all. However, Yuan Bao, sensing her subtle scrutiny, grew furious at the one responsible for his disheveled golden mane, unleashing a torrent of growls. Su Bai turned at the sound, chuckling in amusement. He had long known Yuan Bao's fur was not short. It simply lay close to his body when groomed, giving the illusion of scantiness. Now, being tugged by Lu Shi's grip and buffeted by the wind, his true fluffy form was fully revealed. Yuan Bao, incensed by Su Bai's laughter, intensified his reprimands directed at Lu Shi, who, unfazed, chose to ignore him, acknowledging that she was somewhat at fault. Her eyes remained fixated on the center of the fluctuating white jade Avalokiteshvara. The mythic mecha held profound significance in the hearts of every citizen of the cosmos, and the followers of the Buddha from the blissful realm were scattered throughout the universe, with Avalokiteshvara's name known far and wide. She had never imagined that one day she would witness the true form of the mythic Avalokiteshvara. The lotus throne suspended in midair began to dissolve and condense, as did the white jade figure of Avalokiteshvara. The resonant mantras intensified, and a throng of golden beasts aimlessly fled into the distance, led by their leader who howled skyward yet emitted no sound. A sense of dread washed over Lu Shi as her expression changed. The golden beasts emitted a peculiar wave to summon their kin, calling for aid. Su Bai furrowed his brow, a sense of urgency swelling within him. He was acutely aware of his physical state, merely a vessel of silver and wax. At present, he relied solely on the fluctuations of the mythological guanyin to intimidate the golden beast. He sensed a tightening connection with the resonance emanating from the statue of the white jade guanyin, his pupils radiating a purple-golden hue, tracing mysterious patterns at the corners of his eyes. Su Bai, you are still unable to fully harness the energy within your body, resulting in certain alterations to your appearance. Lu Shi no longer pressed for answers, burying her doubts deep within. Although the mythological pilots were indeed unique, they were ultimately human, their blood a vivid crimson. She had not forgotten the sight of Su Bai, drenched in golden blood atop the purple-golden bamboo. From the perspective of his beggar-like battle attire, there was not a single wound visible on his body, marred by the sharp leaves of the bamboo. His skin appeared smoother than her own. In such a brief span, his body had healed completely, something even the pilots of mythological Isis could not achieve. Su Bai, you must ensure that no one sees you when you are injured. If the golden blood is discovered, it could spell disaster. A wave of relief washed over Su Bai. The presence of golden blood and the absence of wounds would be glaringly evident to anyone, let alone to Xiao Shi. Just as he pondered how to explain it, she brought it up herself. What if someone sees? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. Then we kill them. Oh, Su Bai replied with a hint of mockery, but you saw it too. Lu Shi tilted her head, exposing her alabaster neck, her pale purple eyes resonating with the purple-golden hue in Su Bai's gaze. You may take my life whenever you wish. Her tone was unwavering. In the cosmos, kindness was rarely revered, and if Su Bai were to end her life, it would be entirely understandable. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, Lu Shi's reaction surprising him somewhat. Will you speak of this? No, I trust you. After a brief pause, he inquired, is there nothing you wish to know? Will you harm me? No, I believe you. Su Bai smiled, aware that his decision was impulsive and that eliminating Lu Shi would be the most rational course of action. Yet, every matter necessitated consideration of its consequences. What meaning would life hold otherwise? Lu Shi's words served as a wake-up call. It was time to delve into this issue more thoroughly. The transformation into golden form significantly enhanced his physical resilience, yet golden blood could easily be detected upon injury. Conversely, remaining untransformed during battle would hinder his full potential, truly a lose-lose situation. The dilemma that once perplexed him for ages now felt different. After absorbing a portion of the purple-golden bamboo, he realized that its energy was of a higher caliber, its color transformed, and he could even manifest a small quantity of purple gold. As long as he mastered the technique, maintaining his blood's color while undergoing transformation was not an impossibility. As his thoughts flowed, the towering white jade guanyin statue diminished considerably in size. The palm upon which they stood gradually lost its jade-like luster, revealing a cold, metallic quality. Under his gaze, the final layer of jade was absorbed. The sacred sound resonated without restraint, echoing across the heavens and the earth. The mythological guanyin has emerged. Chapter 61. Welcome back. In a school located on a life planet, a classroom was in session. A girl, who had just been called upon to answer, suddenly found herself in a daze. The shackles of forgotten memories have been triggered, unveiling the ancient epochs within the recesses of her mind. A grand and heroic epic begins to unfold. Her gaze transitions from confusion and disbelief to astonishment and fury. After a moment, the young girl, her delicate face set in determination, turns and strides out of the classroom, where a sleek, technologically advanced mech hovers beside the teaching building, awaiting her arrival. Stop, Nian. A teacher calls out from behind, following closely. Is there no discipline? We are in class. What are you doing? Return to your seat, or I shall call your parents. My mech has been intercepted. What is the point of attending class? Nian leaps into the cockpit without looking back, the hatch sealing as the mech ascends into the sky. Meanwhile, the star network surges forth like the emergence of a specter, forcefully inserting a message. Universal celebration. The mythical mech Guanyin has connected to the star network. In the vast canyon of the mining planet, a steel lotus seat floats in midair. Layers of lotus leaves spiral and intertwine, their sharp edges glinting coldly in the light. Upon the lotus seat sits a towering figure, nearly 100 meters tall, with an exquisite face and a gentle smile, draped in flowing white fabric that dances in the breeze. One hand delicately holds a flower, while the other is gracefully outstretched. Su Bai gazes at the mythical Guanyin. Despite having encountered the specter before, the sight of Guanyin remains astonishing. From any angle, aside from an exaggerated scale, it appears indistinguishable from a living being. Lucy reflects on the descriptions of the mythical mech's appearance found in the records, noting its striking resemblance to a human form. Yet, the likeness is uncanny. Su Bai crouches, gently tracing the intricate patterns of the colossal hand, even perceiving the veins within. Suddenly, he clenches his right fist and strikes downwards with force. Bang! Su Bai's expression shifts dramatically. The powerful blow, intended to pierce steel, leaves no mark upon the pristine palm, and the violent recoil causes fractures in his knuckles. Golden energy envelopes his fingers, mending the cracks. Coughing awkwardly, he stands and surveys the mythical Guanyin, pondering how to enter. There appears to be no passage. Wait, Su Bai's gaze becomes peculiarly focused on an indescribable location. At that moment, the mythical Guanyin seems to sense his thoughts. Lifting her hand to present both individuals before her, two beams of purple-gold light shoot from Guanyin's eyes, piercing Su Bai's own. He feels immobilized as the radiant beams skin over him, verifying something. Instantly, the light dissipates. Authentication complete. Welcome back, pilot. The soft female voice carries no trace of emotion. Back. These two words carry a certain weight. Su Bai raises an eyebrow, clutching a treasure, and takes Lu Shi's hand, stepping into the vortex that has materialized before them. Roar! Roar! The golden beasts watch in astonishment as Su Bai enters the Guanyin mech, none daring to step forward to obstruct him. Though they have scarcely encountered a mythical mech, and a mech without a pilot is merely an inanimate object, the fear ingrained in their very essence and passed through their veins is enough to deter them from advancing. However, compelling them to retreat is impossible due to the violent nature of the golden beasts. Thus, under the leadership of a quasi-5-star golden beast, they once again emit a distress signal. Previously, the protective mechanism of the goddess of mercy had isolated the signals from the mineral star. However, with the emergence of the goddess, this protective barrier was lifted, revealing the mineral star, and the magnetic field that had suppressed the signals vanished without a trace. The golden beasts possess an acute sensitivity to the essence of gold, even in the presence of a shielding magnetic field. They managed to locate this star system with great effort. Now, without such barriers, their task was significantly easier. Coupled with a multitude of distress signals from the golden beasts, the mineral star now resembled a beacon in the darkness. A swarm of golden beasts hastened toward it, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. In the distant cosmos, the band led by the Grim Tiger piloted their starship at breakneck speed. Brother Tiger, that little rascal is quite fleet-footed, one of them remarked, observing the diminishing distance on the display. Grim Tiger smirked. What good is speed? He is merely at the initial stellar level. Within half a day, we shall catch him. Beep. Communication request received. Do you wish to connect? Grim Rabbit glanced over. Brother Tiger, it's someone from the Beast God Council. Do not connect. We are on the verge of capturing him. There is no way we'll allow them to claim credit now. Within the domain of the Huangshi Federation, a golden beast, approximately 90 meters in size, trailed beside a small starship. Inside, a man furrowed his brow as he canceled a communication request that had gone unanswered 3 times. Humph. Trying to assist you, yet you remain ungrateful. At that moment, the golden beast outside seemed to sense something, let out a roar, and left the starship behind. Captain, this is bad. The golden beast has fled. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Why are you not pursuing it? The messenger, wearing a pained expression, lamented, I don't know which direction it went. Useless. Useless. The darkness flickered away, and the scene shifted. Countless golden beasts roamed the opposite shore, with a sea of blood surging beneath them and an oppressive mass of golden beasts looming overhead. Su Bai raised his arm, waving it in front of him and pinching his face. Everything felt so natural and real, as if he were one with the mech. By the way, where is Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. The voice emanating from the goddess mech was unexpectedly feminine. Su Bai paused, hearing Lu Shi's voice. I'm fine. Yuan Bao is with me. Oh well. Su Bai sighed in relief, glad she was safe. He redirected his attention back to the mech, instinctively preparing to summon Yu to take control of the mech's intelligence. But he suddenly realized that Yu was piloting the White Wuchang and was now unaccounted for. What should I do now? Should I call her back? By now, Little Deer should have led those individuals far away. Without hesitation, Su Bai activated the star chart to summon Yu. Soon, a petite and exquisite figure appeared on the display. Before Su Bai could speak, and Yu cheerfully interjected, "Su Bai, stay safe. I've already distracted those divine hunters, so don't worry about me." With that, she severed the communication. Su Bai stared at the blank screen, momentarily dazed, feeling a sense of unease. In the chaotic Ataru Drift, located in the unclaimed territory between the Isai Federation and the Longer Federation, the space here was unstable, littered with shattered stars and the remnants of war. The interstellar navigation routes of major spacefaring corporations deliberately circumvent this desolate expanse. A region so forsaken that even space pirates and slavers refrain from venturing here. Today, however, a rather disheveled visitor has arrived, a somewhat damaged mech. Charging forth with a brutish demeanor, clutching a soul-stealing staff and donning a tall, cylindrical hat, he presses on without a backward glance. Trailing behind the mech is a starship, leisurely hovering and intermittently unleashing beams to assail the fleeing mech. This mech is none other than the White Wuchang, currently under the control of Yu. Upon severing communications, Yu's expression grew grave. Unlike Su Bai, she lacked a physical form, and her available energy from the divine core was limited. Although she had not engaged in direct combat during her lengthy escape, she had endured numerous assaults. The energy reserves of the White Wuchang were nearing depletion. 8 days and 21 hours, Su Bai, I've done my utmost. We've traveled so far. They want to be able to track you down now. And Yu suddenly halted, a charming smile gracing her lips. Her petite figure radiated even more brilliance, with strings of enigmatic code flickering into view. At the cost of overextending her essence, she extracted a pure surge of energy from the White Wuchang's divine core, replenishing the mech's energy deficit. Soon after, she retracted her smile and turned her gaze toward the starship. At least I can take 2 with me. Chapter 62. Gold and Jade on the Gray Mineral Planet. Su Bai, who had failed to summon Yu, sought alternative solutions. He recalled that gentle voice. The mythical Guanyin seemed quite different from the White Wuchang. When he acquired the White Wuchang on the White Garment Star, the mech was devoid of intelligent control and any semblance of welcome. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Intelligent control? Assistant?" As expected, the emotionless, gentle female voice resonated once more. "Driver, I am here." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Bai's eyes. Yet the moment was not conducive for deeper inquiry, so he momentarily set it aside. "Call me Su Bai. Please provide an overview of the mech's general condition." "Understood. Su Bai, I am the mythic intelligence of the mythical Guanyin, Jin Yu. The mythical Guanyin is now connected to the star network. Current status. Height of the body is 897 meters. Standard net weight is 2,914 tons. Energy core, divine core. Affiliated mechs, Shankai Tongzi, Pengzhu Long, still residing within the mythical Guanyin's mech space. The mech's actions are in sync with the operator, and its functions are governed by consciousness. Please explore the remaining details at your leisure." In that moment, Su Bai discerned the distinction between the mythic intelligence inherent to the mythic mech and the intelligence that had been subsequently integrated. No wonder so many mythic pilots opted for their intelligences to assume the forms of mythic mechs. It was exceedingly convenient. The upper limit of a mythic mech depends on the growth of the mythic pilot, but the lower limit indicates that some mythic mechs are indeed more formidable. Having piloted 2 mythic mechs, Su Bai found this assertion to hold true. Just considering the affiliated mechs, the 2 associated with the mythical Guanyin, in both quantity and quality, far surpassed the singular spectral soldier of the mythical White Wuchang. A delightful surprise, akin to a 2-for-1 deal. Resisting the impulse to inspect the mech space, he focused his thoughts. The 3-dimensional schematic of the mecha unfolded before his eyes. He found himself situated within the cranium of the mythical Guanyin, while a space in the abdomen housed Lu Shi and Yuan Bao, corresponding to the location of a human heart. The energy source, or divine core, supplied power to various parts of the machine. He cast a cursory glance, probing the mecha's information in his mind as he rose, standing upon the lotus platform. Uncertain of when the golden beast would arrive to lend aid, he resolved to depart from this place first. As the speed of the lotus petal's rotation increased, the steel lotus throne ascended. The seemingly delicate white veil adorning the mythical Guanyin emitted a pearlescent glow, warding off the raging winds. Roar! The leader of the golden beasts could not allow him to escape. Upon seeing Su Bai attempt to flee, it could no longer restrain itself and urged the pack of golden beasts forward, blocking his path. If they could just delay until reinforcements arrived, they would surely be able to eliminate Su Bai. It must be noted that the Golden Beast clan shares a striking similarity with humans in one aspect. When there are no external threats, they can be quite foolish, but once a foe appears, they unite with terrifying solidarity. In this regard, the Golden Beasts surpass humanity. While human leaders often weigh pros and cons, the Golden Beasts simply act without hesitation. With the mythical Guanyin obstructed by the Golden Beasts, Su Bai furrowed his brow. As data cascaded through his vision like a waterfall, desperately seeking a sliver of opportunity, yet the golden beasts surrounded him too tightly. At the moment the lotus ascended, the mecha entered a state of activation. The burden of the mythical guanine instantly fell upon him, a weight far greater than that of Bai Wuchang. There are no weak mythical mechas, only weak mythical pilots, and it was evident that Su Bai was one of them. His body was already injured, his meridians obstructed by golden energy, and his mental fortitude was being perpetually drained. At this juncture, it was uncertain how much strength he could muster. It seemed he could not avoid a confrontation. Surveying the surroundings, Su Bai spoke coldly. Jin Yu switched to combat mode. Su Bai, you can handle this yourself? Jin Yu retorted, yet she dutifully executed the command, as obeying the pilot's directives was her most fundamental and prioritized programming. Isn't this just giving you something to do? Must I do everything? How embarrassing for me, Su Bai muttered, observing the transformation of the mecha in his field of vision. With a series of mechanical sounds, the realistic visage of the mythical guanine dissolved, revealing hollow eyes aglow with a purple-golden light. The delicate white veil vanished, and the humanoid skin transitioned into a silver-white metallic exterior. The entire transformation was completed in an instant. The originally exquisite giant beauty morphed into a slender silver mecha in the blink of an eye. Beasts, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Su Bai's icy voice emanated through the mythical guanine, transforming into a gentle feminine tone reminiscent of Jin Yu. Lu Shi, unable to see the outside world, relied on her ears to speculate. Hearing the voice nearby, she inquired, Bai, is someone coming to rescue us? No one is coming. I clearly heard a woman's voice. The murderous aura surrounding Su Bai dissipated, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, that was me. Who knows why the mecha's voice comes out as feminine when I speak? Liuxi's expression was peculiar, though the voice suggested a gentle elder sister. The reality was a stark contrast. At that moment, her eyes brightened as Su Bai shared his vision with her. In the dimly lit environment, the silvery mech emitted a faint glow, surrounded by a menacing pack of golden beasts just dozens of meters away. It was a sight to behold, a lesson to learn. Su Bai lightly stepped onto the lotus seat, which retracted into a long staff. The lotus leaves then unfurled, spiraling around the staff, each leaf adhering to its shaft one after another. In 3 seconds, the leaves vanished, revealing a unique staff. The metallic shaft was adorned with numerous miniature white lotus leaves, resembling a blade designed for bone scraping. Its sharp gleam left no doubt that a gentle stroke could carve through flesh. Su Bai grasped the staff, and the lotus leaves, seemingly sentient, instantly adhered to the shaft where he held it. He swung it twice, generating a gust of wind. The transformed lotus, henceforth named the lotus staff, pleased him immensely. The primary reason for his satisfaction was that his mental strength and physical prowess were insufficient to wield the lotus seat in battle. The imagery of brandishing the lotus seat as a weapon was too delightful to entertain. Thus, this arrangement was quite satisfactory. Su Bai, a fluctuation of 5-star golden beasts has been detected 3 million kilometers away, accompanied by a considerable group of golden beasts, expected to arrive in 18 minutes and 26 seconds. With a swift motion, Su Bai's expression hardened. Staff in hand, he charged ahead. The mythic presence of guanine instilled fear in the golden beasts. Faced with the advancing mech, they scattered without hesitation. Su Bai found himself momentarily bewildered by the situation, but after a brief daze, he took off running. If not now, then when? He certainly did not wish to wait for the golden beast reinforcements to encircle him. The silvery mech transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the clouds, merging seamlessly with him. The faster the mech moved, the greater the strain it endured. Su Bai gritted his teeth, his heart pounding as he forcibly summoned the golden energy within him. He endured the piercing agony akin to glass shards sliding through his veins, continuously fortifying his body and mending his cracked skin. He understood that the golden beasts had been intimidated by the mech's presence. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. The mech was powerful, yet it could not hinder his essence, a mere paper tiger. Chapter 63. Extremes must rebound. Luck included. Su Bai, hold your tongue. Su Bai growled, maneuvering the mech with precision, slipping through the scattered golden beasts above him and plunging into the gray mist. The dense fog had thickened since his arrival, perhaps due to the emergence of guanine, which had devastated numerous mines. The pure air from the purple bamboo forest prevented dust from settling, causing it all to converge here. Suddenly, a golden beast, approximately 40 meters in size, leaped forth. Su Bai's heart raced, and instinctively, he swung the staff. The lotus staff, entwined with the gray mist and accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck the golden beast's head with precision. Bam! The 3-star golden beast had no time to react before its head burst apart. The lotus leaves on the staff swayed rhythmically, as if breathing. A faint white mist wafted through the air, cleansing the remains of the golden beast. Wherever the mist passed, the essence of gold within the creature's corpse rapidly dissipated. Su Bai felt a twinge of sorrow and suddenly found himself disliking the mythological guanine. The golden beast, slain by Guanyin, had its golden essence entirely dissolved, and there was no absorption whatsoever. This was undeniably bad news for Su Bai, who relied on absorbing golden essence to enhance his own abilities. In frustration, he waved his lotus staff a couple of times and surged upward once more. As the gray mist grew thinner, he encountered no 4-star golden beasts. Only a few foolish 3-star and 2-star golden beasts, which he effortlessly shattered. He thought to himself, I knew my luck was good. It's south, just that this place is at odds with Maine. Once I leave, everything will turn around. Lu Shi, sharing Su Bai's perspective, felt an unsettling premonition arise within her. Her experiences underground had instilled in her a firm disbelief in Su Bai's so-called good fortune. However, she believed in the notion of sacrificing misfortune for a stroke of luck, as it often took several bouts of ill luck to yield a single moment of good fortune. Conversely, an extended period of good luck typically heralded an impending misfortune, especially concerning Su Bai, a belief Lu Shi held with unwavering conviction. As they ventured further, Su Bai's pace slowed. The visibility within the gray mist was severely limited, and he was determined to avoid any mistakes. Suddenly, his wrist device, the star instrument, became unbearably hot, startling him into exclamation. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Bai the last time this occurred. It had been in response to a distress signal from Lan Qinxue. He halted his advance, activating his concealment function as Guanyin's form faded, slowly merging with the gray mist. Strangely, there was nothing to be seen. Su Bai scrutinized the star instrument. Perhaps it was due to nearing the gray mineral planet that a connection to the star network was possible. Yet, aside from the persistent heat, no information was forthcoming. Could it be malfunctioning? Typically, Su Bai might have disregarded the star instrument, but the growing sense of unease in his heart was increasingly disquieting. Jinyu, I'm here. Do you know what is happening? Su Bai raised the star instrument, reasoning that as a mythological intelligence, Jinyu would undoubtedly possess more knowledge in this regard. This is a critical warning concerning your intelligent assistant, Jinyu replied, her voice laced with conflict. Mythological intelligent beings possess their own thoughts, often driven by their interests or those of Su Bai. She might very well wish for the demise of Su Bai's original assistant. Firstly, Jinyu would avoid the risk of being replaced. Secondly, Guanyin could offer Su Bai the greatest assistance only when she functioned as a mythological intelligence. Yet, all of this hinged on an ideal scenario. Jinyu remained loyal to the mythological pilot and could not defy any commands unless the pilot's safety was at stake. As it stood, Su Bai's inquiry compelled her to respond. Yet, Jinyu too was filled with questions. How could a program devoid of consciousness be in a state of crisis? It was perplexing. Unless, could it also be a mythological intelligence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jinyu vigorously shook her head, attempting to expel the absurd notion. How could anyone possess two mythological mechs? She possesses an intimate understanding of the very essence of mythical mechs. Yet, this thought clung to her mind like a persistent root. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Su Bai's heart tightened. How could the little deer possibly be endangered? She had mentioned her existence within the star network. And even if the mythical Bai Wuchang she controlled were destroyed, she could return. Is it the mythical mech Bai Wuchang? What else could it be? Jinyu's expression turned grave. What a terrifying notion. How could two distinct, even disparate divine cores recognize a single individual simultaneously? Not even a true god could accomplish such a feat. Intelligent life harbors its own advantages. Jinyu forcefully suppressed the wave of horror she felt. Your mythical intelligence has not deceived you. She can indeed return. However, what returns is but a soulless program. The mythical intelligence is born of the divine core. When the mythical mech is destroyed, the divine core becomes dormant and silent, and the divinity tainted by the mythical intelligence naturally dissipates, reverting to its original form. And what of you? Su Bai discerned a blind spot. The mythical Guanyin must have been reborn from the divine core, logically implying that you should have perished alongside the last mythical Guanyin's fall. Why does the freshly liberated Guanyin possess mythical intelligence, while Bai Wuchang does not? Jinyu cast him a glance laden with meaning. Bai Wuchang's true spirit relinquished the cycle of reincarnation, whereas Guanyin did not. Su Bai barely comprehended this and had no interest in pursuing the matter further. How could they possibly bring the little deer back now? After Bai Wuchang's destruction, she would naturally return. Do not feign ignorance. You understand what I mean. Jinyu found herself hesitating. If the other party were indeed a mythical intelligence, there was no need to fear the inevitability of one side's demise. Her concern lay in forcibly extraditing Yu while attempting to preserve her consciousness amidst the destruction of the mythical Bai Wuchang, which would necessitate harnessing the power of the Guanyin divine core. Su Bai's current predicament was already precarious. Thus, the risk would only escalate. The safety of the mythical pilot must always be the foremost concern of the mythical intelligence. With that thought, she resolutely declined. I am sorry, but for your safety, I cannot divulge that information. Tell me the method. Su Bai fixed his gaze on Jinyu, enunciating each word with precision. I am sorry, Su Bai. Your safety is paramount. You must ensure the integrity of your available power at this moment. I said, tell me, do you not understand? Su Bai suddenly roared, extending his hand, and the energy core of the mythical Guanyin, the divine core, fell into his grasp. The divine core, imbued with world-destroying power, appeared at that moment like an ordinary, luminous gemstone, strikingly tranquil. A flicker of derision flashed in Jin Yu's eyes, not directed at Su Bai, but rather a subconscious reaction. Are you attempting to threaten me with the divine core? Abandon that thought. Cease this immediately. Mid-sentence, Jin Yu was suddenly alarmed. She sensed that the eternally indestructible divine core had, in fact, lost a fragment. A trivial loss, yet sufficient to prove that Su Bai possessed the power to annihilate the divine core. This was the first time since her inception that she felt a profound and genuine fear. Su Bai's voice turned cold. I will say this one last time, tell me. Dejected, Jin Yu replied. I can forcibly retrieve her through the star network and then use the power of the divine core to stabilize her crumbling consciousness until it is fully restored. This segment of power emanates from the portion at your disposal, indicating that your strength cannot be fully realized during this period. You should be acutely aware of your current predicament. Your capabilities are diminished, and danger looms imminently. Chapter 64. The Fall. Jin Yu fell silent. A lotus flower emerged from within her, traversing the star network, transcending both space and time, and burrowing toward a specific destination. Su Bai anxiously fixed his gaze upon Jin Yu, observing fleeting images in her eyes, as if she were searching for something. Before long, a familiar figure materialized in Jin Yu's gaze. Bai Wuchang. In a boundless expanse of stars, Bai Wuchang's official hat was sheared halfway off, kicked about by three mechanical entities like a plaything. Nearby, the remnants of two mech units floated alongside a shattered starship. Before Su Bai could scrutinize further, the lotus dove into Bai Wuchang's mech, heading straight for the cockpit. And Yu appeared dazed, her form flickering in and out of existence. Just as she prepared to fight with all her might, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Xiao Lu, do not resist. I shall rescue you forthwith. Jin Yu, proceed. Understood. Instinctively, and Yu ceased her movements, enveloped by the lotus, and rapidly retreated. The unpiloted Bai Wuchang halted. In an instant, multiple attacks rained down upon him. Without activating any defensive measures, Bai Wuchang was obliterated in a heartbeat. Amidst the wreckage, Bai Wuchang's divine core transformed into a stream of light, tearing through space in search of a suitable location to nurture a new mythological statue, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next mythic pilot. Yet, at the final moment, a colossal entity flashed by, swallowing the divine core along with the spatial passage, vanishing from sight. This scene unfolded so swiftly that even the nearby Sangzi squad remained oblivious to any anomalies. Simultaneously, a message on the star network astounded everyone. Mythical mech Bai Wuchang has fallen. In the cockpit of the mythical Guanyin, Su Bai gazed at the slumbering girl within the lotus, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. This grudge must be avenged. Subsequently, Jin Yu sought permission to harness the power of the divine core, which Su Bai granted. The energy of the divine core enveloped the lotus, rendering it invisible. In that instant, Su Bai sensed a slight decline in the strength of the mythical Guanyin. He paid it little mind, lifting his gaze upwards. Through the thin gray mist, the inky blackness of the starry sky began to emerge. At that moment, a sudden sound erupted, and a golden beast appeared abruptly. The beast halted a few meters away, refraining from launching an impulsive attack as the previous golden beasts had. Su Bai needed to allocate power to maintain Yu's stability. With his strength curtailed, he proceeded with heightened caution. He regarded the golden beast, which stood approximately 90 meters in size. Within a 10-meter range was a 1-star, within a dozen meters was a 2-star, and within 100 meters was a 3-star. Those exceeding 100 meters were classified as 4-star. This creature was likely a 3-star golden beast. 3-star golden beasts are not particularly astute. Seeing the mythical Guanyin, it neither fled nor recklessly charged forward. This was indeed peculiar. The two locked eyes for several seconds, leading Su Bai to ponder whether there might be fools even among golden beasts. With that thought, he tightened his right fist and struck without finesse. In a range of mere meters, an 80-meter-long stick proved utterly useless. Be careful, Lu, she suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Yet it was too late. Su Bai's fist had already reached the golden beast, which remained motionless, as if in a stupor. Lu Shi anxiously focused on the creature, wondering if she had been overly concerned. With a punch infused with immense power, Su Bai aimed to release all his frustrations from their journey on the mining star, hoping to conclude their expedition with a flourish. However, this confident strike was effortlessly caught. There was no sound, and it felt as though his bare fist had struck a rubber surface, neither painful nor irritating, and it failed to penetrate even a fraction. Su Bai was taken aback. I acknowledge my limitations and the injuries I bear, but surely the legendary mech's full-force strike should not be caught by a 3-star golden beast. The golden beast appeared equally stunned, staring blankly at the mech's fist it had intercepted. Having prepared extensively for the mythical Guanyin, was this the result? The beast lifted its gaze, meeting the radiant, purple-golden eyes of Su Bai. It seemed to peer through the mechanical facade and glimpse the man within. They exchanged a prolonged gaze, but this time, Su Bai was compelled into submission. Moments later, the golden beast grinned, its sharp fangs glinting, and a bloodthirsty glimmer ignited in its crimson eyes. Boom! With a swift movement, the silver-white mech was sent flying backward. So fast, Su Bai coughed up blood, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before being overwhelmed by a tremendous force. The mech was hurled hundreds of meters before finally regaining stability. Not a 3-star. Lu Shi's astonished eyes trembled. This was no less than a 5-star beast. The 4-star golden beasts were significantly larger, peaking at 4 stars before diminishing in size. And the physical forms of 5-star and 3-star golden beasts appeared remarkably similar. A cold sweat broke out on Su Bai's brow. 5 stars. A 5-star golden beast. Emblematic of the nebula level. If members of the Beast God Council were present, they would instantly recognize this as the very 5-star beast that had previously fled. It was meant to collaborate with the divine hunters to eliminate Su Bai, but instead, it had inadvertently encountered him alone. Jinyu, why did you not warn me about the 5-star golden beast? 18 minutes and 31 seconds ago. I indicated that a 5-star golden beast had descended through the spatial portal nearby. You were speaking when I was interrupted. Su Bai recalled that not long ago, Jinyu had attempted to communicate, but was silenced as they focused on escaping. Moreover, the 5-star golden beast had returned. A shrill screech filled the air as the beast's claws raked across the surface of the mythical Guanyin mech, leaving 3 deep gashes. Warning. Mech integrity compromised. Chest armor damaged by 31. Su Bai's face turned pale as he bled profusely. Was the mythical mech truly this fragile? In less than 2 minutes, the silver-white exterior was already marred with scars. He felt that the strength of the mythical Guanyin mech was even inferior to that of the purple-gold bamboo. Jinyu clarified. It is not that the mythical mech is weak, but rather that you are too feeble. The mech perfectly harmonizes with its pilot. The strength of a mech is intricately linked to the physical prowess and mental fortitude of its pilot, akin to the concept of growth-enhancing artifacts in the star network. Furthermore, as long as the divine core remains intact, the mech will automatically repair itself, regardless of the extent of its damage. The divine core, known only to the pilot, is indestructible. With a grim expression, Su Bai articulated a harsh truth in a cold voice, reminiscent of precious metal. The mythic Guanyin, under his control, was far from a match for the 5-star golden beast. Though he was merely a 3rd-level geneticist, he had previously fought above his rank, facing 4-star opponents thanks to the advantage of his mech. However, this was where his prowess ended. The 5-star golden beast represented an insurmountable chasm for him. When the time came, the beast would obliterate the mech and drag him from the cockpit to tear him apart. The indomitable divine core would then, in a manner beyond his comprehension, fall silent and coalesce once more into the statue of mythic Guanyin, awaiting the arrival of the next fateful soul. No wonder. As Xiaoxi had mentioned, only the most formidable mythic pilots gained renown throughout the cosmos. Weaker individuals dared not reveal themselves, for before they could reach their potential, the intimidation of mythic mechs was far from the imagined scope, and countless others would come to extinguish their lives. Su Bai maneuvered the mech back into the thick gray fog, his senses heightened and vigilant against the unpredictable emergence of the golden beast. The lotus staff was gripped tightly against his chest, its petals having shed in various places. The surrounding gray mist swirled, yet the golden beast remained elusive. He was acutely aware that the beast was watching him from within the haze. The intellect of the 5-star golden beast was nearing that of a human youth. It was toying with him. Jinyu, is there any way to enhance strength in a short time? Su Bai inquired, ever watchful of his surroundings. Overload your body. Accelerate cellular division to amplify physical strength, which will in turn fortify the mech. However, be warned that such mental strain carries the risk of collapse. To put it plainly, accelerating cellular division amounts to depleting one's lifespan and potential, Jinyu replied, having resigned herself to despair. In her eyes, Su Bai's chances of survival were non-existent, which was why she had divulged the overload function. The cost of such overload was too great, the risk of mental collapse aside. Exhausting his body would inevitably lead to diminished future achievements. As the intelligence control system of mythic Guanyin, she bore the responsibility of upholding its honor. She did not wish for the mythic pilot to be deemed a failure, tarnishing the reputation of Guanyin across the cosmos. Moreover, she had begun to suspect that Su Bai might not be the person she had been waiting for. From the moment she learned of Su Bai's possession of a mythic intelligence, her suspicions deepened. Upon reflection, Su Bai's acceptance by the divine core had been too peculiar. But it mattered little now. After all, Su Bai was on the brink of death. Hearing Jinyu's words, Su Bai laughed. He held unwavering confidence in his ability to withstand pressure. Previously, he had endured countless tortures from the purple gold bamboo without faltering, a mere mental strain was trivial. As for exhausting his physical body, he regarded it with indifference. Once his entire being transformed into gold, he became a small golden figure. With his cells composed of golden material, he could afford to deplete his strength. He could even spare a few vials. The overload function was practically tailor-made for him. Bring it on. The pristine core of divinity radiated with a luminous red glow. An extraordinary surge of energy coursed through the mech's power transmission nodes into Su Bai's body. He felt this influx not as energy, but as molten lava. The searing sensation spread throughout his being, and he could distinctly perceive his cells dividing and his body expanding. The rapid proliferation of cells within him caused streams of golden energy to surge from his heart, transmuting the newly divided cells into a golden state, steadily supplying energy to his form. The sole piece of good news was that he sensed the golden energy, which had been constricting his meridians, gradually dissipating under this newfound force. However, the immense power brought with it a throbbing pain in his skull, akin to 1,000 needles piercing him. His mental strength felt like a balloon, inflating continuously while being pricked, yet remaining unbroken. Waves of pain surged forth, each more intense than the last, piercing deep into his soul and heightening his awareness. In the external world, the mythical guanine grew taller by several meters, appearing even more elongated. While the scars on its metallic form gradually healed, the silver-white mech, composed of metal, became increasingly robust, its hue deepening with intensity. Su Bai exhaled, his mind still plagued by sharp pangs that made the corners of his eyes twitch, observing the transformation of the mythical guanine. The golden beast lurking in the gray mist felt a sense of foreboding. It surged forth from the fog, its claws aimed directly at the mech's head. Clang. This time, it did not retreat under the crushing force. Instead, it stumbled back several dozen meters, managing to halt its advance. The elongated lotus staff split into two, with Su Bai wielding one in each hand. Layer upon layer of lotus leaves unfurled outward, and the 80-meter-long staff instantaneously transformed into two 40-meter-long blades. After a prolonged exchange, it was now his turn. Su Bai grinned, using his left blade to block the golden beast's claws while the right blade slashed upward. The 5-star golden beast, being a formidable opponent, ceased to underestimate Su Bai after its attack was thwarted, and it retaliated by striking down with its hind claws toward the other blade. The overwhelming force transmitted through the blade caused Su Bai's right arm to tingle, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. I shan't entertain you any longer. The ferocity of the blow made Su Bai realize that, even at full capacity, he would not best a 5-star golden beast. Moreover, the intensifying pain in his head warned him that this state of overexertion could not be sustained for long. Golden Jade, project the illusion. Su Bai crossed his blades and struck forward, forcing the golden beast back before swiftly retreating into the gray mist. The golden beast lunged in pursuit. However, at that moment, several silver-white mechs suddenly emerged, each darting off in different directions. The beast was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of which to chase. After a brief pause, it opted for the nearest one. Within 10 seconds, it found itself behind the silver-white mech. With a swipe of its claw, the mech's afterimage shattered. Roar! The golden beast bellowed, unleashing a colossal pressure that churned the gray mist violently. Taking advantage of its pursuit of the mech's afterimage, the others vanished from sight. The little pest had escaped its grasp, inciting a furious rage within it. After a fit of roaring, the golden beast regained its composure. Gazing into the dense gray fog, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Its cavernous maw functioned like a vacuum, violently drawing in the mist around it. The remaining golden beasts, shrouded in gray mist, including the originally quasi-5-star golden beast on the mineral star, seemed to have received a signal and began to voraciously consume the surrounding gray fog. The dense gray mist dissipated at a visible pace until it vanished entirely. Without the gray fog, the mineral star stood bare, exposed to the cosmos. The 5-star golden beast closed its mouth and swiftly darted through the air, searching for traces of the silver-white mecha. Yet, in the sky, there was nothing but the golden beasts. Days passed. After 10 days, the gold mine on the mineral star was nearly depleted under the relentless consumption of the multitude of golden beasts. The few golden beasts that lingered on the mineral star were merely 1 or 2 stars, scavenging the remnants of the gold or left by their more powerful brethren. A gentle breeze stirred a few scattered stones on the ground, nudging them toward a nearby mine entrance. The ethereal blue or adorned the dark cavern, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With a thud, a large stone was pushed aside, revealing a hollow space of several square meters, concealed perfectly beneath the stone's cover. Moments later, sensing the stillness outside, a small golden beast emerged, wobbling as it ventured forth. After a while, it reached the cave's mouth and let out a couple of cries. Su Bai cautiously poked his head out, surveying the surroundings. After a while, confirming there was no danger, he turned back and said, "Xiao Shi, it's safe. Come out." Upon emerging, Lu Shi gazed at the enchanting blue cavern and remarked, "What a coincidence, returning here once more." The two stepped out of the cave and arrived at the site where the mythological Guanyin had previously manifested. Su Bai urged, "Show me quickly." Lu Shi shot him a sideways glance. "What's the rush? Haven't we seen this before?" Yet, despite her words, she was equally impatient. Raising her right hand, she revealed a red cord that had somehow appeared around her wrist, adorned with a lustrous white orb, resembling a pearl but far more exquisite. The orb emitted a faint glow, and suddenly, a mecha materialized in the spot where the mythological Guanyin had hovered. It was a dragon. Its body was covered in red and white scales, and the two menacing horns on its forehead radiated a dangerous aura, its whiskers fluttering in the wind. With claws that could crush anything, Su Bai envisioned a future filled with possibilities, murmuring, "I will be a dragon rider." Lu Shi blushed at his words and playfully slapped the back of his head. "You're dreaming." Chapter 66. Unafraid of death? What nonsense. The mechanical dragon, several hundred meters long, swayed as Lu Shi leaped onto its back. The dragon's body coiled into a spiral, releasing a blinding light, prompting Su Bai to instinctively shut his eyes. When the brilliance faded and he opened his eyes once more, the dragon had vanished, replaced by a humanoid mecha with a bun and horns atop its head. It retained the same red and white color scheme but appeared shorter than the Guanyin mecha. Most striking was the orb it held in its hands. Made of an unknown material, shimmering with divine light, and containing boundless power. The dragon-shaped form was far more appealing than the orb-holding one. Su Bai thought with a hint of regret, wishing he could ride the dragon and soar through the skies in style. After concealing themselves, he had granted Lu Shi access to the auxiliary mecha of the mythological Guanyin. Now that I have encountered the dragon, I find myself filled with a tinge of regret. I should have bestowed upon her the mecha of the wealthy boy. The dragon is truly magnificent. With a swift motion, Lu Shi cast the orb into the air. The orb soared against the wind, striking down a golden beast that had just emerged, before shrinking and returning to her hand. Lu Shi stored the mecha and approached, remarking, "Indeed, the mythological mecha is extraordinary. I feel that the level of the auxiliary mecha also qualifies as mythological, though it lacks the process of self-identification." With all authority resting with the main mecha, Su Bai dispelled the pang of regret. It felt inappropriate to reclaim what had been given away. Thus, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What purpose does that orb serve?" He recalled from mythology that the pearl held by the dragon maiden contained the essence of 3,000 great worlds, which sounded quite remarkable. "That orb is known as the wishful pearl," Lu Shi replied, gently holding the small orb on her wrist. "One pearl manifests the shadows of myriad pearls. Within myriad pearls lies one pearl. One signifies all, and all signifies one. It seems there is something within, perhaps spatial technology. Though I cannot comprehend it fully. It is certainly beyond the capabilities of current technology, yet regrettably, with my present strength, I can only use this as a mere brick." Su Bai curiously observed the wishful pearl and summoned the mythological Guanyin. The space rippled like the surface of water, and the ethereal image of Guanyin seated upon a lotus gradually solidified. "After 10 days, those golden beasts should have completed their course. It is time for us to depart." Lu Shi nodded and followed in Su Bai's footsteps, acknowledging that they had lingered far too long. With the communication device damaged, the Academy would be unable to detect her location for an extended period, and it would pose a problem if they mistakenly believed she had abandoned her enrollment. The mythological Guanyin sat in meditation upon the lotus seat, flames erupting from beneath it. Su Bai merely believed that a vehicle without a tail flame was not a worthy vessel, and this was merely a projection he conjured. Naturally, there was no shortage of banter with Jinyu, who felt such exchanges were rather mundane and detracted from Guanyin's esteemed reputation. Nevertheless, victory was assuredly destined for Su Bai. The fall of the mythological Bai Wuchang stirred quite a tempest. As soon as news broke, members of the Divine Hunters emerged to admit their involvement. It is said that those from the underworld Divine Realm have been pursuing the Divine Hunters' whereabouts during this time. Curiously, there has been no word. While the Divine Hunters are adept at concealing themselves, it is unusual to be utterly untraceable. Lu Shi felt a flicker of doubt. She shifted the conversation to another matter. "You have witnessed the perils of being a mythological mecha pilot. The emergence of Guanyin will likely attract the attention of the lunatics known as the Divine Hunters. It would be wise for you to seek a powerful ally. I believe the blissful Buddha realm would be an excellent choice. There, you need not worry about resources. Merely the assurance of safety is invaluable. If you are disinclined to go there, other divine realms, or even divine nations, would also suffice." During this time, Su Bai had come to understand the mythological Guanyin quite well. He relinquished the driving rights to Jinyu, chuckling as he observed Lu Shi earnestly outlining his future path. Noticing Su Bai's demeanor, Lu Shi paused, asking, "Have you been listening to me? I am not going anywhere. I shall first head to Jinyuan. Perhaps they will consider my departure before the training as a valid reason and grant me leniency." Su Bai had his own vision for the future. Joining any faction inevitably entails subjugation. The pursuit of hunting golden beasts for merit would also face numerous obstacles. However, with the ability to transmute matter into gold, one can absorb golden substances to fortify the body, rendering the need to rely on any major power for resources obsolete. By assimilating the golden energy from the blood of the golden beasts, enhancing the transmutation ability, and augmenting mental strength, it becomes evident that strength must be forged in the crucible of combat against these beasts. Furthermore, previous encounters with mythical mechas have sparked a bold idea, utilizing the transmutation ability to amass a collection of mythical mechas. Subsequently, one could devise a method to bestow these mechas upon others, maintaining control, with the option to reclaim them at will. If this strategy proves viable, it would signify the potential to establish an independent faction centered around mythical mechas, with a vast array of subordinate mechas as its periphery. To realize this ambition, freedom becomes paramount, as joining any faction would impose significant constraints. Lucy found it incomprehensible. Having aligned with a major faction offered support, resources, and safety. Before she could further persuade him, Su Bai interjected with a smile. Am I now worthy of their recognition? What qualifications? Lucy paused, then recalled something, her translucent earlobes flushing crimson. Hey, don't tell me you're trying to back out. Su Bai exclaimed. I possess capital, strength, good looks. And I've already bestowed the precious Zhu Long female mecha as a dowry, which you've accepted. There's no turning back now. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Shut up. Lucy lowered her head, hesitating before finally murmuring. Wait until we go out. You can ask yourself. Su Bai's spirits lifted at the prospect of asking himself. Deal. This means you want to take me home, right? I understand. Girls are shy. Inside the warm white cabin, Su Bai rested his head on Lucy's lap. The mental strain from 10 days prior still lingered, causing a dull ache in his head. Su Bai, I thought I had silenced you. You can speak, he replied. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sat up, his expression grave. Following his previous experience, he had learned to prioritize danger alerts. He detected fluctuations from the golden beasts, the intensity still undetermined. As he spoke, Jinyu projected a virtual panel. On the pale blue screen, 2 light points appeared, one green, indicating the mecha's location, and the other red, representing the golden beast. The green light was rapidly approaching the stationary red point. Just one. As soon as the words left his mouth, the red point on the panel surged dramatically, filling the entire screen. The green light resembled a solitary knight charging into enemy territory. What reckless bravery! Su Bai's expression changed abruptly as he vanished from the cabin, seizing control of the mecha. The sky, no longer shrouded in gray mist, unveiled a scene beyond the mining star. Countless golden beasts loomed in the void, led by the formidable 5-star golden beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of a 1,000,000-strong army. Damn, we're ambushed. Chapter 67. The old monk in the Great Hall. The mythical Guanyin instantly switched to battle mode, executing a flawless drift in the air to change direction. The 5-star golden beast emitted a roar of ecstatic triumph. That day, after fruitlessly scouring the mining planet and its surrounding starry expanse for a considerable time, it was certain that at its own pace, Su Bai could not have possibly escaped. Regaining composure, it refocused its target on the mining planet. Lying in wait among the stars with its pack of golden beasts, had Su Bai piloted a different mech, it would have been unaware that Su Bai was precisely the quarry of this expedition. Perhaps he would depart in a couple of days. Yet the predicament lay with the mythical mech. Low-tier golden beasts feared the mythical mech, lacking the capacity for reason. However, high-tier golden beasts encountering a mythical mech would surely lead to an unrelenting confrontation. Roar! The 5-star golden beast would not allow Su Bai to evade capture again. It commanded its pack to disperse and encircle the mining planet while locking its gaze onto the silver-white mech and charging forward. The sonic boom behind him tightened Su Bai's heart. Abruptly halting, he spun the mech, swinging the massive blade behind him in a wide arc clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed. With a furious strike from the golden beast, Su Bai was sent reeling, his weapons flying from his grasp, utterly defenseless. Overloading. Yet, with blood-red eyes, Su Bai bellowed, if I don't push beyond my limits, I will surely perish. The overload mode of the mythical mech inflicted tremendous harm on the pilot's body and psyche, particularly in terms of physical exhaustion, which was irreversible. Thus, such a perilous function necessitated confirmation from the mythical intelligence. Though Jinyu was extremely reluctant to permit the pilot to engage the overload function, she understood that it represented Su Bai's sole hope. Familiar pain and a well-known sense of tearing surged forth. Su Bai grinned through clenched teeth, his heart racing. Eyes tinged with a golden-purple hue, his expression frenzied. I will take you down with me. Having acquired the Pearl Dragon Lady, Lucy also gained the privilege to converse with Jinyu. She looked at Su Bai with concern, noting, his mental energy has yet to recover from the last overload. Now he is being strained again. Experiencing overload twice in such a short span may leave his consciousness somewhat impaired. Under overload, The mythical Kuan Yin could barely contend with the 5-star golden beast. It was merely a fleeting equilibrium. Any discerning observer could see that defeat was merely a matter of time, with 2 blades wildly swinging. Su Bai's unparalleled skill rendered the air thick with the glimmer of his strikes. The blades clashed against the armor of the golden beast, producing a series of resonant clangs, akin to a melodious symphony. Su Bai was utterly consumed by the battle, his purple-gold eyes unable to conceal the underlying crimson hue. Under overload, his mental energy was strained to the brink. Jinyu could not help but exclaim, the overload of the mythical mech usually overwhelms most pilots even once. Yet, Su Bai has endured it a second time without succumbing. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of regret. Such indomitable will, if not for his physical exhaustion, could have ensured his survival. The mythical Kuan Yin would undoubtedly shine brilliantly across the cosmos in the future. As its mythical intelligence, she too would bask in that glory and perhaps even contend for that esteemed position. Lu Shi, sharing Su Bai's perspective, observed the external battle, noting the fleeting glint of cunning in the golden beast's eyes. The golden beast was wearing Su Bai down. This sudden surge of power would not endure. Exhausted from the battle with the silver-white mech, she could effortlessly tear it apart. Lu Shi lowered her head, strands of hair cascading down her cheeks, her pale violet eyes flickering with uncertainty. Jinyu, I must go out. A resolute determination filled her voice. You can see it too, can't you? The blade of the Great White is somewhat disordered. It cannot endure the overload for long. We all know what the outcome will be. I must go out to assist him. In the Kalong star system, a small starship drifted aimlessly. Nian Jing'er sat alone on the deck, swinging her legs. Her expression, one of confusion. 2 streams of memory intertwined in her mind, and after a long while, she sighed, her gaze becoming as tranquil as a still pond. Another lifetime. She reclined, her eyes reflecting the dazzling galaxy. The gods are immortal, and humanity endures, yet it is exhausting. After countless lifetimes of guardianship, she had begun to view it with indifference. As the golden beast invaded, the gods protected humanity, yet little did they realize, the essence of the gods was human too. The path has veered, when humanity places all hope in technology, mechs, and starships, neglecting their very essence. No new gods shall ever be born. Should the old gods willingly fade away, refusing to enter the cycle of rebirth, the mythic mechs, grounded in divine cores, would remain ungovernable, heralding humanity's doom. No. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a faint smile graced her lips. It is indeed intriguing that someone can pilot the mythic Kuan Yin. Initially, she had felt a surge of anger at the theft of her mech. However, after a period of calm reflection, she found it to be a piece of good news. At least for her. In the endless expanse of time, the highest honor had become a burden. She yearned for someone capable of piloting the mythic Kuan Yin. The only reason for her active pursuit was simple, to discover who could command a mech centered around her divine core. It would be best to learn the method. For besides herself, many gods sought liberation. At that moment, Nian Jing'er sensed something, her beautiful eyes sparkling with clarity as she turned to focus on a direction. Her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the vast cosmos to behold the silver mech. Has it appeared? Returning to the cockpit, she adjusted the starship's course. After completing her tasks, she contemplated for a moment and then laughed aloud. Let the youth's era be for the young. I truly hope this will come to an end. She then closed her eyes. Moments later, upon reopening them, her expression was playful and lively. Little thief, wait for me. I have finally found you. In the blissful Buddha realm, within the Ling Mountain star system, lies the Pure Land star. The epicenter of power in the blissful Buddha realm and a sacred place for all Buddhists. The atmosphere of Buddhism on Pure Land star is profoundly rich, where advanced future technologies intertwine seamlessly with the ancient mystique of Buddhist teachings. In the Great Hero Hall, everything retained its most primitive form, devoid of any trace of modern technology. The fragrant smoke enveloped the Buddha statues within the hall, and the rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoed endlessly. In the center of the hall, several monks clad in robes sat cross-legged on cushions. Is there any news of Kuan Yin? The elder monk at the forefront, eyes closed, spoke in a weathered voice, calm and untroubled, like a still pond. Behind him, a monk responded, Amitabha, we have yet to receive any word from Kuan Yin. Sighing, Amitabha paused his movements, the sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceasing as he murmured, Do you not wish to return either? Shakyamuni has not returned. The true essence of the lamp has fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, and the other great Buddhas have vanished without a trace. In the Pure Land of Bliss, only the old monk and 2 arhats remain. How difficult, how arduous. He opened his eyes, his gaze upon the statues in the hall betraying his profound sorrow. Chapter 68, Entangled Struggles Clang. The large blade was once again deflected. The crimson hue within Su Bai's eyes intensified, threatening to overshadow the golden purple glow. His body was now entirely driven by instinct, reason nearly lost. A primal roar escaped his lips as he brandished his twin blades and charged forward once more. Jinyu. Utilizing big data analysis, calculated that Su Bai's movements had slowed by 1/10 compared to before. The energy from the overload was gradually diminishing. At this rate, she fell into silence, quietly ejecting Lu Shi from the mecha, leaving only the Yuan Bao to silently observe the unfolding scene within the warm white cabin. Though Su Bai had declared his intent to protect Lu Shi, in the mind of the mythic intelligence, the life of the mythic pilot took precedence. With the safety of the pilot as the starting point for protection, sacrificing a few, even against his orders, was a price worth paying. Unbeknownst to the frenzied Su Bai, his focus remained solely on the golden beast before him, as he mechanically unleashed a series of exquisite slashes. Kill. Slay it. It must be destroyed. After being released, Lu Shi did not immediately summon the Pearl Dragon Maiden. Instead, she descended, catching the golden beast's attention with a mere glance. Merely an ordinary human, unworthy of concern. Plummeting through the air for an unknown distance, until the golden beast and Su Bai fell from sight, she summoned the Pearl Dragon Maiden, directly entering combat mode. With crimson horns and pitch-black eyes, adorned with a silver-white coating reminiscent of the mythic Guanyin, the exquisite mecha paled in comparison to the orb cradled in her palm. The divine light within the Rui Pearl swirled, seemingly containing countless worlds. Overload, Lu Shi cried out. For the intelligence of the mythic auxiliary mecha control system could only be regarded as a program, lacking the consciousness of Jinyu. After a brief confirmation, it entered overload mode. Lu Shi understood that she was far inferior to Su Bai. If she wished to intervene in the battle, overload was her only avenue. Pain. Excruciating pain. Her body felt as though it were being flayed alive, her mind swirling like a blender. The ultimate agony coursed through her, threatening to shatter her very being. Jinyu's voice echoed in her ears. It hurts, doesn't it? The pain from the mythic mecha's overload is at least several times greater than your own. For him to endure 2 overloads in a short span and still persist is nothing short of a miracle. Her pupils constricted. The suffering he bore was several times her own, and she could hardly fathom what Su Bai was enduring. Lu Shi's body went limp, her teeth clenched, beads of fragrant sweat pouring down her face. At that moment, she could not even pilot the mecha properly, as the uncontrollable Pearl Dragon Maiden plummeted downward. Bang! The Pearl Dragon Maiden crashed from the heights, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Yet, Lu Shi found even the slightest movement to be a Herculean task. A wave of helplessness surged within her, making her feel utterly worthless. Each time, she could only cower behind Su Bai, unable to lend a single hand. Tears welled in her eyes. She was merely a girl in her early 20s. The oppressive weight of so many days exploded at that moment. A tide of despair engulfing her. Had she resigned herself to fate? Was she merely lying there, awaiting death? She questioned herself, recalling how Su Bai had repeatedly saved her from peril, how he had endured countless dangers and seemingly impossible situations, emerging unscathed. Even now, faced with the 5-star golden beast, equivalent to a human's nebula-level combat prowess, he had not faltered. The boy's unwavering spirit, his refusal to submit or despair, puzzled her. Why was this youth from the ancestral stars so resilient, so fearless, when she had only lived for 20 years in the cosmos? And yet, now, confronted with pain, she was ready to fall. After several instances of protection, she had grown accustomed to it, as if it were her due. No, from an unknown source. Strength surged within her, enabling her to endure the excruciating pain. Before the tears could cascade down, she wiped them away. I am Lu Shi, the cherished daughter of the Lu family from the ancient demon god domain. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere pang of pain? Trembling, she rose, her unsteady form resembling that of a fragile leaf, on the verge of collapse with the slightest touch. Yet, she steadied herself. Lu Shi lifted her gaze, summoning the Pearl Dragon Maiden into her dragon form, cradling the Rui Pearl in her mouth as she soared into the sky. The 5-star golden beast ensnared the silver blade with its claws, grinning maliciously. It sensed the decline in the power and speed of the silver-white mech. The attacks striking its body were feeble and ineffectual. What if your blade is swift? What if the angle is cunning? If I cannot block it, what use is it? You cannot even sever a single hair from me. Despite its bravado, it had endured relentless strikes. Any normal being would have crumbled. How much more so for the inherently volatile golden beast? Roaring, the golden beast clutched the great blade, while the frenzied Su Bai, oblivious to the discrepancy, swung another blade with reckless abandon. The blade clashed against the golden beast, igniting a shower of sparks. The shrill sound of friction provoked the beast, which tilted its head and opened its gaping maw. With a single bite, it clamped down on the mech's left arm. Its sharp teeth pierced through the metal, and with a savage tug, it tore away a substantial chunk of the mysterious material. The expelled piece plummeted downward, directly towards the Pearl Dragon Maiden in her dragon form. Lu Shi instinctively caught it, glancing at the silver-white body, where sparks flickered from the damaged area. A tightness gripped her heart as she abandoned the piece in her claws and surged upward. The discarded fragment fell for a moment before vanishing, akin to the dissipating purple-gold bamboo. Curse it! The sudden agony elicited a cry of frustration. A similar wound appeared on Su Bai's left arm, exposing bone beneath. Golden blood dripping from the gash, showing no signs of healing. The mythic mech's perfect synchronization with its pilot was no mere saying, it was truly seamless. Any damage to the mech would resonate with the pilot, manifesting as pain. However, there are also advantages, as long as one withdraws from combat. The divine core will restore the body, mending the driver's physical deficiencies. Yet, these are merely deficiencies, not a universal remedy for all ailments or a restoration of cellular integrity. Each time the body is torn asunder, the areas healed by the divine core become exceptionally fragile. Su Bai's eyes, once a vibrant purple gold, were now wholly consumed by a crimson hue, as the last vestiges of reason were drowned in a sea of fury. The twin blades vanished, morphing into two claw-like appendages, which he employed to engage the golden beast in close combat. With each resounding impact, Su Bai's fist struck the golden beast with relentless force. By condensing the massive lotus seat into two claws, he inadvertently diminished its size, while enhancing its quality, thereby inflicting some degree of damage upon the beast. In his irrational state, Su Bai forsook defense, abandoning all techniques. The mythic mech and the five-star golden beast entwined in a chaotic aerial tussle, exchanging blows like two unruly street thugs, devoid of strategy. Though the claws seemed diminutive, when placed upon the colossal form of the mythic Guanyin, the protruding spikes extended to nearly a meter in length. These sharp, glistening spikes could pierce the seemingly invulnerable scales of the beast, creating instant wounds. Su Bai withdrew his fists, and 4 jets of blood, infused with golden luminescence, erupted from the punctures. The golden beast, in agony, felt its ferocity awaken. Its robust muscles constricted, staunching the spurting blood. How could an insignificant ant inflict harm upon it? This was unforgivable. Chapter 69. A brutal struggle. The golden beast roared, employing its tried-and-true tactics once more. Its razor-sharp fangs and claws bore greater ferocity as it lunged toward Guanyin's left shoulder, raking its talons across the mech's surface, leaving a trail of gashes. Blood streamed from Su Bai's left shoulder. An intense tearing sensation threatened to sever his arm, and he could even hear the bones straining under the burden. His body grew increasingly frail, yet his eyes blazed ever more crimson. The heart, serving as the golden core, gradually depleted, its rhythm diminished significantly, failing to produce energy at a rate commensurate with its consumption. He wildly swung his right fist, the sharp spikes on the claws piercing the beast's flank, each strike eliciting a spurt of blood. The golden beast ignored the pain, its muscles taut, clenching the wound. It pressed its hind limbs against the mech, clamping down on the left shoulder blade with its powerful jaws, exerting force backward. The standoff seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Suddenly, a dragon, appearing intoxicated, wobbled into view. Lu Shi's lower lip was already bleeding from being bitten, and upon spotting Su Bai and the golden beast, she had not yet exhaled in relief when the ensuing scene caused her heart to seize. The golden beast's hind legs surged with power, and the silver mech's left arm could no longer withstand the strain, snapping from the shoulder and tearing free. The excruciating pain of having a shoulder forcibly severed manifested vividly upon Su Bai's body. The jagged break revealed stark white bone, chilling to behold. While blood gushed forth with greater vigor than that of the golden beast's wounds, the irregular flesh marred by torn veins. The heart ceased supplying golden energy throughout the body, directing all its flow to the left shoulder, which, in the blink of an eye, sprouted a layer of flesh. Now, he could only focus on staunching the bleeding. Otherwise, the sheer loss of blood would render him unconscious. Su Bai. Lu Shi regained her composure, the dragon's form moving gracefully as a pair of horns charged toward the golden beast. The golden beast gazed upon the unfamiliar dragon, choosing not to confront it directly, but instead cautiously evaded. Su Bai gasped for breath. The appearance of Lu Shi diminished the crimson glow in his eyes. Yet, the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder once again engulfed his fleeting rationality. He did not look at Lu Shi, his gaze firmly fixed on the golden beast. With reckless abandon, he charged forward once more. Even with just one shoulder remaining, even as the overburdened strength waned, even as his mental fortitude teetered on the brink of exhaustion, he resolved to vanquish it at all costs. A flicker of contempt danced in the golden beast's eyes. Such an audacious human. It then glanced at the dragon-shaped mech, angered by its previous retreat. Lu Shi's speed revealed to it that she too was a weakling, perhaps even inferior to the one before it. With a single paw, the golden beast pinned Su Bai down, its sharp claws piercing the mech, casting him aside with disdain. The full might of its overburdened state posed no threat to itself, especially in its diminished condition, as long as it remained cautious and refrained from engaging in close combat. It was not a problem. Lu Shi transformed into her human form, her dragon body moving with greater swiftness, yet lacking the necessary training. She felt fatigue creeping in during battle. The Rui Pearl was the most formidable weapon of the pearl-embracing dragon maiden. She hurled the Rui Pearl toward the golden beast. The beast observed the slow-moving pearl and effortlessly dodged it. Unexpectedly, the pearl suddenly reversed course, striking it powerfully on the head. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, the golden beast spun through the air multiple times before regaining its balance. With a roar, the golden beast shook its head, feeling dizzy and enraged, and abandoned the battered Su Bai, charging toward Lu Shi. Su Bai could hardly keep pace with its speed, and Lu Shi stood no chance. In a blink, Lu Shi felt a sharp pain atop her head as the golden beast forcefully tore off one of her dragon horns. Overwhelmed by the dual assault of pain, Lu Shi could no longer endure and forcibly exited her overloaded state, her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The pearl-embracing dragon maiden's mech plummeted downward, and the golden beast contemptuously tossed the severed dragon horn toward Su Bai. Su Bai caught the horn, his body momentarily stiffening, his gaze a battleground between clarity and madness. The regal violet gold clashing with the frenzied crimson. Little she, little she, little she. At this moment, his body too was nearing its limits. The pilot protection mechanism activated, halting the stimulation of energy from the core. As the drained mental energy relaxed, the crimson hue in his eyes swiftly receded. Regaining clarity, Su Bai disregarded his bodily pain and the golden beast, racing straight toward Lu Shi. The golden beast, witnessing this, swiped a claw at him. He paid it no mind. Rather, he utilized the beast's force to enhance his speed. In mere seconds, he embraced the pearl-embracing dragon maiden, invoking the authority of the main mech to forcibly retract her into the storage space, and subsequently retrieved Lu Shi into the mech. Lu Shi, still unconscious, furrowed her brow, the blood at the corner of her mouth stark against her pale visage. Su Bai roared, "Jin Yu, why did little she go out? Did I not instruct you to protect her?" Jin Yu's voice remained gentle, devoid of emotion. In moments of dire urgency, the safety of the driver takes precedence, and she can offer assistance. Assistance? Fury surged within Su Bai. Was this help merely a path to death? To shield the driver from harm could be deemed assistance. Jin Yu's words barely suppressed the simmering wrath within Su Bai, yet he recognized that from an utterly rational perspective, Jin Yu had committed no wrongdoing. Nevertheless, he could not accept, could not countenance a woman stepping forward to take a blow for him. Fixating on the advancing golden beast, he darkly proclaimed, "Should I survive, we shall settle this account. I wish you luck." Half an hour later, the battle had transitioned from the skies to the ground. Lu Shi had awakened, gazing outside, her voice hoarse from her cries. "Let me out, quickly let me out. I can help you." Coughing, Su Bai knelt on one knee, his other limbs rendered useless. Only his right leg supported his entire weight. Despite this, he continued to glare fiercely at the golden beast before him, his fierce gaze more menacing than that of the creature itself. The five-star golden beast bore stains of blood upon its scales, its expression tinged with trepidation. The madness emanating from Su Bai instilled fear within it. It could hardly fathom the horror that would befall it should Su Bai rise to its level, or even fall just one tier beneath it. Yet, it had no opportunity left. With this thought, it exhaled in relief, eager to pounce and rend him apart. Even without the mythical mech, this young man could not be spared. Coughing, Su Bai expelled 2 mouthfuls of blood, after hours of relentless combat. The golden energy within his heart had been completely drained. "Su Bai, I am here," Jin Yu affirmed. Su Bai's indomitable spirit garnered Jin Yu's admiration, one of the few individuals she truly respected since her inception. Overloading, his voice, barely a whisper, conveyed undeniable resolve. He could still move, still fight. Lu Shi wept uncontrollably, helplessly pounding the interior of the mech as she watched in despair as Su Bai's arms and legs were torn apart, his body marred by wounds. While she could do nothing but endure under his protection, Yuan Bao lay beside her, fixated on the light screen, its gem-like eyes occasionally shimmering with golden glimmers, revealing that it too was not as tranquil as it appeared. "I said overloading." Jin Yu initiated the overload program. She neither intervened nor had any reason to. She had simulated countless scenarios, ultimately concluding that the survival rate was infinitesimally close to zero. Obeying Su Bai's command was her final act of respect for him. Chapter 70. I am Nian Jing'er. In the shimmering waves of the astral nebula, a starship emerged. Inside the cockpit, Nian Jing'er suddenly found her body overtaken by another consciousness. What is happening? This fluctuation, this is not good. Her brows furrowed in concern as she closed her eyes, invoking the divine core of the mythical Guanyin. Though her physical form lacked strength, the divine core was inherently hers. Utilizing it with subtlety was well within her capabilities. On the gray mineral planet, the mythical Guanyin found itself ensconced in the dimness of the divine core, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Jin Yu, who had been in the cockpit, sensed the shift and immediately abandoned Su Bai to approach the divine core, her expression filled with hopeful anticipation. Moments later, a phantasmal figure materialized. "I am Nian Jing'er." In the cockpit, Su Bai's forehead throbbed with visible veins, and he emitted an unintelligible sound from his throat, weakened to the point where he could not even cry out in pain. The overloaded program drew forth the last vestiges of the divine core energy he could manipulate. And once more, strength surged through his body. He propelled himself forward, charging at the golden beast. The creature, alert, swiftly dodged. Yet Su Bai's desperate assault managed to subdue it. However, the silver-white mech faltered after merely advancing a few meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Su Bai's body collapsed, devoid of the golden energy that had previously fortified him, and in this state of overload, he disintegrated before the golden beast could launch its attack. Flesh tearing away in chunks. The overload was forcibly halted. He lay sprawled on the ground, his pupils dilating, head tilted, blood gushing forth. Before him appeared what seemed to be a young girl. Was she truly there, or was it an illusion? He could not discern. The compassionate gaze of the apparition resembled that of a bodhisattva, benevolent and nurturing. I cannot fall. Su Bai's consciousness wavered, his body trembling as he struggled to rise. What will happen to Yuan Bao, Xiaolu, and Xiaoxi if I fall? Thoughts raced through his mind. What now? Jin Yu looked toward Nian Jing'er, her eyes filled with trust. In her heart, her master was invincible. A mere 5-star golden beast could be easily dispatched. Nian Jing'er's ethereal form stood nearby. Through Jin Yu, she had grasped the unfolding events. Yet, even if her physical form were present, it would avail little, especially considering she was currently but a specter. Alas, time was of the essence. His body was already beginning to disintegrate. Given ample time, the power of the divine core would repair the mech, restoring it alongside his body. Yet, she glanced at the 5-star golden beast outside, its intentions unmistakable. The beast circled around the fallen mythic Guanyin, seemingly wary of this treacherous human schemes. Once it realized the situation, it would undoubtedly rush to shred the mech, leaving no opportunity for the mythic Guanyin to self-repair. Jin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Is there truly no way? Suddenly, Nian Jing'er examined the divine core and gasped softly. Within the core, a phantom lotus flower bloomed. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a delicately featured maiden garbed in ancient attire, whose face bore a sorrowful expression, pleading with Nian Jing'er for assistance. After sensing the situation, Nian Jing'er was astonished. To be on the brink of death and yet utilize a portion of the divine core's energy to sustain this lotus, stabilizing the mythic intelligence within, how intriguing. After a brief contemplation, she approached the divine core, merging with it. Young one, fortune favors you. I shall do my utmost to assist you. I hope you can endure. Nian Jing'er harnessed the divine core's energy to protect and Yu, liberating the energy that sustained the lotus's existence. With this energy, originally manipulated by Su Bai, Nian Jing'er forcefully unsealed a portion of the divine core's power, allowing it to surge forth alongside the previous energy. This newfound force exceeded even what Su Bai had commanded at his peak. Having completed her task, Nian Jing'er could not hide the weariness etched on her face. It was still too taxing, but at least it was accomplished. Her ethereal form dissipated, and her true essence returned to her corporeal body. The starship was nearing. As long as Su Bai could hold on until her arrival, hope remained. At that moment, she temporarily took over the mythical Guanyin, not lacking in combat prowess. Vast energy surged through the energy transmission nodes of the mythical Guanyin, radiating outward. The metallic body, where it fractured and broke, began to grow as if it were alive. Perhaps it was the influx of core energy far beyond the current scope that caused the mythical Guanyin to reach a critical point prematurely. Subtle changes occurred within the mech, and a piece of information was transmitted to Su Bai's mind through the consciousness connection device. In the cockpit, Su Bai had no time to investigate the additional information in his mind before he felt a strong itch at the severed part of his body, compelling him to resist the urge to scratch. The transformation of the mythical Guanyin granted Su Bai a moment of respite. The core energy not only repaired Guanyin's mechanical form, but also restored his own body. Outside, the 5-star golden beast's body was taut. Roar. I knew this human was up to no good. Thankfully, I didn't rush in, or I would have been ambushed. Once Su Bai's right arm was restored, he halted the process of core energy repairing the mech. With the full firepower of the mythical Guanyin unleashed, the burden was too great for him, who lacked the enhancement of golden energy. A repeat of the previous scene was imminent. Without even attacking the golden beast, he would falter under the pressure and collapse. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Bai had become much calmer. He refrained from recklessly charging ahead. He focused on the golden beast, his thoughts racing. If only the core were full, if only there was enough golden energy. Suddenly, a familiar bleeding sound filled his ears. He turned his head to see Lu Shi in the abdomen space of the mech, her expression anxious, and beside her, Yuan Bao was incessantly bleeding. Yuan Bao? Do you want to come up? Ah. Su Bai's thoughts shifted, and a small passage connected the cockpit and the storage compartment. The petite Yuan Bao swiftly darted up, running to Su Bai's side and spitting out a golden chain. Is this the one I gave to Xiaoxi before? Su Bai paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. It was far too little to be of much use. He patted Yuan Bao's small head reassuringly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I am resilient. Ah. Yuan Bao nudged Su Bai and turned to shout in a particular direction. That way, Su Bai looked over in confusion. It was the location of the mech's heart, where the Guanin's core resided. Ah. Yuan Bao extended its tiny paw, mimicking the action of holding something to eat. A spark of inspiration ignited in Su Bai's mind. Are you saying? Before he could finish his thought, the five-star golden beast suddenly lunged at him. Caught off guard, Su Bai neglected the exterior threat and was struck by a claw. The mythical Guanin was sent flying, crashing against the rock wall behind. A dull thud echoed through the air. This rock wall, already weakened by the presence of the purple-gold bamboo forest, began to collapse under the force of the impact. A mass of debris fell, engulfing the mythical Guanin in an instant. Inside the cockpit, Su Bai's complexion turned pale. The injuries he had just stabilized worsened again, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The mech was buried beneath the rubble, and darkness enveloped his vision. Su Bai remained seated, activating thermal imaging to vigilantly observe the movements of the golden beast through the stone pile. Simultaneously, he waved his hand, and the Bodhisattva core fell into his grasp. Do not disappoint me, he implored, channeling the golden core that had fused with his heart. Previously, when he threatened Jinyu, a trace of the divine core had transformed into gold. At that time, his meridians were obstructed by golden energy, preventing absorption. Little did he anticipate that this would become his hope for a comeback. Chapter 71, A Desperate Turnaround Boom. The golden energy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. How could there be so much? Su Bai had grossly underestimated the terrifying energy contained within the divine core. Although it was merely a trace that had been transformed into gold, the golden energy it harbored surpassed that of the vast sea of golden beasts spawned by the emergence of the purple-gold bamboo forest. The divine core, which was concerned about how to expel that trace of foreign matter, unexpectedly encountered Su Bai seeking it out. At this moment, it was no longer Su Bai absorbing golden energy. Rather, the divine core was forcefully injecting golden energy into Su Bai's body. He vigorously shook his hand, but the divine core clung to him as if it were glued, refusing to let go. His recently restored right hand, under the onslaught of the rampant golden energy, began to disintegrate flesh and blood, revealing stark, white bones beneath. Countless fissures emerged on the bones, only to be continuously repaired. This was the divine core deliberately allocating energy to preserve the integrity of Su Bai's hand bones. It was not an act of kindness or consciousness. It was purely instinctual. The core required a channel to release the golden energy. Otherwise, Su Bai's bones would not fare any better than his flesh. No, if this continues, I'll explode. The immeasurable golden energy surged through Su Bai's arm bones and rushed into his heart. Buzz. His heart inflated dramatically, swelling to twice its size. The painful pressure in his heart rendered Su Bai breathless. He had a foreboding that if his heart were to explode this time, there would be no chance for recovery. As the golden energy continued to pour in, a sense of unwillingness welled up in Su Bai. He had not perished at the hands of the golden beast, only to find himself ensnared in this predicament. A feeling of frustration enveloped him. Within the divine core, and Yu, witnessing Su Bai's agony, displayed a hint of resoluteness on her delicate face as she charged forward, attempting to block the outpouring of golden energy with her own body. In the external world, the small heart bearing both the golden core and cardiac functions had already expanded to a critical point. Su Bai closed his eyes, silently awaiting the inevitable explosion followed by death. However, just then, the golden energy that had been incessantly flooding into his body abruptly ceased. The divine core, which had been adhering to his bones, fell away. He opened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily dazed, before the euphoric relief of surviving death could register in his mind. The pain in his heart surged to the forefront. This seemed to remind him that he had not yet escaped peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal rupture of his heart. Su Bai dared not move, cautiously testing his ability to manipulate the golden energy within his heart. After a brief moment, a glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. It was possible. A trace of golden energy was extracted, allowed to circulate within his body, mending his shattered form. With the first experience behind him, subsequent efforts became significantly easier. The golden energy was drawn out in small increments, repeatedly. The swollen heart gradually began to contract. Within the divine core, and Yu's exquisite face radiated with delight and exuberance. 2 tear tracks glistened strikingly. As she approached the outlet to block it, she did so with a heart resigned to death. To her astonishment, after sealing the breach, nothing seemed amiss. The tumultuous energy within the divine core calmed, as if nothing had ever transpired. Though Yu had recently ascended to the realm of mythic intelligence, she had gained considerable knowledge compared to her days as a mere intelligence controller. Access to certain secrets regarding mythic mechs and the higher echelons of the Star Network's databases had been granted to her. Regarding why she had not been harmed by the energy of the divine core, she speculated that the energy enveloping her might carry the essence of that woman, the rightful owner of the divine core, whose aura belonged solely to a true god. Meanwhile, Su Bai extracted nearly 1/3 of the golden energy from his heart. Under the immense influence of this energy, his body had already begun to mend, yet this also indicated that the remaining golden energy had nowhere to disperse. The accumulation of such vast quantities of golden energy within his heart resembled a bomb poised to explode at any moment. With a roar, the golden beast let out a tremendous cry. In the thermal imaging view, a colossal creature gradually approached. Beneath the pile of rubble, a glimmer ignited in Su Bai's eyes as he relinquished all restraints on his heart. The golden energy surged forth, and in an instant, his entire being became engorged. His skin cracked, golden blood oozing from his body, while his bones emitted anguished cries under the overwhelming pressure of the golden energy. "Have you kept me waiting all this time?" Su Bai gritted his teeth, an exhilarated voice escaping from between them, subtly revealing an intensity of madness. The energy transmission nodes on the mythic Guanin's body whirred into a frenzy, an immense flow of energy swirling, nurturing a power of annihilation. A blinding white light burst forth from the rubble. The golden beast halted in alarm, even entertaining thoughts of retreat. This human resembled the divine beings chronicled in their clan's ancient texts, undying and indomitable. Though it was reluctant to admit it, a sense of dread began to take root within it. The golden beast lowered its foreboding, emitting a threatening growl. A fierce glint flickered in its eyes, and ultimately, its innate ferocity suppressed any trace of fear. What right does a mere third-tier genetic entity have to instill fear in a 5-star golden beast? Self-diagnostics complete. The ship's condition was satisfactory, energy reserves ample, and it stood ready for the jump. Initiate? Affirmative. With a hum, the starship trembled and vanished. In the next moment, it materialized outside a planet shrouded in a thin veil of gray mist. Warning. High-energy readings detected ahead. Nian Jing'er, who had just exhaled in relief, felt her heart lurch at the alarm. What is happening? Jin Yu, go investigate. Understood. As Jin Yu, having abandoned Su Bai, followed Nian Jing'er into the star network. She returned to the mythic Guanin. Upon her return, she was immediately overwhelmed. The interior of the mythic Guanin was saturated with chaotic energy. In the cockpit, an oppressive force manifested as a dazzling orb of light, enveloping Su Bai. Have you lost your mind? Halt immediately. Jin Yu shouted at the orb, losing her composure. The minimum requirement to operate the mythic technique is a nebula level, and a human body can barely withstand it only at the 5th-tier genetic level. You are far from that. If you do not cease, you shall undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp under the weight of your burdens. Jin Yu, wielding the authority of mythic intelligence, sought to terminate the flow of energy. Yet, under the relentless impetus of the mythic pilot Su Bai, the mythic Avalokiteshvara functioned like an intricate and colossal machine, its gears turning unceasingly. Anyone who dared to obstruct would be mercilessly ground to dust. Within the radiant sphere, 2 streams of golden blood trickled from the corners of Su Bai's eyes as he waved his hand, banishing Jin Yu. The turbulent golden energy surged within him, his body continuously reshaping amidst destruction and rebirth. Of course, this was accompanied by suffocating agony. The mythic Avalokiteshvara soared into the air, perched on one arm and one leg, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet this appearance did not afford Jin Yu a moment's reprieve. It sensed a lethal threat upon the body of Avalokiteshvara. Roar! The echoes of its howls reverberated, seemingly attempting to intimidate Avalokiteshvara, while also bolstering its own courage. At this moment, it regretted not fleeing earlier. Su Bai parted his lips, revealing teeth as white as bone. His expression was feral, resembling a beast poised to devour. You wish to kill me? Let me see if you possess the capability. Beast, open your eyes wide. I invite you to behold Avalokiteshvara. Chapter 72. Mythic Technique. He has lost his mind. Nian Jing'er's starship hovered at the edge of the sky. Jin Yu returned to the starship, pointing in Su Bai's direction, shouting at Nian Jing'er, a mere 3rd-level gene user, utterly unaware of the heavens and the earth. Nian Jing'er stood upon the deck, a flicker of confusion crossing her brow. It was strange, even if I could draw upon the energy of the divine core, enabling the mecha to temporarily reach the intensity required to employ mythic techniques. How could Su Bai endure under the burden of a nebula-class mecha for so long? Logically, he should have perished the moment the mythic technique was activated, certainly not lasting until now. Could it be that Su Bai has already succumbed, and the operation of the mythic technique is irreversible, forcing the mecha to continue functioning? Unlikely. Nian Jing'er inquired. Did you notice anything unusual about Su Bai in the cockpit? Jin Yu recalled, and shook his head. The tangible burden of the nebula class weighed upon Su Bai, invisible even to others. Nian Jing'er remained silent, gazing at the mythic Avalokiteshvara. To witness this mythic technique once more, not through her own agency, was a poignant reminder of change. A blinding white light enveloped the mythic Avalokiteshvara. Under the influence of the divine core's energy, its form gradually restored. From the outside, its surface resembled jade. Su Bai's golden energy surged wildly, resisting the overwhelming burden that could shatter him to pieces. His mental fortitude rapidly depleted, propelling the final phase of the mythic technique to completion. In the external realm, the mythic Avalokiteshvara sat cross-legged upon a lotus seat. Behind it, a phantom of a lotus emerged, encircled by sacred script. A series of white jade arms, resembling the gesture of offering flowers, unfurled from within. This breathtaking spectacle was a sight to behold, uplifting the spirit. Within Su Bai's vision, the energy bar of the mecha plummeted dramatically. Finally, 64 arms manifested and came to a halt. The jade hands, in the gesture of offering flowers, opened, each palm concealing a profound black void. A perilous and exhilarating aura emanated from the palm of his hand. The multitude of orifices resembled a myriad of eyes, fixated upon the golden beast, inducing a primal sense of unease within it. Su Bai's temples throbbed with intensity as he gritted his teeth, channeling the remaining energy of the mythical Guanyin through its 64 arms into those eyes. In a fleeting moment, the mech's energy was depleted. Su Bai's form unfolded, suspended in the cockpit center, unleashing a frenzied roar. Mythical art, thousand-handed Guanyin. The eyes upon the arms suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. 64 beams of annihilating light, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth. The golden beast curled its body in trepidation, trembling uncontrollably. Faced with this onslaught, it dared not entertain the thought of escape, instead placing its hope upon its resilient exoskeleton to shield it from doom. Where the beams traversed, the very fabric of space fractured, and the inky void unleashed chaotic currents that tore at everything within reach. In mere moments, the beams struck the beast's protective shell, with a faint hiss, and at the cost of 14 beams worth of energy, the proud exoskeleton, which had thwarted countless lethal assaults, shattered, bereft of its armor. The beast's flesh was instantaneously incinerated to ash, silencing any cries of anguish. The beams did not cease upon the beast's demise, they continued their descent. At this juncture, Su Bai cared little. The mythical Guanyin, now devoid of power, reverted to its original form. He collapsed to the ground, an overwhelming fatigue flooding his mind. His golden energy once again exhausted, his shattered skin resembling a porcelain doll mended with glue. Hey, we won, Su Bai chuckled, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Nearby, Yuan Bao approached cautiously, delicately licking the fissures upon Su Bai's body with its soft, pink tongue. Where the tongue passed, the still bleeding cracks exhibited a peculiar healing. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden glow shimmered on that tender tongue. In the starry expanse, a multitude of golden beasts guarded one side of the mining star, awaiting the return of the 5-star golden beast bearing Su Bai's head. Yet, they were not met with the 5-star golden beast. Instead, they encountered 50 radiant treasures. 50 beams of light penetrated the mining star, dispersing to envelop all the golden beasts before suddenly descending. Boom. Bang. In that instant, the cosmos was illuminated. One by one, the golden beasts were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The resounding blasts, accompanied by brilliant divine light, conveyed the might of the mythical art. This cataclysmic strike proclaimed to the world, the mythical Guanyin has returned. Having retreated from the mining star a moment earlier, Nian Jing'er beheld this grand display of fireworks. Her gaze entranced. It is still so beautiful. Did he truly succeed? Jin Yu stammered in astonishment, having witnessed too many inexplicable phenomena in Su Bai. A thought arose within her mind. Following Su Bai seems to hold greater promise. After all, she is the intelligent essence of the mythical Guanyin, not merely a digital aid to Nian Jing'er in this world. Contemplating this, she stealthily glanced at Nian Jing'er, only to find her smiling warmly in return. What? Are you thinking of switching masters? I am not. I, Jin Yu, am fiercely loyal and would never entertain such notions. With a flush of embarrassment, Jin Yu feigned an air of disdain, asserting that Su Bai was merely a third-level Jin user who had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, far inferior to herself. Did you witness that mythic technique, the thousand-handed Guanyin? It was utterly beneath you. A mere 64 strokes, with such little power, it pales in comparison to your previous displays. Nian Jing'er chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her facade. Well, that boy has recklessly employed a mythic technique. If he doesn't perish, it will be a miracle. Come with me, perhaps we can save him. If not, I shall attempt to intercept the divine core and reconstruct the mech. Very well. Jin Yu commanded the starship toward the mining planet, feeling a sense of relief. The notion of changing masters was merely a fleeting thought. The loyalty of the mythic intelligence was beyond question. It would remain faithful to the mythic pilot, Su Bai, but that was before Nian Jing'er's arrival. This shouldn't be. She pondered. How is Su Bai? Is he in danger? Noticing Nian Jing'er pause, Lu Shi inquired urgently. Nian Jing'er furrowed her brow. her gaze oscillating between Su Bai and the testing chamber and the results displayed on the holographic screen. Strange, exceedingly strange. He bears no external injuries. Yet the examination reveals that nearly all his organs are compromised, and his blood vessels are extensively ruptured. Yet, his vitality shows no signs of faltering. It's as if he is completely unharmed. How peculiar. Nian Jing'er had encountered far worse injuries throughout her many reincarnations. In those cases, the solution often involved replacing mechanical limbs, with only the brain remaining, surrounded entirely by machinery. However, she had never encountered a case quite like Su Bai's, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. As she contemplated, a sudden sound emanated from the testing chamber. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to be taken aback as if she had seen a ghost. Su Bai appeared as if he had just awakened, rubbing his eyes and stretching lazily. Given his condition, it was a miracle he hadn't perished, and yet here he was awakening? This transcended medical marvels. As a being imbued with divine essence, she perceived this as nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 73. The deal. Will you kill me? Why do you ask such a question? A body can only have one master. Then why can't you be the master of this body? Because you are a deity. In the shadows, a candle flickered. Two girls, identical in appearance yet contrasting in demeanor, sat opposite each other. The girl on the left exuded an air of grace and compassion merely by her presence. A deity? She chuckled lightly, then abruptly reclined, closing her eyes to conceal the profound weariness beneath. In this life, I would not awaken. You would live your life in its entirety, and my presence would be unjust to you. I shall not usurp your body. How could I then speak of killing you? The girl on the right, with her head bowed, appeared despondent and dejected. Upon hearing this, she abruptly lifted her head in astonishment. I present you with two choices. Return home, as if nothing has transpired, and live according to your destined path, or become my disciple. Standing against the golden beasts for the survival of humanity until death. After considerable reflection, Nian Jing'er knelt on both knees and respectfully declared, Master. Kindly note, to avoid confusion, refer to her as Nian Jing'er when conversing with outsiders, and use separate names only when she is in dialogue with herself. I would prefer you to choose the first option. Guanyin sighed softly and then rose to her feet. Let us linger here a while longer. I shall shamelessly seek to procure something for you. Nighttime. After Lu Shi took a brief rest, Nian Jing'er entered the infirmary. In the center of the medical chamber lay Su Bai, clad in shorts, immersed in a healing pod brimming with restorative potions. As he absorbed the medicinal essence, he gradually utilized golden energy to mend his injuries. However, the severity of his wounds, coupled with the excessive acceleration of cellular division, resulted in minimal progress. To regain his former self, it would likely require a considerable span of time. Nian Jing'er flicked on the lights and drained the potions from the medical pod. Yuan Bao, who was stationed beside the pod, grunted twice upon seeing Nian Jing'er, then turned away to resume his slumber. As the potion level receded, Su Bai opened his eyes. Miss Nian, why are you still awake at this hour? He was not concerned about Nian Jing'er harboring ill intentions toward him. If she wished to act, there would be no better opportunity than on this mining planet. Nian Jing'er smiled warmly and extended her hand, revealing the divine core of the mythological Guanyin. Your mythological intelligence has stabilized. I am here to inform you. A lotus flower, carrying an Yuyu, floated forth. Subsequently, an Yuyu leaped from the lotus and dove into Su Bai's astrolabe. The instant the divine core materialized in Nian Jing'er's palm, Su Bai's pupils constricted, and his expression turned grave. As the pilot of the mythological Guanyin, he held the authority to forcibly reclaim the divine core. Yet, the mere fact that Nian Jing'er could summon the divine core of Guanyin sent chills down his spine, and Yuyu's voice playfully echoed in his ear. Big Bai. She is very likely the reincarnation of Guanyin. She had searched through the database accessible only to the mythological intelligence, ultimately narrowing it down and identifying a possibility. Reincarnation? This was beyond what Su Bai's previous identity could have encountered. Beep. Transmission complete. And Yuyu relayed the pertinent information to Su Bai via brainwaves. He glanced at the beginning of the message. In the mythological era, deities created mechs from divine cores, and the true essence of deities reincarnated to safeguard humanity through generations. Gulp. Su Bai quietly swallowed. Had he inadvertently usurped someone else's mecha, only for the original owner to come knocking? This felt akin to being caught in the act. His heart raced slightly. However, in the next moment, a piece of information entered his field of vision. Two scenarios following the reincarnation of a deity's true essence. 1. The true essence awakens while still in the embryo. Upon growing up, it actively seeks its rightful mythological mecha. 2. The true essence grows like an ordinary person, only awakening upon fortuitously encountering its designated mythological mecha. In the vast cosmos, the odds of encountering a statue uniquely belonging to that deity are exceedingly slim. This scenario can be disregarded. It is highly probable that one may never awaken and instead enter the next cycle after aging and passing away. Oh, Does this imply that I activated the mythological statue of Guanyin, thus enabling her awakening? Su Bai's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve, and he squared his shoulders. He exited the medical pod and first bowed respectfully to Nian Jing'er. Whether faced with a life-saving benefactor or a divine being, such an act of reverence is entirely warranted. My heartfelt gratitude to Miss Nian for saving my life. Su Bai had firmly resolved that, regardless of whether the other party mentioned it, he would remain silent about the divine matter. Upon careful reflection, Su Bai had awakened the mythical Guanyin, aiding her in her enlightenment. Although Nian Jing'er had rescued him on the mining star, he pondered whether he would have met his demise had she not intervened. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain who owed whom more. Nian Jing'er smiled subtly, stating, "No need for thanks. It was but a trivial effort." She was skeptical that Yu had not shared some insights with Su Bai upon her return. Having lived for so long, she was certainly astute enough to discern Su Bai's intentions. Without further preamble, Nian Jing'er directly asserted, "I have awakened, and the mythical Guanyin rightfully belongs to its original master. What do you think?" Since the topic had been broached, Su Bai no longer concealed his thoughts. "I honor you as a divine being. However, were it not for my intervention, you might still be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation, let alone concerning yourself with mechs." Nian Jing'er nodded in agreement, her candid demeanor leaving Su Bai momentarily bewildered. What kind of game was this? However, a caveat loomed ahead. For every situation, there exists a but, and such buts seldom herald good fortune. Su Bai became wary, guarding against potential pitfalls. Yet you must understand, the mythical Guanyin can only unleash its full potential in my hands. This was undoubtedly a potent stimulus for the beleaguered human faction. Oh, Su Bai narrowed his eyes, and the atmosphere in the room thickened. Even Yuan Bao, who had been sleeping, sensed the change and scurried behind the medical pod to continue his slumber. The two locked gazes for a moment, before Su Bai suddenly smiled. "You may have misjudged me. Attempting to coerce me with grandiosity is futile. I am so impoverished that I cannot even afford a bride's dowry, let alone concern myself with the fate of all humanity. Furthermore, the mech has already acknowledged its master. Mythical mechs are unlike others, as there have never been instances of severing bonds to seek new masters. Before we even discuss my willingness, you must first address this issue. This is due to the absence of a kindred spirit. Once a mythical mech recognizes its master, it cannot be unbound to seek another. Only a kindred spirit recognized by the divine core can mutually grant control rights. Although I am unaware of how you deceive the divine core, the core of the mythical Guanyin is inherently mine and shares the same origin as the divine core. Thus, acquiring its control rights should pose no difficulty." Nian Jing'er activated the divine core, invoking the mech's imprint. Su Bai raised an eyebrow as he received a request to transfer the primary control rights of the mythical Guanyin to another. Rejected. The unbinding request was denied. And Nian Jing'er was not surprised. Had Su Bai acquiesced and relinquished the primary control rights of the mythical Guanyin, she would have considered examining his mental state for free. All jest aside, I am not one to seize by force. It is impossible for you to relinquish a mythical mech without cause. However, the mythical Guanyin is indeed of paramount importance to me. How about this? I will offer 2 mythical statues in exchange for the control rights of the mythical Guanyin. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a flicker of interest. A 2-for-1 deal was undoubtedly advantageous for him. To be honest, he was not particularly eager for the mythical Guanyin, not due to a lack of strength, but because the mythical Guanyin had vanquished the golden beast. Directly extracting the golden essence from the carcass of the golden beast would be a severance of his path to ascension. This is something I cannot tolerate. After careful deliberation, Su Bai arrived at a decision. You have just awakened. Is there truly a statue of a deity? Surely you wouldn't deceive me? I do not possess one. But the blissful Buddha realm does. Agreed. One hand exchanges the statue, while the other provides the mech. Chapter 74, Return Journey, Jinyuan. In the medical room, 2 hands clasped together, reaching a consensus. Nian Jing'er then proposed another transaction. I shall add another statue of a deity in exchange for your method to activate the divine mech. What say you? Su Bai shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. It seems there is no other choice. Perhaps I am favored by the divine, as those divine mechs are willing to accept me. Nian Jing'er gazed at him intently, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Jinyu, I am here. He accessed the internal network of the blissful Buddha realm and sent a video invitation to the authority. Yes, in the blissful Buddha realm. Located in the Ling Mountain star system, on the Pure Land star, within the Great Hero Hall, the golden-bodied statues of the Buddha emanated various expressions. Some were solemn and dignified, while others radiated joy and mirth. Suddenly, one statue burst forth with golden light, projecting a luminous screen. An old monk, seated and chanting scriptures, opened his eyes, initially expecting news from below. However, he was taken aback by the glaring words Guanyin on the screen, causing him to lose his calm demeanor. Quick, connect. The brief connection time of less than 2 seconds felt as if it spanned decades. Soon, Nian Jinger's figure appeared on the luminous screen. Ba, she inquired tentatively. Guanyin? Nian Jinger smiled, bringing her palms together in a respectful bow. I have come to pay my respects to Ba. Wonderful. It is good to have you back. Ba laughed heartily, exclaiming, where are you? I shall personally come to welcome you. Nian Jinger softly addressed Su Bai, please wait a moment. She then stepped outside, evidently not wishing for Su Bai to overhear the forthcoming discussion. Su Bai, having no objections, patiently awaited her return. Before long, Nian Jinger returned, waving her hand as two three-dimensional projections materialized. They depicted two seated monk-like statues. These two statues of deities will be exchanged for the divine Guanyin and can be delivered within 3 days. Su Bai scrutinized them closely. I do not recognize them. They are merely bald-headed figures in meditation. For someone without prior knowledge, discerning their identities is indeed challenging. However, it mattered little. Su Bai outright declined, scoffing. Your calculations are quite astute. I awakened the divine statue and summoned the reincarnated deities. Then you will come seeking me for a trade, I presume? The crux of Su Bai's reluctance for the divine Guanyin lay in the fact that the mechs capable of slaying the golden beast would eliminate its golden essence. Who could say if the other divine mechs from the blissful Buddha realm possessed such a function? Seeing her scheme unveiled, Nian Jinger remained unfazed, smiling. Isn't this a mutually beneficial collaboration? Whether it is mutually beneficial or not, I cannot say. All I know is that should I proceed with this, my life expectancy would be severely compromised. Are you truly not considering it? I refuse. I have no interest in the divine statues belonging to the blissful Buddha realm. If that is the case, let the transaction be nullified. Noticing Su Bai's resolute stance, Nian Jinger promptly proposed another alternative. The various pantheons do not accept mythological statues from external deities, a tacit rule acknowledged by all. If you insist on obtaining statues from other mythos, the blissful Buddha realm does not possess them, but I can provide you with the precise coordinates for you to retrieve them yourself. How does that sound? In such a case, one statue would not suffice. We shall need to add another. Very well. Nian Jinger readily acquiesced. Within 10 days, I shall send you the coordinates. With that, she turned to leave. Su Bai observed her retreating figure and casually remarked, by the way, I hope you will keep confidential my acquisition of the mythological mechs recognition. I only grant the primary control over the mythical Guanyin. The ownership remains with me. Should any rumors arise, or if someone were to threaten me because of this, I fear that in a moment of provocation, I might summon the core of the mythical Guanyin and inadvertently destroy it, which would be quite troublesome. Nian Jinger hesitated for a moment. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip indiscriminately. In the past, she would not have taken Su Bai's warning to heart. However, with the unwavering assurance from Jin Yu and her personal investigation of the core, she ultimately concluded that this young man was indeed capable of destroying the core. As Nian Jinger departed, Su Bai retrieved Yuan Bao from behind the medical pod. He transmuted a cup of water and placed it before Yuan Bao. You heartless creature. Why did you run off? You'll be punished by having to eat this gruel. Oh woo. Ignoring Yuan Bao's protests, Su Bai returned to the medical pod, injected the potion, and continued his bodily repairs. He had a premonition that after this period of recovery, his physical strength would undergo a qualitative leap. The following day, in the early morning, the injuries were severe. The excessive acceleration of cellular division had damaged the cellular structure, making repair an arduous endeavor. I must take it slow. Su Bai had just emerged from the medical pod, in the midst of dressing. The door to the infirmary swung open, and Lu Shi rushed in excitedly. Su Bai, great news. I've contacted the teacher in charge of the training camp, and I was about to discuss your situation. The teacher said the dean has specially approved your admission. Su Bai quickly donned his clothes, his gloomy mood slightly lifted. Really? Why would I deceive you? At that moment, Nian Jinger knocked twice on the door and entered with a tray of food. The tray held 4 bowls, 3 large and 1 small, among them a mound of something golden and glistening. As for what it specifically was, even in Yu could not identify it. You're all here. Come eat. Su Bai regarded Nian Jinger with a hint of suspicion. Yet, he could not quite articulate what felt odd about the situation. Little dear, what is going on? She is Nian Jinger, the genuine Nian Jinger. Su Bai wore a contemplative expression, while Lu Shi hurriedly took the tray, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. No trouble at all. Nian Jinger displayed an eager expression. Do try my cooking. It was then that Lu Shi finally noticed the mysterious contents of the bowl. Is this edible? Nian Jinger proudly placed the smallest bowl before Yuan Bao and declared, this is my exclusive golden cuisine. Golden. Upon hearing that familiar term, Yuan Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He abruptly buried his head into the bowl, and then there was silence. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai's lips twitched as he made his way outside. I absorbed the healing elixir all night and feel no hunger at all. You all enjoy your meal, he remarked. Nian Jinger felt a pang of sorrow. She cast a hopeful glance towards the remaining Lu Shi, pleading, this is my carefully crafted dish, primarily made of eggs and potatoes, with edible yellow dye as an accompaniment. Ultimately, Lu Shi succumbed and, with tears in her eyes, consumed a large bowl. However, for the following day, Su Bai did not catch sight of her. On the deck, Su Bai sat cross-legged, absorbing the drifting energies of the universe and transforming them into golden energy, gradually replenishing his golden core. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and paused. Turning around, he saw Nian Jing'er emerging from the cabin. "How is your health?" she inquired. "Not too bad. Would you like me to prepare some medicinal cuisine for you?" "Cough. I'm in excellent shape," Su Bai replied. Nian Jing'er pouted slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. "All right, where are you headed?" "My master instructed me to accompany you during this period. Once you hand over the mecha, I shall depart." "Your master?" Su Bai was taken aback for a moment before realization struck him. Aside from Guanyin, there seemed to be no one else. "Very well, let us head to Jinyuan Academy." "Sure." Chapter 75. Unexpected news. A desolate dead star, yet within it lies hidden mysteries. The entire dead star has been hollowed out, filled with intricate machinery. The convoluted passages, bustling in white lab coats, resemble a mechanical labyrinth. In the innermost laboratory, a figure draped in a black cloak entered. Everyone in the laboratory ceased their activities. An elderly man with brown hair hurriedly approached the cloaked figure. "How did it go?" "I acquired it," came the mechanical, electronic voice from beneath the cloak. Subsequently, a beastly claw emerged, grasping a glowing stone, the core of Bai Wuchang. "Excellent!" the old man exclaimed in excitement, reaching for the divine core. However, the cloaked figure suddenly retracted. The old man, furious, demanded, "What are you doing? Are you having second thoughts? Don't forget, the conditions you promised me remain unfulfilled. Do you think I would deceive you? Hand it over." The cloaked figure remained silent, and the old man's expression grew increasingly grim. He waved his hand, and numerous mechas flew out from various parts of the mechanical planet, surrounding the laboratory. "Are you planning to make a move?" The cloaked figure seemed to smirk, amused by their audacity. Suddenly, the laboratory's alarm blared wildly. "This is bad. Quick, look outside." An experimental technician rushed in, projecting an image. In the image, a colossal being could be faintly seen, a true behemoth. It hovered above the dead star, mouth agape, seemingly poised to swallow the dead star whole. The old man's complexion changed dramatically as he hurriedly approached, smiling nervously. "Stay calm. I keep my word. You should know that we are the only ones capable of performing a seamless beast transplantation in the universe." After pondering for a moment, the cloaked figure made a mental shift, and the colossal being above the dead star vanished, along with the laboratory's alarms. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, bowing to indicate the way forward. "This way, please. We shall commence your surgery right away." "Humph. Hurry up. I have grown weary of the frailties of the human body." On a vacation planet, the Dreadful Squad, renowned for their prowess in hunting deities, indulged in leisure. When the Dreadful Tiger saw the Dreadful Serpent sever communications, he hastily inquired, "Has the reward from above arrived?" "No, it is a summons." "A summons?" The Dreadful Bull expressed his discontent, lamenting, "We have slain a mythical mech. Not only have we received no reward, but now there is a new mission." The Dreadful Serpent, with a chilling demeanor and skin as pale as death, cast a narrow-eyed glance at him. "The organization has summoned all personnel for a final rehearsal. We are to make a decisive strike against the big fish." He rose and proceeded to exit. Participation is not compulsory. The decision rests with each individual. The others exchanged glances, licking their lips, each perceiving a morbid excitement in the other's eyes. The hunt for deities was the faith instilled in them since childhood. The big fish. One could only wonder about its size. At the Jinyuan Academy, in Su Wan's villa nestled among the trees, Nian Jing'er accompanied Lu Shi, who was pushing the wheelchair-bound Su Bai, who cradled Yuan Bao in his arms. The group disembarked from the student hovercraft and made their way toward the villa. Despite Su Bai's repeated assertions that he could walk, Lu Shi remained utterly indifferent to his claims. Upon disembarking from the starship, Su Bai was once again restrained by the two women, forced to traverse the examination chamber. The results were evidently less than favorable. Consequently, at Lu Shi's insistence, Su Bai was bestowed with a luxurious seat. Unable to resist, he decided to enjoy the situation. After being pushed for a while and basking in the envious gazes of those around him, Su Bai suddenly felt that this arrangement was rather agreeable. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed twice, and the door swung open. Xiaohua, the familiar and beautiful visage that had been absent for so long, prompted an instinctive exclamation from Su Bai. The joy of reunion filled him with happiness, and he turned to introduce Nian Jing'er. "This is Xiaohua, I Clang." The door abruptly shut. Su Bai's expression froze. Having returned gravely injured, he found himself rejected at the door by a former friend. Did Su Bai have no pride? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Nian Jing'er wore a perplexed expression. "What is happening? Why are we not allowed to enter?" It appeared that the one surnamed Su was not faring particularly well. Fortunately, the doors soon opened once more. This time, it was Kong Qing. "I knew you were back. Dinner is ready. Come in quickly." As Su Bai was pushed through the threshold, he heard Song Ran mutter softly, "There's food for Yuan Bao. but none for him. The reference was clear to everyone present. Yuan Bao, nestled in Su Bai's arms, did not even lift an eyelid. I consume golden substances. I have no regard for such inferior foods, Su Bai silently thought, feeling somewhat petty as he cast a glance around. The dining table was lavishly set with steaming dishes. Apart from his own group, who had just entered, only Song Ran and Kong Qing were present in the living room. The villa's owner, Su Wan, was conspicuously absent. Where is Sister Wan? Sister Wan had some matters at home and left a few days ago. What unfortunate timing. All right, let us eat before the food cools. Lu Shi urged, guiding Su Bai to the table and pulling Nian Jinger to sit beside her. She and Su Bai had long since forgotten the taste of a proper meal. Their hunger pangs were unbearable. Su Bai gazed longingly at Song Ran as she served rice to the others, only to find his bowl empty when it was his turn. Xiaohua, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately seeking revenge? Just wait until I recover. Song Ran cast him a sidelong glance, then firmly wheeled Su Bai to a corner where a medical pod was stationed. Lifting him effortlessly, she deposited him inside and pressed the button to administer the healing serum. There is no food for you. Shijiang told us you are still severely injured, and you can't indulge in delicacies like steamed lamb, braised bear paws, or crab stir-fry. This is a special healing serum prepared by Sister Qing, and it's quite valuable. Don't let her kindness go to waste. Just stay in there and soak. After ensuring everything was in place, Song Ran thoughtfully adjusted the pod to face the dining table before returning to her meal. The sight of the sumptuous dishes made Su Bai's tears involuntarily spill from the corners of his mouth, blending with the serum. He flailed about within the pod. But to those outside, it simply appeared as if he were blowing bubbles, eliciting peals of laughter. Frustrated, Su Bai shut his eyes, preferring not to see. Instead, he focused on absorbing the energy from the serum. The warmth of the healing serum enveloped him like a soothing hot spring, and he felt it was indeed more effective than ordinary medicine. However, it paled in comparison to the restorative powers of gold. Su Bai concluded it was useful, though not significantly so. As he drifted towards sleep, a sudden presence interrupted the stillness. And Yu, who had been mysteriously busy since their return, appeared. Dubai, I have made a discovery. Su Bai opened his eyes and inquired through thought. What is it? After I emerged, I worked with Jin Yu to construct an information defense network for you, to avoid future surprises. While filtering harmful information, I uncovered something. Do you remember how we were repeatedly stopped for identity checks when we left the Chongning Federation? Yes, I found it strange how stringent the checks were. Were we being targeted? Indeed. The Minister of Border Defense of the Chongning Federation sold our location information to former Congressman Chen Wei for 5 million Federation coins. Subsequently, Chen Wei colluded with the God Hunters, passing on our identities and locations to them. This is what led to our swift exposure and the subsequent series of events. Chen Wei, Su Bai had no recollection of the name. Such high-ranking individuals were beyond his reach during his time in the Chongning Federation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He squinted. Chun, former congressman. If memory serves. Isn't he the Chun whose family was involved in the White Robe Star massacre? I believe he is the son of a congressman. Chapter 76. Wealth. Such envy to buy. How should we proceed? And Yu produced a stack of documents. This contains records of the transaction between Chen Wei and the Minister of Border Defense. Phone records, his connections with the God Hunters, and his motivations, among other details. We should anonymously submit all this information to the tribunal, betraying the gods and the hunters, selling out the human camp's mythic pilots, leading to the destruction of a mythic mech. These two charges would suffice for them to face death tenfold. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai relinquished his intention to seek them out himself. The number of individuals involved was quite substantial, and they were merely insignificant fish. Tracking them down one by one would be a hassle, consuming too much time. As for the mastermind, Chen Wei, falling into the hands of the tribunal would undoubtedly result in a far more gruesome fate than if he were to confront Su Bai directly. Have the pursuers from that day found us? They have indeed found us. In fact, it's as if they never needed to search at all. And Yu projected a video onto Su Bai's retinal display. The footage featured the shattered mythic by Wu Chang as a backdrop, with the likes of Sang Hu and others proclaiming the declaration of the gods' hunters, having slain a mythic mech. Yet, I cannot locate their position. Not even with Jin Yu's assistance did I succeed, and Yu expressed her frustration. I surmise they are either dead or trapped in a region isolated by several mythic intelligences working in unison. Su Bai reassured her. It's all right. If they are still alive, they will eventually surface. There is no need to rush. Later that night, at 9 o'clock, Su Bai's room was on the left side of the second floor, adjacent to Song Ran's, with a pleasant view of the villa's pond below. Upon returning to his room, Su Bai was resolute in his refusal to immerse himself in the medical pod. That contraption could not compare to the comfort of a soft, plush bed. As he embraced his plush toy and settled in for a restful sleep, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in. The voice trailed off, revealing a palpable reluctance. Su Bai switched on the light and propped himself up. The door creaked open, revealing Kong Qing, who promptly shut the door behind her. In an instant, Su Bai became alert, nervously clutching his blanket. A late-night visit? Alone together? What if she were to take advantage of him? Should he feign resistance or submit outright? Alas, possessing a charm just a notch below the dashing figures on the screen, he found himself in a quandary. Little did Kong Qing know, Su Bai had indulged in a rather audacious fantasy. Her visit was not without careful consideration. From the Star Network, she had learned of the destruction of Bai Wuchang. She harbored doubts as to why Su Bai remained unscathed following the demise of the mythic mech. According to her previous disposition, without the mythic mech, Su Bai would hold little value to her. Yet her intuition urged her otherwise. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away again. I apologize for what happened last time. Ah, so it wasn't merely my good looks that drew you here. Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously. How base. What am I thinking? I am a respectable person. Well, you helped me last time, and I owe you my gratitude. Moreover, your brother was quite the assistance during my time at Bai Star. There is no need for apologies. As for the starship I damaged, I promise to repay you once I have the means. Su Bai harbored his suspicions. The warning email he had received was likely sent by Kong Yun. If his conjecture held true, then Kong Yun had saved his life. Let us not dwell on the starship. I have plenty of money, and it's of no consequence. Kong Qing sensed that Su Bai truly bore no grudges, and immediately broke into a radiant smile, adopting a tone reminiscent of a wealthy tycoon. His extravagant gesture left the impoverished Su Bai utterly astounded. It was only after Kong Qing departed that he regained his senses, grabbing the almost asleep Yuan Bao, rousing him, and cradling him in his arms as he lay down. Silly girl, indeed, is rich, how enviable. Never mind, time for sleep. After a month of recuperation, or rather, idleness, in the villa nestled within the woods, Su Bai, who had missed half a semester, was forcibly escorted to the classroom by Lu Shi. In the mythical era, the golden beasts invaded, and the gods fought valiantly against them. While a sinful deity turned against Su Bai, in the classroom, an elderly man with white hair was lecturing on the history of the universe. Unintentionally, he caught sight of a figure in a wheelchair in the corridor, already dozing off with his head drooping. Ah, I'm here. Su Bai, startled from his dream. Shut up. The teacher's irritation intensified upon seeing him. You can stand, yet you sit in a wheelchair? Quite the performer, aren't you? Su Bai shared this sentiment. However, despite the unanimous opposition of the few in the villa, he still failed to secure the right to walk. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a sprain or fracture. Not to mention, Su Bai's test results indicated he was on the brink of death. Even with the divine healing elixir, it was improbable that he would be restored to full health in just a month. They all believed Su Bai's injuries were so severe that his desire to stand and walk was merely bravado. The teacher, an elderly veteran from the battlefield, held a deep disdain for those who relied on connections. Ironically, Su Bai, who should have been expelled but was admitted due to the dean's special approval, appeared to him as just such a case of favoritism. To add insult to injury, he had entered school 2 months late, utterly unacceptable. Half a semester had passed, and this was the first time the teacher had laid eyes on Su Bai. Moreover, it was during his class that Su Bai chose to sleep. Was he merely stacking negative buffs? This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. You come to Jinyuan just to sleep? I acknowledge you are the top of the new students. But against the golden beasts and in cosmic warfare, a fool who knows nothing cannot bear such weighty responsibilities. Yes, I was in the wrong, Su Bai quickly acknowledged. His attitude commendable, even before the teacher had finished speaking. You are truly insufferable. The teacher believed Su Bai was provoking him. Let me see what knowledge you possess. Answer these 3 questions. If you fail, forget about earning credits in my subject. The first question, what is the meaning of the sinful deity? What will happen next? He was certain Su Bai could not answer. Knowledge of the sinful deity was prohibited from being disseminated outside the advanced academies. Moreover, Su Bai had not attended any classes since entering Jinyuan, let alone encountered any related information. During the invasion of the golden beasts, when gods turned traitor, it led to the human coalition, which was barely holding on, collapsing entirely. These gods were the sinful deities. The post-human coalition adhered to the principle that to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal strife, and thus made every effort to eradicate the sinful deities, ultimately subduing them. Such nonsense. According to records, all sinful deities were vanquished, with none surviving. Su Bai glanced at the information on his retina, inquiring through his consciousness within Yu. Is this answer incorrect? And Yu's small face was filled with indignation. She had consulted the database accessible only through mythological intelligence. How could there possibly be an error? He is indeed mistaken. True spirits are indomitable, deities are immortal, and the sin gods are also divine. As long as one harbors no desire for death, how could they possibly be slain? They can only be suppressed, leading them to lose the will to live and disperse their true essence. At this moment, the teacher's ears perked up, and he emitted a cold snort. Never mind, you may pass this question, let us proceed to the next one. What is the distinction between sin gods and evil gods? Su Bai glanced outside, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Was that not the esteemed Dean Xuanwu? Could it be that there are intentions from above to conceal information regarding sin gods? Regardless, it is of no concern to me. Sin gods are deities that betray humanity, while evil gods are those whose spirits are distorted through reincarnation, seeking to annihilate humankind, yet refuse to ally with the golden beasts. With two questions answered in rapid succession, the teacher's expression grew somewhat strained. I shall refrain from asking the third question for now. Today, I will let you off lightly. Moving forward, attend class diligently. For in certain areas, the star network may be inaccessible, and knowledge retained within one's mind is the most reliable. Understood, teacher. And Yu protested, hands on her hips. Head held high. He knows nothing. From a certain perspective, mythical intelligence serves as the signal source for the star network. Unless two or more mythical intelligences simultaneously intervene to block me, it is impossible to be disconnected from the star network. That notion is utterly unfounded. Chapter 77. 3 Divine Statues. During the subsequent class time, Su Bai was notably more attentive, his gaze directed forward. Whether he was actually listening, however, remained uncertain. Little dear, please retrieve the data on those 3 divine statues. Certainly. 3 images, visible only to Su Bai, materialized. The first depicted an angelic statue, its features indistinct. Adorned with 6 wings, poised as if in flight. It resides at the juncture of the divine domains of heaven and hell, on a planet called Vibrant. The second image showcased an ordinary male humanoid statue. If one were to discern any distinct feature, it would be the unknown object it clutched, approximately the length of 2 palms. This refers to the length of the statue's palms. Do not misconstrue it. It is not related to Cohen, but rather a pure JPEG. This statue is located on the sole life-bearing planet of the Indole Federation within the Star Federation. The third statue is highly recognizable. Wielding a trident, its upper body bare, hair resembling tangled seaweed, and feet standing upon tumultuous waves. It is situated in the administrative star of the oceanic realm of Olympus. Su Bai rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The old bald donkey of the blissful Buddha realm is quite astute. Among the 3 divine statues, the second one presents the least difficulty in acquisition. As his thoughts raced, the class concluded. I would like to announce that during your time at Jinyuan, all cultural courses have now come to an end. The next 3.5 years will be dedicated to practical training. With that, the teacher prepared to leave but suddenly recalled something, turning back to Su Bai. For the midterm assessment, in the team competition, you may choose not to participate. But if you do not attend the individual competition, it will be counted as a forfeiture and you will receive no points. Midterm assessment? Su Bai scratched his head, looking bewildered. Have I only just begun attending class, and already there is a midterm assessment? While being escorted by Lu Shi onto Kong Qing's luxurious flying vehicle, Su Bai voiced his confusion. Lu Shi replied, have you taken the time to calculate how long has passed since the Jinyuan assessment? Su Bai began counting on his fingers. The white-robed star, the mining star, has returned after a month of recuperation. Upon reflection, it seems that the duration was indeed considerable. What is the situation regarding the midterm assessments and the team competition that the instructor just mentioned? Shortly after enrollment, the academy required the formation of teams, with a maximum of 8 members and a minimum of 4. I thought it prudent to register our quartet. Subsequently, we engaged in a team ranking competition before your return. It was just Song Ran and me facing challenges, and we achieved commendable results, placing in the top 10. As I spoke, Kong Qing cast a cautious glance at the seemingly indifferent Song Ran. Upon your return, Xiaoxi joined our team, and her dragon-shaped mecha is remarkably powerful, single-handedly elevating our team's score to first place. Now that the team competition has concluded, we stand at the pinnacle, with the next phase being individual battles. The cumulative scores will determine which teams receive numerous privileges in the forthcoming trials. These may include preferential selection of training locations, the ability to choose senior mentors, and the opportunity to acquire ranks when the academy facilitates integration with other factions. Wait, the issue is that Xiaoxi participated in the team competition, yet I was unaware of it. Su Bai felt slighted. It is because your injury was so severe, Lu Shi remarked, with Song Ran delivering a sharp retort. It would have been futile even if you had participated. Su Bai draped an arm around Song Ran's shoulder. Little flower, I sense you are becoming rather arrogant. Song Ran shot him a fierce glare, unyielding. In his prime, Su Bai was a formidable opponent. Why should he be intimidated now when he was merely a shadow of his former self? Enough of your bickering, Lu Shi interjected, turning Su Bai's head. Why not forfeit the individual battle? Why? Su Bai protested. Rest assured, though my body is not fully recovered, I can handle a few minor adversaries without issue. Su Bai puffed out his chest. He was the one who, with the aid of Guanyin and a series of fortuitous events, had vanquished the 5-star golden beast. To forfeit against a group of mere planetary-level weaklings? Wouldn't he that invite ridicule? Seeing Lu Shi still wearing a worried expression, he reassured her, Do not worry. Nothing will go awry. If anything feels amiss, I will concede. How does that sound? Very well then. Suddenly, Lucy pondered. Given that our team can have a maximum of 8 members, and we are only 4, won't we be at a disadvantage when the scores are totaled? The Academy had already anticipated this. Teams that are not at full capacity will have their scores averaged, with additional points awarded for the missing members. Upon returning to the woodland villa, Su Bai had scarcely disembarked from the hovercar when he spotted a figure rushing toward him. Why are you still here? Nian Jing'er remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, her eyes brimming with unspoken resentment. I haven't wronged you, so please don't act like this. Su Bai found himself somewhat exasperated. The position for the mythological statue I promised you has been reserved for 2 months. I have already stated that once I acquire a new mythological mecha, I will transfer the statue of Guanyin to you. I must have some means of protection, right? What if you deceive me? Am I to venture into the blissful Buddha realm to seek justice? I can keep 2 mythological subordinates for you. Nian Jing'er refused to be swayed by his persuasion. That is not my concern. Su Bai maneuvered his wheelchair toward the villa, disinclined to engage further with Nian Jing'er. Internally, he scoffed at the thought of being outmaneuvered over the position of the mythological statue. If I could effortlessly hand over the mecha to you, I would not be called Su Bai. In the dark expanse, Nian Jing'er darted to Guanyin's side, looking utterly aggrieved. Master, Su Bai is not a man of his word. Sighing, Guanyin acknowledged her fault. I shall make arrangements for you to accompany him. She shook her head in resignation, admitting that when selecting the mythological statues, she had indeed entertained ulterior motives. Perhaps it was her dissatisfaction with being threatened by Su Bai, or perhaps it stemmed from the resentment of being denied a second transaction, which led to her final choice of those 3 mythological figures. Aside from the second one, which was relatively easy to acquire, the other 2 posed considerable challenges. Regret filled her heart. In the office of Dean Jinyuan, Nian Jing'er, or rather Guanyin, sat upon the couch. Throughout countless epochs, deities rarely found themselves unacquainted. With each cycle of reincarnation, new gods replaced the old. They bore the weight of an ineffable solitude. Some deities could not withstand this isolation, willingly dispersing their true essences and forsaking reincarnation, while others succumbed to madness, transforming into malevolent gods. In their hearts, only those deities who had survived since the mythological era were considered kin, where they could rediscover a long-lost sense of belonging. Have you come to visit this old friend after more than a month? How unkind. Without the luxury of reminiscing, Nian Jing'er stated plainly, my reincarnation must enter Jinyuan Academy. Please make the necessary arrangements. Entering Jinyuan? Not going to the blissful Buddha realm? Xuanwu expressed his surprise. The blissful Buddha realm, known for its profound devotion, seldom saw individuals enter the 5 major S-level academies, as they typically nurtured talents internally due to their faith. This was precisely because of their beliefs. Whenever a reincarnate awakened, they invariably returned with a mythological mecha, without exception. There was a reason behind this. She needed to stay in Jinyuan for a while. Very well. I shall make arrangements at once. Xuanwu refrained from inquiring further, understanding that, as fellow deities, it was inappropriate to pry into another's private affairs. He sought the dean's seal, congratulating her. Congratulations on obtaining the mythological statue and successfully awakening. There is nothing to celebrate. A flicker of exasperation crossed Nian Jing'er's face. It was not her that had come into contact with the mythological statue, but rather that scoundrel Su Bai had activated her mecha. Xuanwu. Your true essence remains, and Su Bai activated your mecha? Indeed. Wait. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Xuanwu wore a skeptical expression. This cannot be right. After a moment, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. He gazed at Nian Jing'er with a peculiar look. Su Bai cannot possibly be your silence. Nian Jing'er's face flushed crimson with anger. She slammed her palm on the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at Xuanwu, exclaiming, you old fool, cease your nonsensical chatter. With a stamp, she produced a pre-prepared enrollment application and slapped it onto the desk. Bang! The seal was pressed down. Nian Jing'er snatched the application and departed. After watching the furious Nian Jing'er storm away, Xuanwu began to ponder, tapping his fingers on the desk in suspicion. This shouldn't be, after all. Leaving a descendant is not a disgraceful matter. Those monks in the Buddha realm are truly antiquated. Chapter 78. It is only the one who dares to wield a sword who is a true warrior. Nightfall. Yuan Bao frolicked joyfully, clutching a small goldfish. Su Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, diligently using his golden energy to restore his body. After a considerable length of time, the golden energy was nearly depleted. What a nuisance, Su Bai lamented as he opened his eyes. Under the continuous influence of both the holy healing potions and golden energy, his bodily organs had somewhat recovered. Yet, the damage at the cellular level could only be mended gradually with golden energy. At the current pace, it seemed he would require at least another month for full recovery. Once shattered, twice paralyzed, thrice reduced to ashes, this excessive strain was hardly meant for human endurance. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to mend cellular-level injuries, Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his demise. Reflecting on this, Su Bai felt considerably uplifted. I am far superior to those who have met their end thrice. At that moment, a soft chime emanated from his star instrument. Su Bai raised his wrist, revealing a message pushed by the Academy's official channel. The list of combatants for the individual match the following day had been released. It was lengthy and densely packed, causing Su Bai to lose interest in perusing it. Little dear, check it out, he instructed. And Yu, preoccupied with constructing a defensive network, did not even raise her head. The list swiftly scrolled and ultimately halted at the bottom, where a line of text was magnified. Class 1 of Genetic Systems, Su Bai. Student ID, A100001. VS, Class 17 of Mecha Systems, Wang Bin. Student ID, B10011481. Note: the initial letter of the student ID denotes the department. A for Genetic Systems, B for Mecha Systems, C for Starship Systems, and D for Research Systems. The second digit indicates the academic year, followed by the ranking achieved in the entrance assessment. Time: tomorrow at 5 p.m. Venue: Arena 88. Type: combat. The Starship and Research Systems do not partake in combat, only matching within their own departments. The former simulates Starship operations, while the latter focuses on research topics. With a mere glance, Su Bai lost interest. It was not out of arrogance or disdain for his opponent. Rather, the adversary, a secondary genetic user piloting a planetary-class mecha, simply failed to pique his enthusiasm. Check the matches for Xiao Shi, Xiao Hua, and Silly Girl, he requested. And Yu retrieved the matchups for the three. Lu Shi and Song Ran were both scheduled for 9 a.m., one in Arena 3 and the other in Arena 97, indicating that Su Bai could only attend one. Kong Qing was set for 10 a.m., allowing him to catch that match as well. After some contemplation, Su Bai decided to observe Song Ran. Lu Shi, with her Dragon Pearl, was likely to excel in this round, leaving her competition behind. In contrast, he had yet to witness Song Ran in action, making it an opportune moment to observe. The next day, at 8:55 a.m., Arena 97 resembled a grand coliseum. The circular audience seats encircled a nearly 1,000-meter diameter arena. Thousands of spectators filled the seats, creating a bustling yet not overcrowded atmosphere. Su Bai sat in the front row, watching the enormous projection in the arena. A senior student, acting as the referee, stood between Song Ran and another participant, with two simulation pods behind him, allowing the competitors to enter the star network with their consciousness. Ding! A prompt sound resonated, signaling the commencement of the referee's duties. Please, both parties, select your options. I concede. Before the referee could finish his sentence, the other contestant shouted. You concede? The referee expressed his astonishment. Those who can enter Jin Yuan undoubtedly possess a certain pride. The hierarchy is clear. Heaven is first, earth is second, and I am third. He has encountered many individuals in his time. However, it is indeed a novelty for him to witness someone conceding before the battle even commences. The referee cast a glance at Song Ran, contemplating whether this was a ploy to impress the girl he fancied. He wore an ambiguous expression. It is only natural to seek admiration. Nevertheless, fulfilling his duties as a referee, he inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," came the resolute reply from the student, though his face betrayed a hint of anxiety, as if he were poised to flee the moment the match was declared over. "Very well, the match concludes," declared the referee. The victor is Song Ran from the first class of the Genetics Department, student ID, A100003, with a total of 1 victory and an additional point. The defeated, Long Zhao from the third class of the Genetics Department, student ID, A10004124, with a total of 1 defeat and a deduction of 1 point. Upon finishing his announcement, the referee released his hold, prompting Long Zhao to dash off the stage as if chased by some monstrous beast. After thanking the referee in a soft, gentle voice, Song Ran proceeded to exit the arena. The referee mused to himself, not only was this girl beautiful, but she was also quite polite. He subsequently pulled up the student information and was taken aback. A male student? He instantly felt a sense of respect for Long Zhao. True bravery lies in the willingness to engage in combat. With effortless grace, Song Ran emerged from the arena, her face adorned with a smile, radiating joy. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Su Bai, who was wheelchair-bound and seemingly engrossed in his predicament. Eager to share her triumph, she opened her mouth, but Su Bai's words swiftly dampened her spirits. "Did you sell yourself?" Su Bai exclaimed, his expression one of profound disappointment. "Little flower, while beauty may be an advantage, resorting to such measures, oh, we must not indulge in this again. A loss is merely a loss. We should not be concerned." "Su Bai?" Song Ran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lunged forward, seizing Su Bai by the neck. "You mustn't say such things." In the 15th Martial Arts Arena, Song Ran pushed Su Bai inside. This was the venue for Kong Qing's match. Earlier that morning, they had all agreed that after Song Ran and Lu Shi finished, they would head directly over. Su Bai rubbed his neck where her grip had left a mark, muttering about her considerable strength. You truly did not sell yourself. Cough, cough. A sudden chill swept over him from behind, prompting Su Bai to quickly fall silent. I told you, my brother helped me. Song Ran maintained a stern demeanor, though a flicker of admiration crossed her face at the mention of her brother. He must have warned the opponent beforehand out of concern for my safety. Your brother is indeed commendable, assisting you so openly in your deceit. Indeed. Song Ran's pride swelled, akin to a regal swan lifting its head, as if the praise were directed at her. During team battles, my brother has aided me as well, she continued, her head drooping slightly as a shadow of guilt crossed her features, though he was rather ruthless, leaving quite a few injured. It's just a minor matter. In combat, injuries are an inevitable aspect. Su Bai dismissed the concern lightly. Su Bai? Song Ran. Over here. A voice called from the left side of the audience. Upon hearing the call, Su Bai turned to see Kong Qing standing and waving in their direction. Song Ran guided her wheelchair towards her. Kong Qing glanced at the time, 9:47. During the individual combat period, the arena was strictly off-limits for reckless driving and mecha antics. The training ground no. 97 is not particularly close to number 15. Song Ran was pushing Su Bai over from that direction, calculating that it would take approximately 40 minutes. Does that imply they set off shortly after 9? Is it that swift on your side? TSK, perhaps it is due to having a commendable elder brother. He likely warned his opponent in advance, resulting in their surrender the moment the referee announced the commencement of the match. Su Bai's tone bore a hint of envy. Upon hearing this, Song Ran smiled shyly. Brother? Kong Qing's expression gradually grew peculiar. Did he mention that it was his brother who assisted him? Yes, what's wrong with that? To be honest, I've yet to meet his brother. Kong Qing gazed at Song Ran, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue. Just as she was about to speak, her name was suddenly called from the sidelines. Kong Qing from the Starship Department, Class 1, Student ID, C100036. Please proceed to the stage promptly. Su Bai waved his hand. It's your turn. Hurry up, and good luck. Alright then. Chapter 79. Thorned Rose. The training ground of the Starship Department is distinct from others. The method of competition is also markedly different. On either side of the training ground, there are two platforms, one red and one blue. Both parties ascend the command platforms. With the referee's command, Kong Qing stepped onto the red platform, while her opponent proceeded to the blue one. Please select the mode of competition, Starship Command Battle or 1v1 Starship Battle. 1v1 Starship Battle. Both contestants replied in unison. The Starship Command Battle involves a multitude of vessels and requires consideration of numerous complex factors, and the two participants do not possess sufficient skill. Furthermore, and most importantly, the larger the scale of the Starship Battle, the greater the mental fortitude required of its commander. On the battlefield, circumstances can change in an instant. The commander must single-handedly control the situation. The mental energy expended each second is a terrifying figure. In contrast, the 1v1 Starship Battle is significantly simpler. Both parties pilot their starships in a straightforward contest. The referee, equipped with a flight pack, ascended into the air. The Starship Battle is to be conducted virtually, both parties. Please prepare yourselves. He pressed a button in his hand. The command platforms split open, and Kong Qing along with her opponent descended into the command chamber. Kong Qing's consciousness was pulled into the star network, entering a cockpit. Meanwhile, around the external training ground, a luminous barrier rose, transforming the arena into a starry expanse. The venue was prepared. Two scaled-down starships, several meters in size, were projected. Blue Team. Jeff, a small planetary-class warship, the Nolii. Note, starships are a general term, subdivided into combat, transport, passenger types, etc. The referee routinely introduced the vessels. Both starships must be provided by the competitors, with the requirement that they do not exceed their respective class levels and must be tangible. Nolii, a planetary-class warship, priced at 15,000 cosmic coins. Red Team. Kong Qing, a small planetary-class warship. This is, the referee paused, seemingly taken aback by something extraordinary. Thorned Rose. As his words fell, the audience erupted in astonishment. Is it that planetary-class warship, Thorned Rose, which is the highest price from the reputable Merchant Association? The Thorned Rose is priced at a staggering 100,000 cosmic coins, surpassing even the cost of stellar-class warships. The exorbitant price is one matter, but the lack of market availability is another. Wealthy individuals abound in the cosmos, and when this starship debuted, its artistic appearance captivated many. Unfortunately, it is said that this vessel was custom-made by the president of the Credibility Chamber for his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Could it be that she, Kong Qing, shares the same name as the famed Thorned Rose? There is no escaping this connection. Su Bai, after perusing the information on Thorned Rose, rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. He had underestimated just how affluent this foolish girl truly was. Regret washed over him for not seizing a greater opportunity during the assessment on Star. If only he possessed a time machine, he would surely return to that moment and demand not a mere 20,000, but 200,000 interstellar credits from that fool. Onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Jeff, who found himself in a rather precarious position. The odds were heavily stacked against him. The Thorn Rose had been constructed to the standards of a stellar-class ship. Why not a stellar class? The credibility chamber deemed it too modest, asserting that even more advanced ships, crafted to the standards of Nebula-class vessels, existed. Once Kong Qing meets the piloting requirements, her family will deliver it to her. The joy of the affluent is something that ordinary individuals can scarcely imagine. The referee controlled the descent of the flight packs, allowing for a close-up view of the Thorn Rose. He marveled at the ship's hull, which was said to be adorned with roses meticulously sculpted by hand. Truly, it is a masterpiece. Hey, are we starting or not? Jeff exclaimed, his frustration evident as he shouted at the referee. Are you conceding? The referee asked, taken aback. Concede? On what grounds? Jeff retorted defiantly. Who knows if this is merely for show? Then, I wish you luck, the referee announced, ascending and declaring. Those who are destroyed or expelled from the arena shall be deemed losers. Now commence. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jeff's battleship erupted in a dazzling display of light, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Dozens of cannons roared to life, and ammunition was fired in unison. Jeff was acutely aware of the Thorn Rose's formidable nature, possibly even more so than others. In the realm of starship warfare, it is wealth that reigns supreme. Is starship combat merely a test of skill? Nonsense. It is a contest of riches. Money begets superior vessels, advanced equipment, and ample firepower. The Norl subclass would not even be worthy of carrying the Thorn Rose's shoes. Seizing the initiative, Jeff aimed to catch Kong Qing off guard. This was his only opportunity for victory. However, in the face of the impending onslaught, Kong Qing remained composed. Her fingers danced across the tactical display as if she were a pianist performing an elegant concerto, an inexplicable aura of artistry permeating the air. Under her deft command, streams of red energy surged forth, filling the rose patterns adorning the ship's hull. In an instant, all the roses illuminated, resembling a vibrant bloom of red roses, astonishingly beautiful. How exquisite! The onlookers marveled. The Thorn Rose is not merely a warship. It is an artwork deserving of display in a starship museum. My back teeth are ground to dust. Jeff's projectiles hurtled forward with alarming speed, the energy within the ship fully charged. To assume that this vessel serves only an ornamental purpose would be a grave misjudgment. As Kong Qing pressed her palm down, the interconnected rose thicket suddenly swelled, forming a defensive energy shield. All the shells fell upon them, causing ripples in the light curtain as explosions erupted. Amidst the flames, ethereal roses blossomed and withered, an exquisite sight that took one's breath away. Xiaoming, charge the third cannon and direct the 20 auxiliary cannons on the port side to fire. Understood. The virtual intelligence. Silver Fox Xiaoming mechanically executed Kong Qing's commands. With a surge of excitement, Kong Qing's fingertips danced, and the Thorn Rose engine roared to life. Surging forth from the blaze, the ship adjusted its position, aligning the left side towards the north. 20 auxiliary cannons unleashed their firepower. Yet beneath the barrage, trails of green light lay concealed. A glint of brilliance flashed in Kong Qing's eyes. Roses are present, but I wonder if you've ever encountered thorns? Jeff, witnessing the scene, maneuvered the Norlith to evade. He dared not confront Kong Qing head-on. The Norlith was, after all, vastly inferior. However, at that moment, the green light hidden beneath the Thorn Rose shells accelerated abruptly. 20 beams of green light adhered evenly to the Norlith. Lock on, Kong Qing's lips parted slightly. The green lights spread rapidly, coalescing in an instant to envelop the Norlith. Upon closer inspection, the green entities resembled thorns. The thorns penetrated the hull of the Norlith, transmitting disruptive frequencies. In the cockpit, Jeff was horrified to discover that his battleship had lost control. Move, move. Frantically, Jeff pounded on the combat display. But the ship remained unresponsive, suspended in the starry void like a target awaiting fire. Boom, boom. 20 shells struck the Norlith, and alarms blared in the cockpit. Warning, warning. Hull armor damaged. Damage level 36. Ignoring the sirens, Jeff frantically operated the combat screen. Fortune favored the determined. The thorny net on the hull fell away. Before he could rejoice, another battleship suddenly entered the monitoring range. The energy surged within the barrel of its upright cannon. The alarms blared once more, precisely timed. Warning. High energy wave detected ahead. Please evade. Jeff relinquished control, his body slumping into the chair. Thorn Rose, he muttered. The third cannon is fully charged. Fire. Yes. Boom. A dazzling beam of energy illuminated the entire starry expanse. Under the radiant beam, the Norlith transformed into a more resplendent firework display. Chapter 80. Su Bai's Guilt Kong Qing. Victory. The referee's declaration echoed as the red and blue command platforms split apart, with Kong Qing and Jeff emerging. In stark contrast to Kong Qing's lighthearted demeanor, Jeff appeared considerably more sullen and unwilling. I lost to your battleship, not to you. Oh, Kong Qing bluntly acknowledged, showing no interest in defending herself. Defeated in a crushing manner, Jeff's face betrayed his humiliation. Seeing Kong Qing's unassuming disposition ignited his anger. He roared, "It's unfair. The Academy's rules are unjust. In peer competitions, the starships should be standardized." Silence. The referee admonished sharply. Fair? How naive and laughable. The Academy's regulations, which stipulate that both parties must use starships of the same tier, are the epitome of fairness. Otherwise, Miss Kong could bring a star-class battleship. And with her defensive systems activated, she could crush you effortlessly. Financial resources are also a component of my strength, Kong Qing remarked nonchalantly. As she departed, she didn't even cast a glance in his direction. At 4:50 in the afternoon, at the number 88 training ground, Su Bai reluctantly exited the virtual world of the Star Network. The Thorns and Roses vessel was truly exquisite. Were it not for the imminent competition, he could have spent the entire day immersed within it. Come on, get on stage, Lu Shi urged. Following the conclusion of Kong Qing's morning match, they had shared a meal and arrived early to await the contest. Su Bai manipulated the joystick, and his wheelchair glided down the corridor. Lu Shi seized him abruptly. Wait, what's the matter? I'm pushing you down. Remember, don't be stubborn. If you can't manage, just concede. The three of us can elevate the score without you. You've said that 800 times. Don't worry. Lu Shi guided Su Bai into the arena. And as she departed, she didn't forget to remove the gold ingot from Su Bai to prevent it from hindering his match. Along the way, the duo attracted considerable attention, especially when they saw Su Bai being wheeled into the arena. It dawned on them that he was there to compete. Wait, competing in a wheelchair? What is going on? Is that wheelchair cutting-edge technology? Can it launch missiles? He was the top scorer in the freshman entrance exam, still recovering from severe injuries. So he is unable to maintain his pride. According to rankings, he is the freshman champion. If word gets out that he falters before the contest, it would be quite embarrassing. TSK, too proud to admit defeat, relying on a wheelchair for movement. It's a miracle if he can win. Wang Bin is quite fortunate, getting a free point. Wang Bin isn't is fortunate. Su Bai didn't participate in the team match at all, and was carried to victory by his three extraordinary teammates. Now they hold the top team score. Even if he scores no points in the individual match, their team's ranking will remain unaffected. I see. So it's him. What a lucky guy to have three beautiful teammates. Shoo, be quiet. Don't put me in a difficult position. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Let me tell you, the one named Songran. Are you Su Bai? Wang Bin looked down at Su Bai, his tone dripping with arrogance. Top of the freshman? What use is that now? You're just a cripple. Isn't it just easy for me to manipulate you? I heard you're riding on the coattails of the top team? Su Bai shot him a curious glance. I should report this upward. A suggestion to enhance the care at the Academy's medical facility, especially in neurology. Indeed, I have three strong legs to lean on. Aren't you jealous? You. Wang Bin was left speechless. He couldn't fail to perceive Su Bai's tone was mocking. All right. Just you wait. Time's up. Prepare yourselves. Su Bai turned his head and discovered that today's referee was a senior sister. Wow, her legs seemed longer than my life. It was evident she was a professional referee. Senior sister, I'm ready. The polite and somewhat charming Su Bai easily garnered favorable impressions, and she was no exception. She inquired with concern, is your body all right? No problem. I'm in tip-top shape. Wang Bin, witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy. Why did Su Bai's team have so many beautiful women? And even this attractive senior sister spoke to him so gently. He lowered his voice and sweetly remarked, Senior sister, I'm ready too. Just wait. The senior sister did not glance back at him, but thoughtfully offered a suggestion to Su Bai. Given your physical condition, I recommend opting for virtual combat. This way, whether in mecha battles or non-mecha conflicts, you will at least not suffer due to physical limitations. What do you think? Senior sister, why not inquire about my opinion? I am the referee, and I am agreeable. Wang Bin's nose crinkled with indignation at being treated differently. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at Wang Bin, thinking it best to let it go. Caring for the less fortunate is a shared responsibility. Su Bai resolved to relinquish the choice to Wang Bin. After all, it was merely a matter of being outclassed. The manner of defeat held little significance. Senior sister, let him decide. I am amenable to any outcome. I choose mecha battle, real combat. Wang Bin exclaimed, fearing Su Bai might change his mind. He noticed the senior sister frowning, prepared to speak, and quickly added, as the referee, you must not interfere with the students' choices, or I shall report you to the authorities. That's fine, senior sister. I consent, Su Bai replied with a smile. The senior sister, left with no choice, stepped back. In Class A of the genetic system, Su Bai held the student ID, A10000001. In Class 17 of the mecha system, Wang Bin held the student ID, B10001481. Competitors, take your positions. 1 minute countdown. Summon your mechas and prepare for battle. Su Bai, so what if you are the top freshman? You are merely a cripple now. I doubt you can even move properly in your mecha, Wang Bin sneered. Soon, I will have your head beneath my foot. You talk too much. Even if I am immobile, you won't fare any better, Su Bai retorted. Prepare for the mighty planet-class mecha, Black Warrior. As Wang Bin's mecha space expanded, a completely black mecha with a fully armored face emerged. Su Bai also engaged in mental communication with his mecha space. Within the vast framework, 3 compartments were visible. In the center stood the benevolent figure of the mythical Guanyin. The right compartment was empty, devoid of any presence. Ultimately, Su Bai's gaze fell upon the left side. There stood a mecha predominantly adorned in red. The mecha was poised, wielding a spear entwined with flames. You shall be the one, mythical affiliated Shankai Tongzi. Note, to avoid misunderstandings, it is specifically stated that this Shankai Tongzi is based on the Red Boy version. A flicker of flame ignited behind Su Bai, burning in thin air. The ethereal flames rapidly expanded, as if carving a hole through space, forming a massive ring of fire. Subsequently, a mecha descended from within. The left arm of the mecha extended, allowing Su Bai to enter the cockpit. In the audience, upon the emergence of the Shankai Tongzi, Kong Qing's pupils constricted, and she whispered softly, mythical affiliated Shankai Tongzi. Having harbored suspicions since witnessing Lu Shi's dragon-shaped mecha, she was now certain of her conjecture. Mythical Guanyin, Su Bai? You have concealed yourself well. Kong Qing could not help but feel fortunate for her decision made that fateful night. Cultivating a friendship with Su Bai was the wisest choice she had made in her life. Observing the Shankai Tongzi, Wang Bin felt a twinge of apprehension. His black warrior stood at a mere 18 meters, while the Shankai Tongzi towered at an estimated 3 times that height, unbeknownst to him. This was a result of Su Bai's deliberate suppression. This adversary looked formidable indeed. He rummaged through all he had learned, but could not identify the mecha before him. In the realm of mechanized combat, the prowess of the pilot is paramount. Without skill, even the most formidable mecha is rendered futile. The competition is governed by a rule. Should the engagement necessitate the use of weaponry, virtual combat must be employed to avert collateral damage. This stipulation meant that real combat could not involve any live fire, a regulation that Wang Bin was acutely aware of and dared not contravene. He unsheathed his twin blades, remaining vigilant of Su Bai while seeking a flaw in his defenses. Meanwhile, Su Bai cast a glance at the Black Knight and then surveyed the scene with an all-encompassing perspective, contemplating the disparity in stature. It evoked a peculiar sense of a father chastising his son, raising questions of whether this could be construed as domestic abuse, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his conscience. Chapter 81. The elegance of the shot. Wang Bin resolved to test the waters. Just as he was about to charge, he was taken aback when the golden boy sheathed his fiery lance and sat cross-legged on the ground. Su Bai? What do you mean by this? He exclaimed in anger. My mecha may not match yours, but I will not stand for such condescension. Do you look down upon me? Indeed, Su Bai replied, nodding with a serious tone. I shall not bully you. If you can breach the fiery curtain before it envelopes the entire arena, I shall concede your victory. The golden boy's mouth fell agape as flames surged forth, coiling and cascading. The fire descended upon the ground, spreading and rising, forming an inverted bowl centered around him, expanding at a rate of 5 meters per second. You have 100 seconds. Let the challenge commence. Su Bai gestured invitingly and then settled back, propping his chin with one hand, observing Wang Bin's endeavor. As the curtain of fire expanded, the temperature in the arena soared abruptly. The planet Jinyuan perfectly simulated the 4 seasons. It was currently late autumn, with a chill in the air. Yet, within the arena, the participants felt as though they had returned to the sweltering embrace of summer, basking under the scorching sun. Wang Bin, ensconced within the climate-controlled cockpit, remained unaware of the heat. Observing the thin veil of flames, he deemed Su Bai's display to be mere bluster. Humph, you think a mere layer of flames can intimidate me? Wang Bin taunted, directing the tip of his blade at Su Bai. As the flames approached, he sneered and brought his sword down. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated shattering of the fiery barrier did not occur. Instead, a wisp of white smoke emerged. His right-hand blade had been reduced to a mere hilt. Stunned, Wang Bin watched as the flames licked upward along the hilt. The right palm of the Black Knight was incinerated, and the cockpit emitted a piercing alarm, snapping him back to reality. Frantically, he retreated, using his left-hand blade to sever his mecha's charred hand. What in the world is this? He pondered, the loss of a limb inducing a sobering clarity. The Black Knight was not a mythical mecha capable of self-repair, and the thought of incurring exorbitant expenses for repairs post-battle gnawed at him. The pain was acute. The fiery curtain continued its relentless expansion, and Wang Bin dared not approach. He shouted at Su Bai, "Is it only hiding behind that shield you dare to do? In team matches, you cowered behind the women. Now you hide within this inferno. If you have the gall, face me directly." Su Bai yawned. A direct confrontation? I fear you may lack the courage. With a sigh, he acquiesced to Wang Bin's desire. As he opened his mouth, the golden boy summoned all the flames back, rising to his feet with his right hand outstretched. The armor on his right arm unfurled like scales, coalescing in his hand into a fiery spear. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Wang Bin's mouth. Foolishness, ignited in an instant. The boy of wealth suddenly hurled the fiery spear, his figure flickering as he appeared behind the black warrior. He reached out, grasping the spear, which then retracted and enveloped his right arm once more. Su Bai, having stowed away his mech, emerged seated in a wheelchair upon the ground. The display of skill was dazzling, fluid like flowing water. Satisfied, he declared, and at that moment, the black warrior, pierced through the head, collapsed with a thunderous crash. From the moment the fiery spear was cast to the instant it struck the black warrior's skull, and then returned to Su Bai's grasp, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. The arena fell into a profound silence, as if disbelief had gripped the onlookers. The black warrior was defeated in an instant. The black warrior was retrieved into the mech space. Wang Bin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and an unpleasant odor wafted from below. No one could fathom the terror he experienced. Witnessing the fiery spear burst through his head from a first-person perspective, the dread of death surged like a tide, wave after wave threatening to engulf him. At that moment, he could scarcely bear to look at Su Bai. To put it simply, his courage had been utterly shattered. "Hey, senior sister, it's over," Su Bai called to the dazed referee in the distance. The senior sister jolted back to reality, shaken by the brilliance of that shot, especially the moment of catching the spear. It was so graceful, absolutely magnificent. "Junior, you are formidable." She transformed instantly into an adoring fan. "Oh, it was just average." Su Bai humbly waved his hand, though inwardly he was elated. This act of bravado deserved a perfect score. That shot looked impressive, and it required considerable skill. Were it not for his extraordinary martial prowess, he might not have been able to execute it flawlessly. The timing of catching the spear had to be precise. Any miscalculation could have led to disaster, whether the spear flew away or lodged in his hand, causing everything to collapse. "Junior, what is your star instrument account? I'd like to add you," she inquired. "Apologies, my star instrument is broken and I haven't had the chance to repair it. Perhaps next time he can add you." Just as the senior sister was chatterboxing, Lucy suddenly appeared, offering a polite smile to her. Then, without looking back, she pushed Su Bai's wheelchair away. Alas, how unfortunate that he was already taken. The senior sister compared herself to Lu Shi, abandoning any thoughts of pursuing him. She did not forget her duties and produced a scoring board, awarding Su Bai a point. Winner, Su Bai. Cumulative victories, 1. Total points, 1. Loser. What was your name again? Above the training arena, the mythical Xuanwu concealed its form, while Xuanwu and Nian Jing'er watched the slow-motion replay of Su Bai shooting the black warrior. "What do you think?" Xuanwu mused, stroking his chin. Throwing that shot might be simple, but catching it presents a challenge. If he had practiced it multiple times, it wouldn't be surprising. Practice makes perfect. However, if he hadn't rehearsed, that would be extraordinary. It seems he likely did not practice. Nian Jing'er prompted Jin Yu to display a segment of footage, revealing Su Bai piloting the mythical Guanyin during the fierce clash with the 5-star golden beast on the mining planet. At that moment, Su Bai exhibited remarkable composure and clarity of thought, every movement executed with precision. After viewing, Xuanwu exclaimed in admiration, "Marvelous." Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. What purpose does this serve? Are you merely trying to illustrate that this lad is a genius? Indeed, there are numerous skilled instructors at Jinyuan Academy. You ought to focus on nurturing his talent. Su Bai is a student of Jinyuan, and my assistance is justified, but you cannot truly. Nian Jing'er snorted softly. "I've already taken advantage of him once. Consider this a form of restitution. Otherwise, with that boy's cunning, he would remember it for a lifetime." "Is that senior sister beautiful?" On the hovercraft, Lu Shi asked gently. "That depends on whom you are comparing her with," replied Su Bai, his face beaming with a desperate desire for survival. "Compared to you, she is like the heavens to the earth, vastly inferior." Humph. It was evident that Lu Shi was quite pleased with this answer. After dinner, Su Bai returned to his room. The combat roster for the next day had been released. He was scheduled for the first match at the number 8 training ground. Class A Gene System Su Bai, Student ID, A10000001DS, Class A Gene System Wang Jun. Student ID, A1030717. Oh, how coincidental, another student with the surname Wang, and a classmate I have yet to meet after 2 months of school. Su Bai chuckled, pondering whether he had been at odds with anyone named Wang recently. As he contemplated this, he grabbed a healing potion from beside his bed and gulped it down in one go. The strain of piloting the mythical mech was considerable, both internally and externally. Having not fully recovered, he had feigned a cough to satisfy Wang Bin's request and showcase his technical prowess in marksmanship to his classmates. The intricate maneuvers of the mech had left him feeling somewhat unwell, though not severely, just a touch of chest tightness, easily resolved with a good night's sleep. I suppose this counts as self-sacrifice for the greater good, doesn't it? Truly, being a good person is no easy task. Listening to Su Bai's musings, Yuan Bao silently shrank his head and covered his ears. Shameless. Chapter 82. A casual victory as dawn broke. The first rays of sunlight gently illuminated the balcony. Su Bai awoke promptly, rising swiftly to wash up before rousing the sleepy Yuan Bao. Mew, mew, the drowsy Yuan Bao protested groggily. Su Bai retrieved a glass marble from his pocket and, in an instant, transformed it into gold as he placed it into Yuan Bao's mouth. This substance was more effective than any stimulant. Yuan Bao's eyes flew open, blinking rapidly, his large, watery eyes fixed on Su Bai, exuding an endearing charm. Little glutton. Su Bai sighed, feeling helpless. What could he do but indulge his own cat? He fed Yuan Bao a few more marbles before heading outside. Downstairs, the diligent Song Ran had prepared breakfast, seated on the sofa while watching the morning news. You're so young, yet you resemble an old man. Su Bai teased as he ate his meal. Unless in special circumstances, Song Ran never missed the morning or evening news. She merely hummed in response, absorbed in the broadcast. This is a habit he has developed over the years, not something that can be easily altered. Su Bai shrugged and continued to eat. After finishing his meal rapidly, he prepared to head to the training arena. Just as he stepped outside, Lu Shi happened to come down. Big White, where's your wheelchair? Su Bai waved his hand without turning around. No more sitting. I'm perfectly fine now, no need for a wheelchair. This was not merely a response to the expert he had seen on Starnet last night, who claimed that prolonged use of crutches or a wheelchair could lead to psychological dependence, resulting in actual disability. Such sensationalist remarks were beneath Su Bai's consideration. He was simply fine now, hence the absence of the wheelchair. Su Bai piloted his vehicle, arriving at the outskirts of the training arena, and walked to Arena 8. Lu Shi and the others did not accompany him, as it was unnecessary. They had complete confidence in Su Bai's abilities. There was no doubt. The match would likely be devoid of any real conflict. What was there to behold in a one-sided domination? At 7:59, Su Bai entered the arena punctually. The audience in the morning was sparse, with only a handful of spectators occupying the surrounding seats. Upon spotting the referee, he let out a soft exclamation. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Teacher Li. With his short hair and mechanical left arm, it was indeed Su Wan's instructor, Li Cheng. Hurry up. You're going to be late in a minute. Hee, I'm keeping an eye on the time, Su Bai replied, hastening over to Li Cheng. Arriving right as the clock struck 8. Gene Class 1, Su Bai, Student ID, A10000001. Gene Class 1, Wang Zhen, Student ID, A1030717. Both parties, take your positions. Please select the method of contest. Li Cheng unconsciously glanced at his familiar student, Su Bai, who remained courteous. He thought to himself that since the opponent would be receiving blows, it was only fair for them to choose the manner in which they would be struck. Wang Zhen immediately expressed a long-considered decision. The scene of Su Bai defeating the Black Knight had already spread widely across the Academy's Starnet. He had meticulously studied it and simulated it hundreds of times online. There was no counter to it. The mecha was certainly off the table. We're both from the Gene class, so we won't use mecha. I choose a non-mecha battle, real combat. In the virtual battles on Starnet, both sides were in peak condition. He wouldn't forfeit the advantage of Su Bai's injuries. I also want to apply for a ban on weapons, a hand-to-hand fight, Wang Zhen added. Yesterday, Su Bai had clearly showcased his prowess with firearms when he defeated Wang Bin. Li Cheng furrowed his brow. Banning weapons? There hasn't been a precedent for that in contests. I agree, Su Bai said, uninterested in further debate. Did he think that by banning weapons, victory was assured? The child was deluding himself. Li Cheng was also disinclined to waste time and promptly announced the start. She took just 10 steps back before halting, simultaneously retrieving the scoring board and awarding Su Bai a point. A first-level gene user competing against a third-level gene user, while voluntarily banning weapons. Was he out of his mind? Just as Li Cheng added the point, a dull sound erupted before her, and dust billowed. Su Bai emerged from the dust, as if unperturbed. Even the gold ingot resting on his shoulder remained unmoved. Teacher, it's done, Su Bai said with an apologetic smile towards Li Cheng. I lost control a bit, sorry about that. It's all right, the medical team is here, Li Cheng waved. And 2 individuals carrying a stretcher rushed out from the work corridor. At that moment, the dust settled, revealing Wang Zhen lying on the ground, his head buried in a deep pit, already unconscious. The staff, unfazed, swiftly placed Wang Zhen onto the stretcher and hurried away. Well, I must be off then. My friend is competing at the number 66 training ground. All right, Li Cheng replied without urging him to stay, as she was occupied all day as a judge. Balancing the gold ingot, Su Bai made his way towards the number 66 training ground. It was Song Ran's competition, but it was still early, just 10 o'clock. As he meandered along, he passed another training ground and peeked inside. Finally, at 10:05, he stepped into the number 66 training ground. Why are there so many people here? Su Bai, a regular at training grounds, wondered. Other venues might accommodate a few thousand, but this one seemed to house over 20,000. Thankfully, the training ground was spacious. Otherwise, they might not even fit. Scanning the crowd, he couldn't spot Lu Shi and Kong Qing. Confirming he was indeed at number 66, he ascended to the stands and found a relatively less crowded spot to sit down. Su Bai casually approached a nearby individual, curious. Hey, why are there so many people? You really don't know? The person regarded Su Bai as if he were a rare creature, and only after Su Bai's growing impatience did he respond. There are those brave enough to face this demon. Everyone wants to come and see. Demon? Su Bai's brow furrowed. He couldn't believe that the demon referred to Song Ran. Who else could it be but Song Ran's opponent? Without a thorough understanding of Song Ran's capabilities, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Glancing at the competitors, he noted, Gene Department Class 1, Song Ran vs. Mecha Department Class 1, Su Pong. Below, two mechas clashed. One was broad and wielded a round shield, clearly a defensive type. The other appeared slender, brandishing a dagger, depicting a battle between a meat shield and an assassin. The slender mecha was a striking shade of crimson, not the fiery red of the deity of wealth, but a deep, blood-like scarlet. This scarlet mecha moved with incredible speed, relentlessly overpowering the meat shield. Each assault left a new wound on the defensive mecha. Su Bai's brow furrowed tighter. He firmly believed that Song Ran's mecha was that meat shield, aligning perfectly with Song Ran's personality. Introverted, gentle, and bashful. Watching his close friend take a beating unsettled Su Bai. This little flower needs some serious training. He's too weak. Minutes passed, and under the relentless onslaught of the scarlet mecha, the meat shield began to falter. Its body sustained extensive damage, and the round shield was shattered in half. Just as the dagger of the scarlet mecha aimed to pierce the energy core of the mecha, the meat shield shouted, I concede. The blade hovered merely 10 centimeters from the heart of the armored shield. The referee descended into the arena, positioning himself between the two mechas. The victor, from the Gene Class 1, is Song Ran. Su Bai, who was preparing to greet Song Ran, paused, rubbing his ears in disbelief. Who is this referee? Such unprofessionalism. To announce the wrong results? He strongly suggested that the academy replace all referees with the senior from yesterday, who exuded professionalism at first glance. However, once the referee's verdict was declared, both mechas retracted, and the pilots emerged. Su Bai was left dumbfounded. Song Ran, he exclaimed, astonished as the crimson mecha dissipated to reveal Song Ran. As he observed, a sense of disquiet crept over him. The figure before him bore the appearance of Song Ran. Yet in every other aspect, expression, demeanor, and aura, he was a stark contrast to the Song Ran of his memories. The Song Ran he knew was a shy and reserved boy next door, while the one on the battlefield was ruthless, menacing, and cold-blooded. A killer without a flicker of remorse. The disparity was alarming. Could this possibly be his brother? Su Bai mused, a smile breaking out unexpectedly. They were indeed twins. He and T been mistaken, a pair of striking contrasts. Little Hua certainly had audacity, not only having Big Hua assist him in subterfuge and intimidate his opponents, but now even taking the stage as a substitute. Su Bai made his way to the player exit, where Lu Shi and Kong Qing had already gathered. As Kong Qing noticed his arrival and prepared to speak, she caught sight of Su Bai waving at the player exit. You must be Big Hua, the brother of Little Hua. The disparity in personalities between you two is remarkable. Kong Qing slapped her forehead in exasperation, realizing she had intended to mention this to Su Bai yesterday, but had forgotten due to the distraction. By the way, where's Little Hua? If this is discovered, the academy might revoke his qualification to compete. Lu Shi remained silent, merely gesturing towards Song Ran, who had just emerged. His expression icy. Suddenly, a thud caught Su Bai's attention. He turned to see Song Ran collapse. Rushing over, he arrived just in time to witness Song Ran nonchalantly rising to his feet, an air of pride radiating from him. Isn't my brother impressive? Huh. Su Bai's mind struggled to comprehend. Your brother? Of course. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he insisted on taking my place. Song Ran replied with a demeanor that made Su Bai doubt his earlier observations. Impressive indeed. Your brother is truly remarkable. Naturally, Lu Shi interjected, pulling Su Bai aside and whispering, Little Hua seems to have some mental issues. When not engaged in combat, he appears completely normal, but once the battle commences, he transforms into what we just witnessed. Su Bai fell into contemplation, recalling Nian Jing the awakening of divine beings, the duality of souls. Could Song Ran be experiencing something similar? Little dear, can you ascertain whether he is the reincarnation of a divine being? I'll take a look. And Yu emerged from the star device on Su Bai's wrist, floating towards Song Ran. She circled around him several times before returning. It's not that. He is simply suffering from a split personality. It seems he has been triggered by some stimulus. In the face of danger, his primary persona retreats, allowing his secondary persona to take charge. How can you be so certain? I have had the opportunity to closely encounter Guanyin and Xuan Wu, and I could sense that Song Ran lacked the aura of a deity. And Yu rolled her eyes, remarking that a reincarnation of a divine being is not something one encounters casually. Indeed, after Lu Shi and Kong Qing concluded their match, the group returned to the villa nestled in the woods. In the stillness of the night, Su Bai roused the slumbering Lu Shi and Kong Qing, leading them to the living room. What is going on? Kong Qing yawned. Don't you know that girls need their beauty sleep? Lu Shi, her hair in disarray, gazed silently at Su Bai, awaiting an explanation. Su Bai glanced upstairs, confirming that Song Ran was indeed asleep. I was thinking, how about we pool some money together to help Xiao Hua with her condition? A flicker of pain crossed his eyes as he revealed his balance, stating with conviction, this is all I have, and I'm willing to part with every last bit. Kong Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Su Bai's meager savings of 90 cosmic coins. With that amount, you won't even get past the hospital's doors. Su Bai's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Shi interjected, don't worry about it. We consulted a doctor, and for Xiao Hua's situation, medication isn't particularly effective. The one who tied the knot must untie it. She might recover unexpectedly. Su Bai's eyes brightened, promptly retracting the balance displayed on his star instrument. That's wonderful. For the next month, Su Bai embraced a life of leisure. He would stroll through the martial arts arena daily before returning to restore his body. Lu Shi, Song Ran, and Kong Qing occasionally engaged in battles, yet Su Bai found himself without a single match. Opponents would concede before the bout even commenced, a rather swift affair. He participated in a mecha battle and an unarmed duel, solidifying his reputation. Videos of these contests circulated widely on the Academy's star network. Consequently, few dared to challenge him. It was no longer a competition but rather a one-sided thrashing, leaving the losers with nothing to gain. It was akin to a dimensional reduction strike. Su Bai reveled in this newfound ease. Over the course of a month, his body had fully restored to its peak condition. He felt an increase in physical strength. The effects of his training were unmistakable. He estimated he was nearing the threshold of a level 4 genetic warrior. Within his room, Su Bai utilized golden energy to enhance his physique, only pausing when Lu Shi called for him. Descending the stairs, he immediately spotted a figure on the sofa. Hey, where in tea you supposed to leave? In the living room, Nian Jing'er was munching on potato chips while engrossed in a show. He hadn't seen her in a while and presumed she had departed. Why would I leave? Nian Jing'er shot him a glance. Someone still owes me my mecha. Su Bai opted not to inquire about her whereabouts during his absence. Instead, he casually picked up an unopened snack from the table and made his way outside. At the entrance, Lu Shi and the others awaited him on the flying vehicle. The month-long personal battles were drawing to a close today. Each participant had engaged in 30 matches, randomly paired. Some were fortunate, facing only weak opponents, while others encountered formidable foes consecutively. This disparity had sparked considerable discontent among many participants. Then the Academy silenced them with the phrase, luck is also a part of strength. Su Bai wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one's own capabilities. Otherwise, regardless of the rules, one could simply sweep through effortlessly. Little dear, please pull up our team score. Here it is. Team name, unnamed current rank, 1 leader Su Bai, 30 points team member Song Ran, 30 points team member Kong Qing, 30 points team member Lu Shi, 30 points 4 vacant spots. Filled by the average score of the aforementioned 4. Individual battle points, 240 team battle points, 240 total, 480 points. Song Ran's flawless victories were expected. Most of his opponents conceded defeat, and the few who remained obstinate could not match Song Ran's prowess under his second personality. If Su Bai were to stand on equal footing with Song Ran, securing a victory would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Every move Su Bai executed was a manifestation of skill, an instinctive amalgamation of technique. In contrast, Song Ran displayed no finesse. His approach was solely focused on lethal intent, with every strike being ruthless and underhanded. As for Kong Qing and Lu Shi, the former possessed wealth, which translated into superior equipment. Whether in Starship Command battles or one-on-ones, she excelled effortlessly, achieving a perfect score as anticipated. The latter, however, depended somewhat on fortune. Lu Shi was a level 2 genetic user, formidable yet not invincible. There were other level 2 genetic users in the same cohort. Across 30 individual battles, she had encountered 2, narrowly defeating them. Ultimately, the team clinched first place with a flawless record. Chapter 84. A choice that baffled many. Congratulations to the unnamed team for achieving a perfect score and securing first place. Amidst the applause, Su Bai led his 3 teammates onto the stage. The moment they appeared, a commotion ensued. People can be so envious. Each of his 3 teammates is more stunning than the last. One of them is male. So what if he is? Are you being sexist? With looks like that, I'd be interested in him too. Damn, I could just grind my back teeth in envy. But let us be real, if he were to strike, he could easily take you down. Currently, 2 individuals lay in the medical bay nursing injuries from a confrontation. On stage, the host wore a beaming smile. This team clearly represented the pillars of the future, worthy of forging connections. May I ask, Su Bai, why is your team called the unnamed team? Because we haven't named it yet. Su Bai cast a peculiar glance at him, wondering why such a simple question warranted inquiry. The host's expression stiffened. He was not following the expected script. Kong Qing, hailing from a merchant family, promptly stepped in to smooth things over. Our team was established before the captain's return, and we intended to let him choose the name upon his arrival. However, he has been preoccupied with competitions, so the matter of naming has been temporarily set aside. Oh, I see. It seems you've had quite the challenging time, Su Bai, the host complimented. Upon hearing his words, the students below could not help but twitch their expressions. Su Bai had endured hardship. Over the course of a month, he had participated in merely 2 matches, the combined duration of which was less than 10 minutes. Truly arduous. Even with Su Bai's thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from responding. Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, the host promptly interjected. Does Su Bai wish to name the team? Upon hearing this, Su Bai's excitement surged. However, as the first syllable left his lips, the expressions of the 3 behind him shifted dramatically. Lushi placed 2 fingers on his waist as a subtle threat. In the span of a month, how could he possibly have found time to think of a name? Yet, the name Su Bai conjured was utterly unremarkable. An assortment of juvenile and frivolous titles spilling forth from his mouth. I hope everyone distinguishes that the one deficient in naming is Su Bai. Not me. Under the pressure of their gazes, Su Bai offered the host a pained smile. The host, taken aback, was about to shift to another topic when the tardy award presenter finally arrived. Teacher, it's over to you. The bespectacled and genteel Gao Yun stepped onto the stage, prompting the host to hastily exit. Gao Yun was bewildered. Having spent years in research and confined to the laboratory, he lacked the inclination to grasp the situation and simply wished to conclude matters and leave. Are you the first place, unnamed team? Indeed, came the reply. And Gao Yun stiffly began to announce the awards. The rewards for the first place are as follows. First, each team member receives 100 academic credits. If the team is not fully staffed, the credits for vacant positions will be equally distributed among existing members. Second, during the upcoming practical training period, you may designate the training area. Third, should you choose to train within the human faction, the Academy will liaise with them to ensure you possess basic ranks. The specifics to be negotiated by the Academy with that faction. Fourth, you may select a senior student to lead. However, this provision is void, as the Dean has noted that the unnamed team is robust enough to operate independently. Fifth, the Academy. Gao Yun read from his script for several minutes before concluding the announcement of the unnamed team's rewards. Su Bai took the reward list, and the 4 descended the stage. They needed to finalize their training area before the closing ceremony concluded, departing that very day without any undue delays. In the backstage area, the 4 gathered closely. Su Bai inquired, "What are your thoughts on the training location?" "Oh woo." The other 3 remained silent, but Yuan Bao was the first to vocalize. With an expressionless face, Su Bai pressed Yuan Bao back into his attire. "If I, Su, were to let you guide me again, I would be a fool. You are the captain. Make the decision." The 3 were in unanimous agreement. "All right." Su Bai brought up the star map, pinpointing a section of the cosmos. "I wish to go here." This, still within the core circle? The Mythic Federation. Song Ran carefully pronounced the name and searched briefly, noting that it was a 1-star federation promoted less than a decade ago, with only 1 habitable planet and no traces of golden beasts in the vicinity. The Federation's highest combat capability was planetary level. The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual confusion. A federation that had only just attained 1 star. The peak combat power of a planetary level is, I fear, merely a marginal attainment. Anyone among them could effortlessly sweep through it, especially with no threats from golden beasts in the vicinity. To venture into such a place for training? Surely, this is no jest. Could it be that Su Bai has taken note of the choices made by the top teams in previous years? They ventured into perilous locales with high mortality rates, and now he is apprehensive? Su Bai, there seems to be little merit in training in such a desolate corner. Does there? Kong Qing expressed her confusion, unable to fathom the rationale. Song Ran maintained a nonchalant demeanor. In his primary personality state, he inherently embodied a gentle disposition. Devoid of contention, he lacked firm opinions, simply deferring to the captain's judgment. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with perplexity. While she did not believe Su Bai was afraid of death, she too struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind choosing such an obscure location. Was he contemplating a career in politics, pursuing a civil service route? Yet even in that case, he could easily select a higher federation. What could be gleaned from a recently promoted 1-star federation? They likely do not understand their own motives either. Just a moment ago, he claimed to heed my advice. Su Bai had anticipated the reactions of his companions and had devised a strategy well in advance, for the sake of his purpose. Amidst the astonished gazes of his comrades, the star map vanished, replaced by the projection of an enigmatic mythological statue. Su Bai had meticulously orchestrated everything. After all, the training locations are not immutable. They could retrieve the mythological statue and subsequently request a transfer. As for sharing the objective with his teammates, that was a decision he made after careful consideration. He had complete faith in Lu Shi. The remaining 2 would be impossible to keep in the dark, nor was there a need to conceal it. They had spent considerable time together in the same team. Su Bai did not deny his intent to win over the 2. There are times when one may feel weary. In the vastness of the universe, one cannot achieve greatness alone. He required a team, a group of trustworthy and competent allies. Silently, he mused, if one lacks strength, wealth will suffice. No one can refuse the favor of the god of wealth. On stage, Gao Yun concluded the announcement of all rewards, passing the baton to Li Chung for the final tally. A one-star Federation elder? Li Chung furrowed his brow as he searched the star map for this unfamiliar place. Have you given it due thought? With your top-ranking achievement, even in the divine realm, the Academy could arrange a modest position for you. I have considered it thoroughly. My teammates unanimously approve, Su Bai confessed. Behind him, aside from Lu Shi, who appeared somewhat composed, the other two were visibly distracted. However, upon hearing Su Bai's mention, they still expressed their agreement. Are you not reconsidering? Even when you apply for a transfer, the Academy will not advocate for you. No further contemplation is necessary. I am certain. Sigh, very well. The Academy respects every individual's wishes and has no authority to interfere with Su Bai's decision. When Li Chung made the announcement, there was a brief silence in the audience as they searched for information about the location. Gradually, murmurs of discussion began to arise. The top student is heading to this place. I suspect it is out of fear of death. What good is strength if one is cowardly? Should others from different academies learn that our Jinyuan's top newcomer is this, we too shall face disgrace. Silence. Li Cheng's sharp command silenced the audience. She addressed Su Bai, saying, Su Wan's residence is located in that star region. If you have the time, you should pay her a visit. What a coincidence. It has been ages since I last saw Sister Wan. I shall certainly go. By the way, there is another matter. While researching the Nelder Federation, Li Chung discovered a task related to it within the Academy. There is indeed a task concerning the Nelder Federation at the Academy. Although it is a minor task, since you are heading there, you might as well take it on. No problem. Then you should set off at once. The Academy will arrange the relevant appointments for you. Chapter 85. Borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha in the office of Director Jinyuan, Nian Jing'er came to bid farewell. I am leaving. Are you returning to the blissful Buddha domain? Yes, but not just yet. Upon your return, please convey my regards to Amitabha. With that, she watched Nian Jing'er walk away. Xuanwu accessed the archives of the Divine Kingdom in heaven and retrieved information on mythological statues from the Nelder Federation. Is the choice of the Nelder Federation for him? He pondered for a moment before summoning the mythological intelligence. Erase any record of my data retrieval. Very well. Xuanwu approached the window, gazing at the target lists chosen by various teams, and sighed. In practical training, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Yet, only those who survive the trials of life and death emerge as the elite humanity requires. At the Jinyuan starship docking platform, Su Bai and his companions had just arrived with their luggage when they heard a voice calling from behind. Su Bai? Wait for me. Su Bai's expression changed, and he quickened his pace. I told you to wait. The voice drew nearer with urgency. Nian Jing'er leaped from a hovering vehicle. Haha, it seems there are quite a few people. I couldn't hear you. Su Bai chuckled nervously, lamenting his misfortune, as he had just noticed Nian Jing'er was absent from the villa, hoping to leave her behind. Nian Jing'er huffed, handing her luggage to Song Ran. Then, with affectionate gestures, she linked arms with Lu Shi and Kong Qing. I'm going with you. But you're not part of our team. Why are you coming along? My master said so. Oh, then it's fine. Having Guanyin with us is indeed a form of protection. With this thought, Su Bai felt considerably more at ease. Upon arriving at the boarding entrance, a staff member approached. Hello, may I ask if you are the unnamed team? Yes. Please follow me. What for? The staff member smiled professionally and produced a notice from the Academy. The unnamed team has secured first place, and one of the rewards includes a planetary-class starship to provide travel services for you. No, thank you. Kong Qing stepped forward with a smile to decline. As a wealthy heiress, it would be absurd for me to travel on an Academy-provided starship. Little Meng, unlock the permissions and bring the Thorned Rose here. Please wait. The Jinyuan starship docking platform provides storage services for the Academy starships. A hatch in the storage compartment opened. The Thorned Rose activated and docked at the boarding entrance. Kong Qing elegantly walked towards the Thorned Rose, followed closely by the others. Only Su Bai lingered behind. Bro, we won't be taking that starship. Can you convert it into cash for me? I'm afraid that is not possible, sir. Don't be so rigid. Su Bai hooked his arm around the staff member's shoulder, with a mischievous glint in his eye. How about you help me sell this, and I'll give you a 2% commission. The staff member hesitated, clearly tempted, yet resolutely declined. Engaging in such illicit dealings could lead to dismissal if discovered. The position at the Jinyuan starship docking platform was hard-earned. As the saying goes, even a lowly official stands tall before a prime minister. Each year, during recruitment, numerous hopefuls approached him for information, often slipping him generous tips. He was acutely aware of the value of a stable income. The staff member's steadfastness pained Su Bai deeply. How naive. Give me the keys. Su Bai snatched the card from the staff member's hand. It was the access pass to the starship. Do I need to store the starship at the docking platform? The storage fee was 10 credits per month, 10 credits equated to 100 cosmic coins, or 1 million federal dollars. Goodness, why don't you just rob a bank? Of course, he wouldn't store it. Fuming, Su Bai marched towards the Thorned Rose, contemplating how to handle the starship. It was a distressing situation. He had finally acquired a starship, only to find himself unable to maintain it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurriedly ascended the Thorned Rose in a few swift steps. He thrust the keys into Kong Qing's hands. Consider this settled. I owe you a miniature planetary-class starship, and now I repay you with something grander. Kong Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. I've never seen such a creative way to repay a favor. With a smirk, she walked to the ship's edge and tossed the keys to the staff below. Store it. Understood, Miss Kong. The Jinyuan Starship docking platform was constructed with the investment of a reputable merchant association, which filled Su Bai with a tinge of sorrow. Those avaricious magnates. Self-check complete. Energy reserves at 997, propulsion system functional, armor system intact, intelligence controls operational, ammunition sufficient. Report concluded. Cloaking the starship. As you command, Commander. The Thorned Rose emitted a faint luminescence, enveloping its hull. In no time, the magnificent vessel appeared as an unremarkable starship to the outside observer. After all, the Thorned Rose was exceedingly well known throughout the cosmos, a symbol of Kong Qing's status. To operate in its original form would be ostentatious. And the Merchant Association could not guarantee the absence of adversaries. Traveling alone could easily invite trouble. Destination, Naldo Star, setting sail. As you command, Commander. Calculating the optimal route. Estimated travel time, 15 days and 23 hours. Countdown, 3 minutes until entering warp speed. Please prepare accordingly. After 3 cosmic days aboard the Thorned Rose, Su Bai received an official appointment letter from the Academy. The Naldo Federation, belonging to the Human Alliance, had assured him of a position, and they would not go back on their word. Interstellar Rating Bureau, Cosmic Interstellar Power Level Assessment Management Bureau, appointment letter, hereby appointing the unnamed team as the Naldo Federation Rating Review Committee, responsible for assessing whether the Naldo Federation is qualified for a 1-star rating. They have procured a position for us. Oh, the Grand Emperor. Kong Qing leaned in for a closer look and was amused. Su Bai, with a humble disposition, sought guidance. Do you know what this entails? The Interstellar Rating Bureau, as the name suggests, specializes in evaluating various factions. While the major powers may not place much importance on it, such ratings hold significant weight for federal-level factions. To ensure fairness, after completing evaluations, they periodically dispatch review teams to the Federation for reassessment. With such a title, if the Naldo Federation wishes to avoid being relegated back to their native planet, they must treat us with the utmost reverence. This position sounds rather impressive. As the Grand Emperor, it seems quite reasonable to expect some tributes from below, does it not? Envisioning a future filled with prosperity, Su Bai unconsciously wore a joyful smile. Beside him, Lucy observed Su Bai's grin, finding it rather lewd. A thought struck her, and her brows furrowed. Slap. She delivered a sharp smack to the back of Su Bai's head. Dare to engage in any indiscretions, and see what happens. With that, she stormed out in a fit of anger. Song Ran looked at Su Bai and shook his head, also leaving with a look of disdain. Su Bai was utterly bewildered. What on earth? What am I doing that is so wrong? I merely wish to earn some money. Is that a crime? At that moment, Kong Qing, the last remaining companion, displayed an understanding expression. She patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Whatever woman you desire, I shall procure for you. According to my investigation, the Naldonians do not quite align with our aesthetic. Ah, of course. If you have a unique taste, I have no objections. After all, you are the captain. Su Bai. Chapter 86. The enthusiastic Naldonians in the Gallup Nebula. In a remote corner, a starship broke through the fabric of space and emerged. Approaching Naldo Star, it began to decelerate. The voice of Silver Fox resonated from the main control of the starship. The Thorned Rose, measuring 320 meters, was reducing its speed. In the cockpit, Su Bai stretched lazily and gazed out the window. The first thing that caught his eye was a dazzling star. For a native planet lacking a celestial dome device, a star is an indispensable entity. Recently promoted, the Naldo Federation, with only one habitable planet, was no exception. Big Bai. Is that the one? Lucy pointed at a planet encircled by satellite rings. Following her gaze, Su Bai beheld a somewhat dim planet. Indeed, the coordinates confirmed it. As the Thorned Rose approached Naldo Star, 2 ships approached. Their ranks were not high, merely meteor class, meandering near the planet. The other party sent a communication request. Should we connect? Kong Qing glanced at Su Bai, who pondered momentarily. Let us connect, but do not disclose our identity as the review team. Since the Academy has granted us this position, we should at least undertake some responsibilities. Moreover, we have tasks assigned by the Academy. Let us land on the planet and explore a bit. All right, Xiao Meng, connect to the communication channel. ZZZ. After a crackling sound, a cacophony of voices flooded the communication channel. The crew in the cockpit looked utterly bewildered. Please speak in the universal language of the cosmos. After a brief silence, a voice resonated once more through the channel. This time comprehensible, yet distinctly awkward to Su Bai and his companions. It was understandable, for the Nerdo Federation had only been connected to the star network for a decade. The universal language of the cosmos had been disseminated to the populace not long ago, hence their unfamiliarity was to be expected. Hello. I am Lippi from the Planetary Guard of the Nerdo Federation. The Planetary Guard? Su Bai couldn't help but smirk at the name. It was rather amusing. Lippi continued. May I inquire who you are and what brings you here? Su Bai exchanged a glance with Kong Qing. She responded, we are interstellar travelers, passing through this area, seeking a moment's respite. Oh, interstellar travelers. What a noble profession. Lippi suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. My dream has always been to sail across the starry seas. On behalf of the Nerdo Federation, I extend a warm welcome to you. Please follow me. 2 spacecraft glided toward the planet, with the Thorned Rose. Disguised as an ordinary starship, trailing closely behind. Endless rain fell, marking Su Bai's most immediate impression upon entering Nerdo Star. Dense, dark clouds perpetually enveloped the planet, casting it in a perpetual gloom. No wonder it appeared so dim from afar. Nerdo Federation, research base of ship number 3. The personnel here had already received Lippi's message prior to the Thorned Rose's arrival. By the time the ship descended, a considerable crowd awaited below, staff from the research base of ship number 3. Once the Thorned Rose had steadied, they rushed forward, their curiosity palpable as they scrutinized the vessel. Merely from its exterior, they discerned that the spacecraft developed within the base, the pride of the Nerdo Federation, was akin to mere toys when placed beside the Thorned Rose. Even disguised, the Thorned Rose's hatch opened silently, and Su Bai was the first to emerge. He yearned to behold the Nerdo people and assess how drastically they deviated from his aesthetic ideals. Upon stepping out, he gained insight. The Nerdo people had dark skin, largely resembling humans, but the most striking feature was their lack of ears. To be precise, they had no external auricles, just small openings where ears should be. This was rather disconcerting for Su Bai. The sight was unsettling, to say the least. Ahem, Lu Shi coughed softly, nudging him lightly. It's rather impolite to stare. Realizing his rudeness, Su Bai averted his gaze and donned the real-time translation earpiece handed to him by Kong Qing. The group disembarked from the starship, the hatch sealing behind them, while the Nerdo onlookers, who had been peering curiously inside, reluctantly withdrew their gazes. An elderly figure, seemingly the leader, approached. Greetings, distant guests. I am hiding, the head here. The Nerdo Federation warmly welcomes your arrival, and I wish for you to enjoy your time here. Hiding graciously presented a travel guide. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. All your needs during your stay on Nerdo Star will be taken care of, and professional guides will accompany you on your explorations. The unexpected warmth of their hospitality left Su Bai and his companions somewhat taken aback. Were all Nerdo people this hospitable? After all, one should never scorn a smiling face. Out of goodwill, Su Bai felt reluctant to say anything and simply declined, expressing that it was unnecessary to trouble themselves, as they were accustomed to freedom and would feel uncomfortable with someone following them. What a pity, remarked Kong Qing, pointing at the thorns and roses behind her. May I temporarily leave my starship here during our stay in your esteemed federation? Of course. Hai Ding immediately assured, taking full responsibility. Thank you, she replied. But Su Bai still sensed something amiss with these individuals and suggested they take their leave. Hai Ding hesitated momentarily before arranging a vehicle for them, a gasoline-powered manual van. Su Bai had never encountered such a contraption during his time on the White Star. The expressions of the others revealed their discomfort. Instantly attentive, Hai Ding offered to provide them with a driver. After receiving Su Bai's consent, he summoned someone. Ripi, please take good care of our guests. Certainly, Professor, Ripi responded. The same person who had previously piloted the ship that brought down the thorns and roses. Please, everyone, he invited. Ripi took the driver's seat, and Su Bai instructed Kong Qing to sit in the passenger seat. The 4 of them, with their luggage, Su Bai, Lu Shi, Song Ran, and Nian Jing'er, settled into the back. As Ripi started the vehicle, he inquired, Is there a particular place you wish to go? Just take us to the city to find a place to stay, came the reply. Understood. After the van departed, Hai Ding produced a tablet and initiated a video call with the Federation's commander. Commander, they do not appear to be members of the rating review team. I doubt it as well. Such a significant matter as the Federation's ratings could hardly be entrusted to a few children. Those individuals claim to be interstellar travelers. A glint of malice flickered in Hai Ding's eyes. Their ship, or rather, according to cosmic terminology, it should be called a starship, displays considerable technological sophistication. If we could dismantle it, it would undoubtedly result in a qualitative leap in our technological capabilities. The commander, somewhat intrigued, pondered the prospect of elevating to a one-star federation, realizing how insignificantly small his planet was in the vast universe. If he could swiftly enhance the Federation's strength, he was certainly inclined to agree. Wouldn't there be any trouble? What if those children have powerful backgrounds? As long as we act decisively and ensure they do not transmit any information, there will be no issues. Hai Ding assured fervently. To be cautious, he made a request. Commander, I hope you can dispatch the Federation's bravest warrior, Titus, to assist me. After deliberating for a considerable time, the commander ultimately succumbed to the allure of technological advancement and consented to Hai Ding's proposal. I will send him over. He should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Make the necessary arrangements and ensure everything is handled discreetly. You can rest assured, Hai Ding replied confidently. Chapter 87. Mission details throughout the journey. An eager reapee incessantly bombarded Kong Qing, who claimed to be an interstellar traveler, with questions. Fortunately, Kong Qing, well-versed and knowledgeable, skillfully navigated through his inquiries. In the back seat, Su Bai couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Good thing I had the foresight. One could easily imagine what would transpire when someone filled with curiosity about the stars and seas encountered a seasoned wanderer of the cosmos. Carlo Inn, a modest establishment on the outskirts of the city. Lippy had initially intended to take Su Bai and a few others to the Grand Hotel in the city center. However, at Su Bai's insistence, he settled for a nearby establishment instead. In a single room, the 5 individuals gathered together. Kong Qing rubbed her face, which had stiffened into a smile, and shot a fierce glare at Su Bai. She felt that negotiating a deal worth billions of cosmic coins was far less exhausting. Su Bai ignored her. Do you not think these people are overly enthusiastic? Lu Shi and Kong Qing exchanged contemplative glances. Song Ran sat upright, blinking her large eyes, while Nian Jing'er, of little help, had already rushed to the window, intrigued by the foreign scenery outside. Not only that, Su Bai accessed the mission he had received from the Academy. Mission level, 1 star, mission content, investigate the anomalies on Nerdo Star, reporting person, Kadoli, location, Nerdo Star. Personal statement. Upon returning to the Academy after completing my task, I passed by Nerdo Star. Due to the spacecraft's dwindling energy reserves, I intended to replenish here. After landing on Nerdo Star, I found the weather perpetually gloomy, and the earless inhabitants appeared somewhat dazed. My family has served in the judiciary for generations, making me particularly perceptive regarding such matters. My instincts told me that something was amiss, and I was about to investigate, but with a new mission at hand, I reluctantly retreated and reported back to the Academy. Su Bai's fingers traced the words, pondering the dullness of the situation. He approached the bed and unceremoniously nudged the enthusiastic Nian Jing'er aside. Su Bai, what are you doing? If you're not helping, at least don't create chaos. She protested. Humph. Su Bai opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to rush in as a fine drizzle fell silently. Perhaps due to the remoteness of the location, there were not many people on the street. Kong and Lu stood on either side of Su Bai, observing for a moment before speaking in unison. Identical. Indeed. Su Bai nodded, noting the few pedestrians with umbrellas, their steps remarkably synchronized. Each stride seemed meticulously measured, maintaining a uniform pace. During his time at the research base, he had noticed a peculiar blend of enthusiasm and dullness among the inhabitants. Initially, he had thought it was due to their prolonged confinement in the laboratory, which had dulled their minds. However, upon witnessing the same behavior in passers-by, he connected it to the mission details. Clearly, there was something amiss in this place. He glanced up through the thick clouds, faintly perceiving a dim yellow halo. Setting those thoughts aside, he decided it was still early and suggested, shall we venture out for a stroll and perhaps grab a bite to eat? Absolutely. Nian Jing'er was the first to agree, eager to explore the local cuisine and see if she could learn something to incorporate into her dreams of becoming a chef. The others had no objections. Visiting a new place without sampling the local delicacies would indeed be a regret. As they prepared to leave, Kong Qing's star device suddenly illuminated. The Silver Fox, Xiao Ming, announced, Miss, the Thorn Rose alert has been triggered. It projected real-time surveillance around the Thorn Rose. Under Hastings' leadership, a group of researchers was seen constantly tapping and prodding at the Thorn Rose, seemingly attempting to figure out how to open the spacecraft. Let them be. Kong Qing chuckled lightly, dismissing the situation as inconsequential, without even activating the defense systems. This group of individuals cannot even unravel the camouflage of the Thorny Rose. Yet they aspire to open the ship's door? It is but a foolish dream. Although the Nerdo Star possesses planetary-level combat capabilities, akin to that of the Thorny Rose, it barely qualifies as a novice in the planetary arena, lacking in technological sophistication by a significant margin. It is akin to the simple arithmetic that 1 + 1 = 2. A child in kindergarten can easily grasp it. Yet, when placed in the hands of a top mathematician, he can elegantly compose a multitude of profound theories to substantiate the equation. Currently, the Nerdo Federation resembles the aforementioned kindergartner. The Carlo Hotel is a dilapidated establishment with 2 stories. Su Bai has reserved 5 rooms, from 201 to 205, arranged in a row. They exited room 201 and descended the stairs. Behind the reception desk sat an elderly man, peering through his reading glasses at a newspaper. To preclude inquiries about how he wears glasses without ears, allow me to demonstrate. It is simply a matter of positioning them as such, and then securing them in place. Quite straightforward. The group, unfamiliar with this place, approached the desk. Su Bai politely inquired, "Excuse me, elderly sir, could you please direct us to a nearby dining establishment?" The old man set aside his newspaper, leaned forward, and squinted through his spectacles to discern who these individuals were. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized them as the new guests. For dining, simply turn left upon exiting, walk about 200 meters, then take a right. You will find a plethora of eateries along that stretch. Very well, thank you, Su Bai replied. By the way, how much for that umbrella? 31 each. The old man responded. I'll take 5. Song Ran produced a stack of cash, counted out 150 Nerdo dollars, and placed it on the counter. The Nerdo Federation had yet to fully integrate with interstellar commerce. Aside from a few regions, the local currency and cosmic currency were virtually unusable. The money in their pockets had been exchanged for them by Lippi, who had been involved in space-related work and was among the earliest to engage with interstellar entities, thus facilitating a smooth currency exchange. Song Ran distributed an umbrella to each person. The 5 of them pushed open the glass door and stepped outside. The moment they exited, a cool breeze greeted them. Delicate raindrops fell upon their faces, refreshing in their touch. Su Bai decided to return the umbrella, pulling out a golden nugget from his pocket to shield his head. After all, the nugget's dense fur would keep the rain at bay for a while. As long as the water did not drench his face entirely, the gentle drizzle felt rather pleasant. Su Bai, why do you let the nugget shield you from the rain? One remarked. What nonsense are you speaking? It clearly enjoys the rain. Su Bai discreetly slipped a golden bead into the nugget's mouth. The nugget nodded eagerly. Its cheeks puffed out. A woof. Dear lady, I advise you not to meddle. Today, my nugget is determined to embrace the rain. Lucy observed the dynamic between the master and pet, uncertain of what to say. Su Bai led the way towards the location indicated by the old man. Soon, they arrived at a street lined with food stalls. The aroma wafting from the roadside vendors filled the air, and many patrons were indulging in meals. Song Ran, who managed the finances, the only one who had exchanged money with Lippi, distributed 1,000 each to the group. Upon receiving the funds, Su Bai spoke up. Let's part ways for a while, and perhaps engage in some conversation. All right, no problem. Let us reconvene here in an hour. I want tea. The last remark was made by Nian Jinger, who pouted slightly. I'm not part of your team, so why should I assist you? Oh, I almost forgot Xiaohua. Retrieve her money. Outsiders shouldn't spend our team's funds. My apologies, I shall take care of it immediately. Chapter 88. The Origins of the Planetary Guardians. An hour later. As the sun began its descent, the light struggled to pierce through the thickening clouds, rendering the atmosphere even dimmer. At the entrance of a snack street, 5 individuals gathered. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Let's discuss this later. Navigating through the rain-drenched old alley, the group returned to the inn, room 201 once more. Allow me to begin. Su Bai initiated, recounting their recent experiences. After parting ways, Su Bai casually approached a small stall, randomly selecting an item from the menu, which he could not comprehend. He then took a seat at a table behind. Nearby sat a young man, appearing to be in his 20s. He was the target of Su Bai's inquiry. The young man methodically scooped the granular food from his bowl into his mouth. Greetings, my friend. Su Bai offered a warm smile and initiated conversation. The words were translated in real time through a device, morphing into a series of incomprehensible notes to Su Bai. The young man slowly raised his head, his gaze blank as he stared at Su Bai, food still lodged in his mouth, with a couple of grains clinging to the corners of his lips. He seemed frozen, as if the pause button had been pressed, remaining in that state for several seconds. Hello. The words emerged muffled from his mouth, still containing food. After a couple more seconds, curiosity flickered across his face. Su Bai's complexion, in comparison to the locals, was strikingly fair. The young man had never encountered someone with such pale skin and ears before. It was a rarity on the planet Nerdu. I'm visiting from another planet. Would it be convenient for us to chat? Sure. Su Bai had grown accustomed to the young man's delayed reaction. Could you share some insights regarding your federation? The young man's expression shifted to one of pride. 32 years ago, the illustrious Meridi, the supreme leader, unified the globe and established the Nerdu Federation. Subsequently, it took him 22 years to lead the Federation beyond the confines of our planet. At this moment, his demeanor abruptly transformed into one of anger. However, 10 years ago, a detestable rebel faction emerged. Their presence has displeased the heavens, resulting in relentless rain. I haven't witnessed sunlight in ages. Rebel faction? Su Bai noted this in his mind and casually posed several additional questions, ranging from simple to complex. Ultimately, he discovered that aside from some basic knowledge, the young man remained reticent about other matters. Observing his bewildered and dazed expression, it seemed less a matter of reluctance and more an indication of ignorance. After finishing his meal, Su Bai moved on to several other locations. He questioned a total of 4 individuals, only to receive similar responses. Upon concluding his inquiries, aside from Nian Jinger, the other 3 expressed that their findings mirrored Su Bai's. All eyes then turned towards Nian Jinger, pausing with a bag of takeout food in hand. Nian Jinger blinked. You didn't forget to ask, did you? You can't blame me. Nian Jinger retorted loudly. I inquired, but upon seeing me, the first thing that person uttered was, why are you so unattractive? How could I possibly continue the conversation after that? Su Bai cast a glance at Kong Qing and Lu Shi, along with Song Ran. Their expressions were somewhat askew. He comprehended the situation. The aesthetics of the near-duo individuals did not align with theirs. It was evident they would not resonate with the near-duo standard of beauty either. Su Bai opened his mouth and sighed. Please convey to your master that her taste is truly lacking. Never mind. It would be best to return and rest well. Tomorrow is another day. After they departed, Su Bai took a shower with Yuan Bao and lay on the bed. The rainy day felt stifling, and opening a window offered some relief. He stared vacantly out the window, the sound of raindrops hitting the ground resonating melodiously. His movements were stiff, demeanor dull, reaction sluggish, and thoughts rigid. Su Bai reflected on the sights and sounds he had just encountered. Initially, he thought only the personnel at the research base were like that. However, upon further observation, the individuals from the research base appeared considerably more normal than those outside. If it were merely one or two, it could be overlooked. Yet, having observed the near-duo individuals he had encountered, it was indeed abnormal. The problem was not insignificant. Little dear, as he beheld in Yu, clad in pajamas and appearing dazed, Su Bai's eyes twitched. Do you still need to sleep? Not at all. Then what are you doing? And Yu yawned. That's none of your business. Well, you certainly are impressive. I cannot contend with you. Su Bai refrained from engaging in banter with her. He decided to access the Near-Duo Federation's network to see if he could uncover any relevant information. Pausing briefly, he recalled the words of the young man, emphasizing the need to pay attention to information regarding the resistance forces. And Yu gave an okay gesture and vanished. Although the Near-Duo Federation was small, it was still connected to the star network. If it were merely the internal network of an indigenous planet, Lu Shi and her companion's virtual intelligence could easily conduct a covert search. However, once connected to the star network, the situation changed. Here, only in Yu and Jin Yu could accomplish this task. For the mythic intelligence, the star network was akin to their home. Within mere seconds, and Yu completed her mission and reappeared, this time clad in night gear. Dressed in black and masked, she looked quite stealthy. This federation is truly peculiar. Despite being connected to the star network, access is prohibited on the planet, relying instead on the internal network. Quite typical, Su Bai remarked. Newly promoted one-star federations usually act in this manner. Otherwise, if the Federation's citizens, having lived on their planet for so long, suddenly learned that humanity exists throughout the universe, the shock could be overwhelming, easily inciting unrest. And Yu nodded her little head, seemingly unfazed. I investigated, and the development of the Near-Duo Federation appears quite standard. It follows the conventional history of conquests, where a nation achieves unification, establishes a federation, and ventures into the cosmos. As for the resistance forces, that is rather intriguing. Through various clues, I discovered that the leader of the resistance is a man named Rank. The precursor to the Near-Duo Federation's planetary guard was the Interstellar Exploration Team. As the harbinger of the Near-Duo Federation, it is evident that the Interstellar Exploration Team played an instrumental role in the ascension from an indigenous planet to a one-star federation. At the helm of this exploration team was Rank, its esteemed captain. Su Bai, engrossed in the gossip, interjected, questioning the notion of betrayal. Are they intending to eliminate their benefactor after the Federation's rise? He inquired. Please, refrain from interrupting, and Yu continued. When the Interstellar Exploration Team was to be transformed into a planetary defense force, the Federation's supreme leader still appointed him as captain. She unveiled an image, revealing a document of appointment for the Planetary Defense Force, with Rank's name inscribed in the designated section. I discovered this in the archives of the Near-Duo Federation, and the data dates back 10 years, eliminating any possibility of forgery. The appointment had been issued, yet for reasons unknown, Rank refused to accept the order and led his team to the Supreme Leader's residence, resulting in a battle that reverberated throughout the realm. There is something rather peculiar about this, she continued. The exploration team, under Rank's command, was undoubtedly powerful enough to eliminate the unprepared Supreme Leader. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they ultimately failed. Following that skirmish, they vanished, and shortly thereafter, a resistance movement emerged on Nildo Star. Interestingly, once they appeared, the planet was shrouded in perpetual rain. And under the Federation's propaganda, the resistance became the scapegoat. Su Bai nodded thoughtfully, and then, he pressed. What transpired next? Did the Federation's forces not engage the resistance in battle? The narrative seems to abruptly halt. Surely there must be some dramatic account of their struggles? And Yu rolled her eyes. Do you think this is merely a story? The resistance has kept a low profile since its inception. Su Bai clicked his tongue in frustration. This resistance is rather timid. A decade has passed without a stir. What is the purpose of establishing a revolution if they merely scurry like mice to evade the Federation's grasp? It is utterly unsatisfying. In Chapter 89, Next Time, You Die, Su Bai scrutinized the recent traces of the resistance. He harbored a suspicion that rank must possess some crucial knowledge. Locating the resistance might very well lead to the fulfillment of their mission. There is also news concerning us, and Yu stated. Concerning us? Su Bai paused, pondering how they could have attracted attention so swiftly after their arrival in the Nildo Federation. During my search, I uncovered that Hating from Research Base 3 was in communication with the Federation's supreme leader, plotting against us, with the objective of acquiring the Thorn Rose. They had even dispatched their strongest warrior, one named Titus. Do they hold us in such high regard? Sending their strongest warrior right at the outset, Su Bai remarked, intrigued. How formidable is this strongest warrior? A second-tier genetic warrior piloting a satellite-class mech, if one could even call it that, and Yu explained. Satellite class? I recall that the Nildo Federation's mightiest force is classified as planet level, he countered. Indeed, it is of planet level strength. With a flick of her wrist, and Yu conjured a model of a spacecraft, distinct from a mech. The Nildo, measuring 5,800 meters in length and 1,030 meters in width, is laden with an array of intricate weaponry and boasts a power source comprising 17 units. This is what barely propels such a colossal vessel into the cosmos. After all, compared to mechs, the construction of large starships is considerably more feasible. The planetary-level military power of the Nerdo Federation, represented by Nerdo itself, is entirely built upon sheer numbers. Su Bai was astonished. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Such a colossal spacecraft, yet merely classified as planetary level. In combat, it would serve as a live target, incapable of escape. Su Bai believed that if he reported this truthfully, the Nerdo Federation's rating would plummet back to that of a primitive planet. This would imply that the inhabitants of Nerdo would no longer be recognized by the cosmos. In simpler terms, it would equate to a revocation of their humanity. A peculiar feeling surged within Su Bai. No wonder so many were enamored with power. The ability to dictate the fate of individuals on a planet with a mere word was undeniably intoxicating. He banished the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. To indulge in such temptations would bring him perilously close to ruin. The following day, Su Bai was awakened by a series of loud, clattering sounds. The bracket of the window had fallen. Outside, a tempest raged, causing the window to bang violently. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. Had he slept so soundly? Why hadn't anyone come to wake him? Grabbing Yuanbao, he washed its face and quickly freshened up himself. Arriving at the door of room 202, which belonged to Song Ran, he knocked. After 2 minutes, there was movement inside, and the door swung open. Song Ran appeared, clad in a light pink nightgown. His slightly tousled hair added to his disheveled appearance. Still groggy from sleep. His exquisitely shaped face bore a layer of mist over his bright eyes, and his rosy lips were parted in a yawn. The sight of this beauty almost made Su Bai's heart flutter in reverence. He reminded himself repeatedly, he is male, I am straight. He is male, I am straight. He is male, I am straight. After reciting this mantra thrice, Su Bai turned and left. Get up quickly, I'll go rouse the others. After calling everyone, Su Bai descended to find the old man and ordered 5 breakfasts. The old man was still engrossed in his newspaper, glancing at it curiously. Seemingly the same issue as yesterday. As Su Bai ascended the stairs, his brow furrowed deeply. The morning news on the Star Network aired at 7:30. Xiaohua invariably rose before 7 to wash up and have breakfast, then awaited the morning news broadcast. What was going on today? It was already past 9, and he had woken himself. Otherwise, it would not have been impossible to sleep until noon. The dim light of the day cast shadows as Su Bai's footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor, perhaps due to the fierce wind and rain. The old-fashioned light bulb flickered erratically. Passing by his own room, he reached room 202, where the door was ajar. Inside, Song Ran was seated, projecting images with a star projector, watching the mist morning news. In room 203, Lucy was absent. The sound of running water from the bathroom indicated someone was washing up. In room 204, Kong Qing was engaged in a conversation with someone. Snippets of her words suggested a business discussion. Was Nian Jing asleep again? He knocked on her door. Nian Jing groggily awakened, propping herself up and rubbing her eyes. What's wrong? She mumbled. Miss, do take a look at the time. Are you a pig? Still asleep? Su Bai remarked, somewhat exasperated. All right, I shall rise now. Nian Jing shook her head, feeling as if she had not fully awakened. Half an hour later, the old man arrived, carrying 2 plastic bags, delivering the breakfast ordered by Su Bai. The payment will be deducted from your deposit. Fine. Su Bai accepted the meal and called everyone to room 201. During breakfast, Su Bai casually inquired, did you experience anything unusual while you slept last night? Unusual? Lucy paused her eating, pondering for a moment. If I must say there was anything, it would be that after sleeping for so long, I still feel devoid of energy. I feel the same way. Song Ran gathered her slightly curled hair behind her shoulders, nibbling on her chopsticks in contemplation. My biological clock is usually very accurate, and since I did nothing yesterday, I don't understand why I awoke so late today. After listening to their remarks, a sense of unease settled in Su Bai's heart. Ever since arriving on Nearduo Star, everything felt oddly enigmatic, yet the source of the problem remained elusive. This was far more uncomfortable than a niche one could not locate. The others silently continued their meal, evidently lacking enthusiasm. Miss, the Thorned Rose is under attack. Xiao Ming's voice broke the silence as the surveillance feed from the Thorned Rose appeared. Launch from the research base of Ship 3. Haiding commanded from the high platform. Below, a soldier aimed a shoulder-launched missile at the Thorned Rose and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. Boom. The missile struck the hull of the Thorned Rose, exploding with a deafening roar. The attacked Thorned Rose flickered like a malfunctioning old television set. Observing this, Haiding believed the assault had been successful and hurried down with other researchers. He plunged into the smoke generated by the explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, so too did the Thorned Rose as camouflage. The cloaking system had no defensive capabilities. Faced with an attack, it immediately became ineffective. The Thorned Rose, resembling a magnificent piece of art, was fully revealed before the astonished inhabitants of Nearduo. They gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what their eyes beheld. The starship they had studied for an entire day, without detecting a single flaw, now appeared completely transformed before them, surpassing their understanding. Oh, this is truly a divine masterpiece. So beautiful. This is the most perfect ship I have ever seen. The air was filled with exclamations of awe. Haiding returned to his senses, his gaze entranced. It shall soon be ours. He reached out to caress the rose patterns on the hull. Just then, he noticed a crack suddenly appear in the exterior. Mistakenly believing the attack had been effective, he leaned closer. A 320mm naval gun emerged. The projection of Kong Qing materialized on the ship's surface. Remove your filthy hands. Should there be a next time, you shall die. The emotionless voice, under the cold and lethal threat of the naval gun, left no one daring to question the truth of her words. They were all too aware of the cost of doubt. As the naval gun retracted and Kong Qing vanished, Haiding, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground as if released from a binding spell. Cold sweat poured from him, quickly soaking his entire body. The experience of being confronted by a cannon barrel larger than his head was one he never wished to endure again. After a long moment, he managed to catch his breath and growled softly, "The most powerful warrior of the Federation will arrive this afternoon. Once you are gone, it will still belong to me." Chapter 90. Divided actions. After threatening Haiding, Kong Qing felt a wave of regret. Under normal circumstances, she would have activated the defensive mechanism to push Haiding away. Yet, for reasons unknown, in a moment of impulse, she resorted to a display of force. This was contrary to the principles she had been taught since childhood. To wield power was a sign of a merchant's incompetence. She prided herself on being a competent businesswoman, but her behavior today was far from satisfactory. Kong Qing reflected on her actions. Su Bai silently made a decision, not forgetting the purpose of their journey. This evening, he would first seek to claim the mythological statue as his own, allowing him to investigate without worry. If anything were to go awry, he could simply abandon the endeavor and escape. As for the Neardo aliens, it would be impossible to leave without a tinge of guilt. Perhaps a bow before his departure would suffice. His capabilities were limited, and he truly felt apologetic for being unable to assist. Dim light flooded the room as large raindrops hammered against the glass window. The irregular patter was quite irksome. Su Bai summoned in Yu, asking her to recount her findings from the previous night. The group listened intently while having their meal. Soon, and Yu finished her account. 10 years ago, Kong Qing pondered, recalling that the Neardo Federation had just been elevated to a one-star federation. Should I reach out to someone to consult the examiner from that time? Good idea. Su Bai agreed, recognizing that only Kong Qing could utilize the reputable merchant association for such inquiries. Others lacked the capability, or so he believed. Song Ran volunteered. I'll go to the library and the local shops to see if there are any relevant physical documents. Su Bai nodded, while Yu could scour the internet. Physical records were beyond her reach. Many factions in the universe kept crucial information off the Star Network, stored in secure locations guarded by heavy security. Otherwise, if the enemy were to collaborate with several mythological intelligences and force their way in, the losses would be catastrophic. Xiaoxi, let us split up and pay a visit. Su Bai suggested. All right. After speaking, he glanced at the nearly dozing Nian Jinger, feeling a sense of unreliability about her. You stay and keep watch. Once arrangements were made and their meal concluded, Su Bai wiped his mouth and stood up. Let us proceed. As he walked toward the door, he suddenly recalled something and paused. Oh, right. A level 2 gene user piloting a satellite-level mech will probably come looking for trouble this afternoon. Be cautious and don't fall into any traps. Satellite-level mech? No problem. Rest assured. What if we encounter him? Eliminate him, but keep the noise to a minimum. Su Bai cast a glance at Nian Jinger, the only one unresponsive, and saw that she had fallen asleep. He paid no heed, knowing that the true spirit of Guanyin resided within her. Among the 5 of them, she was the safest, and there was no need for concern. Would you prefer chicken or pork today? Su Bai, clad in a dark raincoat, strolled down the street, playfully teasing the golden ingot nestled in his arms. The ingot tilted its little head and emitted a few chirps. Pork it is, he mused, retrieving a small pig charm from his pocket, transforming it into gold, and offering it to the ingot. He had just purchased it from a roadside vendor, believing that it was time to diversify the ingot's diet, which had been limited to pearls. Although they were all fundamentally made of gold, the ingot appeared quite pleased. Upon reaching the bus station, a bus arrived just in time. There was no ticket collector. Passengers were to insert coins themselves. Su Bai boarded the bus, casually slipping a banknote into the fare slot, paying no mind to its denomination. After all, it was not his money, so he felt no remorse in spending it. He jested to himself that it was merely a piece of paper, especially since he and his companions, Lu Shi and Kong Qing, had earlier raided Song Ran, dividing a thick stack of cash into 4 equal portions for their outing. Having money on hand made everything easier. After depositing his fare, Su Bai glanced around. There were only a handful of passengers aboard, perhaps a dozen at most. With empty seats scattered about, he proceeded to the last row by the window and settled in. As the bus set off, the atmosphere was hushed, with no conversations among the passengers. The only sounds were the rain falling against the window and the hum of the bus engine, gently stroking the ingot. Su Bai leaned his head against the glass, gazing outside. The bus moved intermittently, with passengers boarding and alighting in succession, each engaging only in the essentials of their journeys, devoid of superfluous actions or words. The scenery outside transformed continuously, from the dilapidated 3-story buildings of the old town to the towering skyscrapers of the city center. Ding! End of the line, Lagabu Amusement Park, a voice announced, pulling Su Bai from his reverie. He had no particular destination in mind, so he decided to disembark. At this point, the number of passengers had dwindled to a mere 7 adults and 5 children, all of whom followed him toward the amusement park entrance. After purchasing tickets, they entered the premises. At the number 3 spaceship research base, Hating was absorbed in contemplation while gazing at the thorny rose. A subordinate approached to report on the movements of Su Bai and his companions. Professor, the interstellar travelers you've asked me to monitor are on the move. Hating turned to him, momentarily taken aback. Where have they gone? The only male has gone to Lagabu Amusement Park. The girl with the wavy hair is at the Nori Library. And the girl with the lavender eyes is on a bus heading toward what appears to be a cemetery outside the city. A cemetery? What purpose could she have there? He pondered. It seemed they were on opposing buses, perhaps oblivious to their respective destinations. Hating inquired, what about the other 2? They should still be at the Carlo Hotel. I haven't seen them come out. Understood, Hating replied, waving his subordinate away. They've split up, heading toward the cemetery. That seems like a rather intriguing location. Neither the amusement park, library, nor the hotel in the old town would be suitable for any confrontation. He was contemplating how to lure Su Bai and his companions out once Titus arrived, but he was pleasantly surprised that they had taken the initiative to separate. How fortuitous. Indeed, fate seems to favor him. Su Bai provided the payment and wished them a delightful experience as he received his admission ticket from the ticket attendant. After a protracted wait in line, he finally entered, which surprised him. He had anticipated that such heavy rain would deter visitors, yet the crowd was unexpectedly large. Observing the passers-by, he noted their impassive expressions, devoid of any joy typically associated with amusement parks. It struck him as peculiar. He made his way toward the roller coaster and purchased another ticket for 50. As luck would have it, he was the last to board that round. Settling into the rear seat, he secured the safety harness. The roller coaster slowly began its ascent. Beside him sat a girl, slender and delicate, with a youthful visage adorned with the faintest hint of fuzz at the corners of her mouth, suggesting she had just reached adulthood. His keen eyesight, a trait of his 3rd-tier genetic makeup, compelled him to observe her closely, devoid of any ulterior motives. As the roller coaster filled with riders sat rigidly, Su Bai's glances around made him feel somewhat like an outsider. The thrill of such an amusement ride could hardly stir any excitement within him. He had drifted through the cosmos piloting a mech, and this was trivial by comparison. What puzzled him was not merely his own lack of reaction, but also that of the others. As the coaster reached its peak and plunged downward, a powerful gust of wind whisked away the hood of his raincoat, drenching his face with cold rain, prompting him to instinctively squint. When he turned to glance at the girl beside him, he was taken aback. Her hair was swept back by the wind, and her eyes were wide open, seemingly unfazed by the tempest. Yet, it was not this that left him in a state of shock. Perhaps she was simply unperturbed or possessed a unique constitution. Rather, the wind had blown her hair aside, revealing the contours of her ears. Su Bai caught sight of a slight protrusion, enough to challenge his previous assumptions about the Neldo individuals. Perhaps they were not entirely devoid of ears after all. Chapter 91. Money eases transactions. As the roller coaster returned to its station, the patrons unfastened their safety devices and began to disembark. Just as Su Bai intended to call out to the girl, he noticed she had already exited from the other side. In a hurry, he released his harness and dashed down. Spotting her silhouette, he called out as he ran, "Excuse me, Could you please wait a moment? In a swift motion, the surrounding crowd halted, the stillness spreading like an infectious wave. Within moments, the amusement park, already quiet, fell into an even deeper silence. The only sounds remaining were the mechanical whirring of the rides and the gentle patter of raindrops. All eyes turned toward Su Bai, their gazes fixed on him with palpable intensity, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Despite his usual bravado, he felt overwhelmed. He hurried to the girl's side. Panting, "I'm looking for her. Please, continue with your activities and do not mind me." Upon his words, the crowd resumed their pursuits, returning to their previous destinations. The girl he had addressed appeared slightly intrigued. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Su Bai revealed a self-proclaimed charming smile. "You are truly unattractive. Are you kidding me? I am renowned as a handsome lad in this region." He immediately grasped the feelings of Lu Shi and her companions from the previous day. Suppressing his desire to comment on their questionable aesthetic standards, Su Bai inquired, "May I take a look at your ears?" "Ears?" The girl appeared bewildered, pondering for a moment before using her unoccupied hand to brush aside her hair. "Are you referring to these ears?" "Indeed," Su Bai responded with evident excitement, noticing that her earlobes indeed protruded slightly. "May I touch them?" The girl's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Is this person some kind of weirdo? Who would ask a stranger on the street if they could touch their ears? Observing her reaction, Su Bai reached into the pocket of his raincoat, retrieving a thick wad of cash, at least 3,000 or 4,000 in total. "Just a touch, and this is yours." "All right." The girl's expression transformed from suspicion to incredulity. She raised her umbrella, snatched the money from Su Bai's hand, and once again tucked her hair behind her ear, leaning in closer. "Money makes things easier. The previous generation did not deceive me." Su Bai reached out. The texture was slightly firm, indicating cartilage. It indeed appeared to be her earlobe rather than any sort of growth. "Thank you." The girl lowered her hair, said nothing further, and hurriedly walked away, anxious that the fool might change his mind and reclaim the money. Su Bai gazed at her retreating figure. Not long after she had distanced herself, her pace slowed, becoming as stiff and mechanical as a puppet. Su Bai frowned, circled around, and quickly approached her. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her expression was vacant, her eyes unblinking. As she reached him, she seemed to not recognize him, passing by without a reaction. Su Bai hurried forward again, tapping her shoulder. The girl turned, staring blankly for a few seconds, her pupils flickering slightly before she suddenly became alert. "What do you want? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "No. I just wanted to ask where the restroom is." "Oh, it's over there." The girl pointed in a direction. After Su Bai expressed his gratitude, she walked away, only to replay the earlier scene under his watchful gaze. At the Carabin Hotel, room 204, Kong Qing initiated a communication request to the recently provided contact of the Credibility Merchant Association. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, I am Chen Dan, the Minister of the First Federal Rating Department of the Interstellar Rating Bureau. May I ask who is calling?" "This is Kong Qing, one of the contemporary 5 sons of the Credibility Merchant Association." "Ah, Miss Kong, I was just informed that you would be reaching out, and I've been awaiting your call." Chen Dan's tone suddenly became warm. Kong Qing was already accustomed to this. The reputation of the Credibility Merchant Association was indeed quite advantageous. "To be brief, I require the documentation regarding the Gallup Nebula and the advancement of the Neardo Federation to a 1-star federation, along with the information on the reviewers. Please hold on. I will check on that." Kong Qing waited for 10 minutes. Eventually, a voice came through. "I apologize for the wait, Miss Kong. The information is from 10 years ago, and due to the sheer volume of 1-star federations, it took a bit longer." Chen Dan first apologized and then remarked, "This information is not recorded here, and the reviewer is not one of us." Please allow me to elaborate. Typically, when an indigenous planet ascends to a 1-star federation, it is reported by the nearest influential entity, which also conducts the preliminary review. We will send personnel for a subsequent reassessment." Kong Qing realized that her understanding of this matter was rather limited. After all, who would concern themselves with how common folk build their families? Chen Dan continued, "I can provide you with the information regarding that entity. The report regarding the Neardo Federation was submitted to us by the 4-star Federation, specifically the Su family from the Troll Federation. The preliminary review was also conducted by them. According to interstellar law, for a century, the Neardo Federation is under the jurisdiction and protection of the Su family." "All right, I understand," she replied, severing the communication. Kong Qing immediately contacted the head of the credibility chamber within the Troll Federation. "Miss Kong, greetings. How may I assist you? Are you familiar with the Su family from the Troll Federation?" "Certainly. The Troll Federation operates not as a parliamentary system, but as a royal dynasty, often referred to as the Troll Empire. The Su family is one of the 3 prominent families, second only to the Troll royal family. Please connect me to the head of the Su family. I wish to speak with him." "Of course." Half a minute later, a man's voice resonated. "Miss Kong, I am Su Jiwen, the head of the Su family." Suddenly, Kong Qing thought of Su Wan and casually inquired, "Do you know my cousin Su Wan, who studies at Jinyuan Academy?" "Oh, you are acquainted with my niece." I also study at Jinyuan. Sister Wan is my senior. Transitioning to the main topic, she stated, I require the documentation regarding the promotion of the Nerdo Federation to a one-star federation from 10 years ago, along with the information of the reviewer at that time. Would that be convenient? Certainly. I will organize the materials and send them over shortly. Thank you. It is my privilege to assist Miss Kong. At the Norito Library, Song Ran picked up a book and utilized the Star Instruments translation function to convert the Nerdo text into the universal language, subsequently displaying it in midair. Blood Spirit. Search all the text and extract information that deviates from normal development. A drop of blood, adorned with 2 eyes and a mouth, represented Song Ran's virtual intelligence. Blood Spirit. Understood, Blood Spirit responded, soaring towards the dense array of text to filter through it. Before long, the text was significantly reduced, but it remained voluminous. Song Ran's gaze swiftly traversed the lines, absorbing the information contained within. The content before him shifted repeatedly. After half an hour, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, he finally paused. Leaning on the desk, he massaged his temples. His already fragile state of mind was now exacerbated. This clearly illustrated the distinction between virtual intelligence and mythical intelligence. If an Yu were present, she would undoubtedly come to soothe Su Bai. However, Blood Spirit merely hovered in midair, awaiting the next command. Moreover, when an Yu searched for information, she would filter out the inconsequential details and summarize the remaining information to report back to Su Bai. For instance, it was pertinent to note that the Grand Chancellor of the Nerdo Federation had a penchant for the same sex, with all his guards being handsome men, as well as the fact that his father lacked reproductive capabilities, and Yu Yao would certainly not bring forth unnecessary burdens for Su Bai. After a considerable pause, Song Ran lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had endured 10 consecutive nights of sleeplessness. He continued to focus on the text before him. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of information and instinctively read it aloud. Good news. The incessant rain of the past decade has ceased. It must be the great commander who has obliterated the forces of resistance. But the rain stopped for only 10 days before it resumed. The wicked resistance. The scourge of the Nerdo Federation. Chapter 92. The most powerful warrior in swift retreat. On the Ferris wheel, Su Bai gazed down below. This marked his 5th rotation. The view from above was expansive, allowing him to take in the entirety of the amusement park. The people below appeared no larger than ants, and he could not discern much detail. However, a general overview sufficed. The visitors below moved with purpose, transitioning from one attraction to the next without pause. Aside from necessary restroom breaks, there were no resting facilities occupied, nor any engaged in casual conversation. A typical person visiting an amusement park seeks enjoyment in the experience itself. Their objective was simply to partake in the amusements, regardless of what they engaged in or whether they found joy in it. Such considerations were of little importance. Glancing at the time, Su Bai noted it was 4 in the afternoon. The so-called strongest warrior should have arrived by now. Whom would he seek out? In the suburban cemetery, Lu Shi stood under an umbrella atop a small slope. Amidst the curtain of rain, a visitor approached to pay their respects to the deceased. He approached the gravestone, laid down offerings, and bowed 3 times. Then, he produced 3 sticks of incense and a lighter, attempting to ignite them repeatedly. In the torrential downpour, with no shelter in sight, the endeavor to light the incense seemed utterly futile. The incense was thoroughly soaked, and the lighter emitted not a flicker of flame. Yet, the man remained in a kneeling posture, persistently trying to light the incense. Lu Shi observed him for 20 minutes, as he struggled in the rain. Ultimately, Lu Shi walked over, still holding the umbrella. The man appeared oblivious to her approach, his face displaying only numbness and vacancy. Devoid of any expression of longing or sorrow for his loved ones, nor any anger at the incense's failure to ignite. Lu Shi bent down, retrieving 3 dry sticks of incense from a plastic bag on the ground, and placed them in the incense burner before the gravestone. She then produced a lighter, one rarely seen in the universe, a flint wheel she had purchased at the night market out of curiosity, now proving its worth. With a soft click, a flame emerged. Shielded by the umbrella, she successfully ignited the 3 sticks of incense. The man seemed to sense her presence. Lifting his head at an odd angle, his gaze fixated on Lu Shi, his lips trembling as he uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Without waiting for her response, he completed his solemn task and exited the cemetery. Lu Shi stared at the incense, once again extinguished by the rain, lost in thought. Before this man, there had been a funeral procession, silent, devoid of grief or joy. The coffin was lowered, soil filled in. Each participant bowed 3 times, and then they turned to leave, as if the deceased was not a beloved family member, but an unfamiliar stranger. A resounding roar echoed as the distant sound of an aircraft engine approached, growing increasingly jarring. Lu Shi followed the sound, spotting a low-flying transport plane piercing through the curtain of rain, heading toward the cemetery. As it neared the cemetery, the rear cargo door swung open, releasing a towering mech that plummeted swiftly. At an altitude of 20 meters, its thrusters ignited. slowing its descent until it hovered 10 meters above the ground. "I am Titus, the greatest warrior of the Nirdo Federation." The mech's gruff voice resonated, transmitted through a real-time translation earpiece into Lu Shi's ears. "By the command of the Supreme Leader, eliminate the invaders." "Have they come for me?" Lu Shi whispered softly, a hint of irony lacing her tone. Exhaling, her breath mingled with the cold air, transforming into a white mist amidst the rain. The Dragon Lady of the Pearl, a mythical figure, slowly materialized behind Lu Shi, a massive orb floating into existence. The Dragon Lady, adorned with twin horns, emerged from the auspicious pearl, which then diminished in size, descending. Lu Shi stepped onto the pearl, rising gently to enter the mech. Disturbing the deceased would be ill-fated. The Dragon Lady raised her hand, and the auspicious pearl circled above. A single strike. A single strike? Ha! Titus laughed heartily, acknowledging that the Dragon Lady's entrance was indeed more flamboyant than his own, something he had never witnessed before. Yet, he remained confident in his prowess. The Dragon Lady appeared too delicate, akin to a mere decorative figure, and he was the mightiest warrior of the Nirdo Federation. How could a mere child and a decorative mech ever rival him? "Reign in your arrogance." Boom. The Dragon Lady locked onto the enemy cockpit. The auspicious pearl shot forth, piercing it in an instant. The strongest warrior of the Nirdo Federation met his demise before he could even finish his boastful declaration. Lu Shi regarded the satellite-class mech with little concern. The out-of-control mech plummeted, threatening to crash into a cluster of tombs. The auspicious pearl suddenly radiated with blinding light, engulfing it. Simultaneously, a rift opened in the orbit beyond Nirdo, casting out a mech with a gaping hole in its chest, discarded like refuse. Coincidentally, a satellite sped along its trajectory, colliding with the mech, leading to their inevitable destruction. Lu Shi retracted the mech, toying with the auspicious pearl in her hand. With one hand holding an umbrella and the other cradling the pearl, she strolled slowly across the bluestone pavement, exiting the cemetery. Just beyond the gate, she tossed the auspicious pearl skyward. In midair, the pearl accelerated dramatically, striking down a drone that had been monitoring her movements. Is Titus truly dead? At the scientific base of Ship 3, in Hastings' chamber, he collapsed to the floor, stunned, as the scene of Titus's swift demise etched itself indelibly in his mind. This was the greatest warrior of the Federation. Hating. On the other side of the video feed, the nearly septuagenarian Commander Maradi roared in fury. "Is this what you call foolproof? Titus is a hero of the Nirdo Federation. It was he who helped me vanquish the other nations, leading to the establishment of today's Nirdo Federation. It was your insatiable greed that led to his demise in such a dilapidated cemetery, leaving not even a trace of his remains. You are a criminal of the Federation." A bitter taste lingered in Hastings' mouth, and his heart felt even heavier. He could hardly fathom how that seemingly unattractive girl possessed such strength. "Regarding the death of Titus, you shall accompany him in death." Bang! The bedroom door was forcefully kicked open. Lu Shi flicked her long hair, damp with raindrops, sending droplets scattering. Her mood had soured since leaving the cemetery, perhaps influenced by the oppressive atmosphere that brewed within her. She understood that this state was untenable. She needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Thus, she reached out to Su Bai, seeking Yu Yu's assistance in reverse-tracking the drone's signal terminal, which led her here. Sister Qing had just remarked, "How could you lack such foresight?" You are mistaken, are you not?" Lu Shi's pale violet eyes fixed coldly upon him, as the wishful pearl spun effortlessly at her fingertips and, in an instant, shot forth, piercing through his skull. "I had granted you a chance. Wrongdoings invariably incur consequences. This is a truth even children grasp, is it not?" The wishful pearl spiraled back. Lu Shi lifted her gaze towards Mei Lady in the video. "I, the team leader, hereby issue a formal notification. The Neldo Federation's Rating Review Committee shall pay a visit in 3 days." Lu Shi turned, raising her umbrella, and vanished into the curtain of rain. 3 days. This was the deadline set by Su Bai for himself and the team. Should they uncover nothing, there would be no need to pursue further. After all, it was merely a newly promoted, one-star federation that might very well regress to a primitive planet. It was not worth the trouble. Such is the nature of the cosmos. No one would selflessly sacrifice anything for another's survival, not even a trivial moment of their time. Chapter 93. More than just humans in the amusement park. Within the animal exhibition area, do not inquire why there is a zoo in an amusement park. It is built by the Neldo people, not by me. After passing through ticket inspection, Su Bai followed the flow of visitors inside. The variety of animals here was limited. Aside from a solitary tiger, the rest were unique species of Neldo that he had never encountered before. Among them, the most intriguing was a creature resembling a donkey, seemingly female, yet sporting a spine-like protrusion beneath. Was this a peculiar adaptation for reproductive competition? Su Bai could only marvel at the vastness of the universe and its wonders, realizing his own ignorance. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that had Su Bai not discerned the life signs of those animals, he would have thought he had entered a gallery of sculptures. The visitors continued to move forward without pause. The animals lay motionless behind their enclosures, resembling lifeless statues. Soon, they traversed the terrestrial creature zone and arrived at the marine section. Marine animals are indeed animals, so it is reasonable for a zoo to feature them. As anticipated, bizarre marine creatures floated within their aquariums, adrift in the currents, listless and rigid. He recorded the sights as he walked, documenting these strange beings before following the crowd out of the animal exhibition area. The amusement park excursion has come to an end. Su Bai arrived at the bus stop across from the drop-off point, patiently awaiting the return journey. After a brief while, the bus for the return arrived. This was both the terminus and the starting point. Su Bai was the first to board, depositing his fare before settling into a seat by the window at the back. A considerable number of individuals from the same group emerged from the park, making their way toward the bus. Dozens, without any supervision, orderly paid their fares and boarded. There was no uproar, no pushing or shoving. Each person moved at a leisurely pace. Once the seats were filled, they stood in the aisle. Within minutes, the bus was packed to capacity. The driver ignited the engine, and the bus began to move slowly. Su Bai fed Yuan Bao some golden chicken while pondering his thoughts. It appeared that not only humans were troubled, animals were not spared either. At 8:30, as dusk began to envelop the sky, a bus halted in front of the Carlo Hotel. Su Bai disembarked from the open door. At this hour, the street was devoid of pedestrians, and only a few lights illuminated the windows on either side. Had everyone retired so early? He muttered to himself before stepping into the hotel. Behind the reception desk, the elderly proprietor was still engrossed in his newspaper, as if he had no other business than to read each day. Su Bai greeted him, disregarding whether he would respond, and ascended the stairs. The corridor lights were completely out. Even during the day, the interior felt dim, let alone in the evening. The corridor was so dark that one could barely discern their hand in front of their face. Su Bai navigated the staircase in darkness. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed the door to room 202 ajar, with lights spilling forth. He walked straight into room 202, which belonged to Song Ran. Aside from him, the other four were present in the room. Nian Jinger was consuming some unknown food. Kong Qing and Lu Shi were poring over some documents. Song Ran lay sleeping on the bed. Upon seeing Su Bai enter, Lu Shi's lips curled into a gentle smile. "You're back," she greeted, her words resembling those of a wife awaiting her husband's return. She approached him to help remove his raincoat, hanging it on a wooden rack. "Has Xiao Hua fallen asleep?" Lu Shi shook her head, speaking softly. He exhausted his mental energy and fainted, with the host in a state of unconsciousness. The virtual intelligence triggered a danger alert, sending a distress signal to the recent team members. Upon receiving it, Kong Qing had gone to the library to bring him back. "Is he all right?" Su Bai approached the bed, observing Song Ran's furrowed brow, his tone laced with concern. "He is fine. I administered a calming injection. A good sleep will suffice," Kong Qing replied without looking up. "Have you eaten?" "I bought some food." Lu Shi reached for the meal she had previously placed on the table, only to find it empty. Her expression stiffened as she heard chewing sounds. Following the noise, she saw Nian Jing'er seated on the sofa, her innocent gaze meeting Lu Shi's, her little mouth busy munching. "Never mind, I'll go get you another portion. No need to trouble yourself. I already ate on my way back." The rain outside grew heavier, and Su Bai wished to spare Lu Shi from venturing out. After all, he could sustain himself on golden sustenance like Yuan Bao. It would suffice to transmute something later to satiate his hunger. Very well then. Lu Shi returned the umbrella to its place and sat down on the sofa. "How was your day?" "Something is amiss. It is not merely the humans, but also the animals." Su Bai, choosing to be discreet, glanced at Song Ran and said, "Let us wait until tomorrow when Xiao Hua awakens to discuss this further. Everyone has worked hard today. It is time to rest." Kong Qing rubbed her temples and blinked her dry eyes, realizing she had yet to finish reviewing the materials from the Su family and needed to organize them. "Very well, we shall continue this discussion tomorrow," Lu Shi concluded, and the group returned to their respective rooms. Su Bai gently patted Song Ran's head, relieved to find no fever, and then retreated to his own room. At 11 o'clock that night, Su Bai opened his door and stepped outside, only to see room 204 swing open immediately after. Kong Qing peeked out, and upon recognizing Su Bai, she asked in confusion, "What are you doing out so late?" Having just organized the documents from the Su family and completed her evening routine, she was about to sleep when she heard commotion in the hallway. "Business," Su Bai replied, giving her a quizzical look. "Have you forgotten the purpose of my visit? I am not merely here to investigate issues within the Federation." With a huff, Kong Qing turned back and closed her door. How could she forget? That was a mythological statue, and should Su Bai succeed, it would transform into a mythical mech. Although she was curious about Su Bai's confidence and wished to accompany him, the likelihood of that was slim, so she refrained from mentioning it. Returning to her room, Su Bai noted that she was quite perceptive. If Lu Shi were to suggest joining him, he would acquiesce, but as for Kong Qing, it was best to leave it be. Descending the stairs, he noticed a yellowed old lamp illuminating the reception area, where an elderly man sat reading a newspaper. Su Bai lingered in the shadows for half a minute, observing the old man who had not turned the page for quite some time. A sense of unease washed over him. Could he have passed away? Rushing over, Su Bai placed his finger just below the man's nose. There was breath. Boss, boss, he called, gently nudging the old man. To his surprise, the elderly gentleman suddenly slumped back, collapsing onto the small bed behind the counter, his eyes closed and breathing evenly. Is he asleep? Su Bai murmured. Regardless, he had more pressing matters at hand. Stepping out of the hotel, he found that the streetlights nearby were all broken, and the visibility of the darkened street did not exceed 5 meters, creating an eerie atmosphere. Su Bai felt the sensation of being watched by more than one pair of eyes. A chill swept through him, prompting a shiver. It's a bit cold, he noted. Glancing around, it remained dark, impenetrably so. Even a level 3 gene user could still sense the temperature. He tightened his clothing to ward off the cold, and then summoned the mythical Guanyin, ascending into the sky in his mech. Little dear, lock onto the location. Yes. An image of the mythical statue appeared in Su Bai's field of vision, shared by Yu. It was situated within a forest, before the unification of the Nirdo Federation. That area had been a tourist attraction belonging to another nation. After the Federation's establishment, the statue, deemed unappealing by Nirdo standards, rendered the tourist site surrounding it obsolete. At the very moment Su Bai summoned the mythical Guanyin, in room 205, the sleeping Nian Jinger suddenly opened her eyes wide. Approaching the window, she gazed at the direction in which the mythical Guanyin had departed. Best of luck. Chapter 94. The mysterious boy living beneath the statue. It has been 32 years since the establishment of the Nirdo Federation, a span ample enough to bring about significant transformations. For instance, the once picturesque observation platform atop Statue Mountain has now evolved into a veritable paradise of flora. Statue Mountain, as it was known before the inception of the Nirdo Federation, derived its name from the indestructible mythical statue that graced its summit. However, following the founding of the Federation, Statue Mountain fell into neglect, rendering this area a nameless wilderness on the map. Were it not for Yu, Su Bai's quest to locate this site would have proven quite challenging. The mythical Guanyin finally arrived at her destination. Within the cockpit, Su Bai observed the surroundings through the mech's visual interface. The circular observation platform, approximately 60 to 70 meters in diameter, was now engulfed in weeds. At its center stood a structure, towering 100 meters high, entwined with vines, obscuring its true nature. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to surmise that this was the objective of their journey. The mythical statue was undoubtedly nearby. It was not surprising that the site, long abandoned, had succumbed to such a state. What astonished Su Bai, however, was the sight of a tent at the base of the statue. It was not dilapidated. A light flickered within. Was someone here? Donning a raincoat, he retracted the mythical Guanyin, standing upon a lotus flower, which then descended to the ground. After landing, he tucked the lotus away and made his way through the thick undergrowth toward the tent. The night was eerily silent. Despite the lush vegetation, not a single insect buzzed or bird chirped. The rain had diminished to a fine drizzle, reminiscent of the light rain he had encountered earlier. The sound of Su Bai's footsteps on the grass was jarringly loud. As he approached the tent, its flap was suddenly lifted, and a beam from a flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating Su Bai. Who? An alien? He pondered, momentarily taken aback. The first word spoken was in Nirdo dialect, followed by fluent universal language. Come in. The abrupt flash of light had momentarily blinded Su Bai, and as his vision adjusted, the tent's occupant retreated inside, heightening his vigilance. Su Bai followed suit. He dismissed the significance of the Nirdo Federation, yet this enigmatic individual, fluent in universal language, might well be an outsider deserving of caution. Upon entering the tent, Su Bai was met with an unexpected sight. The tent served merely as a rain shelter. The occupant had excavated a basement beneath, spacious enough to accommodate a variety of provisions, including meat and vegetables. It appeared that he had resided here for quite some time. Su Bai turned his attention to the figure seated on a wooden stump. The boy, with slightly darker skin than a typical Nirdo, possessed a striking complexion far fairer than that of most Nirdo individuals. His long black hair was bound with vines. Despite not having an extraordinary visage, his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk. Most notably, he had a complete pair of ears. As Su Bai scrutinized him, the boy returned the gaze with a discerning look. You are not from the Nirdo Federation. What brings you to this place? Su Bai initiated the conversation. I, a native of the planet Nirdo, have been expelled due to my dissimilar appearance, and now reside here. The boy's expression was impassive, leaving Su Bai unable to discern whether he was being dishonest. Very well, thought Su Bai with a shrug, turning to leave. He was merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of concern. It was far more prudent to finish his business and return to slumber. My name is Zhang Yi, and you are not a Nirdo inhabitant. The Nirdo Federation has ascended to a one-star federation. The slave-catching teams will not come here, nor will the Interstellar Rating Bureau venture into this locale. And tourists would hardly visit such a remote place. Given this, you must have come specifically for the mythic statue outside, correct? Oh. Su Bai halted mid-step and turned to regard Zhang Yi. Do Naruto inhabitants know of the mythic statue? Surely, you jest. Zhang Yi did not flinch. Their gazes locked for a moment. I advise you not to waste your efforts. How can you be so certain I am wasting my time? Try and see for yourself. Zhang Yi gestured invitingly. Su Bai chose not to engage further and continued his exit. Upon reaching the base of the mythic statue, he heard the gentle voice of an Yu. Bai, he gives me the impression of Nian Jing'er. Nian Jing'er? Su Bai paused, glancing sideways. The tent flap was drawn aside, revealing Zhang Yi leaning casually against the entrance, observing with an air of leisure. Somewhat reminiscent, yet, the essence feels purer. Su Bai remained silent, a shadow descending upon his heart. He recalled the two scenarios of divine reincarnation. Nian Jing'er represented the latter, currently coexisting with Guanyin. If Zhang Yi were even more pure, without a doubt, he belonged to the former. A divine essence awakening from birth. Su Bai's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Zhang Yi. No wonder he was so knowledgeable and certain of Su Bai's futility. He hastened his actions, swiftly clearing the surrounding vines. As he touched the jade-like texture of the statue, a sense of certainty washed over him. Since the statue remained in its mythic form, it indicated that the mythic mech had yet to be activated. That was fortuitous. Although he was puzzled as to why Zhang Yi lingered near the statue without activating the mech, as long as he could activate it first and claim it. Turning raw rice into cooked, any regrets Zhang Yi would harbor later would be of no consequence. Should he attempt to resort to threats of force, he would be sorely mistaken. A flicker of ruthlessness danced in Su Bai's eyes. What could a deity accomplish without the mythic mech, especially in Naruto, where resources were scarce? At best, they could be a second-tier genetic entity. Confirming the statue remained intact, Su Bai surveyed his surroundings, circling the statue in search of something. He recalled the scene of acquiring the mythic mech. Gaining Bai Wuchang had been purely coincidental. One day, the school organized a visit to the Bai Wuchang statue. At that time, Su Bai was destitute, and although his financial situation had not improved, he was then ravenous and contemplated discreetly pilfering something to satiate his hunger. He glanced around. The most prominent feature in this area appeared to be the iron chains, resembling a fence. He casually approached a heavy iron lock, placing his hand upon it, which instantly transformed into a thin layer of gold, swiftly absorbed. Completing one, he moved on to the next, each time extracting a small amount, relying on accumulation. By the end of the day, the iron chains near the statue of the white impermanence had noticeably diminished in size. Subsequently, Su Bai felt an inexplicable connection with the mythical white impermanence. Thereafter, he could access the mythical space of the white impermanence, summoning the accompanying spectral soldiers. However, to summon the mythical white impermanence, he had to activate the statue. On a second occasion, at the mining star, the objective was clearer. He absorbed the purple golden bamboo, aligning himself with the divine core of the mythical Guanyin. Deceiving the divine core, he obtained the mythical Guanyin. This time, Su Bai glanced at the observation deck. Overrun with weeds and vines, feeling somewhat vexed. How could he find anything in such an obscured place? Did he truly need to first become a gardener? Clearing the area meticulously? It seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 95. Zhang Yi was bewildered. Looking for something? Zhang Yi approached with 2 flashlights, offering one to Su Bai. Need help? Su Bai cast a glance at him, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. What if he turned him into gold? No. Su Bai quickly shook his head. Such an action would be no different from cannibalism. At that moment, Zhang Yi's hair, tied back with vines, caught Su Bai's attention. He turned his gaze, formulating a mischievous idea. If the entire person couldn't be used, then surely a bit of hair would suffice. Su Bai donned a friendly, amiable smile, casually draping an arm around Zhang Yi's shoulder. You must be having quite a bit of trouble living in such a barren place, right? Zhang Yi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the sudden closeness, instinctively tried to pull away. However, as Su Bai had anticipated, in a resource-scarce environment like the Innermost Star, how strong could one become solely through training? A divine reincarnation was merely that, a reincarnation, still human, not a deity. With Su Bai's strength, there was no way Zhang Yi could break free. After failing to escape, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Su Bai's intentions. You'll get used to it. There are plenty of wild beasts in the mountains, so food and drink won't be an issue. Oh, indeed, Su Bai replied dismissively, his fingers subtly curling around a lock of hair. Golden transformation, absorption, executed seamlessly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. What was indeed? Oh, nothing. Su Bai released Zhang Yi. After absorbing a strand of hair, he confirmed that Zhang Yi shared the same origin as the statue before him. The reason he let go of Zhang Yi was not out of newfound conscience for that thick, lustrous hair, but rather because the quantity was insufficient. Based on the earlier absorption ratio, even if he absorbed the entire person, it would not be enough. He concluded that a divine reincarnation's return to the mythical mecha was not reliant on the physical body, but rather on the true spirit, commonly referred to as the soul. That was the essence of divinity. The physical form was merely superfluous. Of course, there were exceptions, like Su Bai, who forcibly absorbed the rich essence of a related entity, causing his body to emanate the aura akin to that of the divine core from within. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Su Bai paced back and forth, while Zhang Yi, unhurried, stood under the rain with an umbrella, observing with keen interest. Humans are inherently social beings, having spent over a decade in solitude. The appearance of another person, even if they belonged to the peculiar Nair people, brought him a rare sense of joy, even if he did not voice it. You truly don't need assistance? Then could you help me clear this entire patch of weeds? Zhang Yi's expression stiffened. What a lunatic. After so long without encountering anyone alive, he had to deal with someone clearly deranged. Forget it. You should head back. Su Bai gestured, dismissing Zhang Yi. It felt rather uncomfortable contemplating how to pilfer from the host's possessions in their presence. Zhang Yi yawned and indeed took his leave. At this hour, he would typically be asleep. No school, no work. His routine was quite punctual. However, after washing up and finally lying down, he suddenly changed expression, wondering when that fool outside would give up. What is happening? Has the mythic mech recognized its master? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi dashed into the rain, barefoot and forgetting his shoes and umbrella. He understood that his spirit was intact. There was no possibility of another piloting his exclusive mythic mech. That was derived from his own divine core. 15 minutes earlier, after Zhang Yi departed, Su Bai leaned against the mythic statue, a frown etched upon his face. Should I wait 3 days to approach the federal commander to send a battalion for weed removal? No, I cannot afford to lose face. To suddenly summon them for weeding when I am about to demand accountability seems rather unreasonable. But where exactly was this shared origin? After pondering for a while without resolution, hunger gnawed at him. He reached behind him, seeking to grasp a vine for gold absorption. To his surprise, he missed the vine and instead touched the exposed surface of the statue. Rainwater flowed over its jade-like material, sending a chilling sensation through his fingertips. Shared origin, shared origin. Su Bai murmured, his eyes brightening. What could be more fitting than the mythic statue derived from his divine core? He immediately pressed his palm against the statue. The golden core expanded, and a marvelous energy surged from his palm. The area beneath his hand became golden. Subsequently, the golden core contracted, transforming the gilded area into a higher quality energy imbued with the essence of the divine core, which he absorbed back. As Su Bai continuously repeated this process, the gold energy he absorbed gradually replaced the original energy within the golden core. Beneath his palm, the statue developed a hollow the size of a basketball. That's enough. Su Bai whispered. He could sense a profound connection forming between himself and the mythic statue before him. With a mere desire, it could be activated instantly. Reveal your true form. With a hum, the mythic statue quivered, radiating a gentle light in the darkness. The vines clinging to its surface were crushed to dust and fell away. In mere moments, a towering statue, 100 meters tall, unveiled its true visage, identical to the second image sent by Nian Jinger. At this moment, Zhang Yi stood before the tent, wearing a countenance steeped in existential doubt as he gazed upon the mythological statue. If memory served him well, this statue was indeed a manifestation derived from his divine core. Wasn't it? He attempted to stir his divine core, and it responded. The confirmation was indisputable. But what was the current situation? Before him, it had become someone else's possession? This was utterly absurd, more ridiculous than watching a seed he had planted grow into a child, never leaving its side for a moment, only to find out through paternity testing that it was not his offspring. Zhang Yi felt an urge to curse. His true spirit had not dissipated. There was no possibility of anyone else in the cycle of reincarnation having come into contact with fragments of his true spirit. Thus, the prospect of another obtaining recognition from his divine core was non-existent. So, how did this young man manage to achieve this? In any case, Zhang Yi was utterly bewildered. Su Bai cast a watchful glance at Zhang Yi, remaining unfazed. After all, the mythological mech was now his. Regardless of how extraordinary Zhang Yi's abilities were, they were of no consequence. It was akin to the Guanyin within Nian Jinger. She could not reclaim the mythological Guanyin. She could only act within the confines of what was permitted. Ignoring him, Su Bai activated the mythological statue. The statue, with its jade-like exterior, instantly dissolved, revealing a metallic form. Subsequently, with a mere thought, this brand new mythological mech was retracted into the mech space. Hey, little dear. Why wasn't there a Star Network report this time? And Yu peered out with a curious expression. You didn't enter the mech. Nor did you fully connect to the Star Network. How could there be a report? Oh, Su Bai did not dwell on this. He probed with his consciousness. Inside this mech, akin to the mythological Guanyin, there was a mythological intelligence. However, the mythological Bai Wuchang did not possess this. Thus, could one ascertain whether a deity's true spirit had dissipated based on the presence or absence of mythological intelligence? Su Bai murmured to himself. With this discerning method, matters would become manageable. At the very least, in the future pursuits of mythological mechs, the awakening of deities would provide him insight, allowing for early preparations. With matters settled in this place, Su Bai's anxieties were alleviated. He approached Zhang Yi with a graceful demeanor, slightly bowing. Should I address you as Zhang Yi? Or would it be more appropriate to call you the Divine Di? A small piece of trivia: the one who shot the sun was Di, and Chang'e was his wife. Ho Yi was a monarch of the Xia dynasty, not the same individual. Chapter 96. The most impressive third-level gene user beneath the dusk. Su Bai and Zhang Yi exchanged glances. The former wore a smile, exuding calm composure, while the latter, drenched in the rain, appeared rather disheveled. His hair and clothing soaked through. How did you manage this? Zhang Yi retorted with a question, perplexed beyond comprehension. Considering Su Bai's age, which was comparable to his own, was it possible that when his mother gave birth, there had been another child alongside him? Could Su Bai actually be his fraternal twin, inadvertently acquiring the essence of a deity's true spirit in the womb? I possess good divine affinity, Su Bai replied whimsically, conjuring a small bow that materialized in his palm and tossing it towards Zhang Yi. This belongs to its rightful owner. It is of no use to me. Wait too? The small bow emitted a crisp sound, alternating its gaze between Su Bai and Zhang Yi, appearing quite bewildered. It was the mythical intelligence of the legendary mech. Doi. Upon the activation of the mythical statue and the awakening of the mech, it too was summoned forth, exuberantly responding to the call of its mythical pilot. However, the current situation concerning its two masters was perplexing. The bow, no larger than a palm, possessed two tiny eyes the size of soybeans. Its string quivered, producing sounds that echoed left, right as it spun about in a dizzying manner. Zhang Yi's appearance at that moment was a reincarnation in this world. Unlike the previous Guanyin form, descending with true essence, thus easily discernible to Jin Yu. Judging solely by their auras, the two were quite similar. Yet Su Bai's presence was notably more intense. If Zhang Yi exuded a natural fragrance from within, Su Bai seemed as though he had rolled in a perfume pool. Zhang Yi sighed. He understood Su Bai's reluctance to speak, yet he felt powerless. Little E, he called out, waving at the small bow, deliberately igniting its true spirit. Instantly, the surging aura overwhelmed Su Bai. The little bow's bean-sized eyes widened in astonishment, and it rushed into Zhang Yi's embrace like a lost soldier finding its unit. Master! It cried out, tears streaming down its face. All these years, I could sense your presence. Why didn't you come for me? Do you not want me anymore? Wah! Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcing a smile, soothing the small bow as one would comfort a child. Observing the tender exchange between master and servant, Su Bai felt that releasing this entity was indeed a grave miscalculation. Shall I take my leave? You two seem preoccupied, he suggested. Extracting a gold ingot and removing the star device from the bow's neck, a pure black circular ring purchased from Jin Yuan. After restoring it to factory settings, he tossed it to Zhang Yi. Here's this star device for your little treasure, so it has a home. Since the mythical intelligence lacks a physical form, it requires a vessel, and the most common choices are star devices, mechs, or starships. If I take the mech away and leave the small bow behind, it must have a carrier. Otherwise, given its current lamentation, it would be troublesome to bring along. Quite embarrassing indeed. And Yu emerged, glaring disapprovingly at the small E, indignant at the shame brought upon mythical intelligences. She even contemplated summoning Jin Yu to witness the spectacle, perhaps recording it to share across the star network, ensuring that this small bow would forever bear the burden of ridicule in the cosmic realm. Enough, enough, do not be so petty, Su Bai chided, pressing Yu back into the star device. He was about to summon the mech and depart when Zhang Yi, noticing his intent to leave, hastily interrupted, momentarily disregarding the small bow. Wait, are you attempting to seize the mech? Su Bai paused, narrowing his eyes slightly. No, you misunderstand. Frustrated by the small bow's wailing, Zhang Yi forcibly retracted it into the star device. Give me a mythical attachment, and I shall accompany you. Accompany me? Su Bai was taken aback. Why would I want you to come along? The unexpected nature of this response caught him off guard. Are you plotting to eliminate me? Or perhaps to exhaust me before reclaiming the mythical mech? Su Bai's wariness heightened. The man appeared honest and upright, yet unexpectedly harbored a dark side. Zhang Yi swept his hair back and wiped the rain from his face. For all these years, I have remained here solely because the mythical statue resided in this place. Now that you have taken it away, I naturally must follow. Just a moment, let me adjust myself. Su Bai found it hard to comprehend. This statue is indeed derived from your divine core, correct? Indeed. You can activate it and take it with you, can you not? Correct. Then why have you guarded the statue for so many years without activating it or doing anything with it? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yi paused in silence before sighing. I am weary. Becoming a mythical mecha master entails the responsibility of defending against the golden beasts and safeguarding humanity. I merely wish to rest. Why not seek out the mythical statue then? You do not seem to be from the Naruto Federal, and if you had not come specifically, How could such a large statue possibly come to find you? There are two reasons. First, the divine core is as vital to a deity as the heart is to a mortal. Being near the divine core brings peace of mind. Second, if humanity is in peril, I must be able to rush to the battlefield at a moment's notice. Upon hearing this, Su Bai clasped his hands in respect. The exchange of mechas is not feasible, at least not at this moment. However, your constant concern for humanity is worthy of admiration. Very well. He established a connection to the mecha space of the mythical Dai. This mecha space was evidently much larger. Su Bai took stock of his surroundings. The mythical Dai, bow in hand, stood at the center. Surrounding him were four mechas of varying forms, drawing a bow, wielding a blade, shouldering a hammer, and gripping a staff. Su Bai chose the first one, summoned it, and directly bestowed the mecha mark upon Zhang Yi. Mythical auxiliary bow which. Note, some mythical figures lack companions, so I improvised. I still have use for the mythical mecha and shall not return it to you. This one is for you. Thank you. Zhang Yi accepted the mecha mark, integrating it into his consciousness, and subsequently summoned the mythical auxiliary bow which. A mecha towering over 80 meters appeared. Brandishing a bow and quiver, its upper body bare, revealing a metallic sheen, while its lower half was protected by a skirt of armor. The overall coloration of the mecha was rather peculiar. If Kong Qing were present, he would immediately recognize the color scheme as heavily influenced by the style of the witch domain. That is sufficient. Zhang Yi entered the mecha, perhaps feeling restless. He extended his right arm, deftly plucking an arrow from the quiver, nocking it, and drawing the bowstring in one fluid motion. The bow resembled a full moon as he released his fingers. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, the curtain of rain torn asunder by a bright light. Su Bai held his hand to his forehead, squinting towards the direction of the arrow's flight, awaiting any movement, yet none came. TSK, this is rather lackluster. Zhang Yi chuckled, stowing away the bow and arrow. Let us go. Are you truly going to follow me? I am not following you. I am following the mythical mecha. Following my divine core. Very well. Su Bai moved closer to the bow witch. Make some room. There will be a driver on the way back, which will be comfortable. Zhang Yi would not be petty about such matters. He welcomed Su Bai into the co-pilot seat and maneuvered the mech towards the coordinates provided by Su Bai. As Su Bai sat in the co-pilot seat, he cast a glance at Zhang Yi, feeling quite pleased. Zhang Yi and Yan Jinger, two deities, were accompanying a mere level 3 geneticist like him. The future remained uncertain, but the past was devoid of any predecessors. This fact surely left no room for debate. Chapter 97. The eerie nightfall on the return journey. Zhang Yi piloted the mech while Su Bai relaxed. Through the mech's visual interface, he admired the exterior scenery. The night on Nerdo Star was tranquil and dark. Scanning the horizon, he discerned not a single flicker of light. Had Su Bai not been aware, he might have believed he was on a primitive planet, entirely devoid of any semblance of civilized society, having lived on Nerdo Star for so many years. Do you recognize any issues here? Su Bai inquired. I do not know, Zhang Yi replied with unwavering certainty. He was not deceiving Su Bai. He genuinely had no knowledge. After arriving on Nerdo Star, he had settled directly on the mountain where the mythological statue resided, a place long abandoned and devoid of human contact for years. Although Nerdo Star was connected to the star network, it was sealed off, rendering the network inaccessible to the public. Without the mythological intelligence, he could not breach the lockdown to access the star network, and there was no local intranet signal on that mountain. So how have you been surviving all these years? Eating and sleeping? Su Bai regarded him as though he were a curious specimen. It must have been dreadfully boring. There were myriad ways to pass the time, such as the entertainment pods aboard starships, as well as television, movies, and anime. Su Bai suddenly realized, if this fellow could come to Nerdo Star in search of the mythological statue, how could he not possess a starship? If he had a starship, the star instrument was surely within reach. Return the star instrument I lent you. Zhang Yi glanced at him, retrieving a pure black wristband and handing it over. Little E is inside. Here you go. Ugh, Su Bai disdainfully pushed it back. How unlucky. You should keep it for yourself. As they soared at high speed, the distance between the mythological bow witch and the Carabin Hotel steadily diminished. After another 10 minutes, Zhang Yi halted at a high altitude. Is it down there? Yes. Su Bai confirmed. Zhang Yi maneuvered the mech downward, preparing to retract it at a certain height to avoid any sudden appearances of colossal entities that could cause unnecessary trouble. Just then, he paused, his gaze fixated on the street below. What's wrong? Su Bai inquired. Zhang Yi's vision surpassed that of an ordinary person. He shared what he had discovered through the mech's visuals with Su Bai. Take a look for yourself. In Su Bai's view, an image magnified, revealing the scene on the street below. On the not-so-spacious lane, several individuals moved about, their range limited to that narrow street, walking a distance before turning back. None of them carried umbrellas, allowing the rain to drench them, soaking their garments. Their movements were stiff and sluggish, so much so that their footsteps splashed in puddles without producing a sound. I felt as if someone was watching me as we left, and it turns out I was right. Let us go down and investigate. All right. The bow witch descended, halting 20 meters from the ground. The towering mech, over 80 meters high and weighing several tons, was deliberately controlled by Zhang Yi. However, the pressure generated by the descent was sufficient to overturn both people and debris on the street. Those who were toppled struggled to rise. A seemingly simple action rendered more challenging than a turtle attempting to right itself. Zhang Yi activated the searchlight of the mech. The bow which emitted a brilliant beam of light, dispelling the darkness that had enveloped the area, illuminating it as brightly as day. Strangely, after the light appeared, the Nell people who were endeavoring to stand froze in place, as though a pause button had been pressed. Not moving, Su Bai raised an eyebrow and leaped from the cockpit to the street alongside Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi scanned the windows on either side. Oddly enough, despite the brightness, no one emerged. Indeed, Su Bai tilted his head, squinting at the bow witch's searchlight, the blinding white light rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. He then glanced towards the second floor of the Carabin Hotel. Not only had the ordinary people not awakened, but even the 3 or 4 teammates who had accompanied him remained unconscious, a significant concern. Su Bai approached the nearest individual. The person lay face down, their face submerged in rainwater. Without assistance, they might drown themselves. Su Bai deftly turned the person over with his toe. Goodness! As he flipped them, he was startled by the sight before him. The individual's eyes were wide open, their eyeballs protruding alarmingly. Judging by their size, half of one was exposed to the air, and with a careless moment, it could easily fall out. The exposed eyeball was veined with blood, the pupil narrowed to the size of a pinprick, nearly imperceptible beneath the dense blood vessels. What a shock! Su Bai cursed softly and leaned in closer, placing his fingers beneath their nose. He felt a breath. The person was still alive. Slap, slap. Wake up, can you see me? He delivered 2 resounding slaps to the person's face, assuring himself that it was not out of vengeance for his earlier fright, but rather a necessity, fearing that a gentler touch would elicit no response. The person's eyeball quivered slightly, continuing to bulge outward. Very well, you rest, I shall seek out others. Su Bai, his heart racing, quickly pressed the 2 eyeballs back into place and turned to find the next individual. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was also occupied. His concern for these people's fates was minimal. After so many cycles of existence, he had grown accustomed to the ebb and flow of life and death. As long as the human race remained largely unscathed, other matters were trivial. His assistance stemmed solely from the decision to follow Su Bai, feeling compelled to lend a hand. He made a discovery. Standing beneath a roof eave, he noticed another person at his feet. What is it? Su Bai approached and glanced at the individual beneath Zhang Yi's feet, who remained unresponsive. Look! Zhang Yi pointed to the spot where the bow witch's searchlight shone most intensely. There, a person was gradually regaining mobility. Su Bai hurried over to face this individual. It was an ordinary Nell woman, short hair, dark skin, and lacking ears. Are her eyes all right? The woman's eyes, aside from a somewhat vacant and scattered gaze, appeared unremarkable. Yet, Su Bai distinctly recalled having seen this woman not long ago. Like the others on the street, her eyes had been wide open, her eyeballs protruding, and her eyes veined with blood. As Su Bai pondered, a woman approached a house with stiff, mechanical strides. Just as her hand rested on the doorknob, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey! He anticipated no response, yet to his surprise, she turned around, staring blankly at him for 2 seconds before slowly asking, What do you want? What happened just now? He inquired. Ignoring him, she turned back and shut the door behind her, leaving Su Bai outside, deep in contemplation. The people on the street began to show signs of revival. He walked slowly towards Zhang Yi. The mecha is retracted. We shall revisit this tomorrow. While mulling over his thoughts, he led Zhang Yi into the Carlo Hotel. Upon entering, Zhang Yi stowed away the mecha, and the area was enveloped in profound darkness once more. Su Bai activated the star instrument, and by its dim light, retrieved a set of keys from behind the counter. They were the keys to all the rooms in the Carlo Hotel. He selected the key for room 206 and handed it to Zhang Yi. You shall stay in this room. Is the hotel now fully automated for check-ins? Zhang Yi asked, somewhat astonished by the process. Su Bai gestured towards the counter and returned the keyring there, discreetly placing 500 Nelder on the counter as well. You could rouse him if you wish for assistance. Zhang Yi leaned forward to glimpse behind the counter. An elderly man lay in a peculiar position on the bed, seemingly asleep. He immediately recognized that the old man shared the same fate as the people outside. The two ascended the stairs and retreated to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, outside on the street, those who had regained movement fell back into rigidity. After a moment, they stirred once more, moving sluggishly and vacantly as if they were mere shells of their former selves, wandering the streets like the living dead. Chapter 98. Information compilation. The eastern horizon lightened. The sun's rays broke through the thick clouds, casting a hazy glow. With the dawn, Nelderstar gradually regained its vitality. Everything resumed its orderly course. Yet the atmosphere remained profoundly moribund. Knock, knock, knock. A dull rap echoed. Room 201. Su Bai abruptly opened his eyes. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 8 o'clock. Quite punctual. He rose to open the door, revealing Zhang Yi outside. Come in and sit. I will summon the others. Su Bai informed him, proceeding to knock on doors to rouse everyone. After gathering them, he returned to his room to wash up with gold ingots. Then, seated at the edge of the bed, he awaited the arrival of the others and engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Yi. Since your arrival on Nelder Star, have you ever woken up late in the morning? Never, Zhang Yi replied, shaking his head while browsing information on the Star Network. Since Xiao Yi's return and his acquisition of mythic intelligence, the Nelder Federation's blockade of the Star Network had naturally become ineffective for him. How peculiar. Moments later, the fatigued quartet of Lu Shi entered. They noticed the unfamiliar figure in the room and forced themselves to appear alert, awaiting Su Bai's introduction. Among them, Nian Jing exhibited the greatest curiosity. Her master, Guanyin, had informed her that this was a divine being. Allow me to introduce him. This is Zhang Yi, who will henceforth be a member of our team, Su Bai presented. Zhang Yi rose and nodded in acknowledgement. Our team members? Su Bai inquired. The academy has regulations. Team members must be from within the institution, Su Bai responded. Turning to Zhang Yi. Have you completed it? I sent it over this morning, Zhang Yi replied, projecting an admission notice through the star instrument, specially approved by the dean, confirming his enrollment alongside Su Bai and the others. He belonged to the divine faction of humanity. This morning, he had asked Xiao Yi to contact Xuanwu, and given their relationship, obtaining an admission notice was hardly a challenge. Regulations were merely set for ordinary individuals. Naturally, in Xuanwu's eyes, everyone apart from deities was deemed ordinary, including the offspring of powerful clans. Kong Qing and Lu Shi exchanged glances, recognizing the significance of the situation. This individual is not to be underestimated. What status does Xuanwu hold? What is the significance of Jinyuan? They were acutely aware. For Xuanwu to specially approve someone's entry into Jinyuan, Su Bai was the first, followed by Nian Jing, and now Zhang Yi was the third. Su Bai had the potential to acquire 2, and it was highly likely he would obtain 3 mythic mechs. Nian Jing's identity was also formidable. Lu Shi was well aware, while Kong Qing, having encountered the mythic intelligent entity Jinyu, had her suspicions. Observing this, Zhang Yi felt a slight wariness from the two, who regarded Su Bai as if he were an otherworldly being. Song Ran's thoughts were far simpler. Su Bai's friends were his friends, and he saw no need to overthink the matter. Hello, I am Song Ran, and I am male. Zhang Yi offered him a faint smile. Even without Song Ran's introduction, he could discern the uniqueness in those eyes, which were not typical. No subtle male characteristics eluded his gaze. Hello, I am Lu Shi. Hello, I am Kong Qing. Lastly, Nian Jing blinked her eyes. I am Nian Jing. When you have some free time, my master wishes to speak with you. Your master? Nian Jing mentioned Jinyu. She said you would recognize this. Jinyu. Before Zhang Yi could respond, Xiao Gongjian rushed forward, leaping towards Jinyu. Is it you? Jinyu immediately returned to the star instrument. Her expression filled with disdain, leaving Xiao Yi with a bow, feeling dejected. Zhang Yi felt slightly embarrassed and forcefully recalled Xiao Yi. He stood and respectfully bowed to Nian Jing. I did not mean to offend, Guanyin. It's not me. It's my master. Nian Jing quickly stepped back. Zhang Yi sat down and fell silent. After the introductions, the room fell into a hushed stillness. Kong Qing, overwhelmed by the earlier revelations, found her pupils trembling. 2 mythic intelligences, Jin Yu and Guanyin. The little bow and arrow to Yi. All right, let's lighten the mood and treat him as an ordinary person. Su Bai interjected. He could distinctly sense the tension among the group, which was understandable. Anyone faced with an ancestral figure would initially feel constrained. Everyone, please do not overthink. I am Zhang Yi. Consider me an ordinary person. Transitioning to serious matters, Su Bai noted that it was unlikely the others would easily recover from their surprise. Thus he decided to change the subject. Let me share my discoveries from yesterday. He recounted his experiences at the amusement park and the journey there and back. The attention of all 5, including Zhang Yi, was captivated. From the moment of boarding the vehicle to entering the park, and then encountering a girl with slightly protruding ears, peculiar tourists, and similarly strange animals, every detail was meticulously recounted without a hint of personal speculation to avoid influencing their judgment. After Su Bai finished speaking, Lu Shi promptly shared yesterday's experiences, including their expedition to the 3rd spacecraft research base to eliminate hating, as well as the ultimatum delivered to the federal leader. Firstly, on Nerdo Star, not only humans exhibit abnormalities, but animals do as well. Secondly, not everyone is devoid of ears. Su Bai had just mentioned spotting a girl with somewhat prominent oracles, which suggests that they originally possessed ears but, for reasons unknown, have undergone regression. Thirdly, the atmosphere among the amusement park visitors lacked joy. In the cemetery, where loved ones had passed away, not a single mourner shed a tear, indicating their emotional fluctuations are minimal, bordering on non-existent. Fourthly, Those lighting incense in the rain struggled to ignite it yet persisted stubbornly, demonstrating their rigid thinking. In summary, from a certain perspective, the inhabitants of Nirdo Star can no longer be considered human. After concluding, Kong Qing looked around at the others. Is there anything to add? Seeing no one speak, she produced a document she had organized the previous night. This is the information I have gathered. 10 years ago, Nirdo Star was elevated to a 1-star federation, overseen by the Su family of the 4-star Truel Federation, which, coincidentally, is also the family of Sister Wan. According to cosmic law, the governance of the Nirdo Federation remains under the Su family's jurisdiction. I have summarized the review process, which appears sound. But all personnel responsible for the review at that time have since perished. The death certificates provided by the Su family indicate that these individuals were incorporated into the Truel Federation's military corps and died in the war against the Golden Beasts. Dead. What a coincidence. Kong Qing spread her hands, stating that the results presented by the Su family were indeed as such, with no issues regarding the death certificates or any other documentation. In the universe, countless lives are lost each year in the struggle against the Golden Beasts. There is nothing particularly strange about that. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with the Su family. I shall have someone investigate further. All right. I will leave this in your capable hands. Su Bai turned to Song Ran. Xiaohua, did you discover anything in the library? Song Ran directly retrieved a passage from the star instrument, which was precisely the excerpt he had read the previous day. The resistance forces have faced continuous heavy rains. It seems that to resolve this issue, we must locate that resistance group. They are undoubtedly involved, and that Lank is at least an informed party. While the group discussed, Su Bai pondered whether to disclose his observations from the previous night, or rather, whether to reveal them now. Ultimately, he decided against it. He had just glanced out the window and noted that those individuals exhibited none of the previous night's oddities. Speaking up now would be futile and might even hinder their progress. It would be better to wait till evening, catch them in the act, and study the situation thoroughly. Chapter 99. Discoveries in the hospital. I should contact Sister Wan. Su Bai located Su Wan's contact information on the star instrument and sent a communication request. The group fell silent, directing their gaze toward the luminous screen in midair. Beep, beep, beep. The connection notification resonated continuously. A sense of heaviness descended upon several hearts. Perhaps they were simply preoccupied. Lu Shi offered some words of comfort. Xiaolu, please check Wan's star instrument coordinates. The positional information of all star instruments is typically enabled by default and is rarely turned off unless under special circumstances. Ordinary methods cannot pinpoint others' locations on the star network through positional information. However, the mythic intelligence is an exception. A flicker of light emanated from Su Bai's wrist star instrument, signaling that Yu had acknowledged the command. Kong Qing, please contact the Su family and inquire if Wan is at home. Kong Qing nodded and sent a communication request to the current head of the Su family, Su Jiwen. The connection was established swiftly, the prompt ringing only twice before being answered. Good morning, Miss Kong. Head of the Su family, Kong Qing replied succinctly. I haven't seen Wan for quite some time and have been missing her. I tried reaching her but couldn't get through, so I thought to check with you. A hint of regret echoed in Su Jiwen's voice as he responded. Unfortunately, Wan left 12 days ago. Left? For what purpose? She mentioned feeling cooped up at home and decided to embark on a journey for experience before returning to the academy. Is there any way to reach her? Kong Qing inquired. What you may not realize is that Wan prefers solitude during her travels and has turned off her star instrument. Understood, she acknowledged. Just then, and Yu relayed the message. I have located the coordinates of Su Wan's star instrument. It shows she is on Nirdo Star. Nirdo Star? How could she possibly be there? Please send me the exact coordinates. And Yu pinpointed the specific location on the map of Nirdo Star. It was not close. Situated in a city over 23,000 kilometers away. This place warrants investigation, Su Bai declared, pointing at the glowing dot on the map, his brows furrowed in thought. Knock. Knock, knock. He rapped the table with force. At that moment, the room was occupied only by him and Zhang Yi, both appearing weary, with drooping eyelids that hinted they could easily succumb to sleep given a pillow. Why are we so exhausted? Lu Shi murmured, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the drowsiness. I shall go there, Su Bai announced. Be cautious. He turned to Zhang Yi. Come with me. I want to check out places like the hospital. All right, let us proceed. Wait, what about us? Inquired Kong Qing. You will remain at the hotel. Xiaohua has exhausted her mental faculties, and we cannot rely on Nian Jinger. Please investigate the Su family and keep an eye on these two. No problem. Monroe Hospital, the largest in the city, lay ahead. Following the navigation prompts, Su Bai and Zhang Yi made their way there. Along the route, Su Bai noted the pharmacy and clinics along the street, all closed without exception. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the faded letters spelling Monroe Hospital had lost their color after enduring years of rain. As Su Bai approached, he observed the electric sliding door, rusted and clearly unused for a long time. He kicked open the side door. Behind him, Zhang Yi followed, questioning. Aren't you going to be a bit more discreet? What is there to conceal? Su Bai replied, glancing at the passers-by, their features obscured by rain cascading from their cloaks. He picked up a brick, targeting a fortunate passerby to make his point. With a thud, an unfortunate spectator was knocked down, lying in a puddle. A hint of crimson emerged in the water, but under the relentless downpour, it was swiftly diluted. The individual seemed oblivious, rising to continue forward without casting a glance in Su Bai's direction. Had the situation worsened? Indeed. Su Bai extended his hand, catching a handful of rainwater. The liquid was exceptionally clear, purer than any filtered water. He had noticed this earlier in the morning. Along the way, he observed as you deliberately tripped several individuals, thinking you were being foolish. You indeed possess quite the imagination. Su Bai spread his fingers, allowing the rainwater to cascade down. The droplets that fell to the ground barely had the chance to splash before being subdued by the torrential rain that followed. Let us go in. The outpatient building. As Su Bai reached for the glass door, a series of sharp cracks erupted. The glass shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. He withdrew his hand and entered. A thick layer of dust coated the hall. As the wind swept in from outside, it sent dust swirling everywhere. Cough, cough. Su Bai waved a hand in front of his nose, pondering for a moment before rushing to the hospital entrance to select another fortunate participant, tearing at his clothing. He then ripped off 2 pieces, dampened one with rainwater, handed it to Zhang Yi, and covered his own mouth and nose with the other. I'm lacking in decorum. Zhang Yi, holding the damp cloth, fell into contemplation. This fellow is quite audacious. Su Bai paid no mind. After all, the passers-by on the street were unresponsive. He tore without hesitation. He certainly couldn't rip his own clothes, after all. He had his limits, such as only selecting fortunate participants from among the males. Cover your mouth and nose. Su Bai stepped into the hall. His damp soles left a trail of footprints on the dust-laden floor. It was odd that a hospital in the city center had been deserted for so long. He surveyed the surroundings. Despite the dust, the hall did not appear disordered. There's still money here. Zhang Yi's voice drifted from the payment counter on the left side of the hall. Su Bai turned to look. Behind the counter, Zhang Yi was holding a stack of scattered Interstar dollars. I glanced at the codes on them. The newest was printed 9 years ago, no new currency. Su Bai opened the pharmacy door and searched around. In this area, he noted that there were no production dates within the past 9 years. This meant it had been abandoned for at least 9 years. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Su Bai's star device chimed. Upon answering, a screen popped up. On the display, Lu Shi stood amidst ruins, holding a star device. This must belong to Sister Wan, right? Su Bai recognized it and nodded. He had closely observed Su Wan's star device the first time he heard about them in Jinyuan. I found it here, but I haven't seen anyone. All right. Then come back for now. He ended the communication and walked back. You head to the inpatient department. I'll check upstairs. Okay. Su Bai ascended the stairs. The windows in the corridor were all closed. Cleaning tools were neatly arranged. The trash bin was empty. It didn't seem like a sudden evacuation. It felt more like a normal end of the workday, with no one returning the next day. Su Bai paused in front of the directory, locating the neurology department and making his way there. The neurology office was quite spacious, adorned with various unfamiliar instruments, presumably now obsolete. In the doctor's workspace, Su Bai discovered a ledger. A registration form? He flipped directly to the last page. January 7th, 2023, in the calendar of the Nerdo Federation, established 32 years prior, which had integrated into the Star Network a decade ago. This indicated that the facility had been abandoned merely a year after its elevation to a one-star federation. Su Bai leafed through the pages. Symptoms: hypersomnia, lack of mental acuity, and persistent drowsiness. Were they all synonymous? It suddenly occurred to him that the reactions of Lu Shi and the others over the past few days mirrored these symptoms. After stowing the ledger away, he searched the area once more, but found nothing. Exiting the neurology office, he proceeded directly to the otology department. Kicking open the locked door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A standard human head sculpture, its ear contours strikingly prominent. Approaching the desk, he sought any written records. In the third drawer, he unearthed a palm-sized notepad. The entries read as follows. March 5th, 2022. A patient claimed his ears had shrunk. Upon examination, I found no abnormalities. Yet he insisted. I recommended a visit to the neurology department. April 1st. Curiously, 80% of patients lately have reported their ears appearing smaller, despite no evident issues. A collective case of imagination, perhaps. April 13th. I wonder if it's just my perception, but I feel as though my ears have also diminished. June 21st. The first patient returned, and indeed, I too noticed a significant reduction. A comparison with the initial records revealed his ears had shrunk by half. December 9th. One individual's ears have completely vanished, as if they never existed, smooth and flat. I cannot dismiss the possibility of surgical removal. For my own ears have also disappeared. January 7th, 2023. I am on the brink of unemployment. A directive has been issued mandating the closure of all hospitals and clinics, stating that no one will fall ill again rendering these establishments obsolete. Chapter 100. The situation deteriorates. The torrential downpour mirrored the oppressive atmosphere within room 201, reflecting the sentiments of its occupants. Nian Jing'er had succumbed to slumber, leaving 5 individuals seated around a table, on which lay 3 items: a star chart, a portable notepad, and a neurology registration form. Little dear, can you forcibly unlock this star chart? Su Bai inquired, grasping the device and activating its screen, which illuminated brightly despite having been drenched for so long, its waterproofing evidently effective. And Yu fluttered to the star chart, scrutinizing it closely. The encryption is not overly complex. It's manageable, she declared. I shall take it from here. Transforming into a hacker persona, and Yu dove into the star chart. However, to her dismay, it detonated upon her entry. She re-emerged from Su Bai's device, her expression contorted in frustration. It has a self-destruct mechanism. Alas, Su Bai sighed, beset by misfortune. Lu Shi set down the notepad. Did the Nerdo people possess ears a decade ago? It seems they did, Kong Qing pondered before responding. Our investigative direction has veered off course. These are merely trivial matters. The crux lies a decade ago, and we must hasten our pace. Our symptoms closely resemble those recorded in the neurology log brought back by Su Bai. If we continue to procrastinate, I have an ominous feeling that something dreadful will transpire. I believe we should approach Chancellor Melody directly. He must possess some knowledge. Song Ran expressed his opinion, but Su Bai shook his head in dissent. He undoubtedly knows something. Yet he may not divulge it to us. As the Chancellor of the Nerdo Federation, he holds the authority to seek external assistance regarding the anomalies among the Nerdo people. However, his silence suggests a desire to keep others in the dark. Seeking him out would be a last resort. Su Bai picked up a pen and inscribed the name Lank on paper. This individual is the key. Ding. Kong Qing's astral device received a document. She glanced at it and opened it for display. I had someone investigate the Su family, and results have emerged. The Su family is one of the 3 major families in the Troll Federation, second only to the royal family, monopolizing the entire pharmaceutical industry of the Federation. The former head was Su Zhiwu, who has one daughter, Su Wan, studying at the Jinyuan Academy, and a brother named Su Jiwen. Their roles were clearly defined. Su Zhiwu managed the fleet and the family's armed forces, while Su Jiwen oversaw the commercial and economic aspects. However, 14 days ago, the head of the family was suddenly changed to Su Jiwen, Su Zhiwu's brother. The former head, Su Zhiwu, has mysteriously vanished, suspected to be under house arrest. A coup within the Su family? Things are becoming increasingly chaotic. Su Bai inquired, is there a way to locate Su Zhiwu? Kong Qing shook her head. It is impossible. The Credibility Merchant Association is a neutral entity. While they may investigate information, they will not interfere in the internal affairs of another family. She is first and foremost the eldest daughter of the Credibility Merchant Association and only secondarily a student of Jinyuan. It would be unacceptable to jeopardize the reputation of the association for the sake of a mere task assigned to our team. Su Bai did not press further and lay down on the bed. It was 6 o'clock. He decided to rest for a while, as there were matters to attend to in the evening. In the evening? What for? You will find out soon enough. At midnight, the human alarm clock, Zhang Yi, promptly knocked on Su Bai's door. After rising, Su Bai awakened the others. The drowsy individuals splashed their faces with cold water, awaiting Su Bai's next instructions. He led them downstairs and turned on a flashlight. Look, the beam of light dispelled the darkness, revealing shadowy figures wandering the streets before them, perhaps sensing the light. Those figures all turned their heads in unison, their bloodshot eyes sending chills down their spines. The 4, witnessing such a scene for the first time, felt a sudden coldness surge from their spines to their minds. What on earth is happening? As Nian Jing'er recalled the unsettling sight of these beings lingering downstairs just days prior, her face turned pale with fear. Huffing heavily, Song Ran breathed in deeply, feeling a sense of unease from the current scene, his body trembling slightly, as though something malevolent were about to emerge. Observing this, Su Bai supported Song Ran and made his way upstairs. Little Hua is too exhausted. Let him rest for now. After a short while, Su Bai descended once more, nearly forgetting that Song Ran might encounter danger, causing his primary persona to instinctively retreat, leading to the emergence of his alternate self. There is no need for combat. Why summon the second personality? Although Su Bai is filled with curiosity, it is evidently not the opportune moment to engage with the second identity. Lu Shi and Kong Qing quickly regained their composure, studying a motionless figure illuminated by the light. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a zombie. Lu Shi retrieved a small dagger, prodding the individual with its tip, yet there was no response. The lack of pain was evident. She lifted his clothing to cover his mouth and nose, waiting for a moment. No need for breath. Xiaoxi behind you. Just as Su Bai descended the stairs, he spotted several shadows advancing toward Lu Shi and Kong Qing, prompting him to call out urgently. Lu Shi shone her flashlight backward, revealing 3 figures who had approached unnoticed. As the light illuminated them, the individuals came to a halt. Su Bai approached and chuckled. "Oh, are we playing statue? Be serious," Lucy admonished him. Kong Qing interjected. "Do these beings fear the light? Do they freeze when exposed?" "Not quite." Zhang Yi directed their attention, under the beam of his flashlight. One of the figures began to move again. "Su Bai, do you recall that woman from yesterday? When exposed to light for a while, these individuals revert to their daytime forms." Indeed. Su Bai moved closer to the now active figure, giving him a pat. However, unlike the woman from the previous day, he did not respond, remaining as lifeless as before. Their condition had deteriorated completely. There was little distinction between day and night for these individuals. With no fruitful discoveries, the group returned to room 201. Su Bai issued a command to Yu. "Xiao Lu, take control of all surveillance on Ne'er-do Star." One by one, small windows opened in the room. Before long, a multitude of surveillance feeds appeared, akin to stars in the night sky. Su Bai, many of the monitors on Ne'er-do Star are damaged. These are the functioning ones. Understood. Su Bai casually selected one, magnifying the surveillance window. With the night vision feature activated, the scene beneath the probe became clear to the group. The footage revealed rows of barracks, various training facilities, and military vehicles, indicative of an internal military base. They observed numerous scantily clad soldiers aimlessly wandering within the camp. "Turn it off," switch to another. This time, it was vehicle-mounted surveillance. A driver sat in the driver's seat, his gaze vacant and unresponsive. Switching again, they encountered a boarding school. In the darkness, hundreds of students stared at the surveillance camera as if they could see Su Bai and the others through it. Su Bai cycled through dozens of feeds, each one reflecting the same grim reality. Across the globe, Ne'er-do Star appeared to be lost. An idea struck Su Bai. "Xiao Lu, locate the governor's residence." Dozens of light points emerged, surrounding and magnifying around Su Bai. These were the internal surveillance feeds from the governor's residence. A quick glance revealed that the individuals within the governor's residence bore no significant difference from those seen in other feeds. "Manipulate the surveillance to search for Milady." Understood. And Yu replied. The monitoring devices within the governor's residence began to shift left and right, surveying every corner. Before long, a scene froze. The surveillance zoomed in, revealing a white frame in the garden's pavilion. Su Bai leaned in for a closer look. It is indeed Milady, the supreme leader of the Nelder Federation. Unlike those mindless beings, he exhibits no abnormalities. "Look at what he is doing," Nian Jinger exclaimed. There stood Milady, wielding a syringe, seizing a servant who resembled a zombie, and injecting it into its neck. After a while, the servant showed no signs of change, prompting him to push the individual aside. He then retrieved another syringe from a small box nearby, and again captured another person for injection. Su Bai and the others merely observed. It was not until half an hour had passed that Milady completed the injection of all the syringes from the box. Chapter 101. Request to alter mission rewards room 201. And Yu displayed a series of surveillance videos chronicling Milady's journey from the pavilion to the room. It was confirmed that he had entered the room and had not emerged since. Lucy expressed some confusion. "What is he doing? Conducting experiments?" "It does not seem so." Su Bai shook his head. With so many people on Nelder Star, there was no need for him to experiment on those around him, especially since he was the supreme leader, not a scholar. Indeed, according to the surveillance, Milady was the only normal person on Nelder Star. Su Bai immediately voiced his dissent. "I concur." The group exchanged silent glances at his quip. "What shall we do now?" With no trace of the resistance, we are left with no choice but to seek out the supreme leader. Su Bai pondered briefly. "Let us report it to the academy." Kong Qing inquired. "What good will that do? Are we to expect aid from the academy for a mere one-star federation?" "That is not the case. The worst outcome would be that when we leave, we obliterate this planet, burying all its sordid affairs. Then why report to the academy? For merit." Su Bai asserted confidently. Although the one-star federation is small, it is still recognized as part of humanity's faction. The situation has deteriorated exponentially compared to the initial mission we received, and it is only reasonable to seek merit, is it not? That is indeed reasonable. Kong Qing considered this carefully and found it valid. While the one-star federation may be insignificant, it remains protected under cosmic law. It is akin to a trivial village within a nation. If issues arise, it is customary to send someone to investigate and offer a monetary reward. However, if all the villagers suddenly perish, merely offering some money would not suffice. One must bestow recognition. Seeing that no one opposed the idea, Su Bai sent a communication request to Li Cheng. When it comes to merit, even if it is modest, it is not something that can be decided internally within the academy. Merit is of utmost importance and holds great utility. Within the human faction, it commands respect wherever one goes. For example, if a small federation has a holder of the immortal medal, that individual would be a guest of honor in the divine kingdom. Furthermore, should Su Bai obtain the immortal medal, he could leverage it to absolve his parents of all their offenses, including those of a treasonous nature. Such is its significance. There exists a specialized institution for this matter, the Merit Bureau, a subordinate organization of the Hall of Glory. It is not that I could not think of a more sophisticated name. Rather, It is crafted for the sake of clarity and ease of understanding. The Merit Bureau is specifically tasked with this matter, and like the tribunal, it operates with the cooperation and recognition of all forces within the human faction. Officially, it is a subordinate organization of the Hall of Glory. Yet its significance surpasses that of the Hall. The Hall venerates the human heroes who have earned the immortal medals, carrying profound faith and symbolic weight. Conversely, the Merit Bureau oversees all affairs related to merit within the human faction, including but not limited to the awarding of medals, merit records, merit tasks, and the redemption of merit-related items. Its authority is substantial. Even the Xuanwu must seek the Bureau's assessment to commend someone, elevating routine tasks from the Academy to the level of meritorious rewards. Su Bai must first explain the situation to the Academy, which will then communicate with the Merit Bureau. Hello. Connection established. Li Cheng's voice came through. Teacher Li, it's me, Su Bai. I know, your name is displayed. Li Cheng had just risen, still unwashed. When she received Su Bai's call, she felt grateful that the Nerdo Star had not introduced the sky curtain device. Otherwise, synchronized time with Jinyuan Star would have meant being awakened from deep slumber by the call. Based on distance calculations, your team must have been in the Nerdo Federation for only a few days, right? What's this? Already seeking a transfer? No, Teacher Li. You remember I took on a task in the Nerdo Federation, right? Li Cheng, brushing her teeth, acknowledged with a sound. I'm encountering some issues with the task here, and I believe the reward measures need adjustment. Gurgle. The sound of rinsing followed, and after a while, Li Cheng's voice returned. The Nerdo Federation is merely a one-star federation, offering 30 academic credits. Isn't that considerable? Not satisfied. It's hard to convey in a few words. Here, I'll send you some information. You can take a look. All right. The connection remained intact. Su Bai sent over some surveillance footage and findings from the past 2 days, then waited in silence. Approximately half an hour later, room 201 was left with only Su Bai. He had sent everyone else to bed, opting to await news alone. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Li Cheng finished reviewing the materials he had sent. I understand now. Based on the information you provided, it is possible to request a change in the task rewards. You wish for merit? Exactly. It's a pleasure to converse with someone astute. I'll see what I can do. But you must ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, if I secure the request on my end and you abandon it, what would that signify? No problem. I will absolutely ensure a thorough investigation. You will receive a response within the day. With that, Li Cheng ended the call. The Merit Bureau is inundated with complex affairs daily. The assurance of a response within a day regarding the One-Star Federation's matter was only made possible because Li Cheng chose to negotiate with the Bureau through the channels of Jinyuan Academy. Otherwise, following the standard procedures, the merit evaluation would take at least a week. The first step has been taken. Su Bai lay on his bed, fingers idly twisting the fur of his pet, gazing blankly at the ceiling. The pursuit of the immortal medal is indeed a formidable challenge. The following day, at noon, marked the first leisurely morning since arriving on the Nerdo Star. Nian Jing'er found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. She glanced at the others, all of whom wore expressions of idleness and apathy. Doubts began to stir within her. What is wrong with this group? Have they ceased their investigations? Or perhaps they uncovered everything while I was asleep. Sister Lu Shi, she murmured sweetly, drawing closer to Lu Shi, whom she considered the most approachable and gentle among the 5. Song Ran was introverted, preferring solitude, which made him seem rather dull in her eyes. Kong Qing was astute and difficult to engage with, while Zhang Yi also shunned interaction, but unlike Song Ran, his aloofness stemmed from a vast social divide, creating a chasm that made camaraderie elusive. As for Su Bai, Nian Jing'er shot him a glare. That insufferable fellow was no good, always lamenting his own worthlessness. Suddenly, Su Bai, engrossed in a game on the Star Network, felt inexplicably scrutinized by her gaze. What is her issue? Have I provoked her in any way? Had he known her thoughts, he would have readily affirmed her suspicions. Were it not for the presence of Guanyin within her, she would not have been deemed worthy of his protection when departing from Jinyuan. After all, without Guanyin, Nian Jing'er was merely an ordinary girl from a small planet, utterly unremarkable compared to the prodigious talents gathered at the Jinyuan Academy. In terms of strength, even Kong Qing, who lacked monetary abilities, could easily overpower her. Chapter 102. The squad's finances beneath the warm afternoon sun, in an idyllic setting filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Lu Shi sat on the lawn, delicately perusing a book with her slender fingers. The golden rays bathed her cascading hair, and as she gently pushed her rimless glasses up her nose, a hint of curiosity sparkled in her lavender-hued eyes, radiating an aura of intellectual beauty. However, the reality diverged sharply from this idyllic image. Room 201 was cramped and damp, with persistent rain outside, and the streets were filled with lifeless, zombie-like pedestrians. Yet, the dreary environment did not prevent Su Bai from appreciating Lu Shi's beauty, silently commending his discerning taste. Truly remarkable. What are you staring at? Nian Jing'er noticed Su Bai's relentless gaze in her direction, vexed that it hindered her whispered conversation with Lu Shi, already perceived as ineffectual. Being caught secretly consulting Lu Shi would only reinforce his belief in her lack of intelligence, which would be utterly humiliating. Huh. Su Bai appeared bewildered. Am I not allowed to admire my future wife? What concern is it of yours? Enough, Su Bai, Lu Shi interjected, sensing the brewing tension between the two. After all, Nian Jing'er was their savior. Su Bai stuck out his tongue at Nian Jing'er before returning to his game. Sister Shi, look at him. He is just like that. Don't stoop to his level, Nian Jing'er retorted, somewhat exasperated. She then recalled the matter at hand. Aren't we going to do anything today? We've idled away the entire morning. Shouldn't we investigate yesterday's chief? With Nerdo Star in such disarray, venturing out would yield little, and exerting energy seemed unnecessary. While the Federation chief Malide must eventually be investigated, it was not the right time. Lu Shi cast a glance at Su Bai. One must wait for Su Bai to receive the revised task before taking action. Otherwise, even if the task is completed ahead of schedule and one can reapply for the task rewards, the Merits Office will likely impose restrictions, making it not worth the effort for a mere day's advantage. Nian Jing'er seemed to comprehend this to some extent, but ultimately, it bore no relevance to her. She turned and curled up in bed, succumbing to slumber. No matter how abundant the task rewards, she was not a member of this small team and would not benefit from them. Su Bai, what are you doing? Kong Qing stood by the window, gazing at the pedestrians below. With time on her hands, she pondered whether to capture one for further examination. Had they not already conducted research the previous night? Yet, they had discovered nothing. Kong Qing retrieved a vial of liquid, which Su Bai instantly recognized as a healing elixir. After contemplating last night, I realized that the neurological registration forms and that notebook you brought back indicate that the condition of those individuals is not congenital, Kong Qing stated, opening the vial and consuming its contents in one swift motion. If it is not congenital, it is likely symptomatic. The healing elixir has curative effects for all ailments. It is merely a matter of potency. Thus, I utilized a vial before bed last night, and as anticipated, I felt significantly better this morning, devoid of any sense of fatigue. With that, she tossed a vial of healing elixir to each person present. This act represented several thousand cosmic coins, equivalent to a moderately priced planetary-grade mech or starship. Without a flicker of hesitation, Kong Qing distributed them, truly embodying the essence of wealth. Su Bai's envy flared. His eyes tinged with jealousy. He uncorked the elixir and consumed it in haste. When will I ever be this affluent? The elixir's effects were immediate. A refreshing sensation surged through his mind, invigorating him. That soul-cleansing feeling was not fully savored before Kong Qing's voice interrupted again. D-grade healing elixir. Priced at 1,000 cosmic coins per vial. Considering we are all friends and are somewhat financially constrained, I shall offer you a friendly discount of 20%, bringing it to 800 cosmic coins. Su Bai, observing the smile on Kong Qing's face, had never perceived her as so malicious. Why didn't you mention the cost earlier? What kind of business talk is that? I am a businessperson, and a businessperson does not engage in unprofitable transactions. Kong Qing retorted with conviction. Let us consider this a team expenditure. These vials of healing elixir will be procured in my capacity as the team's financial officer. Once the team's reserves are replenished, we shall settle the payment. What do you think, Captain Su? Su Bai understood her little scheme all too well. I have no objections. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the undeniable utility of the healing elixir. During their time in Jinyuan, Kong Qing had provided countless vials for her own recovery without charge, taking advantage of their friendship. From this moment forth, you shall be the financial officer of our unnamed team, Su Bai declared, seizing the opportunity to formalize her role. A team must have clear divisions of labor to thrive. Very well, Kong Qing accepted, believing that her esteemed position as one of the 5 reputable figures rendered the role of financial officer trivial. Little did she know that this decision would cause her considerable headaches in the future. All right then. Procure an additional 100 vials of D-grade healing elixir from the reputable merchant association. Su Bai blinked earnestly, expressing his sincere intent. Once the team has funds, I will certainly repay. Kong Qing's expression stiffened. She realized she had fallen into a trap. I don't have 100. I only brought 50 D-grade healing potions. Having dug his own pit, he had no choice but to leap into it with eyes closed. 50 will suffice. Su Bai's spirits lifted, reassuring her. The team's finances are entrusted to you. I firmly believe that we shall thrive in the future. Money will flow abundantly. Let us hope so, she replied. Su Bai did not argue about the truth of the matter. Time would reveal all. He merely intended to borrow some money, not to default on repayment. Currently, they were not on Bai Star, and he could not explain the origin of the precious materials, thus refraining from selling. As the team drifted through the cosmos, if they truly ran out of funds, could they not concoct a reason to sell a small batch of precious materials and have money pouring in immediately? Moreover, precious materials posed no significant issue for him. It was entirely a risk-free venture. Should we capture one? Indeed. Su Bai was curious to see if the healing potions would be effective on these nerd-dual aliens. I shall go and capture one. To Su Bai's surprise, Song Ran enthusiastically volunteered. Let us go together. I can handle it, Song Ran insisted. Lu Shi approached Su Bai. Let him go. Little Hua must gain experience. If we keep shielding him from every little scare, he will never break free from the shackles of his second personality. Very well. With her consent, Song Ran glanced out the window, swallowing hard. Were it not for the movement of his Atom-S apple, his delicate appearance would have instantly stirred Su Bai's protective instincts. I wonder how little Hua will find a wife. Looking like this, how could any woman feel worthy if she isn't more beautiful than him? As Su Bai muttered softly, Song Ran had already reached the ground floor, his expression tinged with trepidation. The situation with the near-dual aliens during the day had deteriorated, becoming indistinguishable from the night. The moment Song Ran stepped out of the hotel, the people in the street halted, their heads twisting at bizarre angles. A multitude of crimson, bulging eyes fixated on him, as if poised to devour him whole. Song Ran's body trembled, his hair standing on end. He bit his lower lip, instinctively wishing to retreat. In his large, shimmering eyes, a mist began to form, concealing a barely perceptible cruelty beneath. Chapter 103. Song Ran is attacked inside the room. The other team members watched Song Ran with some concern. Is little Hua all right? If not, bring him back up. The Nardul on the street stared at Song Ran for a moment before retracting their gaze, resuming their aimless wandering. Yet, Song Ran stood frozen under the eaves of the hotel, not daring to move. It's fine, Su Bai said slowly. The worst that can happen is that the second personality emerges and takes care of those people in the street. He settled back onto the sofa, waiting. None of them disputed his words. Indeed, the worst outcome would be just that, some casualties. It was not a matter of great concern, especially considering those who no longer qualified as human. They would not be overwhelmed with compassion over such matters. After 10 minutes, heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. They're back. Zhang Yi opened the door. Song Ran entered, carrying a struggling individual. His expression had relaxed considerably, although a trace of trepidation lingered. It was not enough to induce trembling fear. I apologize for the delay. Just capturing him suffices. Su Bai glanced around, noticing the absence of ropes. He swiftly tore several strips from the curtains to bind the still writhing captive. Let us commence. Wait, Kong Qing interjected, observing the incessantly squirming individual, before moving toward her room. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a syringe in hand. In such circumstances, an injection proved far more convenient than forcing him to consume the healing elixir. Kong Qing drew the potion into the syringe, pressed down upon the restrained individual, and drove the needle into his arm. As she pushed the plunger, the healing elixir coursed into the captive system. Once the injection was complete, she discarded the syringe into the trash. 1,000 cosmic coins could procure several thousand natives. The price for those captured from native worlds typically ranges from 1 to 2,000 federal coins, with healthier or more attractive individuals fetching 3 to 5,000. Only the exceptional, such as top scholars or those with extraordinary physical attributes, command prices exceeding 10,000 federal coins, equivalent to 1 cosmic coin. He lay still. Song Ran leaned closer. Having summoned the courage to capture him, he was genuinely concerned. He won't die, will he? The captive's struggles ceased. His wide eyes fixed in a vacant stare, lying on the ground unresponsive. Let us take another look, Kong Qing remarked, her brow furrowed. I haven't heard that the healing elixir could be lethal. Even if it proves ineffective, he shouldn't be dead, right? Unfortunately, the diagnostic equipment is aboard the starship. Otherwise, we could analyze his cellular responses. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, resembling the most precise scanning apparatus as he meticulously examined the man's body. The chest showed no rise and fall, and the nostrils remained still. It appeared he had ceased to breathe. However, there were minute pulsations in the veins. Was he dead but not entirely so? He.S. likely deceased. I'll discard him and fetch another. Song Ran expressed his disappointment. Just as he was about to lift the lifeless figure from the ground, Lu Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful." At that moment, the captive's eyes quivered slightly, dislodging from their sockets, as 2 streams of dark red blood flowed forth. He opened his mouth, viciously biting at Song Ran's neck. Ah! Song Ran let out a piercing scream, his pupils uncontrollably constricting. Observing this, Su Bai immediately intervened, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Nonetheless, it was too late. Song Ran collapsed to the ground, clutching the bite on his left hand, blood seeping through his fingers, rapidly staining his clothing. Xiaohua, are you all right? Song Ran hung his head, a suppressed roar escaping his throat. Thud, thud. Sounds of pounding against the floor resonated within the room, drawing attention. The headless figure, yet somehow still alive, struggled to rise. Su Bai exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Yi picked up a pin from the table, employing deftness to pierce the heart of the headless man, finally rendering him motionless. What a foolish girl. What are we to do? Su Bai inquired of Kong Qing, finding himself at a loss as he had never dealt with such matters before. It appeared that he had been harmed, and his second persona was on the verge of emerging. Kong Qing provided Su Bai with a vial of restorative elixir, instructing him to apply it to his wounds to prevent any viral infiltration from the bite. Very well. Su Bai accepted the elixir, opening it with a gentle tone. Little flower, let go. I shall tend to your wounds. However, upon seeing that Song Ran remained unresponsive, he prepared to forcibly pry open Song Ran's hand to administer the elixir. Just as he approached, Song Ran, with one hand braced against the ground, delivered a swift spinning kick aimed directly at Su Bai. Taken by surprise, Su Bai hastily defended himself, managing to block the kick. Yet the vial was not spared from disaster. The container was sent flying, and every drop of the precious elixir was lost. 1,000 cosmic coins gone. Su Bai lamented silently, stifling his heartache and mustering a strained smile towards Song Ran. Little flower, it is I? With gritted teeth. Song Ran tore a strip from his sleeve, hastily bandaging the wound on his neck. It is you who has harmed me. The sound of his voice, laced with bitterness, could not mask the coldness within. At that moment, Song Ran's eyes were a fierce crimson, starkly different from the others. His gaze was filled with savagery and murderous intent. It is not me, Su Bai replied. Su Bai, his second persona has no memory of his primary self. It is solely focused on combat, oblivious to everything else. Lu Shi cautioned, urging Su Bai not to underestimate the threat. Is that so? Su Bai pondered, realizing that Little Flower was convinced they were the ones who had harmed him. Then I must bind you first. With determination, Su Bai propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Song Ran swiftly. Song Ran was quick to react, his right hand forming a pointed strike towards Su Bai's throat, delivering a lethal blow. Such ferocity. Su Bai dodged, countering with an elbow strike to intercept Song Ran's attack. The two collided, the former being a second-tier genetic user, while the latter was on the verge of becoming a fourth-tier. The outcome was inevitable. In the clash, Song Ran recoiled in pain, retracting his hand hastily. What now? Surrender. Su Bai observed calmly, knowing that while Song Ran could afford to unleash lethal strikes, he could not risk inflicting serious harm. Such recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Song Ran regarded Su Bai with caution. His instincts honed through countless battles warned him that this opponent was formidable. Engaging in direct confrontation could only lead to a dead end. Trusting in this instinct that had saved him time and again, Song Ran resolved to flee. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Su Bai. Coming again? Su Bai stood his ground, awaiting the onslaught. To his surprise, as Song Ran drew near, he collapsed to the ground, bracing himself with his right arm. Utilizing his momentum, he aimed a kick at Su Bai's vulnerable spot. Goodness, not only is he ruthless, but also cunning. Su Bai's expression changed, realizing he could transform his form into a weapon to counter the attack, but the psychological impact of such a blow would linger. He swiftly evaded. Song Ran, undeterred, maintained his composure. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. This strike was never intended for Su Bai, but rather for the window behind him. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. Song Ran shattered the window and leaped from the second floor. Upon landing, he dashed into the curtain of rain without looking back. However, he had not run far when he suddenly collapsed into the waterlogged ground. Chapter 104. Remarks on the Mission Room, 202. Room 201 was filthy and chaotic. A complete disarray. It had become the new gathering place. Lu Shi observed Song Ran, tightly bound to a chair, and expressed her concern. Is Xiaohua all right? He's fine. Su Bai replied confidently. The bite on him was merely a superficial injury. After administering a vial of the healing elixir, the wound has closed. Then why is he still tied up? And the way you bound him feels rather odd, Lu Shi questioned. Just in case, Su Bai chuckled, choosing not to elaborate on the binding method. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the group, Song Ran slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, yet bewildered, struggling to comprehend his circumstances and why he was restrained. What happened to me? Su Bai's face brightened. It seemed he was recovering. Yet, before Song Ran could finish his sentence, he abruptly began to struggle. Let me go? Why am I tied up? I want to kill you all. Su Bai was taken aback. A myriad of expressions flickered across Song Ran's face, at times frantic, at times aggrieved. What is happening? His personality is fragmented, Zhang Yi, experienced and composed, noted. He was bitten, and the saliva of the Nearder entered his body through the wound, causing mental turmoil as two personalities vie for dominance. What shall we do now? Zhang Yi approached and swiftly rendered Song Ran unconscious with a precise strike. We must subdue him for now, otherwise, the continuous shifts in personality could lead to a mental breakdown. He turned to Kong Qing and inquired, how much healing elixir do you have left? Even lower-grade ones will suffice. We have quite a few lower-grade ones aboard the starship, Kong Qing replied, opening the star chart to assess their stock. 10,000 of grade F and 1,000 of grade E. That should suffice. Let us return to the starship and immerse him in the healing elixir to expel the infection from his body. Wait, Su Bai interjected, previously. A Nearder injected a vial of healing elixir and ended up like that. Xiao Hua is currently infected. Submerging him in the healing elixir would be tantamount to seeking death. The situation is different. It's akin to smoking. Nearders have been addicted since birth, and there is no hope for them. However, Song Ran has only had a taste. It will be easy for him to quit. The research base of the number 3 spacecraft. This was the first location they encountered upon arriving at Nearder Star. In just a few days, the research base had fallen into utter desolation. Researchers in lab coats wandered aimlessly, a poignant sight indeed. Thorned roses. Su Bai stripped Song Ran down to his shorts and tossed him into the medical chamber filled with healing elixir. The tides have turned, not long ago. You cast me in here, and now it's your turn. After completing the task, Su Bai exited the medical room. He in. And he should be fine when he wakes up. Kong Qing and Lu Shi sighed in relief. At that moment, Su Bai glanced around and suddenly noticed 2 individuals were missing. Where are Zhang Yi and Nian Jinger? I arranged a room for Zhang Yi. He has returned to his quarters. As for Nian, she is likely still at the Carlo Inn. Lu Shi recalled that in 202, Nian Jinger had vanished without a trace. I should fetch her. She is likely still in slumber. She harbored a certain admiration for Nian Jinger, who remained undisturbed even amidst the considerable commotion of 201. Upon retrieving Nian Jinger, Lu Shi discovered that Su Bai and Kong Qing had apprehended yet another individual, casting them into the testing chamber. After conducting a thorough disinfection of her entire body, she stepped into the laboratory. Have any results emerged? She inquired. Su Bai, stroking his chin, intently scrutinized a string of data on the luminous screen, occasionally murmuring in agreement. Kong Qing shot him an exasperated glance. Since the testing commenced, regardless of what she said, Su Bai maintained an attitude of unwavering agreement, leading her to realize that he was utterly clueless. This was hardly surprising. Having grown up in the dilapidated districts of Whitecoat Star, he had never encountered such sophisticated technology. Enough with the pretense, Kong Qing retorted. Step aside and make space for Xiao Shi. Under the warm gaze of Lu Shi's sparkling eyes, Su Bai awkwardly shifted to the side. Lu Shi took a seat in Su Bai's former position, her gaze fixed upon the data displayed on the screen. Unlike Su Bai, she had received elite education from a young age, rendering her adept at interpreting such information. The assessment revealed that nearly all of the subject's organs were irreparably damaged, leaving them in a state of utter hopelessness. Who said that? I am perfectly fine, Su Bai's brash voice echoed in the ears of the 2 women. Both froze momentarily, feigning ignorance. Su Bai's peculiar situation, having sustained severe organ damage and nearly complete vascular rupture, yet recovering to a vibrant state after a month or 2, left them at a loss for a counterexample. Kong Qing remarked, severe brain damage and internal organs nearing failure. Yet the physical strength is astonishingly high. Indeed, for an ordinary research subject, their physical capabilities are nearly on par with a level 1 genetic user. Lu Shi pondered for a moment, concluding that this anomaly was likely due to overexertion of life force, with excessive potential activation leading to internal collapse while maintaining an outward appearance of strength. I believe you are correct, she affirmed. Dubai, if you are well, go attend to Xiaohua. With a smile, Lu Shi amicably ushered Su Bai, who feigned understanding, out of the laboratory. Fuming, Su Bai made his way to the medical room. I wouldn't even care to look, he muttered, pulling out a golden ingot from his pocket. Could you even comprehend that ghastly thing? Huh, all right, I know you can't. He then stuffed the bewildered ingot back into his pocket. Upon reaching the medical room, Su Bai was pleasantly surprised to find Song Ran already awake. Inside the medical pod, immersed in the healing potion, Song Ran was lifting the lid above. Xiaohua, you're awake? Su Bai approached, aware that sounds from the outside could be heard within the pod. Unfortunately, Song Ran, submerged in the potion, could only flail about and blow bubbles. Wait a moment, I'll open it for you. However, as he was about to press the button to unlock the pod, he sensed something amiss. There seemed to be something off about Xiaohua. He halted his movements and leaned closer to the pod's specially crafted wall to observe Song Ran. Feeling his gaze, Song Ran became uncomfortable and swung a punch in his direction. Second personality? Su Bai furrowed his brow, although her mental state appeared stable. How had it progressed to the emergence of a second personality? He took a step back, deep in thought. Within the confines of the medical chamber, Song Ran continued to pound against the walls with relentless fervor. Su Bai, with a measure of kindness, interjected, do not waste your efforts. The foolish girl has stated that everything aboard the Thorned Rose is constructed to the standards of a stellar-class starship. It is impossible for anyone to breach it from within, let alone you. It would be prudent to remain still. He then procured a stool, positioning himself before the medical chamber. Observing Song Ran's futile rage while his brow furrowed in contemplation on how to restore his master persona, time slipped away, and suddenly, the star instrument emitted a soft beep, signaling the arrival of a message. Upon inspecting it, he discovered it was from Li Cheng. The task had been modified, with the following details: difficulty rating, 2 stars, on a 10-star scale, location, Nelder Federation task description, Conduct a comprehensive investigation and resolution of anomalies within the Nelder Federation. Upon task completion, the detailed process and relevant materials must be submitted for review by the Merit Bureau. Any methods that contravene regulations will incur penalties. Task reward: 50 merit points, 300 genuine academic credits, 1 ton of neric alloy, and 1 satellite-grade artillery piece. Su Bai skimmed through the message, and upon reaching the final note, his pupils constricted sharply. Note: should the situation exceed manageable limits, and if necessary to prevent the spread of anomalies, the annihilation of entire star systems is permitted to avert future threats. Chapter 105. A visit the following morning. Within the medical room, Su Bai had spent the night hunched over the table. The effects of the holy healing elixir had yet to dissipate, and he had enjoyed a restful sleep. "Good morning," he murmured, gently tapping on the medical chamber's wall. Song Ran abruptly opened his eyes, regarding Su Bai with a frigid stare, yet made no further movements. It was evident that this chamber was beyond his capacity to breach. Still not back? Su Bai pondered with a hint of exasperation. Surely, the master persona of Xiaohua had not perished. After soaking in the holy healing elixir for such an extended period, the source of illness should have been eradicated, and with no external threats, one would expect some semblance of recovery after a whole night. At that moment, several others approached in camaraderie. The efficacy of the holy healing elixir was undeniable, as they appeared invigorated and seemingly unaffected. "Has Xiaohua not recovered?" Lucy inquired, glancing towards the cold-faced Song Ran within the chamber. "Not yet." Su Bai's mind raced, contemplating whether to fetch another Nelder individual to incite a reaction. Perhaps a taste of their poison might yield a remedy? "Do not entertain such foolish ideas," Lucy retorted, refusing to engage further. Kong Qing interjected. "Keeping him confined is not a solution. I shall attempt to communicate with him." With a gentle knock on the chamber wall, she asked, "Can you converse with us normally?" A nod or shake of the head will suffice. Song Ran nodded in response. "Are you aware that another persona resides within your being?" This time, Song Ran hesitated before slowly nodding. "Do you share the same memories as him?" He shook his head. "In that case, I can release you. But you must not attack us and must comply with our arrangements. Is that acceptable?" Another nod followed. Kong Qing then extracted the elixir from the medical chamber and opened the door. True to his nature, Song Ran exhibited no signs of aggression. He was aware that fleeing or fighting was futile. His temperament was fierce and violent, yet he was not foolish. Su Bai inquired about Song Ran's thoughts, who took a step back and flashed a grin that revealed his teeth. "TCH, both of you are equally petty. It was merely a jest from last night. Was it really necessary to react this way?" Su Bai pouted and suggested that Lucy ask. "You do realize that you are the second personality, and that the other is the primary one, correct?" Lucy gently probed, careful not to provoke him. "Understood. Can you enlighten me on how to bring the primary personality back?" Song Ran's face bore no trace of concealment regarding his sarcasm. "That coward has hidden away again, waiting until he feels secure enough to emerge." The group exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiries. The return of the primary personality implied the disappearance of the second, which was inherently unfair for a secondary consciousness. The primary personality led a normal life, whereas the second only had the opportunity to manifest during conflicts, without experiencing another's suffering. One should refrain from advising them towards goodness. This sentiment rendered the group reticent in their judgments. "All right, you've all seen the mission details, haven't you?" Su Bai shook the star instrument, having forwarded the new task from Li Cheng to them last night. Seeing their nods, he declared, "Then let us depart." Kong Qing maneuvered the thorn rose skyward, directing it towards the governor's mansion. Given the circumstances surrounding the Naruto wells, there was no need for subterfuge. Due to the planet's conditions, the starship traveled at a reduced speed, yet within 20 minutes, they would effortlessly reach their destination. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Bai approached Zhang Yi, observing Song Ran, who stood by the window, curiously surveying the unremarkable architecture and the peculiarly behaving pedestrians below. "Is there a solution to Xiaohua's predicament?" Su Bai inquired. The coexistence of two personalities within a single body was dissimilar to the case of Nian Jing'er and Guanyin. Prolonged this way, it could not bode well for either Xiaohua or the second personality. There are two options. 1. Completely eradicate the second personality. Su Bai paused, slowly shaking his head. The second personality is also Song Ran. His existence is valid. It is precisely because of him that Song Ran has survived to this day. Otherwise, with the primary personality's nature, he would have perished long ago. And the second option? Forget it. It's impossible. We'll stick with the first. How can you declare it impossible without elaborating? Zhang Yi looked up at Su Bai, then lowered his gaze to fidget with his fingers. Unless he, like you, can obtain the deity's core's recognition and become a mythic pilot, harnessing the core's power to detach from this body. But that is simply not feasible. You are the first I've encountered who can pilot a mythic mecha without any connection to the divine, and undoubtedly, there one to be another. Nothing is absolute. One should not speak so definitively. Su Bai's thoughts whirled. How can we enable others to share a connection with the mythic mecha and become mythic pilots? This question had begun to occupy his mind since his last conversation with Guanyin. Now, he felt he had begun to formulate an idea. Shared origins were the key. He had deceived the deity's core through the alchemical transformation of a source object. Could he employ a similar method to allow others to trick the core? Su Bai had already consulted in Yu on this matter. The divine core only verifies its origin upon recognizing the master. Thereafter it remains indifferent. This is akin to saying that once I unlock the door, the house becomes mine. Su Bai felt he comprehended this concept quite accurately. He cast his gaze upon the throng of people below. Some experimental materials were still needed. Time passed quietly. A shadow enveloped the governor's mansion. Inside the hall, Mayuridi sensed the encroaching darkness. It had arrived. Kong Qing levitated the thorny rose above the governor's mansion. The hatch opened, and the lift hovered at the entrance. Mayuridi hurriedly emerged, gazing up at the towering starship above him. A circular platform descended, and a group approached. The cold-faced youth Zhang Yi and the cold-faced maiden Song Ran, clad in cloaks, strode ahead like sentinels. Behind them, Su Bai embraced Lu Shi, a playful smile gracing his lips, while Lu Shi held an umbrella for him as they moved leisurely forward. Kong Qing and Nian Jinger each held an umbrella, trailing behind like handmaidens. Su Bai observed Mayuridi, who appeared dazed, feeling quite pleased with his grand entrance. This imposing presence instantly subdued the governor. Alas, the crowd was somewhat sparse. Had there been 2 rows of guards preceding them, the spectacle would have been even more impressive. Noted for future arrangements. The 6 of them halted before Mayuridi, and silence ensued. Ahem. Su Bai cleared his throat and signaled to Song Ran. What are you waiting for? Recite the proclamation. Song Ran gritted her teeth, taking a deep breath, secretly cursing Su Bai for his pretentiousness. She suppressed the urge to kick him and spoke stiffly. We are here in accordance with the Interstellar Rating Bureau's decree, led by Su Bai, the head of the Neldo Federation's rating examination team, accompanied by team members Lu Shi, Kong Qing, Song Ran, and Zhang Yi, for inspection purposes. With a wave of his hand, Su Bai summoned a projection, revealing a document stamped with the Interstellar Rating Bureau's official seal. Mayuridi glanced at it and recognized its authenticity, as this was not the first inspection team to arrive. He stammered, unable to provide a direct response. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. What is this? Uncooperative? Then I shall report the inspection as unsatisfactory. No. Mayuridi hastily waved his hands, his proficiency in the universal language of the cosmos flawless, as if it were his mother tongue. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, he said, pulling out a bank card and several papers from his pocket, timidly making his way between Zhang Yi and Song Ran until he stood before Su Bai. He then thrust the items into Su Bai's hands. My lord, there are 135,000 Federation coins on this card. And I also have some local specialties from the Neldo Federation. Please accept them. Mayuridi smiled sheepishly, offering the bank card and documents bearing mineral stamps to Su Bai. Governor Mayuridi, are you attempting to bribe me? Su Bai inquired, an odd expression crossing his face. Is this what receiving a bribe feels like? Quite exhilarating indeed. Chapter 106, Rain? Gene Serum? Over 70 years of age and holding the esteemed title of governor, Mayuridi stood before Su Bai, hunched and unable to raise his head. The Neldo Federation was beset by incessant downpours, the weather cold and dreary. Yet, Mayuridi was drenched in sweat, beads rolling down the creases of his face. In that moment, he was no longer the high and mighty governor. Instead, he is a humble prisoner awaiting the judgment of others, devoid of any power to struggle. 1,350,000 federal coins, along with such abundant mineral resources, is indeed no trifling sum for a one-star federation. Upon hearing Su Bai's voice, Miladai felt a slight sense of reassurance and couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. Merely a few children, likely having secured their positions through backdoor dealings. As long as the benefits are sufficient, there would undoubtedly be no issues with the rating evaluation. After all, that was how previous review committees had been easily deceived. Initially concerned about the current situation on Nerduo Star, where it would be difficult to fool the evaluators, it now appeared that there was no cause for worry. They were merely individuals seeking personal gain. Contemplating this, Miladai's heart swelled with resentment. The cosmic beings always maintained their lofty demeanor. The survival of nearly 10 billion people in the Nerduo Federation pales in comparison to mere minerals and wealth in their eyes. If given another chance to choose, he would spare no effort to thwart the Federation's cosmic exploration plans. The pursuit of the universe does not promise a bright future for the Federation, but rather pushes everyone into an irretrievable abyss. The depths of the cosmos are far too profound. They cannot grasp it. Commander, I have received your intentions. As for this evaluation. However, Su Bai's expression turned serious as he returned the items back to Miladai's embrace, stating that the situation of your esteemed Federation is likely clearer to you than to me, making it impossible to conceal. This was merely a statement from Miladai's ears. As long as he reported without issues, those in higher authority would not send another review committee in the near future. The reason for rejecting these bribes was not due to Su Bai's newfound integrity or high-mindedness, but rather a matter of disdain. Having spent time with Kong Qing had elevated his perspective. The 1,000 cosmic coins, equivalent to 10 million federal coins for a single D-grade, holy healing potion, I could consume as casually as a beverage. To think that a mere 100,000 federal coins could buy me off? Ridiculous. There was also a crucial reason. Concealing the state of the Ne'er-do-well Federation would equate to declaring a failure in the mission assigned by the Merit Bureau. Merit points, credits, alloys, and artillery would all be for naught. Su Bai was far too astute for that. It was simply not worth the risk. Better to cooperate honestly. Su Bai patted the still-dazed Miladi and proceeded towards the leader's office. In the conference hall, Su Bai took the main seat, while the other members of the team sat in succession. Miladi stood in the center, bracing himself for the inquiries. This was not about politeness or respect. It pertained solely to status and identity. That was the harsh reality. Now, tell me, what is the situation among the people of Ne'er-do-well? To prevent him from feigning ignorance, Su Bai directly projected a vast array of images, all captured from monitoring systems across various locations. Miladi glanced at the images depicting his people, resembling zombies, and his heart felt as though it were gripped by a giant hand. These were his subjects. He opened his mouth, a fleeting struggle evident on his face. His aged, murky eyes scanned the youthful faces of Su Bai and his companions before he sighed and recited the rehearsed words he had long prepared. It is all the work of the resistance forces led by rank. What does that have to do with us? Do you not inquire about rank and the resistance forces? Meredith's thoughts were disrupted. Why do you not follow my instructions to continue questioning? I have already gleaned all that is necessary. Su Bai, feigning profundity, wore an expression that suggested he had everything under control. I will ask, and you shall respond truthfully. It suffices. Indeed, my lord, during your stay in the Naldo Federation, you must have noticed the incessant rain, correct? Yes. Meredith's countenance displayed sorrow as he revealed a shocking truth. The rain, in fact, consists entirely of genetic agents. The citizens of the Naldo Federation have been transformed into these grotesque beings precisely because they have been constantly drenched in this rain laced with genetic concoctions. Wait, you mean the rain outside is all genetic agents? Meredith nodded affirmatively. To be more precise, it is heavily infused with genetic agents. Kong Qing, verify this. Yes, Captain. In front of outsiders, Su Bai maintained decorum, refraining from calling her silly girl, and Kong Qing, ever astute, recognized their current roles as the rating review committee. Appropriately addressing Su Bai as captain, Kong Qing discarded the water in her cup, stepped outside to collect a sample of the rain, and returned to the thorned rose for analysis. The few individuals in the conference hall awaited the results in silence. Concerning the anomalies of the Naldo Federation, the rain had persisted for a decade. Su Bai had suspected there was an issue, yet he had never entertained the preposterous notion of it being infused with genetic agents. After approximately 10 minutes, Kong Qing entered holding a report. She glanced at Su Bai before handing the document to Lu Shi, who was able to comprehend it. While Su Bai dismissed it, Su Bai's expression stiffened, and he resolved to have her advance a batch of supplies from the Credibility Guild afterward. Lu Shi took the test report, briefly scanned it, and provided a succinct summary. It was indeed not ordinary rainwater. The concentration of medicinal components was significant, and preliminary tests indicated that the agents had the potential to awaken latent human abilities. Kong Qing continued, stating that the laboratory at the Thorned Rose was merely incidental, and comprehensive data and effects would require analysis at a specialized facility. Very well, I understand. Su Bai turned his gaze to Meredith. Let us proceed. Everyone else has been affected, so why are you unscathed? Rank requires me to liaise with the outside world, and periodically provides me with injections, allowing me to survive. Where is the resistance led by rank? I do not know. The Naldo Federation was established by me after defeating other nations on Naldo Star, only about 30 years ago, and many areas remain in ruins. Rank's resistance forces scurry like rats in the sewers, hiding everywhere. Furthermore, they are aware of the issues with the rainwater and are even more vigilant. I have not received any information regarding his whereabouts in quite some time. Investigations reveal that Rank was originally the captain of the Naldo Federation's interstellar exploration team, and when the team transitioned into the Planetary Guard, you intended to bestow upon him significant responsibilities. Why did he betray you? After his betrayal, what was his purpose in creating rain infused with genetic agents? Meredith's expression turned grave, as Rank S passed as the captain of the interstellar exploration team was easily verifiable. He took it upon himself to appoint him as the captain of the Planetary Guardians, a matter shrouded in utmost secrecy. He felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare, prompting him to suppress any dismissive notions. Due to differing opinions, Rank had come to grasp the vastness of the universe, starkly realizing the insignificance of the Naldo Federation. He sought to employ genetic potions to rapidly enhance the strength of all citizens within the Federation. While there were indeed laboratories within the Federation conducting relevant research, the side effects were tremendously severe. Yet, he persistently pursued this course of action with a fervor akin to madness. I could not allow him to experiment with the lives of the Federation's citizens and intervened immediately. However, I was unable to prevent him. Before I could issue a capture order, he abducted numerous researchers from various laboratories and vanished without a trace. Before long, the catastrophic storm that would spell doom for the Nildo Federation began to brew. How many members were there in the resistance? Quite a significant number. Over the years, he had tirelessly propagated his ideas, attracting a multitude of citizens who joined him in hiding. Chapter 107. The Iron City Beneath. After several hours of inquiry, Mayariti withdrew, leaving the council chamber to the unnamed team. What are your thoughts? 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood. Kongqing had accompanied her elders to negotiation venues since childhood. Becoming adept at discerning deceit, she was unafraid of complete falsehoods. Rather, it was the partial truths that posed the greatest concern. She rubbed her temples, reflecting on Mayariti's earlier responses, attempting to identify the lies embedded within. Su Bai retrieved Su Wan's astrolabe, idly toying with it. Mayariti had mentioned that the location where the astrolabe was found bore signs of resistance activity, suggesting that Wan had been taken by Rank and his associates. What if he were lying? There was no necessity for deceit, nor would he dare. The truth could easily be uncovered by seeking out the resistance. Shall we search the area where the astrolabe fell for traces of the resistance? There is no need for everyone to go. Su Bai glanced at the group, assigning tasks. Xiao Shi and Xiao Hua will accompany me, while the rest remain here to keep an eye on Mayariti. That day, we observed Mayariti administering an injection to the household servants on the surveillance footage. Kongqing, you should investigate the substance injected and conduct an analysis. Currently, Song Rant's second personality dominates, rendering it unstable. Su Bai believed it prudent to keep him close. Upon exiting the council chamber, they spotted Mayariti standing under a nearby eave, patiently awaiting summons from the review committee. She pointed at Mayariti and inquired, shall we take him along? What purpose would that serve? Bringing him along would be futile, and I'm not concerned about him escaping while he remains here. Very well. She summoned the Pearl Dragon Maiden, transforming her into dragon form. The 3 entered her embrace. She had previously retrieved Su Wan's astrolabe from that location. One task at a time, the responsibility of guiding them naturally fell to her. They arrived. Below the Pearl Dragon Maiden lay a desolate expanse where remnants of modern architecture could be faintly discerned. She dismissed the Pearl Dragon Maiden. The 3, already prepared, descended onto the ruins. She approached the 3 steel rebars embedded in the ground, where the astrolabe had been discovered. This place appears devoid of life. Su Bai surveyed the surroundings. Beneath the rain, only shattered walls and abandoned shells remained. Song Ran, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. There's someone. Su Bai followed the direction of Song Ran's finger and glimpsed a slender figure darting away, like a scout hastily retreating after being discovered by the enemy. Beneath the surface, there lay an underground fortress forged from steel. No, it was no longer merely a fortress. It was a self-sustaining subterranean realm. In a meeting hall, a robust man with disheveled hair was receiving a child clad in a dark gray raincoat. The rainwater still dripped from the child's cloak, indicating he had just emerged from the surface. Lord Rank, when you instructed us to search for something called the star instrument, I encountered 3 extraterrestrials who seemed to be searching for something, the child said, his face etched with remorse and guilt as he handed over a high-definition recording device. They spotted me, and I was too afraid of being captured to continue observing. Extraterrestrials searching for something? Rank activated the device, which clearly recorded the faces of Su Bai and his companions. After a brief glance, he stowed it away, gently ruffling the child's hair and speaking in a soothing tone. You have done remarkably well. Now, go take a bath. Do not let the virus enter your body. Once the child departed, Rank held the recording device and walked toward the rear of the hall. Beyond it lay his quarters, where he resided alone. However, on one of the beds, there lay a frail girl bound tightly. With her flowing red waves appearing utterly parched, it was evident that if Su Bai were present, he would instantly recognize her as Su Wan. Upon hearing the door creak open, Su Wan turned her head to see Rank enter. Rank, have you found my star instrument? Her dark red lips parted slightly, emitting a dry voice. Apologies, Miss Su, I have not yet located it. Rank presented the high-definition recording device and pressed play. But I encountered 3 extraterrestrials. Su Wan lifted her heavy eyelids and focused on the images on the device. After a moment, her tone brightened with a hint of joy. They are my friends. Please bring them down. Very well. Rank immediately ordered those outside to escort Su Bai and the others down, then turned to Su Wan. Miss Su, would you like me to untie you? I fear your friends might misunderstand upon seeing you bound. There is no need to untie me. I have been drenched in too much rain, and the genetic serum is beginning to take effect. Being bound is preferable. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Wan felt her eyelids grow heavier and succumbed to sleep. Observing this, Rank silently exited the room. Was it here that they vanished? Su Bai surveyed the empty ground before him. Though his eyesight was not as sharp as Zhang Yi's, he was still a level 3 geneticist. At this distance, Even with the rain obscuring his view, he could not be mistaken. Let us search separately for any hidden passages. The trio encircled the 100-meter expanse, gradually scouring the area. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Bai stomped his foot forcefully against the ground and shouted to Song Ran and Lu Shi, "I found it. It's hollow." Below lay a circular void, roughly 3 meters in diameter, entirely empty. Song Ran and Lu Shi approached, and the three began to search the vicinity once more. Unable to locate any switches or similar devices, Su Bai decided to adopt the simplest approach. He was disinclined to expend unnecessary effort. With a surge of power, he struck the ground fiercely with his right fist. The impact resonated with a resounding boom. Under the force of a third-level genetic warrior, debris scattered, and a dent appeared on the ground, revealing a glimmer of metallic sheen. He had not miscalculated the location. Exhaling onto his right fist, Su Bai activated his golden core, which transformed his phalanges into gold. He then unleashed another punch. The sound this time was deeper and more resonant. A significant portion of the steel sank under the blow. As he delivered his third punch, the steel suddenly cracked, and a figure emerged. The occupant, taken by surprise upon opening the door, was met with a fist the size of a sandbag, accompanied by a sonic boom. He stood frozen in shock, unable to move. The fist swiftly closed the distance to his head. Fortunately, at the last moment, Su Bai managed to rein in his strength. Otherwise, the individual below would have faced a grim fate, transforming from a living being into a headless corpse. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Su Bai demanded, retracting his fist and confronting the figure before him. I, the man stammered, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, gasping for breath, and struggling to articulate a coherent response. Su Bai and his companions remained patient, allowing him the time he needed. After a few minutes, the man swallowed hard, his nerves settling slightly before he spoke. "Lord Rank sent me to guide you down." Rank. Su Bai was taken aback that Rank would personally send someone to escort him, which piqued his curiosity. "Let us proceed," he instructed. "Be cautious. There may be a trap," whispered Lu Shi. "Rest assured, I have informed the fool. If we fail to make contact within an hour, she will obliterate this place with the starship," Su Bai replied, his voice unwavering, subtly implying to the guide that he should refrain from any underhanded tactics. In theory, within this federation, where planetary-level combatants reigned supreme, the unnamed squad possessed sufficient strength to navigate unimpeded. Yet, Su Bai adhered to the principle that caution begets longevity, ensuring he had contingencies in place. After all, the planet Nerdo was indeed rather enigmatic. Upon their arrival, they had already fallen into a trap once. Had it not been for Kongqing producing the holy healing elixir, they might have been compelled to retreat without choice. Chapter 108. Farewell, Su Wan child. This place is quite vast, isn't it? The guiding boy wore a proud expression. "This is the sanctuary established by our great leader, Lord Rank." Su Bai raised an eyebrow, refraining from expressing his opinion. The trio followed the boy through a lengthy corridor and then descended via a semi-transparent elevator. Standing in the elevator chamber, they gazed through the glass enclosure, surveying the seemingly endless steel underground city, bustling with throngs of people. It was uncertain whether Rank alone, or even the entirety of the Nerdo Federation, could construct such a place in a decade. The elevator descended rapidly. Su Bai estimated that there were a total of 30 such elevators in this vicinity. After approximately 3 minutes, the elevator's speed diminished. Arrived, it chimed, and the elevator doors opened. Upon receiving the news, Rank awaited at the entrance. The child darted out first, enthusiastically offering Rank a somewhat awkward salute befitting the Nerduo Federation army. "Lord Rank, the mission was successfully accomplished." The bright voice unabashedly revealed admiration for Rank. "Well done. Now go and rest." "As you command." The subsequent trio emerged. Su Bai scrutinized Rank, then glanced at Song Ran. Both possessed medium-length hair, though Rank's locks were slightly more curled. Indeed, it all comes down to appearances. With the same hairstyle, Xiaohua would look like a beautiful doll. But on Rank, it appeared rather disheveled. Rank stepped forward, a friendly smile illuminating his dark visage. "Three distant friends, I am Rank, the leader of the Nerduo Federation's resistance forces. Then do you know our identities? You are friends of Miss Su Wan." "Indeed, Sister Wan is with you." Lu Shi expressed her delight, realizing that Su Wan would not have casually informed Rank of their friendship. She must have mentioned it upon their meeting, confirming that Su Wan was indeed alive. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had not transpired. "Where is Sister Wan? Have you imprisoned her?" Rank quickly refuted the claim. "Miss Su Wan is unwell. I shall take you to see her at once." "Wait," Su Bai interjected, smiling. "Besides that, we have another identity." "May I ask what it is?" Su Bai cleared his throat and exchanged a meaningful glance with Song Ran. Song Ran remained impassive, pretending not to notice. "Still hoping for more? Dream on." Su Bai jotted down a note in his little book. The second persona truly lacked awareness. If the primary persona, Xiaohua, were here, she would undoubtedly cooperate with me. Finally, Lu Shi could no longer hold back. She projected the appointment letter from the Interstellar Rating Bureau. "We are the Nerduo Federation Rating Review Team, And this is our leader, Su Bai. Panic swiftly flashed across Rank's face, only to be replaced by composure. He bowed respectfully, his tone humble. I pay my respects to the esteemed members of the review team. Oh, as the leader of a resistance force, you are not afraid to meet us? You jest, my lord. The review team does not interfere in the internal affairs of the Federation. There is no benefit for you in harming me, thus I remain unafraid. A clever man, Su Bai remarked, praising Rank for maintaining his calm in the presence of those of superior standing. No wonder you have managed to establish such a formidable resistance. Come, let us meet Sister Wan. This way, esteemed sirs. In the vehicle, Rank assumed the roles of both driver and guide. This city, which I call Hope City, was originally constructed by a former nation. I merely restored it and put it to use. Here reside 53 million of my compatriots, who seek refuge from disaster. Stop, that is not what I wish to hear. Su Bai interjected directly. Speak of the rain outside. Mayrady claims you are responsible for it. I am curious to hear your explanation. From the very beginning, Su Bai had not trusted Mayrady. 10 years of relentless rain covering this planet? Could someone like Rank, who stayed hidden underground, truly orchestrate such a phenomenon? If he could, it would indeed be a miracle. How dare that old fool Mayrady speak to you like that? Rank's anger was palpable. Clearly, it was he who orchestrated this mess. If I had the capability, I wouldn't have spent a decade lurking underground like a rat. Su Bai, seated in the passenger seat, rubbed his ears. Lower your voice. I am not deaf. Apologies, my lord, my indignation got the better of me. All right, go on. What is it? Can't say? No. Rank's voice inadvertently rose again. When we meet Miss Su Wan later, let her explain. This matter is rather intricate. Is it related to Sister Wan? Lucy in the back seat shook her head. It should pertain to the Su family. Given the significant upheaval in the Erdo Federation under their jurisdiction, they cannot possibly be unaware. Indeed, Su Bai gazed out the window, observing the pedestrians whose faces lit up with gratitude and respect upon seeing Rank's vehicle. It seemed Rank was more favored than Mayrady. The straight elevator was not far from Rank's residence, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. As the car came to a stop, Su Bai prepared to exit when Rank called out, "Wait." Then, to Su Bai's astonishment, he swiftly descended and respectfully opened the door for him. Su Bai could only pat him on the shoulder. You have a bright future ahead. I believe in you. Rank beamed like a child receiving praise, his joy evident. This is not an exaggeration. One can reference the leaders of the United Nations visiting a remote village in our country. Yet, with that rugged, dark visage, it seemed rather incongruous. Lu Shi and Song Ran in the back did not afford him the chance to showcase himself and exited the vehicle. Rank immediately bowed, gesturing for them to proceed. Esteemed lords, this way please. Rank's abode was modest, with the council chamber occupying a significant portion. Upon traversing the chamber, they reached the rear living quarters. Su Bai's gaze fell upon the bound Su Wan, causing his expression to turn icy. In a flash, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Rank by the neck and lifting him off the ground. What is going on? Ugh. Rank's face rapidly flushed, turning a deep shade of red from the pressure. His feet flailed, hands desperately trying to pry Su Bai's grip away, but Su Bai's hand was as unyielding as steel, rendering his efforts futile. Bai, Sister Wan is still alive. Lu Shi rushed to the bedside. Let him down first. How can he speak like this? Humph. Su Bai loosened his grip, causing Rank to tumble to the floor. He cast a fearful glance at Su Bai, coughing while hastily scurrying to the bedside, terrified that any delay might lead to his demise at Su Bai's hands. Initially, he had respected Su Bai due to his status, but now he was utterly intimidated by Su Bai's strength. Dingling, Rank tugged at a rope, the other end of which was tied to Su Wan's hand, adorned with a series of bells. In a short while, Su Wan stirred awake, her gaze momentarily dazed until she recognized Lu Shi beside her. Xiao Shi, her voice, laced with weakness and surprise, resonated. Lu Shi looked at Su Wan, who appeared gravely ill, her brows knitted in concern. Sister Wan, what has happened to you? I'm fine, really. Sister Wan, was it him who did this to you? Su Bai stepped forward, gripping Rank's collar, and inquired. Su Bai, do not frighten him. He is not at fault. In fact, he was my savior. He saved you? A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Su Bai's face, and he casually slung his arm around Rank's shoulder, feigning camaraderie. Look at you. You should have mentioned it earlier. This is quite awkward. Rank was nearly in tears. Did I have time to speak once we entered the room? He recalled the suffocating sensation of being grasped by the throat, utterly powerless to resist. He didn't even dare to meet Su Bai's gaze. Chapter 109. The death of Melody. Are you suggesting that the excessive rain was the cause? My star chart was lost, leaving me without means of assistance. Had it not been for Rank's men discovering me unconscious in the rain, I would likely have perished. Su Wan offered a wry smile. The situation isn't much better now. The genetic serum within me is beginning to take effect. Without the holy healing serum, I can only await my demise. By the way, are you aware that the rain outside is laced with a significant amount of genetic serum? I am aware of that. As for the holy healing serum, Kong Qing has it. Wait, let me summon her. Su Bai contacted Kong Qing, requesting her to bring Melody and a few others along. He did not assure Su Wan that he could save her with the holy healing serum, as the quantity of the serum was not insignificant, and he had no authority to make decisions on Kong Qing's behalf. Upon receiving the message, Kong Qing immediately set off with several individuals. Meanwhile, Su Wan and Lu Shi resumed their conversation. During their casual chat, Lu Shi explained the reason for their visit, deliberately omitting details regarding the mythical mechs and Deri. When Su Wan inquired why they chose such a location for training, Lu Shi merely fabricated a response. Half an hour later, Kong Qing and her party arrived. Following the soldiers' instructions, they proceeded to Rank's residence. As soon as they entered, Rank spotted Melody among the newcomers, and his eyes instantly turned red. He rushed forward, fists the size of sandbags raised. "Sir, save me." The 70-year-old Melody cried out for help. Though Rank was not young either, he was far more robust than Melody, who was frail at his age. It was no challenge for the 50-something Rank to dominate him. Su Bai observed Rank mercilessly pummeling Melody, but did not intervene. If the captain did not act, the team members certainly would not. Who among them was unaware of Su Bai's vengeful nature? What if he bore a grudge and made things difficult for them later? After a while, seeing that Melody was exhaling more than inhaling, Su Bai finally intervened. "Enough. Cease this at once." Rank, eyes blazing, continued to strike with his bloodied fists. Su Bai drew his gun from his waist. A beautifully crafted revolver engraved with rose and thorn motifs. This was the command gun of the Thorn Rose, its symbolic value outweighing its practical use. After all, in the vastness of the cosmos, one could not expect to subdue an opponent from a distance with a mere handgun. Nonetheless, it was indeed a functional weapon, quite effective on ordinary planets. Su Bai found it aesthetically pleasing and decided to carry it at his hip. With a click, the bullet was chambered, and the gun's muzzle was aimed at Rank. "I will say this once more, cease immediately." With the gun pointed at him, Rank's military instincts kicked in, and he promptly raised his hands. "Now that is more like it." Su Bai lowered his firearm, feeling an unbearable urge to discharge the bullets within. Thus, he released a blank shot, startling Rank. "Look at you, more cowardly than Xiaohua." Song ran. This time, Su Bai truly put his gun away and said to Kong Qing, "Do not let that old man perish. We still need them to confront each other." Kong Qing retrieved the most basic F-grade healing potion and tossed it to Rank. He force-fed it to Milady. Moments later, the potion took effect. Milady stabilized his injuries and leaned against the wall, attempting to distance himself from Rank. "Can you speak normally?" "Yes." Upon hearing Milady's response, Su Bai sat down, leisurely watching the interaction between him and Rank. "Regarding the situation in the Nilder Federation, you claim he is responsible. He asserts it is you. Let us hear your exchange." "My lord, I speak only the truth." Milady interjected, pointing vehemently at Rank. "It is all his doing. Nearly 10 billion souls on Nilder Star have suffered because of him." "You old fool, you speak nonsense. It was clearly the illicit dealings between you and the Su family a decade ago, when I attempted to intervene. You even sought to kill me. Had I not fled swiftly, I would be buried beneath 2 meters of grass by now." Rank, in his rage, was furious. The villain cries foul first, turning the tables on himself. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Ahem. Su Bai cleared his throat lightly. Rank's expression stiffened, and he silently lowered his sleeves, casting a cold smirk at Milady. "Surely, you never anticipated this outcome. Your self-inflicted misfortune has plunged the Nilder Federation into despair. Those people will never forgive you. Even in death, you do not deserve to be buried on this land." "You speak nonsense." "I speak nonsense." "Go out into the street and proclaim yourself, Milady. If you can walk 10 meters alive, I will bear all the blame." Milady's eyes darted, his bravado faltering. "You are the one colluding with the Su family. Otherwise, how would you know this? Why have so many transformed into wretched beings, while you in the underground city remain unscathed?" "Huh." Rank stepped aside, revealing Su Wan on the bed. "Open your eyes wide and see who this is." Milady was perplexed by Rank's maneuver. He glanced at Su Wan, finding her somewhat familiar. As he scrutinized, a realization struck him, and his complexion paled. You are Su Wan." Su Wan articulated what he could not. Upon confirmation, Milady felt as though the very essence of his being had been drained, collapsing under the weight of despair. "You thought I was dead?" Su Wan remarked coolly. "My uncle, Su Jiwen, sent you a message, instructing you to capture me. Did he not?" Milady's eyes dimmed, and he fell silent. With the Su family present, further debate was futile. They ceased their quarrel. Su Bai, however, felt discomfort. "Continue." "I have yet to untangle this." Lu Shi asked, "Sister Wan, what is the situation?" "Alas." Su Wan sighed. "It is a long story. Then let us make it brief. You are quite the troublemaker." Lu Shi shot Su Bai a glance, unbinding the ropes that bound Su Wan and helping her to her feet. Su Wan slowly opened her mouth to unveil the hidden truth beneath the anomalies of the Nildo Federation. "Since you are all aware that the rain outside is infused with a substantial amount of genetic agents, do you know where these genetic agents originate?" Without waiting for their response, Su Wan posed and answered her own question. It is developed by the Trilu Federation, the Su family, my family. Your family? What is the situation? After pondering, Kong Qing proposed a possibility. Genetic experimentation? Precisely, it is genetic experimentation. My Su family rose to prominence through medicine, and at that time, we developed a particular genetic agent, with Nildo Star serving as the experimental site. A decade ago, my grandfather, the previous head of the Su family, discovered Nildo Star, still an indigenous planet, and negotiated with Milady to utilize it as a testing ground. Did Milady readily acquiesce? At this moment, Milady lamented his earlier decisions. He promised to assist the Nildo Federation in ascending to a one-star federation and claimed that the genetic agents could enhance our physical capabilities. It was for this reason that I acquiesced. Are you foolish? After so many years of realizing something was amiss, you should have forcibly terminated the experiment. A one-star federation is protected by cosmic law. If you wish to terminate it, the Su family would be powerless. It is too late, too late. Milady bowed his head, recognizing that a simple cessation of the experiment, without remedial measures, would lead to the demise of all Nildo residents who had long been exposed to the genetic agents. Since the inception of the experiment, the Nildo Federation was destined for destruction. Now the Nildo Federation is ruined. I am sorry to the Nildo Federation. I am sorry to the people of Nildo. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. Bang. Before anyone could react, Milady abruptly hurled himself against the corner of the table, sacrificing his life to atone to all Nildo inhabitants. Chapter 110, A Turn of Events. In the room, Zhang Yi approached Milady, reaching out to check. He is dead. The crowd fell into a profound silence. What does this signify? A suicide out of guilt? Or a sudden awakening? Ultimately, it matters not. A life has been lost. Milady's death does not signify the conclusion of this matter. The investigation will not cease. Su Bai turned towards Rank and Su Wan, the only two individuals privy to the truth. Su Wan continued, a decade ago, my grandfather initiated this experiment, 5 years ago. He stepped down, and my father succeeded him as the head of the Su family. From the outset, he opposed this experiment, and after assuming leadership, endeavored to halt it by all means. However, it was too late. By then, the Nildo experiment had become one of the family's core endeavors, and the Su family was not solely his domain. Numerous dissenters existed. My father, unwilling to concede, spent 5 years attempting to persuade those individuals, yet to little avail. This genetic experiment, conducted over a decade with an entire planet as its testing ground, bore the hopes of countless individuals, propelling the Su family toward greater heights. At this juncture, my father discerned the deteriorating conditions on Nildo Star and decisively resolved to employ force to forcibly terminate the experiment. The outcome was successful for 3 days. The rain on Nildo Star ceased for 3 days. But it lasted only 3 days, as my uncle, leading the opposition, placed him under house arrest. And my uncle subsequently assumed the role of head of the Su family. I escaped, seeking assistance, yet was driven back to Nildo Star, leading to this predicament. Su Bai felt that this could serve as the basis for several television dramas. The power struggle within the Su family, the narrative behind a pharmaceutical conglomerate, and the poignant history of the Nelder Federation, all while extraterrestrial beings engage in their own pastimes. I recall the days in the old district of Whitecoat Star, where the most pressing concern was merely pondering what to eat the following day. Kong Qing found this quite normal. She articulated her doubts. Conducting experiments on indigenous beings from native planets does not contravene cosmic laws. Yet experimenting on individuals from a first-star federation is subject to penalties imposed by the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Law Enforcement Bureau is an agency tasked with upholding cosmic laws, parallel to the adjudicative institution of the Court of Judgment and the Merit Bureau under the Hall of Glory. Why would your grandfather assist the Neldorians in elevating their status to a first-star federation? Isn't that merely inviting trouble for himself? Furthermore, with countless indigenous planets scattered throughout the universe, why specifically target Nelder? I once shared this perplexity, but it was only after consulting my father that I understood. Nelder's proximity to the Troll Federation facilitates oversight by the Su family. However, if an indigenous planet is discovered by others, its inhabitants can be seized at will. The Su family has invested immensely in this genetic experiment. Should it succeed, the profits derived from such a pharmaceutical would be staggering. Elevating the Nelder Federation to a first-star federation is the only way to minimize the risk of its inhabitants being captured and the details of the experiment being leaked. Su Wan spoke at length, momentarily running out of breath. Ahem, I believe I have grasped the gist of it. Su Bai gestured toward Kong Qing, indicating that she possesses the sacred healing agent, and if needed, one could negotiate with her. Upon hearing of a potential business opportunity, Kong Qing donned a professional smile. Sister Wan, how much would you like? Transparent pricing, fair to all. To Kong Qing, Su Wan could merely be regarded as a well-connected senior acquaintance, their only commonality being their residence in the same villa. At this juncture, it was already a considerable concession that Kong Qing, as a businesswoman, refrained from seizing the opportunity to inflate prices and exploit Su Wan. The notion of providing free samples as she did for Su Bai and Song Ran was utterly out of the question. She is a merchant, not a philanthropist. Is this resolved then? Su Bai and Lu Shi exited the room, contemplating the throngs of people on the street, filled with reflections. A moment of avarice had cost billions their livelihoods. Furthermore, one cannot deem Miladai's situation as mere greed. He also aspired for a brighter future for the Federation. It is difficult to ascertain who is right or wrong. Perhaps, yes, now that the matter is clarified, only the concluding tasks remain. As for the Su family, that is no concern of ours. Su Bai called for an Yu. Little dear, summarize the statements from Miladai, Rank, and Sister Wan, along with your observations since arriving on Nelder. We shall submit the materials to the Merit Bureau. Only when there is work do you think of me. And Yu raised her small head in a haughty manner, expressing her dissatisfaction. All right, I understand. And Yu waved her small hand dismissively and vanished in annoyance. Su Bai was left in bewilderment. What could I possibly want from you? Discuss which dress looks better? Oh, Yuan Bao opportunely poked its head out. Having heard in Yu's voice, it too seized the moment to express its discontent. Every day it either sleeps beside me or pulls at my fur. And occasionally it emerges to assist in fetching items. Can Su Bai indulge it any longer? He pressed it back with force. You worthless creature. Do you think you can go a day without your precious sustenance? Always seeking trouble for no reason. Sooner or later, I shall find an excuse to deprive you of your rations for a couple of days. Let it be known who the true master is. On the streets, Su Bai and Lu Shi experienced the local customs of the Nair people. Look at those individuals. They all possess ears, Su Bai remarked. I noticed that Mei Letty and Rank also have them. Holding a snack purchased from a street vendor in his left hand and grasping Lu Shi's hand with his right, Su Bai contemplated the influence of the gene rain on the surface dwellers, which presumably led to the disappearance of their ears, while those hidden underground remained unaffected. He pondered the situation of Mei Letty, but the old man's words were never truthful. Unfortunately, he was deceased, leaving no one to inquire further. Indeed, Su Bai absently replied. His mind elsewhere. He was mulling over how to utilize the Nair people on the surface for experiments, should they prove hopeless. Lu Shi, however, was keenly observing her surroundings. What are they queuing up to receive? After departing from Rank's residence, Lu Shi noticed several lines of people. At least 100 Nair individuals were queuing to receive something akin to capsules, which they consumed. Why not ask them? Su Bai suggested, leading Lu Shi towards the crowd. As they approached, they were intercepted. Excuse me, please join the line to receive the sacred medicine. Sacred medicine? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, suspecting it might be a cult stronghold. The person blocking their path wore a fervent expression. This is the sacred medicine bestowed upon us by the great leader Rank. A gift from the heavens. Just as Su Bai was about to comment on Rank's brainwashing, Lu Shi tugged at his arm. Dubai. Sister Qing sent a message saying Sister One has awakened. Let us head back. Very well. Upon returning to Rank's residence, Su Bai entered the conference hall and directly inquired about the situation on the streets. Rank replied promptly, these individuals reside within Hope City, but the gene rain's extensive reach inevitably affects them. The capsules are medications developed by my research team, designed to counteract the impacts of the gene rain. They have healing properties, albeit minimal, requiring daily consumption. Somehow, as the word spread, it became known as a gift from me to the heavens. I see, Su Bai acknowledged. And he and Lu Shi proceeded to the back of the residence. Sister Wan, are you feeling all right? Much better, Su Wan responded, though her complexion still appeared somewhat haggard. An improvement nonetheless. Unlike Xiao Hua, who was afflicted by issues of the mind requiring extensive immersion in sacred healing potions. Sister Wan had used 2 doses of D-grade healing potion, alleviating her major ailments. Kong Qing entered with a cup of water and handed it to Su Wan. Thank you. Once I locate your star instrument, I will transfer the funds to you. Star instrument? Su Bai thought, realizing that Su Wan's star instrument was in his possession. He retrieved it from his pocket and pointed to the ceiling. Sister Wan, your star instrument was found by Xiao Shi right here. Did you pick up my star instrument? Su Wan exclaimed, taking it from him. No wonder Rank and the others couldn't find it. I remember it falling in that area. She unlocked the star instrument, preparing to initiate a transfer. Oddly enough, why couldn't she connect to the star network? Was the instrument malfunctioning? Unable to connect to the star network? Lu Shi instinctively glanced at her own star instrument and found it unresponsive as well. Mine too, she remarked, furrowing her brows. My star instrument is of the prestigious merchant guild's quality. It should not break so easily. Hearing the voices of the 2 women, Su Wan suddenly recalled something. Her expression changing drastically. This is bad. It must be my uncle who has come with others to impose a complete blockade on the Nerdo star. Chapter 111. Mythical Technique. 9 arrows to hunt the sun unable to connect to the star network? Su Bai cast an inquiring glance at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi shook his star instrument. Realizing it was functioning properly, Su Bai felt relieved. His instrument was normal, as was his own. Perhaps he had overthought it. He initially suspected the divine hunters had come once more, but it turned out to be merely an ordinary blockade. However, to successfully block the signal of the star network. One would need a mythical intelligence. Was it not a bit far-fetched to think that those imposing a blockade on Nerdo star could fathom that 3 mythical intelligences resided on such an inconspicuous little planet? By the way, what about Nianjinger? She had been silent for quite some time. Surely nothing had happened to her? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Bai spotted Nianjinger in a corner, surrounded by an abundance of food. Well then, perhaps it was he who had been overly anxious. He reassured Su Wan. It's all right. Your uncle knows we are on Nerdo star, and he wouldn't dare act against us, especially with the young lady of the Kong family present. Unless he is tired of living. Su Wan managed a faint smile. Let us hope so. Once we resolve the residual issues with the Nerdo Federation, you can sit aboard our starship and leave together. By the way, do you know how to deal with the gene rain? Su Wan projected several images, designs that Su Bai could not comprehend, along with a few engineering blueprints. This was a rain device modeled after the sky canopy apparatus, with a total of 30 million such devices interconnected to create a comprehensive rain network, ensuring no corner of Nerdo star would remain untouched by the rainfall. 30 million? That's an astonishing number. Su Bai exclaimed, taken aback. How long would it take to destroy them all? Otherwise, how could we achieve full coverage? Su Wan displayed a three-dimensional map of Nerdo star, revealing a vast net enveloping the planet. Upon their arrival, the thick clouds had caused them to overlook this rain network. Su Wan stretched her fingers, enlarging the three-dimensional map, and soon 9 red dots appeared on the rain network. These 9 points were the sources for delivering the gene agents. As long as they were destroyed, the task would be significantly simplified. The stark contrast between 30 million and 9 in terms of quantity allowed Su Bai to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. I will handle that right away. With determined strides, he headed outside, brimming with confidence. In ancient times, there was Yi who shot down the 9 suns. Today, there was Bai who would take down whatever those 9 things were. Regardless, they were still 9. As he reached the door, Su Bai suddenly felt that such a historic moment should not lack witnesses, so he turned around and called upon several teammates. Come, witness the splendor of your captain. The Thorned Rose hovered above the underground city. Inside the cockpit, Lu Shi, Song Ran, Kong Qing, and Zhang Yi gazed down at Su Bai on the deck amidst the curtain of rain. What was he up to? Bai had mentioned he needed to gather his emotions. Lu Shi felt equally perplexed. Ever since they emerged, Su Bai had been in an exuberant state. The legendary tale of Yi shooting down 9 suns had long echoed throughout the cosmos. To perform before the very protagonist of this myth was an exhilarating prospect. To claim one was not thrilled would be a falsehood. He needed to calm his mind and adjust his state of being. After an indeterminate span of time, Kong Qing stifled a yawn, propping her chin up as fatigue began to envelop her. Finally, Su Bai stirred. Xiao Shi, his voice resonated in the cockpit. Is the recording ready? Rest assured, it's all set, she replied. This was, of course, at Su Bai's request. Such a historic moment deserved to be documented. He envisioned regaling his grandchildren with tales of how their grandfather showcased his archery skills in front of the great Yi. With a deep exhale, Su Bai focused his gaze. Sharp as a blade, the mythical Yi, a bow materialized before him, and soon a mechanical hand cleaved through the air, grasping the bow. The bow seemed to be anchored in the ether, and as the mechanical hand pulled, a perfectly proportioned mech emerged. Su Bai entered the mech. With a thought, flames erupted from either side of the bow. Within the flames, the bow limbs swiftly extended, culminating in 2 arcs of fire that formed the bow's tips. With a soft hum, a fiery line connected the bow tips, transforming into the bowstring. At last, the weapon of the mythical Yi, the sun-shooting bow, took shape. Little dear, target locked, Su Bai declared as a crimson dot appeared amidst the oppressive gray clouds in his line of sight. That was one of the sources of the gene serum's transport. Slightly tilting his body, he grasped the bow with his left hand and pulled back the string with his right, adopting a quintessential archery stance. As the bowstring drew taut, flames swirled around the sun-shooting bow, coalescing into an arrow. He held his breath, raising his angle as he diligently aimed at the red dot. An aura of mastery enveloped him. Inside the cockpit of the Thorned Rose, Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never witnessed Su Bai wield a bow. Yet, the poise he exhibited appeared professional. The energy was formidable, but there was something else. What could it be? Zhang Yi shook his head slightly, unable to articulate it. His archery skills ranked among the best in the universe. Only a handful could rival him. The sensation that Su Bai lacked something was merely a matter of experience, an elusive feeling inherent to being a sharpshooter. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the mythical Yi, beads of sweat formed on Su Bai's forehead. The red dot in his sights wavered slightly. His archery movements were textbook perfect, yet they remained just that, movements. His unparalleled skills provided him with the right stance, but failed to instill confidence at a psychological level. Throughout his life, he had never struck with any long-range attack. Even on the mining planet, he had missed when firing at the golden beasts up close. It seemed as though he was destined to miss his mark. A sense of self-doubt crept into Su Bai's mind. Would this arrow find its target? The tension dissipated. Zhang Yi let out a sigh. The arrow had not yet been released, yet he was already aware of the outcome. Whoosh! The fiery arrow pierced the heavens. As the arrow was loosed, Su Bai descended, not daring to glance at the result. He knew well that he could not afford to miss. It was simply that the arrow was knocked. It had to be released. Much like a loaded firearm that must discharge a bullet. This was his steadfast resolve. Su Bai landed upon the thorny rose deck, and Zhang Yi emerged. What are you afraid of? He inquired. What is there to fear? Merely that my archery skills are lacking, Su Bai replied with a forced smile. Zhang Yi regarded him intently. Would you entrust me with the command of Yi? Certainly, Su Bai replied without hesitation. Zhang Yi entered the mech, grasping the sun bow. A familiar sensation flooding his heart. The divine authority surged forth, and the divine core was forcibly integrated into his being. Instantly, Su Bai felt the connection with the legendary Yi severed. Yet, he harbored no concern that Zhang Yi would usurp the legendary Yi. After guarding the statue of the myth for so many years, if he had harbored such intentions, he would not have awaited Su Bai's arrival. His curiosity was purely about how Zhang Yi accomplished this feat. A formidable divine pressure emanated from Zhang Yi. His body began to crack like glass. The mortal vessel striving to withstand the energy of the divine core. One must pay a price for such power. Simultaneously, in the underground city, Nian Jinger's expression shifted dramatically as Guanyin took control of her body. She summoned the mech, breaking through the iron barriers of the underground city and soaring to the surface. Gazing upon the legendary Yi in midair, she was filled with awe. Su Bai, take heed. An archer must possess the unwavering belief that their arrow will strike true. Zhang Yi drew back the bowstring, his eyes ablaze like twin suns. Mythical technique, 9 arrows to hunt the sun. Chapter 112. The big shot becomes the elder 9 arrows, transcending the constraints of space and time, as Zhang Yi declared. Once released, they were destined to hit their mark. This was the power derived from the realm of rules, rendering escape impossible. Boom, boom. 9 resounding detonations echoed as the 9 supply sources of the rain network over Nerdostar were simultaneously annihilated. Zhang Yi forcibly merged with the divine core. Wielding the might of a secondary gene user, how could his mythical technique be anything less than formidable? The 9 fiery arrows shattered their targets and then erupted violently, engulfing Nerdostar in a cataclysmic sea of flames. One by one, the rain devices perished within the inferno, leaving not even a remnant behind. Such beauty! The dark clouds looming over Nerdostar thinned under the searing blaze, transforming into a true firelit sky. In the wake of this strike, and Yu's blockade against the legendary Yi was utterly obliterated. The legendary Yi revived, its presence resonating throughout the cosmos. If there were to be a place of fervent reaction, besides the witch god domain, it would undoubtedly be the Moon Palace divine domain, closely allied with the heavenly court. The primary star of the Moon Palace divine domain, Guanghan Star, stood apart from others. Aside from the mythic Changxi and Chang'e, none were deemed worthy to reside there. Even the rulers during the 2 deities' dormant state held no qualification. At this moment, beneath the laurel tree, a barefoot maiden of exquisite beauty bore an expression of melancholy. She felt a connection and gazed towards the direction of Nelder Star, her crimson lips slightly parted. How ruthless you are, united in heart and soul. She and entered the cycle of reincarnation together, their true spirits entwined. Should one awaken, the other would inevitably awaken as well. Unlike Yi, her birthplace was the Moon Palace divine domain. After unsealing the myth of Chang'e, it was only natural for her to take command of Guanghan Star. From that moment, she harnessed the power of the divine domain to scour the universe for Zhang Yi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, her efforts bore no fruit until today, when she finally pinpointed his location. The Jade Rabbit, the mythic intelligent Jade Rabbit, leapt down from the osmanthus tree. Follow me to find him. In the next moment, a palace ascended from Guanghan Star. Its plaque inscribed with the words Moon Palace. On the nearest planet to Guanghan Star, anomalies were swiftly detected. The news was reported in layers, ultimately reaching a conference hall. What shall we do? What else can we do but intercept her? A middle-aged woman was exceedingly troubled upon seeing the news of Yi's emergence. She had anticipated the palace master would flee. With the palace master's power fully restored, none would dare to speak out. Yet, the crucial matter was that the palace master was currently only at a stellar level of strength and had yet to grow. This is terrible. After a while, someone burst into the conference hall, looking frantic. The Moon Palace is empty. The palace master has vanished. The woman, infuriated, exclaimed, "Why hasn't anyone been dispatched to search for her? Mobilize all moon guards. The palace master must not come to harm." Yes, in an instant, a torrent of silver-white starships surged from the Moon Palace divine domain, spreading throughout the cosmos. A fleet of over 100 starships stationed outside Nelder Star. On the main ship, Su Jiwen was perusing the information on the star network. In just a few months, 3 mythic mechs had emerged, a tumultuous season indeed. Master, there are anomalies on Nelder Star. Su Bai dismissed the star instrument and turned to his subordinate who had come to report, gesturing for him to speak. According to the research department, the rainfall network has been completely destroyed and Nelder Star is engulfed in flames. Oh, he rose and approached the window. The planet directly in front of the starship was indeed Nelder Star. He observed that the once dimly colored Nelder Star now shone with a brilliance that surpassed even the star itself. No need to worry. The eldest daughter of the Kong family is on Nelder Star. It must be her doing. Just maintain the blockade. Understood. On the deck of the Thorny Rose, Su Bai sensed that the mythic EU was regaining control. He waited for a moment as the flames on the horizon began to dissipate. Yet, the mech still hovered in midair, and Zhang Yi showed no signs of taking further action. The pilot emerged from the cockpit. What happened to him? Lu Shi inquired. Su Bai shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. However, he thought that the 9 arrows just now were undeniably impressive. At that moment, Nian Jing'er retracted the mech, landing on the deck. Using a secondary gene being's body to contain the divine core and forcibly employing mythic techniques, she has likely lost consciousness by now. Lost consciousness? Otherwise, do you think one could create such a grand spectacle without any cost? Su Bai hurriedly retracted the mythic Dai. Indeed, as the mech was withdrawn, Zhang Yi began to plummet from the sky. He sprinted a few steps and leaped to catch Zhang Yi, who appeared to be in a dire state. His skin marred with cracks and blood seeping from his orifices, already slipping into unconsciousness. Alas, what a tragic sight, a consequence of his own bravado. Su Bai muttered under his breath while hastening towards the medical room. Had it not been for Nian Jing'er's clarification, he might have thought Zhang Yi was merely putting on a facade. He unceremoniously placed Zhang Yi into the medical pod, administering 10 doses of D-grade healing elixir to ensure the efficacy was sufficient. Subsequently, he made his way to the cockpit, where the others had gathered. Is Zhang Yi going to be all right? I utilized a mythic technique at the time, which provided some respite. Su Bai inquired of Nian Jing'er, aware that he was a third-tier genetic warrior, further empowered by golden energy. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was merely a second-tier genetic warrior, devoid of any golden energy. It's not a significant issue. He isn't foolish, Nian Jing'er remarked, her gaze fixed on the video, which Su Bai had instructed Lu Shi to record. Originally intended to capture his own heroic demeanor, but regrettably became a tribute to another. The divine authority that allowed the divine core to forcibly enter a body would not be fatal. However, a prolonged recovery period of several months was inevitable. Su Bai felt a surge of frustration, contemplating whether to drag Zhang Yi out and let him succumb. Just joining the team and already facing months of incapacitation? He now had ample reason to suspect that Zhang Yi was feigning illness to avoid work. Otherwise, why expend such effort against 9 targets that wouldn't run? Damn it. He had thought he had found a formidable ally, only to find himself disillusioned in such a short span. Lu Shi, perceptive as ever, saw through Su Bai's inner turmoil. With a resigned smile, she shifted the conversation. Could you elaborate on the tale of Yi shooting the 9 suns? Is it truly as legendary as they say? Her tone carried a hint of reverence, recognizing the seriousness of Nian Jing'er, who lacked any gluttonous tendencies. The curiosity of the others was piqued as well. The 9 suns represented 9 celestial bodies. In essence, if it were merely that, it wouldn't be particularly extraordinary. Even formidable nebula-tier beings could achieve such feats, making the claims seem overly embellished. Not at all, Nian Jing'er replied with a congenial demeanor, being an eyewitness to that war and possessing profound knowledge of the events. This narrative traces back to the era of the Golden Beast invasion. The 9 suns were, in fact, 9 sacred-level golden beasts. They spearheaded the assault into the mythical universe. He drew his bow, concentrating his essence into 9 arrows. With a simultaneous release, the 9 arrows struck down the 9 beasts, impeding the advance of the Golden Beast army and granting humanity precious time to prepare for battle. Otherwise, the first wave of assault would have resulted in catastrophic losses for humanity. From that moment on, he became renowned, and the legend of him shooting down the 9 beasts spread throughout the military. Perhaps it was because those 9 golden beasts revealed their true forms, their bodies wreathed in flames, appearing to the diminutive humans like blazing suns. Over time, this transformed into the tale of Yi shooting the 9 suns. Chapter 113. 3 days inside the cockpit of the Thorny Rose, the members of the unnamed squad listened intently to Nian Jing'er narrate the ancient tales. Akin to diligent students in a classroom, even the usually stoic Song Ran was no exception. Stories such as the wrath of Gong Gong touching Mount Buzhou and Nuwa mending the heavens were, in fact, part of an intricate scheme. At that time, scouts discovered that the Buzhou mountain star region harbored a multitude of golden beasts. The ancestral deity, Gong Gong, ventured forth alone, employing grandiose means to shatter the star domain, unleashing chaos through rampant spatial turbulence. Subsequently, Nuwa sealed off the region of Mount Buzhou, effectively severing the lifeline of the golden beasts within. The battle at Mount Buzhou transformed the area into a perilous zone, one that remains largely untraversed by those wary of its dangers. As Nian Jing'er recounted ancient secrets from her first-hand experience, time slipped away unnoticed. The fiery clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a cerulean expanse above. A resplendent sun hung in the heavens, bestowing long-awaited warmth upon the planet of Ni'erdu. Sunlight flooded the cockpit, and Su Bai, stretching his limbs, felt as though his joints were rusting from merely a few days spent in the damp environment. Bathed in sunlight, he relished the enchanting tales spun by Nian Jing'er. Yet, as he savored this serene afternoon, a shrill, piercing alarm shattered the tranquility. Dressed in camouflage, the scout in Yu appeared alongside the normally attired Jin Yu. The Su family fleet from the True Federation was advancing towards the planet. Jin Yu activated the radar, which displayed a multitude of red dots. The fleet comprised 101 warships, with the flagship being a Nebula-class vessel, 10 Stellar-class ships, and the remainder being planetary-class. Stepping out of the cockpit, Su Bai gazed toward the horizon, where the earlier ominous clouds had been incinerated. Now, however, a dark mass loomed once more, heralding the arrival of the Su family fleet. Upon entering the vicinity of Ni'erdu, the fleet halted its advance, save for a solitary starship that approached with a sense of isolation. It was not long before this vessel drew near the Thorned Rose, where a cultured gentleman emerged onto the deck and locked eyes with Su Bai. This gentleman was undoubtedly Su, the leader of the Ni'erdu Federation's rating review team. His tone was warm and familiar, akin to that of an old friend. "I am Su Jiwen, the head of the Su family," he introduced himself. Su Bai, disinterested in pleasantries, pointed toward the fleet and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Master Su, it is merely my mischievous niece running amok. I have come to escort her home," he replied. "As for the fleet, I am merely an ordinary person without any means of protection. It is only reasonable to have security in such situations, is it not?" "Indeed, it is quite reasonable," Su Bai replied with a smile that abruptly shifted. "But what if I refuse to allow you to take Wanjia? Why must you be so obstinate, Leader Su? Besides, this is a matter for my Su family. Your involvement seems rather excessive," retorted Su Jiwen, his smile fading as he glanced toward the ship's cabin. "Why do a few of you not come out to speak?" Upon being discovered, the individuals within the cabin ceased their concealment and stepped forth. "Oh, Miss Kong is also here," Su Jiwen acknowledged, having met Miss Kong before. He performed a gentlemanly gesture towards Kong Qing and continued, "I trust that Miss Kong will adhere to the regulations of the Credibility Guild and refrain from meddling in the affairs of other factions. The Credibility Guild never interferes in the matters of other factions. I shall certainly not make an exception," Kong Qing affirmed with a nod, declining to leverage the guild's influence. A renewed smile graced Su Jiwen's face, more pronounced than before, as his sole concern had been alleviated. He no longer feared retribution from Kong Qing. The esteemed Credibility Chamber has stood the test of time, upheld by its reputation and honor. It would be insensible to tarnish its name over trivial matters. I kindly ask everyone to step aside. My niece is below, and I shall fetch her shortly. Please bear with me. Wait a moment. What? Is Miss Kong having second thoughts? Not at all. The Credibility Chamber refrains from interfering in the affairs of other powers. Yet it does not preclude me from engaging in this matter in my personal capacity. Your personal capacity? Huh. Su Jiwen laughed. Having distanced herself from the Credibility Chamber and the Kong family, what is she now? An ordinary secondary gene user? A student of Jin Yuan? Or perhaps a commander of the Thorned Rose, rivaling a stellar-class warship? In his eyes, none of these held any significance. Miss Kong, please do not jest. I am not jesting. Very well. How do you intend to stop me? With this warship? Or with just a few of you? Su Jiwen scoffed at their audacity. Stamping his foot, this Nebula-class warship of mine could obliterate all of you with a single shot. After that, it would no longer be my concern. Kong Qing smiled gently. Engaging directly? She had never considered it, winking at Su Bai and taking a step back. Captain, I leave it to you. The cautious Su Jiwen scrutinized Su Bai, realizing that anyone capable of winning Kong Qing's allegiance as a team member must possess some merit. He recalled the information gathered about Su Bai below. Su Bai hailed from a small planet in the Three-Star Federation, having secured first place in the Jin Yuan assessment rankings. After that, there was no further information. He conceded that among his peers, Su Bai was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, in the presence of the fleet he commanded, he paled in comparison. However, Kong Qing was not one to put on airs. Su Jiwen felt a twinge of concern over potential missteps and decided to persuade them once more. Captain Su, if you step aside, I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, should a conflict arise, it would be a tragedy for all involved. I believe you are correct. A look of dilemma crossed Su Bai's face. After all, Su Wan was my senior, who had taken care of me upon enrollment. Selling her out burdens my conscience. Su Jiwen was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he trying to extract benefits from him? Truly a product of a small place, always seeking some advantage. He felt a flicker of disdain for Su Bai, but quickly masked it, recovering his composure. He then produced a bank card, tossing it to Su Bai. Captain Su, This card contains 100,000 cosmic coins. Consider it a passage fee, if you will. Truly deserving of his position, the Su family head is magnanimous. Su Bai caught the card and bowed slightly, yet he cautioned against greed. The Su family head has misunderstood. Su Bai shook the bank card, hastily adding, "Having accepted the money, I must allow passage. Who does not know that I, Su Bai, am a man of my word?" Uffed. Lucy could not contain herself, quickly turning to retreat behind Kong Qing. However, Kong Qing indicated that she too was struggling to contain her laughter and turned to enter the ship's cabin with Lu Shi. Su Bai's expression stiffened slightly. What kind of teammate is this, undermining the captain? Fortunately, Su Jiwen was not perturbed, and Su Bai, possessing thick skin, did not dwell on it. He merely wished to ask the Su family head to wait a few more days. He gestured towards the iron underground city below and then pointed into the distance. The finishing touches on Nelder Star were yet to be completed. At this moment, if you were to go and fetch Sister Wan, and something were to go awry, it would not bode well for me with the Academy, would it? By the time we depart, Nelder Star will indeed be under your command. Huh. To act like a courtesan while still seeking to maintain a facade of respectability. Reaping all the benefits and preserving one's pride. Su Jiwen retracted his hypocritical smile, no longer concealing his disdain. How long do you expect me to wait? 10 days. Once that period elapses, I shall leave immediately. 3 days. And mind you, do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. The star network of the Nelder Federation is sealed off, and you will find it impossible to contact the outside world. Deal. 3 days it is. Su Bai cheerfully saw Su Jiwen off, turning away with a smirk. 3 days? When that time comes, you shall meet your doom. Chapter 114. Assistance on the way. Having dealt with Su Jiwen, Su Bai returned to the cockpit. He casually grabbed 2 pieces of dried fruit from Yin Jing'er and popped them into his mouth. They were rather sweet. Such a glutton was evidently not a deity of mercy. Nian Jing'er glared at him, shifting her body to deny him further access. It's merely 2 slices of dried fruit. How stingy. Su Bai muttered, tossing a bank card to Kong Qing. 100,000 cosmic coins, which would cover the cost of purchasing 50 D-grade healing potions, leaving 50,000 as reserve funds for the team. Kong Qing toyed with the bank card, finding Su Bai to be more of a businessman than herself. Her previously assertive demeanor had been a result of Su Bai's strong insistence. Otherwise, given her tendency to weigh pros and cons, she would never have acted so boldly, especially in the face of such a disparity in strength. Are you truly selling Sister Wan? Impossible. Do I strike you as that sort of person? Not really. Lu Shi interjected with a sharp remark. You absolutely are. The others nodded in unison. Su Bai felt profoundly wronged, projecting a star map, revealing a Jinyuan badge. Swiftly approaching the Nelder Federation, calculating the speed of movement and the distance, it would take no more than 3 days to arrive, perhaps even a few hours earlier. Facing them were a Nebula-class ship and 10-star-class ships, not even accounting for the mechs. Engaging them directly would be futile. I had long since sought assistance from Jinyuan. Assistance? Surely you've noticed the rewards for ranking first in the competitive battles? One of them allows for a plea for help from the Academy when encountering threats 2 levels above one's own in a safe zone. The 5 divine nations reside in the outermost layer, keeping the top-tier golden beasts at bay, followed by various divine realms addressing gaps, with mid-tier forces, 5 academies, and the Federation situated in the inner layer, also known as the safe zone. Just yesterday, Su Wan had mentioned that the Nelder Federation was sealed off, and the star network was inaccessible. Su Bai had tasked Yu Yu with probing the enemy's fleet size and had quietly pressed the assistance button. Reporting the actual number of ships, the Jinyuan Guard would dispatch forces that were double the enemy's strength for rescue. The safe zone represents the upper echelons of humanity, a place designed for the new generation to thrive in stability. Jinyuan particularly nurtures elite forces. To perish in the outer layers signifies a lack of strength. To die on the battlefield against the golden beasts is a fate that cannot be blamed on anyone. However, to die from internal strife in the inner layers is somewhat indefensible. Regardless, the esteemed Jinyuan Academy cannot afford to lose such a person. Of course, I have observed. Kong Qing glanced at her astrolabe, confirming the inability to connect to the star network. I was inquiring how you sought assistance. There is a little dear. Su Bai stared at her as if she were a fool, and Yu Yu also poked her head out, regarding her with a similar expression of bewilderment. Naturally, it is I. The 2, one large and one small, mirrored each other's expressions and tones. Kong Qing slapped her forehead, feeling foolish for having forgotten. The mythological intelligence. How could I have overlooked this? I shall check on Zhang Yi. I will need to borrow your laboratory in the coming days. As Su Bai spoke, he made his way towards the door, reaching the side of Nian Jing'er, his hand darting out like lightning to precisely grasp the paper bag containing the dried fruits. All mine. Nian Jing'er stood frozen, a piece of fruit dropping from her hand. Once Su Bai had sprinted away, she suddenly regained her senses, her anger surging, turning her delicate face crimson. Su Bai. In the medical room, Su Bai climbed onto the medical pod, opening a small hatch. He reached inside. grasping Zhang Yi's hair and pulling it out. With his other hand holding scissors, he snipped away. Snip! Approximately a bundle's length of damp hair was severed. After completing the task, he gingerly tucked Zhang Yi's hair back in and closed the pod's hatch. Immediately, like a thief, he descended from the medical pod with utmost stealth. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Su Bai's toes touched the ground, a bubbling sound emanated from within the medical pod. Glancing over, he found Zhang Yi had awakened at some point, staring at him with wide eyes. Su Bai clutched a handful of hair in his left hand and scissors in his right, his expression exceedingly awkward. Ah, you're awake. Zhang Yi remained silent, reaching behind him to straighten his hair. The long strands that once reached his waist were now shortened. Why awaken now of all times? Su Bai stealthily hid his hands behind his back, casting furtive glances away from Zhang Yi. This comical display caused Zhang Yi to chuckle. At that moment, Su Bai, flustered, resorted to his trump card. Leaning forward, he declared, "It's just a bit of hair, no big deal. When you emerge, I'll let you shave my head completely." Zhang Yi, are you jesting? With that buzz cut of yours, those few strands would grow back in just a couple of days, wouldn't they? He closed his eyes, waving his hand dismissively, urging Su Bai to leave promptly. He truly did not care about the hair. It was merely a handful, and he had already intended to cut it, since he had decided to follow Su Bai and not remain in the secluded inner Erdwa star. Keeping long hair was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Su Bai strutted out of the medical room, akin to a victorious rooster. Once outside, he ran his hand over his head, the slightly prickly sensation bringing a smile of pride to his face. How naive to challenge me. Back on White Star, he lacked the funds for a haircut. Later, having acquired wealth, he had grown accustomed to the style, finding it lazy to manage, thus opting for a buzz cut. As his hair grew slightly, he would transmute the excess with golden energy, ensuring it remained at an approximate length of 5 millimeters. Over the years, this method had saved him a considerable sum on haircuts. Frugality in household management undeniably depends on you, Su Bai. With a hint of self-praise, he stepped into the laboratory. Su Bai strode directly to a piece of equipment. Little dear, what are you doing? Do you know how to use this? He inquired, pointing at the analyzer before him. The very apparatus he had discovered through his search on StarNet. Of course, I can operate it. As a mythical intelligence, using such devices is fundamental, he replied. Moments later, and Yu, adorned in a white lab coat and spectacles, made her entrance. You look quite charming in that attire, she remarked, her delight evident. It was rare for Su Bai to possess such discerning taste, and the compliment invigorated her spirit for work. What are we analyzing? She inquired. Just place the items inside. Su Bai instructed, depositing Zhang Yi's hair into the machine, along with a pouch of powder he had scraped from the body of the mythical Dari. All right, let's examine these two components for any similarities. Are you daft? One is a metallic substance, and the other is hair. If they share any commonality, it would be a miracle, and Yu quipped, yet her body obediently followed Su Bai's command. The analyzer whirred to life, breaking down the powder and hair to their most primitive structures for analysis. Shortly thereafter, the machine came to a halt, displaying a string of characters on the screen. Su Bai scrutinized it for a moment before conceding defeat. He could not decipher it. He resolved to devote time to studying this field, realizing that even a basic understanding of the data was necessary. It would be utterly embarrassing to possess answers yet lack the ability to transcribe them. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to consult in Yu. What does this mean? The left side shows the material analysis report of the powder, revealing numerous components that the machine could not identify. Unsurprisingly, if it could analyze them, it would be miraculous. The equipment at the Morningstar Research Institute is among the most advanced in the universe. If it cannot ascertain the composition of the mythical mecha, one can only imagine the limitations regarding the laboratory attached to the Thorns Rose, and Yu explained, gesturing towards the left. The hair appears quite ordinary with no notable differences. The similarity between the two is zero. Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed Zhang Yi's path was blocked, necessitating a shift in focus towards the realm of energy. Chapter 115. The placement issues of the ne'er-do-wells. Zhang Yi luxuriated in a bath aboard the Thorns Rose. Leaving Song Ran to oversee matters. The others returned to the underground. Sunlight streamed through the aperture created by Nianjinger, flooding the steel subterranean city. Although the underground city boasted an artificial sun, one could surmise the inferior quality of a star manufactured by the Stellar Federation. The arrival of genuine sunlight brightened the underground significantly. Using the regular lift, they descended back into the underground city. Su Bai glanced at the gaping hole above and then at Nianjing. Where are the branches? It's quite presumptuous to alter the structure that others toiled to build. Noticing Su Bai's gaze, Nianjinger warily tucked her snacks into her embrace, shooting him a fierce glare. Su Bai, do not pilfer her snacks again, Lucy admonished. Recalling the distressing scene of Nianjinger shedding tears earlier, which left her head spinning from having to console her for so long, Lucy has come to a realization. While Nianjinger is generally carefree and indifferent to insults, crossing the line by taking her snacks is a different matter entirely. As for Su Bai, he turns away, thinking, am I, a distinguished mythic pilot, really so underestimated as to resort to stealing someone else's food? Rank. Kong Qing exclaims softly, squinting at a figure not far away. Confirming it is indeed Rank. What are they up to? They observe Rank commanding soldiers to forcibly escort the ne'er-do-wells back to their quarters. Lucy glances at the entrance and the beams of sunlight filtering through, speculating. Are they concerned about the potential repercussions of prolonged darkness upon suddenly encountering light? Isn't this merely the consequence of someone's actions? Su Bai implies. Nian Jing'er, feigning ignorance, thinks to herself, what my master does is of no concern to me. Su Bai merely jested, not intending to delve deeper. It has nothing to do with light. The underground city possesses artificial stars, creating a dimly lit environment that wouldn't necessitate such measures. What then? Shall we inquire? Su Bai suggests, advancing towards Rank. The other three follow closely behind. However, before they can reach him, they are intercepted by a squad of soldiers. Are you seeking death? Haven't you heard the orders? Return at once. One soldier attempts to shove Su Bai aside. He raises his hand to block the push, cautious not to harm the soldier. Yet the force causes him to stagger back a step. Well, that was quite a shove. Must possess the strength of a level 1 geneticist, he muses, noting the soldier's youth, no more than 30. Such a rank is rare among the ne'er-do-wells at that age. I seek rank, Su Bai states in a calm and friendly tone. Yet, to the soldiers, his words carry a different weight, akin to addressing a deity with irreverence. Impudent. The soldiers shout in unison, aiming their guns at Su Bai. That is the esteemed Lord Rank. How dare you address him so casually? The commotion catches Rank's attention. He turns to reprimand, only to realize that his soldiers have their weapons trained on Su Bai and his companions. A cold sweat breaks out as he curses inwardly. Don't get me killed. You fools. In their presence, I am but a mere figure. He rushes over, pushing through the soldiers, bowing respectfully to Su Bai. Esteemed sirs, my subordinates lack understanding. I beg your forgiveness. It's quite all right, Su Bai reassures him. The ne'er-do-wells of the underground city revere Rank like a deity, and Su Bai is not one to take offense over trivialities. Are you gentlemen seeking Miss Su? Allow me to accompany you. Very well. Please hold on a moment while I make arrangements, Rank replies, instructing a soldier before driving Su Bai and his companions back to their quarters. On the way, Su Bai notices soldiers patrolling to prevent anyone from venturing out. What is this all about? He inquires. Rank glances at Nian Jing'er with concern and whispers. The hope of the city above has shattered. This place is no longer safe. We can only send them home to slow the spread of infection. But hasn't the rain ceased? Lucy asks curiously. There's no genetic rain anymore. What is there to fear? The rain has ceased, yet Lank's countenance remains sorrowful. For a decade, the deluge has flooded the planet of Neerdo, rendering it uninhabitable despite the cessation of rain. Originally, Hope City stood as the sole sanctuary. But now it lies compromised. The remnants of genetic agents will seep through the fissures, and until repairs are completed, Hope City will remain perpetually endangered. Lank gazes at the soldiers in the streets and the citizens peering out of windows, their eyes brimming with hope as they bask in the sunlight. They can only trust in fate. If they can endure until repairs are made, they may survive. Otherwise, they shall become akin to those outside. As he is lost in thought, Lank arrives at his residence. Su Wan is pacing in the conference hall, having lain in bed for too long and in need of movement. You're back? Did my uncle give you any trouble? She inquires with concern upon seeing the group return. His focus is on me. Worst case, I will accompany him back. My uncle would not harm family. And as for my father, he is merely under house arrest, so I am safe. Do not worry, Sister Wan. Just remain at ease, Su Bai reassures her. Then poses a question. Is there any hope for those Neerdo people infected outside to recover? Given that the serum was developed by the Su family, Su Wan, as an insider, should possess some knowledge. After a moment of silence, she shakes her head. There is no salvation. My father has organized research into an antidote. And those in the underground city, with lesser quantities of the genetic agent in their systems, can be cured with the holy healing serum. However, for those outside, they can no longer be considered human. At best, they are merely grotesque, humanoid forms. Understood, Su Bai sighs, reflecting on the notation at the bottom of the mission. In dire circumstances, annihilate the planet and extinguish the race. Must it come to that? What do you intend to do with those people in the underground city? The Neerdo Federation is ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Su family. I could manage to take a few individuals, but not so many. I don't know either. You are aware that the current head of the Su family is my uncle, who does not concern himself with their fates. To him, they are merely test subjects. What if the head were your father? Su Wan responds instinctively. Then it would be simple. Collectively, they number less than 100 million, and they could be easily relocated to other life planets belonging to the Su family. Then there is no issue. With arrangements in place, Su Bai feels a sense of relief. In 3 days, when reinforcements arrive, Su Jiwen will inevitably face consequences and spend years laboring at the sewing machine. At that time, Kong Qing will have the leader of the True Federation and the Credibility Chamber of Commerce make an appearance, facilitating discussions regarding 2 business deals with Su Jiwu. The reinstatement of Su Jiwu as the head of the Su family is a foregone conclusion, ensuring that the surviving Ni-Erdo citizens will have a future. The Credibility Chamber of Commerce does not interfere in the internal affairs of other factions. They merely designate discussion partners in compliance with regulations. You all should have arranged the retreat for the Ni-Erdo citizens. I have matters to attend to in the coming days, so do not seek me unless necessary. With arrangements set, Su Bai departs, accompanied by Yuan Bao, stepping out into the world. 2 hours later, Su Bai stands atop a high-rise rooftop, observing the throngs below, murmuring to himself, how can one integrate golden energy into the human body? Chapter 116, Successful Experiment. 2 days later, at the Ragab theme park, within the zoo area. Bang! A monkey's lifeless body was cast aside. Yuan Bao, catch another one. We are on the brink of success. Su Bai's expression radiated excitement. After 2 continuous days of experimentation, the results were remarkable. He had discerned the path forward, with success merely a step away. Whoosh! A flash of golden light zipped by, and moments later, Yuan Bao returned with an unconscious monkey clutched in its mouth. Well done, Su Bai praised, conjuring a lump of golden substance to feed Yuan Bao, gently patting its little head. Where did you learn such habits? You resemble a little kitten, panting like a dog. Owl. All right, do as you please. Su Bai seized the monkey, placing his hand against its head, allowing the golden energy to flow from his palm into the monkey's body. He proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring not a trace of golden energy escaped. It is crucial to note that this golden energy is highly toxic to all but himself, Yuan Bao, and the golden beasts. A moment's inattention could lead to it mingling with the creature's blood, resulting in consequences ranging from paralysis and the need for a mechanical body to instant death. Impervious even to SSS-grade healing serums. With deft control, Su Bai manipulated the golden energy like delicate threads beneath the monkey's skin, weaving it together as one would fabric. Time slipped away, and his focus intensified, leaving no room for negligence. His movements, while maintaining precision, grew increasingly rapid. If observed under a microscope, the intertwining golden threads would appear as mere remnants, indistinct and blurred. The surge in speed indicated progress. As the midday sun began to set, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red, Su Bai halted his actions, triumphant. He poked the monkey's abdomen with his finger and distinctly felt a layer of hardened protection beneath its skin. Smack! With a swift motion, he roused the monkey from its stupor. The monkey gazed at Su Bai in confusion before sluggishly crawling away. Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction. The creature was alive. His hypothesis was viable. Next, he would need to advance to human subjects. He reclaimed the monkey, absorbing all the golden substance within it, and made his way outside. The amusement park was still bustling with visitors, though many lay collapsed on the ground, their fates uncertain. The remaining individuals trudged through the park, aimlessly meandering with heavy steps. Under the influence of the genetic agents, they had entirely lost the instinct to eat. Initially, Su Bai intended to experiment directly on humans. But as someone who had never even used a laboratory mouse, the thought of proceeding directly with human subjects felt overwhelmingly daunting. Su Bai entered the security guard station. Finding it empty, he lay down on the bed, as was his custom, informing Lu Shi of his safety before drifting into slumber, fully clothed. He decided to rest for the night, waiting for his mental strength and golden energy to replenish. Yuan Bao was tasked with guarding the door, as Su Bai did not wish to be awakened by any intruder in the midst of his slumber. The following day, Su Bai stretched lazily. Having slept soundly from sunset to sunrise, feeling refreshed from head to toe. Yuan Bao, come collect your payment. Ow ow. Yuan Bao, with its short legs, leaped into Su Bai's embrace. Panting with its tongue out, Su Bai's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to comment. He tossed a golden bone to Yuan Bao, which eagerly clutched it and burrowed into Su Bai's arms. It was time for a shift. It was time for Yuan Bao to rest. Yuan Bao thought with satisfaction about its duty and paycheck. While it slumbered, Su Bai remained on duty, the poor fellow getting nothing in return for his labor. As Su Bai prepared to wash his face, he hesitated, recalling that the water from Near-Duo Star was infused with technology and harsh elements. He promptly abandoned the idea. The sooner he completed his tasks, the sooner he could finish for the day. It was the 3rd day, and the agreed-upon time was approaching. Reinforcements would soon arrive, and they could wrap things up and depart. Another night passed. In the amusement park, fewer than 10 individuals remained standing. Su Bai scanned the area, considering the first attempt. The difficulty should not be too high. He selected a child approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. Little brother, it's you, he declared. With a swift chop of his hand, the child rolled his eyes and fainted. This technique was the most familiar to him. If only he could wield a bow with such proficiency. Reflecting on his precise methods, Su Bai hoisted the child and dashed to the top of the Ferris wheel. It was sufficiently quiet there, free from the disturbances of those below. Mythical Guanyin. The mech materialized, hovering in midair. Su Bai reached out to touch the foot of the mech, activating the golden core. Soon, a section of the mech's foot transformed into gold, which was then absorbed. He intended to use this gold energy, akin to the mech's divine core, to forge a path that would gain the child's acceptance by Guanin's divine essence. Sensing that the quantity was sufficient, Su Bai withdrew his hand and pulled the child closer. Noticing the child's thick black hair, he contemplated before converting the hair into gold for absorption. A freshly minted bald head emerged atop the Ferris wheel. Su Bai was thoroughly pleased. This was indeed an effective means of obliteration, a new function acquired. One could imagine that even burnt corpses leave ashes, yet this gold absorption left nothing behind. Dispelling distracting thoughts, he closed his eyes and focused. 5 minutes later, Su Bai resolutely took action. Golden energy surged forth, pouring into the child's smooth scalp. Logically, the head, being the most vulnerable part of the body due to the presence of the brain, was his chosen entry point. This was because the head not only housed the brain but also served as a vessel for spirit or, perhaps, the soul. Deceiving the divine core required utmost precision. Perhaps due to his frequent gold transformations, Su Bai found it easier to construct a gold energy layer within a human body than within an animal. After about an hour, the last trace of gold energy permeated, completing the task. A faint golden glow emanated beneath the child's skin. If one were to peel back his scalp, they would discover a layer of golden substance evenly spread across his skull. With a sigh, he approached the final step. Whether it would succeed now depended on this moment. Su Bai felt an undeniable tension as he focused on the child, exercising the authority of a mythical mech pilot. He granted the child the ability to control the mythical mech of Guanin. The eyes of the mythical Guanin radiated dazzling light, which streamed through the glass of the Ferris wheel, illuminating the child as it scanned back and forth. Su Bai grew increasingly anxious, scarcely daring to breathe. Should he fail, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. The examination concerning the concentration of breath and the scrutiny of the child by the mythological Guanin took far longer than the time allotted to assess Su Bai previously. For the first time, he truly understood the meaning of time dragging on like an eternity. It was agonizing. A full 5 minutes passed. The light in the mech's eye faded. Then, under Su Bai's breathless and focused gaze, the cockpit door opened. Success! Su Bai erupted in a cheer of exhilaration. Just as he was about to absorb the golden energy within the child, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The child's body levitated, crashing through the Ferris wheel's door, only to be drawn into the cockpit by the mythological Guanin. Su Bai was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, far below in Hope City, Guanin, who was reciting scriptures within Nianjing, suddenly changed expression. Another pilot for the mythological Guanin? What in the world was Su Bai up to? Without time to inform Nianjing, Guanin replaced her consciousness, asserting control over her body, summoned the mech, and dashed out through the breach created last time. Lu Shi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Could something have gone awry on Su Bai's end? Kong Qing speculated. Nianjing would not leave without a word. Clearly, it was Guanin who had just taken control of her body. The only connection on Erdwa Star was with Su Bai. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi rose and headed outside. Let us follow. Chapter 117. Difficult task? Then let it be. Amusement park. By the time Su Bai regained his bearings, the cockpit door had already sealed shut. He watched silently, taking no further action. The child was merely a test subject. It was preferable for him to exhaust all options. What if this divine core was playing tricks, feigning approval of the examination to lure them in for slaughter? Within the confines of the mythological Guanin, invisible to Su Bai, the unconscious child floated in the cockpit. The divine core of the mech emitted a mysterious energy, washing over the child's body. A slight liquid seeped from the pores of the child's skin. Before long, the liquid coalesced into streams, cascading down. The child, already frail, appeared even more emaciated from the loss of such fluid. After a while, the energy from the divine core circulated through his body, ensuring that all the abnormal liquids were expelled. The energy of the divine core suddenly became gentle, nourishing the child's body and sustaining his vitality. Su Bai sensed a lull within. Before he could investigate, a mech suddenly flew in. Behind it, the Thorn Rose arrived as well. As the mech dissipated, Nianjing leaped onto the Ferris wheel. With a cold expression, she pointed at the mythological Guanin and, devoid of any emotion, addressed Su Bai. Are you about to breach our agreement? It was no wonder she was furious. It was akin to purchasing a car, paying in full, only for the dealership to delay repeatedly. Later, the buyer discovered that the vehicle had been taken away by another person. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. Lu Shi, who jumped down right after, asked, "What's wrong, to Bai? This is a misunderstanding. I was merely conducting an experiment." Su Bai, feeling a sense of guilt, managed a bitter smile as he opened the cockpit of the mythical Guanin and retrieved the unconscious child with the bald head. During this process, he discreetly absorbed the golden energy within him, reclaiming control and bestowing primary authority upon Nian Jing'er. The mythical Guanyin once again radiated light, assessing Nian Jing'er's qualifications. This time, it merely grazed her before retracting. I, Su Bai, shall undoubtedly honor my promise. It is yours now. Nian Jing'er snorted lightly and stowed the mech back aboard the Thorned Rose. She refrained from inquiring further about the child, knowing that Su Bai would not divulge any information. Rather than dwell on that, it would be more prudent to properly instruct Nian Jing'er. Such a fickle temperament, truly difficult to accommodate. Su Bai, what is this? Lu Shi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the child. An experimental subject, of little utility, Su Bai responded instinctively, lowering his gaze. Just then, the child opened his eyes, locking gazes with Su Bai. Who are you? I am your father, Su Bai blurted out without thinking. Instantly, he sensed something amiss. Has he begun to speak? He noticed a spark of life and profound confusion in the child's eyes. Daddy, the child murmured, seemingly believing him, before slipping back into unconsciousness. Within the mythical Guanyin, the divine core sustained his vitality, but such favor would not extend beyond its confines. Su Bai realized the child's life force was rapidly dissipating. Had it not been for their earlier exchange, he would have discarded the child like a monkey at the zoo. However, he resolved to save him first, hoping to ascertain any potential aftereffects. Casting a glance at the perplexed Lu Shi, he said, "We must return to the starship. This child is on the brink of death." Understood, Lu Shi nodded, and the two ascended the transport platform, returning to the Thorned Rose. The Thorned Rose spanned over 300 meters, and it was unlikely there was only one medical pod. Su Bai placed the child beside Zhang Yi in one of the medical pods and injected him with an F-grade healing serum. Whether you survive now depends on your fate. Once he completed the procedure, Lu Shi finally found the opportunity to ask, "What is the story with this child? Wasn't the situation outside hopeless? How did he regain consciousness?" It must be the divine core, Su Bai conjectured, stumbling upon the truth. At such a level, it would be effortless to eliminate the genetic agents within him. I see. Does that mean those others have a chance? Lu Shi began, only to pause with a sigh. Su Bai shrugged. This route is impractical. While he can save individuals this way, he won't choose to do so. Reducing the time to save a person to just 1 hour means that, even if he were to work tirelessly and disregard the need for replenishing golden energy, he could only save 24 individuals in a single day. Yet, the Naruto star has nearly 10 billion inhabitants. That translates to over 100 million years. It would be utterly exhausting, and he couldn't possibly save them all. If this child survives, what do you intend to do? Lu Shi teased, he did call you daddy. Su Bai felt the urge to slap himself for his careless words. Should I just abandon him? In the future, if it gets out that Su Bai once abandoned his son, how will he continue to navigate his life? We shall see if he can rise again. TSK, someone has become a father at such a tender age. Do not take pride in that. I am his father, and you are his mother. Su Bai? As the two engaged in their playful banter, the voice of Kong Qing suddenly echoed through the infirmary's intercom. Su Jiwen is looking for you. Hurry to the command room. Starship channel. Commander Su, the 3 days have elapsed. The voice of Su Jiwen resonated. Su Bai gazed out from the command room, spotting hundreds of starships standing at the horizon. As for that head of the Su family, I still have matters to attend to. When I say 3 days, I mean 3 days. Listening to Su Jiwen's tone, which brooked no delay, Su Bai could only respond. Please wait 2 minutes. Mute our side's voice. Kong Qing inquired, what shall we do? How long until the reinforcements arrive? Su Bai furrowed his brow and sent a communication to the support team. Hello, I am in an urgent situation. May I ask how long until your arrival? A robust voice responded from the other end. Oh, wasn't the agreed time still half a day away? Plans often fall short of changes. There is little I can do. Understood, we will arrive within an hour. Please expedite. Very well. He severed the communication, feeling vexed. Clearly, there was still half a day left. It was not just the Su family at fault. I too bear the surname Su. Su Jiwen, lacking martial ethics, has no sense of timing. Su Bai wanted to engage him in a debate to buy some time. Unfortunately, judging by his demeanor, it was evident he would not entertain such discussions. Su Jiwen initiated another communication request. Kong Qing connected the call. Commander Su, how is the discussion progressing? Could you grant me a favor and delay a bit longer? Su Jiwen scoffed. What favor do you deserve? Moreover, your repeated delays instinctively signal trouble. Time is of the essence. His tone conveyed an unyielding resolve. The energy consumption of my 100 starships, along with the needs of the crew, incurs significant costs every second. Your procrastination complicates matters for me. Su Bai remained silent for a moment. Just when Su Jiwen thought he might relent, he flipped the table. Complicated? Then don't bother. Did Liang Jingru give you that courage? Can't you see how many starships stand behind me? Have you grown bold enough to speak so defiantly under such an imbalance of power? What does Commander Su mean? Are we on the brink of war? Su Jiwen's tone turned frosty, and with a wave of his hand, the starships behind him dispersed. You are students of Jinyuan Academy, within the safety zone. I would not dare to endanger your lives. However, should you meddle in the affairs of the Su family, should I inadvertently incapacitate you, Jinyuan Academy will not pursue the matter. I trust that someone of your standing would not contravene the unspoken rules of the safety zone, would you? Humph. Do not attempt to provoke me. I, Su Jiwen, am not inclined to breach the rules for dealing with you. According to protocol, the forces I deploy may only exceed yours by 1 level, yet there are no stipulations on numbers. Chapter 118. A stillborn fate in the command room of the Thorned Rose. All eyes turned to Su Bai. Prepare for battle. Su Bai commanded with a steady voice. The Thorned Rose shall remain stationary. We will not deploy our starships, and they have no justification to do so either. Piloting mechas. We shall transfer the battlefield to the expanse of the stars, engaging in evasion tactics for an hour. Indeed, indeed, indeed. The expressions of Lu Shi, Kong Qing, and Song Ran were solemn, offering no dissent as they accepted the command. As the impending battle loomed, only Captain Su Bai's voice was permitted within the ranks. Usurping authority at such a critical moment is a grave taboo. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Su Bai chuckled softly. Relax, Su Jiwen wouldn't dare take our lives. Consider the opposing forces as mere practice partners. He directed a glance towards the corner where Nian Jing'er stood, tentatively inquiring, after this battle, I shall reclaim the mythical affiliation. I too shall take action later, treating it as a lesson for Jing'er. Thank you. The primary control authority is the highest privilege beyond ownership. Su Bai could forcibly reclaim Nian Jing'er's primary control, regaining the mythical Guanyin. However, as long as Nian Jing'er held that authority, all decisions regarding the mythical Guanyin, including the affiliated mecha, rested with her. I recall you wield a blade, correct? Yes. In response, Su Bai produced the mecha insignia of the mythical affiliated blade which, and handed it to Kong Qing. The blade which surpasses your golden powder rose. Is this truly for me? Kong Qing accepted the insignia, connecting it with her mind. As she explored the accessible blade which, she was momentarily taken aback. This is the mythical affiliation. The affiliated mechas of the Credibility Consortium are held by a select few. Even with her status as a Credibility 5, she possessed none. Kong Qing had considered following Su Bai, hoping to eventually acquire one, but she never anticipated it would come so easily. The ease of it left her in disbelief. Her profit-driven mindset led her to speculate whether Su Bai's action bore hidden significance. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained indifferent to her thoughts. The mythical mecha and its affiliated counterparts maintain a master-subordinate relationship. Only the usable affiliated mechas are deemed true mechas. Those relegated to the mecha space are no better than scrap metal. He was not worried about Kong Qing fleeing. He could reclaim it at any moment. Su Bai turned to Song Ran, retrieving the insignia of the mythical affiliated wealthy boy. You know how to handle a spear, correct? Yes. In a decisive manner, Song Ran, in her second persona, accepted the insignia. Remaining was Lu Shi with the mythical affiliated Pearl Dragon Lady. Su Bai made no further arrangements, utilizing all available resources. The squad's combat capability reached its zenith. Remember, safety is paramount. Beep. After Su Bai's declaration, the star instrument chimed. He connected, finding it was a communication from Su Wan. Hello, Su Bai. Is the battle about to commence? I'm fine now. I can assist. No way. The enemy is here to capture you. Stay put and don't expose yourself. Safety will be assured in an hour. After severing the communication, Su Wan stared vacantly at the fleet above, lost in thought. Uncle. The Su family fleet. Suddenly, Su Jiwen noticed 5 mechas materializing atop the Thorny Rose. In an instant, the mechas surged forth into the cosmos, leaving the Thorny Rose suspended above the underground city. Master, what should we do? Inquired the fleet commander, Su Bang. They have fled. Should we send someone to capture Miss Wan? Su Jiwen closed his eyes in contemplation, displaying no signs of urgency. At that moment, a projection appeared above the Thorned Rose, revealing the figure of Su Bai, head of the Su family. I have instructed my team to entertain you. Following this, the mythical figure of Da-Yi drew his bow and shot an arrow towards the fleet, a clear act of provocation. Dare to come beyond the stars and engage in battle with me, Zhang Yi. In the medical chamber of the Thorned Rose, Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. After a moment, he muttered, what a shameless act. The driver of the mythical Da-Yi was indeed Su Bai. His actions were, without question, designed to cast the blame upon Zhang Yi. Otherwise, equating the mythical Da-Yi with himself would invite trouble from the God Hunters. As for Zhang Yi, Su Bai, hands on his hips, boasted with a sense of bravado, my petite frame cannot compare to a true deity. He surely possesses a countermeasure, regardless of whether others believed him. Su Bai certainly did. The arrow, lacking in power, struck the protective shield of the fleet, shattering into sparks. Su Bang, with a solemn expression, inquired, head of the family. Should we shoot him down? Su Jiwen settled into a chair, propping his head with one hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. No need. Dispatch 10 star-level mechas to confront them beyond the stars. Understood. They should fight as they see fit. Remember, do not harm Miss Kong, merely contain her. As for the others, strike decisively, but do not endanger their lives. Yes, Su Bai, filled with questions, proceeded to relay the orders. Although he was nominally the commander of the fleet, it was well known that the true backbone of the fleet was Su Bai. His orders were not to be questioned. In the squad channel, Su Bai received a report from Yu. 10-star level mechas have arrived. They truly hold us in high regard. What? 10. I can barely restrain one. Me too. I won't fight. Is that all right? Nian Jinger's timid voice abruptly ceased, and 2 seconds later, her tone turned icy. I will handle 2. Originally, Nian Jinger was merely a first-level gene user. After her awakening, she had acquired numerous valuable items from Jinyuan and the Xuanwu, now rising to a second-level gene user. Nevertheless, she was still far from the level of a star level. The other 3, apart from Su Bai, shared a similar situation. If the star-level mech is attacked with lethal intent, they might not withstand even a single blow. Yet, with the support of the mythical, and knowing the adversary would not dare to strike fatally, their options widened considerably. In simpler terms, if the opponent fired cannons at you, you could lean in, and they would have to hold back. Then it is settled. I will take care of the rest, Su Bai reiterated. If you cannot endure, surrender. They will not dare to do anything. Su Jiwen was no space pirate or slave-capturing crew. Behind him stood the formidable Su family. This was precisely why Su Bai was certain they needed to be cautious. They're here. Su Bai's gaze sharpened as 10 mechas emblazoned with the Su emblem charged forth from the planet Nierdo. He compelled Yu to forcibly connect to the enemy's communication channel. Look here. I, Zhang Yi, shall take on 5 today. With that, he drew his bow and released an arrow. A rocket was launched, swiftly transforming into a torrential downpour of arrows, enveloping 5 mechas. The pilots of the Su family received commands from above, and the 5 mechas surged towards Su Bai. He turned and fled, occasionally glancing back to unleash a barrage of arrows. If a single arrow failed to strike, he would simply send forth a multitude. As the saying goes, when in dire straits, one strikes with precision. When affluent, one blankets the target with firepower. Su Bai yearned for precise hits, yet lamentably, this wretched bow could only be aimed by its wielder. Unlike missiles, which could lock onto foes with intelligent systems, tracking and pursuing them with unwavering accuracy. If Zhang Yi were privy to Su Bai's thoughts, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes. The sun-shooting bow was his exclusive weapon, never intended for another's use. With his archery skills, such concerns were utterly irrelevant. True archers place their faith solely in themselves. Little dear, I shall also craft a mythical technique. To be named Rain of 10,000 Arrows. Does it not sound more formidable than Zhang Yi's 9 arrows hunting the sun? However, the cold voice of Yu, the AI of the mythical Dai mecha, pierced through his beautiful reverie. The essence of a mythical technique lay within the mythical mecha, utilizing the power of the divine core to unleash attacks. Rain of 10,000 arrows already resided within the skill set of the mythical Dai. The significance of the number 9, and the fame of 9 arrows hunting the sun, stemmed from a careful calculation by Zhang Yi, a harmonious balance of quality and quantity, maximizing both number and power. Beyond that, the might would diminish. How unfortunate. The dream of creating a unique mythical technique shattered before it even began. Su Bai felt a wave of sentiment as he released another volley of arrows. Upon turning, his expression changed dramatically. Before him stood a Su family mecha, shouldering a large caliber sniper cannon. A flash of fire erupted. A bullet from the sniper cannon sliced through the rain of arrows, hurtling towards him. Chapter 119, The Moment of Peril Clang. The blade of the knife which was effortlessly intercepted by the Su family mecha. Kong Qing brandished her sword, spinning around, and brought the blade down once more. As anticipated, it was once again blocked. After the deflection, the Su family mecha stood motionless, patiently awaiting the next assault. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly evident. Following the recent engagement, Kong Qing had come to understand. Su Jiwen must have explicitly instructed his team. The opponents had no intention of engaging directly. Their objective was clear, to simply stall, preventing any escape and obstructing others from intervening in battles. Kong Qing clenched her silver teeth, raising her sword and charging forward. An opportunity to practice with a free punching bag was too good to pass up. This would serve to familiarize herself with the mecha. In stark contrast to Kong Qing's lighthearted training, Lu Shi and Song Ran found themselves in a far less favorable position. The two were purely on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. The Su family pilots were keenly aware of and flawlessly executed Su Jiwen's orders. They aimed to avoid fatal injuries while delivering precise blows. The pilots engaged with Lu Shi and Song Ran deliberately steered clear of potentially lethal areas, striking with ruthless efficiency. Amidst the tempest of attacks, Lu Shi and Song Ran found themselves invigorated. Such excellent sparring partners were hard to come by. They seized every opportunity to counterattack, pushing themselves to their limits. Under the immense pressure, their progress was undeniable. Yet, in comparison to true masters, the gap remained vast. They stole glances at Nian Jinger, deeply aware of this reality. Nian Jinger, although of the same rank as them, navigated the onslaught of two stellar-class mechas with remarkable ease. It would be an exaggeration to claim she could mount a counteroffensive, at least for the time being. The two Su family pilots would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue her without resorting to lethal measures. The Bodhisattva guided Nian Jing'er's body, and while the mythical mecha played a significant role, it did not alter the fact that she was merely a secondary gene user. Her extraordinary prowess stemmed entirely from the wealth of experience honed through countless battles throughout history. Although Nian Jing'er could not manipulate her body, it did not impede her ability to perceive the external world. The Bodhisattva, surrounded by swirling lotus petals, resembled the sharpest of bone-scraping blades. The mecha danced nimbly, the metallic petals shifting and scattering in an intricate display. Faced with the Bodhisattva, the two Su family pilots were beset by frustration, secretly cursing themselves for not having targeted someone else sooner. Engaging her was akin to confronting a hedgehog, impossible to penetrate without suffering great discomfort. While battling, the Bodhisattva simultaneously instructed Nian Jing'er, using Su Bai as a cautionary tale. Pay close attention, she emphasized, for this was the proper combat strategy of the mythical Bodhisattva. She summoned images of Su Bai's clashes on the mining star against the golden beast. Naturally, a hint of red adorned the scene. Su Bai's combat style was utterly reckless. As a non-close combat mecha, he could not harness its full potential through such brutish methods. Nian Jing'er gazed in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she thought of one day piloting this mecha herself. Yet, could one expect a student to remain fully attentive throughout the entire lecture? Nian Jing'er found this utterly impossible. As the Bodhisattva continued her tedious discourse on battle experiences, explaining the rationale behind specific maneuvers and evasions, Nian Jing'er's focus began to wane. Her attention wandered, and soon she found herself captivated by the battlefield involving Su Bai. Watching him, she felt disbelief wash over her, rubbing her eyes and refocusing. She gaped in astonishment. Master, you just mentioned that each type of mecha can only unleash its full power through its designated combat style, correct? The Bodhisattva felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed her disciple was absorbing the lesson. Indeed, she affirmed. And what of the mythical De? The Bodhisattva explained that De's weapon, the bow and arrow, relied heavily on the sun-shooting bow to realize its potential. Understanding dawned on Nian Jing. Su Bai was also relying on the sun-shooting bow in battle. The Bodhisattva was puzzled by Nian Jing'er's reference to Su Bai and instinctively searched for his location. In the vastness of space, Su Bai's side was the most tumultuous. She spotted him at once, but her heart sank in disbelief. This impudent boy was certainly trying to embarrass her. There he was, completely disregarding the most formidable long-range attacks of the mythical De, engaging in close combat with 5 stellar-class mechas and managing to hold his own. It was absurd. She was certain that if Zhang Yi were present, he would leap from the medical bay in exasperation. The Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Perhaps it was best to refrain from deceit. She could not, in good conscience, fabricate excuses to mislead her disciple. He could only turn his head away, unwilling to gaze at Su Bai. That lad was truly acting as if he had seen a ghost. Time rewound to 10 minutes prior, in the vacuum of the universe. Without the resistance of air, the power of live ammunition was greatly amplified. A sniper bullet, imbued with terrifying energy, was hurtling toward him. Su Bai's hair stood on end as his mind raced. If this shot connected, the consequences would be dire. Little dear, overload. Understood. Familiar with Su Bai, and Yu initiated the overload protocol without a second thought. A torrent of frenzied energy surged within, stimulating every cell in Su Bai's body. The intense pain made his temples throb. Taking a deep breath, he activated the golden core, using golden energy to fortify his physique, alleviating the pain. Under the dual enhancement of overload and golden energy, Su Bai's strength surged dramatically. As the bullet approached, he swiftly dodged. Yet, the bullet was exceedingly swift. He managed to evade, but not entirely. Swish! The bullet grazed the inner thigh of his mech. A searing pain shot through his skin, akin to a fiery sting. He hastily reached down to check. It was still there. Damn, that was terrifying. He nearly jeopardized his happiness for the latter half of his life. In the state of overload, stimulated by the surge of energy, Su Bai's eyes turned crimson. Delaying tactics were cast aside. After all, the adversaries dared not strike with lethal intent. It was time to roll up his sleeves and charge. Damn. I am merely a step away from becoming a level 4 genetic warrior. Today, I shall use you to kick open the door to that realm. Abandoning long-range attacks, he seized the sun-quenching bow and surged forward. Close combat was his forte. Nevertheless, Su Bai felt a pang of regret. There was no alternative. He too desired to emulate Zhang Yi, drawing the bow and shooting arrows to vanquish foes from 1,000 miles away. How elegant that would be. The crux of the matter, however, was his inability to strike accurately. A rain of arrows could indeed cover the field, but its power was too dispersed. It could suffice against weaker foes, but when confronting the more powerful Su family pilots, it fell short. unless he concentrated all his strength for a supercharged arrow barrage. Ordinary attacks could be easily thwarted. For them, it would merely be a drizzle, incapable of inflicting substantial harm. Within the Su family pilot communication channel, a few were taken aback by Su Bai's advance. Brother Chong, what should we do? How should I know? Isn't he an archer? Should we continue shooting at him? No way. Why not? The family head instructed us to coordinate our actions with how they choose to fight. Isn't that absurd? If he wants to play rock, paper, scissors, should we play along? What you say is irrelevant. You go tell the family head that. TCH, if it were the Wu family head, he would never issue such orders. They were not afraid of engaging Su Bai in close combat. It was merely that they had initially been caught off guard by his archery, only to realize that the arrow barrage was more intimidating than effective. As they prepared to draw their heavy firearms to shoot at Su Bai, he had already changed tactics. Anyone would feel stifled in such a predicament. They dared not defy orders and were left with no choice but to reluctantly draw their melee weapons to confront Su Bai. Damn, how frustrating. Chapter 120. The turning tide on the flagship of the Su family fleet. Su Jiwen gazed at the scenes of battle unfolding beyond the stars on the holographic screen. As he observed, a frown creased his brow. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? After racking his brain for a moment, he abruptly activated the star network to conduct a search. A minute later, as he perused the retrieved information, he stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself. Yes, it's Su Bang. With hurried footsteps echoing in the room, the fleet commander, Su Bang, rushed in. Master, stop the fight. Have them retreat. Do not ask questions. Just do it quickly. Understood. Once Su Bang exited, Su Jiwen magnified the battle footage on the screen. The mythical mecha, the legendary divine mecha, had truly appeared before him, and there were two of them. His excitement was palpable, his face almost pressed against the screen. But why did this divine mecha, De seem somewhat different from the records? Could it be that the true use of the bow is like this? In the footage, the mythical De wielded the bow like a club, swinging it with remarkable speed. It seemed evident. Who could comprehend the essence of bows and arrows in the cosmos better than De? This must be a newly innovated technique of archery. At that moment, Su Jiwen bore no semblance of a villain. Instead, he resembled a fervent devotee. He acknowledged that, for the sake of family interests, he had committed many unspeakable acts. Yet, in terms of righteousness and stance, he could guarantee he had never done anything to betray humanity. That was an inviolable bottom line. The divine beings sacrificed themselves for humanity, transforming into mecha. Even as time passed and disparities in status arose, the majority of people felt little connection to this. However, in the hearts of some, they remained an inviolable and supreme faith. Among these individuals was Su Jiwen. Had he known the identity of the opponent in advance, he would have never sent anyone to engage. After a while, the order reached the ears of the Su family's pilots in the starry expanse. They seized the opportunity to withdraw. Su Jiwen observed that apart from Su Bai's battle zone, all other areas had ceased hostilities. Just as he was about to inquire of Su Bang regarding the situation, Su Bang burst in, establishing a communication link with those engaged in combat with Su Bai. Master, you can listen for yourself. What is happening? Su Jiwen asked. On the other end of the communication, Chang's voice was laced with bitterness. Master, we wish to retreat, but he won't allow it. The mythical De clung to them like a tenacious leech, making it impossible to break free. Then you must continue to engage him. But be sure to exercise caution. Do not harm him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiwen managed to utter this. Chang looked at the severed communication in despair. Harm him? It would be a miracle if he doesn't harm me. As he pondered this, Su Bai swung his bow down in a fierce arc. He hastily raised his arm to block, only to find a dent forming on the left arm of his mecha. Seeing the opponent's inclination to retreat, Su Bai grew anxious. Combat was the swiftest route to breakthroughs. Following a previous severe injury, he had painstakingly repaired his body with golden energy, effectively reconstructing it. The enhancements were monumental, and now, he had gathered enough momentum. Just a step away from breaking through, he was on the verge of becoming a level 4 gene user. In the earlier battles, he had witnessed the loosening of the bottleneck. Yet, the opposing side showed signs of retreat. Would Su Bai be willing to accept such a setback? Certainly not. The 5 pilots from the Su family, having received their orders, were resolute in their stance but clearly hesitant in their actions. Su Bai was already a top-tier level 3 gene user, piloting the mythical mecha with an overload capacity, bolstered by dual enhancements of energy. His strength was undeniably superior to that of an ordinary stellar-level mecha. To be frank, only when the 5 adversaries exerted their full strength could he feel a significant pressure. Why hesitate? Act now. Frustration surged within Su Bai. At this rate, how could he hope to make a breakthrough? He attempted to draw the 5 pilots who had momentarily ceased combat into the fray. Would the other 5 comply with his wishes? They turned and fled. In an instant, a rather comical and bizarre scene unfolded in the cosmos. One mecha facing 5, while simultaneously engaging and pursuing the fleeing mechs. Lu Shi, Kong Qing, and Song Ran exchanged glances, a sense of despondency washing over them. Was their captain truly this formidable? The gap between them and Su Bai felt insurmountable. Indeed, if this trend continued, the disparity would only grow. They would soon find themselves left behind by Su Bai. A renewed determination to strive harder surged within Lu Shi and Song Ran. While Kong Qing contemplated a different approach, she was aware of her limited talent, having barely reached a level 2 gene user through her family's resources. To catch up to Su Bai in terms of strength seemed like a pipe dream. At such a young age, he was on the cusp of a level 4, likely having grown up on gene fluids. Faced with such a stark contrast, she remained unfazed. The universe was far more complex than mere mechas. Nian Jing'er widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Teacher, didn't you say he couldn't fully unleash the mecha's potential? How can he take on 10 at once?" Guanyin fell silent for a moment. From now on, anything I teach will exclude him from consideration. On the Su family flagship, Su Jiwen regained his composure from his excitement. He stared intently at the holographic display for a while, suddenly realizing, is Su Bang trying to achieve a breakthrough in battle? Yes. Have them all attack and surround Zhang Yi. Even now, he believed that it was Zhang Yi piloting the mythical Yi. One must admit, Su Bai had successfully deflected the blame. Understood, Su Bang replied promptly, already accustomed to the head of the family's whims, knowing to simply follow orders. Su Bai, in hot pursuit of the fleeing pilots, was becoming increasingly impatient. 40 minutes had already passed. If he waited any longer, the reinforcements would arrive, and the opportunity to fight would be lost. Just then, the Su family pilots, having received their orders, abruptly turned back and launched a powerful punch. Having been chased and beaten for quite some time, their frustration was palpable. Upon receiving the command, they retaliated with a surge of anger. The sudden punch landed squarely on the faceplate of the Yi, causing Su Bai's nose to sting, followed by a trickle of blood. Meanwhile, the 5 mechas that had been fleeing and the 5 engaged in combat with Su Bai continued their clash. A total of 10 Su family mechas surged forward, delivering punches and kicks with unrelenting ferocity. Despite enduring an innumerable barrage of blows, Su Bai steadied his stance, feeling a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. It was not the pain of the blows that daunted him, but the thought of not daring to fight. How invigorating! Su Bai grasped his bow, channeling flames that erupted forth into a tangible force to fend off one mecha's assault. In a swift motion, he drew the string, releasing a rocket in an instant. Almost at point-blank range, Su Bai struck his very first target in life, a cause for celebration. Regrettably, the hasty shot merely left a dark mark upon the opponent's chest plate. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Su Bai's confidence soared as he maneuvered his mecha, escaping the encirclement. He swiftly nocked another arrow, only for it to veer off course. Su Bai's expression stiffened. The bow had broken. The Su family pilots looked on in confusion. What was he doing? Putting on a fireworks display for them? For a fleeting moment, the 10 were momentarily dazed before charging forward once more. Su Bai quickly recalibrated. Sidestepping 3 incoming attacks, he blocked another strike with his left arm, then propelled himself off one mecha, leaping upward, drawing back his bow once more. He found this time no rocket coalesced. Approaching another mecha, he deftly looped the bowstring around its neck. Gripping the bow, he engaged the engine at full throttle. The mecha recoiling violently, the bowstring stretched to its limit, and with a release of tension, it rapidly contracted. The bow's body rebounding to strike the back of the mecha's head. Under the immense force of the collision, the weapon known as the Sun Bow clashed with the head of a stellar-grade mecha, the superiority of the two forces glaringly apparent. The mecha's head burst apart, flames and sparks illuminating the scene. The pilot within, subjected to a brutal shock to the back of the head, lost consciousness. The headless mecha fell motionless. Su Bai issued a command via the squad channel for Lu Shi to drag the headless mecha away from the battlefield. Su Bai did not consider himself a villain, yet neither did he lack principles. The opponent had never intended to take his life. Instead, they had offered free training, aiding him in his breakthrough. In such circumstances, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of taking their life. Taking advantage of the other's momentary distraction, Su Bai employed the same tactic once more, looping the bowstring around the neck of the nearest mecha. Having learned from the previous encounter, this pilot reacted swiftly, retreating alongside Su Bai. Did they think that would suffice? A smirk played at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. Energy surged through his arm, flowing into the sun bow. The bowstring glowed brilliantly red and vibrated at an astonishing frequency. The supple bowstring was now as formidable as the sharpest of blades. The head of the mecha was severed cleanly, the cut smooth and even. Someone, come and drag it away, he commanded. This time it was Song Ran who complied, removing the headless mecha. The cockpit of the Su family mecha was not situated in the neck. Even if severed, the pilot would only experience intense pain without any risk to their life. With 2 mechas dispatched, Su Bai grinned at the remaining 8, his lips moving as he urged, "Continue." The 8 Su family pilots steeled themselves, shedding their previous underestimation. At this moment, he received a command from the commander, preserve his life, and strike with all his might. They were regular troops, not mere rabble. The 4 mechs retreated, distancing themselves from Su Bai, and drew forth large-caliber sniper cannons. The remaining 4 dispersed, charging towards Su Bai from different angles, simultaneously executing close quarters and ranged attacks. The pressure on Su Bai multiplied. An organized and cooperative enemy proved to be far more formidable. Bang! Bang! The sniper cannons erupted in bursts of fire, bullet after bullet. They skillfully avoided hitting their allied mechs and hurtled towards Su Bai. Initially unprepared, he now stood ready, his focus razor-sharp. His body, imbued with golden energy, functioned like a finely tuned machine, evading every bullet while engaging with the 4 mechs. Of course, his ability to dodge so many rounds was partly due to the opponent's reluctance to employ lethal force, opting instead to target his limbs. However, even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. Under the relentless fire of the 4 sniper cannons, a bullet struck the left forearm of the legendary Dari. The bullet, imbued with immense power, spun like a drill, attempting to penetrate Di's forearm. Had Su Bai merely been a novice level 3 gene user, the strength of the legendary mech would have been a perfect match, making it an insignificant issue. However, Su Bai's strength had been significantly enhanced, and the resilience of the Dai mech had also increased considerably. The bullet only managed to penetrate a third of the way before becoming lodged within the mech's left arm. The connection between the mech and its pilot transmitted pain directly to Su Bai. His left hand trembled, and he inhaled sharply. It hurt like hell. From that moment, he became even more cautious. 5 minutes later, after an extended battle, Su Bai's body had fully acclimatized. The excessive energy was squeezing out the potential within him. He felt the golden core stirring. A flicker of joy illuminated his expression. It was happening. A soft pop echoed like a bubble bursting, resonating distinctly in Su Bai's ears. He had seamlessly crossed the threshold into the realm of level 4 gene users. Following a fleeting moment of tranquility, the golden core unleashed a torrent of golden energy. His body's cells thirstily absorbed the energy. Even his brain greedily devoured it. The overwhelming pressure on his mind was greatly alleviated. A look of rapture graced Su Bai's face. Each breakthrough represented a qualitative leap, continually enhancing his physique, intoxicating him with the experience. This sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. His physical strength had increased by approximately 1/3. It was not that a level 4 gene user was merely 1/3 stronger than a level 3. Rather, the golden core had been depleted. In the battle against the Su family's mech pilots, he had expended a significant amount of golden energy to bolster his physical strength. At this moment, the energy within the golden core had entirely flowed to his limbs and organs, leaving him drained. Su Bai ceased the overload. He had exhausted his golden energy reserves, and the cost of utilizing the overload would be too great, necessitating a period of recuperation. Moreover, it was unnecessary. The cells within him resembled starving infants, yearning for sustenance. Su Bai stood frozen in place, desperately suppressing his thirst for energy. The saying wealth in martial prowess, poverty in literature is not without its basis. If the necessary energy for the body is not supplied in a timely manner, it won't be long before the genetic chain collapses and cells disintegrate. At present, although his physical strength has increased by only 1/3, this is merely due to insufficient energy. However, the overall strength is drastically different. The leap from level 3 to level 4 represents a significant threshold. When Su Bai was a level 3 geneticist, he could contend with stellar-class mechs. Yet this could not alter the fact that the legendary figure, Di, was of planetary rank. Now, having ascended to a level 4 geneticist, Su Bai has unequivocally entered the ranks of stellar-class mechs. This signifies a qualitative enhancement. The Su family pilots, witnessing Su Bai suddenly stop amidst the fray, found themselves at a loss. They remained vigilant, wary of any trickery from this young man. "Brother Chong, what should we do? What should we do? You keep asking that. Just wait until I'm dead to see what you do." Brother Chong snapped. "The higher-ups instructed us not to kill him, just incapacitate him quickly." "Understood." Seizing the moment of Su Bai's distraction, mechs armed with sniper cannons each targeted one of Di's limbs and pulled the triggers. The remaining 4 charged forward, intent on subduing Su Bai. Meanwhile, Lu Shi and her 3 companions, observing from the sidelines under Su Bai's command, felt a surge of anxiety. "Dabai, Dabai," Lu Shi called out over the communication channel. Kong Qing, filled with concern, remarked, "Could the captain be in trouble?" Just as they prepared to intervene, Su Bai's voice emerged from the comm channel, low and restrained. "Prepare a medical pod. Put all remaining D-class healing serum inside. Also, gather more high-energy food. I need it." "You're level 4 now." The eyes of the others widened in shock. They had anticipated this, yet hearing the news was still astonishing. A level 4 geneticist in his 20s? Unbelievable. Su Bai flickered, evading 4 bullets. With the sun-quenching bow in hand, its string facing outward, he realized it could serve as a weapon. The engines roared to life as they suddenly charged forth. The high-frequency vibrating bowstring, under his deliberate control, remained taut. In an instant, he dodged, causing the head of a Su family mech to topple. The others clearly did not expect Su Bai's sudden surge in strength. Regardless of their actions, Su Bai would not let slip this opportunity born of their complacency. He pushed the mech's performance to its limit. In just a minute, 8 newly minted headless mechs floated in the starry expanse. In my class, I am invincible, Su Bai murmured as he glanced at the star map, which displayed a countdown of 1 minute and 45 seconds, indicating the arrival time of reinforcements. Bring them back, he instructed, feeling a sense of relief before charging towards the thorn rose on Ne'er-Do-O star. The body's craving for energy was becoming almost unbearable. In the medical room of the thorn rose, Zhang Yi's expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment. 2 minutes prior, the medical pod beside him had been activated, infusing the chamber with serum. A small robot then entered, pushing a cart laden with energy blocks. Before long, a gaunt figure, as emaciated as a specter, burst into the medical pod. The wraith-like individual revealed only a head and an arm, seizing energy blocks from the trolley and stuffing them into his mouth, consuming a dozen within moments. These blocks were military rations, sufficient to sustain numerous individuals when prepared in a large pot of water. After a brief interval, the person's physique began to recover, and Zhang Yi soon recognized him as Su Bai. Without a second thought, Su Bai immersed himself in consuming the rations, even gulping down some soaking water when he choked. His cells, deprived of energy, were starting to dissolve his body. After a considerable time, Su Bai, with a distended belly, let out a satisfied belch and comfortably submerged himself in the medical pod, soon drifting into sleep while bubbles formed around him. His injuries were not severe, thanks to the holy healing potion, which was rich in gentle energy. Indulging in excessive consumption could only provide temporary satisfaction. For lasting stability, high quality, gentle energy was essential. Fortunately, the holy healing potion perfectly met his needs. Chapter 122. The Fate of Su Jiwen. A series of knocks roused both the individual and the creature within the medical pod. Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. In his daze, he noticed shadows moving outside. Rubbing his eyes, he was startled awake. After gulping down 2 generous servings of the holy healing potion, even Yuan Bao, who had been with him since he entered the pod, flopped onto Su Bai's head, feigning death. The little creature was inseparable from Su Bai. Upon opening the medical pod and peeking out, Su Bai realized that it had somehow been relocated to the deck of the Thorns Rose. Besides a few members of his team, there was a group of individuals clad in the uniforms of the Zhenyuan, exuding the aura of hardened soldiers. They were the true Zhenyuan Guard, not the imposters who had masqueraded as death row inmates during the Zhenyuan assessments to lure the 7 celestial dragons. The Zhenyuan Guard, as well as those from the other 4 S-class academies, consisted of warriors drawn from the battlefield against the Golden Beasts. Officially a guard unit, their task was infinitely less strenuous than battling the Golden Beasts. In reality, it was merely a respite. You've got potential, young man, remarked Li Dong, the leader of the support team, with a hint of playful sarcasm. Glancing down, Su Bai noticed that the potency of the holy healing potion had been entirely absorbed, rendering it indistinguishable from plain water. The armor he wore for operating the mecha was cumbersome and inconvenient. The fabric of his clothing was light. Once soaked, it became translucent. If he were alone, it would be inconsequential, but there were at least 20 people on the deck. Even with his thick skin, being scrutinized by so many made him feel quite embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he quickly switched the medical pod to opaque mode. Unless there's anything else, I'll take care of the remaining matters, Li Dong said understandingly before leading his team away. Ha! Kong Qing could no longer contain her laughter and seized the opportunity to tease Lu Shi. Little Shi, you're in for a treat. Lu Shi shot her an annoyed glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was said to wake up Su Bai, yet you insisted on bringing up the medical capsule directly. Very well, let us discuss the situation. What are the casualties? As Su Bai spoke, he emerged from the medical chamber and made his way to the cockpit. Thanks to the peculiar fabric of his attire, he dried off quickly and did not change, merely draping a commander's cloak over himself. No casualties? How is that possible? Even if the Su family fleet were not a match for the Zhenyuan Guard, they could not be that feeble, could they? Upon the arrival of the guard, Su Jiwen had voluntarily bound himself and surrendered. Lu Shi brought up the footage, revealing orderly groups of Nair personnel boarding the starship. Currently, the Su family fleet was under the command of Sister Wan, facilitating the embarkation of those Nair individuals. Su Bai felt somewhat disoriented. Had he truly slept for several days? The rapid progression of events was beyond his expectations. What was Su Jiwen up to? Who could say? Perhaps he was merely being pragmatic, recognizing the futility of escape, and willingly admitting fault. Given his commendable demeanor, he might even receive a lesser sentence. Suddenly, Kong Qing recalled something and spoke up. Li Dong and the captain have acquaintances within the Enforcement Bureau. He reported Su Jiwen's situation, and the Bureau's decision regarding him had already been rendered. Due to conducting human experiments on citizens protected by cosmic law, leading to the annihilation of the One-Star Federation and the Nair Federation. He was stripped of all positions and status. Was it merely him? Many from the Su family were likely involved in the Nair Federation affair, weren't they? I have yet to finish. Kong Qing produced a conscription order. Su Jiwen assumed full responsibility. All blame rested upon him. And let us speak frankly about the punishment. He, along with the fleet that had participated in the blockade of the Nair Star, would be incorporated into the Nantiangmen fleet, engaging in battle within the Nantiangmen star domain. If he survived 3 years hence, his transgressions would be pardoned. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, quite ruthless indeed. Those individuals were effectively doomed. The 4 great Heavenly Gate star domains served as the juncture between the Divine Realm and the Golden Beasts, embroiled in constant warfare. Every moment was a brutal conflict, akin to a slaughterhouse filled with grinding machinery. The Nantiangmen fleet, being the most pivotal military force in that domain, was in perpetual need of recruits. Countless aspirants rushed forth, sacrificing their lives to fill the unfathomable abyss. The Su family fleet merely operated within the safety zone, having not even participated in mid-tier conflicts, and was thrust directly into the Nantiangmen battlefield. Not to mention 3 years, surviving 3 months would be considered fortunate. Su Bai found a hairdryer to dry off the yuanbao, tucking it into his embrace. Let us go express our gratitude to Captain Li, accompanied by the 2 enchanting ladies, Lu Shi and Kong Qing. Su Bai approached the solitary starship across from them. In contrast to the Thorny Rose, this vessel was considerably larger, at least 3 times the size of the former. After notifying the appropriate parties, the 3 of them awaited patiently. Su Bai surveyed the starship before him, exclaiming, "This must be of a galactic level, right? I did not misreport during my briefing. The highest tier of the Su family fleet is Nebula class, typically deploying forces double that of the opposition. The Academy barely manages to train to star cluster level, yet they can dispatch a Galactic class ship. Is that not an extravagant use of resources?" They were merely passing through. "Look there," Kong Qing pointed at an emblem on the hull of the ship, depicting a majestic gate, with the character for south inscribed in a bold, metallic style at its center, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Beneath the emblem was the inscription N922133891515, likely the designation of the starship. This was a standard battleship of the Southgate fleet. During their tenure with the Jinyuan Guard, they would not be piloting such a vessel. It was evident that their service had concluded, and they were returning to the Southgate star domain. At that moment, the boarding request was approved. A lift was lowered to receive the 3 of them. Upon boarding, Su Bai immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere. A palpable tension enveloped the ship, with stern-faced crew members wholly absorbed in their tasks. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 300 personnel. Yet the warship was eerily silent. "Please follow me," beckoned the leading crew member, guiding Su Bai and his companions deeper into the ship. After passing through layers of scrutiny and scanning, they arrived at the captain's quarters. In comparison, Su Bai felt like an amateur. He was deeply aware of his standing. "Su, the matters concerning the Su family fleet have been resolved," Li Dong said, a robust figure towering over Su Bai. "Thank you," Su Bai replied, appreciating the straightforwardness of military personnel who were refreshingly candid without any hidden agendas. He cast a glance at Kong Qing. Kong Qing responded with a puzzled expression. "Why are you looking at me while speaking to Captain Li?" Li Dong inquired. "I wonder what brings you here." "Oh, it's nothing. Just came to express my gratitude." Su Bai replied. "Just a small gesture. No need for thanks. If there is nothing else, I must prepare to depart," Li Dong stated, signaling the end of their conversation. This was not due to any disdain for Su Bai and his companions, but rather a matter of duty, as they could not afford to linger. "Safe travels, Captain Li," Su Bai said, recognizing the unspoken dismissal. The 3 had scarcely returned to the Thorny Rose when Li Dong's starship soared into the void. As for Su Jiwen, he remained behind, entangled in the repercussions of their actions, alongside the rest of the crew, all confined aboard a single starship, awaiting the arrival of the Enforcement Bureau to escort them to the Southgate star domain. Su Bai compiled the mission report, instructing Xiao Lu to organize it for submission to the Merit Bureau. They were now left to await the completion of the review and subsequent rewards. Chapter 123, Su Bai's aspirations for growth and strength. Finally, it was over. Lu Shi stretched languidly, her form-fitting combat attire accentuating her figure, much to Su Bai's delight. "Hey, Su Bai, wipe that drool off your face," Nian Jinger remarked as she entered, catching Su Bai in a rather embarrassing moment. "I'm merely admiring my wife." "Is that a problem for you?" Su Bai retorted, hands on his hips, standing his ground. "Huh, I can't be bothered to argue with you." "My master said it's time for me to leave," Lu Shi interjected. "Go ahead, I'm not stopping you," Nian Jinger replied with indignation. "After a few months together, not even a token farewell? What's next? Should I organize a farewell ceremony for you?" Su Bai shot back. "You. All right, Lu Shi said, exasperated, producing the mech insignia of the Dragon Lady and returning it. "As for the one belonging to Xiaohua, please reclaim it using the mythical mech's authority." He has fallen asleep. Nian Jinger's purpose for her visit was to retrieve the mecha imprint. Lu Shi proactively offered it, thus eliminating the need for her to ask. Of course, she could have forcibly reclaimed it, but doing so without prior notification might have fostered a sense of estrangement in Lu Shi. After accepting the imprint, Nian Jing'er remarked, "Well, I shall take my leave. In the future, when others, apart from Su Bai, visit the blissful Buddha realm, I shall host you splendidly." Given Guanin's esteemed position in the blissful Buddha realm, her arrival would undoubtedly lead to an influx of resources and focused cultivation. Once Nian Jing'er departed, the starship felt considerably more desolate. Su Bai grew anxious for Song Ran. "What happened to Xiaohua? She fell asleep as soon as we returned. I checked, and there seems to be no issue," Zhang Yi observed, noting that her master persona should be returning soon. With the fall of the Nildo Federation, "What shall we do next?" "Let us change locations," Su Bai casually replied, having initially intended to apply for a transfer after obtaining the mythical mecha. He anticipated being embroiled in so many complications. "Once the Merit Bureau's task review concludes, I will promptly apply for a transfer. I hope it's to somewhere other than the Nildo Federation. Completing tasks there is rather troublesome." Lu Shi mused how wonderful it would be if they could choose their destination. Su Bai gazed at the stream of people boarding the ship, murmuring, "Has it been completed?" "Perhaps." "What did you say?" "Nothing," Su Bai smiled. "I will go check on Sister Wan. Do you require our company?" "No, I'll be back shortly." Above the city, Su Wan and Rank oversaw the boarding of personnel. Every corner of Nildo Star was permeated with the scent of genetic agents. They donned protective suits to avoid falling victim once more. Su Bai, on the other hand, dressed simply in sweatpants and a white shirt. If one disregarded his handsome visage, he appeared no different from an ordinary university student. With his current physical strength at level 4 as a genetic user, he could withstand the direct injection of genetic agents without adverse reactions. Such a level was trivial and easily ignored. "Sister Wan, you've arrived. We must thank you once again." After this incident, Su Wan had become considerably more composed, unlike the flustered demeanor she exhibited when Su Bai first met her. "No need for thanks," Su Bai replied nonchalantly. His initial motives were solely to fulfill the task, and Su Wan was merely a supplementary consideration. "How are the arrangements in Nildo's territory?" "All is proceeding normally, and I must express my gratitude to Kong Qing. My uncle has just stepped down, and the Su family must select a new head." Subsequently, the head of the True Federation's credibility chamber intervened, asserting that future collaborations with the Su family would recognize only my father. "My father has been released and successfully reinstated. He has already arranged suitable placements for these individuals within the True Federation." "That was quite swift. Are your starships capable of transporting everything?" "Certainly not everything. The Su family possesses a mining star nearby, which has a considerable number of extraction vessels that have been temporarily requisitioned to assist." As Su Wan spoke, a multitude of starships arrived. She pointed, "What a coincidence. They arrived just as I mentioned it. I must go oversee the situation." "All right, you go ahead." Once Su Wan departed, Su Bai turned his attention to Rank. He placed his hand on Rank's shoulder, applying a slight pressure. "Ah, it hurts." As Su Bai intensified his grip, Rank cried out in pain and struggled to break free. Su Bai released his hold, chuckling, "Your physical strength is quite impressive. You must be a level 2 geneticist, am I right?" Although phrased as a question, his tone was exceedingly certain. In this desolate place, Nildo Star, could there truly be any extraordinary resources? Why do they all possess such robust physiques? Rank's eyes flickered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced a smile. "My lord is jesting. In this impoverished land, what treasures could possibly exist? Perhaps it's merely due to my good constitution and regular exercise." "TSK." Su Bai did not respond, turning back towards the thorned rose. On his way, he observed the orderly groups of Nildo residents and the multitude of starships, lost in contemplation. His recent confrontation with the Su family's pilots had imparted a profound realization. The vast cosmos is not a realm for solitary endeavors. Within the safe zone, there are rules to adhere to. Beyond its confines, however, such regulations dissolve. Imagine if Su Jiwen had commanded the fleet to unleash its full firepower, or instructed the pilots to charge forth en masse. The likelihood of survival for Su Bai and his companions would have plummeted to near zero. Facing overwhelming odds is an insurmountable disadvantage. To assume a significant role on the grand stage of the universe, one must assemble a formidable foundation and establish a fleet. Su Bai's gaze flickered. The departure of Nian Jing'er had taken with it the mythical Guanyin and 2 mythical auxiliaries, now leaving the team's armament with the planetary-class starship Thorned Rose, the mythical mech Dei, and 4 mythical auxiliaries. At present, the team consisted of Su Bai, Lu Shi, Kong Qing, Song Ran, and Zhang Yi, 5 individuals. Just enough mechs to accommodate them. Yet, to expand, far more was needed. Su Bai had already mastered the method to deceive the core of the mythical mechs. Everything was in readiness, save for the opportune moment. It seemed imperative to accelerate the planning for the mythical mechs. At least a few core members must be equipped with them. Authority would then be delegated to these core figures to cultivate the next tier of personnel using the mythical auxiliaries. Gradually advancing, the future appeared promising. Su Bai merely needed to oversee the core, retaining ownership of the mythical mechs, while the rest could be left to unfold without concern. In the Thorned Rose, Kong Qing was in the logistics room, inventorying supplies. Su Bai approached her location. The whir of electric gears filled the air. Upon seeing Su Bai, Kong Qing lowered her gaze and resumed her counting. What is it? The Team's funds stand at 50,000 cosmic coins, correct? Indeed. After receiving 100,000 in transit fees from Su Jiwen and settling the cost for 50 D-grade healing potions, 50,000 remained. As the team's financial officer, Kong Qing returned the funds to the reputable merchant association. Although both identities belonged to the same person, they were distinctly separate, each carrying its own significance. As a member of the esteemed Kong family, with access to vast resources, she wielded a fortune that could easily encompass countless sums of 50,000 cosmic coins. Yet, this did not alter the fact that the team's funds were limited to 50,000 cosmic coins. Su Bai understood this distinction all too well. Just as one might establish a company, encountering financial difficulties does not warrant requesting subordinates to invest their personal wealth into the enterprise. 50,000 cosmic coins are to be entirely allocated for the procurement of the holy healing elixir. What specific grade is required? Upon hearing the prospect of business, Kong Qing set aside her current tasks. You are adept in this regard. Simply arrange it reasonably. Very well. The holy healing elixir must be kept in constant supply. Su Bai has advanced to a level 4 gene user, and the potions within the team have been entirely depleted. Chapter 124. Such a substantial sum. Are you feeling bewildered? Su Bai plans to undertake a significant purchase. What do you believe our team still lacks? Without hesitation, Kong Qing replied, we are lacking in many areas, for now. We need not consider mechas. As for the starship, the Thorned Rose can be used in emergencies. This vessel symbolizes my status, and there should not be any immediate issues. However, prolonged usage of this starship will brand us with the mark of the Credit Merchants Association. If you do not intend to join the association, I still advise procuring a ship. Furthermore, we require weaponry. In combat on certain planets, mechas or starships are ultimately inconvenient. In addition to the holy healing elixir, we must also acquire detoxifying potions, energy potions, and so forth. Moreover, we need combat suits, training equipment, and more. Su Bai listened, his head throbbing. Essentially, I have nothing, correct? Just tell me how much it will cost. Kong Qing instinctively felt a surge of excitement, only to be quickly disheartened upon recalling the captain's financial constraints. From a business perspective, doubting Su Bai's purchasing power, she replied, it depends on the grade you desire. There are grades? Certainly. The most advanced options require bespoke customization. Please elaborate. Kong Qing, treating it as a diversion, continued to explain to Su Bai. The following are the stellar grade packages, excluding mechas. Basic package, 188, 888 cosmic coins. Advanced package, 388, 888 cosmic coins. High-spec package, 588, 888 cosmic coins. Top-tier package, 888, 888 cosmic coins. Customized package, starting at 1 million, with no upper limit. Su Bai felt a pang in his chest. How exorbitant. How much would it cost to build a fleet? No wonder fleets are regarded as the domain of the affluent. Why is the customized package so pricey? Otherwise, everything within, from materials to design schematics, is specially crafted. It is undoubtedly more expensive than mass-produced items. With a playful spirit, Kong Qing teased, I wonder which option the captain desires? Su Bai produced a gold ingot, roughly the size of a fist. Before returning, he had deliberately molded a piece of clay, which he then transmuted into gold. Just see how much this is worth. Clang. The gold ingot struck the metallic table, producing a resounding chime. Upon observing the item on the table, Kong Qing's expression shifted from casual to astonished. This gold material? Su Bai mimicked her earlier tone. What else could it be? Kong Qing picked up the gold ingot, examining it closely. After a brief moment, based on her experience, she concluded that it was genuine, at least the outer layer was. Where did you acquire this? Given her status, she had encountered plenty of gold materials. Supported by the most affluent forces in the universe, the erudite woman quickly regained her composure. Her earlier astonishment stemmed entirely from the unexpected revelation that Su Bai could produce such a substantial quantity of gold material. It starkly contradicted his impoverished persona. Kong Qing recalled that during the assessment on the examination star, Su Bai had once attracted a golden beast using a mere speck of gold material, which she had promptly forgotten. However, this sizable chunk was utterly absurd. Was it a gift from someone? Could you not conjure a more plausible explanation? Kong Qing chuckled in exasperation. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone who had received bribes in the form of gold material. But who, in their right mind, would choose to bribe a penniless individual like Su Bai? He blinked innocently, attempting to portray a facade of utter simplicity. Milady slipped it to me discreetly while we were at the governor's office. He replied, his implication unmistakable. Don't believe me? You can always ask Milady. You're something else, Kong Qing remarked, giving him a thumbs up. You certainly know how to shift blame onto the deceased. Now, let's determine its worth. Rising, she carried the gold ingot towards the laboratory. The exterior may be genuine, but that does not guarantee the integrity of its contents. Precise weight calculations were essential. Su Bai followed closely behind, emboldened. This was no longer the white garment star, where one would hesitate to wield gold material. The circumstances had changed. He had become more assertive. The universe was vast, and fortuitously acquiring a bit of gold material seemed quite reasonable. Should others inquire how they failed to obtain it? Su Bai would simply shrug, declaring, "What concern is it of mine? I was fortunate. What can I do?" Even the mythical mecha acknowledged him, let alone gold material. Naturally, selling it in bulk was out of the question. The allure of profit could corrupt easily. One must never underestimate the darkness within human hearts. However, a small quantity could be discreetly channeled through Kong Qing without issue. This modest amount of gold material would be absorbed internally by the reputable merchant association, preventing it from leaking outside. He harbored no worries about the association harboring ulterior motives. After all, a merchant association is in the business of trade, not thievery. Matters solvable by currency seldom warrant excessive effort. Should they fail to achieve their objectives, tarnishing their reputation would be a significant loss. Furthermore, the rarity of gold material is derived from its utility. It is not a vital necessity for humanity's survival. Thus, the reputable merchant association would be unlikely to take actions against Su Bai. In the laboratory, amidst the analytical instruments, Kong Qing examined the freshly revealed report, confirming that it was an intact piece of gold material, devoid of any impurities. Oddly clean. Ordinarily, gold material contains some impurities. Muttering to herself, she retrieved the gold ingot and placed it on the measuring device. Nearby, Su Bai felt a shiver of apprehension. He realized he must be more cautious next time. He couldn't transform everything into gold, as some impurities needed to be retained. The weight registered at 6,075 grams. Note, 1,000 grams equals 1 kilogram, which is 2 gene. With 1 gene being 500 grams, 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms. For future reference, the purity of gold material, such as 18K, 20K, or 24K, will not be calculated. For convenience, it will be uniformly assumed to be 24K, excluding unmined gold ore. Kong Qing stepped aside, revealing the reading on the measuring device. Now, let us ascertain its value. Please hold on a moment while I verify some information. Kong Qing activated the star chart and logged into the internal network of the credibility chamber. For the average individual, gold in substance is priceless and lacks a market. However, within the mid to high-tier factions, it bears a clear price, fluctuating daily. In the past, Kong Qing would have been able to quote a price directly. Yet, due to recent findings from the Morningstar Research Institute indicating that the infusion of golden substance into weapons could inflict additional damage on golden beasts, the price of gold has surged dramatically. Thus, she needed to check the current rate before stating a figure. In no time, Kong Qing extracted the price list for purchasing materials from the credibility chamber. She blurred out the other data, leaving only the golden substance. Today's acquisition price for golden substance, 102 cosmic coins per gram. With a swift calculation, she noted the total, 607, 510, 261, 965 cosmic coins. Rounded off to 619,000 cosmic coins. Su Bai was taken aback by the staggering sum. Such a fortune. How much would that be in federal currency? However, the next moment, he sensed a discrepancy and erupted in anger. What a trickster you are. Rounding off the wrong way, Kong Qing offered a sheepish smile, realizing she had miscalculated her position in the procurement process. To make it a round figure, that would be 620,000 cosmic coins. Now that sounds more reasonable. Su Bai, satisfied, waved his hand grandly, showcasing his newfound wealth. Let us procure a high-tier package for 588,000. Use the remainder for purchasing healing elixirs. As you wish, she replied. Upon exiting the laboratory, Su Bai quickly regained his composure. The high-tier package was sufficient. He saw no need to acquire an additional piece of golden substance and opted for a customized package. Little dear, he called. I'm here. Infiltrate Kong Qing's star chart and monitor her movements. Report any anomalies immediately. Exercising caution, Su Bai decided to play it safe. After a short while, and Yu replied, I can't. Her star chart is protected by a security network set by mythical intelligence. A force breach would expose us. Su Bai pondered for a moment before settling for a compromise. Then connect to the Thorned Roses monitoring system and keep an eye on her activities. Understood. Chapter 125, The Medical Bay. The healing elixirs had been entirely consumed, rendering Zhang Yi's continued presence in the medical pod unnecessary. His body exhibited slight movements, but they were negligible. However, engaging in physical combat was out of the question. At that moment, the medical pod housed only a frail child named Naldo. Lucy observed the child and inquired, what do you plan to do with him? Instead of responding, Su Bai turned to Yu. How is his condition? The medical pod possessed the capability to assess health, and in UU accessed the backend to retrieve the child's examination report. Nutritional deficiency, severe brain damage. But everything else appears normal. Severe brain damage? Does that mean he won't wake up? Not necessarily. His emotional and memory modules are compromised. Even if he recovers, he would possess no understanding, akin to a factory reset. Noticing Su Bai's troubled expression, and Yu proposed a suggestion. Through certain extraordinary means, I can fabricate a false memory for him, and, akin to a robot, configure the necessary parameters. Oh, will it be discovered? A glimmer of intrigue appeared in Su Bai's eyes. This had potential, and Yu responded without hesitation. Before his transformation, it is absolutely impossible. His brain has been severely corroded by genetic agents. Now that he has been rescued, it is merely an empty shell within. I will fill it with content. For us, it will be fictitious, yet for him, it will be genuine. Unless he breaks through to a 7th-level geneticist and reaches the stage of transformation, there is a probability that his brain will self-repair. Su Bai gazed at the child, contemplating for a moment before making a decision. Very well, proceed as you see fit. A cascade of data flowed through in Yu's eyes as, in an instant, a tragic life was constructed. His name is Ben, orphaned, with no kin to speak of. His surname lost to time, residing in a slum on an indigenous planet, surviving by scavenging, enduring a life of abject poverty. One day, a slave-catching squad discovered their planet, and he was captured. Then we rescued him, providing him with sustenance. Ben, having no one worth remembering on the indigenous planet, thus resolved to follow you faithfully. Character traits: aloof, ruthless, unwavering loyalty. What do you think? Sounds good. How long will it take? And Yu calculated briefly. About a month. That long. It's not excessive. While creating memories is simple, seamlessly integrating them into Ben's brain is quite challenging. Very well then. Su Bai was unperturbed. After all, it was merely a whim. Ding. You have 2 new emails. Please check promptly. Su Bai opened the star instrument. The first was from the Merit Bureau. Lu Shi, upon seeing it, leaned in. Has the task result been reviewed? Not yet. Su Bai enlarged the text of the email, noting that the final task was incomplete, and the planet Nier-Duo still remained. He glanced outside, observing that half of the population in the city had departed. By tomorrow at the latest, they would all be gone. Once they leave, we will detonate Nier-Duo, and the task will be complete. He opened the second email. It was from Jinyuan Academy. The Academy portion of the task had indeed been completed, and the credits had been distributed. Su Bai opened the team page from the Academy. As expected, the public credit section displayed 30 points, awaiting the captain's allocation. He directly divided the credits evenly among the team members. With the Academy task completed, I can request a transfer now. While speaking, he browsed the detailed training explanations, searching for the method to apply for the transfer. At that moment, Li Cheng sent a video request. Hello, Teacher Li. Li Cheng did not engage in small talk. He stated plainly, I have received news regarding the Nier-Duo task, and there are some lingering issues. Impossible, Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the millions who were to be taken away by Sister One are to be exterminated as well? Li Cheng shook his head. No. Those individuals have been tested. Apart from their physical strength being above normal, everything else is typical. They are not pathogens. Then what is it? Xiao Wan relayed a message. During your uncle's leadership, someone leaked the Su family experiment to a collaborator. Upon learning this, that individual evaluated it with the forces behind him. Subsequently, a slave-catching team was hired, which apprehended a group of individuals from the Nair ethnic group before your arrival and is currently en route back. To avoid burdening 2 masters with one matter, I entrust this issue to you. I have sent you their destination. Upon discovery, eliminate them all. Is there a problem? Su Bai displayed a troubled expression and began to lament. Teacher Li, you have no idea. Our squad has suffered significant losses on this mission. Alas, we can hardly sustain the starship's energy supply. Truly, we are willing but unable. Oh, Li Cheng's gaze was teasing. Is this an appeal for benefits? You. Don't try to elicit sympathy from me. In that case, I will report to the Academy and apply for a grant of 100,000 cosmic coins for you. Additionally, I will grant you the authority to select your targets during future assignments. The Academy promises to secure a position for your squad within that faction. Ah, Teacher Li, what are you saying? Am I the kind of person to refuse such a thing? Completing a task for the Academy is my honor. However, I believe the Academy would not allow us to work without compensation. Since you have offered, if I were to decline, wouldn't it imply that I am ungrateful? I shall reluctantly accept. Li Cheng looked at the screen that had lost signal and couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow hung up rather quickly. I had said it all, and he thinks it can be taken back? What a dream. Su Bai grinned with satisfaction. Lu Shi playfully nudged him and teased. Look at you, full of yourself. Ding. The squad's account has received a deposit of 100,000 cosmic coins. As the notification concluded, Kong Qing approached. A mere 100,000 cosmic coins were beneath her notice. However, as the financial officer of the squad, she needed to ascertain the source of these funds for record-keeping purposes. In any team, A lack of clear accounts would inevitably lead to problems. Su Bai, where did this 100,000 come from? Su Bai smirked, exuding confidence. Finance Officer Kong, please call me Captain Su. Kong Qing scoffed. Is he getting a bit carried away? In front of others, she maintained decorum and adhered to the rules. Addressing him as Captain Su was appropriate. Yet behind closed doors? What captain? I was unaware there was a captain. Never mind. I, the captain, am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Su Bai merely bantered among these friends. Being called captain repeatedly felt oddly unfamiliar. The task involving the Nair Federation still had some loose ends. Hence, it fell back into our hands. The 100,000 cosmic coins were a subsidy I requested from the Academy. He displayed the newly generated task for Kong Qing to see. Task: eliminate the Blood Skull slave-catching team and thoroughly deal with the Nair individuals infected with the virus. In addition to this 100,000, there is also a reward. Teacher Lee promised that upon completion of the task, we could choose our training location and the Academy would secure another position for us. Upon hearing about the second reward, Kong Qing's eyes sparkled. This indeed sounded promising. Having a position would facilitate our actions and yield greater benefits. Where shall we find that Blood Skull slave-catching team? Ding. You have received a message. Indeed, it has just arrived. Su Bai shook the star chart and opened the message. Li Cheng, the mercenary blood skeleton slave-capturing team, is from the Low Star Cluster, governed by the Dart family of Dart Star. Attached, coordinates. The Star Cluster? Is it at the edge of the safe zone? Forces of this nature, existing outside the Federation within the safe zone, typically inhabit the borderlands of the inner layers. He clicked on the coordinates. A planet was marked on the star map. With a pinch gesture, he zoomed out the map, revealing two divine domains beyond the boundaries of the safe zone. The divine domain of heaven and the divine domain of hell. Suddenly, Su Bai had a thought and searched for Veblen Star on the star map. Upon seeing the newly appeared marker, he raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. What a coincidence. Chapter 126. She endures hardship. I aspire to greatness. Half a day later, all surviving members of the Nair were aboard the ship. Su Wan intended to bring them back to the True Federation and came to bid farewell. After sending off Su Wan, the Thorn Rose ascended. Both the main and auxiliary ship cannons fired in unison. After a relentless bombardment lasting 10 minutes, Nair Star was utterly reduced to dust, leaving no trace in the cosmos. Su Bai attached the footage to the mission report and resubmitted it to the Meritorious Bureau, confident there would be no issues this time. Setting off, Su Bai commanded, and the Thorn Rose adjusted its course. The engines roared to life, accelerating swiftly, and in an instant, it surpassed the speed of light, vanishing without a trace. By the way, silly girl, when will the items I purchased arrive? Su Bai pondered. That high-spec package along with the Holy Healing Potion cost 620,000 cosmic coins, and he couldn't afford to be cheated. Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. Kong Qing, without glancing at him, was busy checking the various metrics of the Thorn Rose. To buy, what did you buy? There's the Holy Healing Potion, and Su Bai hesitated briefly and slowly shook his head, uncertain. Lu Shi, are you joking? You don't know what you bought? Su Bai shrugged. It wasn't entirely his fault. He only knew it was a stellar-grade high-spec package. But the specifics were beyond his knowledge. Regardless, he had already paid, and the rest was Kong Qing's responsibility. With this thought, a twinge of guilt arose within him. Kong Qing seemed to be the busiest member of the team, piloting the starship, managing finances, and handling procurement. Should he lend her a hand? Little Flower appeared meticulous. Having him manage finances wouldn't be a bad idea. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that thought vanished. Those capable should bear more burdens. It was only right for team members to contribute to the squad. She endures hardship, while I aspire to greatness. The division of labor was clear and entirely reasonable. Alas, Kong Qing lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, she would surely bind Su Bai to a missile and launch him, watching the fiery trail with a smile, exuding elegance. Her luscious red lips parting to softly utter a few letters, WQNMD. A mechanical sound echoed as the cockpit door opened, footsteps approached. Su Bai turned his head and saw the enchanting beauty. It was none other than Song Ran. Little Flower, you are awake? The delicate features on her face carried a hint of confusion, making it immediately clear to Su Bai that this was indeed her primary persona. I'll catch one and bring it up. Song Ran's voice began hesitantly, but quickly grew resolute. Su Bai, Lu Shi, and Kong Qing stared in confusion. Catch what? Are you going to catch a planet in the vastness of the cosmos? Seeing their expressions, Song Ran too felt perplexed, glancing around and realizing something was amiss. How do we end up here? Su Bai finally understood. Song Ran's memories seemed to be frozen at the moment he was bitten, back in the Kalo Hotel. Oh, it's nothing. That matter has been resolved. Let us proceed to the next destination. Resolved? Song Ran's mouth formed an O shape, his eyes wide in a display of innocence. He remained in a stupor for a few seconds, as if processing the information. After a moment, he hung his head, dejectedly saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't be of help. Who said that? You have been of tremendous assistance, Lu Shi comforted, deliberately omitting mention of the second personality. For someone with a fragile mental state, revealing the existence of another personality within him would undoubtedly be a monumental shock. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered the abnormalities with Nier. Su Bai wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Shi. At least until he found a solution, he intended to keep the matter of the second personality from Song Ran. The primary personality of Song Ran was in stark contrast to the second one. One was pure and kind, while the other was cruel and merciless. If he were to learn that what he believed to be his brother was merely a fabrication, and that he had been imprisoned within his own body, Su Bai was certain his worldview would shatter in an instant. That was a scene he wished to avoid. Song Ran blinked, bewildered. Really? Of course it's true, Kong Qing, who had been silent until then, affirmed. Soon, the three of them took turns expressing Song Ran's significance, as though the mission would falter without him. Before long, the innocent Song Ran's face flushed with a hint of crimson. He nervously scratched his slightly curled hair, offering an embarrassed smile. I can't possibly be that important. Observing this, Su Bai exchanged a knowing glance, signaling that it was enough. If they kept flattering him, the little flower might become overly flattered. Kong Qing cleared her throat and shifted the topic. Her gaze fell upon the star map, and she exclaimed softly, Su Bai, I remember your hometown is in the Chongning Federation, correct? What's the matter? I checked the route, and we will pass through the Chongning Federation. Would you like to take a detour back? Su Bai remained silent for several seconds, the visage of Lan Qinxue appearing in his mind. Forget it. I promised her I would explore the universe, and once I broadened my horizons, I would return to share my experiences with her. Kong Qing realized she had misspoken, opening her mouth but only managing to utter 3 words. I'm sorry. She was aware of Lan Qinxue's situation, as Kong Yun had informed her of everything after his departure. Due to Kong Yun, she felt a sense of guilt toward Su Bai. Lu Shi gently clasped Su Bai's hand, conveying unspoken understanding. Su Bai savored the warm and gentle touch of her palm, acutely sensing the weighty atmosphere surrounding them. Nothing much, by the way, Xiaohua. I am still unaware of your home. We encountered each other aboard the same starship. Your residence must not be far from the Chongning Federation. Will you return to visit? My home is rather distant from the Chongning Federation. How distant could it be? Song Ran tilted his head thoughtfully, extending his arms to their fullest extent, and replied earnestly. Approximately this far. Su Bai, Lu Shi, and Kong Qing exchanged bewildered glances, all visibly perplexed. Didn't he see that coming? You seem to have a penchant for abstraction. Su Bai remarked, beckoning Lu Shi and Kong Qing to come closer, then whispered, could it be that Xiao Hua's second personality has occupied her body for too long, causing her primary persona to malfunction? It is a possibility, the two women agreed, casting sympathetic glances at Song Ran. At that moment, Song Ran realized he had overstated the distance from the star chart. He jogged a couple of steps and pointed at the star map displayed on the control panel. It's truly very far. Upon seeing where Song Ran was pointing, Kong Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment. The location indicated was none other than the Hell Domain. The Hell Domain? Song Ran nodded. Come now, Su Bai retorted, utterly unconvinced. The Hell Domain is no less than 180,000 light-years from the Chongning Federation. Moreover, those who can transition from the Divine Domain to the Safe Zone are generally promising juniors from the Divine Domain, placed in the Safe Zone to allow for foundational growth. If you were an important member, would you be sharing the same starship with me? And in the cheapest cabin to boot. Su Bai certainly did not forget the ticket price when departing from the White Garment Star, which was 58,000 Federation coins, a substantial amount for him at the time. Now, it seemed to be less than 6 cosmic coins, underscoring just how affordable it was. I. Song Ran mumbled for a while before hanging his head and whispering, after being sent to the safe zone. I was either swindled out of my money or had to work to earn enough for the ticket. Su Bai gasped in astonishment. What a talent. I thought you were meticulous enough to manage the finances. My apologies, I was mistaken. Chapter 127. The Curtain Falls. The Trilu Federation. The primary star of the Su family jurisdiction bears a rather straightforward name, Su Star. At the docking port of Su Star, hundreds of starships are poised for departure. A fleet led by Su Jiwen, preparing to journey to the Southern Heaven Gate Star Domain. Elder brother, Su Jiwen, the current head of the Su family and father of Su Wan, embraced Su Jiwen. The contributions you have made to the Su family will be forever remembered by the younger generation. Enough, Su Jiwen replied, releasing his brother and gazing at him with pride and expectation. The little boy who once trailed behind him, pleading to be taken along for play, had grown so much. Elder brother, it is all for the Su family, as it should be. At that moment, the enforcement personnel responsible for the escort urged, Su Jiwen, it is time. Coming. Su Jiwen called back, patting Su Zhiwu on the shoulder, his tone reflective. Second brother, our father did not err in his judgment. You are tougher than I. Entrusting the Su family to you will ensure we venture further. Take good care of Wanner, find her a good husband, and let her live happily. Grimy tasks and tedious work are ours to undertake. Let her remain untouched. Such a fine child deserves to remain untainted. Su Jiwen, hurry, that is enough. I shall take my leave. He resolutely turned and boarded the ship, raising his hand in farewell to those behind him. Dispatch the orders. Set sail. The ship's horn resonated, echoing into the air as it ascended slowly. Elder brother, the starship has commenced its journey. Su Jiwu called from the deck, glancing back. Su Jiwu knelt, bowing 3 times with reverence. Safe travels. Beside him stood Su Wan, along with the direct descendants of the Su family. Further back were the families of the crew members who had come to bid farewell, all kneeling in respect. They understood well that this parting might very well be eternal. Safe travels. Safe travels. Safe travels. Their voices crescendoed, the number of people on the starship's deck gradually increasing. They saluted until Su Xing vanished from sight. Su Jiwu appeared as though his spirit had departed, a 5th-level geneticist in his 40s. He was in the prime of his life, yet could only return to the vehicle with Su Wan's support. Let us go, Su Wan instructed the driver. The hovercar activated. And throughout the journey, Su Jiwu stared blankly out the window. Upon arriving at the Su family mansion, Su Wan assisted him into the hall. Overcome by nostalgia, Su Jiwu gazed at the familiar ornaments within the main residence, as if witnessing 2 children frolicking in the scene before him. Tears streamed down his cheeks unbidden. Su Wan remained quietly supportive, not intruding. After a while, Su Jiwu's emotions settled. Wan, or have I erred? Su Wan did not respond, her own spirits low. Su Jiwen had no children. From childhood to adulthood, he had treated Su Wan as his own. Now, with Su Jiwen fated to never return, it would be disingenuous to claim she bore no resentment toward her father. It seemed a mistake had indeed been made. Su Jiwen fell silent for a moment, as if speaking to Su Wan while also seeking to console himself. All of this is for the Su family, for humanity. If this experiment succeeds, its repercussions will be historic. On the path of greatness, sacrifices must inevitably be made. Then you sacrificed your elder uncle? Su Wan retorted. Wanner, you are no longer a child. You should comprehend certain truths. Since Jinyuan Academy has sent representatives, the experiment on Nier Star is bound to come to light. This matter requires someone to bear the burden. We cannot embroil the entire Su family in it. It is well known that the Su family has 2 core figures, myself and your elder uncle. A decade-long experiment conducted on a planetary scale cannot escape our notice. Therefore, only the 2 of us are qualified to take responsibility for this matter. In the end, your elder uncle chose to protect me. Su Wan departed in a sullen mood, unaware that her star instrument had flickered momentarily. Shortly thereafter, a trusted aide entered, addressing Su Jiwu. Head of the family, there are dissenting voices within the clan regarding the experiment. What do you propose? Eliminate them, he replied. Understood, the aide said, then hesitated before asking. What shall we do about the family of Milady? Should we release them as per our agreement? Su Jiwu looked at him in astonishment. Why would you ask such a foolish question? The aide's expression changed, fully aware he had erred. Rest assured, head of the family, I will handle it discreetly. In the future, think carefully before posing questions. By the way, where are the Neldorians that Wanner brought back? Miss One has settled them on planet X412. I shall dispatch a fleet to blockade X412, publicly proclaiming it as a drill. The experiment continues. Thorned Rose. Su Bai listened intently to an UUS report, stroking his chin, already sensing that something was amiss. He recalled the information he had gathered on Nelder, remembering not only the events from a decade ago, but also a critical point, a span of several days. The team took on their mission from Jinyuan to Nelder, which took approximately 16 days. The change in the head of the Su family occurred about 13 or 14 days after their arrival. Coincidentally, the rain on Nelder ceased around that time as well. Su Wan's arrival on Nelder coincided precisely with that moment. A mere coincidence could be overlooked, but too many would raise suspicions. Xiao Lu, cease surveillance. Su Bai stretched leisurely, remarking that whatever remained was no longer their concern. In the cockpit, Lu Shi and Kong Qing were engaged in light conversation. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with the Nelder situation, Lu Shi remarked. A flicker of intrigue crossed Kong Qing's eyes. What seems odd? Lu Shi replied. There are too many coincidences. It feels as though someone is orchestrating events, guiding us to uncover the entire matter. Meirady, Rank, Sister Wan, and ultimately Su Jiwen all seem a bit off. Logically, Su Jiwen could have apprehended us instead of pursuing Sister Wan. Alternatively, he could have simply fled, even if not returning to the Su family. Living as a fugitive in the cosmos would be preferable to facing punishment in the southern Skygate region. Kong Qing, using the star instrument, transmitted a document to Lu Shi. Here, take a look. Lu Shi opened it with curiosity. The more she read, the wider her beautiful eyes grew. Her light purple irises constricted slightly, betraying her astonishment. The document vividly detailed everything regarding the Nelder experiment, noting that after the previous head of the Su family stepped down, the experiment was entirely under the control of the brothers Su Jiwen and Su Jiwu. Any dissenting voices within the family were swiftly silenced. It also outlined the adjustments made by the Su family in response to the current investigation. While the intelligence network of the financial trust is not as extensive as the heavenly web, it is still capable of handling investigations of this magnitude. I must inform Su Bai. Inform him. He is quite astute. If we can identify the issues, how could he possibly be unaware? He might even possess more information than we do. Kong Qing chuckled lightly. Previously, when Lucy had declared that it was finally over, she had noticed Su Bai's reaction. He clearly knew something. The reason for his silence was likely that their thoughts aligned. They wished to avoid unnecessary complications, not wanting to invite trouble when there was none. Moreover, with no enmity and a connection through Su Wan, what motive could there be for offending the Su family so gravely? To pursue justice? Or to advocate for the Neldorians? Do not jest. There exists an abundance of darkness in the cosmos, much of which remains unseen even by the divine. As long as the broader human order does not collapse, individuals tend to prioritize their own well-being amidst the ongoing threats of extinction. Kong Qing did not deny that many individuals pursue fairness and justice, risking their lives to protect others. She held deep respect for them. In their encounters, titles and honorifics might still be employed, but that is the extent of it. She is not that kind of person, nor is Su Bai. In their hearts, the ability to care for oneself, family, and friends is a stroke of fortune. Anything beyond that, regrettably, they find themselves powerless. Chapter 128. A gamble of a lifetime. Cleanse thoroughly, cut into pieces, rinse well, and set aside. Add sugar to the pan and caramelize. Kong Qing, with a focused expression, diligently follows the steps to prepare the ingredients before her. She then adds the meat pieces, salt, and monosodium glutamate, and soon a peculiar aroma permeates the kitchen. Lucy pinches her nose, snatches the pot with one hand, and unceremoniously tosses both the dish and the pot into the waste disposal unit, discarding it all. Grabbing Kong Qing by the arm, she strides out, unable to withstand the overpowering scent. Kong Qing allows herself to be pulled along, murmuring in confusion. But I followed the steps meticulously. Upon reaching the deck, Lucy releases her grip, inhaling deeply. At that moment, the artificial air seems sweet and fragrant to her. Another failure? Su Bai, swaying in a rocking chair, speaks with a hint of teasing. He wonders what has possessed this young lady to venture into cooking, suspecting she has never even set foot in a kitchen before. He pushes off the ground with his toes, causing the rocking chair to sway again. Ben, bring me a glass of juice. Not far from him, a small, slender child with dark skin, drenched in sweat, is doing push-ups. This is Ben, the child Su Bai brought from the planet Ne'er-Duo. Upon hearing Su Bai's command, he halts his exercise and swiftly heads to the ship's cabin to fetch a glass of juice. Sir, your juice. Hey, how many times must I tell you? Just call me Su Gu. Su Bai takes a sip, the icy, sweet essence blooming on his palate. Ben stands straight, silent. His youthful face is etched with respect. Well, this is futile. Forget it. Do as you please. Yes, sir. Ben turns and runs 10 meters away to continue his push-ups. Su Bai watches him, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. Look at this poor child, brainwashed by the little deer. He has no doubt that even if he told Ben to jump off the starship, the child would not hesitate for a moment. Sipping his juice, he gazes at the starry sky. 2 months have passed. How swiftly time flies. Interstellar travel is an exceedingly tedious endeavor. Initially thrilling, it soon becomes rather mundane. Having finished his juice, Su Bai rises and strides into the cabin, heading directly to the training room. In a space of nearly 500 square meters, various training facilities are arranged. As for why Ben does not train here, according to him, there are 2 reasons. First, it is merely basic physical training, which he deems unnecessary to attend. Second, he prefers being beneath the stars, which brings him great comfort. At the heart of the training room, a ring is set up. Song Ran and Zhang Yi are engaged in combat, or more accurately, Zhang Yi is delivering blows to Song Ran. After 2 months of recuperation, Zhang Yi's body has not fully recovered, but is at least 6 or 70% back to normal. Xiaohua, keep it up. During this period, the other members of the team, seizing every moment, relentlessly honed their bodies, transforming potential into strength. Su Bai ascended to the 4th level of gene enhancement, a development that struck a profound chord within them, instilling a sense of urgency among several. Kong Qing, while preparing meals, merely sought to unwind amidst the training. After all, a balance between rigor and relaxation is paramount, for constant tension may lead to mishaps. Under the strain of such intensive training, the resources aboard the Thorny Rose were rapidly depleting. Suddenly, Su Bai paused, halting his steps in the gravity chamber, and hastily returned to the deck. Foolish girl, it's been 2 months. Where are the items I purchased? I splurged on a premium package, and you let it languish in the gutter? Kong Qing had taken Su Bai's place in the rocking chair. What is the rush? It'll arrive in a couple of days. Really? Su Bai's tone was laced with skepticism. Indeed, Kong Qing assured him sincerely. Very well, I will trust you once more. If it doesn't arrive in the next 2 days, you shall owe a penalty fee, mind you. As a friend, I wouldn't ask for much, just 10,000 cosmic coins per hour. The following day, the presence of starships and mechas became increasingly evident to the naked eye. The Thorny Rose received an automatically generated message. Welcome to the Low Star Belt. In the gravity chamber, within the five-fold gravity zone. Su Bai had just completed a set of punches when he heard Kong Qing's voice over the intercom. Everyone to the cockpit. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a white towel, grabbed a bottle of water, and while drinking, exited the gravity zone. He called for Song Ran, Zhang Yi, and Lu Shi, and they made their way to the cockpit together. Upon entering, they saw Kong Qing pointing into the distance. Look. Su Bai followed her gaze to the starry expanse outside the Thorny Rose, where two starships, one large and one small, were slowly approaching. What is the situation? Are they space pirates or slave catchers? Kong Qing rolled her eyes. What pirates? Your goods have arrived. Oh. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. After waiting for 2 months, they had finally come. He dashed to the deck to gaze out. This was the first starship that truly belonged to him, though Kong Qing had previously lent him one that had merely been a loan. Later, following their victory in the team points competition, the Academy rewarded them with another ship, but that had been for the team. This vessel, however, was different. It was genuinely his, purchased with his own funds. Though the two starships appeared to be moving slowly, they reached the Thorny Rose in under a minute, coming to a steady halt beside it. Shortly thereafter, a spherical single-person flyer approached. Kong Qing activated the docking mechanism, allowing the sphere to enter the Thorny Rose. Moments later, a circular indentation with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the deck, and a figure emerged. Su Bai squinted to get a better look. Well, isn't this a familiar face? Kong Air Shao himself has come to deliver my goods. What an honor. The newcomer donned a signature light pink suit paired with black leather shoes, his hair slicked back with gel, shining in the light. Who else could it be but Kong Yun? This was after Kong Qing had assisted Su Bai in acquiring the mythical mecha following their success. Determined to secure a position within Su Bai's ranks, she resolved to bind her fate entirely to his chariot. The esteemed five, each dispatched to the 5 premier S-class academies, set forth on a quest to attract talent and forge connections with the younger generation of various factions, all while establishing a vast network centered around themselves. Ultimately, they would engage in a fierce competition for the presidency of the Credibility Chamber of Commerce. Kong Qing joined Su Bai's team as a member, tirelessly accompanying him on his endeavors, effectively forsaking her ties to the other individuals at Jinyuan Academy. She wagered everything on Su Bai, fully aware of the considerable risks involved in placing her fortunes in a single individual. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Yet, she also recognized the immense rewards that could stem from such high stakes. This was a monumental gamble, staking her future on the belief that Su Bai could, through his own prowess, cultivate an invincible and formidable force. Should she win this bet, the position of president of the Credibility Chamber would be within her grasp. Should she lose, her options would dwindle to either serving within the chamber or returning home as a mere failure in the eyes of her affluent lineage. Kong Qing contemplated this decision for an extended period, knowing her approach might appear irrational. Relying solely on Su Bai to contend against other presidential candidates and the expansive networks they would cultivate seemed an absurd notion to many. Yet, Kong Qing dared to pursue this path. The crux of her belief lay in the mythical mechas. If Su Bai could maintain his trajectory and acquire more mythical mechas, her confrontations with competitors would undoubtedly tilt in her favor. After reaching her conclusion, she promptly dispatched Kong Yun to deliver goods, a gesture of sincerity. Kong Chun, the eldest of the Kong family, held a lukewarm attitude towards Su Bai, having previously abandoned him for the allure of a gold mine. In stark contrast, Kong Qing, the eldest daughter, made it clear that she was fully committed to Su Bai, leaving no room for retreat. The differing attitudes of the siblings towards Su Bai were palpable. Kong Yun resolutely chose to follow Kong Qing, driven by their closer bond. He viewed Kong Chun with a sense of trepidation, akin to that of an underling before a superior, while with Kong Qing, he shared an affectionate closeness, reminiscent of true family ties. Thus, upon receiving Kong Qing's message, he set off without delay, laden with goods, racing towards the path leading into the starry belt of Los, a route they had awaited for 10 days. Chapter 129. Have you taken kickbacks? Su Gu, Kong Yun approached with a playful grin, exuberantly enveloping Su Bai in a hug. What are you saying? I'm delighted to deliver goods to you, Su Bai retorted, unimpressed by the antics. That email from last time, it was you who sent it, wasn't it? What email? Kong Yun feigned ignorance. While he may not excel in business, his acting skills were commendable. Had it not been for Su Bai's directive to have an Yu investigate, he might have easily deceived them. Su Bai regarded Kong Yun with a knowing smile. Eventually, Kong Yun conceded, offering a rueful smile. It was indeed me who sent it. I apologize, Su Gu, for not assisting you last time. What is there to apologize for? I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your email, I might not have even had a grave to call my own, Su Bai replied nonchalantly. There is no hint of insincerity in his words. He genuinely bears no grudge against Kong Yun. He is under no obligation to exert himself to the brink of exhaustion for his own sake. The mere act of sending a warning email is already a significant gesture of goodwill. By the way, how are Lu Zi and Zhang Lele faring? After such a long time, they must have recovered by now. Upon closer inspection, noticing that Su Bai had no intention of pursuing the matter further, a playful smile reappeared on Kong Yun's face. Brother Su, your brother is indeed my brother. Rest assured, I will handle matters with utmost care. Initially, I intended to bring them to you once they had healed, but upon learning that the destination was Jinyuan, they vehemently refused to go, expressing that you had only just escaped from that small place, called Bai Star. They felt too inadequate and feared they would bring you disgrace, causing you to lose face. I had no choice. I couldn't possibly resort to knocking them out and dragging them along. In the end, I arranged for them to enter Yundu Academy, Lu Zi into the mecha department, and Zhang Lele into the starship department. Their living expenses and daily needs are entirely on me. Without a doubt, Su Bai felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Then he recalled having heard of Yundu Academy before. Upon searching for it in the star map, he was astonished. Yundu Academy, located in the Yundu star system, is an A-grade institution with a stellar reputation. Its renown rivals that of the 5 prestigious S-grade academies. Indeed, even in Bai Star, Su Bai had heard of it, primarily because it is a veritable noble academy. The public perception of it can be summed up in one word: opulent. The admission criteria for Yundu Academy must be quite stringent, right? Zhang Lele at least possesses a basic academic diploma, but Lu Zi has never attended school. Merely recognizing letters is already commendable. How did he manage to gain entry? It is all about wealth. Money can indeed move mountains, and in the case of Yundu Academy, with our Kong family's 4,261 shares, securing spots for the two of them is a trivial matter. Kong Yun inadvertently revealed the ring on his finger, casually letting it glimmer in front of Su Bai. The ring, adorned with a mesmerizing array of colors and twinkling stars, featured a large emerald that epitomized its exorbitant value. A discerning eye would immediately recognize its worth. The ring's material is a special alloy developed by the Venus Research Institute, classified as A23, commonly referred to as star alloy due to its appearance. Star alloy is primarily used for crafting interstellar-grade weaponry, with the star cannon being a notable example. Yet, here it is, fashioned into a ring by Kong Yun. The gemstone atop the ring has an even more extraordinary origin. There exists a divine realm known as the Elven Domain, inhabited by beings with pointed ears and striking features. Some adorned with transparent wings, they refer to themselves as elves. The vastness of the universe is filled with wonders, and such uniquely appearing races are numerous. Yet they are all categorized under humanity, further subdivided into branches. For instance, the full designation for elves is human elves. The Elven Domain is deemed a divine realm, naturally possessing mythical mechas. Their mythical mecha, uniquely named the mythical elven ancient tree, is colossal, with roots deeply embedded in the main star of the Elven Domain. The green gemstone on Kong Yun's ring originates from this very place, birthed from the soil where the roots of the mythical elven ancient tree reside. Wearing it regularly is said to bestow longevity, enhance vitality, and sharpen the mind. Kong Yun deliberately lingered with the ring in front of Su Bai for 2 seconds, allowing him to take a good look. Regrettably, the pretense was misplaced. No matter how meticulously he calculated, he ultimately failed to anticipate the extent of Su Bai's ignorance. That ring is quite exquisite. I presume it costs about 1,000 cosmic coins. Where did you purchase it? I should acquire one for Xiaoxi as well. As the two remained outside, chattering away, Kong Qing curiously ventured out to discern the situation, only to be greeted by the scene before her. Unable to stifle her amusement, she burst into laughter. Kong Yun's expression froze. The clumsiness of his facade made him feel as if ants were crawling all over him, a most uncomfortable sensation. His typical rich boy smile faltered. This is a custom piece. It's not for sale, Kong Yun said, diverting the subject. By the way, Su Gu, what happened to the golden-haired kitten you had last time? I went back and searched for a bunch of golden-haired kittens, yet none could compare to yours. Show me. One to you? A kitten? Su Bai paused, then realized what he meant, pulling from his pocket the drowsy Yuan Bao, lifting it by the scruff of its neck. You mean Yuan Bao, right? Yes. Upon seeing Yuan Bao, Kong Yun's gloom dissipated, replaced with joy. He was notoriously fond of all sorts of animals, even going so far as to purchase a life planet specifically for their care. Since their last encounter, he had been thinking about Su Bai's cat. It was utterly adorable. How about I trade it for the ring? Kong Yun suggested, taking Yuan Bao and feeling its soft fur. It was simply delightful. He examined Yuan Bao's legs and noted it was male. A male is perfect. It can reproduce. The drowsy Yuan Bao, feeling the gentle handling, suddenly awoke. Its golden fur bristling. With a swift twist of its small body, it leapt onto Su Bai's shoulder, arching its back and glaring fiercely at Kong Yun while emitting a low, threatening growl. Kong Yun, upon witnessing this, found himself even more enamored. Its cries are so adorable. Su Bai twitched his lips, soothing Yuan Bao and tucking it back into his clothing. No way, it's not for sale. I'll add more money. Kong Yun persisted. But even that was insufficient. Kong Qing interjected. I wanted to buy it during the Jinyuan assessment, but he refused. Kong Yun, a bit disheartened yet unwilling to relent, proposed. Then, Su Gu, when it has offspring, could you sell me one? Su Bai gently patted his chest, causing Yuan Bao to stir once more. Once it calmed, he casually replied, sure, when it has kittens, I'll sell you one. Is that a promise? You want to go back on your word? Kong Yun asked, satisfied as he projected a document with his star instrument. Su Gu, here is the list for your ordered high-spec stellar class package. Take a look, and if everything is all right, please sign below so my delivery task can be completed. All right, let me see. Su Bai's fingers lightly tapped, and the document expanded into a standard A4-sized holographic screen. On the first page, there was only one item, an image of a starship accompanied by detailed descriptions. Su Bai quickly spotted something that puzzled him. The stellar-class starship. The Falcon, categorized as an interstellar destroyer. What does that mean? Isn't this what you purchased? Kong Yun instinctively replied. Su Bai turned to Kong Qing. As she was responsible for this matter, Kong Qing explained, stellar-class and higher-level starships are categorized by type. Relevant details are provided at the end of the chapter. What about the Thorn Rose? The Thorn Rose is classified as a planetary-level vessel. However, it was originally constructed as a starship of stellar caliber. If one were to insist on categorizing it, it could barely be considered a battleship. Why is there no classification for starships below the stellar level? Simply put, it is of little significance. The ranks are too low to warrant such distinctions. Su Bai nodded frequently, feigning understanding as he continued reading. With a length of 93.7 meters and a width of 20. One might question why it is so diminutive. Are you receiving kickbacks? This is barely one-third the size of the Thorn Rose. Is this truly classified as stellar? It is even smaller than the planetary-level Thorn Rose. Note: 1. The word count for this chapter is sufficient. There is no issue of filler content. 2. The following settings are based on my references. The details regarding real military vessels are entirely fabricated and are only relevant within this book. I reiterate, everything is a product of my imagination and holds no factual basis. War Fortress, expensive to construct, versatile in offense and defense, but lacks flexibility, which is its sole drawback. Interstellar aircraft carrier, equipped with numerous interstellar fighter jets, primarily relying on them for offensive capabilities. Interstellar battleship, the main combat unit of the fleet, featuring diverse designs with balanced attributes. Interstellar armored battleship, a specially modified battleship boasting enhanced defenses. Interstellar light cruiser, weaker in combat than a battleship but excels in speed. Interstellar heavy cruiser, larger than a light cruiser, sacrificing some speed to enhance firepower and defense, positioned between battleships and light cruisers. Interstellar destroyer, compact and agile, designed for battlefield maneuvering and pursuit, with a focus on offense. Interstellar frigate, smaller in size, intended to protect the flagship, emphasizing defense. Should further details or changes be necessary, I shall continue to elaborate. Chapter 130. The golden threaded Su flag. Kong Qing scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. A mere few 100,000 cosmic coins hardly merit my attention. The disparity between a destroyer and a battleship, differing not only in type but also in size, is hardly surprising. Moreover, the Falcon-class destroyer was a meticulous selection, chosen for its compactness and agility. At times, it is the smaller size that best showcases the sophistication of the technology involved. The official price of a bare Falcon vessel is 390,000 cosmic coins. I have outfitted you with the necessary weaponry, offering an internal package price. All told, it amounts to a mere 450,000 cosmic coins. With the weaponry nearly given to you free of charge. Is that so? Su Bai was skeptical. This woman was known for her cunning. Believing I was young and naive enough to deceive, he wore an expression that clearly conveyed his doubt. Kong Qing took a deep breath, striving to explain calmly. Do not underestimate the complexity of piloting a starship. Navigating a starship is not akin to driving a car. It is not as simple as pressing a button to start. Our manpower is severely lacking. With the assistance of virtual intelligence, I can barely manage to pilot such a small destroyer alone. However, a battleship is beyond my capabilities. Have you not observed that since I began piloting the Thorn Rose, the only instance I engaged was to bombard the planet Nerdo? Had Nerdo possessed the ability to flee, I would have been unable to strike it down, as I simply cannot operate it alone. Upon hearing her words, Su Bai raised his left hand, pressing the star compass on his wrist to his ear. Upon hearing Yu Yu affirm that Kong Qing was not lying, he finally retracted his skeptical expression. Kong Tsaiwu, we are family. How could I not trust you? He scoffed. Kong Qing, with a cold smile, thought, do you really believe I did not notice your little antics? She hastily instructed, prepare the starship. I need to stow away the Thorn Rose. Piloting it alone is exceedingly taxing. Originally, the Thorn Rose was meant to be manned by a full crew. However, Kong Qing deemed it unnecessary to bring a contingent of crew members along to her studies at Jinyuan, thus compelling them to return. Su Bai clicked through to the last page of the list, inscribed his name, and returned the document to Kong Yun. "I trust you, so I won't review it," he said with a chuckle. Kong Qing had no faith in his words, suspecting that Yu had investigated the information on the Falcon and discovered its exceptional value. Indeed, this was the case. As Su Bai listened to Yu's report in his mind, a broad smile spread across his face. The premium package, priced at 588,000, contained items that, if purchased separately at market value, would exceed 1 million cosmic coins, a windfall of nearly 500,000 cosmic coins. Little did he know that this internal package price was exclusively offered by the Credit Commerce Association to its senior members and was not available to the public. Without Kong Qing, he would have had to reveal his identity as a mythical pilot to join the Credit Commerce Association to access such pricing. "Su Gu, shall we depart?" Indeed, Kong Yun led the way as they boarded the spherical vessel and set off towards the Falcon. Shortly after they landed on the deck, the Thorn Rose vanished from the starry sky, and several vehicles descended. As the vehicle doors opened, the rest of the team emerged. Kong Qing handed a box to Kong Yun. This box was crafted from a complete golden beast skeleton. The essence of the golden beast was energy-based. Once deceased, the golden beast's body, devoid of this energy support, would gradually become exceedingly fragile. The current hardness of this box was hardly superior to that of plastic. Its sole purpose was to insulate against the golden beast's affinity for golden materials. Kong Yun accepted the box. "Sister, this is golden material. Arrange for someone to send it back to headquarters." He weighed it and found it surprisingly heavy. Unable to resist, he opened a small gap to peek inside, then hurriedly closed it. "Sister, have you struck gold? What nonsense are you thinking?" Kong Qing remarked, glancing at Su Bai, who was rummaging around. "He's your Su Gu." Kong Yun recalled the little gold bars Su Bai had given him at Bai Star. At that time, he thought it was merely good fortune, unaware of the deeper implications. Now it seemed far more significant. Before he could ponder further, Kong Qing warned, "Keep this to yourself. Do not entertain any ill thoughts. You know who I am, don't you? It is best to send it back to headquarters. If anyone inquires, just say you collected it." "Rest assured, I understand," Kong Yun replied, raising his hand as a mech materialized beside the starship. He elevated the box high, and the mech's left hand shot out, retrieving the box. "Sister, I have a surprise to show you shortly." "What is it?" "You will find out soon." Kong Qing cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of a threatening smile playing on her lips. "Have you learned some new tricks? Dare to keep me in suspense?" Kong Yun chuckled and dashed away. "You shall never be disappointed. Su, shall I arrange some crew members for you?" Although this vessel may appear small, to fully unleash its potential, a crew of at least 10 is essential. Su Bai caressed the barrel of a naval cannon, recognizing it as a true man's toy. At that moment, he completely forgot about his inaccuracy in shooting. Upon hearing Kong Yun's suggestion, he promptly declined. Currently, the squad possessed only this one starship, which to Su Bai was the flagship. It was crucial to have trustworthy individuals aboard the flagship. Otherwise, in the heat of battle, if spies were to wreak havoc, there would be no place to lament. Kong Yun casually brought it up, not insisting strongly. He began to introduce the starship to Su Bai. The cannons aboard had been meticulously chosen by others and reviewed by him. Essentially, it was as if he had selected them himself. The energy for the Yu-Sun was supplied by 3 miniature nuclear reactors in rotation. The main artillery consisted of 3 guns, the first with a caliber of 130 millimeters, and the second and third, both at 100 millimeters, all being electromagnetic railguns. In times of war, 1 miniature nuclear reactor could be dedicated solely to power them. Additionally, there were 32 auxiliary guns with a caliber of 58 millimeters. The above is purely fictional. Any discrepancies are to be forgiven. The bundled price for the cannons was 370,000 cosmic coins, and my sister took 6,000 cosmic coins, not even a fraction of the total. While introducing the starship, Kong Yun did not forget to mention Kong Qing, urging Su Bai to remember her favorably. Su Bai nodded repeatedly, feeling nothing but satisfaction. His own starship was utterly to his liking. "Su, follow me. There is something wonderful to show you." "Something wonderful?" Su Bai eagerly followed. Upon reaching the cockpit, though smaller than the Thorn Rose, it was fully equipped. Kong Yun pointed to a red button, wearing a mysterious expression. "Come, press it." Su Bai, observing his demeanor, felt he hardly seemed trustworthy. "What is this?" "You'll find out once you press it. I'm still aboard the starship. Can I possibly harm you?" "True enough, should he attempt to trick me, I would shave his head and send him to the blissful Buddha domain." Su Bai pressed the button. In the next moment, at the pinnacle of the starship, a dark hue with golden thread inscriptions emerged. A beautifully crafted flag bearing the character Su gradually ascended. Soon after, the same character appeared on both sides of the starship, symbolizing the identity of its owner. "Are you satisfied?" Su Bai gazed at the flag, momentarily entranced, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After a long silence, he joyfully patted Kong Yun on the shoulder. "Satisfied. immensely satisfied. It's all thanks to you, lad. You know how to get things done. At that moment, Kong Yun's standing in Su Bai's heart surpassed even that of his sister. No wonder some emperors on indigenous planets favored cunning ministers. Who wouldn't appreciate someone so capable? Chapter 131, completed ahead of schedule. The Yusun interstellar destroyer was neither excessively large nor notably small. After a brief tour, lasting less than an hour, Su Bai had examined the starship under Kong Yun's guidance. Upon returning to the deck, Lu Shi and the others were busy distributing weapons, ranged and melee. Everything was accounted for. Su Bai felt increasingly satisfied. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Lu Shi beckoned Su Bai to select a few convenient weapons. Su Bai waved his hand in refusal, deeming there was little worth choosing. To him, all cold weapons were alike. They wielded equal efficacy. The same applied to firearms, as he was unable to hit his target regardless of the weapon. The sole firearm he possessed aboard the entire starship was a small pistol, nestled within the captain's ensemble in the captain's quarters. The tailored captain's uniform, paired with high military boots, exuded a certain gravitas, and when he draped the bespoke captain's cloak, embroidered with the character for Su, a distinctive charm emerged. However, Su Bai merely tried it on before discarding it. In total, with him included, the team comprised 5 individuals, plus an additional member, Xiao Shou Yuanbao, making it a modest 6.5. Such formal attire seemed excessive for any audience. Once the thrill faded, Su Bai recalled unfinished business. He had inspected the starship and found it satisfactory. Thus, he suggested, "You may return for now. I still have tasks to attend to." Tasks? Kong Yun glanced at the star chart, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Come with me," he called out. "Sister, gather them here. Exciting news is upon us." Kong Yun shouted to Kong Qing, as he and Su Bai stood beside the starship, waiting. Curious, Kong Qing and her companions approached. Just as 4 starships encircled a slightly inferior vessel, Su Bai's mind conjured a singular notion: escort. If the central starship was more opulent than its 4 counterparts, it indicated an escort mission. Presently, the outer vessels were evidently superior to the one at the center, confirming his suspicion. Su Gu observed that central ship and its markings. One of them remarked. Su Bai scrutinized the insignia, which had faded due to various factors, yet it was unmistakably a skull emblem. It seemed oddly familiar. Where had he seen it before? The Blood Skull slave capturing team? Lu Shi ventured. Correct. Alas, no prize. Kong Yun waved his hand, projecting a series of images from the star chart, proudly stating, "Upon learning of your mission from my sister, I have been on the lookout, and indeed, I was able to intercept you, sparing you an extra journey." Su Bai and his companions examined the images. The first depicted the upper echelons of the Blood Skull slave capturing team, standing in a cross formation like labor camp inmates, their expressions a blend of despair and trepidation. The subsequent images illustrated the dire conditions of their ship's compartments, rife with filth and dimly lit. Even from the pictures, an odor of decay could be sensed. Distinctively marked individuals of the inner race were crammed within, akin to sardines, with scarcely any room to lie down. As they studied the images, Kong Qing leaned closer to Kong Yun, her brow furrowed. "You leveraged the power of the Credibility Merchant Association to apprehend these individuals? If this were to fall into the wrong hands, it would surely become ammunition for criticism against you." The Credibility Merchant Association possessed its own armed forces, primarily for escort and defense. Proactive aggression was reserved for a scant few scenarios, such as unpaid debts, intercepted goods, or the malicious hunting of association personnel. Capturing the slave capturing team did not fall within the purview of the Credibility Merchant Association's responsibilities. "Sister, I am not foolish. How could I possibly rely on the armed forces of the Chamber of Commerce? So, where do you obtain your personnel? Have you raised a private army? Why would I cultivate such a thing when it serves no purpose and incurs expenses?" Kong Yun replied, exasperated. "Stop making wild guesses. There is a planetary lord nearby whose father is my classmate. I mentioned it casually, and he immediately had his father dispatched for battleships. Capturing a slave hunting team is a simple task, isn't it? At least you have some sense. Hey, sister, don't underestimate me, all right?" At that moment, Su Bai finished examining the images. Kong Yun promptly abandoned Kong Qing and moved closer to Su Bai. "Brother Su, did we capture the right ones?" "Indeed. How do you wish to handle it?" "Leave none alive." "Understood," Kong Yun commanded. The 4 battleships retreated a short distance. Their main cannons aimed at the Blood Skull slave hunting team and fired simultaneously. The targeted vessels of the slave hunting team were instantly reduced to ashes. After a brief wait, Kong Yun sent the video he had just received to Su Bai. "Brother Su, this is the execution footage. You can use it for your report." Su Bai glanced at the footage. It began with the high-ranking members of the slave hunting team standing on the deck, followed by recordings of multiple individuals within the ship's cabin. The scene then transitioned to the destruction wrought by the bombardment. The entire sequence was captured in its entirety. Su Bai stored the footage away. He found himself increasingly fond of this young man, Kong Yun. He was exceptionally capable. It would be a waste of his talents to confine him to the role of a frivolous heir. Once the fleet was assembled, he must bring this lad on board as his deputy. Su Bai transmitted the footage to the mission interface and opted to submit it. The instructors at Jinyuan Academy possessed the authority to release tasks. Su Bai's assignment had been issued by Li Cheng. No sooner had he submitted it than he received a notification of approval. A communication request from Li Cheng promptly followed. Su Bai answered the call. Li Cheng got straight to the point. The task is complete. I shall uphold my promise and allow you to select your next training location. Have you all reached a consensus? Not yet. We Haven T had the chance to discuss it, Su Bai replied honestly, having assumed that dealing with the Blood Skull slave hunting team would take more time. He hadn't anticipated that Kong Yun would take the initiative and finish the job ahead of schedule, leaving him no time to confer with the others about the next training site. All right, take your time to discuss. I have a meeting to attend, so I shall leave you to it. Once you have decided, simply inform me. Understood. He ended the call. Su Bai turned to look at Kong Yun, who discerned that it would be inappropriate for him to remain for the ensuing conversation. Thus, he tactfully excused himself. Brother Su, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. I'll speak briefly with my sister and then take my leave. Very well. Su Bai observed the siblings step aside to engage in hushed conversation. Within his left eye's retina, there was real-time surveillance provided by Yu. The monitored scene revealed a large room containing 100 medical pods. Su Bai recognized the contents of these pods all too well. They were none other than multiple individuals of the Nair race. What are they doing? Kong Qing inquired. Kong Yun cast a glance at Su Bai, who was beaming at him, and promptly returned a smile. He then leaned closer to Kong Qing, whispering in her ear, Sister, I have secretly hidden some of those Nair people. If the genetic serum they possess is successfully developed, it will be of immense utility. What did you say? I said, it will be of immense utility. Kong Qing's icy tone struck Kong Yun as particularly unfamiliar. This was not in line with his sister's usual manner of conduct. Surely, with her discerning eye, she could not overlook the substantial benefits lurking behind this situation. No, sister. Our research and development capabilities surpass those of the true Su family by a considerable margin. I will say this one last time. It will be of immense utility. Chapter 132. I, Su Bai, superior to others. Kong Qing's voice softened somewhat, her previously emotionless coldness transforming into a tone of earnest gravity. Xiao Yun. A double-dealing opportunist may gain temporary advantages, but in the long run, they will never rise to prominence. Since I have chosen to align myself with Su Bai, I shall refrain from engaging in any petty schemes. Otherwise, I will never penetrate the core of this team. Kong Yun fell into silence, taken aback by his sister's unwavering commitment to Su Bai's cause. Although he did not endorse her approach, he nonetheless expressed his support. I understand. With that, he navigated the star chart, pressing a button. That's good. Come with me to explain the situation to Su Bai. It's not a grave matter. If we remain silent, and he discovers it later, it could create an unnecessary rift between us. All right. Meanwhile, Su Bai observed through the surveillance feed as hundreds of medical pods were obliterated in a fierce explosion. His smile grew ever more radiant. Brother Su, all those Nair people are dead, aren't they? Hearing Su Bai's jesting tone, Kong Yun suddenly looked up, meeting Su Bai's gaze. He felt as though his very essence was laid bare. This sensation plunged him into a chilling abyss. The Kong family, in terms of financial power, held a respectable position in the universe. Ultimately, Kong Yun was the second son of the Kong family, and despite outwardly expressing trust in Su Bai, he could not help but harbor some disdain within, an ingrained contempt from the upper class towards those beneath them. Yet at this moment, that flicker of disdain evaporated completely. For the first time, he genuinely believed that his sister's decision was indeed sound. Kong Yun opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to articulate a response. Kong Qing's pupils constricted as her gaze fell upon Su Bai's fingers, deftly navigating the star chart. In an instant, she realized that Yu must have uncovered some information. She interjected, taking over Kong Yun's words, and bowed in apology. Xiao Yun's actions were improper. I apologize on his behalf. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue beyond measure. Su Bai chuckled, unfazed. At that moment, Kong Yun regained his composure. Brother Su, I am sorry. Not at all. Have you and your sister finished your conversation? We have. I shall take my leave now. As Kong Yun turned to depart, Su Bai suddenly recalled something and hastily called out to him. Wait, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Brother Su, there is no need for such formality. The earlier incident was rather awkward, and now Kong Yun eagerly wished for a chance to be of assistance to Su Bai. Just tell me what it is. It's nothing serious. Come here. Su Bai beckoned him over. The researcher sprinted over with enthusiasm. Esteemed sir, Su Bai indicated to Ben. This is Ben, still in his youth, yet possessing significant potential. I would like you to make arrangements for him. A trivial matter, leave it to me. Kong Yun assured with a pat on his chest. Ben, from now on, you shall heed his guidance. Is that agreeable? Everything is at your discretion, sir, Ben replied, lowering his head, fully aware of his current inadequacies. Being near the esteemed sir only made him feel like a burden. Upon returning to Kong Yun's starship, Ben resolved to diligently improve himself, aspiring to become a valuable ally to the esteemed Sir. Kong Yun sank into the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, savoring a sip while observing the silently standing Ben since boarding the ship. He pondered Su Bai's intentions. In his view, Su Bai's entrustment of Ben to him must carry profound significance. If it were merely a routine arrangement, he could have simply informed Kong Qing. In truth, he had overthought the matter. Su Bai's genuine intention was to enroll Ben in a school to complete his foundational studies before advancing to an academy. He was tasked with this because both Lu Zi and Zhang Lele were also under his guidance, and Su Bai believed in his experience. Kong Yun downed the wine in his glass, murmuring to himself, could it be that Su Gu is aware of my recommendation slot for the Blood Tower? The Blood Tower is a neutral faction, the largest assassin organization on a cosmic scale. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. His admiration for Su Bai surged like an unending river. Truly, Su Gu deserves his reputation. I haven't even mentioned it to my sister, yet he seems to know. Having come to this realization, Kong Yun sought Ben's opinion. I wish to send you to the Blood Tower, starting as an assassin at the very bottom. Though the mortality rate is exceedingly high, do you consent? Upon boarding the ship, Ben spoke his first words. I agree. He was unaware of what the Blood Tower entailed but understood the implication of a high mortality rate. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to agree. For Su Bai had instructed him to follow Kong Yun's lead. Little dear, commence a full ship scan. 5 minutes later, and Yu reported, scanning complete. The Falcon-class interstellar destroyer is functioning normally, with no external listening, monitoring, or positioning devices detected. Su Bai acknowledged with a gesture and settled onto the deck. It appears we are the only ones left. Let us discuss your suggestions for the next training location. You decide. You decide, Lu Shi and Kong Qing chimed in unison. As anticipated, Su Bai turned to Song Ran and Zhang Yi. Song Ran blinked innocently, embodying the model student, while Zhang Yi was utterly distracted, gazing at the cosmic expanse outside. Forget it. I shall not expect these two to offer any suggestions, Su Bai thought, retrieving a list. It detailed the destinations chosen by the top teams from the first 50 sessions of the Zhenyuan Academy's points competition. Of the 50 first-place teams, 48 opted to venture to the Divine Kingdom for training. The Divine Kingdom is a splendid place, and I too wish to see it. However, the mortality rate there is a staggering 75%. Out of the 48 teams, 36 faced total annihilation. The remaining forces have suffered severe losses. To this day, not a single squad remains intact. I am a staunch advocate of democracy, thus I shall entrust the decision to you. If you are in agreement, please raise your hands. Su Bai quietly awaited the choices of his companions. As the captain, he held the authority to directly request passage to the divine realm. However, given the gravity of life and death, he respected each member's choice. To his surprise, all 4 individuals raised their hands in unison, even Zhang Yi, who was facing away. A smile graced Su Bai's lips. Very well, what follows is that we shall request leave from the academy. Lu Shi, Kong Qing, Song Ran, Zhang Yi. After all your chatter and that heavy tone, I was almost ready to prepare my own coffin for the ultimate sacrifice. And now you tell me we're asking for leave? Are you joking? Lu Shi reached out to touch Su Bai's forehead, muttering, no fever. Kong Qing inquired, what do you need leave for at this time? How long do you intend to be away? Song Ran resolved to be a good team player, obediently following the captain's orders. If the captain said to head east, there was no question of going west. Zhang Yi turned to observe this exchange. His curiosity piqued not by the reason for the leave, but by Su Bai's thought process. This, I assure you, stems from my genuine concern for my teammates. Su Bai sighed, wearing an expression that conveyed their misunderstanding. They had just arrived at Xiao Hua's doorstep. He hadn't been home in months. Surely his parents must miss him? I am sacrificing precious training time with the squad to accompany him home for a visit. A captain as commendable as I am is a rarity indeed. Speak plainly, Song Ran interjected quietly. I am an orphan. Su Bai's expression froze. My goodness, are there really so many orphans these days? With 5 individuals in the squad, counting himself, that made 6. Aside from Lu Shi and Kong Qing, are they all orphans? Oh, and Yuan Bao, the orphan cat. Perhaps we should just call ourselves the orphan squad. Wait, that one T-do. Su Bai suddenly realized. I am not an orphan. I have parents. They are merely captured for mining, not lost. With this thought, a sense of superiority filled him as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yi and Song Ran. I, Su Bai, am above all. Chapter 133. Worthless treasures on the deck of the Falcon. Lu Shi and the others looked at Su Bai, who was putting on a performance of shifting emotions, with a bewildered gaze. One moment awkward, the next morose, followed by joy, and then pride. What pride? They thought. Clearing his throat, Su Bai noticed their peculiar stares and coughed lightly. He then projected a star map, pinpointing Vibrant Star. Do you remember this place? Vibrant Star? No. I haven't heard of it. Su Bai was not surprised. When Nian Jing'er shared information about the mythical statues, the others merely glanced at it, and did not commit it to memory. He continued by displaying an image. Specifically the angelic statue from the 3 mythical statues he had acquired through trade with Nian Jinger. Does this ring a bell now? Several individuals suddenly realized Su Bai's intentions. Lu Shi inquired, do you know which deity this is? Unfazed, Su Bai, with his hands on his hips, replied with audacious bravado, whoever it may be, I, Su Bai, am determined. Even if Jesus himself from the heavenly domain were to appear, he could not hinder me. A teasing smile graced Kong Qing's lips as she remarked. What a coincidence. The current head of the heavenly domain is none other than the deity Jesus himself. The contract between the Credibility Association and the heavenly domain for the procurement of holy healing elixirs is nearing its expiration. If it's convenient, I could take on this task and negotiate with the heavenly domain. Would you like me to bring you along? Introducing you in the name of the Credibility Association so that you may meet Jesus? Ahem, mainly because there are pressing matters at hand, you understand? Otherwise, I would certainly visit him. It wouldn't take much time. Enough. Su Bai interjected, his expression turning serious. We cannot afford to take an extended leave. Let us not dwell on time-consuming matters. We shall set forth immediately. Destination, Veblen Star. Understood, my esteemed captain. Kong Qing responded with a light giggle, playfully saluting before heading to the cockpit. Su Bai stepped aside to request leave for Li Cheng. Just as he turned around, he was met with muffled laughter from behind. He whirled around abruptly, only to find the laughter had ceased. Lu Shi, Song Ran, and Zhang Yi stood there, their eyes darting and faces flushed with embarrassment. Humph. Each one of you has turned against me, disregarding your captain, he thought, dismissing their behavior. But never mind. I, your captain, shall not hold grudges against the petty. Approaching the starship, Su Bai activated the star chart. Little dear, send a communication request to Teacher Li Cheng. After a pause, he added, make a note of it. Those 4 laughed at me today. I shall ensure they have extra tasks in the future. And Yiyo glanced at him, her voice crisp and perfectly controlled, just loud enough for Su Bai to hear. Humph, so petty. Su Bai's expression stiffened slightly, just as he was about to defend himself. Coincidentally, Li Cheng's communication connected, interrupting his thoughts. Su Bai, have you already decided on a location? Not yet. I wish to request a leave. Leave? Li Cheng's tone was one of surprise. Why? Su Bai instantly adopted a sorrowful demeanor, his eyes glistening with faux tears. We have just arrived at the border of the Hell Domain, and Song Ran's family misses him dearly. He wishes to take a few days off to return home. To be honest, we have already agreed on a training location, the Heavenly Kingdom. You are well aware of the high mortality rate there, should anything unfortunate occur. This could be the last time Song Ran sees his family. Li Cheng fell silent. Su Bai cast a furtive glance, thinking his request should be granted. However, the next moment, Li Cheng pulled up a file to show Su Bai. Song Ran, ISNT he an orphan? The document displayed was indeed Song Ran's student profile. And in the family section, it glaringly read none. Damn it, I forgot. It's all those wretched beings' fault. They muddled my thoughts. Su Bai's mind raced as he quickly improvised. Ah, this is something you may not know. Song Ran, an orphan, was rescued from a heap of refuse by the director of an orphanage during his childhood. He subsequently accompanied the director in scavenging for discarded items to support the orphanage. Although they shared no blood ties, the director was closer to him than any family member. Li Cheng gazed thoughtfully at Song Ran's admission recommendation, which bore the name of the Lord's Manor of the Hell Domain. When did the Lord's Manor of the Hell Domain transform into an orphanage? This implies that the current overseer of the Hell Domain is none other than the director of the orphanage. How could one sustain such an extensive divine realm simply by collecting refuse? What treasures lie among the discarded items that I might also wish to seek? She focused on Su Bai, contemplating for a moment. This child was not one to act thoughtlessly. If he sought leave, there must be a valid reason behind it. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and there is no need to delve too deeply into the matter. I approve of your leave. Once the task is complete, return swiftly to your routine. Thank you, Teacher Li. Su Bai felt a surge of relief as his leave was granted. Noticing that the starship had not yet moved, he approached the control room to find Kong Qing. Why aren't we departing? I was just about to seek you out, Kong Qing replied, displaying 2 screens. The left screen was adorned with a pristine white background, while the right bore a gruesome dark red. Choose wisely. From which divine realm shall we enter? I will submit the entry application to the border department of that realm. Entry application? Su Bai blinked in surprise. We have traversed numerous federations without needing such a thing before. The federation is one matter, while the divine realm is another entirely. The distinction is significant. To enter a divine realm without submitting an entry application would result in being deemed an illegal entrant. If discovered by the divine realm's authorities, they possess the right to execute you on the spot. Very well, then let it be the Hell Domain. Agreed. Kong Qing retracted the white screen and entered the team information along with their destination on the red screen. After a moment's hesitation, she also included her own identity mark as one of the 5 reputable figures. The application was then dispatched to the border department of the Hell Domain. 2 days later, in the Hell Domain J-2953 border post, tasked primarily with the scrutiny of incoming personnel, a vast mechanical platform, comparable in size to a small planet, floated in the starry expanse. Countless starships lined up like a metallic river, entering the platform in an orderly manner for examination. Upon arrival, Su Bai found himself in utter disbelief. So many? At this rate, we'll be waiting an eternity. And you provided a precise estimate. Given our position at the end of the line, we might be able to enter the Hell Domain in approximately 3 months. Su Bai's expression turned despondent. As he observed, he sensed something amiss. The examination platform occupied such a vast area. Why were there no starships circumventing it? The border inspectors could not possibly manage every vessel. Before he could finish his thought, it seemed someone within the lengthy queue shared his sentiment. A starship detached from the line, bypassing the examination platform and soaring into the void. Thereafter, nothing followed. As the starship crossed an invisible border, a laser shot forth. The spectators witnessed a dazzling display of fireworks, quite a spectacle indeed. Su Bai swallowed hard. I am an honest person. I shall resolutely refrain from engaging in any acts that disturb order or violate regulations. Upon witnessing the lengthy queue, a wave of despondency washed over me. Suddenly, I realized that the mythic mechs of Veblen Star were not an absolute necessity. This is not merely an immigration inspection platform. It serves as a bastion at the border of the divine realm. Though it faces the safety zone and its defenses may be lacking, it remains, undeniably, a fortress. To force entry? That would depend on the resilience of the starship. Kong Qing maneuvered the starship, weaving through the lined vessels, heading straight for the inspection platform. Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically. The fireworks in the starry sky had yet to disperse. You're courting death. Don't drag me into this. Kong Qing cast a glance his way, intuitively grasping his unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, everything is arranged. I included the Jinyuan Academy and my identity imprint in the immigration application. We possess the privilege of bypassing the queue and can proceed directly to the inspection platform. Chapter 134. The sweetness of soft rice outside the J-2953 border. Amidst a multitude of starships dutifully waiting in line, the Falcon soared freely, swiftly capturing the attention of many. Yet another foolhardy individual appeared to be in pursuit of their demise. Perhaps a noble from the Federation, coddled at home for too long, daring to breach the divine realm's border without understanding the gravity of their actions. The launch has commenced. I wager a shot from the fortress will bring it down. Look at that diminutive starship. It might be quite agile. I'll place 2 shots, 1,000 cosmic coins. Behold, has it lost its mind? It's charging straight at the fortress platform? Oh, there go my 1,000 cosmic coins. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Falcon plunged into the platform. In the cockpit, Su Bai was exceptionally tense, poised to summon the mecha at a moment's notice to facilitate an escape. As the starship breached the inspection point, all operations on the platform came to an abrupt halt. The duty-bound robots redirected their focus toward the Falcon, their eyes glowing ominously. Numerous cannon barrels aimed menacingly at the Falcon, ominous energy accumulating, ready to unleash devastation. Simultaneously, alarms blared within the cockpit, red lights flashing erratically. As for the queued starships, I had previously speculated about their connections. Now it seemed they were doomed. I too shall place a wager, 1,000 cosmic coins. The naive noble from the Federation, challenging the divine realm's border. Tomorrow's morning news will surely feature this incident. In the cockpit, beads of cold sweat cascaded down Su Bai's brow. Foolish girl, is this what you call being arranged? He seized Lu Shi and dashed outside, issuing commands with unwavering resolve. The starship will self-destruct to buy us time to escape. Just then, everything outside returned to normal. A burly man with dark red skin and 2 small horns protruding from his head approached on a flying disc. He collided with Su Bai, who was rushing out, startling him with the swiftness of the encounter. Instantly, wariness etched across his face as he resolved to take the initiative. Xiaoxi, I'll handle him. No. Without further ado, seized the opportunity to flee. Releasing Lu Shi, he charged forward. The man, oblivious to Su Bai's intentions, extended his right hand in a gesture of politeness, adorned with a friendly smile. Greetings, I am Handing, the border officer of the J-2953 outpost. I have received the joint immigration application from your esteemed Academy and MS. Kong of the Credibility Association. You may proceed at your convenience. What? Su Bai came to a screeching halt. What is happening? Handing was somewhat perplexed by Su Bai's actions. Mr. Su, what is this? Su Bai's cheeks flushed crimson. What a shameful situation this is. Indeed, it was the previous encounter with that starship, which had been obliterated in a single blast, that had rendered him excessively anxious, as if every rustle in the foliage posed a threat. Fortunately, his resilience was unparalleled. Su Bai adjusted his collar, mustered a faint smile, and grasped Handing's hand. Thank you, Mr. Han. Mr. Su, you are being overly courteous, and by the way, my surname is not Han. That is of little consequence, Handing replied, somewhat resigned. All right then, As long as you are pleased. After meeting with Kong Qing and confirming each other's identities, he promptly approved the passage permit. Is that all? Su Bai inquired, bewildered. You call this an inspection? Just a confirmation of Kong Qing's identity? Various starships and numerous small robots scoured the area, nearly dismantling the starship to scrutinize it. Privileges, it's quite normal. You'll grow accustomed to it, Lu Shi explained. Meanwhile, after her communication with Handing, Kong Qing maneuvered the starship forward, following Hansen to a colossal gateway. Su Bai examined the door, or more precisely, the door frame, which measured over 1 kilometer in both height and width. Within, it was empty, with faint ripples hinting at the distortion of space. What is this? A stargate. A stargate? Lu Shi nodded. It is a form of spatial technology. This stargate allows for instantaneous transport to another location. Why have I never seen one in the Federation? The inner layer is merely a small area where such methods are unnecessary. It saves time and costs, and the energy consumption of the stargate would outweigh the benefits. Lu Shi illustrated on the holographic display, drawing a small circle the size of a marble. This represents the inner layer. Then she drew a larger circle the size of a basketball outside it. This is the mid-layer where the divine domain resides. The divine domain and the Federation are not on the same level. Most of the territories in the divine domain are larger than the entire inner layer. It is not an exaggeration to say that, apart from a few exceptional divine domains, the others possess the strength to sweep through the inner layer. Of course, when I refer to the inner layer, I am only talking about the Federation coalition, excluding other powers like the academies. Due to the vast expanse, without a stargate, traveling from here to Vibrant Star would take years. Lu Shi concluded, and at that moment, Kong Qing's voice rang out. Everyone, please take your seats and secure yourselves. We are preparing to traverse the stargate. As the others readied themselves, Kong Qing engaged the controls, and the engines roared to life. The tail of the Falcon ship belched forth searing flames. A powerful sense of acceleration overwhelmed them as the starship plunged into the stargate. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Su Bai. The profound void, coupled with intense vibrations, invoked a disconcerting feeling of losing control. The ingot in his chest sensed his distress and gently nudged him, offering solace. The darkness arrived swiftly but departed even more so. In a mere instant, it receded. As light returned, Su Bai squinted to adjust to his surroundings. Have we arrived? He asked, gazing at the planet encircled by the stargate. Not yet. The stargate at the border of J2953 cannot reach Vibrant Star directly. We must make a transfer here first. Kong Qing turned around, her smile directed at Su Bai. He shivered slightly. Such a grin seldom heralded anything favorable. What is it? Money? Do you think the stargate is free to use? He murmured, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Kong Qing narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of danger. If I were to have ulterior motives towards you, it would indeed be your honor. Why the sudden relief? Have I wronged you? Su Bai felt a sense of foreboding and edged closer to Lu Shi, seeking solace. Money is trivial. After purchasing the high-end package last time, there were still tens of thousands left. Just use it directly without needing to report back to me. Huh, what can such a meager sum accomplish? Shifting the conversation to matters of importance, Kong Qing decided to forego her grievances for the moment. The usage fee for the stargate from the border to here is 87,000 cosmic coins. Last time, I only charged 58,000 cosmic coins for the high-end package, leaving a balance of 40,000. This time, after deducting the team funds, we still owe 47,000 cosmic coins, which I have temporarily covered. The journey to Vibrant Star will cost 130,000 cosmic coins. In total, we owe 177,000. Hurry and provide the funds so I can settle the payment. What? No money? Kong Qing raised an eyebrow. Call me sister, and I shall lend you some. Who said I have no money? Su Bai retorted angrily, wishing he could transform the starship into gold to show her what true wealth looked like. Qingjia, please stop teasing him, Lu Shi interjected, gently tapping her star device. In the next moment, Su Bai's device chimed with a notification. Ding. Your friend Lu, she has transferred you 31,721 cosmic coins. Here, all my funds are now yours. From now on, you will have to cover all expenses. Gratitude flickered in Su Bai's eyes as he grasped Lu Shi's delicate hand, their unspoken bond evident. He then cast a glance at the others, silently questioning the disparity among them. Look at Lu Shi, and then look at the rest of you. If I become successful in the future, how could I neglect you? Kong Qing scoffed, while Zhang Yi looked away, and Song Ran bowed his head. The former faced her own struggles, while the latter was simply impoverished, having lived on Ne'er-do Star for many years, and the ticket to Jinyuan had been earned through labor. Ah, people are indeed compared to one another. Lu Shi is truly the best. Su Bai promptly transferred 18,000 to Kong Qing. A small triumph. Now go and pay. Kong Qing turned to leave, humming to herself, soft rice is delightful. Soft rice is fragrant. Chapter 135. A model citizen of the universe, Su Bai Vibrant Star. With its unique geographical position, harbors a statue of questionable identity, steeped in myth. Both the realms of heaven and hell vie to incorporate it into their territories. Yet, despite their intentions, the other party remains unyielding, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, negotiations have been undertaken more than once. In 3 days, the 321st negotiation will commence, with both delegations already in place. Their participation is merely a formality. After so many rounds of talks, both sides are well aware that concessions are unlikely. However, orders from above dictate that the proceedings must occur, so a few representatives will sit at the negotiation table while the rest indulge in food and drink. Who knows? They might even end up soaking their feet together. At the docking station for the starship, thanks to the modest dimensions of the Peregrine, the docking fees are quite reasonable, amounting to 300 per day, with maintenance and energy charges calculated separately. Within the cockpit, a group of individuals donned uniform combat attire. According to Kong Qing, this combat suit is resistant to both extreme heat and cold, possesses self-cleaning capabilities, and can withstand conventional blades. A truly impressive feat, at least in Su Bai's view. Prior to hearing the staggering price of 9,900 for a single suit, he held this belief. However, upon learning the cost, he regarded the combat suit as utterly worthless, merely a tax on one's intellect. With such funds, one could indulge in far better pursuits rather than purchasing a tattered garment, truly an indication of poor judgment. The payment of 10,000 cosmic coins is required, intended for docking the starship and energy replenishment. Upon departure, adjustments will be made as necessary. The Peregrine has not been in operation for long, thus maintenance should not be an immediate concern. Furthermore, what legitimate maintenance could one expect in such a place? At best, a mere wash of the hull. Su Bai was certain that should anyone dare to maintain the internal components of the Peregrine, those individuals would likely resort to deceit, reducing the stellar-grade vessel to that of a mere meteorite class. The docking platform is a necessary waypoint to reach the surface. After disembarking from the starship, Su Bai and his companions arrived here. Gazing up at the azure sky and billowing clouds from an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Bai fell into contemplation. How does this differ from the docking platform at Jinyuan? At Jinyuan's platform, one descends directly to the ground upon disembarking, does one not? What am I pondering? This is the norm, remarked Lu Shi. The docking platform at Jinyuan Academy may appear unremarkable, yet it employs advanced spatial technology. The entrance to the hull operates on principles akin to those of a stargate, but with even greater sophistication. The moment one steps through the door at ground level, they are seamlessly transported to the docking platform suspended 10,000 meters above, an astonishing feat indeed. Truly, Jinyuan possesses profound depth. So how does one descend now? Mechs. Kong Qing pointed towards a sign, crafted from wood, which seems an anachronism in this era. Such signs are commonplace on the docking platform, inscribed in the universal language of the cosmos, declaring the prohibition of mech summoning on the platform. Su Bai, noticing the presence of solicitors, cast a glance around. Indeed, he observed figures resembling those typically associated with the hell domain beside each sign. Their skin bore a slight reddish hue, with small horns protruding from their heads, leading Su Bai to suspect cranial growths. Behind them, various flying vehicles were parked, each adorned with passenger transport signage, appearing to be private vehicles seeking extra income. An idea struck him as he glanced at Song Ran, yet he found nothing unusual. He looked again, still seeing nothing. On the third glance, Song Ran could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in embarrassment and irritation, "Not everyone from the hell domain looks like that." Lu Shi, unable to bear it any longer, tugged Su Bai toward the rental car point. The hell domain is vast. The majority of its inhabitants possess normal human appearances, with those exhibiting unusual traits being a minority. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in her mind. In the hell domain, individuals with such appearances often consider themselves superior, and many with ordinary looks acquiesce to this notion. A significant number of people have undergone technological modifications to attain such appearances. Unfortunately, the outcome for these individuals is that they are unappealing to both sides. Ordinary individuals view them as aberrations, while those with horns regard them as peculiar too. Lu Shi and Su Bai approached a taxi driver. Su Bai examined the man closely, contemplating reaching out to touch him. Lu Shi courteously inquired, "Excuse me, sir, we are 5 individuals. How much to take us to the ground?" The driver, who had been dozing against his vehicle, stirred at the prospect of business and asked, "Where are you from?" "From the inner layer," Lu Shi replied. Upon hearing this, the driver's demeanor instantly shifted, tinged with an air of arrogance. 1,000 per person. 1,000 each. Why not just rob us instead? Greedy, excessively greedy. This fellow is more unscrupulous than Kong Qing. Su Bai pointed at the dilapidated vehicle behind the driver, whose front bumper was missing, the hood dented, and the paint peeling in large patches. "Even if you sold this car, it wouldn't be worth 1,000. The driver flipped the sign atop his vehicle, changing the words from passenger service to prey for the slaughter. "The ones being preyed upon are you. Will you ride or not?" "We'll ride," came the reluctant reply. The driver had endured numerous insults, yet ultimately, they would still have to comply and pay for the ride. He disdainfully spat and leaned against his vehicle, pretending to doze off. Huh, inner layer paupers, take it or leave it. My terms stand. Unless someone else has a vehicle to take you, you're at my mercy. The taxi drivers here functioned as a collective. They adhered to unwritten rules. Once a passenger engaged one driver, the others could not solicit that individual. Anyone who violated this code would face ostracism and be unable to survive in this trade. Is this what they call a map cannon? Su Bai laughed in frustration. You're just a driver of a battered vehicle. What gives you the right to call others paupers? Before arriving, Lucy had conducted some research. She tugged at Su Bai's sleeve and softly advised, Veblen Star is considered a lawless zone. The general demeanor of its inhabitants is rather low, so it's best not to take offense. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The security team is coming. Retreat. The ensuing scene left Su Bai astounded. The previously lethargic drivers sprang into action as if invigorated, grabbing signs prohibiting mech summons and passenger services, hastily jumping into their vehicles to flee. Su Bai paused momentarily, then realized these were all illegal taxis. The prohibition against summoning mechs was merely a ruse. They wielded an official facade to intimidate newcomers who, wishing to avoid trouble, would reluctantly pay exorbitant fares for their flights. With quick reflexes, Su Bai seized the driver attempting to escape into his car. Didn't he expect to find yourself in my grasp, did you? Hey, buddy, 1,000 is indeed a bit steep. We're from a small place, let us negotiate. The driver pleaded, now catching sight of the uniformed security team. He attempted to break free, but Su Bai's grip was remarkably strong, firmly restraining him. The driver's crimson face revealed a hint of greenish hue, a peculiar sight indeed. Su Bai was taken aback. Was this the infamous red and green combination? Truly absurd in its ugliness? Let go. I want to take you. Please, in business, negotiation is key for longevity. The driver, now desperate, cursed under his breath. He should have recognized that this thick-browed, big-eyed individual was trouble. Their presence in this sector was only tolerated through the tacit approval of the security team. Among the virtues of filial piety, the presence of the security team is undeniable. The members of the security team communicate their expectations clearly. Typically, they may turn a blind eye, but when the security team arrives for inspection, they promptly vacate the premises, ensuring that appearances are upheld. Should one fail to show respect to the security team, one cannot complain when the team reciprocates with a lack of courtesy. They will enforce the law rigorously, apprehending and penalizing as necessary. At that moment, the security team members drew closer. If apprehended, not only would the vehicle be confiscated, but also all earnings accumulated over the years would be forfeited. The driver, gripped by panic, broke into a cold sweat. I don't want money. I don't want money. Hurry, get in the car, and I'll take you down. Su Bai, displeased, firmly stated, What are you saying? I am not that kind of person. I have adhered to the rules since childhood. Just as he finished speaking, the security team approached. Su Bai ceased his conversation with the driver, pressing him against the car hood with one hand while waving with the other, calling out to the security team, Officer. Over here. I've got one for you. Chapter 136. My apologies. I only recognized money watching the driver's dilapidated vehicle being seized and the individual taken away by the security team. Su Bai felt a sense of satisfaction. Today was yet another day of virtuous deeds. The exemplary youth of the universe, Su Bai, successfully assisted the security team in apprehending a lawbreaker. You're so mischievous. Lucy playfully nudged him. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. You seem to enjoy this, don't you? Humph. Lucy turned her head, ignoring him. Little girl. You're quite bashful, Kong Qing remarked as she approached with Song Ran and Zhang Yi, eager to take credit. How about that? I did well, didn't I? Su Bai responded, What s with them? Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Clearing his throat, he felt much better. What did you do? It was the security team. I called them. In all my years, I've never heard of a starship docking station permitting private vehicles to carry passengers. Generally, platforms that don't allow summoned mechs will have official flying cars directly to the ground. The fare is not exorbitant, just 10% more than fuel costs. Shared among all passengers. Those soliciting passengers are clearly up to no good. The security team has a record of their duties. If called, they must respond. I must admit, Su Bai, you do possess a certain cleverness in this regard. Stop being sarcastic. Let us go. The group summoned their mechs and soared towards the ground. It's worth mentioning that aboard the starship, Su Bai had allocated all 4 auxiliary mechs of the legendary Dari. Zhang Yi and Kong Qing fared well, but Lu Shi and Song Ran received the staff and hammer mechs, which felt awkward for them. Their combat styles and operational habits differed greatly from what they had been accustomed to since childhood. After all, not everyone can be like Su Bai, proficient in a myriad of skills. Song Ran, however, fared better. When danger struck, his second persona would emerge to take charge, making the use of a hammer manageable. Lu Shi, on the other hand, faced difficulty. Her blazing mech had been utterly destroyed, and after the Pearl Dragon Lady was taken by Nian Jing, she had no mech left. Having something is better than nothing. She would make do for now and promptly switch to a suitable one once found. In a remote and desolate location, a few individuals descended and stowed away their mecha. Foolish girl, in such an isolated place, why not land closer to a town? Su Bai understood her concerns. The impact of the mythic mecha was substantial, and unless absolutely necessary, one should strive to avoid drawing attention. However, this was far too secluded. With dusk approaching, they could hardly spend the night here or trek to the town, could they? Kong Qing wore an expression of mastery. After consulting her star map, she announced, "A flying vehicle will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Allow me to introduce it. Under the auspices of the Credibility Merchant Association, DD Flying Car has branches across various planets. I have placed your information in the premium VIP database, and you will receive a generous 30% discount." Su Bai observed Kong Qing's commercial smile with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Why didn't you call for a vehicle at the transfer platform?" "I forgot." "Forgot?" "Yes, I forgot. I'm doing just fine." A luxurious flying car arrived, boasting 7 seats, stocked with a variety of beverages and snacks. Master Lu, clad in a black suit and white gloves, was renowned for his excellent service. With a warm and welcoming tone, he inquired, "Sir, may I ask where you wish to go?" It was no wonder he received such rave reviews. His demeanor made it difficult not to commend him. Su Bai sighed inwardly and glanced at the sky. The sun had set, and the evening glow was exceptionally beautiful. He caught a glimpse of Lu Shi in the rearview mirror. The beauty of the person was outshone only by the evening sky. "Let us find accommodation near the mythic statue," he suggested. Only with the mythic mecha can one truly call it the divine domain. Master Lu was a native of the divine domain, a true-born Vebel Knight, and it was inconceivable for him not to be aware of the mythic statue. Much like a citizen who would certainly know their country's leader. "Are you here to visit the angel statue as well, sir?" Master Lu began to share information. But upon noticing Su Bai's lack of interest, he wisely fell silent. A good driver knows not to discuss topics that do not engage their passengers. "Sir, what price range do you prefer for your lodging?" Su Bai pondered for a moment. While traveling, one ought to treat oneself well. The last time on Naldo Star, the Caliban Hotel was dreadful. Now that he had the means, he resolved to stay somewhere splendid. "The best," he declared resolutely. Master Lu's smile broadened. He earned commissions for bringing in passengers, and the more lucrative the hotel, the better his earnings. "I have reserved 5 luxurious rooms at the Angel Hotel for you." The Angel Hotel is the most opulent on Veblen Star, located a mere 500 meters from the angel statue. From the hotel, one can bask in the sacred light of the angel statue, a perfect lodging for those wishing to visit and pay homage to it. Rumor has it that sleeping under the angelic light at the hotel can even prolong one's life. "Stop, stop, stop," Su Bai interjected, firmly believing that if he did not halt him, Master Lu would continue to speak until he disembarked. "Just tell me the price for one night." His voice was resolute. With a fortune exceeding 100,000 cosmic coins in his possession, Su Bai felt emboldened. 12,888 cosmic coins per night, an absolute bargain. How much? In a single night, the cost was 12,888 cosmic coins. Master Lu concealed his emotions well. Yet it was still evident that the smile on his face had faded somewhat. A shady establishment. This was Su Bai's initial thought. What kind of place charges such exorbitant rates for a mere night's sleep? "Dubai, shall we consider relocating?" Lu Shi, ever considerate, suggested. However, Su Bai seemed to hear a whisper in his ear, taunting him. "Can you endure this, you coward?" The thought ignited a fire within him. Money was worthless. He could always exchange material wealth for something else. Su Bai declared, "I, Su Bai, am not lacking in funds. Book it, even if it costs over 10,000. We can afford it." "Very well, sir," responded Lu, his voice rising with delight at the regained fortune. The others could even detect a hint of softness in his otherwise magnetic tone. The power of money, indeed, was formidable. The following day, Su Bai awoke from his slumber on a bed scarcely larger than 5 square meters. The room's intelligent sensing devices detected his awakening and automatically drew back the curtains. Radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing everything in a golden glow. Su Bai stared blankly at the nearby angel statue, his mind momentarily dulled. The thrill of ostentation was fleeting. Now he faced the consequences. After just one night's rest, nearly 65,000 cosmic coins had vanished. This was the most expensive sleep he had ever experienced. A glance at his balance revealed, "Your bank card balance is 66,081 cosmic coins." That was just enough for 5 people to stay another night. Su Bai had no desire to be evicted. With a nimble leap, he sprang from the bed. "Little dear, check if the room is under surveillance," he instructed. 2 seconds later, the response came back, negative. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It was only natural that those who could afford to stay here were either wealthy or noble, with a few exceptions. The hotel would be courting disaster if it installed surveillance here. He surveyed the room, plucking a handful of decorative crystal beads from the chandelier, about 30 in total. These beads were genuine crystals, not mere plastic. Su Bai cared little for their authenticity. He selected 2 of the finest and transformed them into the purest gold to serve as breakfast for Yuan Bao, leaving behind some impurities. After completing his task, he wrapped the crystals in a pillowcase and approached Kong Qing's door, knocking gently. Fresh from her shower and wrapped in a towel, Kong Qing spotted Su Bai through the luminous screen of her room. "Su Bai?" she exclaimed, quickly donning a garment. Her curiosity piqued as she opened the door. The door cracked open, and Su Bai swiftly slipped inside, shutting the door behind him and sitting down at the edge of the bed. He patted the bed, beckoning her. "Come here." Kong Qing's rational mind raced, contemplating Su Bai's intentions. Ultimately, she arrived at a conclusion. He was like a tadpole seeking its mother, and she needed to decide on her course of action. Without hesitation, Kong Qing resolved to bind herself to Su Bai completely, seeing it as a wise investment. A seductive smile graced her lips as she let the garment slip from her shoulders, revealing her alluring figure wrapped only in a towel. The sunlight caressed her delicate collarbone, casting a glow reminiscent of exquisite jade. She gently twirled a strand of hair, her delicate steps gliding with grace. I, Su Bai, remained vigilant. My gaze fixed upon her as I retrieved a crumpled pillowcase from my pocket. Unfolding it, I poured the golden beads onto the bed. No frivolities. Not a single one less. Chapter 137. The Contest of Idols. Sir, here is your bank card. Please take care of it. The exquisitely beautiful hotel receptionist presented the card with utmost reverence. The staff at high-end hotels are generally real individuals, dedicated to providing guests with warm and attentive service. These employees earn a handsome salary, but also bear significant responsibilities. For instance, at this moment, Su Bai had a need, and the receptionist had to immediately set aside her current tasks to engage in a performance akin to the friendship between Guanzhong and Bao Shou. Su Bai accepted the card and casually slid it into his pocket. He had just charged 320,000 universe coins without batting an eye. There was no alternative. We possessed such capability. While dining in the hotel's exclusive restaurant, Lu Shi sat beside him, clearly puzzled. Her confusion did not stem from the origin of Su Bai's wealth, but rather from Kong Qing's demeanor. "The Bai, what's wrong with Sister Qing? She looks as though she's about to devour someone." Su Bai glanced at Kong Qing across the table. Kong Qing was relentlessly slicing through the pieces of meat on her plate with her knife, reducing them to shreds. "Huh," Su Bai scoffed. "She wants to siphon my money. And now that I've exposed her, she's infuriated." Lu Shi, however, found this notion utterly implausible, as if she had heard an outrageous joke. Kong Qing would attempt to rob Su Bai? That was as ludicrous as the current ruler of the underworld, Belial, competing with a rogue taxi driver for passengers. Note: the mention of the 7 rulers of hell and all mythological references within this narrative are purely subjective and should not be regarded as factual. Kong Qing faced Su Bai directly. No matter how soft-spoken he was, his words could not escape her ears. Upon hearing the phrase infuriated, a vein bulged on her forehead as she gripped the knife tightly, bending it in her grasp. Observing this, Su Bai smirked slightly. "I haven't said anything incorrect." The bundle of golden beads from this morning contained nearly 30 pieces, each the size of an eyeball, over twice the weight of the previous gold bar, amounting to more than 1 million. Su Bai, lacking in subtlety, opted not to provoke Kong Qing further. Instead, he turned to the quietly eating Song Ran and inquired, "Little flower, now that we are in the underworld, do you wish to return home for a visit?" Song Ran paused momentarily, responding softly, "I have no home." Su Bai keenly sensed Song Ran's heartfelt resistance and chose not to press further. He communicated with Yu telepathically, requesting her to investigate the matter. Regardless of whether as a friend or a leader, he had no justification to turn a blind eye. After a brief moment, Yu returned. "Did you find anything?" "Nothing." She pouted, her head drooping in disappointment. "The Underworld Star Network has defenses set by mythical intelligence. As soon as I made an attempt, I was detected." "Are you all right?" "I ran fast. They didn't catch me," she exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she raised her little head. "That's good to hear." Su Bai exhaled in relief. Having lingered in the inner sanctum for far too long, one's thought processes have become stagnant, neglecting a potentially fatal oversight. The divine realms are not akin to the inner sanctum. Each divine realm is fortified by mythic mechs. Here, one must impose restrictions on Yu. Otherwise, if she were to breach the star network and be detected, the consequences could be dire. To elaborate, if a hat of espionage were to be placed upon Su Bai, he would find it impossible to remove. If he were to be killed, it would be a futile demise, for even the Jinyuan Academy would not intervene on his behalf. After dining, Su Bai cast a glance at the despondent Song Ran, unable to shake his unease. If an Yu's approach proves unfeasible, then an alternative path must be pursued. He approached Kong Qing and quietly proposed, "I have a task for you. Investigate what is amiss at Xiaohua's home. Since I merely mentioned it, he has been in this state." "Understood," Kong Qing replied curtly, wiping her mouth. Her frustration was not directed at Su Bai, but rather at herself for her impulsive actions. She had acted hastily without comprehending Su Bai's intentions, nearly jeopardizing their relationship. She vowed to remember the 4 words, act with foresight. Such a grave error must never be repeated. At the hotel entrance, the receptionist greeted them with a warm smile. Mr. Su, would you like arrangements for transportation for your party? Su Bai gestured towards the angel statue, several hundred meters away. No need. We'll take a stroll there. Very well. I wish you 5 esteemed guests a pleasant journey. Should you require anything on Vibrant Star, feel free to call our hotel's direct line, and we will respond promptly. Stepping outside the hotel, a grand avenue led directly to the angel statue. This design was thoughtfully executed. Those unaware might mistake the divine sculpture as mere hotel decor. Flanking the road were 2 rows of grand trees. The left side featuring a variety native to the Hell Divine realm, their trunks and leaves a uniform crimson. The trunks were a deeper hue, while the leaves glimmered like fresh blood. On the right, stood the trees unique to the Heaven Divine realm, resembling white jade adorned with delicate golden veining, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. Beneath the trees, sentinels were stationed every few steps. Within 100 meters lay the territory of the Angel Hotel, where security personnel intercepted unauthorized entrance. Beyond that, guards from both the Heaven and Hell Divine realms collaborated to maintain order around the angel statue, preventing any violent incidents. The delineation was clear, as the Angel Hotel ensured a serene environment for its esteemed guests by employing specialized devices that thoroughly insulated the hotel from external noise. Within the designated boundary, even if 2 individuals stood a mere step apart, their voices would remain unheard by one another. Otherwise, the area near the angel statue, bustling with foot traffic, would render it impossible for hotel guests to find rest. Upon exiting the hotel's domain, the once crisp birdsong was abruptly replaced by a cacophony of noise. The environment shifted abruptly, and a few individuals took several moments to acclimatize. With Su Bai's keen eyesight, he could behold the angelic statue in its entirety. This mythological sculpture matched precisely with the image provided by Nian Jinger. Unlike the mythical figure of Dei, which had been obscured by overgrown vines and weeds upon its discovery, this angel bore 6 wings, poised in a state of flight. The 2 lower wings grounded the statue, supporting its magnificent form. Under the grandeur of 3 pairs of massive wings, the 100-meter-tall statue appeared somewhat diminutive. Its head was held high, arms outstretched as if to embrace the heavens. Regrettably, its visage was forever shrouded in a layer of divine light, rendering its features indistinct. Su Bai withdrew his gaze from the awe-inspiring sight. Can you guess which mythological mech this is? It is the myth of Lucifer. Song Ran gazed at the statue, his eyes glimmering with faith. Oh, how do you know? Su Bai inquired, his expression one of surprise. Before Song Ran could respond, a passerby interjected. With golden hair and golden eyes, his sharply defined features revealed him as a denizen of the celestial domain. He pointed an accusatory finger at Song Ran, his expression brimming with indignation. A creature from the infernal domain. This is clearly the great archangel, the myth of Michael. Nonsense. This is Lucifer. This is Michael. It was Su Bai's first experience witnessing Song Ran embroiled in a heated argument, his face flushed with ire. The dispute between the 2 quickly escalated into a larger commotion. The celestial domain and the infernal domain were both steeped in fervent faith. Those who came to worship here were fervent believers. The 2 factions soon devolved into chaos. Were it not for the guards' presence, a brawl would likely have ensued. The guards were accustomed to such scenes, as they occurred periodically. As long as it did not escalate into violence, they would not intervene, for after all, one could not control what others chose to express. Chapter 138. The worries of a fool. Su Bai stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. How did it escalate so quickly? Lu Shi attempted to speak, but the noise rendered his words inaudible. Su Bai noticed that Song Ran was in distress. He was typically not one for arguments and was clearly losing ground. If the quarrel continued, his alter ego might emerge, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Su Bai quickly pulled Song Ran aside, signaling for the others to follow him into the soundproof enclosure. The cacophony subsided instantly. Once inside, Song Ran did not attempt to rush back out. He glared fiercely at the person outside, still seething with anger, declaring, "That must be Lucifer." All right, whatever you say is true," Su Bai replied soothingly, akin to calming a child. He then glanced anxiously outside. What on earth was happening? Had they all gone mad? Lu Shi, having done thorough research, noted that the identity of the mythological statue remained undetermined. The deity symbolized by the angel statue was akin to their ancestors, and no one wished to relinquish their ancestral ties to become someone else's. Arguments erupted frequently. Observing the escalating tensions outside, the seasoned guards sprang into action, maneuvering through the crowd to apprehend the most belligerent individuals. In that moment, the individuals were subdued, rendered quiet, albeit only in body. Their glances were sharp and swift, exchanging hostile stares that carried a myriad of unfriendly salutations. Alas, these people still rely on my salvation, Su Bai mused. A confrontation was inevitable once they departed. with casualties sure to follow. Over the years, the toll had been considerable. Given this reality, I shall eradicate this source of malevolence, Zhang Yi contemplated, posing a thought-provoking question. Is it truly the case that one must maintain a facade of virtue while engaging in debauchery? A long silence ensued. Then laughter erupted from Kong Qing. Bai and Zhang Yi could hardly bear to witness the scene. Lucy averted her gaze from Su Bai. Song Ran, previously filled with ire, now struggled to suppress laughter, having realized the futility of her anger. Ultimately, it was misplaced. I had presumed you would comprehend my sentiments. Su Bai sighed in disappointment, making his way toward the hotel. It mattered little. I am virtuous, and that knowledge suffices. Those who would shed blood in their ancestral disputes. If I were to take their forebears from them, they would no longer need to fight. The two families could coexist harmoniously, united as brothers. Such warmth. In the dead of night, Su Bai stood before the window, gazing towards the direction of the angel statue. With this matter resolved, he would soon venture to the celestial realm, uncertain of what lay ahead. The urgent concern was Xiao Hua's mental health. Su Bai had intended to equip each member of his team with mythic mechs. It was merely a question of order. He recalled Zhang Yi's assertion that a divine core could remedy Xiao Hua's affliction. He had devised a plan regarding the ownership of the mythic mech. Despite the late hour, the area beneath the angel statue remained populated. Su Bai rubbed his temples. Were these individuals not inclined to sleep? They lingered here. And how could I abscond with your forebears? Or rather, how could I seize this source of wickedness? It would merely take a moment to establish the mech's ownership. The real dilemma lay in how to escape Vibrant Star with such a large entity in tow. Su Bai dared not contemplate the consequences of removing the statue. The fervent devotees would go to great lengths to reclaim their ancestors. Perhaps I should consult them? He pondered, deciding that collective wisdom would yield the greatest insight. Isolated deliberation would prove fruitless. 5 minutes later, the team was assembled. Zhang Yi and Song Ran wore impassive expressions, while Lu Shi and Kong Qing regarded Su Bai with resentful gazes. Were they unaware of the significance of beauty sleep for a woman? It seemed they were poised to take action should Su Bai fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Please, do not fixate on me, he thought. Feeling increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny, the two women remained silent. Su Bai began to regret not checking the time earlier. It was all Yuan Bao's fault for failing to remind him. Tomorrow's meal was at stake. Yuan Bao, sprawled on the bed, tilted its head. Why did I have the ominous premonition of hunger? Enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand. Having called everyone in, if no words are spoken, they might as well be sent back. Without a doubt, the next moment the hotel room would transform into a battlefield. Su Bai projected a holographic image, meticulously annotated with the precise dimensions of the angelic statue, the distance to the statue, and the various data concerning the nearby guards posts. It was evident to the onlookers that considerable effort had been invested, particularly by An Yu. This was beyond Su Bai's capabilities. What purpose does this serve? Lu Shi inquired. A mythological statue. Su Bai rallied the group. If we unite as a team, we shall surely devise a flawless strategy. Kong Qing scrutinized the holographic image. Are you planning to carry such a massive mythological statue? How could that possibly work? That would be utterly insane. So what is your intention? As Su Bai pondered, he activated a star chart that displayed a chaotic array of images. He pointed to the lowest number. After precise calculations, from this point, acquiring the mythological mech's recognition would take at least 1,241 seconds. I summoned you all to strategize an escape route. Once the statue disappears, surely. Wait. The more Kong Qing listened, the more perplexed she became. Why must we customize an escape route? Otherwise, we would be waiting to be captured. I'm going to sleep, Zhang Yi declared, turning to leave. I too wish to sleep. Song Ran followed Zhang Yi out. What is the matter with you all? Unity, unity. The issue remains unresolved. What is this behavior? Am I not to be regarded as your leader? Su Bai was about to chase after them when Lu Shi seized him, placing a hand on his forehead, exasperated. This mythological statue lacks a definitive owner. In theory, neither the realm of hell nor the realm of heaven claims ownership of this statue. In essence, it is an unclaimed object. So what? Su Bai's mind struggled to catch up, still ensnared in the notion that acquiring the mech would lead to capture. Alas, Kong Qing sighed, suddenly feeling that following such a captain spelled doom for their future. So, you mean, Su Bai paused, his thoughts snapping back into focus. You mean that acquiring the mythological mech would entail no repercussions? Indeed, Lu Shi clarified for Su Bai. Although I cannot fathom how you obtain the mythological mech, its pilot is typically a reincarnation of a deity, essentially the deity themselves. Even if the inhabitants of the realm of heaven and the realm of hell discover that you are not a true divine being, they will merely regard the deity as having lost its essence. You are but a fortunate soul who has touched the divine spirit. Consequently, they would honor you as a distinguished guest, offering various benefits to win you over. There would be no advantage in capturing you, thus your fears are entirely unfounded. Therefore, there is no need to devise any escape route. Ahem. Su Bai coughed, feigning indifference. In truth, I am well aware. This is merely a test, right? We understand. We all comprehend. Kong Qing rolled her eyes, linking arms with Lu Shi as they exited. In the future, should there be any tests, let them occur during daylight. Chapter 139, Caught in the Act. The four departed. Su Bai stood alone, gazing at the statue of the angel, his expression contemplative. There was no need to run. This was indeed good news. Yet, a lingering question remained. To retrieve the mythical statue, he must expose himself before others, a notion he was reluctant to embrace. Otherwise, in the realm of Naldo Star, he would not adopt the name Zhang Yi. This implied that at the very moment he claimed the mythical mecha as his own, he would need to bestow the primary control to another, thus creating an illusion that the mythical pilot was someone else. Su Bai murmured to himself. However, there existed a simpler solution. Once the ownership of the mythical mecha was established as belonging to Song Ran, he could directly forge a disguise for Song Ran using the golden substance imbued with the essence of the angel statue, deceiving the core and facilitating its recognition of ownership. Yet, Su Bai had never considered this approach. The ownership of the mecha must remain firmly in his grasp, even if it entailed a more complicated process. One must maintain clear accounts among close kin. It is akin to two individuals who share a particularly intimate bond. If person A has a vacant house, they may allow person B to reside there, but it is inconceivable for A to transfer the property to B without compensation. Each matter must be distinctly accounted for. Human intentions are inscrutable, and the future is unpredictable. Such artifacts as mythical mechas should be held personally to ensure peace of mind. With that thought, Su Bai stepped outside and called for Zhang Yi. The two descended the stairs together. The staff within the Angel Hotel had been meticulously chosen. At night, the hall was adorned with even more exquisitely beautiful attendants than during the day. Some had golden hair and blue eyes, their skin as smooth as milk, while others displayed a pale pink complexion with small horns protruding from their foreheads and slender tails swaying gently behind them. As Su Bai and his companion descended, these slightly provocatively dressed women immediately formed a line, striving to showcase their allure to the two men. What else could the two men be doing at this hour? They understood the unspoken intentions and were more than willing to oblige. An evening's worth of service could equate to a month's salary. It was imperative to keep the prominent figures residing here pleased, as even a small tip would amount to a significant sum for them. Sir, the lobby manager greeted them with a warm smile. Is there anything you require? Su Bai curiously fixed his gaze on one of the women, a striking figure with demon bloodline traits. Where did that tale come from? He inquired, adhering to his principle of asking when in doubt, turning to Zhang Yi, whom he considered well-informed. Why not see for yourself? Zhang Yi beckoned to a succubus. You come here. At that moment, a stunning young woman clad in a moon-white gown stepped through the hotel entrance. This scene unfolded just as she caught sight of them, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of meeting her beloved, only to be abruptly engulfed by a chilling dread. Stop! The familiar aura, intertwining their fates, rendered Zhang Yi momentarily frozen. Could I be so unfortunate? His mind whirred like a machine, slowly turning to face the girl at the hotel entrance. Indeed, he was that unfortunate. A smile more painful than tears struggled to form on his lips. Sir, the girl said, her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate frame trembling. No wonder after 2 decades, you haven't come to find me. It appears your heart has changed. Oh, you misunderstand. I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you had arrived a moment later, you would have caught them in the act. On the girl's shoulder sat a rabbit that seemed tangible but was, in fact, illusory. The rabbit's ears stood upright, its tiny mouth chattering away, reprimanding Zhang Yi on behalf of its owner. Zhang Yi, his forehead beaded with sweat, reached out to pull Su Bai, seeking an explanation. Where's the person? It seems I've caught nothing. He paused, glancing around, and noticed Su Bai conversing with the lobby manager in front of a vase. Su Bai, catching Zhang Yi's gaze from the corner of his eye, quickly averted his attention. Look at this pattern. It's truly exquisite, the lobby manager chimed in. Indeed, sir, I share your sentiments. The design of this vase is remarkable. The two engaged in idle chatter. From the moment the girl entered, both men had keenly sensed an ominous atmosphere. Good heavens, what a scene. It was clear that the legitimate wife had come to catch her husband in infidelity. The lobby manager, seasoned in such matters, wisely opted to remain uninvolved. After all, aiding either party would only lead to displeasure. In cases where couples squabbled and soon reconciled, the hotel would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. As for Su Bai, once in Yu confirmed that the rabbit on the girl's shoulder was a mythical intelligence, he became certain of her identity. This fellow was cunning, clearly eager to witness a dramatic confrontation. Thus, the two shared a silent understanding, linked arms, and turned to leave. Damn it, what a fool. Even Zhang Yi, with his typically composed demeanor, lost his restraint and couldn't help but curse. Are you scolding me? The girl exclaimed, her expression one of shock. After waiting 20 long years for Zhang Yi, she rushed to him upon hearing news, only to witness him with another woman. His sudden outburst led her to believe he was reprimanding her. In an instant, her reason evaporated, and she bolted outside. I should not have sought you. I've ruined your happiness. No, please let me explain. Zhang Yi, disregarding Su Bai, hurried after her. Little Yi, I'm here. Find a way to silence that troublesome rabbit. Don't let her incite further chaos. You must complete the task. Upon hearing that it was a matter concerning the jade rabbit, Little Yi felt a surge of excitement. Due to her appearance, the jade rabbit had often bullied her. Whenever she retaliated, the rabbit would complain to Chang'e. Unable to withstand the rabbit's incessant chatter, Chang'e would ultimately turn to Zhang Yi for resolution. The outcome of such matters was, of course, predictable. In the end, Little Yi silently endured everything, now tasked with vengeance. Could Little Yi let such a rare opportunity slip away? Certainly not. With a mischievous giggle, Little Yi vanished. In the next moment, the jade rabbit on the girl's shoulder also disappeared, pulled into the star network. The two rushed out of the hotel, one after the other. Su Bai and the manager exchanged glances. Mr. Su, your friends are merely having a little quarrel. There's no need to worry. Now, let us return to business. Business? Oh, I see. A knowing smile spread across the manager's face, one that any man would understand, as he pressed a button, summoning the previously departed beauty back into the room. Mr. Su, please. Su Bai casually selected a woman of succubus lineage. It is worth noting that they merely possessed the bloodline of a succubus, rather than being true succubi themselves. Their aspiration is to attain the status of a genuine succubus, which requires transcending to the 7th level of genetic evolution and achieving a remarkable transformation. Only then could they captivate hearts and souls with every gesture and glance. At present, they are still far from that goal. Moreover, would a true succubus engage in such endeavors? Even if the entirety of Veblen Star were offered, they would likely decline. As a woman approached, her small tail swayed joyfully behind her. Business was at hand. Su Bai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed the tail. Sitting on the sofa, he requested the woman to turn around and lift her skirt. The faux succubus hesitated, her face displaying evident discomfort. Was this appropriate in such a public setting? The manager had never encountered such a situation before. This was the lobby, after all. Sir, what is it? Is this unacceptable? Su Bai furrowed his brow, merely wishing to take a fleeting glance at the base of the tail. The lobby manager glanced at the woman, torn between adhering to the client's wishes and considering the employee's comfort. If he could not protect his own staff, the hotel would no longer be viable. You decide, he finally said. The woman bit her lip, her already pale skin flushing a deep crimson as embarrassment surged. Her voice, barely audible like the buzzing of a mosquito, would have gone unheard had Su Bai not possessed keen hearing. An extra fee. Chapter 140. The collapse of character. Su Bai was astonished. So that is how it is. The little tale was quite impressive. His curiosity satisfied, he waved his hand and transferred 3,000 cosmic credits. The expenditure was worth it. He then strolled out leisurely, leaving behind the woman in the lobby, who appeared utterly dazed. Receiving the woman's message, the apprehensive lobby manager stepped outside. Noticing she was alone, he glanced at the clock. Had it truly only been 3 minutes since she entered? Was it over already? So swift? Wait, her slender tail had spun once. He had glimpsed the base. She tugged and departed, leaving him 3,000 credits. Manager? What peculiar preference does this individual have? Is money so easily earned these days? He contemplated calling Su Bai back. I don't have a tail, but I do have something up front. I would settle for 1,500, 1,000 would suffice. Just as Su Bai exited the hotel, marveling at the wonders of creation, a furious shout jolted him back to reality. Oh no. Turning towards the voice, he saw Zhang Yi gripping the girl's hand, his expression one of anger directed at Su Bai. Su Bai cautiously maneuvered around Zhang Yi and greeted the girl. Hello, sister-in-law. A gentle smile broke through the girl's typically cool demeanor. Her nature, combined with the fact that she was a friend of Zhang Yi, prompted her to respond warmly. Hello, Su Bai. He has spoken of you. You may call me. The girl glanced at Zhang Yi, pondering briefly. Following my husband's surname. You may address me as Zhang Yuer. Sister Yuer, Su Bai deftly flattered, drawing the two closer. Others aspire to have divine beings as siblings, yet lack the capability to do so. Zhang Yuer smiled, her eyes curving gracefully. It is not merely the sweet address of Sister Yuer by Su Bai that leaves her bewildered. Rather, it is the underlying significance that brings her joy. From Zhang Yi, she learns of his recent experiences and is joining Su Bai's team. In the future, she intends to stay close to Zhang Yi and cultivate a good relationship with Su Bai, the captain, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Initially, she worried about leaving a less than favorable first impression on Su Bai and wondered if fostering this relationship would prove challenging. However, it appears that this challenge has been resolved. Zhang Yi's brows are furrowed with urgency. Are you two still chatting? If you keep this up, I might never get to bed again. Su Bai, hurry and explain yourself. He gritted his teeth, while Zhang Yuer, displeased, tugged at his ear and glared at him. Why are you shouting at my brother? Be polite. Zhang Yi, on the verge of tears, lamented. Whose side are you on? He felt guilty towards Zhang Yuer, the entangled parties often confused. The two could be likened to a model couple among deities, having never experienced discord across countless reincarnations. Just as Zhang Yi began to explain, Zhang Yuer had already calmed down, merely feigning annoyance to provoke his anxiety. After all, this unfaithful man had failed to seek her out for many years. He deserved it. Just as Su Bai was about to speak, he caught Zhang Yuer discreetly winking at him, and he instantly understood. Sister Yuer, you wouldn't believe it. I told him we are decent people and want to engage in such matters. But Zhang Yi insists on choosing someone, claiming that men. Shut your mouth. Zhang Yi interrupted. A cold sweat breaking out. He hurriedly covered Su Bai's mouth. This rascal thrived on chaos. As night fell, the area was notably less crowded than during the day. Upon reaching this point, Su Bai discovered a larger space on the opposite side of the angel statue, bustling with a throng of people, resembling an army of thousands. I said be quiet. Su Bai began but was halted by Zhang Yi, who stood behind Zhang Yuer, massaging her shoulders with a sycophantic smile, like a startled bird. He had realized that this fellow feared he might not survive. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, he thought, knowing that words would only stir trouble. What's that? Zhang Yuer emitted a nasal sound, and Zhang Yi shot a fierce glare at Su Bai. Sister Yuer, he glared at me. For 3 days. He shouldn't expect to sleep in a bed. Su Bai, emboldened by mischief, provocatively huffed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, feeling humiliated, turned away, choosing not to see. He finally understood the feeling of being bullied like Xiao Yi by the Jade Rabbit, forced to endure. This distraction caused Su Bai to lose his earlier desire to marvel at the grandeur of the scene around them. Well, let us get back to business. Zhang Yi, do you still remember Song Rant's mental issues? Zhang Yi remained silent. Zhang Yuer shook his shoulder. My brother is asking you a question. I remember. Zhang Yi grumbled, contemplating whether it would be better to just leave with Zhang Yuer. Otherwise, would he not be completely at Su Bai's mercy in the future? Zhang Yi, the persona of the aloof, cool guy is crumbling. Who knew you were such a henpecked husband? Su Bai scoffed disdainfully. It is truly embarrassing, a disgrace to manhood. I, Su Bai, shall never find myself in such a position again. In my household, I am the supreme authority, unyielding and resolute, afraid of being struck. Su Bai ultimately refrained from voicing these sentiments. It is essential to remember the situation with Xiaohua. What must be done to utilize the divine core for healing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi halted his actions, his expression turning grave and with a tone of disbelief. He inquired, do you truly possess a means to acquire this mythical mech? To be candid, since departing from Near-Duo Star until now, he had never taken Su Bai's word seriously. It was already an extraordinary stroke of luck to gain the recognition of his own mythical mech. How could there possibly be a way to obtain the recognition of another? Yet, he posed this question, to which Su Bai calmly and naturally countered. Otherwise, why would I exert such effort and expend hundreds of thousands of cosmic coins to come here? Surely, it cannot be merely to offer prayers. What are you discussing? The matter of acquiring the angelic mythical mech was regarded as a jest by Zhang Yi, and he certainly would not share it with Zhang Yuer, unaware of the context. Zhang Yuer queried with a hint of confusion. I will explain when we return. Zhang Yuer acquiesced, refraining from further inquiry. Clearly, they were engaged in serious business, and she understood the gravity of the moment. Zhang Yi locked his gaze on his Su Bai's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something within. However, Su Bai did not share his penchant for eye contact. With a mere thought, he issued a command to Yu. Immediately, Zhang Yi perceived a profound affection emanating from Su Bai's eyes. Damn! Zhang Yi shuddered and quickly averted his gaze. Don't do that, brother. I have a wife. Even if I didn't it wouldn't be acceptable. Su Bai was utterly perplexed, uncertain of Zhang Yi's sudden shift in demeanor. What was the issue with simply allowing Yu to overlay a virtual image over his pupils? What was he so worked up about? Yu must remain silent. Listen to me. As long as you can facilitate Song Rant's recognition of the mythical mech, then as a mythical pilot in the cockpit, the divine core will autonomously mend his mental issues. At that point, all he must do is make a decision regarding his second personality, whether to annihilate it or to extract it and transform it into a mythical intelligence. Having said this, Zhang Yi took Zhang Yuer's hand and hurriedly made his way toward the hotel. Thus, the remaining matters do not concern us. Yuer, let's go. Su Bai is toxic. He might even have designs on himself. He had no desire to linger here for even a moment longer. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to embrace his fragrant wife and snuggle into bed for a peaceful slumber? Unfortunately, he had forgotten that Zhang Yuer was a person of exceptional integrity when it came to promises. If she said no bed for 3 days, then it would indeed be 3 days, not a second less. Chapter 141. The diligent Guasha master. The moonlight shone brightly. The cool, silvery light cascaded upon the angelic statue, bestowing upon it an aura of sanctity. Due to the multitude of believers who came to pay homage, there were barriers established around the statue. Su Bai gazed at the barrier composed of milky white lasers, harboring no doubt that it could instantaneously slice him into pieces. The path of gilding the statue was no longer viable. Muttering to himself, he began to search the surroundings. Initially driven by a sense of chance, he had come to take a look. There was no intention to truly gild the statue and absorb the golden material imbued with the essence of the angelic core. If such an act were to occur, it would not take long, perhaps mere seconds, before someone would notice the missing segment from the angelic statue. Near the mythological statue, there would undoubtedly be derivative entities of the same origin. This is only conceivable if the mythological statue had recently been born or had just been relocated. The angelic statue before him clearly did not conform to either scenario. This place was distinct from the statue mountain of Nelder, where visitors came and went incessantly, and everything around had been meticulously cleared. After a prolonged search yielded no results, Su Bai found himself in a quandary. Scanning the surroundings, apart from the kneeling devotees, the vigilant guards, and the flourishing trees, there was nothing else to be seen. He had already checked the large tree and found nothing there. Could it be that everything had been excavated? The derivative entities were not the mythological statue itself. Rather, they were transformed substances that had undergone mutations in both essence and form over the years, influenced by the divine core's aura. If that were indeed the case, the situation would become quite troublesome. Under the cover of night, Su Bai took advantage of a guard's momentary lapse in attention to ascend the tree behind him. Peering out from the treetop, he surveyed the area. To his surprise, he detected something unusual. The tiles surrounding the angelic statue, with a diameter of approximately 300 meters, appeared to possess a texture far superior to that of the outer layer. Were he to isolate just a couple of tiles, the distinction might not be as evident. However, when gathered in such numbers, the difference became glaringly apparent. Su Bai narrowed his eyes in a bid to scrutinize further, but the darkness of night hindered his intent. Sliding down from the other side of the tree, he landed softly and mingled with the crowd. Although the number of nighttime devotees was less compared to the day, Su Bai exerted considerable effort to force his way into the inner sanctum. Along the way, he conversed with a fellow devotee who confirmed that the tiles in the inner area were indeed different. The nearly entranced devotees firmly believed that this inner realm was sheltered by the divine, and that prayers offered here would yield extraordinary results. Su Bai scoffed inwardly at this notion, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Reflecting on the earlier altercation, where tensions had nearly escalated into a fight, he understood that expressing his skepticism would serve no purpose. There was a risk that individuals from both factions might unite against him. Su Bai, aware of his lack of prowess in verbally battling fervent believers, considered it unwise to provoke them. While one person's disdain might not drown him, the collective sentiment was indeed distasteful. In the inner sanctum, Su Bai mimicked the others, prostrating himself in a gesture of reverence. However, while others were engaged in earnest prayer, reciting their invocations, Su Bai busied himself examining the tiles, tapping them to uncover any hidden secrets. His actions soon attracted the attention of those around him. In such a hallowed place, was it not a breach of faith to pray insincerely? Faced with a barrage of angry glares, Su Bai ducked his head and chuckled sheepishly. I hail from a humble place. This is my most sincere form of prayer, he explained. The crowd's demeanor softened. Customs varied by location, and this was understandable. How could anyone dare to disturb such a sacred place? Observing that the crowd had diverted their attention, Su Bai continued his actions. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the throng, illuminating the space before him. Due to the angle, the light lasted only a fleeting instant before being obscured by the shifting masses. In that brief moment, Su Bai discerned an anomaly within the bricks. The bricks appeared identical in size to the ordinary, yet their texture was inexplicably smooth, reminiscent of jade. They seemed semi-transparent, filled with a wispy, grayish-white mist. Most crucially, within this mist, a pristine white feather flickered into view, suggesting it was indeed the object of his search. With the target identified, the next steps became clear. Su Bai swiftly scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching him. Instantly, his golden energy surged, and his fingertips transformed into the sharpest of blades. He thrust downward, aiming to pierce the brick and extract the feather within. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, drawing the attention of those nearby. Su Bai hastily masked his pain, bowing his head in rhythmic motions as though engaged in a devout prayer. The crowd, recognizing him as the peculiar individual with unusual customs, paid him little mind. Once their focus waned, Su Bai grimaced, absorbing the golden fragments from his palm. Alas, the brick was solid and remarkably hard. A single thrust had caused his golden fingertips to shatter. He possessed the ability to manipulate the hardness of the gilded material, capable of transforming it into the common density of gold or, alternatively, the extraordinary hardness found in the gray mineral mountains. When he gilded his body, he always opted for the latter. Despite his body being that of a level 3 geneticist, augmented by the gilding buff, he failed to breach the brick, instead shattering a portion of his fingertip. This demonstrated its formidable strength. The gilding merely enhanced his physical prowess. It did not insulate him from pain. The connection between his fingers and heart was profound. The loss of his gilded fingertip inflicted upon him intense agony. When he reverted the gilding, His severed middle finger returned to flesh and blood. Strangely, there was no blood oozing from the wound. Once more, Su Bai summoned his golden energy. A glimmer of gold flickered at the sight of his severed fingertip. Moments later, a golden fingertip materialized from the flesh of his middle finger. He dismissed the gilding, and the fingertip transformed back into flesh. Everything returned to normal. Having learned a lesson from his initial failure, Su Bai opted for a different approach. He placed his palm against the brick, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. Gradually, the brick beneath his hand began to take on a golden hue. As it fully transformed into a golden brick, the core pulsed, emanating a gravitational pull. The golden brick dissipated, reverting to golden energy, which flowed back into the core. Unlike before, this portion of golden energy now bore traces of divinity. Su Bai sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the angelic statue. With renewed motivation, he extended his hand to brush beneath the vanished brick. The ordinary soil appeared merely to be a superficial layer. "Hey, my friend, could you shift a little to the side? I only need 176 more sacred bricks to complete my offering." Su Bai was just about to change his position when he was jostled by someone. He instinctively squeezed into the gap on his left. 2 seconds later, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Where's the sacred brick?" The person beside him abruptly slammed down, their forehead colliding with the edge of the brick. The hardness of this brick was such that even Su Bai's enhanced body could not withstand it, let alone an ordinary person caught off guard and hitting it head-on. As a result, the individual's forehead was split open, blood gushing forth. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain. His expression filled with terror as he stared at the empty space on the ground. With his shout, chaos erupted instantaneously. "Damn it, it's all that brick's fault. I couldn't help but absorb it all in my anger," Su Bai muttered. He weaved through the crowd, swiftly distancing himself from the center of the turmoil. He maneuvered all the way to the other side of the statue. Amidst the commotion, everyone was searching for the missing brick, while Su Bai busily flitted about like a diligent little bee, scraping the tiles. Chapter 142. The confrontation. The industrious master Su worked diligently for over 2 hours, achieving a flawless conclusion. Light as a feather, he departed. When leaving, a layer of tiles near the angelic statue had been scraped away. He sensed that, if he so desired, he could directly claim the angelic statue as his own. However, the time was not yet ripe. At that moment, the area was heavily guarded by soldiers. It was the first instance of a tile going missing, a matter of some significance. They were conducting a thorough investigation to capture the thief. As Su Bai approached the checkpoint, several soldiers surrounded him, utilizing devices to scrutinize him from all angles. Even the ingots in his arms were pulled out and scanned multiple times. After the scanning, 2 women proceeded to search him directly, from head to toe. Even his pet Kuan was not spared. Fortunately, they were women. Had it been a burly man, Su Bai might have reacted explosively. The layers of inspection were so thorough that it felt as if they were on the verge of dissecting him and his beast. Ultimately, after the examination, the 2 women concluded their checks. According to regulations, Su Bai was supposed to be detained until the thief was apprehended. However, upon learning that he was residing at the Angel Hotel, the soldiers decided to make an exception. After all, those who could afford to stay at the Angel Hotel were not ordinary individuals. They confirmed the information with the hotel staff, and the lobby manager was sent to escort Su Bai back. Before he left, the soldiers formally reminded him that he could not leave Veblen Star during this period. Su Bai readily agreed. On the way back, the lobby manager, curious, inquired of Su Bai, "Sir, do you have any detailed knowledge of what transpired over there?" Su Bai walked briskly, his mind elsewhere, and replied absently, "A handsome guy took a brick and ran off. And then, that's it." The lobby manager was taken aback. Muttering internally, "You've said nothing of value. I know more than you do." Resigning to silence, he obediently followed behind Su Bai. His position as lobby manager required a keen sense of awareness. Su Bai had made it clear he was reluctant to share more. Pressing further would be impolite. It could risk offending a guest, which would be counterproductive. As for the lobby manager, he had never suspected that Su Bai was the culprit. In truth, he had not. The guards conducted a meticulous examination, employing methods that range from the most rudimentary to the most sophisticated technologies, each layer more formidable than the last. If Su Bai had indeed stolen something, it was inconceivable that the guards would permit the manager to come and collect him. This matter, while seemingly trivial, a mere brick, was not insignificant. Once the situation escalated, if left unchecked, it would not be long before the area surrounding the angel statue would be excavated. Not just for bricks, but even the very soil could be dug up to a depth of 3 feet. Although they were unaware of the brick's potential value, they were certain it would find buyers. After all, it was a derivative of the statue itself. Even a chamber pot allegedly used by a deity could fetch a staggering 30 million cosmic coins. How much more so for this item? With the title of Sacred Brick, there would be no shortage of buyers. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Bai made his way directly to Song Rant's room. Zhang Yi's quarters were nearby. Having recently arrived in a new place, Zhang Yue was still adjusting and had a light sleep. despite the room's excellent sound insulation and Su Bai's careful movements. She awoke immediately. A pristine light screen beside her bed emanated a soft glow. She tapped it to illuminate the hallway, revealing the scene beyond. At that moment, Zhang Yi noticed her stirring and opened his eyes, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuer pointed to the light screen and whispered, "Su Bai is back. Ignore him. Go back to sleep." Upon seeing Su Bai head towards a room, Zhang Yuer complied and turned off the light screen. However, Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the room in question seemed to belong to Song Ran. Recalling the tender gaze Su Bai had directed at the angel statue, he felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that he was indeed? Zhang Yi shifted uncomfortably, his body twisting in unease. He tiptoed toward the bed, reaching its edge just as the door swung open. "All right, I'm coming in." With that, the door opened to reveal Song Ran, dressed in simple sleepwear, rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning. At this hour, he was deep in slumber when Su Bai had roused him. He glanced at the time. "What is it? Let me in, it's urgent." Song Ran glanced at the star chart displayed on his device. 3:21:54, look at the time. "Fine. Come in." Having dealt with Su Bai's habitual intrusions, he was too weary to protest. Resigned, he stepped aside to allow Su Bai entry, then closed the door behind him. Song Ran went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to wake himself up. Upon returning to the room, he found Su Bai sitting by the window, his expression grave as he gazed out at the angel statue, lost in thought. Is there something that cannot be discussed during the day? Song Ran stood beside him, pouring a glass of water for Su Bai before filling one for himself. Su Bai gathered his thoughts and, with a solemn tone, began, "Your brother." At the utterance of those words, Song Ran's slender, bony fingers trembled as he gripped the glass. He lowered his head deeply, fixated on the rippling water within. Su Bai did not continue. The room fell into a silence so profound that they could hear each other's breathing. They remained in this tense stalemate for several minutes. Su Bai took a deep breath, aware that revealing the existence of a second personality might provoke Song Ran. Yet, it was a conversation that needed to happen. Now is the time to speak. It is preferable to bestow upon him the first control of the mythical mech tomorrow rather than allowing him to succumb to further distress and chaos afterward. Xiaohua, regardless of what I say next, it is imperative that you maintain your composure, understood? He turned his gaze, locking eyes with Song Ran. The room remained shrouded in darkness. The mottled light from the grand floor-to-ceiling windows casting a patchwork of illumination upon Song Ran, creating an interplay of light and shadow. He bowed his head, his features obscured in the dimness, making it difficult for Su Bai to discern his expression. After a long pause without a response, Su Bai sighed, preparing to continue. But at that moment, Song Ran slowly lifted his head. His delicate visage bore no expression, emanating an unsettling chill. Suddenly, he smiled. A gentle warmth akin to spring rain nurturing the earth. Yet, in the current context, the smile appeared profoundly eerie. Su Bai voiced his concern. "Xiaohua, are you all right?" "I am fine," Song Ran replied, his tone languid. However, his next utterance left Su Bai momentarily speechless. "What you mean to say is that I, in fact, do not have a brother, correct?" Song Ran, cradling a cup of water, sat down, an inescapable sorrow etched across his brow. "After departing from Naruto Star, I came to realize this. Yet, I struggled to confront it. I cannot fathom that the brother who has always shielded me from harm does not exist." Listening to Song Ran's soft murmurs, Su Bai furrowed his brow. The tranquility preceding a tempest aptly characterized Song Ran's emotions. No wonder, after leaving Naruto Star, he had relentlessly sought Zhang Yi for practice. Initially, Su Bai suspected it was due to his own provocation. Now it appeared to be an endeavor to divert his sorrow. Su Bai seized the cup from Song Ran's hands and smashed it onto the floor, the shards of glass mingling with splattered water. He could not allow Song Ran to continue. Otherwise, they would reach a breaking point, leading to a complete mental collapse. Gripping Song Ran's shoulders, he locked eyes with him. "Xiaohua, wake up. Your brother has always existed, protecting you in his own way and accompanying you throughout your growth. He merely resides within you. For all these years, have you ever truly felt his absence?" Song Ran's soliloquy was interrupted, his expression clouded with confusion. "Look at your current state. Do you honor your brother with this? If you were to perish, your brother, intertwined with your soul, would also perish alongside you. Would you then become his murderer?" "No, I would never harm my brother," Song Ran exclaimed vehemently. Su Bai felt a surge of joy, sensing he had struck a chord. After delivering a blow, it was time to offer sweet reassurances. His voice, akin to a devil's whisper, brimmed with temptation, penetrating the depths of Song Ran's heart. "If you follow my guidance, I assure you, both you and your brother will experience a complete life. I will comply. Sit still, do not move. Any slight motion could spell doom for both you and your brother." "Understood." Su Bai's satisfaction was palpable, a smile gracing his face. A new skill acquired. Should he ever find himself without sustenance again, he could resort to pyramid schemes. His hand reached towards Song Ran's head, channeling a divine energy reminiscent of an angelic statue, flowing from his palm into Song Ran's being. Interwoven intricacies gradually constructed a layer of golden attire beneath his skin. Chapter 143. Act according to my gaze. The sun hung high in the sky. In front of Song Ran's door stood 4 figures. Lu Shi, Kong Qing, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yue, locked in a silent stare-off with Yu Yu. What on earth is happening in there? Lu Shi inquired anxiously. They had been waiting for at least 3 hours, yet despite their relentless attempts to coax her, and Yu Yu remained tight-lipped. Should they attempt to force their way in, and Yu Yu would not be able to stop them. However, she had warned them. If Su Bai is disturbed, it could lead to dire consequences. Her words immediately quelled any thoughts of rash action among them. Once Su Bai is finished, I will naturally step aside, and Yu Yu stated firmly, impervious to their pleas. She had locked the smart door and disrupted the magnetic field, effectively isolating the interior from the outside world. Su Bai had commanded that no one disturb him, and Yu Yu was resolute in her obedience. His commands held paramount importance in her eyes, and her loyalty was solely to Su Bai. Should Lu Shi and the others decide to force their way in, and Yu Yu would not hesitate to invoke the authority of the mythic intelligence, summoning the legendary Da-Yi to confront them. Lu Shi paced anxiously, while Kong Qing furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Xiao Shi, don't worry, he is fine, Zhang Yue reassured softly. Sister Yue, it has been over 3 hours, and there hasn't been a single sound from inside. Thanks to Zhang Yi's introduction and Zhang Yue's deliberate efforts to befriend them, Lu Shi and Kong Qing quickly warmed to her, naturally addressing her as Sister Yue. Let us wait a little longer, Zhang Yi suggested. And Yu Yu is Su Bai's mythic intelligence. She would never do anything to harm him. If anything were to happen to Su Bai, she would be the most concerned. Very well. At that moment, and Yu Yu uttered a brief statement before suddenly vanishing. Su Bai says you may enter. With a click, the door swung open on its own. Lu Shi's eyes brightened, and she was the first to rush inside, followed closely by the other 3. They beheld Song Ran standing motionless, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to them. Whether it was the sunlight streaming in or some other reason, they noticed a faint golden hue beneath his skin. Meanwhile, Su Bai leaned against the chair's back, breathing slightly labored. Su Bai, what has happened to you? Lu Shi hurried over, her lavender eyes brimming with concern. I'm fine. Su Bai replied, loosening his grip on the chair's back, but stumbling slightly. If not for Lu Shi's timely support, he would have nearly fallen. You say you're fine, Lu Shi exclaimed as she steadied him. I truly am fine, Su Bai insisted with a hint of exasperation. It's merely the result of prolonged mental focus, combined with my body being in a tense state for too long. A sudden release naturally brings some consequences. I just need a moment to recuperate. Lu Shi, overwhelmed by her concern, grew flustered. The 3 behind them, however, had already relaxed. Su Bai moved his body slightly, allowing the remaining golden energy to circulate within him, easing his taut muscles. He gently nudged Song Ran. You can move now. Hearing this, Song Ran slowly opened his eyes. The seemingly simple act of raising an eyelid proved to be somewhat laborious for him. He felt as though countless threads were entwined around his limbs and body. Movement was possible, yet it came with considerable effort. Song Ran, bracing himself against the chair, took over 20 seconds to accomplish the straightforward task of rising. Su Bai's lips curled into a smirk. Success. Just endure a little longer, it will be over soon. Everything was in place. It was time to procure the mech. Su Bai supported Song Ran, glancing out the window at the perimeter established by the guards near the angelic statue. You all wait here. I and Xiaohua will step out for a moment. He made no attempt to conceal his gaze fixed on the angelic statue. The others instantly comprehended his intentions. Lu Shi, concerned about his condition, wished to accompany him. I'll go with you. No need. Su Bai's steps were steady, having already returned to normalcy. Last night, I took a brick. They are conducting thorough inspections below. Xiaohua and I will suffice. Too many people will complicate matters. Brick? What brick? The others were momentarily puzzled by Su Bai's words. He then assisted Song Ran out the door. At the edge of the blockade, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Su Bai maneuvered himself and Song ran into the throng without attracting attention. Under the guards' efficient searches, individuals were continuously apprehended. The number of people within the restricted zone dwindled rapidly, to the point that it was now countable. Su Bai suppressed the urge to communicate with the angelic statue and leaned closer to Song Ran's ear. Are you ready? Song Ran's gaze was vacant, his expression bewildered. Ready? What am I preparing for? You barged into my room in the middle of the night, making me remain motionless for hours. Afterward, you dragged me here, without giving me any time to prepare. Su Bai glanced around, not hearing a response, and assumed Song Ran had acquiesced. As long as you are ready. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Just as Song Ran was about to speak, chaos erupted in an instant. It moved. It moved. A miracle. The deity has manifested. Great Michael, I beseech your protection. What nonsense. That is clearly Lucifer. Heh. Regardless of who it was. As long as they grant me favor. At the heart of the restricted area, the angelic statue suddenly radiated a resplendent holy light. Its essence levitated, momentarily overshadowing the brilliance of the sun from the celestial apparatus. Such a miracle caused everyone present, including the guards, to kneel upon the ground, akin to humble ants, pleading for divine mercy. Having grown up in the infernal realm, Song Ran held a profound reverence for the angelic statue. However, due to his physical condition, he could not kneel. As he struggled to prostrate himself, Su Bai grasped his collar, lifting his slightly bent form. "Follow me. There is no need to kneel before anything, even if it is a deity." His tone was flat yet infused with an almost audacious confidence. Song Ran was taken aback. Su Bai's demeanor left him profoundly shaken. Logically, one should feel extreme anger and immediately refute anyone who belittled the angelic statue in his presence. Yet he did not. Instead, he found himself inexplicably in agreement with Su Bai's words. Song Ran felt somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Su Bai, after passing the scrutiny of the angelic statue, gained the moment of recognition and directly conferred the primary authority to manipulate upon Song Ran. Enveloped in divine light, Song Ran sensed the holy radiance converging towards him. Scanning his own being, could it be that the deity perceived my acquiescence to Su Bai's words as a sacrilege? Song Ran remained motionless, gripped by anxiety, fearing judgment from the divine light. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity. Fortunately, the holy glow eventually dissipated. In his daze, Song Ran vaguely heard the celestial instrument's notification of acquiring some form of authority. Regrettably, his mind was in disarray, and he could not discern the details. Immediately thereafter, a wave of detachment surged forth, unraveling the threads that had entwined his body. In reality, this was Su Bai reclaiming the golden attire formed of divine energy from within him after the scrutiny. A sense of relief washed over him, lightening his physical being. However, before he could revel in the joy, Su Bai, summoning all his strength, hurled him towards the source of the divine light. "Little flower, act according to my cues." Song Ran turned back, seeking to catch a glimpse of Su Bai's so-called gaze. Yet, all that met his eyes was the blinding white of the divine light, rendering everything else invisible. Even with his usually gentle temperament, he could not suppress an exclamation of frustration. "Goddess, what a letdown." Chapter 144. Jesus and Belial in the Church of God, the most sacred realm of heaven. The structure is immensely grand, capable of housing a statue of 100 meters. Indicative of its vastness, within the desolate and silent church, there stood an elderly man, barefoot and clad in a flowing white robe, facing the statue. More precisely, the statue, symbolizing his father, engaged in prayer. At this moment, amidst the unexpectedly large yet primitive surroundings, a phantom figure emerged. The apparition was clad in ceremonial robes, indicating he was likely presiding over a sacrificial rite and had hurriedly come to deliver news upon receiving word of an anomaly concerning the angelic statue. He was the bishop of the Wibulan Star Church. Upon receiving the first reports of the changes in the statue, he exercised his bishopric privilege, a once-a-year opportunity to directly communicate with the overseer of the heavenly domain. This privilege was originally established by the higher echelons to motivate lower-tier individuals to contribute to the divine realm and strive for promotion. The bishop could utilize this opportunity to receive divine teachings. For devout believers, such a temptation was undeniably significant. Now, he aimed to report the news to the current overseer of the heavenly domain, the Holy Son, Jesus. Note: the Holy Trinity consists of God the Father, Jehovah, God the Son, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, the Comforter. The bishop harbored his own aspirations. If he could gain Jesus' favor through this encounter, a promotion and salary increase would be within reach. Future opportunities to receive divine teachings would only increase. "Holy Son, I am Bishop Harrison of the Wibulan Star Church." Jesus opened his eyes, ceasing his prayer, and closed the Bible in his hands. His gaze was as pure and innocent as that of a child. And upon looking at Harrison, he revealed a gentle smile. The Holy Son, Jesus, smiled at him. The brilliance of the Lord Harrison illuminated his being, filling him with an overwhelming sense of honor and excitement. Jesus spoke softly, "My child, calm yourself." His voice carried a unique enchantment, possessing the power to soothe the troubled heart. Gradually, Harrison found his composure, yet a wave of guilt surged within him. He knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. "Lord, I am a sinner and wish to earn your favor through this opportunity. Every soul harbors personal desires, my child. I forgive you," Jesus reassured him, gazing at him with quiet understanding. After a moment, Harrison recalled the matter at hand, his expression charged with fervor. "Lord, the great archangel Michael has awakened." Oh, for the first time, a different emotion flickered in Jesus' voice. Then, as if struck by a thought, a smile danced at the corners of his eyes. "That divine statue is not Michael. It is not." Harrison felt as though struck by lightning. As the bishop of the Wibulan Church, he firmly believed that the statue represented Michael. Yet, the very Lord he worshipped had declared otherwise. The impact of this revelation was undeniably immense. He even forgot that he was speaking to Jesus and shouted, "Impossible! It must be Michael." Jesus remained unperturbed by his outburst, his tone still gentle. "Child, it is not." He gestured toward the distance. A boy of around 13 or 14, with golden hair and features exquisitely carved as if by divine hands, approached. 3 pairs of pudgy little wings sprouted from his back, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the nascent shapes of actual wings. He walked to Jesus and bowed his head slightly. Jesus placed his hand upon the boy's head, stroking his soft golden locks. Michael's presence within this domain of hell was rather peculiar. Regardless of its expansion, it consistently retained 7 celestial realms, each named after one of the 7 deadly sins. The territory of any expanding realm would directly incorporate into that realm, without the creation of new ones due to territorial enlargement. At the junction of these 7 realms lay a planet known as the Demon Lord Star. This planet was initially established as the administrative stronghold of the hellish domain. The current ruler of this realm held the authority to reside there, radiating influence throughout the entire hellish domain. Regrettably, the reigning sovereign was Belial, who epitomized sloth among the 7 monarchs. True to his nature, Belial did not disappoint in his embodiment of laziness. What administrative stronghold? I have never cared for such trivialities. I can't be bothered. I am the supreme authority in this hellish domain. My word is law. Depart. Speak further, and I shall strike you. His barrage of threats rendered those beneath him speechless. Over the years, Belial had not once stepped beyond his territory. When questioned, he simply stated his unwillingness to move. Fortunately, he commanded a large following. Since being thrust into the role of ruler of the hellish domain, he had never found himself in a position requiring action. Of course, if anyone believed him to be easily intimidated, they were gravely mistaken. Did they truly think the 72 pillars of demon lords were mere decorations? Belial's strength remained an enigma. Yet given that he had fully unlocked the divine attributes of the 72 pillars of demon lords, he was certainly not to be underestimated. Note, the word count of this chapter is sufficient, and there is no suspicion of filler. Regarding mythological attachments, certain pilots of mythical mechs will unlock a specific number of mythological attachments upon each promotion, measured by the quality of these attachments. They can be broadly categorized into 3 types. First, mythical by Wuchang and mythical Dai, which have a small initial number of attachments, but this increases significantly with subsequent promotions. Evaluation, minions. Second, mythical Guanyin, mythical Qinglong, and Xuanwu, which have a fixed quantity and high quality, exhibiting formidable overall strength at the same level, all unlocked from the beginning. Evaluation, minor bosses. Third, mythical Belial and the 72 pillars of demon lords, possessing both quantity and quality, with overall strength positioned between the first and second categories. Evaluation, elite monsters. He is lethargic, yet cannot resist the allure of keen eyesight. The chosen pilots of the mythological attachments are each more diligent than the last. In the domain of hell, he is the sole owner of a mythical mech, yet it remains in a state of neglect. Nevertheless, the 72 pillars of demon lords maintain their watch across the realm. For many years, not a single inch has been lost. At this moment, within the castle of apathy, an immense silence envelopes the grand structure. A demon with a green face and sharp fangs stealthily approaches the castle. After a short distance, he pauses to wipe the sweat from his brow. The intelligence department has received word that the mythological statue on Veblen Star has undergone a transformation. Belial finds the technological devices bothersome, disrupting his slumber, and thus ordered them all to be discarded from the castle. This, in turn, necessitated an individual to deliver the report in person. The burden of this task has fallen upon the shoulders of this unfortunate newcomer. The demon dares not breathe too loudly. The reputation of the 7 monarchs in the domain of hell is akin to that of Jesus in the realm of heaven. They symbolize all that is malevolent, cruelty, capriciousness, and a propensity for violence without a second thought. Raised in such an environment, the demon harbors unwavering loyalty to Belial, yet this does not alleviate his fear. He merely hopes to emerge alive. Wiping the sweat from his brow once more, he is engulfed by a tumult of emotions. The excitement of meeting Belial intertwines with the dread of death. He pats his chest, where a letter to his family rests, a farewell note. Taking a deep breath, he studies the route on the map, realizing he is nearly there. Arriving before a grand hall, he musters his courage and reaches for the dust-covered door, adorned with bizarre carvings, which feels exceedingly heavy. Creaking, the door emits the sound of age and neglect. The demon exerts all his strength to force open a narrow gap just wide enough for his passage. Sideways, he squeezes through. The interior of the hall is shrouded in darkness, and a deafening snore assaults his eardrums. Suddenly, one by one, lights flicker to life, illuminating the dim space and dispelling the shadows. The snoring ceases, and the demon, startled, drops to the ground, his horns pressed against the floor, eyes tightly shut, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a considerable pause without any movement, he steels himself, cautiously lifting his head, and slightly opens his eyes. Ah! Before him appeared a pair of legs. Despite the absence of any sound, where did these legs originate? Upon further reflection, he pondered the location. Aside from the great and indolent monarch, Belial, who else could be present? The demon unexpectedly rolled his eyes and fainted in fright. Chapter 145, Song Ran and Song Ran Universal Celebration. Mythical Mecha Lucifer, connected to the star network. Song Ran gazed at the information on the star network, overwhelmed with joy. I knew it. This must be Lucifer. In the next moment, a melodious childlike voice echoed in his ear. Welcome back, Master. Instinctively, Song Ran turned to look. A six-winged angel, no larger than a palm, flapped its wings, its delicate face adorned with a look of confusion. He was taken aback. Memories from before flashed rapidly through his mind. Are you speaking to me? Indeed. Who are you? I am the mythical intelligence of the mythical Lucifer. A minor character soon to be offline, no name necessary. Mythical Mecha, the intelligence of Lucifer? The fact that it referred to him as Master left Song Ran utterly stunned, akin to a commoner suddenly becoming the owner of a national treasure. Before he could contemplate further, an enigmatic energy surged through the energy transmission points of the mecha, flowing into his body. The mythical core of Lucifer sensed the anomaly in the pilot's physique. In a non-combat state, it autonomously activated its healing function. The core's energy circulated within Song Ran's body before ultimately targeting his brain. Helpless to resist, Song Ran slipped into unconsciousness. Within the cockpit, which shimmered with a hint of golden light, Song Ran lost awareness, his body floating, his head emanating a faint glow. The six-winged angel flitted about, puzzled, circling him. Darkness and silence were the norms of this space. Gradually, Song Ran's consciousness began to resurface. He surveyed his surroundings, an inexplicable sense of oppression making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared. Clinging to it like a lifeline, he dashed toward it with fervor. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The light intensified, and he discerned its nature. A figure identical to himself, enveloped in substantial white light, binding his limbs. The light resembled ropes, tautly constricting him, leaving his body suspended in midair, stretched out in a star shape. With a thud, Song Ran's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, he slowly dragged his body backward, eager to escape this place. Are you here? A low, sinister voice emerged from the suspended Song Ran, who hung his head. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the timid and cowardly version of himself, a mocking expression clear on his face. Do you wish to kill me? Have you changed your mind? Brother. Song Ran reacted like a furiously agitated cat, as calling him brother was a profound humiliation for him. Do not call me brother. Come, kill me. He bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage, straining against the bonds formed from the core's energy. After a lengthy struggle, he surrendered, erupting into laughter. His laughter, imbued with a hint of madness, reverberated through the dark expanse, gradually dwindling into silence. Song Ran lowered his head, whispering in resignation. At the critical moment, do not let me look down upon you. Grant me a swift end. Only in my death will your spirit perfectly align with your body. Song Ran discerned the indescribable sorrow in his tone. He opened his mouth, brimming with unspoken words, yet they remained unuttered. He could scarcely fathom how Song Ran had endured all these years, trapped in this dark, silent prison since birth. Only when faced with peril did he find fleeting moments of freedom. Those battles, deemed life and death struggles by others, were, for Song Ran, invaluable opportunities to breathe. Song Ran stared blankly at the waiting Song Ran, a myriad of emotions, guilt, sorrow, anguish, converging within him, constricting his heart as if gripped by a colossal hand, mercilessly tormenting him. He gasped for breath, feeling like a fish out of water, unable to find any relief. At that moment, Song Ran unexpectedly received a message from the divine core. With a mere thought, he could be instantly obliterated by the core's energy. He promptly dismissed this notion. Almost immediately, another message from the divine core emerged. A glimmer of realization illuminated Song Ran's eyes, and he acquiesced. The energy binding Song Ran from the divine core suddenly contracted. He closed his eyes. Was this truly the decision to end my life? As death loomed, a tumult of mixed feelings surged within him. Relief, sorrow, nostalgia, culminating, inexplicably, in a sense of comfort. Soon, he lost consciousness, surrendering himself to the divine core's energy, which began to deconstruct him into his most primitive molecules for transformation. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, an even more immense energy from the divine core ensnared the mythic intelligence of the six-winged angel. Streams of energy connected the angel to Song Ran's brain. 3 minutes later, the six-winged angel's form became ethereal. 10 minutes later, its body flickered erratically, reminiscent of an old television with poor reception, momentarily revealing a miniature silhouette of Song Ran. After half an hour, the six-winged angel vanished entirely, replaced by a diminutive version of Song Ran. On Veblen's star, within a small chapel, Approximately 30 congregants collectively prayed before a statue of God. At the moment of Lucifer's recognition, the chapel's bishop abruptly halted his prayers. Frozen as if pressed by a pause button, the people below were perplexed by the sudden stillness. After a considerable pause, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached to investigate. Just then, the bishop stirred. He gazed at the statue of God, then at the Bible in his hands and the bishop's robe adorning him, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Bah! The bishop ripped off his garments and cast the Bible to the ground. He spat at the statue of God and strode out without a backward glance. The remaining congregants exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. After a long pause, one finally shouted in anger, "He is a blasphemer. Do not let him escape." At this exclamation, the others snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing outside. Yet, there was no trace of the bishop to be found. Indeed, this bishop epitomizes the sin of pride, a true manifestation of Lucifer. As the mythical mech awakens, he too stirs from his slumber. Symbolizing arrogance, he resolutely refuses to permit anyone to share his corporeal form. In an instant of resurrection, he expels the soul that once inhabited the body. What becomes of the ousted soul? Will it survive? Lucifer expresses indifference. The mere act of sparing the original soul is his utmost act of mercy. Saving lives, after all, is the prerogative of the divine. Upon his revival, Lucifer observes his body engaged in prayer to the Almighty. In a fit of rage, he discards his clerical garb, now clad only in a pair of boxers. He senses that the mythical mech has been intercepted, yet he resolves to first return to the original host's home to procure suitable attire. After all, he is the preeminent ruler among the 7 lords of hell. Venturing forth in mere undergarments would hardly uphold his reputation in the cosmos. As he travels, Lucifer curses the original host, a veritable wastrel who, in over 30 years, had never ventured beyond Vibrant Star and had somehow never visited the idol of the gods. Had he made even a single pilgrimage, Lucifer would not find himself in this predicament. Utilizing the original host's memories, he discreetly navigates his way home, bypassing any garments infused with celestial elements. He dons a tailored black suit instead. However, just as he fastens his trousers, his expression shifts dramatically, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. The XX, six-winged angel. As the true master of the mythical Lucifer, even though the mech has fallen into another's grasp, a thread of connection remains. Just moments ago, he felt the XX slip away. Unforgivable. Lucifer roars, heedless of his half-clad state, and leaps from the window. He summons the original host's mech, hurtling towards the Angel Hotel. That was the companion of the mythic era, the XX that had stood by him. Initially, he had only intended to reclaim the mech without engaging in conflict, but now, it is a matter of life and death. Reconciliation is utterly out of the question. Chapter 146. The price of heaven's domain at the sight of the former angel idol. The dense holy light gradually dissipates. Along with the sacred illumination, the angelic statue vanishes, leaving only Song Ran plummeting from the sky. With heightened focus, Su Bai rushes forward to catch Song Ran. "Little flower, how are you?" With a smile gracing his lips, Song Ran responds, "I'm in great spirits. Everything went smoothly." "That's splendid," Su Bai remarks, scanning their surroundings. The pair stands where the angel idol once resided, as 2 groups of individuals with starkly contrasting attire approach. To the left, they don long white robes, while to the right, their dark red attire is notably more pragmatic. "Little dear, can you ascertain their identities?" Su Bai communicates with Yu. He discerns that one faction belongs to the domain of heaven, while the other hails from the realm of hell. However, the specifics elude him. "I'll look into it, though I can't guarantee results." And Yu Yao responded with a sound, leaving her words unspoken. In the absence of the ability to infiltrate the Divine Realm's star network, it was uncertain whether any information could be uncovered through surface searches. Eureka! Just as 2 groups were about to approach Su Bai and Song Ran, and Yu Yao's jubilant voice rang out. They were the envoys from the Hell Divine Realm and the Heaven Divine Realm, dispatched to negotiate for the angelic statue. "Oh, how swift their arrival," Su Bai remarked. Leaning towards Song Ran to whisper, "These individuals are likely here to court your favor. Be astute in your dealings." Song Ran's brow twitched at the thought of Su Bai's silent cues. Perhaps it was better to act in accordance with the situation rather than rely on unspoken signals. "I understand," he replied. Just as he finished speaking, the representatives from the 2 divine realms stepped forward to stand before Su Bai and Song Ran. The leaders of both negotiation teams emerged from the throng and simultaneously proclaimed, "Congratulations on the resurgence of the divine." Song Ran remained silent, while the 2 leaders maintained their bowing posture, hesitant to move. Su Bai, growing impatient, nudged Song Ran and gestured fervently. Song Ran glanced at Su Bai, then at the 2 leaders, his expression bewildered. They were congratulating the resurgence of the divine, but that was not him. What should I respond? Under the relentless urging of Su Bai's gaze, Song Ran mustered his courage and said, "Please rise, for I am not a deity." Not. The surprise was evident in the leaders' voices. They quickly considered another possibility. The true essence of the divine Lucifer had dissipated, and Song Ran was merely a fortunate vessel who had absorbed a trace of his divine aura, fortuitously recognized by the mythic mech. With this thought, their attitude towards Song Ran shifted. Though they maintained their goodwill, the respect had vanished. He was merely a fortunate individual recognized by the mythic mech, and until he matured, he was insignificant. However, this was merely their inner contemplation. They still wished to cultivate a relationship with him. While they might look down upon Song Ran, they would never underestimate the power of a mythic mech. The leader of the Heaven Divine Realms negotiation team also began to contemplate. From the Star Network reports, they had learned of the angelic statue's identity. Initially, he had little hope, believing Lucifer would certainly favor the Hell Divine Realm. But the situation had changed. The mythic pilot of Lucifer was Song Ran, not Lucifer himself. This meant that other divine realms also had a chance to court him, depending solely on the benefits offered. With the holy healing potion, a veritable goldmine, the Heaven Divine Realm had little to fear. I wonder if you are available to discuss further. The two leaders, seasoned negotiators, invited Song Ran in unison. In the hopeful gazes of the two leaders, Song Ran first turned to Su Bai. This scene caused the two leaders to frown slightly. If they were to draw Song Ran into their divine realm, he would undoubtedly be nurtured as a divine heir. They would then need to devise a strategy to manage this individual. Otherwise, it would be problematic if news spread that their divine heir was subservient to others. Su Bai gave a slight nod, prompting Song Ran to respond, "Very well. I have yet to inquire about your name. I am Song Ran." The two leaders promptly issued discreet orders to investigate Song Ran's identity. Exchanging glances, they realized that neither would yield. Thus, they decided to sit together for a discussion. "Mr. Song, please this way." Song Ran followed suit. As Su Bai attempted to join, he was intercepted by a member of the Heavenly Domain negotiation team. "Apologies, sir. We have only invited Mr. Song. The matters to be discussed are of great importance, and your presence is not advisable." Though he spoke with respect, his tone was less than cordial. "Is that so?" "Indeed." "Very well then." Su Bai shrugged. "Xiaohua, we won't be going." "Oh," Song Ran acknowledged. Indeed, returning to Su Bai's side, ready to head back to the hotel with him. He understood well who had afforded him such treatment, and moreover, Su Bai had adeptly resolved his brother's predicament. At that moment, Su Bai's words were gospel to him, and he would adhere to them unconditionally. This display left the two negotiators momentarily stunned. Fortunately, being seasoned negotiators, they reacted swiftly. The leader of the Heavenly Domain delegation struck down the member who had stopped Su Bai. "This gentleman is a friend of Mr. Song. Who permitted you to obstruct him?" Internally, the member expressed elegant sentiments towards the leader's family. "If it weren't for your hint, how would I have had the audacity to stop him? Now, all this trouble falls upon me." Regardless of his grievances, he knew he must swallow his pride for the greater good. Rising, he respectfully bowed and apologized. "My sincerest apologies. Sir, it was my overreach." The leader continued, "Gentlemen, the subordinate lacked discernment. I hope you will forgive him." "Ha." Su Bai chuckled lightly. "It's of no consequence. Now, shall we proceed?" The negotiation chamber, once the administrative office of Vibrant Star, had been appropriated for discussions by both divine domains every time they convened. Over time, the inhabitants of Vibrant Star came to refer to it as the negotiation hall. The governor of Vibrant Star had decisively ordered a relocation, leaving the space for the negotiating teams. A long conference table was set, with 2 additional chairs at the front. Su Bai and Song Ran took their seats, while each divine domain's negotiation team occupied either side. The leader of the Hell Domain negotiation team, named Bird, had fair skin and wore black-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Were it not for the pair of devilish horns atop his head, Su Bai might have found it hard to believe he belonged to the Hell Domain. The leader of the Heavenly Domain, named Aubrey, appeared older and was of a slight build, projecting a shrewd demeanor. Once all parties were seated, Aubrey spoke first. "Mr. Su, shall we commence?" He did not address Song Ran, but directed his inquiry towards Su Bai. Throughout their journey, he had discerned that Song Ran was wholly aligned with Su Bai, further solidifying his intent to separate the two after winning Song Ran over, even if it meant resorting to drastic measures. A faint hint of murderous intent was concealed remarkably well. It was only when Su Bai sensed the anomaly that he vanished from sight. He did not dwell on it, and simply gestured for an invitation. Previously, it was Aubrey who had initiated the conversation. Bert, who fancied himself a gentleman among demons, would clearly refrain from speaking first, opting instead for a display of bravado. Casting a sidelong glance at Bert, Aubrey silently ridiculed him before presenting his terms. First, an unlimited supply of holy healing potions at the A grade and below. Second, the Son of God, Jesus, consented to take Song Ran as his disciple, personally imparting teachings and allowing him to hear the Lord's words daily. Third, all resources from the Heavenly Domain would be prioritized for Song Ran's needs. Fourth, after a brief pause, Aubrey recalled the message received during his earlier report. A confident smile crept upon his lips as he declared, Fourth, entry into the Angel Legion for training, and upon reaching the required strength, he shall share command of the Angel Legion with Archangel Michael. With each condition that Aubrey articulated, Bert's countenance grew increasingly grim. Upon hearing the phrase about sharing command with Michael, Bert's heart plummeted. From that statement, he discerned a shocking revelation. Archangel Michael was awakening. Though he had not seen any official reports from the Star Network, it was evident that the old Jesus had suppressed such news. Those within the heavenly domain, whether divine or mortal, possessed an abundance of cunning. With a bit of deduction, he quickly grasped Jesus' motives. It was merely an attempt to wield Michael as a potent morale booster. Imagine the Angel Legion battling against the Golden Beasts or other forces. The emergence of the legendary Michael would undoubtedly invigorate the Legion's warriors. With the Angel Legion's momentum soaring, defeating their adversaries would be an effortless endeavor. Contemplating this, Bert grew anxious. He must not allow the other party to recruit Song Ran. Although the cosmic human forces presented a united front externally, infighting was an inherent trait of humanity, and internal strife had never ceased. The animosity between the heavenly and hellish domains had festered since the mythic era, and reconciliation was no longer feasible. The mythical Lucifer could fall into anyone's hands, but it must not be the heavenly domain. Otherwise, the denizens of hell would be left cowering before their celestial counterparts. Bert frequently glanced at the star chart. Upon learning that the angelic statue was Lucifer, he had made little preparation, believing that Lucifer would surely return to the hellish domain. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that the new mythical pilot was, in fact, Song Ran. Consequently, he immediately reported upwards, requesting more favorable terms. Without significantly better resources at his disposal, any attempt to win over Song Ran would be sheer folly. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had yet to receive a response. Had the higher-ups abandoned Song Ran? The notion of the esteemed ruler of hell, Lucifer, joining his arch-nemesis, the heavenly domain, would surely incite laughter. Aubrey observed Bert's anxious demeanor with delight. He smirked and extended an invitation to Song Ran. Mr. Song, Lucifer of the divine path, was indeed a deity of my heavenly domain since the dawn of the mythical era. With the mythic mech, Lucifer, you return to the heavenly domain, a true homecoming, destined to become a celebrated tale across the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Bert was filled with rage. Bah! Lucifer is the great sovereign of arrogance, and has long severed ties with you. He scoffed. Aubrey, unfazed by his outburst, turned to Song Ran, fervently stating, I have faith in the sincerity of the heavenly domain, which you can undoubtedly perceive. This is merely the final offer. The Angel Legion is the sharpest sword of the heavenly domain. Once you ascend to kingship, the Great Lord will personally confer your title. You shall stand alongside Archangel Michael, jointly commanding this invincible force. In due time, you will be among the most esteemed in the heavenly domain. Aubrey spoke with fervor, unaware that he had never heard the name Song Ran. Assuming him to be an ordinary individual, faced with such enticing conditions, he was convinced that Song Ran could not refuse. However, after a moment of silence, Aubrey glanced towards Song Ran, his expression freezing. There sat Song Ran, unassumingly beside Su Bai, who was engrossed in his star chart, poking and prodding. What in the world was going on with these two? Were they out of their minds? I've laid out an irresistible offer, yet they remain unmoved? Little did he know, Su Bai was filled with regret at that moment. He lamented not having summoned Kong Qing, who would have undoubtedly excelled in negotiations. He relayed the events occurring in the negotiation hall to Kong Qing, who responded swiftly, Wait, what do you mean? Lucifer is a deity of the hell domain. We must await their offer. A smirk crept across Kong Qing's lips, tinged with anticipation. With the heavenly domain's offer reaching such heights, she was curious about what the hell domain would propose. Su Bai closed the chat interface, fixating on Bert, while Song Ran mirrored his gaze. Gradually, all eyes in the negotiation hall turned towards Bert, who managed a grimace of a smile. What do you expect me to do? I have no information from above. I cannot present a counteroffer. After a moment, Aubrey declared nonchalantly, There's no need to wait. My conditions are already at their peak. They will not provide a better offer. Mr. Song, should you agree, the heavenly domain will publicly announce the aforementioned terms to the entire universe, witnessed by all, ensuring absolute authenticity. Wait, what? Aubrey shot a glance at Bert. Are you suggesting you can present a superior offer? Bert's mind raced. Though he had yet to receive any news, he knew he must interrupt Aubrey to buy time for a response from above. Otherwise, if Song Ran agreed, the matter would be settled, and complications would ensue. After racking his brain, an idea struck him as he identified a loophole. You are deceiving Mr. Song. In the cosmos, who does not know that the Angel Legion is loyal solely to Michael? To a certain extent, they can be regarded as Michael's private army. When Michael awakens, the Angel Legion will heed no commands, but his, not even from your lord. In name, Song Ran was seated alongside Michael. In truth, he wields no actual power. What significance does a hollow title hold? Aubrey, without a hint of contradiction, merely smirked with disdain. As long as Song Ran remains loyal to the celestial domain, With this title, he stands as one of the most esteemed individuals within the celestial domain. What more do you wish to say, Bert? Suddenly, a pitch-black opening appeared above the negotiation hall. A demon, unceremoniously kicked out, plummeted down amidst piercing screams. With a thunderous crash, the demon breached the ceiling of the negotiation hall and shattered the wooden conference table beneath him. The cacophony reverberated outward, prompting the guards outside to rush in, weapons drawn. The occupants within were all significant figures. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire vibrant star. Su Bai was also taken aback. Pulling Song ran towards the window, ready to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. As the crowd remained on high alert, the demon, face down, managed to rise, unscathed despite his rough exterior. Though somewhat embarrassed, nonchalantly, he brushed off the dust from his attire. Bert, recognizing him as a denizen of the infernal domain, inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The demon recollected his purpose, cleared his throat, and with a slight tilt of his head, revealed a proud demeanor. "I am Eden, on the orders of the indolent sovereign. I have come to deliver a message." He was indeed the demon dispatched to report to Belial at the indolent castle. After regaining consciousness, Eden conveyed the news to Belial, who was instantly exhilarated. It was time to take action. With swift strokes, he drafted a decree, stamping it with both the domain lord's seal and the indolent sovereign's insignia. Satisfied, he rolled up the decree and handed it to Eden. "Make your way to Vibrant Star. I shall escort you there." Belial summoned his mythic mech and commanded its intelligence to locate Vibrant Star, pinpointing the negotiation team's whereabouts. Upon successful localization, a spatial rift was torn open, creating a passage. With a forceful kick, Eden was propelled through it, arriving at his current location. Eden retrieved the decree from his chest, ready to announce its contents. However, upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. The words written within rendered him speechless. Bert, noticing Eden's silence, grew anxious. After waiting so long for news, only to receive a fool's errand. "Give it here." He snatched the decree from Eden's grasp. Upon reading its contents, he too was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, his composure quickly returned, a victorious expression dawning on his face as he displayed the decree. The document contained a hastily scrawled proclamation, accompanied by 2 radiant seals attesting to its authenticity. Song Ran is to be crowned, succeeding the domain lord. Chapter 148, Refusal Impossible. It must be a forgery. Aubrey's scream shattered the deathly silence of the negotiation hall. Before Bert could retort, Eden, with his robust physique, shot him a fierce glare. Though he too found it hard to believe the written contents, the authority of the great indolent sovereign was beyond question, especially not to be doubted by the hypocrites of the celestial domain. "This is a decree personally bestowed upon me by the great indolent sovereign." Bert scoffed derisively. The decree bore the seal of the domain lord, which could be authenticated through the Star Network database. "Why would I resort to deceiving you with this?" Similar seals possess a singular function. When stamped, they record the stamped content into the archives of the respective faction. With the seal, one can verify its authenticity, thereby completely eliminating the possibility of misinformation. Aubrey, with a somber expression and clinging to a glimmer of hope, picked up the decree and accessed the Star Network to search for the Hell Domain's archives. The vast majority of the information within the archives was inaccessible to outsiders, with only a few options illuminated. Among them was the decree. He lightly touched the words decree, and a blank box appeared on the screen. Aubrey held the decree aloft, aligning its seal with the empty box. In a short while, the scan was successful. A virtual decree materialized, identical to the physical decree in Aubrey's hand. Unbelievably, this absurd decree was indeed genuine. It was madness, sheer madness. He was merely Song Ran, not Lucifer. The implication was evident to all. Song Ran was unworthy of such a decree. Upon hearing this, Su Bai was displeased. "Our little flower is so exquisite and handsome. He possesses beauty, strength, and intellect, truly flawless. Becoming a domain lord is no simple feat," Bert sighed. "The current lord of the Hell Domain is the Sloth Monarch." Aubrey remained silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Indeed, that represented the lethargy of Belial. He would be more than happy for someone to take over, allowing him to spend his days in slumber. The domain has stringent requirements for the strength of its lord, mandating a genetic level of at least a king and an overall strength at the star domain level. The first condition was certainly met, so the second was not a concern. Hence, the decree only mentioned the kingship. Were it not for this stipulation, Belial's decree would likely have been of a different nature, directly bestowing the lordship upon Song Ran. Aubrey set down the decree and despondently sank into his chair, preparing to report the outcome of this matter. On his side, he had a formidable hand, with only 1 card remaining. But what could he do against an opponent with a royal flush? One could only say it was an admirable loss. The Heaven Domain could never relinquish its entirety, as Belial had. The situation was decided. Bert was in high spirits when he coincidentally received a message instructing his subordinates to investigate Song Ran's identity. Upon reading it, his delight only grew. It turned out they were from the same family. Mr. Song, I never anticipated you were a genius from the Shura field. Upon hearing Shura field, Song Ran's expression shifted from gentle to shadowed in an instant. Sensing the change in mood, Bert hastily redirected the conversation. On behalf of the Hell Domain, I welcome you to join us. Wait a moment. Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment, halting him. Did I doze off? When did we agree to join? You all rattled off the conditions, yet we have not consented. Bert chuckled and shook his head. In his view, no one would refuse an opportunity to become the lord of the divine domain. Su Bai and Song Ran were, after all, still youthful. The impulsiveness of youth often craves validation. I understand, I truly do. He extended a quintessential gentleman's gesture to Song Ran, offering a sincere invitation. Mr. Song, on behalf of the Hell Divine Domain, I cordially invite you to join us. Song Ran's tone bore a hint of perplexity. But I am already part of the Hell Divine Domain. Bert explained, once an individual acquires a mythic mech and becomes a mythic pilot, they automatically relinquish their original allegiance, becoming a free agent. During this period, various factions may extend invitations. Song Ran appeared enlightened, then, with a childlike innocence, blinked at Su Bai with sparkling eyes. Should I join? Bert inwardly cursed, finding the lad quite bothersome. Maintaining his composure, he addressed Su Bai. Su, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to ask you something. Go ahead. If Little Flower joins the Hell Divine Domain, he will return with us, correct? Who is Little Flower? Oh, that is Song Ran. Bert's expression darkened. What a ridiculous name. It must be kept under wraps. Otherwise, should Song Ran ascend as a domain lord, the moniker would be utterly embarrassing. He took a deep breath and responded to Su Bai's inquiry. Of course, Mr. Song will accompany me back to the Hell Divine Domain. We shall spare no effort in nurturing him, which includes but is not limited to border trials, resource allocation, and mentorship from esteemed masters, ensuring his rapid development. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai unhesitatingly declared, he will not join. What? Bert rubbed his ears, as if he had misheard. Su Bai solemnly reiterated, I said. Little Flower will not join the Hell Divine Domain. Why? Bert exclaimed, a realization dawning upon him as he raised his voice. You are being selfish. If you truly consider him a friend, you should think of his best interests. Only by joining the Hell Divine Domain can he receive the utmost training. You are jeopardizing his future. Enough, Su Bai scoffed, curling his lip. Can the Hell Divine Domain provide him with a mythic mech? I doubt it. But I can. Su Bai mused, having specifically sought a mythic mech for Song Ran, solely to amplify his role within his own team. Why would he relinquish Little Flower to other factions right after providing him with a mech? What would he gain from that? A mere reputation for being benevolent? Please. Moreover, Su Bai possessed abundant confidence, ready to furnish Song Ran with the necessary resources. Observing Su Bai's resolute demeanor, Bert shifted his focus back to Song Ran. Song, I will not join. Song Ran was even more decisive than Su Bai. Bert was taken aback. Aubrey, who had been watching the exchange, could no longer contain himself and chuckled. What could be more satisfying than witnessing one's own failure mirrored in that of one's adversary? Just then, a cacophony of sirens erupted outside. Under normal circumstances, the sound would not penetrate the soundproof negotiation hall, but alas, the roof had been shattered by Eden, creating a gaping hole. This led to the sound of sirens filtering in, growing louder, unmistakably directed towards the negotiation chamber. The cacophony was evidently substantial. The individuals within the hall reached a consensus to momentarily set aside matters concerning Song Ran and venture out to ascertain the situation. The tumultuous noise made it nearly impossible to converse in peace. Upon exiting the main door, they beheld a mech swiftly approaching their direction, pursued by hundreds of law enforcement mechs. The mech being chased halted at the entrance of the negotiation chamber. The pilot retracted the mech, revealing a man in his 30s, bare-chested and clad only in black trousers. His countenance was dark as he strode towards the gathered crowd. Bert, already in a foul mood over Song Ran's affairs, bellowed upon seeing him, Halt. Who are you? Are you unaware of where you are? Seeking death, are you? The man cast a glance at him, adorned with horns. He was a demon. How dare this mere ordinary demon chastise him so? His expression darkened further, and his voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed, I am Lucifer. Chapter 149, Confrontation before the negotiation chamber. A brief silence ensued. Afterward, murmurs arose among the delegation. Who does he claim to be? Did he say Lucifer? Some glanced at Song Ran. Wasn't Lucifer dead? Show some respect. That was merely the dissipating essence. Ah, yes, my mistake. I should pay more attention. But he truly is dead, his essence dissipated. The new mythic pilots have emerged. Could this be an imposter? Indeed, parading under the guise of the arrogant sovereign. Little did he expect to encounter the real one here. They had witnessed Song Ran personally contain the mythic mech, Lucifer. There could be no deception. The individual before them was undoubtedly a fraud, with no escape. The discussions among the negotiation team grew louder, each casting mocking glances at the bare-chested middle-aged man. The genuine Lucifer. Only Su Bai and Song Ran discreetly stepped back. How unfortunate that the true sovereign was present on Veblen's star. As Lucifer listened to the murmurs, veins throbbed on his forehead. Intense rage caused his essence to waver, even affecting his physical form. His somewhat pale skin displayed dark red patterns. Amidst the chatter of the negotiation team, he regained a semblance of composure. Now, these foolish people believed that the thief was the true one, and that he was merely a charlatan. Should he resort to force, given the strength of this body, he would likely meet a grim fate, potentially being slain on the spot. He would then become the most lamentable deity in history. Though merely a reincarnation, that was unacceptable. At that moment, the guards pursuing him also encircled the area. The leader, seeing Lucifer halt at the negotiation team's entrance without immediate action to apprehend him, hesitated. What if this individual possessed some background that would lead to his own downfall? Would he not lose his esteemed position? As a denizen of the Hell Domain, he would naturally report to Bert. The leader of the guards approached Bert, bowing in respect. Bert halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who is this individual? What crime has he committed?" The captain of the guards appeared somewhat taken aback. "My lord, do you not recognize him? How could I possibly know him? I see him standing there and assumed that these details were of no interest to me. Answer my question." "Yes." The captain of the guards activated the star chart, revealing a lengthy list of red exclamation marks. "He has violated traffic regulations." "Is that all?" Bert's expression darkened. For a mere traffic infraction, such a grand display of apprehension seemed excessive. No, it is far more than that. He drove his mech recklessly, wreaking havoc across half of Veblen's star. He showed no regard for several significant locations, including military zones. Moreover, he has downed 682 private vehicles, 95 suspended trains, 33 passenger aircraft, and 7 military jets. I have received 2,476 ordinary traffic complaints and 388 reports of unauthorized intrusions into civilian classified areas. The military base has issued an arrest warrant. As he continued to speak, the negotiation team exchanged glances. This old rascal, Ironhead. The sovereignty disputes over Veblen's star persist. From a certain perspective, it falls under the jurisdiction of 2 divine realms. To think that someone could be so audacious as to stir trouble on this sensitive planet, blatantly disregarding both divine realms. "Stop." Bert commanded the captain of the guards to silence. In his mind, he had already deduced the truth. This man, around 30 years of age, dressed in such a disheveled manner, clearly had some mental instability. He had lost his sanity while piloting the mech, and halfway through, once his mind cleared, he realized he was in dire straits. By chance, he spotted the renowned negotiation hall on Veblen's star and sought to impersonate Lucifer in a desperate attempt to evade capture. Bert chuckled with delight. My keen eyes have seen through it all. He couldn't help but admire the audacity of this lunatic. To dare to think and act in such a manner. If only the legendary mech pilot Lucifer, Song Ran, were here, he might have truly been deceived. Alas, it was a pity. Fortune was not on his side. The rogue had encountered the genuine article. Bert surveyed the surroundings. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle. The commotion had attracted quite a crowd. An idea sparked in his mind. Impersonating a deity is an exceedingly reprehensible act. This madman had stumbled into a trap. He would be apprehended as an example, serving as a warning to others. What is your true name? Confess honestly, and I promise to be lenient. Lucifer's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Song Ran. He could sense the aura of the legendary mech emanating from him. Upon hearing Bert's inquiry, he enunciated each word deliberately. My name is Lu, Shi, F.A. Unrepentant, Bert remarked upon hearing his obstinate declaration. You claim to be Lucifer, then prove it. As soon as these words left his lips, Su Bai sensed the impending danger. Before he could instruct Song Ran to seal the divine core, Lucifer forcefully established a connection with it using his true spirit. The distance between Song Ran and him was merely a few meters. The mythical core of Lucifer was effortlessly summoned by him, suspended above his palm, a mesmerizing interplay of dark red and pure white. It sensed the presence of its master, and the energy within surged vibrantly, radiating a brilliant glow. Harnessing the power of the divine core, Lucifer unleashed a palpable aura of divine pressure, overwhelming all present except for Su Bai and Song Ran. Instantly, the color drained from their faces as if confronted by an unstoppable force. Unfortunately, Lucifer's current form was still too feeble. Moreover, he was not the pilot of the mythical mech. Achieving this feat was already pushing his limits. Bert was taken aback, his mind racing in turmoil. How could this be? How was he able to summon the divine core? Could he truly be Lucifer? Bert's resolve began to waver. Although Su Bai was not intimidated by the divine pressure, he momentarily lost focus. Regaining his composure, he nudged Song Ran. Coming back to his senses, Song Ran's thoughts shifted, and he utilized the authority of the mythical pilot to retract the divine core. Lucifer was the creator of the mythical mech, yet it was Song Ran. As a mythical pilot, who held the real power, Lucifer smirked disdainfully. His objectives had been met, and he had even received favorable news. Now, could this be proven? He inquired nonchalantly. Bert found himself in a dilemma. He had intended to set an example, yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Noticing Bert's silence, Lucifer turned his gaze toward Song Ran. The shameless thief, he declared. As long as the true spirit is undying and the divine remains eternal, I too shall exist forever. If it were merely the mythical mech you took, I would not seek retribution. A mere mortal borrowing the mythical mech for a lifetime means nothing. Yet, you should never have destroyed XX. You have chosen the path to your own demise. Song Ran remained speechless, lacking the gift of eloquence. Su Bai, however, would not indulge Lucifer's arrogance. Stop with your nonsense. I could accuse you of slander. He is indeed the mythical Lucifer and a legitimate mythical pilot. To assert he is a thief is utterly absurd. I just summoned the divine core, which is ample proof of my identity. Who knows what underhanded means you have employed? Su Bai remarked, cleaning his ears and gesturing to Song Ran. Come, Xiaohua, summon the mythical mech for him to see. As Song Ran was about to comply, Lucifer interjected, sneering, there is no need for the mythical mech. Let him call forth the mythical intelligence. If he possesses it, I shall take my leave. Chapter 150. I demand this face. Will you grant it or not? Is this all? Su Bai scoffed. If you're feeling cowardly, just admit it instead of seeking an escape route. Xiaohua, call forth the mythical intelligence and show it to him. Lucifer was undeterred. He would be astonished if he could summon it. When he initially communicated with the divine core, he sensed no trace of the mythical intelligence within Lucifer. He speculated that perhaps this thief had destroyed XX, and in doing so, met with fierce resistance that prevented the emergence of new mythical intelligence. Su Bai observed the triumphant smile on Lucifer's face. After a prolonged silence, the sudden absence of news regarding Song Ran sent a shiver of unease through me. Could there have been a problem? I distinctly recalled Xiaohua mentioning that everything had been resolved perfectly. I turned my gaze towards Song Ran. Where is your brother? Wasn't he transformed into a mythical intelligence? Call him out. With his head bowed and fingers nervously pinching the hem of his garment, Song Ran appeared exceptionally guilty. I let him go. What did you say? Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling copper bells, his voice cracking in shock. You let him go? Song Ran nodded, meeting Su Bai's gaze with a resolute expression. He has been trapped for nearly 20 years. It's my fault. Now that he has the opportunity, I set him free. You Su Bai sighed heavily. Ironically, Song Ran had done nothing wrong, leaving Su Bai at a loss for words. What? You can't call him out? The mention of mythical intelligence, a hallmark of mythical pilots, was evidently well understood by all present. As Lucifer's words hung in the air, Su Bai retorted sharply, you mentioned it yourself. It's just one of the hallmarks. The essence of a mythical pilot lies in being a pilot. He possesses a mythical mecha, which is sufficient proof of everything. Lucifer disregarded him, shifting his focus to Bert. It was clear that this man was intent on causing trouble, and there was little point in engaging further. Now, Bert had inadvertently become the center of attention, burdened with mounting pressure. How had he ended up in such a predicament? He cast a pleading look towards Aubrey, hoping this ally-turned-adversary could provide some guidance. Aubrey turned his head away, feigning ignorance. Why would I want to be involved in this? You expect me to help you? You're the deity of the hellish domain. Handle your own headaches. Bert was indeed feeling the pressure. The involvement of deities and mythical mechas was far beyond his capacity to manage. After much contemplation, he devised a compromise. Perhaps you could accompany me to the Castle of Sloth to meet its ruler, Belial. I trust he will be able to discern the truth. Not going. Fine. Both parties responded simultaneously, with Su Bai's voice clearly audible above the rest. Having known the 7 lords of hell since the age of myths, he was well aware of their capacity to distinguish between authenticity and deception. He understood all too well that Lucifer was indeed the genuine article. How could he possibly consent to meet Belial? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Lucifer readily agreed, showing no hesitation. He was arrogant, not foolish. It was impossible for him to eliminate Song Ran here, but encountering Belial would be an entirely different matter. This thief would be at his mercy. The responses from the two were starkly opposed, with Bert leaning towards Lucifer's side. If he were an imposter, meeting Beelzebub would only lead to a more gruesome demise. There was no way he would agree. Meanwhile, Su Bai's demeanor appeared increasingly peculiar. If Song Ran were indeed genuine, what was there to fear? Why the reluctance to go? He signaled to the delegation behind him, and several members began to move towards the surroundings. Their seemingly casual dispersal was, in reality, a strategic maneuver to block all potential escape routes for Su Bai and Song Ran. They were not negotiators, but rather a protective squad assigned to safeguard the delegation. The captain was of galaxy level, while the team members were merely at the star cluster level, their strength not particularly formidable within the divine realm. However, dealing with Su Bai and his companion was rather effortless. Bert's tone carried a hint of menace. Gentlemen, I insist you accompany me, otherwise, the situation may spiral into something unpleasant. Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of hesitation, realizing he might have spoken too soon. What if the man claiming to be Lucifer was, in fact, an imposter? Offending Song Ran would leave him in a precarious position. What if he sought to undermine him in the future? Clearing his throat, Bert quickly added, should it be confirmed that he is a fraud? I will certainly make amends to both of you. Song Ran, filled with remorse, murmured, I'm sorry. If I hadn't let my brother go, this wouldn't have happened. It's quite all right, Su Bai replied, surveying the surroundings for any potential escape routes while subtly inching closer to Bert. As the lead negotiator, Bert's prowess was not necessarily formidable. Should the situation escalate to violence, capturing him would significantly increase their chances of escape. Bert, a seasoned negotiator and expert in psychology and micro-expressions, had honed his ability to perceive the slightest nuances. Su Bai's subtle movements could not evade his keen observation. Mr. Su, we are civilized individuals. Let us refrain from employing any uncivilized tactics. Bert retreated into the negotiation team. I kindly request that you accompany me. And if we refuse? Su Bai shot a glance at Song Ran. This time, Song Ran instantly understood the unspoken message, prepare for action. With a wave of his hand, Bert signaled the security team to advance. If not, I may have to resort to some coercive measures, should either of you be harmed. I am confident that our friends from the celestial realm would be more than willing to provide some healing elixirs. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Aubrey? Of course, Aubrey replied. See, our kind-hearted Mr. Aubrey has already consented. So what will your decision be? Su Bai cast a cold glance, adopting a defensive posture. Bert shrugged, I must say. You have made an unwise decision. The security team summoned their mechs, massive machines looming ominously. Spectators, fearing the impending chaos, scattered in panic. Be cautious. Do not take any lives, Bert instructed as he and Aubrey prepared to retreat into the negotiation hall. I dare anyone to lay a hand on them. Just then, two mechs swooped in rapidly. The security team remained vigilant, but upon detecting the power levels of the approaching mechs, levels that they could easily crush, they relaxed. Bert furrowed his brow, wondering who else was arriving. As the two mechs drew closer, they retracted, revealing 4 individuals: Lu Shi, Kong Qing, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yue. Had we not come, the Academy would have had to request assistance from the infernal realm, Lu Shi chastised, casting a reproachful glance at Su Bai. If it weren't for the messages from Xiao Yi and the Jade Rabbit, you two would have been captured, and we would have been none the wiser. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to spare you any worry, Su Bai replied, trying to downplay the situation. Upon Bert's glance, it became evident that they were a group. How did this conversation even begin? One of the members stepped forward, urging them to retreat quickly, lest they be taken captive as well. This is my friend. It would be inappropriate to apprehend them so casually, Kong Qing interjected. Who are you? What significance does your friend hold? The member shot back, his words lacking consideration. With a swift reaction, Bert rebuked sharply, then turned to Kong Qing with a respectful smile and clasped hands. Ah, it is Miss Kong. I apologize for our inadequate hospitality. His eyes narrowed as he abruptly shifted his tone. However, it seems rather inappropriate for the Credibility Merchant Association to interfere in the internal affairs of our hell domain. Does it not? Seeing that her intimidation had not taken effect, Kong Qing remained unperturbed. She turned to link arms with Zhang Yue, pouting in a pitiful manner. Sister Yue. He isn't frightened. Unbeknownst to her, this demeanor sent a chill down Su Bai's spine. The essence of a green tea was unmistakable, stale, and aged. I understand now. Zhang Yue replied with a faint smile, communicating through the mecha space. At that moment, the sun shone brilliantly at noon. In the next instant, a resplendent moon rose, overshadowing the sun's brilliance. The luminous moonlight gradually condensed, culminating in a silvery mecha. Ruler of the Moon Palace domain, the mythical Chang'e mecha pilot, Zhang Yue. Will you grant me this favor, or will you not? Chapter 151, Shunmin the Moon Palace domain. 8 celestial bodies encircle the central star, Guanghan star, totaling 9 planets that form the power nucleus of the Moon Palace domain. On the Shuayu star, within a conference room, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Perhaps it was because the only 2 deities of the Moon Palace domain were both female, which elevated the status of women within the domain. This was evident from the scene in the conference room, where women constituted over 90% of the assembly. Seated at the forefront were 8 women, all impeccably maintained and possessing striking beauty. Their skin was as taut as that of 18-year-olds, and their high-ranking positions added an air of regal grandeur. These 8 women were the rulers of the 8 celestial bodies surrounding Guanghan star, serving as the highest decision-making body in the absence of the domain's ruler. Naturally, when the ruler was present, they still undertook much of the work, with the ruler merely guiding the overarching direction. Shunmin, the ruler of Shuayu star, was in her 40s, with well-defined features and a gentle demeanor that made her appear approachable. She was not of noble lineage within the Moon Palace domain and lacked formidable strength, being merely a 5th-level gene user amid vast resources. Her ascendance to this position was largely due to Zhang Yue, who had advocated for her elevation after taking control of Guanghan star. overcoming considerable opposition. Logically, one might dismiss such a connection, yet those present, and even those across the cosmos familiar with her, would not underestimate this seemingly gentle woman. No mythical mecha. No claim to divinity within the domain. This is the consensus among the extraterrestrial beings, though exceptions do exist, such as the Moon Palace Divine Realm. The Moon Palace Divine Realm maintains a close relationship with the Heavenly Court Divine Nation, bound by a mutual agreement. In the absence of their deities, the divine beings of the Moon Palace Divine Realm may affiliate with the Heavenly Court Divine Nation to preserve their divine domain's reputation and, more importantly, to safeguard their mid-tier territories. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The benefits acquired come with significant costs. Each year, the Moon Palace Divine Realm is required to remit 50% of its fiscal revenue to the Heavenly Court Divine Nation. Despite the apparent magnitude of this arrangement, it is not as substantial as it seems. Other divine realms would envy such treatment, yet few are granted it. Retaining mid-tier territories is far preferable to being relegated to the lower tiers, where one would gain nothing. Upon assuming leadership of the Moon Palace Divine Realm, Zhang Yuer delegated all authority to Shen Min. At the time, many believed Zhang Yuer had lost her sanity. Externally, onlookers awaited the spectacle, while internally, Shen Min faced opposition at every turn. Yet, Shen Min's actions astonished everyone. Zhang Yuer is indeed a true deity. How could her discernment be so flawed? In a span of 3 years, Shen Min transformed the entire Moon Palace Divine Realm and subsequently initiated negotiations with the Heavenly Court Divine Nation. The latter, citing Zhang Yuer's youth and insufficient strength as excuses, sought to prolong the discussions for a few more years. After all, prior to Zhang Yuer's return, the Moon Palace Divine Realm had always been dependent on the Heavenly Court Divine Nation, and the benefits remitted annually had long since established a vast network of interests. To sever ties abruptly was simply implausible, and many were reluctant to see the Moon Palace Divine Realm gain independence. However, Shen Min remained resolute. After a year of fruitless negotiations, she unilaterally declared independence without the slightest concern for whether the Moon Palace Divine Realm could continue to rely on the Heavenly Court Divine Nation in the absence of a deity. The terms of the agreement were clear. The Moon Palace Divine Realm possessed mythical mechas and would restore its independent status. The negotiations with the Heavenly Court Divine Nation were merely a courtesy. Should they decline, the consequences would rest solely with them. Following independence, Shen Min took a decade to establish diplomatic relations with multiple divine realms, even signing military training agreements with the ancient Demon Divine Realm and the Witch Divine Realm. The soldiers of the Moon Palace Divine Realm could accompany the fleets of these two divine realms to the borders for training. Waves of battle-hardened warriors returned from the battlefield, forged by life and death trials. To this day, this seemingly gentle woman has, in less than 20 years, firmly established the Moon Palace Divine Realm within the mid-tier. Has there been any news? Shen Min's eyes were bloodshot. Upon learning of Zhang Yuer's departure, she rushed back from her post at the border. During this period, she had only allowed herself brief moments of rest when utterly exhausted. I inquired, is there any news? Her voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated ominously in the meeting room, silencing everyone present. It has been nearly a month. Shen Min rose to her feet but stumbled from fatigue. Had she not grasped the table in time, she would surely have fallen. After taking a few shallow breaths, she continued in her characteristic, unperturbed tone. What are you all doing? The Moon Guards have been mobilized. Can't anyone be found? From this moment forth, the salaries of all personnel in the intelligence department will be halved, with the funds redirected towards the construction of the intelligence network. This pronouncement immediately stirred a significant uproar, particularly for Yuan Mengxue, the head of the intelligence division and the ruling star of the waning moon. Master Shun, do you have any objections? Shen Min leaned forward. Resting her arms on the table, her gaze fixed calmly upon her. Under her scrutiny, Yuan Mengxue opened her mouth and, in a state of despondency, lowered her head. No. I support your decision. Very well, Shen Min replied. The intelligence department has become overly reliant on the mythic intelligence of the palace master. This serves as a valuable lesson. Without the assistance of such intelligence, the department is akin to a quagmire. Shen Min continued. The Moon Guards will also see their salaries halved, with their training regimen doubled, as they are dispatched to the frontier. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted her discourse. In such crucial meetings, the most rudimentary structure is generally employed to minimize the risk of eavesdropping. Shen Min glanced toward the door as an individual leaning against it rose to open it. A breathless intelligence officer rushed in, disregarding formalities. There is news from the palace master. The mythic mech Chang'e has appeared on Vibrant Star. Shen Min's body quivered slightly, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. There exists a statue of an angel on Vibrant Star. The realms of heaven and hell have engaged in numerous negotiations to assert control over this celestial body, a tale long circulated throughout the cosmos. She had heard whispers of it. Shen Min turned her gaze to the formidable woman clad in military attire opposite her. Han Shu, the ruling star of the crescent moon, and the highest authority of the moon guards. These names can be quite bothersome. Why must they be named? Without uttering a word, Honshu comprehended Shen Min's intent. Each fleet of the moon guards is equipped with positioning devices, while the signal data terminal serves as her astral instrument. Lowering her head, Honshu searched through the astral device before raising it again. I have dispatched the fleet closest to Vibrant Star at full speed. They are expected to arrive by noon tomorrow. Good. Ensure her safety. Shen Min's voice dwindled, her body weakening as she succumbed to exhaustion. After nearly a month of sustained tension, her body had reached its limits. Upon hearing the news about Zhang Yuer, she could no longer hold on. In an instant, the conference room descended into chaos. For the Lunar Palace, Shen Min is undoubtedly a crucial pillar of support. Her actions over the past 2 decades have earned her the deep respect of those around her. Honshu, the most powerful among them, in a moment of panic, struck the conference table with a forceful blow. The cleverly devised table, encased in a layer of wood yet composed of metal within, disintegrated into dust in an instant. She swiftly lifted Shen Min, casting a glance at the frenzied crowd before leaping, shattering the ceiling, and soaring into the air, striving to transport Shen Min to the medical bay with utmost urgency. Chapter 152, A Sudden Turn of Events. Vibrant Star. In front of the negotiation hall, Bert felt that the excitement he experienced in this brief moment surpassed anything in his decades-long life. It felt akin to riding a roller coaster. First, the angel statue was awakened, giving birth to a mythic mech pilot, followed by the emergence of a man claiming to be Lucifer. Now, the celestial realm of the Moon Palace has unveiled the mythological figure of Chang'e. Could it possibly become any more absurd? He gazed at the mythical Chang'e, tears unshed. The Moon Palace realm is separated by several divine realms. Wouldn't it be more gratifying for you to remain in the Moon Palace realm? Why come here? If you wish to view the angelic statue, simply inform us, and we shall deliver it to you for a closer inspection. Is it truly necessary to make such a special journey? Zhang Yuer, empowered by the might of mythological mechs, levitated gracefully. A circular moonlit illusion hung behind her, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Noble and unassailable, the technical sophistication may be modest, yet the grandeur is undeniable. Though she and Zhang Yi are of the same age, their strengths are worlds apart. Zhang Yuer assumed control of the Guanghan star at a tender age. She lacks for nothing, with top-tier resources ever at her disposal. Her bathing rituals utilize rare genetic potions, unattainable for others in a lifetime, solely for the swift enhancement of her prowess. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi resembles a forsaken orphan, toiling in the desolate Neldo star, guarding the mythological statue. He must hunt for his own sustenance. If one were to categorize the geniuses of the universe, those reborn as divine entities would undoubtedly occupy the highest echelon. They ascended to godhood during the mythological era, rising above the masses, and after countless cycles of reincarnation, they possess unparalleled advantages. They require no arduous battles for growth. They merely refine their physical forms without compromising their essence, utilizing an abundance of resources. With resources in place, their ascension is as swift as a rocket. Zhang Yuer, barely 20, has already attained the level of a 5th-tier geneticist, even in a state of slight complacency. At this level, she can invoke the divine core, unleashing a divine pressure far exceeding that of Lucifer. Her divine pressure differs from Lucifer's. His is an oppressive force, whereas hers radiates a regal dignity that commands respect. To gaze upon her is akin to an affront to her purity. The cool moonlight cascades down, bathing those under its glow, who bow their heads in humility. Bert's face contorted with bitterness as he implored softly, "Please, do cease your divine powers." Zhang Yuer merely stood as a supporter for Su Bai and had no intention of engaging in conflict. Noticing his submission, she smiled faintly and retracted her mech. "Shall we consider this matter resolved?" Bert was consumed by inner turmoil. Lucifer scoffed, "Do not forget your station. As an outer god, you remain an outer god." Bert shuddered. Indeed, whatever Zhang Yuer proclaimed, she was not a deity of the Hell Realm. If he were to concede, it would symbolize the Hell Realm bowing to the Moon Palace realm. One's pride is fiercely defended, as is the sanctity of the divine realms. In this grand context, open warfare is unlikely, hence the heavy emphasis on face. Should he act in such a manner, word would spread, and the repercussions would be insurmountable. Bert forced a smile. "Please, wait a moment." "As you wish." Bert seized Aubrey's arm, leading him inward. Aubrey broke free. "Why are you pulling me? This matter has nothing to do with the Heaven Realm." "Nothing to do? Do not forget that this is Veblen Star. If you neglect it, I shall report to the higher authorities and simply relinquish Veblen Star to you. The word will spread that the Lord of the Moon Palace is wreaking havoc in the realm of the heavenly domain. You think you are formidable." The two men, arm in arm, entered the negotiation hall. After a thorough discussion, they reached a conclusion. This matter was beyond their control. It was time to report to their superiors. Very well. Inside, as the report was being made, Su Bai and his companions had already begun to converse outside. Sister Yuer, thank you. It was merely a trivial effort. Su Bai was not one to be obstinate. He kept it in his heart. He curiously gazed at the negotiation hall. What do you think they are discussing in there? What else could they be doing? Kong Qin scoffed. The situation has escalated beyond their management, so they must seek guidance from above. As the group exchanged idle chatter, time slipped away. Half an hour later, within the negotiation hall, Bert and Aubrey, still awaiting a response, paced anxiously. A soft chime sounded. Both of their star instruments received a message simultaneously. Their superiors, seemingly in accord, provided a reply at the same moment. Unbeknownst to them, the higher-ups had indeed conferred. Upon opening the message, they found the responses identical. You are granted full authority to handle this matter. Bert and Aubrey exchanged glances, their frustration boiling over as they contemplated smashing their star instruments, cursing in exasperation. If I could handle it, would I be reporting to you? Their superiors were equally helpless, having received the same response. What could they do? They could hardly go and clean up after their subordinates themselves, lest they find themselves embroiled in the chaos as well. After deliberation, they concluded that the two unfortunate souls would have to bear the brunt of it themselves. At the highest echelons of both domains, upon discovering that the mythical mech was Lucifer, Jesus realized he could no longer draw them to his side. Why bother? He would not engage in a fruitless endeavor. The involvement of the Moon Palace domain only pleased him further. He could hardly wait for a conflict to arise between the Moon Palace and the Hell domain. In the Hell domain, ever since Belial cast Eden onto Veblen's star, the castle had been completely sealed off. Belial mused, I have already found a successor for you. The remaining trivialities are for you to manage. I shall now retire for a long slumber. The high-ranking officials of the Hell domain could not even enter the gates of the Castle of Laziness, inadvertently leading to the rumor of someone claiming to be Lucifer not reaching Belial's ears. Meanwhile, Bert clenched his teeth, feeling cornered. He could not show weakness, so he resolved to forcibly take Song Ran. It was a gamble. If that man claiming to be Lucifer was indeed genuine, he could rise to prominence. Offending Zhang Yuer would be of little consequence. She had no authority here. However, should that individual turn out to be a lunatic, Bert would find himself in dire straits. Having offended both Song Ran and Zhang Yuer, he would need to invest his savings in a fine coffin. With determination, Bert strode outward, exuding an air reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yi River, embodying the spirit of a warrior who departs without return. My lord, we have successfully apprehended the impostor pretending to be the arrogant monarch. Just as we stepped outside, a guard's voice echoed with an air of self-importance, leaving Bert bewildered. Apprehended? I have yet to issue any orders. They have not even confirmed the truth. He hurried into the arena, only to behold the menacing Lucifer ensnared within a cage, surrounded by dozens of guards aiming their laser guns at him. Bert was utterly perplexed. What in the world is happening? Su Bai chuckled, Captain Bert. I instructed your men to detain this impostor. There's no need for thanks. Bert suppressed his rising anger. Mr. Su, I am aware that your identity is extraordinary. However, your interference in the affairs of the Hell domain is rather dismissive of its significance. Wouldn't you agree? Captain Bert's words were heavy. Su Bai gestured towards a demon man. Song Ran has presented the mythical intelligence. Both the mythical mecha and the mythical intelligence are present. His identity is beyond dispute. That individual claiming to be Lucifer must undoubtedly be a fraud. If you have any doubts, you may consult your deputy. He has verified it. Bert, with a darkened expression, cast an inquiring glance at his deputy. The demon man brought by Su Bai nodded affirmatively. Captain, I have confirmed it. It is indeed the mythical intelligence of Lucifer. Meanwhile, a projection resembling Song Ran's appearance materialized on his star instrument. He waved at Bert, his tone impatient. Open your eyes and observe closely. Am I real or not? Chapter 153. I fear getting lost. The mythical intelligence is indeed genuine. Bert spent an hour verifying this, summoning the mythical Lucifer, allowing the mythical intelligence to control the mecha for various movements, and employing the star network along with a myriad of other methods for validation. Upon his cessation, Su Bai promptly interjected. Bert nodded. This mythical intelligence is authentic, and it belongs to the mythical Lucifer, not an imitation from another mythical intelligence. Since it has been verified, I shall take this impersonator away. Bert keenly detected a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent from Su Bai. The identity of Song Ran as a mythical pilot was unassailable, yet in his heart, he leaned towards the belief that the true Lucifer must be preserved. He resolved to escort him to the Laziness Castle for further deliberation. Su Bai fixed his gaze upon Bert, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. This individual has severely violated the laws of Veblen's star and should be dealt with by us. He signaled to his subordinates, who began escorting Lucifer away. Lucifer understood that Bert aimed to safeguard his life and cooperated during the process, albeit feeling exceedingly humiliated. After all, he was the great arrogant monarch, the supreme ruler of the Hell domain. Now, he found himself needing the protection of an ordinary demon to survive. A disgrace, an indelible disgrace. Bert breathed a sigh of relief as Lucifer was led away, noticing that Su Bai and his team remained still. Suddenly, Su Bai smiled. "We shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. If all is well, may we take our leave?" "Certainly." Bert had no reason to retain them, and in fact, he was eager for their swift departure. "Let us proceed." Su Bai turned and walked outward, followed closely by Lu Shi and the others. The guards, who had encircled the negotiation hall, parted to create a passage as they approached. At the Angel Hotel, Su Bai and his companions returned to their room, met with the melancholic gaze of the lobby manager. Without the angelic statue, could this hotel still be called an Angel Hotel? Future business would likely suffer greatly. Upon entering the room, Lu Shi eagerly inquired, "Su Bai, what about that Lucifer?" She was acutely aware of 2 previous instances that had revealed the true nature of Lucifer. The others cast concerned glances. "Letting the tiger return to the mountain is not Su Bai's nature," he lamented. "I do not wish for it either." Su Bai, resigned, continued. "Bert must have sensed something. He is clearly determined to protect Lucifer. It would be illogical and unjustifiable for us to kill him. Moreover, he is surrounded by his own people, making any forceful action impossible. What if he seeks revenge in the future?" Someone pondered. "Having a deity fixated on you, even one devoid of mythic machinery, is enough to cause sleepless nights. Do not fret. Once he is outside the Hell Domain, whether he can locate us remains uncertain. Even if he does find us, outside the Hell Domain, without his protectors, the dynamics of who kills whom could very well shift." Su Bai preferred not to linger on this topic and turned his attention to Song Ran, who was seated in a corner, muttering to the star instrument. "Xiaohua, what is your brother's condition? Did he not leave?" "I am unsure," Song Ran replied, a pained expression on his face. "Since he emerged at the negotiation hall, he has been silent. I can sense that he is within the star instrument, yet he refuses to acknowledge me." "Oh, is he sulking?" Su Bai chuckled. "Xiao Lu, go retrieve him." Moments later, Yu Yu emerged, dragging a figure from within Song Ran's star instrument. Mythic intelligence, in theory, does not discriminate between strengths. Yet, reality often contradicts theory. The information within the star net is boundless, constantly learning and absorbing. The longer a mythic intelligence exists, the more information it acquires. Though Yu Yu had not been a mythic intelligence for long, she had previously been a virtual intelligence. Upon becoming a mythic intelligence, her capacity to absorb information increased remarkably. In contrast, Song Ran had been trapped within his own body prior to becoming a mythic intelligence, with little exposure to the star net. It was akin to someone who had never used a basic communicator suddenly tasked with operating a supercomputer. A period of acclimatization was necessary. Clearly, Song Ran lacked this time. When Yu Yu attempted to seize him, he appeared utterly clueless, unable to resist. With a binding of data streams, he was effortlessly extracted. The manner of his capture bore a distinctive characteristic of the high heaven domain. Observing Song Ran, who lay on the ground in a state of humiliation and indignation, was a sight to behold. Dressed in a form-fitting black leather outfit, adorned with striking red high heels, and wielding a thorn whip, Yu Yu stood in the room. The others regarded Su Bai with peculiar gazes. "Oh, Su Bai, with your thick brows and large eyes, who would have thought you were this sort of person? What on earth have you been teaching the innocent little dear? The pure and lovely Yu Yu has gone astray." Su Bai was left speechless, his teeth clenched in frustration. In a fit of rage, he swiftly recalled Yu Yu back to the astrolabe, opting not to provide any explanations. Song Ran, now liberated, turned his head and huffed, refusing to retreat back into the astrolabe. If he were to be bound again, he would rather meet his end. "Brother," Song Ran spoke softly. "Humph, what brings you back? Is it any of your business? Speak properly." Su Bai glared, feeling defiant, as he decided to embrace his villainous role fully, since they were already regarding him with such disdain. "If you don't behave, I'll have the little deer tie you up and hang you at the hotel entrance." Song Ran appeared utterly distraught, akin to a maiden whose purity had been tarnished, seemingly ready to sever all ties at a moment's notice. Observing this, Lu Shi pushed Su Bai aside. "Stop scaring him. You must be Song Ran's brother, but I don't know your name." It was unclear whether Song Ran feared Su Bai's threat of tying him up, or was simply drawn to Lu Shi's more amiable demeanor. "Song Zong," he replied, his tone laced with self-mockery, embodying his name, for his existence was solely to eliminate his adversaries. "Brother," Song Ran said, guilt weighing upon him as he toyed with the hem of his garment. In the next moment, he bowed deeply to Song Zong, his gaze fixed upon him, revealing nothing but sincerity. "I apologize for having bound you for so many years. From now on, your life is your own. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? I am your mythic intelligence now. Should I depart, navigating this interstellar age will become arduous for you." Song Ran nodded resolutely. "I am fully aware of what I am saying and will not waver. I can." He hesitated, then turned to Su Bai with a hint of embarrassment. "Could you lend me some money? It's urgent. How much do you need? I still have 700,000 cosmic coins. Will that suffice? If not, you can ask the silly girl. She is quite wealthy." "That will do." Song Ran expressed his gratitude, then turned to Kong Qing. "Sister Qing, I wish to customize a body for my brother so that he can. Enough, enough, Song Zong interrupted. Since I have returned, I have no intention of leaving. Such things are unnecessary. Really? Humph. Don't think this is for your sake. It is merely because I am your mythic intelligence. However, I am not born of the core of the gods, the most primordial of mythic intelligences. If you, the mythic pilot, perish, and the mythic mecha is destroyed, I too shall dissipate. Su Bai could hardly tolerate this haughty demeanor. If he was reluctant to part with Song Ran, it would have been better to simply indulge in a heartfelt display of brotherly affection rather than putting on a facade. Su Bai's sarcastic tone emerged. No worries. The ownership of the mythic mecha belongs to me. Even if Xiao Hua dies, you won't face any repercussions, so feel free to enjoy yourself. You. The exposed Song Zong, infuriated, dove back into Song Ran's astrolabe, leaving behind only a pale excuse. The universe is vast, and I fear losing my way. I simply lack the motivation to venture forth. Note, this chapter's word count is sufficient and does not raise any suspicions of being padded. There exist two types of mythic intelligences. The first, the most primordial, are bound to deities. As the true essence of these deities remains eternal, so too do these intelligences persist, residing within the divine core. Examples include Jin Yu and Xiao Yi. When a deity's true essence dissipates, the mythic intelligence associated with it also perishes, as seen with Bai Wuchang. The second type emerges when an ordinary virtual intelligence is integrated into a mythic mech. Figures such as Yu Yu and Song Zong fall into this category. Should these mythic pilots meet their demise or their mechs be destroyed, they too will vanish when the divine core attempts to manifest a mythic statue. A brief spoiler regarding Bai Wuchang. He will make an appearance later on. Chapter 154. Each harbors their own intentions in the Hell domain. At the office stationed on the planet Vibran, due to the sovereignty issues concerning Vibran, neither side possesses a genuine administrative institution. Rather, there exists only a relatively simple office. In the main hall, Lucifer, who was meant to be imprisoned, sits in the high seat, cradling a cup filled with a scarlet liquid, the specialty of the Hell domain. This exquisite brew, derived from processed beast blood and meticulously crafted through layers of secretive methods, is only palatable to the denizens of Hell. Most others find it quite unpalatable. After finishing a cup, Bert promptly refills it. My lord, what are your intentions now? Lucifer swirls the wine in his glass. Are you so certain that my identity is genuine? A faintly obsequious smile spreads across Bert's face. My lord jests. How could I ever doubt you? Lucifer perceives the underlying thoughts behind Bert's words. It is merely a gamble, a wager on the authenticity of his identity. Should he win, Bert's accolades would rival those of a dragon's. Even if he loses, the repercussions are minimal. Su Bai and the others have already departed, rendering any offense moot. It is merely a matter of feigning subservience for a few days. Have you made contact with Belial? Hearing Lucifer casually utter Belial's name with such ease caused Bert to shudder, rendering him even more subservient. The man before him, if not an authentically arrogant lord, is undoubtedly a complete madman. My apologies, my lord, but Belial is currently ensconced within the Laziness Castle, having severed all ties with the outside world. There is truly no way to reach him. Lucifer, upon hearing this, could not contain himself and began to curse the lazy one in the dialect of the Hell domain. Bert nearly buried his head in his chest, not daring to make a sound, lest Lucifer compel him to join in the cursing. For a solid 10 minutes, Lucifer unleashed a torrent of invectives without repetition, finally managing to alleviate his frustration. Once he had somewhat regained his composure, he was left to ponder a different approach. Su Bai is well aware, as is Lucifer. To extricate Su Bai and his companions from the Hell domain and locate them again would be no simple feat. They must intercept them before their departure. In a flash, Lucifer devised a plan. When are they leaving? Tomorrow. Bert, ever vigilant regarding Su Bai and his companions, had recently received word that they had submitted their exit application. They would undoubtedly set forth on their journey the next day. Lucifer nodded, indicating his understanding. Money. I require money. How much would you like, my lord? I shall transfer it to you immediately. All of it. All of it. Bert gasped, then gritted his teeth, forcing out a reluctant, all right, embracing the thought that it was merely a small sum, one that he would undoubtedly earn back tenfold in the future. Bert transferred the entirety of his bank account funds to Lucifer. Subsequently, at Lucifer's gesture, he withdrew, relying on the pathways etched in his memory. Lucifer deftly navigated the star map and located a contact. He sent out a communication request to this contact. As he awaited a connection, the once unflappable and proud monarch felt a twinge of anxiety after so many years. Fortunately, the connection was established swiftly, and a mechanical synthesized voice greeted him, offering the utmost respect to the illustrious and avaricious lord. After the formalities, the voice inquired, "What do you require?" Lucifer exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this organization had not faded into obscurity with the passage of time. He vaguely recalled that this was the creation of Mammon in a previous life. The organization lacked a definitive identity, engaging in everything from instigating wars to handling joyous occasions, all for the sake of profit. Mammon had once mentioned it to him, but he had paid it no heed, never expecting it to be of use now. Lucifer refrained from disclosing his identity, primarily because he knew the other party would not believe him. I need to rent a fleet, an armed fleet. Upon hearing fleet, the mechanical voice brimmed with enthusiasm. A substantial order indeed. Since you have managed to find us, you must be aware of the rules. Naturally, payment is required up front. The longevity of this organization was undoubtedly tied to its credibility. Lucifer promptly transferred all his available funds to the provided account. Once the amount was confirmed, the voice grew even more enthusiastic. We adhere to a singular principle. Money is paramount. Dear esteemed guest, how long will you require the fleet? When do you need it? One day will suffice. I wish to see the fleet by tomorrow morning. Do you have any specifications regarding the quantity? After a moment of contemplation, Lucifer decided against a large number of warships, as that would likely raise suspicion. 10 ships. Very well, upon evaluation. Your funds allow for the rental of a fleet comprising 1 Galaxy-class battleship, accompanied by 4-star cluster-class frigates, 2-star cluster-class heavy cruisers, and 3-star cluster-class light cruisers. Does that meet your approval? Are ammunition and crew included? Of course. Our reputation is untarnished. We would never deceive our clients. For this day, they are entirely at your service. Lucifer found this hard to believe, dismissing it as mere jest. He could guarantee that should an insurmountable danger arise, those starships would flee faster than anyone. However, that was not of primary concern. Intercepting Su Bai and his companions would be sufficient. Remember, I want to see the fleet by tomorrow morning. Rest assured, esteemed guest. The following day, at the Vibrant Stargate. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. The Stargate has encountered a sudden malfunction and is undergoing urgent repairs. The staff smiled apologetically, reiterating their regrets. Su Bai furrowed his brow, inquiring, how long will it take to fix? The staff exhibited a look of distress. The cause remains unclear for the moment, but based on previous maintenance durations, it will likely take at least 3 days. How unfortunate, Su Bai muttered. Must I remain here for 3 days? However, I have already requested leave from Teacher Lee. To request another leave so soon would seem rather unreasonable. The staff noticed his predicament and kindly suggested, Sir, if you are in a hurry, there is a Stargate on Solar, the nearest planet to Wybulin. I see your starship is the Stellar-class destroyer, the Falcon. Departing from here, you could arrive at Solar in no more than half a day. Su Bai hesitated upon hearing this. The staff added another incentive. The delay in your schedule was due to our operational error. I will submit a request to ensure that you receive a 20% discount on the Stargate fees at Solar. Very well, Su Bai decisively agreed. Do not forget the discount. Exiting Wybulin, aboard the Falcon, Kong Qing piloted the starship. The previous Stargate was functioning well. Indeed, there were issues with the staff. I had Little Deer investigate. This morning, Bird informed the negotiating team to report to the Public Security Bureau of Wybulin about illegal elements attempting to escape through the Stargate, which led to its temporary closure. Su Bai gazed at the starry river, his tone nonchalant. It seemed he and Lucifer had reached a consensus, closing the Stargate to prevent our journey to Solar. I would wager they have set an ambush midway. Are you still going? Kong Qing inquired, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Her question laden with an air of challenge. Ah, have you gained some wisdom? Now you seek to test me? Su Bai chuckled lightly. I have already sought assistance from Solar under the identity of a mythical pilot via Little Flower. The dealings between Bert and Lucifer are inconsequential. Solar will not align with them. Otherwise, we would be faced with the forces of the Hell Domain, rather than such underhanded schemes. Su Bai rose and approached the window, gazing at the increasingly distant Wybulin, softly murmuring with a hint of implication, he seeks to eliminate me, yet how I wish to vanquish him in return. Chapter 155, Dialogue with Lucifer. The DYWS route, formerly known as the Hell Domain, connects Wybulin to Solar via interstellar pathways. Typically, routes like this, marked by their affiliation, are not prone to piracy. Of course, one cannot discount the presence of reckless individuals. Some dare to assault Demon King planets. Thus, their audacity knows no bounds. However, the consequences can be rather brutal. The route has been cleared, leaving only a few desolate planets as adornments to render the lonely, silent, and monotonous interstellar journey somewhat unique. A desolate planet bathed in a pale blue aura. 10 starships concealed themselves within its embrace. Aboard the main ship, in the captain's quarters, Lucifer rested his eyes. The highest commander of this fleet, Rodney, observed the star map beside him. After a moment, Rodney pointed to a small dot moving slowly across the star map, puzzled. My lord, is the target's speed not rather sluggish? Are they on a sightseeing tour? Lucifer lifted his gaze to the small dot on the star map. It was the Falcon. As the Falcon-class ship docked at the vibrant planet of Vibran, Bert busied himself in a corner, installing a positioning device. They were merely biding their time, so it was best not to dwell on it. Biding time? Had they discovered our presence? Lucifer replied nonchalantly, not allowing further inquiries. With the presence of mythic intelligence, such a rudimentary positioning device would certainly be detected. They believe Bert would not dare to expose my affairs. And thus they seek assistance from Salo, intending to ensnare and eliminate me. Yet, they have overlooked one crucial detail. Salo, being the nearest planet to Vibran, has seen Bert stationed here for years, negotiating with the celestial domain, thereby frequently interacting with the inhabitants of Salo. The relationship between the Lord of Salo and Bert is exceptionally cordial. The schemes of those thieves are destined to fail. Are you implying that the reinforcements from Salo will confront us? They would not dare, for after all, Little Flower is the pilot of the mythic Lucifer. They will refrain from intervening. Yet, knowing there is an ambush ahead and that the reinforcements pose a risk, you still dare to advance. Lucio's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Su Bai's composed demeanor, her anger momentarily forgotten as she proposed a prudent suggestion. Why not return to Vibran? Bert cannot indefinitely seal off the Stargate of Vibran. Return? It is too late. Exiting is one thing. Returning is another matter entirely, Lucifer scoffed. Bert and Aubrey had joined forces to establish a defense network outside Vibran, ostensibly to intercept fugitives, but in reality to block that group of thieves. Should they dare to return, Bert would not grant them an opportunity to speak. What awaited them would be an onslaught of relentless artillery fire. A look of admiration crossed Rodney's honest face. My lord, I have another question. What if they do not head to Salo or return to Vibran, but instead directly employ spatial jump to escape? This expanse of starry sky is sealed off. A ship of the Falcon's caliber cannot breach the blockade. In other words, methods like spatial jumps are simply unfeasible. Kong Qing deftly maneuvered, steering clear of a meteor. Lucio's composure began to crumble, with every escape route sealed. Did that not imply they were at an impasse? This was not the inner layer. There was no opportunity to seek assistance from the Jinyuan Academy. Kong Qing glanced at Lucio, who wore a face of despair, and offered a reassuring smile. It's not as dire as you think. Look at Su Bai. If there were true peril, he would be more anxious than anyone else, so take heart. Upon hearing this, Lucio turned her gaze towards Su Bai, who was languidly sprawled on the sofa, playfully teasing Yuan Bao. Wait, did he just put a piece of gold material into Yuan Bao's mouth? No, that couldn't be right. Perhaps she was too anxious and seeing things. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Lucio's heart felt a tad more at ease. When it came to valuing one's life, who aboard the starship could rival Bai? Indeed, it is the eunuch who is more anxious than the emperor. At that moment, Su Bai, sensing the situation had reached a pivotal point, cast an inquiring glance toward the two in the corner. In that corner, Zhang Yue and Zhang Yi were engaged in idle chatter, distinctly out of sync with the others. Zhang Yue sensed Su Bai's gaze and, after a brief mental exchange with the Jade Rabbit, nodded slightly in his direction. Silly girl, let us advance at full speed. Su Bai received an affirmative response and stretched lazily. The location device is no longer necessary, he remarked. Understood. Rodney, who had been intently gazing at the star chart, suddenly noticed the light representing the Falcon ship had vanished. He hurriedly reported to Lucifer, My lord, the location device has been damaged. I am aware, came the reply. The damage to the device was entirely anticipated by Lucifer. Prepare the troops below, reinforcements from Salo Star are approaching swiftly. They have begun to advance at full speed. Warm reminder, you have exited the jurisdiction of Vibrant Star. We welcome your next visit. It shouldn't be far now, Su Bai murmured. If the adversary intended to ambush, it would surely occur in the unclaimed void between Vibrant Star and Salo Star. Firstly, if something were to go awry on their side, the high-ranking officials of both planets would bear no responsibility. Secondly, he had recently observed that the surrounding starships were dwindling in number, and now he saw none at all. If he was not mistaken, it was likely that Lucifer's people had issued a warning to avoid them. Approximately 10 minutes later, and Yu raised the alarm. Another 10 minutes passed, and Kong Qing halted the starship. They have arrived. As her words fell, 10 starships emerged from a desolate planet, surrounding the Falcon ship. Judging by their formation, they were certainly not mere foot soldiers. All escape routes for the Falcon ship had been sealed off. Soon after, a communication request came through. Connected, Su Bai nodded, and upon his approval, Kong Qing established the connection. This trivial task further enhanced Kong Qing's standing in Su Bai's eyes. Her noble status did not lead to arrogance. She maintained her composure and followed orders. The incoming communication was a visual transmission. When connected, Lucifer's figure appeared in the cockpit of the Falcon ship. The haughty sovereign, Lucifer. Su Bai smiled, slightly bowing, performing the formalities with great finesse. I am Su Bai. Yuan Bao rested on Su Bai's shoulder, its dark eyes fixed curiously on Lucifer, occasionally licking its tiny paws, its delicate pads glinting with sharpness. Aside from Zhang Yi and Zhang Yue, the other three introduced themselves in turn. Lucifer's expression was one of surprise. He had speculated about Su Bai and his companions' reactions. He expected them not to panic, believing reinforcements would soon arrive, thus emboldening them. This assumption proved to be correct. Yet, Lucifer never anticipated their unwavering certainty regarding his identity. It was worth noting that Bert had merely been gambling. Lucifer's train of thought was disrupted. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If your intention is merely to delay, congratulations, you have succeeded. My curiosity has indeed been piqued. Pray tell, how can you be so certain of my identity? Weren't you all proclaiming me an imposter back on Vibrant Star?" Su Bai maintained a warm smile. "From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized who you are." When the mythological statue was awakened, it contained mythological intelligence, indicating that the deity still lives. Regrettably, a look of frustration replaced the smile upon his face. "I had not anticipated that you would be on the planet Veblen. What an unfortunate coincidence." As he mentioned the mythic intelligence, Lucifer's expression gradually darkened. Despite being merely a virtual projection, everyone sensed the unmistakable aura of malice emanating from him. "Knowing that I still draw breath, how dare you attempt to erase my mythic intelligence? I must say, your audacity is truly remarkable." Chapter 156. The true reinforcements in the vastness of space. A fleet comprising hundreds of starships approached, adorned with the banner of the Hell Domain. It made no attempt to conceal its presence, creating a commotion that captured everyone's attention. "The reinforcements you awaited have arrived." Lucifer cast a scornful glance towards the fleet. Though the term reinforcements might require quotation marks, under Su Bai's watchful gaze, the fleet halted at a distance, dispersing before each starship emitted beams of light, interlinking to form a blockade. "Impossible!" Su Bai exclaimed in panic, his complexion turning ashen. "They are the fleet from Solo Star. How could they collaborate with you?" Lucifer recognized that Su Bai was the leader of Song Ran, and he had shifted his hatred for Song Ran onto Su Bai. Seeing Su Bai in such a state brought him great satisfaction. "Next, I shall capture you and allow you to experience the utmost hospitality of hell." "Ah, no, Lord Lucifer. I was wrong. I realize my mistake." Su Bai nearly screamed, close to tears. "Spare us. I implore you. Show mercy and be magnanimous." Lucifer snorted disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over Jean Yuer. "This matter does not concern you. You may leave. I shall ensure your safe return to the Moon Palace Divine Domain." In his memory, the Moon Palace Divine Domain was closely allied with the Heavenly Kingdom. Should he kill Jean Yuer, it would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Moon Palace. As the ruler of the Hell Domain, he was unwilling to drag his realm into the quagmire of war for personal grievances. Moreover, he held no direct animosity towards Jean Yuer. It was not worth instigating chaos over such matters. Zhang Yuer smiled brightly in response, and then took Zhang Yi's arm. "What of my husband?" "Your husband?" The term was somewhat unfamiliar to Lucifer, and he took a moment to comprehend its meaning. Zhang Yuer's husband. The exemplary couple among the deities. Who didn't he know? Dei. Indeed. How could I not have anticipated this? Now, it entangles the witch domain as well. Lucifer felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Very well, I shall escort you both away." He was not afraid. He merely felt there was no need to offend. Despite the perpetual discord between the heavenly domain and the hell domain, in the event of a crisis, they would undoubtedly unite against a common foe. Behind closed doors, they might quarrel as they pleased, but once the door was opened, they were akin to blood brothers. If any trouble arose within the hell domain, the heavenly domain would likely watch the spectacle with amusement. However, when it comes to a moment of dire crisis, it will undoubtedly not stand idly by. "And what about me? I too wish to depart." Su Bai turned to Zhang Yuer. "Sister Yuer, please take me with you." Zhang Yuer turned her head away, burying her face in Zhang Yi's embrace, her delicate form trembling slightly. At that moment, Lucifer suddenly sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was troubling. He scanned the surroundings once more and noted that everyone else was nearly identical. Faces flushed, heads bowed, their bodies quivering as if they were desperately stifling laughter. Realizing this, Lucifer understood he had been played. After all these lifetimes, he had lived in vain. "You tricked me. Ah, have I been discovered?" Su Bai's pleading expression vanished as he rose and dusted off his clothes. "Lord Lucifer, was my performance not commendable? If it weren't for my aspiration to be a pilot, I would surely venture into the entertainment industry. What a pity, the industry has lost a potential star destined to shine throughout the cosmos." Lucifer looked at him coldly. "Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he was about to sever the communication. "Wait, you are doomed. Not even Jesus can save you." "Oh no, you misunderstood." Su Bai grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. "What I meant to say is that my reinforcements have arrived." "What does that mean?" Lucifer furrowed his brow in contemplation. After Su Bai uttered those words, he abruptly cut off the communication, leaving it unfinished. Reinforcements? Aside from the fleet from Solo Star, where else could reinforcements come from? Could it be that Zhang Yuer summoned the fleet from the Moon Palace Divine Domain? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Since the incident yesterday, less than a day has passed. The people from the Moon Palace Divine Domain would not have arrived in time unless they already had a fleet stationed in the Hell Divine Domain. Yet, considering the likelihood of that is nearly zero, the location of the Hell Divine Domain is close to the inner layers. While the Moon Palace Divine Domain is not far from the Heavenly Court Divine Kingdom, leaning toward the outer layers. Would they really send their fleet for a casual visit? Just then, the blockade line set by the Solos Star fleet was breached. Waves of impact surged forth, each stronger than the last. The blockade line held for less than 3 seconds before it erupted with a tremendous explosion. Hundreds of starships were tossed aside by the residual shockwave. Following that, spatial fluctuations intensified, creating deep, dark fissures. Rodney, maintaining his composure, clicked on the star chart. Moments later, he received a reply. Spatial disturbance, evacuation impossible. A sinking feeling enveloped him. They wouldn't be stepping on a landmine, would they? The vast array of spatial fissures, along with the information of spatial disturbances, all indicated that a fleet had locked onto this space, preparing for a spatial jump. Judging by the scale of the fleet, it was certainly not small. Only a fleet with the capability and strength to perform such a high-level spatial jump could be found throughout the entire Hell Divine Domain, belonging to the top tier. He had indeed stumbled upon a formidable challenge. Lucifer gazed into the starry sky, feeling an unsettling apprehension regarding the reinforcements Su Bai had mentioned. As 3 Star Cluster-class armored battleships descended in a triangular formation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He knew all too well that the outcome of this ambush was destined for failure. In just a quarter of an hour, a multitude of starships streamed forth from the spatial portal, densely hovering in the starry expanse. They were organized and disciplined. A far cry from those fleets that lacked the crucible of blood and fire, merely engaging in empty rhetoric. At long last, a colossal entity descended slowly, and Lucifer's heart plummeted into despair. At this moment, not only was the ambush doomed to fail, but he feared that his very life would be forfeited here. The pinnacle of combat prowess from the Moon Palace Divine Domain, one of the 8 war fortresses, the Remnant Moon Fortress. According to official data from the Moon Palace Divine Domain, the Remnant Moon Fortress boasts a diameter exceeding 370,000 kilometers, with a resident personnel count reaching up to 500 million, a veritable force of astral caliber. It had previously been requisitioned by the Heavenly Divine Kingdom, leading the Remnant fleet to annihilate billions of golden beasts on the battlefield of the Northern Skygate. While not the main theater of war, its reputation had already resonated throughout the cosmos. Kong Qing was struck with astonishment, observing Su Bai's calm demeanor. She sensed he had a backup plan. Yet, that backup was this war fortress, an unimaginable thought. The appearance of the Remnant Moon Fortress here, what was the Moon Palace Divine Domain's intent? Were they truly preparing to wage war against the Hell Divine Domain? She turned her gaze towards Su Bai, only to find him equally astounded, perhaps even more so, to the point of being rendered speechless. Wasn't he this your backup plan? Surely your expression does not indicate ignorance of this situation? Su Bai gazed at the Remnant Moon Fortress, feeling insignificantly small. He couldn't even grasp the entirety of the fortress's form. 100, no, 1,000, of his white-robed stars combined would not measure up to this fortress. It was terrifying. If the U-Falcon were to be placed among this fleet, it would at most be tasked with cleaning up the battlefield. The multitude of warships densely spread across the starry sky left Su Bai in a state of confusion. In the face of such overwhelming power, did individual combat prowess truly hold any value? This moment of doubt arrived swiftly, but faded even more rapidly. His gaze firmed, if it was of no use. It could only mean that he was not yet strong enough. However, this did not diminish his respect for the fleet's might. Rather, it intensified his urgency to assemble his own fleet. At this juncture, the matter of fleet formation must ascend to the forefront of his priorities. The confrontation with the Remnant Fleet's imposing presence had a monumental impact on Su Bai. In the cockpit of the U-Falcon, Zhang Yuer had been closely observing Su Bai's reactions. Seeing him regain his composure so swiftly left her somewhat astonished. During this time, she had come to learn of Su Bai's origins, hailing from a remote planet in a small federation. To encounter the Remnant Moon Fortress for the first time and return to tranquility so quickly was truly remarkable. One could not help but wonder if he was exceptionally resilient or simply different from the ordinary. Su Bai endeavored to maintain his equanimity, retracting his gaze from the Remnant Moon Fortress. What he desired would come in due time, something far grander and more powerful than this. He sensed Zhang Yuer's eyes upon him and offered a wry smile. Sister you've genuinely startled me. I had not anticipated that they would create such a commotion, Zhang Yuer expressed with a hint of exasperation. From the moment she summoned the mythical Chang'e on Vibrant Star, she understood that the denizens of the Moon Palace's divine realm would inevitably come seeking her. Through the Jade Rabbit, it became apparent that her suspicions were indeed correct. However, she never imagined that the Moon Palace's divine realm would go so far as to dispatch the Remnant Moon Fortress in their quest to find her. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuer, it was not solely the Remnant Moon Fortress that had been mobilized. Shen Min, concerned for her safety, had also sent out the other 7 major war fortresses in addition to the New Moon Fortress. The 3 upper-tier, cosmic-level war fortresses were tasked with searching the outer regions. while the 4 lower-tier, Star Realm-level fortresses scoured the inner layers. The Remnant Moon Fortress, being the closest, was naturally assigned the duty of safeguarding Zhang Yuer. Sister, the transfer of fleet command has been completed. We can now issue orders to the Moon Guards. The Jade Rabbit chimed in with a clear, youthful voice. Zhang Yuer nodded and turned to Su Bai. Would you care for a little adventure? It is a rare opportunity to command a war fortress along with thousands of starships. Oh my, you hold me in such high regard. Su Bai jested, feigning astonishment. Aren't you afraid that I might impulsively lead the fleet into battle against the Hell Divine Realm? Whatever you wish, Zhang Yuer replied nonchalantly, joining in the jest. Even if Su Bai were to act on such an impulse, there would be no one on the other side to heed his commands. Declaring war against the Divine Realm is not a trivial matter. It requires confirmation through multiple channels, including the highest council, and the process is quite cumbersome. Then I shall shamelessly request their assistance, Zhang Yuer said, lifting her hand, through which the faint blue veins could be discerned beneath her translucent skin. A small rabbit perched upon her artfully delicate palm. Just informed the Jade Rabbit directly. As Su Bai scrutinized the Jade Rabbit, it unexpectedly posed a somewhat hostile question. Are you in league with that wretched Bow and Arrow? Could Su Bai admit to such an alliance? Certainly not. What Bow and Arrow? I have no acquaintance with them. Is that so? More genuine than gold. The Jade Rabbit, with its dark yet crimson eyes, regarded him for a moment before continuing. Speak up. What are your intentions? Little dear, disable the interference. Su Bai thought to himself, then pointed outside at the fleets of Lucifer and the Solar Star. Have your people capture them. The Jade Rabbit turned to Zhang Yuer. What are you looking at me for? Just follow suit. Indeed, within a mere half a minute, the fleet of the Moon Palace's Divine Realm efficiently dispatched numerous warships, flying towards the disarrayed Solar Star fleet. Under the overwhelming might, the Solar Star fleet could not muster a single thought of resistance. Following that, another 100 warships were deployed, charging towards the fleet borrowed from Lucifer at a ratio of 10 to 1. As the Moon Guards approached their targets, they forcibly boarded the vessels and commenced apprehending the personnel aboard Lucifer's fleet, with the opposing forces cooperating to a significant extent. The operation from the deployment of the warships to the complete capture of all individuals concluded within a span of 10 minutes. Su Bai sighed, marveling at the impressive efficiency. He stepped outside, inviting others to accompany him. Upon reaching the deck of the Falcon, a starfighter was already hovering in the air, belonging to the battalion stationed at the ruined Moon Fortress. Despite being classified as a fighter jet, its size dwarfed that of the Falcon. As they emerged, the aircraft lowered a beam of guiding light. Enveloped by this luminous column, Su Bai and his companions experienced a sensation of weightlessness, their bodies swiftly ascending. This seemingly ethereal beam possessed not only anti-gravity properties, but also a fascinating energy field. Su Bai, not clad in combat attire nor equipped with any protective gear, felt no discomfort as they were drawn from the protective shield of the Falcon into the vacuum of space. Upon boarding the starfighter, they were greeted by 6 women clad in moon-white combat suits, kneeling on one knee. The leader of the 7th Squad of the ruined Moon Fleet's combat mechs, Lian Yinrong, along with her 5 team members, paid their respects to the palace master. Zhang Yuer emitted a nasal sound, her cold and noble demeanor markedly different from her interactions with Su Bai and the others. Over there. Yes. The 6 members of the 7th Squad rose and returned to their respective posts. The starfighter began its journey towards the flagship of the Lucifer fleet. On the flagship of the Lucifer fleet, the fully armed lunar guards stood with their weapons at the ready. On the deck, crew members, including Lucifer and Rodney, were bound hand and foot with restraints made of a special material. As Su Bai and his group descended from the starfighter, the members of the 7th Squad closely followed at their side. Su Bai observed Lian Yinrong's silhouette ahead of him, sensing the terrifying power emanating from her well-proportioned form. Should he face Lian Yinrong, the outcome would be inevitable, instant annihilation. He held no confidence in achieving victory, even if he were to transform his entire being into gold. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. As they navigated through the Lunar Guard's blockade, Su Bai immediately spotted Lucifer, expressionless, standing at the forefront of the crowd. What? Here to mock me? Lucifer remarked coolly upon seeing Su Bai approach, but to his surprise, Su Bai bowed deeply, wearing a sincere expression of apology. I am truly sorry. Lucifer was taken aback. In such dire circumstances, where life and death hinged on Su Bai's whims, he was baffled by the unexpected gesture. Although we find ourselves in opposition, there are matters that must be addressed. Su Bai rose, his tone serious, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Regarding the incident with the mythic mech, the fault lies with us. Xiaohua, please come forward and apologize. Song Ren stepped forward, bowing deeply. I am sorry for the destruction of your mythic intelligence. The fault is ours. Victors and vanquished. There is little I can say, Lucifer scoffed. But if you believe that a mere 2 sentences of apology will earn my forgiveness, you are sorely mistaken. If you truly wish for my pardon, then release me. He was a warrior forged in the crucible of battle, and he surely had not forgotten the rules of the arena. Let me fight you to the death. The arena? A warrior? Su Bai inquired, puzzled. Kong Qing hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in his ear, not long ago, you entrusted me with investigating Xiao Hua's origins. And I have results to share. The wrathful lord of the Hell Divine Domain once implemented a selection process akin to raising poisonous insects. In the Wrath Star Domain, 1 billion eligible youths were chosen, divided into 1 million groups of 1,000, and cast onto a desolate planet devoid of resources, compelled to fight each other. During this time, soldiers were dispatched to clear away the corpses. To survive, they had to continuously kill and procure sustenance. From the 1 billion, only 1 million would advance, leading to the next round. From the million, only 1,000 would remain, culminating in the final battle where only one would emerge alive. Regrettably, accounts indicate that the victor of that selection succumbed to mental collapse and perished on the spot. The higher-ups of the Hell Divine Domain found merit in this method, and after refinement, it was adopted across the 7 deadly Sin-Star domains. Each year, the 7-star domains would host one selection, allowing voluntary participation. The format remained a brutal 3 rounds, but the numbers were drastically reduced, with 100 per group, from 1 million to 10,000, 10,000 to 100. And finally, one would remain. Moreover, the Divine Domain would supply a quantifiable amount of food to those with recorded kills. The ultimate victor would be bestowed with the title of Azura by the Hell Divine Domain. 9 years ago, at the tender age of 9, Xiao Hua claimed the title of Azura in the Pride Star Domain, a feat that was grandly publicized by the Hell Divine Domain. Xiao Hua remains the youngest record holder of the Azura title to this day. Chapter 158. The Rules of the Azura Arena, 1 million to 1. Each Azura title signifies 1 million lives lost. Su Bai took a gentle whiff, as if he could detect the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the seemingly harmless Song Ran. 9 years ago, Song Ran was but 9 years old. Faced with Su Bai's complex gaze, Song Ran blinked innocently. After a moment, Su Bai chuckled, dismissing the concerns. Regardless of Song Ran's past, he now held only one identity, a member of the unnamed squad, Xiao Hua. Kong Qing wished to say more, but Su Bai waved his hand, interrupting her. It's unimportant. Let this matter go. All right, I understand. Lucifer appeared somewhat impatient. Will you agree or not? Of course, I shall not. Su Bai gestured towards the Crescent Fortress and the multitude of warships. We hold the advantage. Why should we take a risk? You lack the qualifications to negotiate with us. Lucifer did not regard him, but instead focused on Song Ran. You see, it is useless to rely on Xiao Hua. I agree to a life-and-death battle. Xiao Hua, you need not consent to him. Su Bai glared at him in frustration. Song Ran smiled gently. In the Azura Arena's rules, upon taking something from the opponent, one must either eliminate the opponent or completely claim that object as one's own. Failing to do so means one is unworthy of possessing such an item. Now that I have taken the myth of Lucifer, by the rules, I and the Lord of Pride, Lucifer, are fated to have only one survivor in the Azura Arena. Su Bai felt a wave of irritation. This is not the damned Azura Arena. We need not abide by those ridiculous rules. You are merely a secondary genetic being, while he is a tertiary one. Should a confrontation arise, your chances of victory are exceedingly slim. Captain, you fail to comprehend. He is the arrogant sovereign, Lord Lucifer. In Song Ran's eyes, shimmering with faith, there lies a tempestuous intent for slaughter, masked beneath a veneer of calm. He scratched his head, feeling a slight itch beneath his scalp. Then, in a barely audible whisper, he murmured, to hunt down a sovereign is the ultimate glory for a demon. Ha ha. Lord Lucifer suddenly burst into laughter. Truly, he is the Azura of the arrogant star domain. Confronted by Song Ran's fervent gaze, Su Bai sighed. Do as you wish. Release him. The moon guard beside him promptly loosened the bindings that restrained Lucifer. The latter flexed his limbs, stating, I shall not bully you. In the mech battle, with your mythic mech, the gap between us will lessen. I am also eager to witness the extent of your mythic mech's capabilities. I shall not disappoint you, my lord. Song Ran replied with deference. He was the first to summon the mythic Lucifer. A glimmer of sacred white suddenly appeared, standing out vividly against the predominantly dark backdrop of the starry sky. This radiant light rapidly expanded, halting at a certain point. Within the depths of the holy light, 3 pairs of wings emerged. The wings shredded the sacred light before retracting, coalescing into a sphere. In an instant, the wings unfurled, revealing a mech within. Lucifer regarded the pure white mech adorned with 6 wings, displaying little reaction, even a hint of disappointment. Su Bai, observant, pondered the source of his dismay. As Song Ran entered the mythic mech, he spoke as if to Su Bai, and yet to himself. Should this battle be interfered with, I would likely self-destruct. With that, he flared his 6 wings, darting forth from the starship to hover amidst the cosmos. Upon witnessing this, Lucifer promptly summoned his mech. In contrast to Song Ran's dramatic entrance, his own was rather mundane, a simple black aperture. The opening connected to the mech's space, from which a pristine white mech emerged. Just as Lucifer was about to enter the mech, his expression stiffened, and he halted. This mech, damn. It belongs to the celestial domain. Before his revival, the owner of this body had been a bishop of a modest church. Though it was but a small establishment, it was duly registered within the celestial domain. A legitimate cleric. Such personnel within the system were typically equipped with a standard mech by the celestial domain. Of course, if one possessed wealth, one could procure their own. This raises the question of how competent this bishop truly was. Indeed, that old fellow Jehovah believed in whatever he preached. He was determined to carry out good deeds to the end. As for his salary, he donated it all, without retaining a single penny. If one were to inquire how he managed to live on such generosity, the answer would be, the church provided meals. And what did he wear? The church-issued uniform. Of course, his original wife's departure, unable to endure his foolishness, left him for the neighbor. The only evidence of his past marriage lies within his wardrobe, his ex-wife's gift of a suit. If one were to regard the mechs of the heavenly domain as mere instruments of war, it would be of little consequence. Lucifer is not a man of rigid principles. Operating a mech from the heavenly domain in battle would not cost him a thing. The crux of the matter lies within the church of the heavenly domain, which is divided into several factions. The official title assigned to his original self is bishop, yet he perceives himself as a pastor. When it comes to reporting upwards, he fills out the forms as a pastor. Subsequently, he is allocated a mech that is, well, a standard mech designated for pastors. This mech is quite intriguing. Its functionality is aptly aligned with its name. It is not a combat-oriented machine, but purely a logistical medical unit. It is equipped with a variety of medical facilities and energy storage devices, capable of administering injections and recharging mechs. In any case, it lacks any armament systems. Every inch of its structure is occupied by logistical equipment. To engage in combat with Song Rant's mythic mech using this machine, even with level suppression, it would only serve to absorb blows. There would be no opportunity for counterattack and no means of offense. The designer evidently did not consider the possibility of pastors entering combat. The engine is subpar. To put it simply, it cannot achieve high speed. Lucifer, with a furrowed brow, retracted the mech. Suddenly, Rodney entered his line of sight, and his expression brightened. I need to borrow a stellar-class mech. No, Rodney shook his head resolutely. The rental agreement stipulates that you must follow my command today. I require a mech. I'm afraid, my lord, your rental agreement only includes starships. There are no provisions for mechs. Then I shall now rent a stellar-class mech. The wear and tear fee, energy consumption fee, and deposit total 100,000 cosmic coins. Transfer the funds to the same account as last time. Suppressing his rage, Lucifer was taken aback. He never anticipated that he would face such difficulties over a stellar-class mech. Just lend me the mech for now, and I will pay you later. Rodney was unmoved, his demeanor unwavering. Payment must be made first. The funds you transferred last time were inconsistent, and we suspect that was your entire wealth. To prevent any default in payment post-mission, we kindly request prior payment. Money, money, money. Lucifer erupted in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He restrained Rodney and unleashed a flurry of blows. I demand money. I'll beat some sense into you. Despite being bruised and battered, Rodney remained steadfast. He could endure the beating, report it as an injury post-mission, and potentially earn more. However, if Lucifer lacked funds, the mech would categorically not be lent. This was a rule established from the very inception of the organization. A fundamental error in principle that must not be committed. Chapter 159. I, Lucifer, demand payment. I, Lucifer, demand payment. My lord, if I ascend, I shall appoint you as a great general. I truly have no money left. No money? Then you should divert public funds. 100,000 cosmic coins. Transfer them immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the communicator, Bert wore a sorrowful expression, his features contorted in regret. He admitted to himself that he had made a grave mistake. Alas, the path he chose must be completed, even if it meant kneeling. After all, he had invested the entirety of his life's savings thus far. To abandon it now would be to render everything in vain. Public funds indeed possess the potential for misappropriation. As the head of the negotiation team, he holds the purse strings to all the funds at his disposal. At the negotiation table, words clash and deceit prevails, yet beneath the surface lies the intricate web of human relationships. The funds allocated to the negotiation team are not insignificant. Accumulated over the years, they amount to a substantial sum of 100,000 cosmic coins. Upon retirement, each team member receives a pension drawn from these funds. Hence, while the members of the negotiation team lack the authority to utilize this money, they remain privy to the account balance and expenditures. Bert contemplated for a moment before accessing a standardized document from the infernal domain, executing a series of operations. After a brief hesitation, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he transferred 100,000 cosmic coins to Lucifer's account. My lord Lucifer, you must return, should you fail to come back. The embezzlement of public funds and collusion to harm the mythic pilot would spell my doom. Upon Lucifer's return, he would transcend his current status, transforming from a mere negotiator into a general. Otherwise, the tribunal would become his permanent abode in the twilight of his days. Even if he were to escape by a stroke of luck, the military tribunal of the infernal domain awaited him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bert's expression shifted as he bent down, feigning earnestness in handling documents. Moments later, the deputy head of the negotiation team entered without knocking. "Chief, what have you done with that 100,000 cosmic coins?" The deputy, leisurely savoring his tea, was merely months away from retirement, anticipating a generous sum to take back home for his grandchildren and a life of leisure. Yet, the star chart suddenly indicated a transaction of 100,000 cosmic coins from the negotiation team's account to an anonymous account. The deputy could no longer remain composed. While his pension was a trivial matter, surely the higher-ups would compensate him. His role as the deputy head meant he would bear responsibility should there be any issues with public funds. As he approached retirement, how could he not be alarmed by such a predicament? If trouble were to arise, how could he expect a peaceful retirement? Such a notion was sheer folly. Bert had anticipated the deputy's arrival and presented a document for him to examine. The orders stated a transfer of 100,000 cosmic coins to a friendly unit. The deputy, perplexed, exclaimed, "Do you take me for a fool?" Yet, he could not discern any immediate anomalies in the document. Why was the recipient an anonymous account? The friendly unit was a military spy dispatched by the higher-ups, stationed on Veblen Star. Why did they not transfer funds directly? Was he foolish? Spies must remain undetected. A sudden transfer from the higher-ups would only increase the risk of exposure. Having been stationed on Veblen Star for an extended period, such risks were minimal. But what? Bert interjected, retracting the document, denying him the opportunity for further scrutiny. "Military secret. You are not entitled to know more." Received. Rodney's bruised visage broke into a jubilant smile. He summoned a mech and granted piloting rights to Lucifer, gazing at him with a warmth surpassing that of a long-lost father. "My lord, your mech." Lucifer let out a cold huff as he entered the mech. Upon encountering Mammon again, he would undoubtedly demand the dissolution of that damned foolish organization. As he stepped into the cockpit, an overwhelmingly pungent odor, a noxious blend of sweat and foot odor, assaulted his senses, nearly provoking him to regurgitate his last meal. In the corner stood a stiff sock, keeping watch. Lucifer contemplated requesting a different mech from Rodney, but the thought of conversing with that imbecile instantly quelled his desire. Reluctantly, he opened the cockpit door and activated the ventilation system, cranking it to the maximum. A powerful gust swept through the cockpit, and then, smack. The sentinel sock was flung against his face. Frozen in place, Lucifer stared blankly, the acrid scent reminiscent of pickled vegetables assaulting his nerves. Ugh, he felt his composure shatter. The proud sovereign, having traversed countless lifetimes, had never endured such indignity. A glimmer of moisture welled at the corner of his eye. In the mythic era, he had faced insurmountable trials to ascend to godhood without shedding a tear, yet here he was, on the verge of weeping. That glimmer vanished swiftly, and his expression returned to its frigid demeanor. How pitiful that his fragile body could be so affected by a mere sock. Indeed, it must be so. He closed the hatch, and the overpowering stench in the cockpit diminished significantly due to the strong winds. At least it was bearable now. Lucifer connected to the mech through the neural interface, initiating a routine self-check. Aside from some minor wear on the armor system, everything else appeared normal. It seemed Rodney had only emerged after completing the recharge. He maneuvered the mech, bursting forth from the warship, with his sights set on Song Ran. The pent-up fury within him demanded an outlet. Along the way, a troubling thought crossed his mind. According to the memories of his former self, this mech had an official price tag of 78,000 cosmic coins. Even with some additional armaments, it could not exceed 100,000 cosmic coins. Yet here he was, having spent 100,000 cosmic coins to rent this contraption, and it was secondhand. Damn it, a euphemism for a type of plant. He had been swindled. In the vastness of the starry sky, the pristine mythic figure of Lucifer emerged, his 6 wings unfurled, transforming into countless metallic feathers that spiraled around the mech. Inside the cockpit, Song Ran had been waiting anxiously, occasionally scratching his head, his body trembling with excitement. Slaying a lord of hell would be his most resplendent and glorious achievement since becoming an Azura, no matter how gentle his disposition or how harmless he appeared. It could not alter the brutal essence flowing through his veins, the blood of a demonic being from the dominion of hell. The moment Lucifer burst forth, Song Ran seized the initiative. He raised his arms, and the swirling feathers enveloped them, changing shape in a rhythmic manner. The feathers interwove tightly, leaving no gaps whatsoever. In an instant, a cannon formed from the feathers emerged, appearing seamless and devoid of any fissures. The remaining feathers all flew into the cannon, while those at the rear were driven into the mech's arms. Song Ran infused energy into the node of energy transmission. As the energy surged, resplendent golden patterns emerged upon the pristine cannon, tracing the contours of ethereal feathers. 3 seconds later, The numerical representation of energy on the combat screen plummeted to 73%. Song Ran felt as though his arms were burdened by an immense weight, an incessant searing sensation coursing through him, igniting acute pain in his limbs. He understood that this was the manifestation of having reached the limit of energy accumulation. To proceed further would only result in his own injury. Halting the energy transmission, Song Ran erupted into joyous laughter. Holy Feather Baptism. Chapter 160, Battle Boom. The colossal cannon unleashed a blinding radiance. A sacred white intermingled with regal gold. The cannon's mouth aimed directly at Lucifer, and a projectile composed of feathers shot forth. The shell trailed a dazzling tail of flame, soaring through the air before suddenly detonating. An avalanche of holy feathers enveloped Lucifer's mech from all angles. Lucifer's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Song Ran, now a mythical pilot, could wield the 6 wings to such an extent. I underestimated you, he murmured, adopting a defensive posture. The energy shield expanded, bracing itself against the impending deluge of holy feathers. Each feather was akin to a razor-sharp blade, the pristine plumage adorned with a subtle golden energy. Empowered by the core energy, the sharpness of the holy feathers ascended to a new echelon. Soon, Lucifer found himself ensnared by the holy feathers. From an external perspective, one could only witness the relentless barrage of feathers, akin to a meat grinder, slicing through his mech. On the battleship's deck, at Su Bai's signal, Lien Yinrong procured images from various angles aboard the vessel. Utilizing technical means, they amalgamated these into a 3-dimensional real-time depiction of Song Ran's confrontation with Lucifer. Lu Shi gazed at the scene, observing Lucifer as if being mercilessly shredded by the holy feathers. Is it truly that effortless? She pondered. Surely, it cannot be so simple. Master Su, accustomed to engaging in battles beyond his level, possessed ample experience. This degree of assault could inflict some harm and discomfort upon Lucifer, yet it was merely that. Song Ran still lacked the necessary strength. What shall we do? This was a life-or-death struggle. Su Bai halted mid-sentence, a thought inexplicably flitting through his mind. Recalling Song Ran's earlier words, if someone intervenes in this battle, I suppose I would self-destruct. Song Ran, despite his gentle disposition and indecisiveness, had made a resolute choice. Su Bai hesitated to gamble on the veracity of Song Ran's statement. At this rate, should Song Ran falter, it was merely a matter of time. He could not merely stand by and watch as Lucifer ended Song Ran's life. This presented a profound contradiction. How could he refrain from intervening while still influencing the course of the battle? As Su Bai contemplated his strategy, the holy feathers surrounding Lucifer began to show signs of fatigue, their momentum waning. Seizing the opportunity, he extricated himself from the fray. At that moment, the mech's defensive shield had been breached, its exterior marred by numerous scars. However, Lucifer dismissed the damage as trivial. It was merely superficial wear on the armor that had not penetrated to the internal mechanisms. He hefted the shoulder cannon and turned away. An energy projectile was unleashed towards the pursuing holy feathers, effectively curtailing their relentless advance. Upon contact with the wave of holy feathers, a violent explosion ensued, illuminating the starry sky with a dazzling blaze. In but a moment, a holy feather emerged from the flames, albeit at a noticeably reduced speed. Lucifer, unhurried and composed, fired another shot. This time, the energy of the holy feather was depleted, causing it to return and circle around Song Ran. With the shoulder-mounted cannon firmly in hand, Lucifer locked onto his target, Song Ran, and methodically unleashed a rhythmic barrage of energy projectiles. Each shot was imbued with a potent intent, precisely anticipating Song Ran's next maneuver. Although the projectiles seemed sparse, they forced Song Ran into a desperate evasion. The disparity in their combat prowess was striking. In the mythic era, Lucifer was the most formidable archangel of the heavenly domain. For various reasons, he led a third of the angels in rebellion against the heavenly realm, establishing the infernal domain, a realm forged amidst blood and fire. Lucifer's power was undeniable, distinct from those who ascended to divinity through arduous cultivation. He achieved his divine status entirely through the crucible of life and death battles, a stark contrast to Song Ran, who found himself vastly outmatched. As Lucifer calculated Song Ran's evasive trajectory, he advanced leisurely, firing projectiles with each step. Realizing the futility of his situation, Song Ran understood that he must seize the initiative. With a decisive action, 2/3 of the holy feathers coalesced into a colossal half-body shield. No longer dodging, he positioned the shield before him to withstand the onslaught of the energy projectiles. With a resounding impact, a projectile struck the shield, causing the pristine holy feathers to emit a faint glow, dispersing the damage across its surface. Having endured a shot, Song Ran felt a surge of relief. The energy projectile designed to hinder his movements was not as formidable as he had feared, remaining within tolerable limits. Summoning 10 holy feathers, he orchestrated them to revolve around his right arm, increasing their velocity under the influence of the energy magnetic field. The tips of the feathers aimed directly at Lucifer. At that moment, The speed of the spinning feathers became so rapid that their form was nearly indistinguishable. Release. With a swift motion, the 10 feathers shot forth like tightly coiled springs suddenly released. A warning signal echoed in Lucifer's ear as he slightly pivoted to evade one feather. Raising his gaze, another feather grazed the surface of his mech's face. Activating the engines, the mech ascended by a meter, narrowly avoiding yet another. Lucifer, with his shoulder cannon poised, pressed a button that initiated a subtle transformation within its internal structure. Pulling the trigger, he unleashed not an energy projectile this time, but solid ammunition, pure, high-density projectiles devoid of any filler. One after another, the solid rounds were discharged with remarkable steadiness, as if he felt no recoil. Each projectile found its mark with uncanny precision, often impaling a holy feather and causing it to become lodged, its kinetic energy spent. Observing this, Song Ran summoned another 10 holy feathers, resolutely launching them forth without hesitation. It is not that he cannot fire multiple shots at once. Rather, if he were to do so, the power would become dispersed. Much like the initial baptism of the sacred feather, it would not inflict substantial damage. Lucifer leisurely launched his projectiles. At this level, the battle seemed unnecessary. Just as the thought crossed his mind, whoosh. A few sacred feathers aligned in a line. Aimed at a projectile, the first sacred feather pierced halfway through the solid projectile, then disintegrated into dust. The second followed closely, penetrating the projectile completely. The next 3 surged forth, locking onto the center of Lucifer's mech. These sacred feathers had been calculated by Song Zong, utilizing the projectile to evade Lucifer's line of sight. Judging by the results thus far, it had proven effective. Lucifer was indeed caught off guard. By the time he reacted, the sacred feathers were already upon him. In a moment of desperation, he raised his left arm, positioning the barrel of his shoulder cannon in front of the mech's head. The material of the barrel was sturdier than that of the projectile. However, this shoulder cannon was fundamentally different from the ship's artillery. It was designed as a consumable, made for portability and ease of handling. The thickness of the barrel was significantly reduced and being hollowed out. It could only withstand one of the sacred feathers before being pierced, momentarily halting the second. With the barrel gone, there was no further obstruction. The sacred feather surged directly towards Lucifer's mech head. Observing the sacred feather mere inches away, Lucifer smirked. How intriguing. He opened his mouth and, astonishingly, attempted to bite the sacred feather. This seemingly absurd action actually proved successful. The remaining 2 sacred feathers were met with his jaws. The first was caught at its tip, and, despite the sacred feather's relentless advance, he managed to force it inward. Just as it was about to pierce through, Lucifer calmly operated. A slender barrel emerged from the mech's throat, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the sacred feather, counteracting its momentum. The first sacred feather was neutralized, yet the second posed a challenge. Song Ran, from a distance, meticulously controlled the sacred feather. With its angle tilted, it aimed for the mech's relatively weak eye. The energy attached to the sacred feather made one final contribution, generating a powerful thrust that further accelerated its speed. The sacred feather, owing to its inherent material strength, forcefully penetrated the left eye of the mech, establishing a foothold that drove deep into its head. Witnessing the success, Song Ran's expression lit up with excitement. After the sacred feather lodged itself, he commanded it to halt its advance, transforming into dust. The particles scattered within Lucifer's mech head, exhibiting a potent corrosive effect, wreaking havoc on the components within. Chapter 161. The unyielding iron. Was this the resolution? Lucifer's mech ceased its operations, arms hanging limply at his sides. With the shoulder cannon immobilized, it floated amidst the stars, struck by a sacred feather launched by Song Ran, sending it soaring into the distance. Lu Shi's tone was filled with uncertainty, and even Su Bai found himself unsure. Just as he contemplated ways to assist Song Ran, he witnessed this scene unfold. Wait. Just wait. Kong Qing furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the mech piloted by Lucifer. This mech evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity within her, yet she could not quite recall why. The answer danced on the tip of her tongue, elusive and frustrating. It was perplexing. She prided herself on her knowledge of mainstream mechs, particularly those produced in the divine domain and the divine kingdom. It could only be a machine that had seen a brief and exceptional circulation in the market. Let me ponder for a moment, Kong Qing mused. Within the confines of the hellish domain, there existed certain experimental products that had vanished swiftly due to immature designs. Suddenly, in the vastness of the cosmos, Lucifer's mech raised its hand and detached its head, retrieving a new one from the accessory compartment. With a decisive click, it was affixed in place. Good heavens! Are you the head-breaking overlord? Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, when components within a mech's head are damaged, they require extensive factory repairs. Yet here was Lucifer, casually replacing the head as if it were a mere trifle. It was reminiscent of the animated tales from Takamagara, where one could pluck an eye and simply insert it back into the socket. This was utterly absurd. A single component assembly mech. Kong Qing slapped her forehead. suddenly recalling a technology once developed by a mech manufacturing company. They aimed to create mechs akin to building blocks, where damaged parts could be directly replaced with new ones. Regrettably, this technology had yet to mature. The higher the mech's rank, the greater the precision required for its components. The integrity of the mech also ensured superior energy transmission, and this technology evidently fell short of those standards. Eventually, that company shifted its focus to the lower-tier markets, such as meteorite and satellite-grade mechs, and initially found success. However, the cost of producing mechs utilizing this technology exceeded that of conventional models, leading to its eventual discontinuation. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Kong Qing's eyes. She sensed a business opportunity amidst this seemingly trivial technology. If it could be adapted into standardized mechs for battlefield deployment, it might yield remarkable results. In large-scale combat, should a limb be lost, one could simply procure an intact limb from a downed mech and re-enter the fray without delay. The more she pondered, the more promising it appeared. Resolute and decisive, Kong Qing immediately contacted the head of the merchant guild within the hellish domain, instructing him to seek out that manufacturing company to acquire this technology. She also made sure to report her intentions in her own name, given that the merchant guild's credibility operated under the jurisdiction of another authority. Failing to do so could result in her achievements being appropriated by others should the acquisition prove successful. Lucifer flexed his neck, confirming that the connection of the mech's head was secure and functioning normally. He glanced at the battleship cannon that had been struck by Song Ran, showing no intent to retrieve it. With a click, Lucifer detached the mech's left hand and placed it within the accessory compartment. The components of the mech's left arm began to transform, and in the blink of an eye, the arm expanded to 5 times its original girth. From the severed wrist, all that could be seen was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any discernible substance. Lucifer forcefully inserted the damaged head of the mech into his expanded left wrist, then aimed it at Song Ran. "If this is all you are capable of, I must say I am greatly disappointed," he uttered with a calm, yet chilling tone. Suddenly, his left arm erupted in flames as a projectile was launched, a shell unlike the previous ones. Its speed was so swift that Song Ran had no time to react. The mech's head collided violently with the feather shield, pushing Song Ran backward relentlessly, not allowing a moment for the shield to dissipate the impact. The eyes of the mech's head glowed a fierce crimson. Boom! The suppressed red light exploded forth, accompanied by a violent detonation. The feather shield could not withstand the immense pressure, and layers of feathers disintegrated in the explosion. The powerful shockwave surged through the shield and transmitted to Song Ran's arms, which braced against it. Inside the cockpit, Song Ran's left arm swelled rapidly with blood, and even the bones emitted faint cracking sounds. Song Ran, abandon the feather shield and retreat. Song Zong bellowed. Song Ran's focus was entirely consumed by the shield, yet he caught sight of Lucifer's next move. After firing the head projectile, Lucifer's left wrist protruded with a multitude of gun barrels. The barrels whirled, and flames erupted forth as a deluge of bullets was unleashed. A single bullet might not affect Song Ran, but when the quantity reached a critical mass, it would induce a qualitative change. Especially now, when Song Ran could hardly evade. Song Ran was bewildered, instinctively looking forward, where a barrage of bullets approached him. Panic surged within him, leaving him unsure of how to react. In that moment of hesitation, the first wave of bullets struck the feather shield. The initial volley was quickly followed by successive onslaughts. The extensive and concentrated assault caused the feather shield to shatter completely. Without its protection, the residual explosion and the remaining bullets rained down upon the mythical mech. The mech was sent flying, the bullets mercilessly striking every exposed surface. The pilot, connected to the mech, felt the damage reverberate through him, causing sharp pains to pierce his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Bang! The mech was hurled until it collided with a warship, finally stabilizing its form. Yet its back bore the brunt of the violent impact. Injured both front and back, this onslaught caused the durability of the mythical Lucifer's armor to plummet to 6712. However, this was not the most devastating blow. The most crippling consequence was the significant blow to Song Ran's confidence. Pain coursed through his entire being, his lips quivered, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a child who had been wronged. Song Ran looked at Song Zong with a sense of grievance, remembering how, throughout his life, he had always been the one bullied. Song Zong would retaliate in such situations. In terms of combat experience, he was nearly a novice. Were it not for Song Zong, he would not have survived even a single day in the brutal training grounds of Ur. He had previously accepted Lucifer's challenge to battle. Apart from the impulsive decision and the allure of achieving the feat of slaying a monarch, one cannot overlook the unwavering trust he has held in Song Zong since childhood. Song Ran has blindly placed his faith in Song Zong, believing that this elder brother can help him overcome all obstacles ahead. This time, it is no different. Yet, Song Zong merely observes him with a cold gaze, revealing a hint of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a protege's lack of progress. Song Ran has become excessively reliant on him, to the extent that his spirit has fully rejuvenated, and his soul and body are no longer in conflict. In theory, the union of his spirit and flesh should result in a significant enhancement of strength, even without the sudden enlightenment of the Buddhist realm. It would not be unreasonable for him to break through to a third-level genetic being at the moment of perfect alignment between soul and body, just as concave and convex surfaces must align perfectly to yield the greatest satisfaction. However, since Song Zhang's departure, Song Ran has exhibited no change whatsoever. This is not what Song Zhang wishes to witness. His return indicates that Song Ran occupies a place in his heart. Though unspoken, he has long grown accustomed to having this younger brother in his life. He does not desire for Song Ran to remain perpetually dependent on him. If this continues, Song Ran will inevitably become utterly inept. Chapter 162. No interference? A roundabout strategy. This old chap is quite accurate with his shots. Su Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lucifer hits the mark every time. If this continues for a few more rounds, Little Hua might very well meet his end. This cannot go on. It seems I must step in. Since Song Ran forbids direct intervention, we shall employ a roundabout strategy to rescue the situation. Su Bai approached Rodney, draping an arm over his shoulder in a brotherly manner. Rodney, who was gleefully calculating how much he would earn after the mission, found himself bewildered by Su Bai's demeanor. Our relationship is not quite that close, is it? Su Bai cut to the chase, pointing at Lucifer's mech. You are the owner of that mech, correct? Indeed. Then you must remotely disable all its offensive capabilities. Rodney. What else with the tone of that command? We are adversaries, my friend. You expect me to stab my teammates in the back? Not a chance. Rodney firmly rejected the idea with indignation. Absolutely not. Su Bai had not anticipated such a straightforward refusal. If he had readily agreed, it would have raised suspicions. Therefore, you will comply with my instructions. And after this matter is resolved, I will ensure their safe passage with no repercussions. Huh, as if they would dare to kill us. Rodney scoffed. I am backed by the formidable greedy monarch, whose faction is, in a sense, the official power of the realm of hell. Killing me would be akin to slaughtering local officials within the realm of hell itself. Do you dare to incite a war? Try it if you wish. Su Bai had not foreseen this connection, yet he remained undaunted. You must understand one thing. It was you who ambushed the Lord of the Moon Palace and the High Priest of the Witch Domain first. He gestured towards the intimate pair of Zhang Yuer and Zhang Yi, then pointed at Kong Qing. Those two are true deities, and she is the esteemed heiress of the Kong family. TSK, such audacity. Rodney's expression stiffened. A sense of unease enveloped me, prompting an internal diatribe against Lucifer 1,000 times over. It was said to be a fleet on loan, targeting individuals, yet it never specified these particular individuals. In the vastness of the cosmos exists an unwritten rule. One must not strike against the members of the Credibility Guild unless provoked. Moreover, this pertains to the present age, where one of the 5 pillars of credibility stands, not to mention the 2 deities in question. As for any suspicions, Su Bai was merely ensnaring himself. The truth is, there were none. The bastion of the waning moon stood before me, with thousands of warships arrayed, all in collaboration with Su Bai to ensnare himself. Ridiculous. Leading a covert ambush against the Lord of the Moon Palace domain without detection would be one thing, but being caught red-handed? Damn it. Lucifer is a troublesome entity. What now? An opportunity to atone for misdeeds has been presented. Observing his wavering resolve, Su Bai added another incentive. I have recently gleaned some insights into your organization. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a predicament. Su Bai gently tapped the star instrument. Clad in a police uniform and wielding a small firearm, and Yu escorted a bomb-proof box forward. With a swift kick, she sent the box towards Rodney's star instrument. Ding. Your account has been credited with 200,000 cosmic coins. Rodney offered a wry smile. If it were possible, he would rather not earn this money. It felt like a hot potato. My lord, I understand. His demeanor had grown notably more humble. The mech piloted by Lucifer belonged to him. He had granted Lucifer not the primary control, but merely the authority to issue commands to the mech. After a brief moment, Rodney spoke. My lord, I have already locked down all remote capabilities of the mech as you instructed. Astute. Su Bai was pleased with Rodney's timely compliance. In truth, the 200,000 was an unnecessary expenditure. With a little more pressure, Rodney would undoubtedly yield. However, in the arena of life and death, circumstances shift in an instant. Su Bai perceived this acutely. The investment of 200,000 cosmic coins to eliminate unnecessary risks was a welcome prospect. After all, that money felt as though it had been effortlessly acquired. With that thought, he casually transmuted a golden orb and tucked it away, offering it to Yuan Bao. This single morsel amounted to several tens of thousands of cosmic coins. Did it sting? Not in the slightest. In the starry expanse, Lucifer cast a scrutinizing glance at Song Ran, his brow furrowing. What was the matter? Had he ceased movement? Was he concocting some nefarious scheme? When it came to understanding the mythical mech, Lucifer had no peer. He ruminated on the mech's capabilities. unable to conceive of any maneuver at this level that could instantaneously obliterate him. For safety's sake, Lucifer leaned forward, encroaching upon the mech's detection range. Scanning the energy fluctuations ahead. No fluctuations detected. So, Song Ran has been rendered senseless? A disdainful thought crossed Lucifer's mind. Is this the caliber emerging from the battlefield of Azura? Once I have dealt with you, I shall ensure a thorough cleansing of the Azura arena. What a collection of ineptitude. The title of Azura should not be bestowed upon such individuals. It is a disgrace to the realm of the infernal gods. Raising his left arm, Lucifer aimed at the defenseless Song Ran, gathering energy. He wished to witness the next generation of the infernal domain, to gauge the caliber of those who had earned the recognition of their divine cores. However, the more he observed, the greater his disappointment grew. Patience waned, and he resolved to deliver a decisive blow to conclude this farcical battle. Let the one who had wrought devastation upon XX, the wretched who had sullied the title of Hell Azura, be reduced to ashes. After 5 seconds, he felt it was time to end it. Yet, silence prevailed. He waited a few more seconds, but still, no action was taken. Lucifer was bewildered. Where was his energy cannon? Upon closer inspection, he found the mech's energy gauge utterly stagnant. The barrel of his left arm lay cold and devoid of any trace of energy. Brother, I cannot prevail against him. Song Ran's voice was soft and pitiful. Do you wish for me to intervene? Song Zong replied coldly, perhaps sensing his own diminutive stature lacked intimidation. He magnified the projection to match Song Ran's height. He mused aloud. I fail to comprehend why you are so timid. I am merely your second persona. Severed from you, my memories and combat experiences should have been wholly assimilated by you. Even your character, upon our merging, would inevitably be influenced. Indeed, you accepted Lucifer's challenge. Yet you refused Su Bai's assistance, which I have noted. In the past, you would flee at the first sign of danger, forever shrinking behind others. Yet now, regardless of the outcome, you at least dare to confront your adversary. But why, then, do you remain so feeble, weak as refuse? Song Ran hung his head in shame. The influence on his character was inescapable, yet the memories and experiences of combat that Song Zong possessed were instinctively repelled by him. Had the realm of memory been materialized, one might have glimpsed a crimson orb nestled in a secluded corner, exuding the metallic scent of blood. Within it lay the horrific remnants of at least hundreds of lives extinguished during the infernal arena, each one claimed under Song Zhang's dominion, one after another. By various means, men and women alike, their fates tragically diverse, yet uniformly grim. Song Ran neither dared nor wished to accept that harrowing memory. Even the mere act of casting a distant glance at it left him trembling in fear. The nature of a person is hard to change, sighed Song Zong, observing the quaking form of Song Ran. To outsiders, he could slay without a flicker of an eyelash. Yet this was Song Ran. His heart softened. Perhaps he had pressed too hard. This next battle may very well be your last. As Song Zong assumed control of the legendary mech with his divine intelligence, he possessed no certainty of victory. He was inherently weaker than Lucifer. His combat experience paled in comparison. If he had claimed hundreds of lives, then the souls extinguished by Lucifer surely numbered in the hundreds of millions. Chapter 163. The damned traitor. The self-diagnostic report indicated a malfunction at the energy supply points for all thermal weapons equipped on the mech. Lucifer sent a communication request to Rodney. The connection tone echoed, lingering in the void for an interminable stretch of time, without response. In the fleeting moment of disconnect, a message arrived. Rodney, esteemed customer, the mech you rented has encountered some malfunctions due to prolonged neglect. We sincerely apologize for this, and as a gesture of goodwill, we will refund half of the rental fee post-incident. Prolonged neglect? Malfunctions? Lucifer felt a chill run down his spine. How fortuitous that all the thermal weapon systems malfunctioned simultaneously. As if I need that 50,000. Damn it. Lucifer's eyes darkened. A life and death battle is no child's play. Even in a regulated arena, subtle tricks abound. If one were to invoke notions of chivalry and morality in a life or death struggle, it would appear juvenile and laughable. If the opponent resorts to underhanded tactics, that is merely their skill, no one is to blame. Lucifer was merely vexed, having been betrayed by his own. The absence of thermal weapons merely meant that he would have to exert more effort. Lucifer reached behind the mech and retrieved a hilt from a slot. A gentle shake revealed no transformation. The anticipated beam of energy did not materialize. He froze for several seconds. Damn. He hurled the hilt away, maxed out the engine power, and charged towards Song Ran, who was now controlling the mech known as Song Zong. From the moment Song Zong took command, he remained ever vigilant. Engaging the stronger opponent head-on was not a wise strategy. It would only lead to disadvantage. A defensive stance, waiting to counterattack, was the prudent approach. Bang! A flash appeared before Song Zong. An iron fist struck, aiming directly for his face. Lucifer mused that the theory was sound. In practice, it held up as well. But he had overlooked one crucial detail. When there is a stark disparity in strength, a powerful opponent can effectively strike even the most fortified areas of a weaker foe. As the saying goes, one force can break myriad techniques. Lucifer's mech's right elbow ignited, delivering a punch that sent Song Zong reeling backward. The brutal elbow strike caved in the chest armor of the mythical mech. Song Zong fell uncontrollably. Lucifer dove downward, swiftly positioning himself beneath Song Zong. He thrust his knee upward, causing the mythical mech to bend at an odd angle, subsequently propelling it upward. But it was not over yet. Lucifer activated the engine and soared above Song Zong, delivering a whip-like kick. Under the dual forces, the mythical mech sustained significant damage. Song Zong was akin to a doll, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Yet, the inflicted pain did not reach him. All was silently endured by Song Ran. He knelt, clutching his abdomen. The preceding kick had struck the mech's belly, sending excruciating pain through him, breaking several ribs and causing him to spit out blood. Song Ran stared at the crimson fluid. Momentarily stunned, the piercing red seeped deep into his consciousness, inducing a throbbing pain in his head. He yearned to flee. In the past, under such circumstances, Song Zong would have taken over his body. Now, with Song Zong stripped away, he had no choice but to confront his fears directly. Song Zong was unable to concern himself with the peculiar relationship involving Song Ran. Lucifer's assault would not cease due to Song Ran's reactions. As he faced the barrage of Lucifer's powerful punches, a thought crossed Song Zhang's mind, and he issued a command. The remaining sacred feathers swiftly converged, aiming to assemble before the mech. However, Lucifer's speed surpassed theirs, scattering the sacred feathers that had just begun to coalesce. Although the feathers were dispersed, they were not without merit. They momentarily intercepted Lucifer, granting Song Zong a fleeting moment to breathe. He understood that engaging Lucifer in a direct confrontation would yield no chance of victory. The mythic mech belonged to Lucifer. His understanding of this machine was unparalleled. To claim victory over him, one would need absolute strength to overpower him. It did not require an exceedingly high level. Song Ran merely needed to advance to level 3. At the same tier, the advantages of the mythic mech would be magnified immensely. However, upon glancing at Song Ran, Song Zong sighed, and, without hesitation, fled in the opposite direction of Lucifer. Run? Lucifer scoffed, precisely as Song Zong had anticipated. He was far too familiar with this mythic mech. He knew its strengths and weaknesses, its speed and endurance, inside out. With its wings torn apart, attempting to escape solely on the mech's speed was laughable. With a mere tap of his fingertip on the combat interface, Lucifer directed power from the energy core to the engines. The thrusters on the back of the mech glowed ominously red. Yet, the next moment, 5 of the 6 engines extinguished. Ding! A soft chime echoed as a message unfolded before his eyes. Rodney, esteemed customer. We regret to inform you that the mech you have rented has experienced some malfunctions due to prolonged disrepair. We sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. As a gesture of goodwill, we will refund half of your rental fee. Lucifer's expression stiffened, his hand clenched so tightly that it creaked. He turned his gaze toward the starship where Rodney was located. Zooming in, he could see the scene aboard the starship. Su Bai and Rodney were arm in arm, laughing and chatting as if they were long-lost brothers, almost ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. Cursed traitors. Noticing that Lucifer had not pursued for a considerable time, Song Zong glanced back to see that only one of the thrusters on Lucifer's mech was still lit. A thought flickered through his mind, ruling out the possibility that Lucifer was tempting him, for there was no need for such tactics. Could it be a malfunction? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Song Zong recalled how Lucifer, in a position of dominance, had previously abandoned his ranged weapons, and now this situation arose. It was not difficult to deduce that someone was scheming behind the scenes. Upon further contemplation, he zeroed in on Su Bai and his companions. There was no reason for anyone else to assist him. Song Zong was not averse to this and felt quite grateful. He viewed Song Ran's insistence on non-interference as a sign of naivety, a result of never having faced the harsh realities of the world. Such childish innocence was utterly foolish. It was akin to playing house, a fair one-on-one duel. Lucifer was inherently stronger than himself. In the confrontation between the two parties, with Song Ran and Lucifer set as the contenders, the scales of fairness had already tipped. Song Sang's philosophy was straightforward, regardless of the means. If one could eliminate the opponent, it was deemed commendable. Emerging from a battlefield where millions perished, he embodied the spirit of a true warrior. Without such resolve, he would have succumbed long ago. After rounds of attrition, the number of sacred feathers dwindled to less than 300. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, reclaiming the divine core to restore the 6 wings would only be possible post-battle, once he exited the combat state. Song Sang remained vigilant. 300 sacred feathers hovering behind him. He pointed towards Lucifer, aligning 10 sacred feathers in a straight line. With a swift motion, they shot forth, not possessing great power. Yet their speed was remarkable. The target was precisely beneath Lucifer's mech, where the essence of manhood lay, something worth safeguarding even at the cost of life. The intention was abundantly clear, to ascertain whether the mech had genuinely malfunctioned or if it was a trap. Should it be a trap, Lucifer would surely evade swiftly. Song Sang doubted that such a proud sovereign could endure such humiliation. Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly. The mech's radar could pinpoint the location of the 10 sacred feathers. Yet due to engine issues, evasion was impossible. This profound affront was intolerable. He had initially intended to let Song Sang bask in his fleeting triumph. Murmuring to himself, he swiftly retrieved several engines from the accessory compartment while the onlookers were still processing the situation. The engines that had ceased functioning fell away, and he tossed the new engines behind him, allowing them to integrate with the mech. Ignoring the limits of the engine's tolerance and the power output of the energy core, he pushed the limits to the extreme. The engines ignited, propelling the mech rapidly towards Song Sang, not even attempting to evade the 10 sacred feathers. Instead opting to charge directly, aiming to seize Song Sang with utmost speed. Song Sang maintained his vigilance and swiftly turned to flee. The two raced through the starry expanse. Yet ultimately, there existed a disparity in their levels. The distance between them continued to diminish. On the starship, Su Bai sensed the precariousness of the situation and glanced at Rodney. What is happening? Were you not instructed to shut it down? Are you a double agent? It's a misunderstanding, Rodney protested. All components of this mech are assembled. I sealed the original engine, but he replaced it with new ones. There was nothing I could do. And can you still lock it? Of course. Then why are you not taking action? Rodney responded affirmatively, resolutely sealing all 6 engines. My lord, I have done it. Rest assured, the mech's accessory compartment is equipped with only one set of engines. He cannot produce more. Lucifer remained attuned to the engine status, noticing the trend of closure with an expression of anticipated knowledge. He calculated the distance between himself and Song Sang. Sufficient. Seizing the moment before the engines fully sealed. While residual energy lingered, he abruptly detonated the engines. 6 engines exploded simultaneously. Utilizing the explosive thrust, Lucifer propelled himself forward, rapidly closing the gap to Song Sang. In an instant, his right hand grasped the ankle of the mythic mech, a triumphant smile gracing Lucifer's lips. In his view, seizing the moment of Song Sang's demise rendered the battle devoid of suspense. With a swap of hands, he began to ascend. Lucifer bore down the entirety of the mecha's weight upon the mythical mecha, his legs locked around its waist, and his fists rained down upon the back of the mythical mecha's head like a relentless storm. Song Ran endured the onslaught, and after several blows, he became dazed, ultimately losing consciousness. Observing this, Song Zong desperately sought to extricate himself from Lucifer's grasp. Maneuvering the holy feather, he lunged at Lucifer from behind, delivering relentless strikes with his elbows. Though Lucifer felt the pain, he did not relent. A glance at the armor's durability reassured him that enduring for another half-hour was well within reach. He was confident that within 10 minutes, he would shatter the mythical mecha and extract the pilot within. As the two clashed, within Song Rant's memory space, a crimson orb slowly disintegrated, merging with his recollections. Lucifer's fists continued their assault, denting the rear of the mythical mecha's head. Blood streamed from the corners of Song Rant's mouth. The core sensed the pilot's deteriorating condition and thus expelled energy to mend his body. As Song Rant's memories intertwined, his physique subtly grew stronger. Beneath his thick mane, 2 resilient horns began to sprout. When Song Ran opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a heap of corpses, their decaying bodies exuding a nauseating stench. He yearned to rise and survey his surroundings, yet his body lay unresponsive, a mere vessel unable to escape the repugnant odor. Before long, a flock of crows, drawn by the scent of decay, descended, at least 20 of them, pecking at the rotting flesh with their sharp beaks. One alighted upon him. Lying among the corpses for what felt like an eternity, the stench had permeated his being, leading the crows to mistakenly regard him as one of the dead. They pecked at his exposed calf, each strike tearing away tender flesh. Song Ran, in agony, wished to cry out, to break free and flee, but he remained powerless. Lying like a corpse, after an indeterminate time, a bloody hole appeared in his calf. At that moment, a youth approached the mound of bodies. He arrived without a hint of trepidation at the gruesome sight before him. The boy dispersed the crows and was about to bend down to search the corpses for usable supplies when Song Ran suddenly sprang to life. His right palm transformed into a dagger-like point, thrusting forward to pierce the boy's neck, grasping his throat and pulling fiercely, blood splattering the ground. The boy fell lifeless. With an expression devoid of emotion, Song Ran scavenged for food from the boy's belongings, disregarding the blood on his hands as he shoved the provisions into his mouth. After hastily devouring the morsels, he severed the boy's head, raising it skyward. Medicine. Shortly thereafter, a salve descended from the heavens. Song Ran picked up the ointment, applied it to his calf wound, and hastily tore away the boy's clothing to bandage it. Having completed his tasks, he limped towards the depths of the forest. As his vision shifted, another scene unfolded before him. In the woods, a young girl held onto a vine. At one end of the vine, it was bound to Song Rant's neck. He crawled along like a dog, burdened with a bundle on his back, trailing behind the young girl. His palms and knees were already a bloody mess. Yet, when the girl turned around, he still managed to wear a sycophantic smile. "Humph, wretched mutt," the girl scoffed. This was the one she encountered a couple of days prior, who, when she intended to kill him, volunteered to become her slave. The girl thought to herself that she already had servants at home. In this dreary existence, having a source of amusement was not so bad. Thus, she accepted this dog. Now, it seemed to be quite satisfactory. As night fell, the girl retrieved food from the bundle on Song Ran's back. After devouring her meal, she took out a flatbread, chewed it into a paste, and then spat it out, trampling it with her shoe. She pointed at the dark, unrecognizable mass of bread paste on the ground, and looked at Song Ran, who was sprawled beside her, speaking in a tone of condescension. "Your dinner. Eat up." Woof. Song Ran's lips curled into a grateful smile as he crawled over on all fours, extending his tongue to lick the food off the ground. At that moment, he resembled a dog more than a true canine. The girl was increasingly pleased as she tied the vine to a tree trunk, leaned against it, and closed her eyes. "Tonight, I shall keep watch well. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a fine meal." Woof. In the deep of night, the girl was slightly snoring. For the past couple of days, she had been vigilant of Song Ran and had not slept well. After 2 consecutive nights of observing his seemingly docile demeanor, she let her guard down. She lowered her defenses, but unbeknownst to her, Song Ran's heart was filled with murderous intent. He rose silently, expressionless, and tore apart the vine. Stepping lightly, he approached the sleeping girl and, as she lay in slumber, bit down on her delicate neck. Her tender neck succumbed effortlessly to his grip, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. He grew exhilarated, greedily consuming the warm liquid. The girl opened her eyes, and at that moment, she was too weak to resist, merely feeling her life ebb away. Simultaneously, in his mind, Song Ran experienced it all, retching uncontrollably. As a simple-hearted youth met his demise at his hands, Song Ran had become numb. He no longer counted how many lives he had taken. He had witnessed this innocent boy save him from others, feed him, and care for his wounds. Yet, in the instant he regained his strength, he did not hesitate to kill his savior. As Song Ran awaited the transition to the next scene, everything suddenly shattered. The voice of Song Zong echoed, "My dear brother, this is the battlefield you have sought to escape. I have forsaken dignity, betrayed trust, and endured humiliation solely to be the sole survivor among millions. These are my experiences, and they are also yours. Embrace them, and you shall be whole." As the words settled, the crimson orb fully merged into Song Ran's memory. He accepted everything. A moment lasting an eternity. In the cockpit of the mythic Lucifer, Song Ran opened his eyes. With a crack, the barrier of a secondary breakthrough into the tertiary gene level shattered. Upon his crown sprouted a pair of crimson horns, intricately patterned and reminiscent of ram's horns, symbolizing the pure lineage of a demon. "Brother, allow me to take over." Chapter 165. You are remarkable. The authority of the mythical pilot transcended that of the mythical intelligence. Song Zong had yet to respond when Song Ran seized control of the mythical mecha. To this, Song Zong exhibited no discontent. He sensed the energy of the core being activated, leading to a profound transformation of the mythical mecha itself. All of this indicated that Song Ran had embraced the memories steeped in blood and slaughter. The fusion of spirit and flesh led to an inevitable advancement. A rare expression of satisfaction graced Song Ran's typically icy visage as he delved into the combat hologram, transitioning from a primary combatant to a supportive role. The mythical intelligence served as the greatest ally to the mythical pilot. While it appeared that the pilot controlled the mecha in battle, the contributions of the intelligence were indispensable. An exceptional intelligence would meticulously manage everything related to the mecha's internal affairs, including but not limited to energy transmission and armor systems, allowing the pilot to devote themselves entirely to the fight. Thus, it was only with Song Zhang's assistance that Song Ran could perfectly harness the power of the mythical mecha. Song Zong returned to the Intelligence Control Center, directing the core's energy to fully cooperate with Song Ran, facilitating the mecha's metamorphosis. In the external world, Lucifer, firmly anchored to the mythical mecha, sensed the immense energy brewing beneath him. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly released his grip and propelled himself backward. In the next moment, sporadic black flames emerged around the mythical mecha, increasing in number until dots formed lines and lines coalesced into shapes. When they finally converged, the black flames surged as if doused with boiling oil, enveloping the mythical mecha in a torrent of darkness. From a distance, Lucifer observed, his furrowed brow betraying his disquiet. He was all too aware of the implications this scene represented. Aboard the starship, Su Bai gazed at the projected scene, bewildered. What is happening? The ever-knowledgeable Kong Qing could not provide an answer, her expression mirroring his confusion. The mythical mecha piloted by Song Ran was engulfed in black flames, its pristine body appearing to succumb to the scorching inferno, gradually tainted by shades of black. The deep ebony stood in stark contrast to the white mecha, a striking sight. At the base of the mecha's wings, metallic frameworks emerged, with feathers growing in succession from this structure. Yet, unlike the previous sacred feathers, both the framework and the feathers were imbued with an inky darkness. Sister Yuer, do you know what is transpiring? Su Bai inquired of Zhang Yuer, reasoning that, as a deity, she must possess greater insight. However, to his surprise, Zhang Yuer shook her head. I am not sure. I do not know much about this mythical mecha. Su Bai then turned to Zhang Yi beside her, who similarly shook his head. I have had little interaction with the realm of the underworld. Su Bai's brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, Rodney suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing towards Song Rant's direction. He repeatedly murmured phrases such as Great Arrogant Monarch and Lord of Hell. The crew members behind him, upon hearing his words, were momentarily taken aback before swiftly following suit and kneeling. Their expressions were fervent, reminiscent of a cult worshipping a malevolent deity. Su Bai approached with curiosity, inquiring, Old Luo, do you know what is happening? Of course. The realm of the hellish deities. No one is unaware of this scene. Rodney exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky. It was the most beautiful and radiant morning star, bathed in black flames, embodying the image of the great Lord of Hell. Fallen, Su Bai pondered. Never mind. Given his proud demeanor, this term within the realm of hell should be viewed positively. Little Hua is likely fine, perhaps even a good thing. Is this the reason you chose him? Lucifer's expression was complex. He observed the transformation of the mythic mecha, fully aware of its implications. The divine core possessed a spirit. To him, Song Rant's ascension as a mythic pilot was a manifestation of the divine core's choice. This, excluding the unexpected variable of Su Bai, was the only possibility he could conceive. Otherwise, if his true spirit still existed, no soul could resonate with his essence. How could the divine core accept another master? Regrettably, Su Bai was oblivious to the myriad assumptions swirling in Lucifer's mind. Had he known, he would certainly think, it isn't that complicated. It is merely a matter of connection. The distinction between good and evil was stark. When good is tainted by evil, it must inevitably bathe in black flames, descending into hell forever. As the black flames receded, the mythic mecha underwent a profound transformation. The once mighty body was now devoid of any trace of white, with the symbolism of its fall etched in bloody red. Behind it, 6 jet black wings unfurled. Newborn horns sprouted from the top of the mecha, identical to Song Rant's. Upon opening his eyes, the mythic mecha did the same, revealing scarlet orbs that exuded a plethora of negative emotions. Defeated, Lucifer, under scrutiny, felt a sense of relief. Even though Song Ran had reached the 3rd-level gene classification, and with the mythic mecha's backing from Lucifer, his extensive combat experience could still pose a challenge. Yet, this was Satan, supreme over the 7 lords of hell. Representing no original sin, the true king of hell. According to various interpretations online, Lucifer became the lord of hell, Satan, after his rebellion and fall. Setting, in regular form, mythic Lucifer symbolizes the sin of pride. In fallen form, mythic Satan, the king of hell, sees a significant enhancement in power, with consumption doubled. The above merely represents the perspective of this narrative and holds no credibility. With a powerful flap of his 6 wings, Song Rant's speed reached its zenith, causing the mecha to vanish abruptly. A profound sense of crisis surged within Lucifer. Guided by instinct, he instinctively turned around. His intuition was keen. Song Ran was right behind him. In the instant he pivoted, 2 wings swept out, severing the arms of his mecha, while the remaining 4 wings pierced through Lucifer's mecha in an instant. Lucifer, imbued with confidence, stood at a level where only a force of overwhelming might could hope to surpass him. Now, Song Ran possessed that very strength. With precision and decisiveness, he dispatched the mech. Song Zong pinpointed the location of the cockpit. Song Ran advanced toward the red that indicated by Song Zong, extending his hands. With the finesse of a mythic Satan, his fingers penetrated Lucifer's mech as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. In a sudden surge of power, he rent the mech asunder with his bare hands. A spherical object emerged amidst the starlit expanse, Lucifer's cockpit, just as Song Ran prepared to strike. The crimson gaze of Lucifer regained a flicker of clarity. He abruptly halted his actions, plunged into contemplation. What has come over me? The murderous intent he had just exhibited struck him as frightening. Song Zhang's figure materialized, unfazed by Song Rant's reaction. A person of inherently kind nature, having witnessed countless horrors, could not so easily transform into a remorseless demon. You have done remarkably well. Song Zong praised Song Ran for the first time. His own experiences had at least enabled his younger brother to shed his cowardice and courageously confront battle. Should matters worsen, he would rather not witness it. The darkness, filth, and unspeakable evils were burdens he alone should bear. As for Song Ran, leading a normal life was quite commendable. Chapter 166, a satisfactory conclusion aboard the starship. Su Bai curiously stroked the horns that had sprouted from the top of Song Rant's head. They felt warm and solid to the touch. Parting his hair for a closer look, He tugged at them to confirm their authenticity. Song Ran shook his head. Don't touch, it tickles. Little flower. How did this come about? Su Bai marveled, astonished at how quickly they had grown. I don't know, they just appeared after my breakthrough, Song Ran replied candidly. Does that mean you will grow a tail in the future? Feeling greatly insulted, Song Ran exclaimed, that's only for succubi. Su Bai chuckled awkwardly. I simply didn't know. He cleared his throat, diverting his gaze towards Lucifer, who was engaged in animated chatter with a small six-winged angel. Shall we consider this matter settled? Lucifer huffed, retracting his divine intelligence into the star instrument, raising his head with a proud air, regarding Su Bai with disdainful nostrils. You, my temper. Su Bai could no longer contain himself. Rolling up his sleeves, he was ready to invite Lucifer to a friendly brawl. Lu Shi timely restrained him, gently advising. Do you truly expect an arrogant sovereign to calmly converse with someone who was recently your mortal enemy? Dream on. After much grumbling, Su Bai, under Lu Shi's counsel, resolved to ignore Lucifer. What do you call that? Never mind, it's not important. Arrange for them to be sent back to the infernal domain. Yin Rong acquiesced, accepting the command. Shortly thereafter, as he watched a starship set sail for the Veblen star, Su Bai found himself lost in reminiscence. Half an hour earlier, Song Ran had returned with a sphere. Su Bai instructed his men to separate the sphere from its surroundings. After Lucifer emerged, he maintained a cold demeanor, uttering not a single word. The victor and the vanquished, there was nothing more to discuss. Then, Song Ran produced a diminutive six-winged angel. Lucifer could no longer contain himself. He paused for a few seconds, hesitantly called out. XX. The six-winged angel, initially bewildered, snapped to attention upon hearing Lucifer's call, its pitiful visage adorned with tears. With a swift flutter of its tiny wings, it darted toward Lucifer, exclaiming, Master. What followed was a poignant scene of deep master-servant affection. Seizing the moment, Su Bai pulled Song Ran aside, questioning, is that truly Lucifer's mythical intelligence? You haven't conjured it to deceive him, have you? That is genuine, Song Ran replied. But wasn't he at lost? Logically, to facilitate Song Zhang's transformation into mythical intelligence, the demise of the six-winged angel should have been inevitable. Song Ran blinked, tilting her head in confusion. I'm not sure. You don't know? Then where did it come from? It was a transformation of the mecha. The divine core shifted from white to black-red. My brother discovered it within the divine core. I see. Su Bai turned to Zhang Yi. Are you aware of what this entails? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, recalling a particular event. In the mythological era, Hua Fu roamed the universe, seeking discarded stars to collect their cores. He had witnessed the establishment of the Hell Domain and upon returning, seemed to have shared some insights regarding Lucifer. After Lucifer's betrayal of the Heaven Domain and the formation of the Hell Domain, he encountered a wondrous flame on the current Demon King star, which he dubbed Hell Black Flame. Lucifer intended to use the Hell Black Flame to scorch the divine core. Originally infused with the powers of the Heaven Domain, the divine core underwent a transformation under the searing heat of the Black Flame. Yet, it ultimately only became a half-black, half-white core. Further attempts at burning proved futile. This peculiar circumstance might account for the uniqueness of his divine core, allowing it to accommodate two mythical intelligences. However, during Song Zhang's dominion, the other mythical intelligence remained concealed within, unable to surface. Su Bai listened, only partially comprehending. Never mind, he decided, as long as the outcome is favorable. That is all that matters. A collective joy ensued. His thoughts returned to the ship carrying Lucifer as it departed. Until the very end, Lucifer had not mentioned the mythical mecha. His sole concern lay with his own mythical intelligence. As for the mecha, it seemed inconsequential. Lu Shi approached, sensing Su Bai's despondency. What troubles you? Did I err? If Lucifer's divine core were not so exceptional, that mythical intelligence might indeed have perished. Lu Shi smiled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. What do you think? Su Bai fell into silence, offering no response. As for Lucifer's narrative, it concludes here. There were issues with this segment. I initially intended to position him as a member of the Evil God Council. However, during the day I worked, and at night I penned words while contemplating new book concepts. My mind became overwhelmed, and in the process of writing, I forgot. In the end, I managed to salvage some semblance of coherence. I had originally veered off course and considered embracing the mistake, but ultimately thought, perhaps this is sufficient. Certainly, if written this way, it would not be an issue for Lucifer to meet his demise shortly after. In a few days, depending on the circumstances, the setup will become clear. The bastion of the waning moon appears, from within, indistinguishable from a normal planet, replete with various essential facilities. Apart from the necessary personnel on duty, those on leave reside here, with some even choosing to marry and settle down. Within a room, members of the Su Bai team, including Zhang Yuer and Zhang Yi, are gathered. Initially, a meeting room was to be arranged for them, but Su Bai felt that the atmosphere there was overly formal. Preferring the comfort of this setting, the Su Bai team is preparing to journey to the Celestial Kingdom, and the waning moon fleet is also set to return to the Moon Palace domain, perfectly aligned in direction. They will dock the Falcon at the bastion of the waning moon for a brief respite. Before they set off, there is something I wish to address. Su Bai stated earnestly. Regarding the future development of our team, what are your thoughts on our plans? Will you regard this group merely as a stepping stone to join other factions after graduation, or is there another vision? This question holds great significance as it pertains to the decisions I am about to make, so I urge you all to ponder it carefully. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Yi, usually reticent, who spoke first. As long as the overall situation remains stable, I will continue to follow you. Su Bai was not surprised by his words. Wherever the legendary Dui goes, so too shall he. Following him, Lu Shi expressed her stance. Where you go, I shall follow. Su Bai turned to Kong Qing, awaiting her response. Among the team, Su Bai felt the most concern for Kong Qing due to her sensitive and unique identity. She fixed her gaze on Su Bai, asking earnestly, if I firmly choose this team, will you cast me aside in the future? She had made her choice but sought assurance from Su Bai, fully aware that verbal promises often lack credibility. I will not, Su Bai replied with a clear gaze, his response leaving no room for doubt. What if we were to oppose the Kong family? The moment the question escaped Kong Qing's lips, she regretted it, mentally chastising herself for voicing such a trivial inquiry. The Kong family is, after all, her own. They would not turn against her. Yet, the words had been spoken, and retracting them would be challenging. She felt a flicker of hope rise within her, anxiously studying Su Bai. At this moment, however, Su Bai fell silent. He was no longer the naive youth who had just emerged from the White Garment Star. He understood all too well what the Kong family represented. After a long silence, Kong Qing felt a twinge of disappointment followed by acceptance. Indeed, one side is her alone, while the other is the Kong family, one of the 5 giants of the Credibility Consortium. Anyone could discern the path to choose. If placed in her position, they would likely make the same decision. Su Bai's omission of a direct response was already considerate of her dignity. At that moment, Su Bai smiled brightly. Then let us cast aside the Kong family. Chapter 167. 2 appointments with a soft laugh. Kong Qing covered her mouth, amused. I was merely jesting with you, yet you were not. Su Bai's voice, calm and unwavering, left no room for doubt. Kong Qing discerned the seriousness in his tone, and her smile faded away. She found herself perplexed by Su Bai's audacity. In the current context, he was akin to a mayfly in comparison to a grand tree. Yet, here he was, boldly uttering such words. The most disconcerting part was that she found herself believing him. Very well, Kong Qing responded nonchalantly, stepping aside in silence. Within her heart, the answer had begun to take shape. Su Bai offered a faint smile as only 2 individuals remained in the room, Song Ran and Zhang Yuer. He bypassed Song Ran entirely. The fellow had nowhere else to go but to follow him. Lucifer's return to the domain of hell seemed inevitable, even without the mythical mech. Given Belial's temperament and Lucifer's position as the lord of the hell domain, it was certain that the mantle would fall upon Lucifer. As for Song Ran, having struck down the head of his hometown, he had effectively severed his escape route. This was not due to Lucifer's inability to accommodate him, but rather the predicament that would arise if Song Ran were to return with a mythical mech. How would Lucifer reconcile his position then? It would undoubtedly become quite awkward. Regrettably, Song Ran was left with a plethora of loyal declarations that would remain unvoiced. Sister Yuer, what are your plans? Me? Zhang Yuer sighed as she gazed out at the countless battleships surrounding the ruined Moon Fortress, or more precisely, guarding her within it. I shall return to the Moon Palace domain. Prior to my transformation, they are apprehensive about allowing me to venture out alone. This response was anticipated. Su Bai himself did not particularly wish for her to accompany him, not due to any grievances against Zhang Yuer, but rather because the circumstances outside were too overwhelming. To be accompanied everywhere would render any attempt at training futile. It would be far better to remain on Jinyuan Star and simply relax. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through the air. I will also go to the Moon Palace domain. Su Bai turned his gaze towards the source, which belonged to Zhang Yi. Oh, I recall you just. You are mistaken, Zhang Yi interjected, wrapping an arm around Zhang Yuer, exuding a sense of entitlement, as if declaring, where my wife goes, I shall follow. Very well, as long as it pleases you, Su Bai replied. The fleet still requires some attention. You 2 converse. I shall attend to my duties. After Zhang Yuer spoke, Zhang Yi promptly added, I too need to establish contact with the witch god domain. The 2 exhibited remarkable awareness. Having decided not to remain in this group, it would be impolite to linger further. Su Bai watched them depart without attempting to retain them, a smile forming on his lips as he turned to the remaining companions. Well, after all is said and done, it seems it is still just the 4 of us. Suddenly, a furry little head emerged from his chest, expressing dissatisfaction with a series of yelps. This adorable sight stirred maternal instincts within Lu Shi. She reached out to retrieve Yuan Bao. All right. I had almost forgotten about you, Stinky Bai. We shall deal with him later. Yuan Bao licked Lu Shi's palm with its tiny, pink tongue. Su Bai gently tapped Yuan Bao on the head. I cannot be blamed for overlooking you. After all, you have become increasingly indolent. merely eating and sleeping. Yuan Bao let out a couple of soft grunts, exerting its little limbs as it leaped into Su Bai's collar with precision. In comparison to Lu Shi's palm, it preferred to nestle within Su Bai's embrace. Close to the heart, the golden aura of Su Bai provided an unparalleled comfort. 3 months later, at the border of the Celestial Kingdom, Su Bai stood upon the deck of the Falcon, gazing towards the vanishing direction of the Crescent Moon Fleet. Ahead lay the domain of the Celestial Kingdom. For the Crescent Moon Fleet to enter, they must navigate through layers of bureaucratic approval, an excessively cumbersome process. Thus, they had decided to drop off Su Bai and his companions here. Good riddance, thought Su Bai with a sense of relief. Zhang Yi and Zhang Yue remained in the squad, destined to become formidable allies in the future. Yet, they were ultimately divine beings. Their allegiance forever aligned with humanity rather than this small team. Are you reluctant to see them go? Kong Qing teased. What is there to miss? Their departure is just as well, Su Bai replied, casting a glance towards the Celestial Kingdom. There, fleets stood guard, and due to the Crescent Moon Fortress's unannounced visit, they bore expressions of heightened vigilance. Though the relationship between the two parties was not hostile, one could hardly ignore the presence of such a formidable weapon at their doorstep without prior notice. Behind the fleet lay the 7 luminaries of the Celestial Kingdom, also referred to as the 7 Luminaries Starfield. This region bordered the Moon Palace Divine Domain and did not fall under the public starfield. Consequently, the starships entering here faced significantly less congestion than those at the perimeter of the Hell Divine Domain. Su Bai did not rush Kong Qing to pilot the starship forward. Instead, he suggested they convene in the meeting room to discuss matters. Upon hearing meeting room, the trio immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Understanding Su Bai's character, he rarely visited such formal settings, deeming them too austere. Now, with his suggestion to go to the meeting room, it was evident that the situation was significant. The meeting room aboard the Falcon had been utilized for the first time since the ship's acquisition, and being modest in size. It measured approximately 30 square meters, adjacent to the captain's quarters. Inside, a brand new conference table and chairs awaited, still encased in their protective plastic. As Su Bai walked in, he began to tear away the coverings, with the 3 companions assisting him. Before long, they had stripped away all the plastic and discarded it in the trash bin. Now that they were alone, certain matters warranted discussion. Su Bai unreservedly took the seat of honor and opened a letter of appointment, confirmation of the official position requested from the Academy and the Celestial Kingdom following their arrival. The Zhenyuan Academy was directly subordinate to the Celestial Kingdom. Perhaps due to this connection, the Celestial Kingdom had presented 2 options. First, to be integrated into the fleet of the 7 luminaries, serving as the captain of a reconnaissance team comprising 30 members, excluding Su Bai and his 3 companions. The fleet would be supplemented by 26 subordinates. Second, to be appointed as the planetary lord of a small celestial body within the 7 luminaries, home to a mere 20 billion inhabitants, with full authority over all planetary affairs. The only stipulation was that a tax of no less than 1 million cosmic coins must be remitted each month. The Celestial Kingdom promised non-interference in any actions taken by Su Bai and his companions on the planet. On the surface, the 2 choices appeared vastly different, with the second seemingly overshadowing the first. However, the intricacies within the second option were abundant. Serving as the captain of a reconnaissance team, one would encounter challenges both external and internal. Within the inner reconnaissance squad, their presence is nearly superfluous, yielding little utility. Conversely, in the outer realms, reconnaissance teams frequently encounter the formidable golden beasts. A mere sighting, followed by a report, translates into merit. Such merit paves the way for promotions. And with the esteemed status of a Zhenyuan Academy student, initial advancements occur swiftly. Of course, peril lurks, should one discover a golden beast and fail to escape. Dire consequences await. As for the second option, it appears to confer considerable power. However, upon closer contemplation, it becomes evident that the Heavenly Court would never allocate a mineral-rich or otherwise exceptional planet to an individual. Instead, they present a nondescript planet with a modest populace of merely 2 billion, demanding a monthly tax of 100,000 cosmic coins. Furthermore, all subsequent expenditures of the planet would fall under Su Bai's purview. A pressing concern arises regarding the fleet. The Chiyue Moyishan lies in the rear of the Heavenly Court's domain. While encounters with golden beasts are less frequent there, they are not entirely absent. Should Su Bai choose the second option, he must assume responsibility for all expenses associated with the existing fleet while ensuring its operational integrity. Additionally, he would need to allocate 100,000 cosmic coins, a rather daunting financial pitfall. Chapter 168. The astonished trio. Su Bai discerned that Lu Shi and the others would not overlook these implications. Just as they believed Su Bai would opt for the first choice, he decisively dismissed it. I wish to become the Star Lord. Have you lost your mind? Is it so easy to become a Star Lord? Surely, you must recognize the pitfalls of the second option. 100,000 cosmic coins could purchase several life planets in the inner realm. Kong Qing was baffled. Could it be that Su Bai was blinded by the allure of the Star Lord position? Upon further reflection, she found some understanding. After all, Su Bai hailed from humble beginnings. When an opportunity arose to become a Star Lord, especially one tied to the heavenly court, one could easily be swept away in the moment. Yet, this decision appeared decidedly imprudent. The heavenly court possesses strict laws regarding planets that fail to meet tax obligations. All administrative personnel would face military justice. The taxes assigned to Su Bai's planet were evidently manipulated, testing his self-awareness. The trio engaged in a spirited discourse, urging Su Bai to reconsider. With a serene smile, Su Bai observed their fervent performance. Once they grew weary, he interjected, "Do you truly believe me incapable of recognizing this trap? What I value is the freedom to act without constraint. Moreover, it has been clearly stated that as long as I remit the requisite cosmic coins each month, the entirety of this planet shall be mine, and the heavenly court shall not interfere. This encompasses the authority to establish a fleet, which, under the auspices of the heavenly court, effectively belongs to me." As his words settled, the trio was left in stunned silence. "A fleet? Are you jesting? Do you not fear overextending yourself?" Kong Qing could not restrain her skepticism. "Do you understand the costs associated with fleet establishment? Allow me to present a calculation. To form a fleet, one cannot utilize the heavenly court's warships, and the crew must be recruited independently. In the outer realms, lesser starships serve little purpose. Only vessels of stellar caliber suffice. A proper fleet must encompass a diverse array of ship types. Let us consider a stellar-class destroyer, valued at approximately 300,000 cosmic credits. Starting with 5 such vessels would amount to 1,500,000 credits. A cruiser, costing around 500,000 credits, requires at least 2, totaling 1 million. A battleship, priced at 80,000, serves as the flagship. Additionally, for frigates, similarly priced at 300,000 each, would add another 120,000 credits. Thus, the most basic composition demands a staggering 4,500,000 cosmic credits. Furthermore, one must recruit crew members, account for their wages, operational costs, armaments, and cannons, among other expenses. Altogether, the initial investment could easily surpass 8 million credits. Moreover, subsequent upgrades and enhancements present an insatiable financial abyss. Song Ran blinked innocently, counting on her fingers quietly. Having grown up in poverty, her circumstances were scarcely better than Su Bai's. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the brutal arena. 8 million cosmic credits, let alone seeing such an amount. She had never even heard of it. Lucy nodded in agreement. Her family served in the military within the ancient demon god domain, and she had been exposed to the intricacies of fleet expenditures from a young age. Her understanding surpassed even that of Kong Qing. "So, it seems that wealth is the sole requirement, does it?" Kong Qing, observing Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor, felt a mixture of anger and amusement. "It is easy for you to say that as long as there is money. Money is the primary hurdle. One must first possess wealth before considering anything else." In truth, she supported Su Bai's ambition to establish a fleet. The more powerful Su Bai became, the greater the assistance he could provide her. With this in mind, her tone softened. "I do not oppose your decision. A fleet is indeed the prevailing force in the cosmos. To secure one's foothold in the universe, establishing a fleet is imperative. However, it is still too early for such endeavors. A fleet is, without a doubt, a voracious consumer of resources. Given our current financial standing, sustaining a fleet would undoubtedly lead to our downfall." With a sigh, she lamented, "Regrettably, the funds at my disposal cannot be allocated towards team development. Otherwise, it would be much simpler." For the first time, Kong Qing found herself troubled by financial constraints. As the esteemed young lady of the Kong family, she had never worried about lacking funds since birth. Her wealth was virtually inexhaustible, utilized for personal needs or commercial activities through her merchant association. However, those funds ultimately belonged to the association. It would be impossible for her to withdraw them to help Su Bai construct a fleet. Kong Qing was aware that if she attempted to withdraw such a significant amount, her account would be frozen and the funds would be reclaimed. The merchant association is not a charity. At this moment, Su Bai lacked even the qualifications to secure a loan from the merchant association. Oh no, that is incorrect. He could still potentially borrow a few thousand credits. If he were to join the merchant association as a legendary pilot, they would gladly provide him with billions of cosmic credits to play with. Wait a moment. Su Bai tapped the table. "I have come to a realization. Do you three perceive me as a pauper?" Song Ran silently nodded. Lu Shi looked at him with confusion, as if to say, "Are you not?" Kong Qing was about to respond, but suddenly recalled the earlier incident when Su Bai had presented 2 piles of golden materials seeking to exchange them for money. The words she had intended to utter faltered on her lips. With a mysterious smile, Su Bai stepped outside. "Wait for me a moment." Inside the conference room, the three exchanged glances. Shortly after, footsteps echoed from the corridor, filtering through the half-open door into the room. The trio turned their attention to the sound. In walked Su Bai, cradling a white cube. Song Ran sensed a familiar aura emanating from this white object. What is this? Su Bai replied with a mischievous grin. Come and see. As he handed the cube to Song Ran, he instinctively reached out to accept it. In the next instant, thud, caught off guard by the sudden weight. Song Ran was toppled over by the white cube he held. Ah, it's so heavy, he exclaimed, quickly retracting his hand to avoid being crushed. The cube crashed onto the metallic floor with a resounding bang. The impact cracked the white surface, revealing its contents. A glimmer of gold shone within the conference room. The three stood frozen for a few seconds, then gasped in unison. Gold material. That seemingly small, resplendent cube was indeed composed of gold. Song Ran realized. No wonder it was so heavy. Judging by its size and the density of gold, it must weigh at least over a ton. Su Bai effortlessly lifted the gold material and placed it on the table, casually collecting the shattered white substance as well. He then reclined back into his chair, his legs resting on the table, and remarked nonchalantly, now that we have wealth, do we still have any objections regarding the fleet? Song Ran continued to poke curiously at the gold material, pressing down hard, leaving a small dent. His encounters with gold had been few and far between, let alone with such a sizable piece. Lu Shi and Kong Qing wore complex expressions. They had seen this gold material before. It had been refined. Curious about where I got this? Su Bai was about to concoct a fabricated story, perhaps about discovering a gold mine, when the two women abruptly interrupted him. This is something you need to keep to yourself. Kong Qing took a deep breath, her gaze clear. In the past, if I had seen such a substantial amount of gold material, I would have found ways to uncover its origin and reported it to the Merchant Guild, turning the source of the gold into my own merit. But now, with such strategic resources, it's safest, if only you know. Chapter 169, 1 core, 3 pillars, 2 tons. Kong Qing altered the measurement on the device from 1976273G to 2000000G. Within her authority, she made a slight adjustment that was inconsequential. This modification added nearly 24 kilograms, equating to 6 million cosmic coins at today's gold price. Su Bai regarded Kong Qing with a thoughtful expression. Is everything all right? A flicker of warmth crossed Kong Qing's eyes. In the past, Su Bai would have solely focused on money, never concerned about whether her minor manipulations would have repercussions. This was a positive sign. He was beginning to genuinely accept her. It's fine, reported as 2 tons. Once the gold material is transported back, if they find the weight insufficient, I can claim I took a portion. I still have that authority. Seeing Su Bai nod, Kong Qing continued. Today, the price of gold is 108 cosmic coins per gram. I have the authority to raise it by 2 cosmic coins. Ultimately, this amounts to 220 million cosmic coins. If there are no objections, I shall proceed to sign the acquisition contract. Very well. Kong Qing opened a standard acquisition document from the Credit Guild. In the item section, she filled in gold material with a weight of 2 tons. Finally, she inscribed her name as the seller and her name again as the buyer. This procedure had been followed in the previous 2 acquisitions with Su Bai's consent. Once completed, Kong Qing uploaded the document along with images of the gold material for record keeping. Next, the funds could be transferred. Otherwise, directly transferring money from the account might attract scrutiny from above. Transfer the funds to Xiaoxi, suggested Su Bai. Me? Lu Shi exclaimed in surprise, hastily refusing. No, I can't. You should keep it. From now on, our team's finances will be managed by you. Lu Shi expressed her concerns. But this was my request, Sister Qing. Kong Qing replied. Previously, handling smaller sums was manageable, but as we establish a fleet and engage in substantial financial transactions, my identity with the Credit Guild makes it inappropriate for me to simultaneously manage the team's finances. Well, if that's the case, Lu Shi acquiesced reluctantly. I trust you. My new financial overseer. Su Bai chuckled, playfully pinching Lu Shi's cheek. 1 word, tender. 2 words, exquisitely tender. In the conference room, once the 200 million was received, Su Bai declared, the fleet matter is settled. Kong Qing will handle the warship procurement. Is that acceptable? Wait a moment. Su Bai anticipated her inquiry and responded directly. We still have gold material available. Proceed with it. All right, I understand, Kong Qing replied, satisfied. Suddenly, Lu Shi interjected. Are we not overlooking a crucial issue? What is it? People. Warships are easy to procure, but what about personnel? Kong Qing rubbed her forehead, realizing she had overlooked such an important matter. Should we train new recruits? Graduates from military academies are quite easy to enlist. That won't do. Lu Shi quickly dismissed the idea, setting aside financial concerns. Transitioning these recruits from novices to seasoned veterans is a time-consuming process that demands extensive practical training, which incurs high costs. Without hesitation, Lu Shi rejected Kong Qing's suggestion, drawing from her profound understanding of the intricacies involved due to her family background. Major powers may train new recruits, but our situation is different. The growth of new soldiers is a brutal journey. Having even 1 in 10 succeed is considered fortunate. Hence, we must start with a substantial base. In their small territory, It is evidently impossible to accommodate such a large number of new recruits. Su Bai offered his perspective. What about seasoned veterans? As long as the finances are sufficient, acquiring a few should not pose a significant challenge, right? Lu Shi immediately poured cold water on this notion. Veterans are even less feasible. Loyalty is a paramount concern when it comes to those who could be lured away by money. This won't work, and that won't work either. A fleet cannot operate without personnel. The atmosphere grew tense as they found themselves at an impasse. The three of them scratched their heads in frustration, while only Song Ran stared blankly into space, unable to contribute to the discussion. After a while, Su Bai, unable to comprehend the situation, joined Song Ran in contemplation. Half an hour later, Lu Shi's eyes lit up as she conceived a potential source for personnel. Sister Qing, I wonder if you have heard of the term criminal soldiers. Criminal soldiers? Kong Qing was momentarily bewildered, but then a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Are you referring to those who have deserted or severely violated discipline on the battlefield, only to be judged as slaves and sold legally afterward? Precisely. However, I am concerned as these criminal soldiers may not be entirely innocent. This is where you come into play. Lu Shi, with a knowing smile, asserted that human conflict is inherent to our nature. Some criminal soldiers have been wronged on the battlefield, leading to their classification as such. They are not necessarily malevolent, but discerning their true character depends on you. Are you suggesting that I leverage my connections within the credit chamber to investigate? The primary sales channel for criminal soldiers is indeed the credit chamber. Your identity makes this inquiry exceedingly straightforward. You should pinpoint the sources and investigate whether there are hidden circumstances surrounding them. If you cannot uncover anything, then resort to the celestial web for information. Understood. I will take charge of this matter. The most significant challenge has been resolved. The atmosphere in the conference room became light and cheerful. 2 hours later, everything was finalized. A core strategy was established, supported by 3 major pillars. The core is Su Bai, while the other 3 serve as the pillars. Hence, it is settled. As we embark on this path, clearly defining our responsibilities is essential. Xiao Shi, I entrust the financial matters to you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Kong Qing, your responsibilities are comparatively weighty. Our numbers are few, so you will need to shoulder more. You will oversee procurement, starship command, and diplomacy. Understood. Then it is decided. Should I no longer be present, all fleet affairs will be resolved through your collaboration. What about me? Upon realizing she had been overlooked, Song Ran grew anxious. You? Su Bai gazed thoughtfully at Song Ran. I have an idea. You shall be in charge of the fleet's mecha division. At your command. Song Ran was overjoyed. Not merely for the position, but because Su Bai recognized her value. As they exited the conference room, Kong Qing glanced at Song Ran, still basking in her delight, and quietly inquired of Su Bai, do we have plans to establish a mecha division? Not at all. Su Bai replied matter-of-factly. The fleet has yet to be formed. So do not think so far ahead. Lu Shi, who had been listening intently, widened her beautiful eyes. So, you are not merely leading her on, are you? Su Bai bristled at the implication. How could it be called leading on? A mecha division will certainly be established in the future. I am simply appointing her in advance. Haha, poor little flower, still reveling in her joy. By the way, there is one more matter. Su Bai nearly overlooked the most crucial detail. What is it? The 3 paused at the conference room door. The mythical mecha. Su Bai intended to address everything in one go. Searching for the mythical mecha one by one would be too laborious. It would be better to inquire if they had any means to procure it. I can make you mythical mecha pilots, but can you obtain the mythical statues? Mythical mecha pilots? The 2 women exchanged glances. Ever since Song Ran became a mythical mecha pilot with Su Bai's assistance, they had anticipated their own turn. However, they never expected it to arrive so swiftly. In the cosmos, no one desires to be anything less than a mythical mecha pilot. Naturally, they were no exception. The 2 responded in unison, we can surely obtain it. Such a splendid opportunity. The 2 women were not fools. Even if they had to beg and plead, they would acquire it. Chapter 170. Entering with blood-fragrant star. A seemingly insignificant celestial body holds a certain reputation within the realm of the 7 luminaries. This planet is renowned for the abundant growth of a plant known as fragrant herb. Due to various factors such as soil and environment, cultivating fragrant herb on other planets proves exceedingly challenging. The fragrant herb resembles grass but comes in a multitude of colors, each exuding a distinct aroma. The inhabitants of Fragrant Star craft perfumes from this herb, which are highly coveted throughout the 7 luminaries. After Su Bai opted for the second choice, he soon received an appointment from the planet's sovereign. Lu Shi was taken aback upon witnessing this. Perfumes are considered luxury items, especially those made from pure, natural fragrant herb, which are far more popular than those manufactured with technology and synthetic materials. Lu Shi could discern this, not to mention Kong Qing, who hailed from a merchant background. Typically, the perfumes produced by private individuals on such planets would be collected by the official authorities for unified distribution, with the government taking a cut of the profits. In this light, possessing Fragrant Star and remitting 1 million cosmic coins monthly does not seem a daunting task. gazing down at the vibrant little planet. Su Bai pondered with skepticism. Could the celestial beings truly be so benevolent as to grant us a veritable treasure trove? If only it were that simple. I doubt it. After a prolonged silence, Song Ran seized the opportunity to interject. I share the same sentiment. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Kong Qing proposed. Should I have someone investigate? Never mind, Su Bai replied, unable to fathom the situation. Let's proceed. Fragrant Star lies just below, and we shall uncover any secrets upon arrival. Upon reaching the docking platform of Fragrant Star, the vibrant hues of the fragrant herb made it a veritable tourist destination, attracting a multitude of visitors. The Yuzun ship paused briefly, and Su Bai instructed Kong Qing to take the internal passageway. He had intended to interact with them as mere tourists. But the throngs were overwhelming. No longer in disguise, he declared, I am the planet's sovereign. The internal passageway was significantly less crowded, accessible only to official personnel and authorized fleets. However, to Su Bai's astonishment, the normally well-guarded internal corridor was sparsely populated, with only a few cats scurrying about. The guards, numbering merely in the hundreds, were a stark contrast to the critical nature of this passage, which led directly into the planet's heart. Should any golden beast launch an attack through here, Fragrant Star would be defenseless, collapsing in an instant. Accepting this appointment meant bearing the responsibility for its safety. With a darkened expression, Su Bai suppressed his anger and instructed Kong Qing to pilot the Yuzun forward. On the platform, several guards were engrossed in a card game. Not even sparing a glance at the approaching ship, the Yuzun advanced unimpeded. Just as Su Bai felt his frustration boiling over near the platform's exit, an elderly soldier hurriedly approached, gun in hand. He activated the interception laser net, his frail frame aiming the weapon at the Yuzun, a sight both comical and tragic. Should the Yuzun continue its path, he would undoubtedly be crushed. Su Bai raised his hand, prompting Kong Qing to halt the starship, and the group disembarked. Upon noticing their emergence, the old soldier shouted, Who are you? Anyone intruding into the internal passage will be treated as an invader, facing the death penalty. A smirk danced on Su Bai's lips. Old man, haven't you noticed that those soldiers are pretending not to see you? Why meddle in affairs that don't concern you? Be careful, or I might just end your life. As he spoke, the Yoshuan's cannon pivoted, its muzzle aimed directly at the old soldier. Su Bai immediately cast a look of approval at Kong Qing. This foolish girl knows how to handle things. The imposing cannon, robust and lengthy, was incomparable to the old soldier's firearm. Unfazed, the old soldier retorted sharply, I've just returned from the battlefield at Zishanmen. Don't think your little toy can intimidate me. If those young rascals are negligent, I 1TB. I am the former lord of Huanxiang Star. If I abandoned my post, Huanxiang Star would be doomed. The mention of the former lord of Huanxiang Star startled the four. Su Bai quickly recovered, letting out a derisive laugh. A lord like you is here guarding a passage? Come to experience grassroots living, have you? The self-proclaimed lord's face flushed crimson, speech escaping him. At that moment, a young man approached, pressing down on the old soldier's firearm. Oh my lord, you should really take a break, he said, then turned to Su Bai, casually munching on seeds. Stop dawdling, pay up, and we'll let you through. Pay up? Are you unaware of Huanxiang Star's rules? No payment, no access to the internal passage. Su Bai glanced at the young onlookers, their expressions akin to spectators at a show, then at the old soldier, who trembled with anger yet dared not speak. He suddenly chuckled. Lower the lift. The four descended from the Yushun onto the platform. The young man approached them, spitting out a seed shell. We have a fixed price. For a starship of your size, it's 10,000 cosmic coins. He halted 5 meters in front of Su Bai, displaying a star instrument and gesturing for the transfer. Come closer, Su Bai beckoned. The young man smirked and took a couple of steps forward. Damn. I'd love to give you a thrashing if it weren't for your compliance and paying. Ignoring him, Su Bai assessed the distance between them, feeling it was unsafe, and stepped forward 2 more paces. Why are you getting so close? Hurry up and stop talking, Su Bai admonished, now merely a step away from the young soldier. Stand still. Bang. Su Bai blew on the smoking barrel of the Yushun's cannon, nonchalantly retracting his weapon. Once I move, my aim will be off. Almost in face-to-face shooting range, Su Bai finally struck his mark with precision. A gaping wound appeared in the young soldier's forehead, and he collapsed with a thunderous thud, his face still bearing an expression of impatience, oblivious to his fate until the end. On the platform, both the old soldier and the other young men were left dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Su Bai had the audacity to draw his weapon and kill. Was he courting death? With a beaming smile, Su Bai threw his arm around the old soldier's shoulder. Old man, come with me. This person's identity as the former lord is likely genuine. In search of a guide on the Fragrant Star, he seemed quite fitting. The veteran was momentarily stunned as Su Bai led him away. As the 5 approached the lift platform of the Falcon, the others on the platform regained their senses. Halt. You think you can flee after committing murder? Who gave you the audacity to kill here? Seeking death, are we? Brothers, avenge Kazi. They armed themselves and charged forward. Leave it to me, Xiaohua. Song Ran accepted the command, aware that it was time for him to demonstrate his worth. A pristine mech materialized in the sky. The legendary Lucifer made its entrance. Song Ran hesitated, but Su Bai did not urge him on. Ultimately, a glint of determination crossed Song Ran's eyes. He could not be a burden. If he dared not take a life, what use was he? Holy feather baptism. He did not even enter the mech. The order was given, and Song executed it with unwavering loyalty. Closing his eyes, Song Ran listened to the sound of the holy feathers slicing through the air, accompanied by the wretched screams of those meeting their demise on the platform. Moments later, the bloodstained holy feather returned to its place. The platform was drenched in crimson, devoid of any survivors. Song Ran retracted the mech, falling into silence. Su Bai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Give it some time. Killing is not such a grave matter. As the five returned to the cockpit of the Falcon, setting course for the heart of the fragrant star and the Star Master's residence, the veteran finally regained his composure. Trembling, he pointed, his voice quaking. Why you killed them all? A veteran who had retreated from the battlefield had seen death before, yet he was utterly astonished. Su Bai had slain those men, and instead of fleeing, was heading towards the fragrant star. Was this not courting death? Su Bai relaxed in his chair, legs crossed, hands clasped over his abdomen. As the newly appointed Star Master of the fragrant star, is there any issue with eliminating a few traitors? Chapter 171. A difficult predicament aboard the Falcon. The veteran scrutinized the appointment letter repeatedly, leaving no corner unchecked. After a while, he confirmed the authenticity of the Star Master's decree. With a sudden thud, he knelt on one knee, his stooped figure straightening, his graying head bowed. With his left hand gripping a gun and his right hand clenched against the ground, he declared, former Star Master Tao Zhou of the Fragrant Star pays homage to Star Master Su. At this moment, Kong Qing's doubts were dispelled. The respectful gesture from Tao Zhou was a military salute from the Divine Realm's army. His ability to perform the salute with such grace indicated that his claim of being a veteran from the battlefield of the Western Heaven Gate was indeed true. What is this? We do not engage in such formalities, Su Bai remarked as he helped him rise. Then I shall call you Old Tao. Star Master. One must not neglect formalities, Tao Zhou insisted. Within the warship, commands held utmost importance, and the hierarchy was strictly observed. He was far more obstinate than most. Su Bai chose not to contest this, as it was not to his detriment. Now, tell me, as a Star Master, what brings you to the gate? Guarding the passage is essentially standing watch, is it not? Tao Zhou sighed, a bitter smile gracing his features. In this current state of the fragrant star, where is the Star Master? Before your appointment, I could still reside in the Star Master's residence. Upon receiving your appointment, I was promptly ushered out. Not wanting to leave just yet, I decided to wait at the entrance for you. Oh, you were expelled? Who had the audacity to do such a thing? Su Bai was taken aback. After receiving my appointment and entering the celestial domain of the heavenly realm, I passed through the border checks and utilized the Stargate to reach the vicinity of the Fragrant Star, a planet equipped with a Stargate. It took merely 5 days to arrive at the Fragrant Star. Remarkably, it was almost immediately after my appointment that Old Tao was expelled. Quite perplexing, wouldn't you agree? Just as Tao Zhou was about to speak, a fleet of transport ships suddenly emerged from the clouds, over 50 of them. These transport vessels, though no more than planetary class, were sizable, each approximately 500 meters in diameter. Observing their trajectory, they were heading towards the internal passage. The transport ships were generally divided into 3 sections, with the characters for Ma, Chun, and Guan emblazoned on their sides. Are these transporting fragrant water? Indeed, fragrant water is a perfume made from fragrant herbs. It seems there is quite a substantial quantity. The Star Lord's estate appears to be quite lucrative, with over 50 transport ships, each over 500 meters in length. It is evident that a significant volume of fragrant water is being transported through the internal passage. Su Bai assumed that these shipments were being acquired by the Star Lord's estate from individual sellers for unified distribution. Silly girl. Why doesn't your credibility chamber establish a branch here instead of relying on others to sell it? It seems rather cumbersome, Kong Qing remarked with a shrug. I've looked into it. The credibility chamber had intended to establish a branch here, but unfortunately, they were rejected by the authorities of the Fragrant Star. It's not a particularly significant location, so upon rejection, the credibility chamber abandoned the idea. Rejected? Su Bai seemed to have heard an improbable tale. Was there truly someone who would refuse the credibility chamber's establishment? Typically, the presence of the credibility chamber on a planet greatly stimulates its economic development. On planets like White Garment Star and Ne'er-Do-O Star, they would eagerly welcome representatives from the credibility chamber. Lucy chuckled lightly. What is so strange about that? The officials of Fragrant Star fear that the credibility chamber might bypass them and procure fragrant water directly from individual sellers, depriving them of their profits, hence their rejection. So many tricks at play, Su Bai murmured, casting a glance at Tao Zhou. How often do such large-scale shipments occur? What are the profits? What is the net gain for the Star Lord's estate? Tao Zhou sighed wryly. Such shipments occur once a month. As for the profits, I cannot say. Oh, You don't know? To be honest, I haven't seen a single penny since I became Star Lord from those not affiliated with the Star Lord's estate. Su Bai frowned, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. If the fragrant star were truly a treasure trove, how could they possibly entrust this planet to someone like me? What exactly was going on? My lord, did you notice the inscriptions on those transport vessels? I did. The characters for Ma, Chun, and Guan. There exists a fragrant chamber on the fragrant star. The core founders of this chamber are precisely these three entities. The fragrant chamber bypasses the Star Lord's estate and monopolizes the fragrant water trade. They purchase at extremely low prices and then sell at exorbitant rates. Huanxiang Star boasts no notable specialties, save for its fragrant herb. Those who rely on the production of Huanxiang perfume find themselves devoid of alternative avenues for commerce. An individual trading Huanxiang perfume struggles to even cover their travel expenses. Should anyone wish to venture out in company, they would undoubtedly face suppression from the Huanxiang Merchant Association. Gradually, they are compelled to sell their perfume at a pittance to the association. And what of the Star Master's residence? My understanding is that the Star Master's estate acquires Huanxiang perfume for unified distribution. Yet, the audacity of the three major families is evident. Their use of internal passageways is hardly unprecedented. This blatantly contravenes regulations, and you have taken no action? Alas, I find myself powerless. Tao Zhou patted his pockets, finding no cigarettes, and thus resigned himself. The Star Master's estate has long yielded no profit and cannot disburse salaries. Most of the personnel have fled, and those who remain have sought refuge with the Merchant Association, leaving no one to heed my concerns. Even the fleet, purportedly Huanxiang Star's own, is more accurately a vessel of the Merchant Association. The crew members are locally recruited rather than veterans of the battlefield. They follow whoever pays them. Not only Su Bai, but also Lu Shi and Song Ran, even Kong Qing, stood in astonishment. A merchant association dares to overshadow the Star Master's estate. It is worth noting that even the prestigious Credibility Merchant Association would not dare such audacity. Moreover, Huanxiang Star is still under the auspices of the Celestial Kingdom. This association is truly brazen. The more one observes, the more one perceives its arrogance. But, Old Tao, if you cannot resolve this, will you not escalate it to the higher authorities? The fleet of Huanxiang Star belongs to the Celestial Kingdom. They have appropriated it as their own. And you should certainly file a complaint. I have done so, but to no avail. It either vanishes without a trace or is suppressed before it even leaves Huanxiang Star. It is a difficult situation. Su Bai cast a sympathetic glance at Tao Zhou. This old man is indeed in a dire predicament. Enough with the furrowed brows. Since I am here, the future of Huanxiang Star shall be dictated by me, Su Bai declared with an air of confidence. Tao Zhou, hearing the arrogance in his tone, dismissed it. The youth, brimming with bravado, seemed oblivious to the reality of his situation, likely a young master seeking to gild his experience. A little setback, and he would probably depart before long. At that moment, the falcon stopped. We have arrived, Kong Qing announced, turning off the navigation. Su Bai looked down, instantly captivated. As a level 4 geneticist with exceptional vision, he beheld a sprawling array of palaces below. Pavilions and terraces adorned with intricate carvings and painted beams. It resembled an imperial courtyard. Is it possible for a Star Master's estate to be so opulent? Old Tao, your previous residence was quite splendid, Su Bai remarked. Tao Zhou leaned in, then silently pointed to a specific area. My lord, you are mistaken. These palaces belong to the Ma, Chun, and Guan families. The one in the center is the Star Master's estate. Su Bai scrutinized further. Indeed, the cluster of palaces subtly divided into 3 sections. After searching diligently in the center, he discovered a small courtyard. While termed a small courtyard, it was not insignificant, comprising several 3-story buildings adorned with flowers and trees. Yet, in the shadow of the surrounding palatial grandeur, it appeared rather unremarkable. Chapter 172. The first step, taking over the Star Network, Huanxiang Star. Internal passageway platform. After Su Bai and his companions departed, a throng of individuals emerged from the building, gathering the corpses on the platform for incineration, meticulously cleansing the bloodstains. Subsequently, they returned to their respective posts, vigilantly guarding the passageways. This display of elite discipline stood in stark contrast to the disorganized rabble that had been slaughtered by Song Ran. The person in charge dialed a contact number, and shortly thereafter, the call was answered. Master Ma, the newly appointed Star Master has arrived at Huanxiang Star. Are the ragtag forces you released to deceive him all eliminated? Oh, a formidable adversary indeed. I understand. Maintain strict vigilance over the passage. Affirmative. The person in charge pressed a button, activating all defensive mechanisms. Layer upon layer of laser nets illuminated the surroundings. They were the true guardians of the passage. The fleet of Huanxiang Star was entirely under the control of the Huanxiang Merchant Association, which was far from naive. They understood all too well the foundation of their existence. The security of Huanxiang Star was of utmost importance to them. There was no way they would allow mere trifles to occupy such a critical passage. Within one of the three palatial domains, the Ma family, three individuals raised their glasses in a toast, discussing the future of the association. They were the heads of the three families in the Xiangxiang Merchant Association, Ma Liang, Chen Qingsheng, and Guan Yuqing. Upon receiving the news, Ma Liang downed his drink in one gulp. Gentlemen, let us depart. The new Star Master has arrived? Indeed, let us go see. Hopefully, he is reasonable. This Star Master's residence is truly modest, Lu Shi remarked, to which Kong Qing concurred. Yes, it is indeed small. There isn't even space to dock a starship. Su Bai and Song Ran exchanged glances, finding confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Is this small? While it may not rival the palatial complexes outside, it must be nearly 10,000 square meters. Surely, it is larger than a football field. Su Bai then pondered, beginning to comprehend the sentiments of the two women. Perhaps it could be deemed small. The Star Master's residence on Naerto's star was indeed larger. Lost in thoughts, Song Ran pointed below. Look, there are people standing at the entrance of the Star Master's residence. The group leaned over to observe. Before the Star Master's residence stood a long line of guards. The length of the line can be attributed to the topography surrounding the residence, flanked as it was by the palatial structures of the three families. The city walls towered higher than the tallest building of the Star Master's residence. In front of the residence lay a narrow passageway, with towering walls on either side. The access corridor allotted for the Star Master's personnel was a mere 2 meters wide. Shielded by the walls, the passage remained perpetually shrouded in darkness, damp and muddy. At that moment, 2 lines of guards, pressed against the walls, appeared exceedingly congested. Before the Star Master's residence, 3 chairs were occupied by 3 men dressed in antiquated attire, engaging in light-hearted conversation over tea. Su Bai, with a questioning gaze, turned to Tao Zhou. Those 3 at the entrance, are they the heads of the Ma, Chun, and Guan families? Indeed, replied Tao Zhou. And those guards? Are they their private troops? Those are ostensibly the guards of the Star Master's residence, yet they hardly remain there, instead serving to protect the palaces of the 3 families. They claim that the Star Master's residence is safeguarded by the 3 palatial complexes, so their duty there equates to guarding the Star Master's residence. How intriguing. Kong Qing maneuvered the Falcon to hover directly above the Star Lord's residence. The 5 individuals arrived at the lift platform. Shall we pay them a visit? Kong Qing inquired. Su Bai stretched languidly and yawned. After our long journey to assume office, I believe a period of rest is of utmost importance. What do you think? I concur with your sentiment. So do I. Then let us not linger. Kong Qing operated the lift, descending straight into the Star Lord's estate. Tao Zhou could not suppress his concern. Star Lord Su, is this truly wise? If you wish to commence your work on Hanxiang Star, and they refuse to cooperate, your orders may not even allow you to exit the gates of the Star Lord's residence. Are you suggesting that I should ingratiate myself with them? Su Bai's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet his demeanor remained chillingly aloof. Old Tao, they have stationed their guards at the entrance of the Star Lord's estate, setting up 3 chairs. Surely, you understand the implication? Su Bai's tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning stern. They aim to intimidate me. I, Su Bai, do not yield to threats. If they wish to play hardball, then let the games begin. With that, he let out a cold snort. The lift reached the ground, and Su Bai was the first to step off. Old Tao, lead the way. You are familiar with this place. Show us to our lodgings. Understood. The Star Lord's residence was surrounded on 3 sides by towering city walls, resulting in poor lighting. Only at noon did sunlight penetrate the premises. Furthermore, the estate had fallen into neglect, with most of the trees within having withered away. The 5 of them walked upon the fallen, desiccated leaves, producing a crunching sound. Su Bai gazed at the encircling walls, increasingly feeling stifled. I shall dismantle you sooner or later. He lagged a few steps behind, aligning himself with Kong Qing. Deliberately lowering his voice to a whisper only audible to the 2 of them, he asked, what of the fleet and the criminal soldiers? Kong Qing, unable to match Su Bai's finesse in voice control, activated her star instrument, revealing a line of small text. The warships are ready at any moment, and suitable sources for criminal soldiers are being inquired about. News should arrive shortly. Make it swift. Indeed, criminal soldiers are readily available. The reputable merchant guild has plenty for sale. However, finding suitable and reliable ones is far more challenging. Investigating the reasons behind their becoming criminals is a daunting task. The gates of the Star Lord's residence remained firmly shut. The 3 individuals stationed outside had yet to see anyone emerge, even as their tea cooled. Their expressions gradually soured. Initially, they had been somewhat displeased by Su Bai's decision to directly enter the Star Lord's residence, assuming it was a matter of pride, wanting to open the door from within as the host. Yet, they had not anticipated that the newly appointed Star Lord would exhibit such a lack of understanding. It appears that this Star Lord does not hold us in high regard, Ma Liang remarked sarcastically. Chen Qingsheng twirled his jade ring, coldly observing the tightly shut gates. He could scarcely recall the last time he had encountered such a closed door. Bah, what an arrogant fool, truly oblivious to decorum. Guan Yuqing's simple face broke into a smile, his laughter causing the flesh on his cheeks to bunch up, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. If they do not welcome us, then what is the point? Let us return. It is time for lunch. Yes, let us return. Only the two of you. We must cooperate well with the commands of the Star Lord from now on. That is certainly the case. Collaborating with the Star Lord's endeavors is the duty of every citizen. From the moment of landing to being escorted by Tao Zhou to the residence, not a soul was encountered. Su Bai further comprehended the dire circumstances surrounding the Star Lord's residence. The dwelling within the Star Lord's estate was a modest three-story building. It was here that Tao Zhou resided during his tenure as Star Lord. Inside, there were rooms resembling individual apartments. Upon arrival, Su Bai instructed Tao Zhou to return to his previous abode. Subsequently, the four of them selected 4 adjoining rooms on the top floor. Since the building was entirely vacant, they could reside wherever they pleased. Upon entering his room, Su Bai's first action was to contact Li Cheng. Teacher Li, I am now the Star Lord of Hanxiang Star. Regarding all affairs on that planet, regardless of how I handle them, the Heavenly Court shall not intervene, correct? A teasing smile graced Li Cheng's lips. Both appointments had been relayed through her to Su Bai. She was well aware of the circumstances concerning Hanxiang Star. What? Did you encounter a setback? Oh, please refrain from jesting. Just confirm it for me. Li Cheng's smile faded as she pondered. As long as you do not engage in widespread slaughter of the inhabitants of Hanxiang Star or commit heinous acts, the Heavenly Court will not interfere. Very well. Then I shall proceed without restraint. Su Bai severed the communication and summoned Yu to initiate the first step of their operation. Little dear, take over the star network of Hanxiang Star. And Yu wore a distressed expression. Hanxiang Star belongs to the Heavenly Court, and its star network certainly has defenses established by mythic intelligence. No worries. We shall forcefully breach the defenses and take control. Su Bai, unfazed, held the determination of a commander. I have consulted Teacher Li. All matters of Hanxiang Star are under my full authority. If there are objections, let them address it with the Zhenyuan Academy. Chapter 173, News of the Sinister Beings under Su Bai's encouraging gaze, and Yu dove into the star network. Half a minute later, a piercing scream erupted. Ah, don't chase me. And Yu burst from the star instrument, leaping onto Su Bai's shoulder and clinging to his ear. Almost immediately, a slender, dark figure shot forth, hovering above Su Bai's star instrument with icy eyes fixed on him. A serpent? Indeed, pursuing Yu was unmistakably a snake. More precisely, a mythic intelligence in the shape of a serpent. Its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen, flicking its tongue with a hissing sound. I feel like I've seen this before. The serpent appeared strangely familiar to Su Bai, an overwhelming sense of recognition swelling within him. At that moment, the serpent became enveloped in white smoke. From within the mist, a playful, clear voice of a young boy rang out. You are Su Bai. You recognize me? As the smoke dissipated, a small child emerged. Su Bai suddenly realized. You are the serpent on old Wang Ba's back? Yes, that's me. The child, delighted by Su Bai's reference to the turtle as old Wang Ba, expressed joy. Although the turtle was usually gloomy and did not play with the child had long held a grudge against him. Yet, despite the joy, one must not neglect their duties. The child pointed at Yu, his vertical pupils suddenly flaring with anger. Why do you assault the defenses I have established? And Yu pouted, retreating behind Su Bai's head. She obeyed Su Bai's instructions, only to be startled when a snake suddenly lunged at her, attempting to bite. Xiao Tong directed a less enthusiastic gaze toward Su Bai. Did you instruct her to do this? Trespassing into the Divine Realm Star Network is a crime akin to that of an invader and deserves the death penalty. Xiao Tong's abrupt shift in demeanor left Su Bai feeling contemplative. He certainly could not acknowledge her, for doing so would unequivocally label him as an intruder. With little time to ponder how Xiao Tong had arrived here, he elucidated, the Xiangxiang Star is an allocation from the Academy for communication with the Divine Realm. And I have consulted with Teacher Li Cheng. Everything concerning the Xiangxiang Star, including its star network, is under my jurisdiction. Xiao Tong, familiar with Li Cheng, quickly grasped the implications of the Divine Realm's appointment of Su Bai. He tilted his head in contemplation, a hint of distress evident on his cherubic face. Although Su Bai's reasoning was sound, he had received orders from Xuanwu to guard this star network, and he was bound to mete out stern punishment to every intruder. Were Su Bai anyone else, Xiao Tong would have followed protocol without hesitation. However, given that Su Bai had been specifically instructed by Xuanwu to be treated with utmost care, the situation became complicated. Su Bai suggested, if you are uncertain, perhaps you should consult Director Xuanwu? Xiao Tong's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he promptly dove into the star instrument. After a brief interval, Su Bai, having received no response from Xiao Tong, was instead met with an unnamed communication request. Upon opening it, a familiar figure emerged on the illuminated screen projected by the star instrument, Xuanwu himself. The background was unfamiliar to Su Bai, but it was clearly not the director's office at the academy. Greetings, Director, Su Bai greeted earnestly. Xuanwu, with a hint of irritation, retorted, You've certainly caused quite a stir, haven't you? What were you thinking, invading the Divine Realms star network? I did not. I would never. Please do not misrepresent my actions. Su Bai exclaimed, exasperated. The Xiangxiang star was assigned to me, so this star network must belong to me as well. Allowing Xiao Lu to settle in my territory cannot be construed as an invasion. Surely, you cannot be unreasonable. Xuanwu considered the matter. Indeed, there had never been a precedent for such a situation in the Divine Realm. He needed a moment to deliberate on the appropriate course of action. After a brief pause, he stated, very well, I will entrust the star network of the Xiangxiang star to you. However, be forewarned, it is strictly limited to the confines of Xiangxiang star. Should I discover any attempts on your part to invade the star networks of other celestial bodies, do not expect me to show leniency. Rest assured, Director. I shall diligently oversee my own domain. Su Bai replied, his spirits lifted upon achieving his objective. By the way, Director, shouldn't you be at Jinyuan Academy? What brings you to the Divine Realm? Xuanwu, who was concurrently reviewing a document, casually responded, I am, after all, a person of the Divine Realm. Marshal Tianpeng and his elite 8 million Heavenly River fleet have suddenly gone missing, revealing vulnerabilities in the Divine Realm's defensive system. Thus, I have returned from Jinyuan to temporarily assume his position. Is it the deity, Marshal Tianpeng? The governor of the Heavenly River fleet? Who else could it be? Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. A true deity has vanished, leading an elite fleet of 8 million. How could this occur within the celestial realm? Director, have you uncovered anything? Why am I even telling you this? Xuanwu rubbed his temples, fatigued by the sudden call to return and assume responsibilities for Tianpeng. Enough. Tend to your own Xingxiang star and leave the rest aside. He abruptly recalled that Su Bai possessed mythological intelligence. If he could enlist Su Bai's assistance, it would surely ease his burden. However, the mythological intelligence was paramount. Su Bai was merely a secondary consideration. Just as he contemplated contacting Su Bai, he hesitated. He decided to wait a couple of days. He had personally appointed Su Bai to oversee Xingxiang Star and wished to observe how Su Bai would navigate the situation, whether he would seek external aid to resolve the matter or become complicit in its corruption. Su Bai had already begun to take the next steps regarding Xingxiang Star. Would he align with the Xingxiang Merchant Association? Such a thought had never crossed Su Bai's mind. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to eliminate them entirely? Why share spoils with them? In the accommodation building, there was a relatively spacious area between the rooms on both sides, furnished with a round table and 3 sofas, evidently a spot for afternoon tea. Once everyone was settled, Su Bai summoned them to gather. Perhaps recognizing this as the Star Master's residence, they frequently deliberated on various matters. This area was equipped with soundproofing devices to ensure confidentiality during discussions. As the devices activated, they transformed the space into a small conference room, shielding their conversations from eavesdroppers. Before Su Bai could speak, Kong Qing had some good news. The criminal soldiers had made contact. Oh, please elaborate. Kong Qing played a segment of footage, revealing a group of individuals, each distinct in appearance and clad in prison garb, standing tall. Is this it? Just over 100, I see. This is merely a fraction, replied Kong Qing, presenting a dossier. They are somewhat unique. They are neither citizens of the Divine Realm nor the Divine Domain, but rather mercenaries emerging from the inner layers. Su Bai frowned slightly, remaining silent. Kong Qing discerned his thoughts. Despite their origins from the inner layers, their combat experience is substantial. They have frequently been employed by various divine domains, engaged in numerous battles in the mid-layers, and have even achieved significant successes in guerrilla warfare against the golden beasts in the outer layers. Lu Shi inquired curiously, Sister Qing, what is the story with these mercenaries? How did they become criminal soldiers? This is precisely where their uniqueness lies. Kong Qing swiftly flipped through images, showcasing individuals of diverse skin tones, including members of unique races. This mercenary group was formed by citizens of fallen federations, initially seeking mere sustenance. As their operations expanded, they ventured into the mid-layers and became mercenaries, absorbing many newcomers along the way. Their numbers swelled to 500,000. During an engagement commissioned by the Takamagara Divine Domain to encircle the Golden Beasts, the latter proved formidable, prompting the Divine Fleet to flee at the last moment. To evade punishment, all blame was shifted onto this mercenary group. In this battle, the mercenaries managed to escape with 10,000 survivors through a desperate, sacrificial rearguard action. After escaping, before seeking an explanation from the High Heaven Origin Divine Domain, the mercenary group was unexpectedly accused by the other party. The High Heaven Fleet had preemptively forged various pieces of evidence, while the newly escaped mercenaries possessed nothing to defend themselves. Consequently, they were judged as guilty soldiers by the Enforcement Bureau. Kong Qing paused for a moment and added that the information was procured at a considerable price from Tianluo Diwang, ensuring its absolute reliability. Su Bai could not resist asking, if we can uncover the truth, why can't the Enforcement Bureau? Lu Shi replied with a meaningful expression. The tribunal adheres to the principle of preferring to wrongfully condemn than to let a guilty party escape, obsessively pursuing the truth as they perceive it. As for the Enforcement Bureau, it is rife with human affections and complexities. Chapter 174. Su Bai, voted Su Bai understood. I am not concerned about the nature of the Enforcement Bureau. 3 questions. First, what is their strength? Second, how much would it cost to acquire them, equip them, and provide them with warships? Third, can their loyalty be assured? I do not wish to be a fool who purchases men only to have them flee. Kong Qing answered methodically. Firstly, according to the data provided by the Merchant Association, there are 3 transcendent level gene users, 31 at level 7, 212 at level 6, over 13,000 at level 5, 35,000 at level 4, and over 60,000 at level 3. Wait, Su Bai interjected. What about those below level 3? All below level 3 have perished, Kong Qing replied. Su Bai fell silent for a moment before urging her to continue. Regarding the second point, if we were to recruit all 100,000 of them, the expenses could be substantial. They are seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience. To acquire all 100,000, an estimated 13 billion would be required. They have been deemed guilty soldiers, and all their assets have been confiscated. We would first need to cover post-war medical expenses, as well as combat suits, mechs, and weaponry. Just tell me the total cost, Su Bai urged. At least 65 billion cosmic coins, based on stellar-level standards for equipment. 65 billion? Su Bai's pupils contracted. Let us move on to the third point. Rest assured about their loyalty. The brains of the guilty soldiers are implanted with a chip, which will be transferred to you. The sole function of this chip is to incinerate their brains. Once acquired, their lives will be in your hands. After Kong Qing finished speaking, she fell silent, patiently awaiting Su Bai's response. The initial budget had multiplied beyond recognition, and anyone would feel the weight of such a dilemma. However, this batch of guilty soldiers was of exceptional quality and exceedingly rare. They already had a complete structure when part of the mercenary group, effectively allowing for immediate utilization upon acquisition. If he could secure them, the fleet would have a solid foundation. Noticing Su Bai deep in thought, Kong Qing began calculating how to gather the necessary funds. She had made up her mind. If Su Bai could not produce the money, she would resort to borrowing from every possible source to secure the purchase of the 100,000 guilty soldiers. Lu Shi was even more direct. Having opened her mother's contact interface, ready to send a message requesting funds. Just as she was about to send it, Su Bai grasped her hand, shaking his head. It was not that Su Bai lacked the funds. He had the ability to turn materials into gold. To him, money is merely a number. The issue lies in his inability to withdraw such a substantial amount all at once. Small transactions are manageable, but exchanging significant quantities of material wealth for currency easily draws attention. Su Bai felt a pang of frustration. He was still too weak. If he possessed sufficient strength, there would be no need for such caution. The feeling of having wealth that cannot be spent is exceedingly stifling. As for mechs and the like, we can set those aside for now. Xiaoxi, how much funding does our team currently have? 210 million, Lu Shi blurted out. We spent 10 million on intelligence from the celestial web. Damn, that's outrageous. Su Bai was taken aback, astonished that acquiring a piece of information cost 10 million cosmic coins. Kong Qing was unfazed by this. In the universe, intelligence often surpasses the value of warships, and this batch of criminals represents a highly coveted source of manpower. It is hardly surprising. Su Bai sighed, resolving to establish his own intelligence network in the future, as he felt he was at a significant disadvantage. Understood. Let's put the mechs on hold and prioritize acquiring these individuals. I'll cover the funding shortfall and provide you with an answer within 3 days. Silly girl. You go ahead and secure this batch of criminals before someone else snatches them up. Kong Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Unaware of her hesitation, Su Bai continued, contact the representatives of the Credibility Guild and have them establish a branch on Hanxiang Star. As the Lord of Hanxiang Star, I can authorize this directly. No problem, I will reach out shortly. The application documents will be sent to you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Su Bai nodded. Introducing the Credibility Guild is the most effective strategy against the Hanxiang Business Association. After all, dismantling the Hanxiang Business Association from the ground up through force is ultimately impractical. Moreover, when Su Bai's fleet is fully established, he will have other means at his disposal. For now, he lacks the necessary strength. What has become of your mythological statues? Upon hearing this, Kong Qing and Lu Shi couldn't help but raise their brows. Xiao Yun recently discovered a mythological statue on an indigenous planet. He hadn't had the chance to report it yet, so I instructed him to send it to me. It should be on its way to my home. That's wonderful. At last, something to bring joy. Su Bai exhaled in relief. 3 days swiftly passed. Lu Shi and the others observed Su Bai's enigmatic behavior during this time. He often left for an entire day, returning pale, as if his vitality had been entirely drained. When questioned, he merely stated that he was immersing himself in the lives of the citizens of Hanxiang Star. Meanwhile, Song Ran had not been idle either. Constantly immersed in the star network, engaging in sparring with Song Zong. Kong Qing was conversing with the Credibility Guild regarding the criminals' matters, but encountered some difficulties that hindered progress. Lu Shi's task was to review the documents from the Star Lord's mansion over the years. Although Hanxiang Star was effectively under the control of the Hanxiang Business Association, the proper procedures still needed to be followed, as all documents must be reported to the Star Lord's mansion. On the morning of the third day, Su Bai awakened Kong Qing and Lu Shi. The trio made their way toward the rear of their residence. Along the way, Kong Qing remarked, "The establishment of a branch of the Credibility Guild on Hanxiang Star has been finalized. The personnel dispatched from above are en route and will arrive shortly." Su Bai's thoughts were elsewhere. His eyes were bloodshot as he pulled the two women toward the back of the building. There lay 3 large cubes, shrouded in crimson cloth. Wolf had arrived. Kong Qing and Lu Shi involuntarily shuddered. They could likely surmise what these objects were. Su Bai stretched his neck and yanked off the red fabric, revealing 3 resplendent blocks of gold before the two women. This was the fruit of his labor over the past 3 days. With gold in abundance, he would retire to slumber. Once he had gold, he would swiftly transmute it into golden matter. The industrious Master Su had managed to produce 3 cubic meters of gold in just 3 days. He was unperturbed by any doubts the two women might have regarding the origin of this gold. No matter how they speculated, they could only conclude that they possessed a gold mine, never imagining that this golden material was a result of his alchemical transformation of clay. He patted the shoulders of the two women, instructing them to make arrangements to procure individuals, suggesting they avoid purchasing a stellar-class starship, leaving the specifics for their discussion. Wait. Kong Qing suddenly came to her senses and called out to the departing Su Bai. "What is it?" She tugged at Su Bai's sleeve, torn with uncertainty. After a few seconds, she resolved herself. "I want to know, how much gold do you have left?" Su Bai met her gaze, and after a moment, Kong Qing's eyes flickered away. The question was undeniably sensitive. "Whatever you need, I have," Su Bai replied calmly. "Ah." Both Kong Qing and Lu Shi exclaimed in unison. They did not believe Su Bai was boasting. Yet, such a statement, aside from mere bravado, was something few would dare utter. Even the most affluent and reputable merchants in the universe would not claim such. Kong Qing's mind began to formulate an understanding. She surmised that Su Bai must possess a substantial reserve of gold, though not infinite. It surely was a considerable quantity. "I am aware of the projects at the Morningstar Research Institute. If possible, I recommend you participate." The Morningstar Research Institute. Su Bai's interest was piqued. This institute was the pinnacle of scientific research in the universe, responsible for the celestial apparatuses employed by various major powers. "Your inquiry indicates I possess the capital for participation. May I guess it is gold?" Kong Qing nodded. The Morningstar Research Institute aimed to incorporate gold into weaponry to inflict greater damage upon golden beasts. "I can facilitate connections, or even represent you directly in this endeavor. You would provide gold for the Institute's research at no cost. Upon success, the profits generated from the developed gold-armored weaponry would first offset the value of the gold you provided, with the remaining profits split evenly. This venture is rather intriguing. Su Bai am in." In Chapter 175, the 5 candidates for leadership of the reputable Merchants Association each oversaw a distinct region, radiating inward from a divine realm. The Heavenly Court's divine nation was nominally under the purview of Kong Qing, which also allowed her to engage directly with the local representatives of the reputable Merchants Association in these areas. Formerly a mercenary group, the Sinful Legion operated within the territory governed by another candidate. The 5 candidates were in fierce competition. It would not be easy for Kong Qing to seize this batch of troops from her rival. Now, with Su Bai's gold at her disposal, her prospects had dramatically improved. She acquired a substantial quantity of gold materials for the Chamber of Commerce, earning the commendation of the president, her father. Seizing the opportunity, she proposed that the seller of the gold materials be granted this batch of criminals. Kong readily agreed. This matter also sowed discord between Su Bai and the candidate in question. The Credibility Chamber of Commerce dispatched personnel to establish a presence on Fragrance Star, arriving that very afternoon. The 3 major factions of the Fragrance Chamber vehemently opposed this, even preparing to employ force to besiege the Star Lord's residence. Su Bai revealed the Star Lord's seal, declaring that any obstruction would be treated as treason. The 3 factions begrudgingly retreated, aligning themselves against Su Bai. The Credibility Chamber of Commerce smoothly settled in, bolstered by its own strength and Su Bai's strong support, gradually squeezing the market of the Fragrance Chamber. Aware that this situation could not persist, the 3 factions sought counsel with the former Star Lord, Tao Zhou, to devise a strategy. Tao Zhou resolved to fabricate evidence of Su by colluding with the Golden Beasts and report it to the tribunal, intending to eliminate Su Bai and his entourage through the tribunal's hand. However, Su Bai was already prepared. The moment Yu took control of the Star Network, he realized the deep collusion between Tao Zhou and the Fragrance Chamber. In fact, it was under his orchestration that the Fragrance Chamber managed to monopolize the entire market of Fragrance Star. As the situation unraveled, the three factions decided to fight back desperately. The next day, their private soldiers gathered behind the city walls, awaiting the command to storm the Star Lord's residence. At that moment, the 100,000 criminals purchased from the credibility chamber, along with the fleet bought by Kong Qing, arrived. The 100,000 criminals obediently piloted the fleet under Su Bai's command. Taking the initiative, the fleet unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, reducing the palaces of the three factions, along with their key personnel, to ashes. This signified the end of the Fragrance Chamber, and from that point on, Fragrance Star fell entirely under Su Bai's control. Under the diligent efforts of Lu Shi and Kong Qing, Fragrance Star began to operate in an orderly manner. Through a strategy of wielding both the big stick, the threat of chips, and the sweet dates, promises of mythological affiliated mechs, Su Bai successfully won over the 100,000 criminals. Kong Qing represented Su Bai in reaching an agreement with the Morningstar Research Institute, facilitating the first batch of gold materials to be transported there. Shortly thereafter, the mythological statues for the two women arrived. Kong Qing's was the goddess of daylight, Hemera, while Lu Shi's was a more significant figure, a statue secretly kept by her mother. This statue belonged to the creator of the underworld divine realm, who remains one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, revered alongside the earth deity, the great lord of earth. Its mythological affiliation, the 6 paths of reincarnation, was extraordinarily powerful, even exceeding some mythological mechas. Once the two became mythological mecha pilots, they would present 3 mythological affiliates to the 3 transformed members of the fleet. The 100,000 criminals were reassured and fully pledged their loyalty. The narrative of the Star Lord of Fragrance Star concluded. Xuanwu issued a directive, sending Su Bai, who sought stable development, to the governor's office of the Desire Realm's 6 heavens. With Fragrance Star in development, the fleet required someone to oversee it. Su Bai instructed Kong Qing, Lu Shi, and Song Ran to remain, while he ventured alone. Upon arrival, Xuanwu requisitioned and Yu to supervise the star network of the Desire Realm's 6 heavens. Su Bai accepted a patrol position, which, while not insignificant, was nominally as a close guard of Xuanwu. In reality, it entailed the duties of patrolling the governor's office and the planets within a light-year radius, routinely exterminating the golden beasts. Certainly, he did not need to engage directly in the outer battles. The fleet dealt with the golden beasts and continued its voyage. One day, everything seemed normal when suddenly a group of golden beasts appeared, prompting an immediate pursuit. Unfortunately, they were inadvertently swept into a spatial turbulence. When Su Bai awoke, he found himself surrounded by a group of individuals clad in the uniforms of the Tianhe fleet. After revealing his identity, he was granted an audience with Marshal Tianpeng to gain insight into the situation. The Hunters of the Gods had mobilized their members, and the elite fleet of 8 million, referred to by them as the Big Fish, was ensnared in a carefully designed trap. Utilizing spatial technology, they concealed this sector of the starry sky and requested the assistance of the Council of Evil Gods, employing various mythic intelligences to block signals in the area. The mythic intelligence of Tianpeng alone could not establish contact with the outside world, leaving him to confront the Hunters of the Gods in this isolated expanse. The adversary, numerous and formidable, posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, the Tianhe fleet displayed remarkable coordination, enduring the onslaught. Tianpeng commanded from a central position, maintaining order and bolstering the morale of his troops. Meanwhile, Su Bai had unwittingly entered this starry realm, with Yu also trapped here. Upon discovering Yu's disappearance and being unable to reach Su Bai, Xuanwu reported upward, speculating that Tianpeng too had vanished in this region. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements arrived, conducting a thorough search of the light-year expanse and sealing off the starry sky. Aware of Su Bai's possession of mythic intelligence, Tianpeng sought to collaborate with him and Yu, yet they could not breach the blockade. A fierce star battle ensued between the fleets, with Tianpeng orchestrating the engagement with remarkable precision. Su Bai remained at Tianpeng's side, and for a moment, neither side gained the upper hand. At that critical juncture, assistance arrived from the sinful gods. Unlike the evil gods, these deities had betrayed humanity during the mythic era when the golden beasts invaded. They too had fallen in the divine wars, yet they had not transformed into mechanized forms. Most of the sinful gods' remains had decayed over time, but a select few, massive in stature, had evolved their consciousnesses from their divine cores. In maintaining their corporeal forms, they grew increasingly powerful, transitioning towards another extreme of mythic machinery, mythic starships, also known as mythic behemoths. The one that had consumed the divine core of the White Wuchang was the mythic behemoth, the Daybreak Wolf. The captain of the Daybreak Wolf commanded it to charge into the ranks of the Tianhe fleet. In an instant, the fleet was thrown into disarray, and the Hunters of the Gods seized the opportunity, overwhelming the Tianhe fleet. Just as they were on the verge of annihilating it, Marshal Tianpeng intervened. The mythic machinery revealed its true form, and with Tianpeng's formidable strength, it was capable of exhibiting power beyond cosmic levels. Standing against the sky, Tianpeng wielded the sacred artifact of the mythic Tianpeng, a nine-toothed rake. While the world knew him as Tianpeng, few understood his true essence, the annihilation of the 8 realms. The menacing words, accompanied by divine pressure, cascaded forth. Tianpeng engaged in an unrelenting battle against the elite forces of the Hunters of the Gods, holding his ground against many. The Tianpeng fleet, greatly inspired, launched a counteroffensive. Cannons roared, and brilliant flashes of light illuminated the cosmos. One by one, planets are ensnared by the conflict between the warring factions, innocently reduced to rubble. Amidst the chaos, Su Bai encounters the Death Squad. When adversaries meet, hostility flares anew. With his strength having surged dramatically, Su Bai immediately pursues them, engaging in combat while piloting the mythic mecha. The opponents, upon recognizing Su Bai, are initially struck with disbelief, but soon launch a fierce counterattack. After Su Bai vanquishes 2 of them, sensing the peril, they turn to flee. Unrelenting, Su Bai follows in hot pursuit, and after a considerable distance from the battlefield, he dispatches the remaining foes. Guided by Yuan Bao, Su Bai lands on a planet to recuperate his golden energy. At that moment, he discovers something amiss. He pilots the mythic Dai, unleashing a barrage that reveals something buried deep beneath the earth, a colossal beast. Having witnessed the might of the mythic beast, the sun-chasing wolf, he instantly deduces what it is. His heart races with excitement, and his hands tremble. Employing an ancient method, Su Bai seeks to acquire this magnificent creature, Qiongqi, one of the 4 ancient fiends. The beast's wings thrash violently, sending debris flying. Under Su Bai's mental command, it soars toward the main battlefield. As Qiongqi descends upon the scene, both sides in the main battlefield cease fire. They have all seen the power of the mythic beast. Even the sun-chasing wolf dares not approach. A temporary truce is established. Despite his injuries, Tianpeng continues to command, while the heavily battered Tianhe fleet reorganizes its defenses. Su Bai realizes this cannot continue. The mythic beast, while beneficial, can be controlled by a single individual but demands an immense mental strain, far exceeding that of the mythic mecha. He knows he cannot sustain this for long nor unleash its full potential. Hence, he devises a plan for Tianpeng to act as the buffer, allowing him to focus solely on piloting the beast. Su Bai maneuvers Qiongqi into the enemy camp, engaging in various skirmishes. However, his primary objective lies elsewhere. Seizing an opportunity, he withstands a wave of damage and shatters the concealed device within the enemy encampment. With the destruction of the device, this section of the starry expanse is laid bare. And Yu Yao promptly contacts Xuanwu. Reinforcements from the heavenly divine kingdom arrive. The divine hunters, perceiving the shift in circumstances, abandon a heap of starship wreckage and corpses, retreating without delay. Thus, the grand plan to capture the big fish falters under the unforeseen variable that is Su Bai. With his achievements, Su Bai is honored and awarded. The crisis for Tianhe is resolved. Tianpeng and his naval forces return to their positions, while Xuanwu heads back to the abyss. Su Bai returns to the Fragrant Star. Through his alliance with Tianpeng and the boost from the credibility commerce, the market for fragrant water flourishes, quickly establishing a foothold in the elite perfume market of the 6 heavens of desire, while also radiating to other star domains of the heavenly divine kingdom. In the span of a year, Su Bai provides the Morningstar Research Institute with nearly 100 tons of golden material, marking the successful armament of the golden substance. Now named the Radiant Gold Armament. The Institute, in turn, generously presents 1 radiant gold armament to the Supreme Commander of the Border Fleet of the 5 Divine Kingdoms. In their hands, the Radiant Gold armament shines brilliantly, gaining widespread acclaim and elevating its status to that of a lucrative tool for wealth. The Research Institute and Su Bai are reaping significant profits. With the influx of vast capital, Su Bai is vigorously expanding his fleet while ensuring his own development. Thanks to the Yaojin Armed Forces, he has established a fruitful partnership with the Qixing Research Institute. This institute refers to the enigmatic individual capable of providing nearly limitless quantities of golden materials as King of Gold. Their Yaojin Armed Forces are built upon the foundation of King of Gold's resources. They are eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Su Bai, often providing him with cutting-edge technology. His fleet, concealed within the Fragrant Star, primarily engages in battles against golden beasts, familiarizing themselves with their equipment. Su Bai has complete control over the star network of the Fragrant Star, allowing him to acquire these resources without detection. Over the course of 5 years, the Fragrant Star has transformed into an impregnable fortress. The strength of his small team has undergone a qualitative leap with the aid of the most advanced genetic serums from the Qixing Research Institute. The weakest member, Kong Qing, has achieved the rank of a level 7 geneticist, while Song Ran and Lu Shi are on the verge of a breakthrough. During these 5 years, Su Bai has wandered alone through the cosmos, battling golden beasts and slave capture teams to earn merit. Through life and death skirmishes, he has honed his skills, emerging as a formidable king-level warrior. During this time, he has awakened numerous mythical mechs. Upon the return of Lu Zi and Zhang Lele, along with Kong Yun joining the Fragrant Star, they have all received mythical mechs. Su Bai, as the core, holds the ownership of all these mythical mechs, positioning them as the backbone of his strategy for development at the grassroots level, which has begun to yield results. In recent years, another significant event has unfolded. With the resurgence of mythical mechs, the battle for control over the star network has officially commenced, leading to fierce competition among the intelligent entities of the mechs, culminating in the emergence of a singular master of the star network. Su Bai has conducted inquiries and discovered the origins of the star network, which traces back to the singular intelligent core of the mythological era. Over time, it has evolved into the current star network. He has enlisted in Yu to participate in this conflict. With the awakening of numerous mythical mechs, many have become superfluous and have been returned to the revived deities. However, the true piloting rights remain firmly in his grasp. Despite this, he has forged many beneficial connections, establishing an extensive network of relationships. The deities returning to their respective pantheons have shown their gratitude, and Yu has been making remarkable progress, rapidly becoming a frontrunner for the position of master of the star network. After Su Bai's transformation, he returned the mythical Dai Yi to Zhang Yi, realizing a critical truth, that which is not one's own possesses inherent limitations. He contemplated the potential of the divine core to generate mechs and pondered the possibilities of his own golden energy. After persistent experimentation, he began to see results as a splendid golden mech began to take shape. Unfortunately, lacking the essence of a deity, the golden energy contained within his core was vastly inferior to a true divine core, rendering the derived mech excessively fragile, so fragile that even with his king-level prowess, he could tear it apart with ease. Undeterred, Su Bai sought an alternative path by commissioning a mech from the Qixing Research Institute, composed of various rare materials. With the framework established, he now found the task considerably more manageable. A mech, half composed of golden core derivatives and half of rare materials, took shape. With each victory, and Yu's authority within the star network increased by a point. Su Bai found it amusing to learn from Yu the codename assigned to him by the Research Institute, and thus named the mech Golden King. As he became familiar with the mech, he passed by a planet that stirred something within him. This was indeed the very planet where the sun-chasing wolf devoured the white Wuchang for trade. Observing the desolate exterior of the star, Su Bai resolved to employ forceful measures. His strength was extraordinary now. With a barrage of attacks, the planet was brutally cracked open, prompting the guards within to mount an urgent defense. Starships emerged one after another to confront him. Noticing this, Su Bai intentionally began to retreat, but his gaze fell upon a distinctive figure. It was none other than the mythical White Wuchang. Beside White Wuchang stood a black mech, the mythical Black Wuchang. The appearance of both Wuchangs left Su Bai with an unusual expression. The planet's overseer emerged, revealing that in the past, they had named themselves after the Morningstar Research Institute. Unfortunately, as the institute advanced in technology, they insisted on studying mythical statues and divine cores, inciting divine wrath, resulting in their eradication. After all, no one wishes to become a subject of experimentation. Yet, remnants of the Divine Research Institute stubbornly persisted, hiding away with all their data, thus fading into obscurity across the cosmos over generations. They had indeed discovered a method to activate divine cores and derive mythical mechs. White Wuchang and Black Wuchang were their first successful products. They intended to exit the desolate star with these mythical mechs and announce their return to the universe, but unexpectedly encountered Su Bai. The personnel from the Divine Research Institute believed that their inaugural battle in the cosmos should be spectacular, showcasing that their activated mythical mechs were indistinguishable from the norm. After a skirmish, Su Bai lost interest but acknowledged the undeniable genius of these researchers and considered recruiting them. Utilizing his authority, Su Bai took control of White Wuchang. No matter how the pilot attempted to maneuver the mech, it was futile. Once a mythical mech recognizes its master, the pilot's control remains with them even if they survive the destruction of the mech. The control rights were inscribed within the divine core. Su Bai expelled the pilot and reclaimed the mythical White Wuchang. The dual Wuchangs could barely suppress Su Bai. Now, with one less, Black Wuchang was no match. After resolving the conflict, Su Bai forcibly took the ill-fated research team with him. With them in tow, Su Bai found his movements hindered, deciding to return to Huxiang Star to assess its development over the years. In the vast cosmic era, possessing wealth and connections made advancement a manageable endeavor. Upon returning to Huxiang Star, Su Bai was astonished. He could hardly recognize the planet once adorned with fragrant grass. The native inhabitants had all been dismissed by Kong Qing with generous compensation, and the rights to the top-tier luxury fragrance brand, Hanxiang Water, had been directly bestowed upon them. At this moment, Huxiang Star had been completely transformed into a military stronghold. Beneath the guise of the external system, little could be discerned. Upon entry, a multitude of warships gathered, and mechs fell like rain. Kong Qing and Liu Shi had never ceased their acquisition of reliable, battle-hardened warriors. The fleet's personnel swelled from a mere 100,000 to a staggering billion. Their comprehensive strength, when compared to the elite of certain divine realms, remained formidable, albeit only in theory. The disparity in numbers was astronomical. A single individual from any divine realm could easily inundate the entire Fragrant Star with but a spit. Not long after Su Bai returned to Fragrant Star, an unprecedented surge of golden beasts erupted within the cosmos. Even the so-called safe inner layer was not spared, revealing traces of golden beasts ranked above 7 stars. The mid-layer became a veritable disaster zone, ravaged by an overwhelming horde of golden beasts. Caught unawares, the various divine realms suffered grievous losses. The 5 great divine nations reached a consensus to mobilize forces to cleanse the inner regions while ensuring the stability of their borders. However, as the divine reinforcements entered the inner layer, the golden beasts received word and launched a ferocious assault on the borders of the divine nations. The situation became dire in an instant. Amidst the cosmic upheaval, Su Bai recognized that the time had come. He led his fleet, emblazoned with the golden silk banner of the Xuandi, forth from Fragrant Star, subsequently gaining renown across the universe as a force not to be underestimated. After deliberation, the fleet advanced toward the inner layer, where the divine nations and realms still maintained some stability. In the inner layer, aside from the protective squads of the 5 great academies, the strength of the federated powers proved inadequate for significant use. Su Bai requested a passage permit from the Heavenly Kingdom, and as they advanced inward, the various divine realms opened their gates, granting unobstructed passage. Fortunately, they did not encounter any colossal swarms of golden beasts. When faced with manageable groups, the fleet triumphed effortlessly, achieving successive victories. Su Bai did not conceal their accomplishments. Rather, he allowed Yu to propagate their exploits across the star network, swiftly garnering widespread attention. This undefeated force was akin to a potent tonic for the current state of the cosmos. Upon reaching the inner layer, they navigated the battlefield, systematically clearing out golden beasts with remarkable ease. Unexpectedly, however, within the inner layer lurked 100 billion golden beasts, led by 2 beast sovereigns. These formidable creatures lay in wait to ambush the incoming human forces, and they seized the opportunity to confront Su Bai. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Su Bai's fleet found themselves outmatched. As they fought and retreated, they withdrew to a familiar territory, the territory governed by the Su family in the Trilu Federation, which had become a mere shell of its former self under the onslaught of the golden beasts. The gene serum that the Su family had been adamantly developing had just been deemed successful when disaster struck. Su Zhiwu ordered the full-scale production of the serum to be distributed unconditionally, aiming to bolster their forces. Alas, under the crushing weight of the enemy, they swiftly crumbled. Upon Su Bai's arrival, Su Zhiwu presented the serum, which Su Bai had the personnel from the Divine Research Institute test, confirming its safety. The researchers hailed the Su family as geniuses. The entire Su divine fleet received the serum, resulting in a significant enhancement of their overall strength. Su Bai, riding the mythic beast Xiongqi, engaged in battle against the 2 beast sovereigns. The adversaries were swarming with countless lowly golden beasts, relentlessly depleting his strength. Su Bai feigned weakness. After sustaining grave injuries, he plunged into the primordial pool of genetic potions. Utilizing the golden core, he recklessly absorbed the potion's essence. Under the surging power of the elixir, Su Bai transcended the boundaries of kingship and achieved the esteemed rank of a revered one. Upon his return, Su Bai became an unstoppable force, slaying 2 beastly sovereigns amidst the vast army of golden beasts, unleashing a one-sided massacre upon them. Witnessing his formidable prowess, his fleet, invigorated by his valor, launched a counteroffensive. After decimating the main forces of the golden beasts, they began to scatter in disarray. Suspecting a trick, Su Bai forbade any pursuit. Alone, he ventured into the ocean of golden beast carcasses, liberating the absorption of the golden energy within their blood. The high-quality, abundant golden energy was assimilated, causing the golden core to shimmer even brighter, solidifying his revered strength. At that moment, he was fully capable of surviving in the cosmos without any apparatus, easily traversing the rifts of space. The pre-transformation humans could at most be deemed superhumans, whereas those who had undergone transformation had embarked on the path to divinity. Su Zhiwu entrusted the Su family to Su Wan, graciously imparting the formula for the genetic potion and all experimental data to Su Bai, imploring him to disseminate the potion for the benefit of the universe. He then took his own life, seeking forgiveness from the Naruto Well Star people. His family had been just to all beings in the cosmos, yet had failed the Naruto Well Star. Su Bai dispatched personnel from the Divine Research Institute to the Morning Star Research Institute. Through his mediation, both parties collaborated to refine the potion, further reducing its cost. With the conclusion of this battle, the inner layers were devoid of threats. Su Bai ordered the fleet to act in batches, led by several core members, embarking in various directions. After a year, the inner layers were pacified. In times of chaos, merit was duly rewarded. The Joint Merit Bureau of the Five Divine Kingdoms awarded Su Bai a medal, granting him authority within his divine realm, and exceptionally elevating his fleet to the status of an S-class fleet. This recognition transcended mere fleet strength. It was an acknowledgement of honor. It is noteworthy that only the fleets stationed at the borders of each divine kingdom could attain the higher SS and SSS levels. Even the Crescent Moon fleet of the Moon Palace Divine Domain and the Heavenly River fleet of the Heavenly Court were merely classified as S-class. This title conferred numerous privileges within the cosmos, and the Merit Bureau nominated Su Bai as a candidate for the Hall of Honor. Should he achieve further merit, a place in the Hall of Honor would be secured for him. While the inner layers stabilized, they were insignificant within the grand scheme of humanity, and the overall situation remained chaotic and grim. Su Bai received news from Yu, indicating that a fleet, having absorbed a considerable amount of fresh blood within the inner layers, was advancing towards the middle layers. Upon reaching the border of the Takamigara Divine Domain, the fleet encountered obstacles. An S-class fleet possesses the privilege of traversing freely throughout the human territories outside the outer divine realms. However, the border officer of the Takamigara Divine Domain bluntly stated that even though Su Bai's fleet was classified as S-class, passage would not be granted. Normally, he would allow passage. But given the current precarious situation, the potential presence of a golden beast capable of transforming into a humanoid form within Su Bai's fleet posed a threat to the safety of the Takamigara Divine Domain. Thus, entry was prohibited. After much deliberation, the border officer lamented his plight. "Governor Su, please do not make things difficult for me, a mere subordinate. Without an order, I cannot grant passage." Su Bai narrowed his eyes and tore off a piece of paper, hastily inscribing, S-class governor's order, grant passage. Kong Yun, acting as Su Bai's assistant, took the freshly minted order and tossed it to the border officer. "Now that we have an order, immediately grant passage, or you shall bear the consequences." The border officer's expression darkened, stubbornly refusing to comply. Su Bai said no more. He raised his gloved hand, slightly moved his wrist, and softly commanded, "Attack." With the command given, the fleet sprang into action. Su Bai stepped forward, standing amidst the starry expanse. The captain's cloak billowed without wind, and cannon fire streaked past him, erupting into resplendent fireworks within the ranks of the Gaoshanuan fleet. In less than half an hour, they forcefully breached the border of the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm. Chapter 178. Continuation for the Su Divine Fleet surged forward, targeting the main star of the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm. Along the way, Lucy detected something unusual. The planets here were remarkably stable, with no signs of golden beast invasions. After traversing a star domain, the interception fleet of the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm arrived belatedly. Su Bai refrained from engaging in idle conversation, simply uttering one word, attack. The Gaoshanuan fleet retreated in disarray, continuously pushed deeper into battle. Subsequently, a large number of golden beasts launched ambushes. The Gaoshanuan Divine Realm condemned Su Bai's actions on the Star Network. This newly acclaimed human hero, who had just quelled internal strife, had swiftly transformed into a ruthless marauder. Videos emerged, showcasing the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm struggles against both the golden beasts and Su Bai's incursion. The outcry on the Star Network grew increasingly intense, creating an atmosphere of unease among the fleet. It was not that they wished to flee. Rather, they were anxious about their faith in Su Bai. Lu Shi and Kong Qing sought him to discuss strategies, only to find that Su Bai was absent and unreachable. 3 days later, Su Bai returned with a mythical colossal beast, the prize guardian of the witch god realm, the mythical beast Dijiang. Su Bai traversed endless space, leveraging Zhang Yi's connections to borrow this formidable creature. Though Su Bai was somewhat perturbed by the discourse on the Star Network, he lacked substantial evidence to vindicate himself. He had no desire to engage in a slow rebuttal. Instead, he activated a live broadcast, instructing Yu to disseminate the live stream interface to everyone. Ignoring the comments scrolling by, he directed the mythical beast, symbolizing space, to tear through the fabric of reality, allowing his fleet to stream in. The high-ranking officials of the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm, witnessing this spectacle through the live stream, sensed impending doom, unable to react in time. A massive fleet descended upon them, casting the main star of the Gaoshanuan into darkness. Those watching the live stream also observed a pitch-black spatial conduit near the main star, with golden beasts emerging ceaselessly. The truth was laid bare. The Gaoshanuan Divine Realm had colluded with the golden beasts. The comments flooded with apologies directed at Su Bai and friendly greetings towards the Gaoshanuan Divine Realm. Even ordinary citizens of the Gaoshanuan were incensed, hurling curses. In an urgent response, Su Bai harnessed the power of Dijiang, attempting to seal the spatial conduit. However, at that moment, several humanoid beings emerged from the passage. The reason they were termed humanoid was that although they appeared human, however, Su Bai sensed a profound aura of golden beasts emanating from them. As anticipated, in the next moment, they revealed their true forms, towering golden beasts standing majestically. Beneath the 7 stars, the largest among them was a 4-star golden beast, scarcely larger than their own eyes. There were a total of 7, 4 beast lords and 3 beast saints. The deities of Takamagara, Izanagi, and the mythical giant beast Yamada no Orochi made their appearance. The higher echelons of Takamagara, emboldened, had resolved to betray, believing that even if discovered, they could escape through the passage to the universe of golden beasts. They began to mock Su Bai, yet he remained unperturbed. From within the mythical giant beast Emperor Jiang, figures began to emerge. Deities such as Xuanwu, the great Emperor Go Chun, Amitabha, Thor, Apollo, Xiao, Shiva, and Gabriel, no fewer than 13 true deities. Behind each stood formidable mythical mechs. With each appearance, the hearts of those from Takamagara grew colder. A serene smile graced Su Bai's face. Did they truly believe he was unprepared? Upon receiving news from Yu, he had promptly reached out to the higher authorities. This information confirmed that the task of sealing the passage was not one he could accomplish alone. Within Yu's assurance, the higher-ups took this matter seriously, and deities willingly stepped forth to assist Su Bai. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Sensing the shift in circumstances, the golden beasts attempted to retreat. The 13 deities would not let such an opportunity slip away, launching a direct assault to intercept. Su Bai set his sights on the main star of Takamagara, leading the charge. The outcome was inevitable. The high-ranking officials of Takamagara met their demise, and the divine domain was disbanded. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai ascended to command Takamagara, declaring the establishment of a divine realm named Su. The indigenous people of Takamagara were spared from becoming stateless wanderers and welcomed the change with open arms, without any resistance. The establishment of the Su divine realm and the sealing of the passage to the universe of golden beasts heralded the conclusion of this crisis. The golden beasts in the human universe were as insubstantial as water without a source. Su Bai gathered the fleet of the divine realm and proactively launched an offensive to assist various divine realms in purging the golden beasts. This endeavor spanned 3 years, stabilizing the mid-level and securing the outer layers. This campaign was recorded in the annals of history, with Su Bai playing an indispensable role in turning the tide. His monumental achievements were undisputed. Su Bai then petitioned the tribunal for the pardon of his parents. The higher he ascended, the more he understood the profound depths of humanity. The myriad mythical giant beasts and the hidden deities within their ranks reminded him of the weight of his responsibilities, grounding his once soaring spirit. Even as the lord of a divine realm, the process to rescue his parents was unavoidable. His accolades alone could facilitate the pardon of 2 individuals with ease. The tribunal consented and granted Su Bai access to the death row database. In his search, he discovered that his parents had gone to a mining star located within a desolate death row domain. He set off immediately, but found no trace of them upon arrival. Each death row inmate was required to have their information recorded upon arrival, yet no data could be found in the mining star's database. It was as if his parents had vanished into thin air. Left with no choice, Su Bai was compelled to return to the divine realm. In the realm of divinity, he stands as a symbol of spirit, inextricably linked to his essence. Upon his return, he tirelessly pursued his investigation for 2 years. The divine domain flourished splendidly. Su Bai, offering a mythical mech as a betrothal gift, sought the hand of Lu family's daughter. Naturally, the Lu family could not decline. He wed Lu Shi. And congratulations flowed in from various cosmic factions. Song Ran received a message announcing the commencement of the Azura King contest in the Hell domain, prompting his decision to return. Although he no longer required the glory of the Azura King, as a demon, it remained a faith he must pursue at that moment, irrespective of status or identity. In the Merchant Association, the president's position awaited the ultimate contest. Kong Qing returned to the association, preparing for the final challenge. One day, Su Bai received news. The captain of the starship that once transported his parents had been located. Su Bai entrusted the divine domain entirely to Lu Shi and set forth. From the captain, he learned that the group had been seized by the golden beasts. Overcome with despair, Su Bai realized that the likelihood of a second outcome was grim. He could not accept the futility of his years of struggle culminating in nothing. A soft nudge from Yuan Bao awakened his resolve. He decided to journey into the cosmos of the golden beasts, determined not to leave any regrets. What if? The vastness of the universe suggested that the divine realm could not possibly guard its borders against the golden beasts without a flaw. Otherwise, the inner layers would not harbor their presence. Alone, Su Bai's goal seemed insignificant, yet with the impending aid of Yu, soon to be the master of the star network, he effortlessly crossed the border. Upon entering the realm of the golden beasts, Su Bai was taken aback. This place was utterly unlike the human universe, desolate and eerily silent, with slaughter being the dominant theme. The cosmic gold was devoured entirely, and with no food source. The golden beasts turned upon one another. Su Bai did not pilot a mech. As a being of the revered level, he no longer required such external apparatus. The pinnacle of human technological advancement merely produced cosmic-level mechs, while a revered individual could confront such mechs with mere flesh. Moreover, above the revered level, there existed domain lords and deities. He tore through the fabric of space, traversing myriad star domains towards the heart of the Golden Beast universe. This aspect set the Golden Beasts apart from humanity. Humans appeared strong externally, yet were weak internally, while the Golden Beasts were the contrary. As higher-ranking Golden Beasts could assume human forms, Su Bai deliberately harnessed golden energy to mask his human presence. In the hierarchy-driven realm of the Golden Beasts, none dared to offend him. As he delved deeper, Su Bai uncovered a chilling truth. The vastness of the Golden Beasts universe dwarfed that of humanity's, resembling not a single universe, but rather a conglomeration of diverse elements. Upon reaching the inner layers, the core planets bore an uncanny resemblance to those in the human universe. Humanoid Golden Beasts thrived on technologically advanced planets, which, if placed in the human universe, would seem quite ordinary. Yet, these were all Golden Beasts. The Golden Beasts can only assume a humanoid form at the commander level or above, and to achieve a flawless transformation without any discernible flaws, one must reach the Beast King rank. The sheer magnitude of their numbers sent a chill down Su Bai's spine. Upon entering the planet, he uncovered a far more chilling revelation. The Golden Beast universe was not merely invading the human realm. Simultaneously, it was also encroaching upon the insectoid universe, the mechanical life universe, and the photon energy life universe. Su Bai could scarcely fathom the implications if the Golden Beast universe were to concentrate its might and launch an all-out assault on humanity. How long could the human universe withstand such an onslaught? He wandered aimlessly for several days, until a sudden realization struck him. No matter how formidable the Golden Beast universe might be, it was irrelevant to the purpose of his journey. In the face of the overwhelming power of the Golden Beasts, Su Bai was at a loss as to where to search for the traces of the past. Just then, Yuan Bao unexpectedly activated. Guided by Yuan Bao, Su Bai arrived at the most central planet of the Golden Beast universe. As he surveyed the landscape, he was met with a sight of Golden Beasts fully transformed into human-like figures. A wave of panic surged through him, compelling him to flee. Yet, before these high-ranking Golden Beasts, his disguise was ultimately seen through. He dashed away in desperation. But the Golden Beasts could not allow a human to infiltrate the very heart of their domain. They immediately pursued him. Surrounded and cornered, Su Bai found himself trapped within the Golden Beast universe. An impulsive and Yu sent out a distress signal. Upon receiving it, Lu Shi communicated with various factions, hoping to orchestrate a rescue for Su Bai. However, no one was willing to extend a helping hand, not even the Heavenly Kingdom, with whom they shared a close rapport. They understood the immense strength of the Golden Beast universe, and a large-scale counteroffensive would be tantamount to suicide. Additionally, there was another reason. The Su divine domain was rising rapidly, and to sustain its growth, it required resources. The universe, however, is finite, and resource-rich territories were already claimed. How, then, could they develop? By seizing from others. Most factions sought to curb the ascendant momentum of the Su divine domain. Faced with the lack of assistance, Lu Shi revealed her iron-willed nature. She promptly ordered the divine domain fleet to assemble, launching a full-scale incursion into the Golden Beast universe to bring their king home. Soon after, the Hell Divine Domain declared its complete support and mobilized its entire force to participate in this rescue operation. It turned out that Song Ran had fought his way through and become the Azura King. After careful consideration, the former lord of the Hell Divine Domain, Lucifer, relinquished his position to Song Ran. Initially reluctant to ascend the throne, Song Ran wished to remain in the Su Divine Domain and serve Su Bai. However, upon learning of the situation, he changed his mind. His command garnered robust backing from the demonic beings, inherently imbued with a brutal and warlike disposition. Both divine domains surged forward, a torrent-like fleet advancing towards the Golden Beast universe, unimpeded along the way. They could opt not to support or send troops, but it was impossible, and indeed unwise, to obstruct their path. It was evident to all that Lu Shi had transformed into a powder keg, ready to explode at any provocation. Who could predict what she might do if angered? After all, she was the woman behind the Golden King, Su Bai, who meticulously managed all affairs. In a corner unbeknownst to the masses, the plans unfolded. In the vast expanse of the universe, the most formidable assassination organization, Blood Tower, has infiltrated the Golden Beast universe. Upon entering Blood Tower, Su Bai has unwaveringly supported Ben, even going so far as to grant him the assistance of the enigmatic duo, Black and White Impermanence. With the acquisition of the mythical mech, Ben's rise to power becomes unstoppable. He ascends the Blood Tower and cleaves the head of the former leader, thereby adhering to tradition and assuming the mantle of the new leader. Lu Shi takes command of 3 factions while the 2 divine domain fleets launch a frontal assault. They dispatch small elite units, dispersing to advance inward. The assassins of Blood Tower scatter like countless stars, searching for Su Bai's whereabouts. Liu Shi's commanding presence is unmistakable, as for the first time, the Golden Beast universe faces a human offensive. Suddenly, they find themselves bewildered, unable to comprehend the cunning of humanity. Rather than initiating a counterattack, they resort solely to defense, affording Liu Shi the crucial time to communicate with Su Bai through an Yu. Upon learning of their arrival, Su Bai, entrenched in peril, is deeply moved. At this moment, the Golden Beasts realize that Liu Shi's forces are merely bluster. The silver spear and wax head, merely a facade intended to deceive. Feeling mocked, the Golden Beasts decide to withdraw a portion of their forces from the pursuit of Su Bai to confront Liu Shi. This partial retreat provides Su Bai with an opportunity to escape, returning to the fleet before the main contingent of Golden Beasts arrives at the front line. This interstellar rescue elevates the reputation of the Su divine domain to unprecedented heights. The tardy Golden Beasts stand at the precipice of the abyss, gazing into the human universe, perplexed as to why they do not launch an assault. Ultimately, under high-level orders, they retreat, leaving everything as if it had never transpired. A year later, as the competition for the presidency of the Credibility Chamber reaches its climax, the previous 4 chairpersons have all hailed from the Kong family. The other 4 families conspire to unite in an effort to exclude Kong Qing, wishing to prevent the Kong family from securing a 5th consecutive term. Should Kong Qing be elected, the record for the longest consecutive presidency would be shattered, a feat last achieved by the inaugural chairperson during the chamber's establishment. Kong Fu remains indifferent, maintaining a tranquil disposition. However, Kong Chung, Kong Qing's brother, harbors ambitious aspirations. He envisions transforming the Credibility Chamber into the Kong family business. Through meticulous maneuvering, he seeks to garner support from just one of the other 4 families. Coupled with the foundation laid by previous chairpersons, he believes he can successfully elevate Kong Qing to the presidency. After extensive negotiations, Kong Chung reaches an agreement with the Chu family. Kong Qing is to marry into the Chu family, establishing a union, and must bear at least 2 children, one bearing the surname Kong and the other Chu, ensuring that both offspring compete fairly for the next presidency. Kong Qing is reluctant to comply. Kong Chung appeals to her emotions and reason, attempting to persuade her to sacrifice for the family. However, Kong Qing asserts her reliance on Su Bai's support. Backed by the flourishing Su divine domain, Kong Chung dismisses her concerns, viewing the divine domain as insignificant, and believes that the status of the Credibility Chamber renders a divine domain inconsequential in its internal affairs. He observed that Kong Qing remained resolute in her dissent, thus resorting to the means of house arrest, confining her within her home. Subsequently, on behalf of the Kong family, he arranged a marriage contract with the Chu family. Even without finalizing the groom's identity, he instructed the Chu family to come and claim Kong Qing in 10 days. Possessing mythical intelligence, Kong Qing sent a distress signal to the divine realm through this ability. Although the message was not intercepted, it was captured by the mythical intelligence of the Credibility Chamber. After reporting to Kong Chun, he merely smiled, unconvinced that the Su divine realm would dare to seize someone from the Credibility Chamber. 10 days later, the Chu family arrived as promised, amidst an atmosphere of festivity. Clad in a red bridal gown, despair welled within Kong Qing. At that moment, the mythical beast Xiongqi led the charge, followed by thousands of starships. With an imposing presence, they surged into the Kong family's territory. Su Bai emerged from Xiongqi, walking through the void, taking strides of 1,000 fathoms until he stood before Kong Qing. In the profound silence, he lifted her veil. I have arrived. Kong Qing stood in a daze for a long while, then smiled, radiant as a flower. She tore off the red bridal gown, revealing a tight-fitting battle suit underneath, emblazoned with a glaring golden Su on her chest. She then hurled the red gown forcefully at Kong Chun's face. Kneeling on one knee, her head bowed, a single crystalline tear slipped from her delicate chin. Commander of the Su Divine Fleet, Kong Qing, requests to return to the ranks. Granted. In the face of the silent threat posed by countless cannons, the Kong and Chu families could only watch as Kong Qing vanished with Su Bai amidst the thunderous cheers welcoming the commander back to the ranks. Xiongqi turned around, followed by thousands of warships, none daring to obstruct their path. The bride was abducted, turning the wedding feast into a farce. Kong Chun was enraged, seeking to ally with the Chu family to impose sanctions on the Su divine realm. However, not long after, he received news that the Morningstar Research Institute had granted the auction rights for the radiant gold armament to 3 of the 5 esteemed families. Shortly thereafter, the long-vanished Divine Research Institute unveiled a shocking potion, claiming the dual Su potion, one Su referring to Su Bai, and the other to the Su family of the Trilu Federation. The terrifying effects of this genetic potion were also authorized to the Credibility Chamber and the other 3 families. 3 days later, the competition for the presidency of the Credibility Chamber concluded. They had initially intended for Kong Qing to assume the role, but she firmly declined, realizing who her greatest and most steadfast ally truly was. Consequently, the presidency fell to the Qian family. Upon taking office, President Qian announced the repeal of the sanctions against the Su divine realm that had been jointly imposed with the Chu family, and signed a friendly cooperation agreement with the Su divine realm. 5 years later, the number of mythical mechas in the Su divine realm reached a staggering 30. Benefiting from this, nearly 100 awakened deities emerged. It is known that possessing 10 mythical mechas could challenge the status of a divine kingdom. The strength of the Su divine realm was such that it could topple a divine kingdom and ascend to its throne. As the voices of the Su divine realm's populace grew ever louder, Su Bai ventured alone to the divine kingdom, unprecedentedly assuming the identity of a lower-tier divine realm lord. Summoning the 5 divine kings to convene for discussions. The current rulers of the 5 divine kingdoms are unopposed. Following a 5-day assembly, which can only be described as the pinnacle of human achievement, the 5 divine kingdoms have consolidated their territories without shifting their defensive lines, creating space for the divine domain of Su, which now rightfully claims the status of a divine kingdom. Led by Su Bai, the populace is migrating outward in stages, gradually taking control of the border defenses. In the realm of the human universe, the 6th divine kingdom has risen. During the era of myth, the strength of the human universe was not significantly inferior to that of the Golden Beast universe. However, the current disparity is stark, as the Golden Beast universe possesses overwhelming power. In the mythic battle, the deities of the human universe fell, and at the cost of self-detonation. They managed to repel the master of the Golden Beast universe. Consequently, the Golden Beast universe and its ruler vanished from the scene, suffering tremendous losses in their top-tier forces, leading both sides to retreat. Yet, humanity differs from the Golden Beasts. The latter can invade other universes and rapidly grow by consuming golden matter, while humanity requires a protracted period for growth. As time progresses, this gap widens. The human universe has witnessed the resurgence of numerous mythical mechas, prompting the Golden Beast universe to sense impending peril and decide to launch an offensive. The newly appointed Beast Master tears through space, halting invasions of other universes and reallocating forces to confront this ancient adversary. A vast assembly of golden beasts gathers, and the border between the Golden Beast universe and the human universe expands, revealing numerous abysses. The leaders of the 6 divine kingdoms convene for a crucial assembly concerning the survival of humanity. This assembly operates with remarkable efficiency, commencing in the morning and concluding by afternoon, wherein various strategies are formulated. The forces of the entire universe coalesce under the leadership of the 6 divine kingdoms, forming a temporary human alliance for unified coordination. Amidst this intricate web of collaboration, elite forces infiltrate the Golden Beast universe to execute a decapitation plan spearheaded by Su Bai, who has recently ascended to the rank of Domain Lord. He volunteers for the mission, driven by a singular objective, to further explore the Golden Beast universe in search of his parents. On his previous visit to the Golden Beast home planet, Su Bai had sensed something amiss, but was startled by the sudden appearance of numerous golden beasts and refrained from further investigation. Upon reflection, he recognized the peculiarities surrounding their disappearance. Breaking through multiple layers of blockade, Su Bai leads the decapitation team into the Golden Beast universe, making a direct course for the home planet. Due to the Golden Beast army stationed at the borders, there are significantly fewer golden beasts on the home planet, allowing him to slip in with relative ease. Guided by Yuan Bao, he arrives at a prison. After a series of heart-pounding events, Su Bai manages to infiltrate the prison, which, built upon the metallic star of the Euro race, is undoubtedly extraordinary. In the deepest recesses of the prison, he encounters 2 familiar figures, his parents. To Su Bai's astonishment, despite their capture decades ago, their appearances have remained unchanged. They reside in a lavish cell, enjoying sumptuous comforts, apart from their loss of freedom. There are no signs of imprisonment. Su Bai approaches the cell slowly, opening his mouth to speak, yet no sound escapes. Sensing the disturbance, his parents turn their heads without looking back, responding in a calm tone. Jin Yu, we shall not disclose Wang's whereabouts. It is futile to cling to that hope. Listening to the familiar voice echoing from the depths of memory, Su Bai's voice trembled. Mom, Dad. Unexpectedly, the elderly couple sneered, resorting to this psychological manipulation again. I heard and saw nothing. At that moment, Yuan Bao let out a low growl. The two stiffened, suddenly turning back. Su Bai was already in tears. He had anticipated the joy of a family reunion, but was taken aback when the elders turned to see him, their expressions filled with ecstatic delight. Their eyes brimmed with fervent respect, devoid of any trace of parental longing for their son. Wang. Su Bai was bewildered. The 2 elders had not considered the implications. They never believed that humans could retaliate against the golden beasts and penetrate their universe. Su Bai's presence here indicated that he must have regained his memories. Yuan Bao, unable to bear it any longer, emitted an ambiguous roar. The elders were also perplexed. a human had truly managed to reach this point? Their expressions faltered, morphing into amiable smiles as they intended to feign normalcy and stage a long-awaited reunion. Little did they know, Su Bai was no longer the naive youth of Bai Star. After regaining his composure, his thoughts grew more detached, and a dull ache pulsed in his head, as if something was attempting to surface. Under Su Bai's intense questioning, the former commands of Wang clashed with the present orders. They chose the latter, revealing a stunning truth. Su Bai is the king of the Golden Beast universe, the true Golden King. In an era unmarked by time, amidst the desolate and barren cosmos, Su Bai was born. With his innate ability to transmute matter into gold, he created the Golden Beasts. Under Su Bai's nurturing of golden material, the Golden Beasts' power surged, and their reproductive capacity was unparalleled. Over the years, the presence of the Golden Beasts spread throughout the universe. This was the genesis of the Golden Beast universe. One day, a Golden Beast fortuitously discovered a spatial tunnel leading to other universes. Reporting this to Su Bai, the bored Su Bai, upon learning of other universes, seemed to have found a new zest for life. Invasion. Conquest. One universe after another fell to ashes beneath the iron hooves of the Golden Beasts. Su Bai felt no semblance of compassion, only the exhilarating thrill of conquest. He desperately needed this thrill to fill the void within his heart. Amidst this relentless campaign, Su Bai's Golden Beast army faced a Waterloo in one universe. It was a realm inhabited by deities. The deities tore stars asunder, bridging the distance of realms. The beast-sea tactic commonly employed by the Golden Beasts proved futile in the mythical universe. Su Bai resolved to take matters into his own hands. He dismissed the lower-tier Golden Beasts, leading the elite into battle. With the invincible might of the Golden King, the mythical universe could not withstand the onslaught, and deities continued to fall. Soon, they reached the heart of the mythical universe. The remaining deities made a decision to ambush King Su Bai. Aware of their intentions, Su Bai, having never encountered an opponent, was filled with pride. He entered the fray alone, but upon arrival, he was met with the self-detonation of all the deities. Severely wounded, Su Bai tore through the fabric of space, escaping back to the Golden Beast universe. The divine entity self-destructed, leaving behind an everlasting divine core, which transformed into a mythic mech, becoming the foundation of humanity. Before the divine spirit entered the cycle of reincarnation, it exerted its utmost power to seal the passages between two universes. Regrettably, not all were secured. Chapter 181. Continuation 7. Su Bai listened intently to the elders' recounting. Memories shattered the barriers, swiftly resurrecting. The remaining events were recalled by him. During his recovery from severe injuries, Su Bai was visited by several unexpected guests, founding deities from the 5 great kingdoms of the mythic universe, the most formidable divine beings of that realm. They too had perished in the explosion, leaving only their true spirits, crossing the interstellar realms solely to meet Su Bai. Unlike Su Bai, whose physical form was invincible across the universe, their spiritual sensitivity was notably heightened. They focused on their true spirits and, by chance, uncovered a shocking truth, which was the purpose of their visit. The 5 deities reached an accord with Su Bai, requesting that his true spirit enter the divine universe. Once the essence of the Golden Beast was thoroughly purified, he would absorb all the divine cores and, in a show of sincerity, relinquish their 5 divine cores. Su Bai gazed thoughtfully at their dissipating true spirits and the divine cores on the ground. After a long moment, he grasped the 5 divine cores and began to absorb them, turning them into golden energy. It was intriguing. After absorbing the cores, Su Bai was imbued with the essence of the deities, and his injuries healed completely. Rather than launching another assault on the mythic universe, he chose to self-destruct his physical form, allowing his true spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation within the mythic universe, commencing endless cycles of rebirth. No matter how many reincarnations unfolded, one constant remained. A golden little beast was always by his side. Throughout the cycles, the imprint of the Golden Beast universe gradually faded from his true spirit, until this lifetime, when it nearly vanished entirely. Upon his birth, a fragment of his true spirit's essence dispersed, fortuitously sensed by the 2 elders of the Golden Beast nearby. Following the trail of energy, they arrived and discovered Su Bai in the old city of White Robe Star, a slum where his father had long since passed, and his mother had died giving birth to him. Thus, the elders naturally assumed the role of Su Bai's parents. Su Bai's expression was a tapestry of emotions. It seemed the tribunal had indeed not apprehended the wrong person. Not only had they not erred, but they had also captured 2 prominent figures. It was important to note that the elders possessed the strength of beast saints. However, the current ruler of the Golden Beast universe, Jin Yu, the second Golden Beast created by Su Bai, was unaware of how the elders had acquired information about Su Bai. He had directly seized them and imprisoned them here. The elders were aware of Jin Yu's ambitious nature, but during Su Bai's presence, they dared not reveal it, fearing for his safety. The resurgence of memories encompassed not only those of Su Bai as the master of the golden beasts, but also the recollections of countless reincarnations within the divine universe. In that realm, he had frequently met his demise at the jaws of golden beasts. The two sets of memories, arising from opposing stances, clashed sharply. Yet Su Bai, knowing the backstory, remained unfazed. His true spirit had originated from the void itself. Everything flowed according to his will and whim. Su Bai's ability could be described as the transmutation of matter into gold. To be more precise, it is about transforming any substance into its most elemental state and subsequently condensing it into energy that one can absorb. The choice of gold as the material is his own, not a limitation imposed upon him. The restored memories of Su Bai merge everything into a cohesive understanding. Through astonishing means, he renders the intangible essence of memory into its purest form, stripping away all subjective emotions to absorb the memory itself. He transmutes the prison of gold, rescuing the two elders. Under their guidance, they arrive at the original location of Su Bai's temple. Su Bai recalls this temple as the sacred ground of all golden beasts, a crystallization derived from his high-energy gold material. However, upon arrival, he discovers it to be utterly desolate, with only a slender man awaiting him, none other than Jinyu. Jinyu emanates an aura of divine beast-level power. In an instant, Su Bai comprehends the gravity of the situation. This aberration must have consumed the temple of gold. The two elders share his grim expression. Jinyu has rebelled. Su Bai was his ultimate belief, yet in the dire straits of the golden beast universe, he vanished, abandoning it. The depth of his affection has turned into fierce resentment. He believes Su Bai is unworthy of ruling this universe. He has betrayed his subjects. Convinced he could accomplish more than Su Bai, under his leadership, the golden beast universe has expanded and strengthened, moving towards grandeur. Regrettably, his arrogance blinds him. When Su Bai was present, universes fell one by one under the claws of the golden beasts. Yet, under Jinyu's command, it appears as if multiple universes could be simultaneously invaded, while in truth, none have been conquered. Unable to restrain himself, Su Bai speaks the unvarnished truth, inciting Jinyu's wrath. In his eyes, by eliminating Su Bai, he would usurp his place as the new faith among the golden beasts, uniting them to restore the ancient glory. Su Bai refrains from arguing, having surmised the reasons behind Jinyu's transformation. In their conflict, he finds himself at a disadvantage. The two elders fight desperately to intercept Jinyu. Su Bai understands Jinyu's nature. He would not harm the two elders. Although he had imprisoned them, he still provided them with ample sustenance, which is telling. Moreover, as long as Su Bai remains alive, Jinyu dares not strike lethally. Thus, Su Bai seizes the opportunity to escape swiftly. After Su Bai's departure, Jinyu indeed ceases his assault. He re-imprisons the two elders and issues a capture order, pausing his offensive against humanity while pursuing Su Bai. At this moment, within the human universe, Yu successfully ascends as the master of the star network. However, the instant she assumes full control, she loses her self-awareness, replaced by an unfamiliar consciousness. Yu announces Su Bai's true identity to the human universe, presenting irrefutable evidence. Before Su Bai can return to the human universe, he finds himself surrounded by foes. Blood-soaked enmity has led humanity to forget Su Bai's contributions. In the Hall of Glory, his statue is shattered. The historical records of all factions conspicuously erase any mention of Su Bai. The five divine kingdoms dispatch representatives to the divine kingdom of Su, demanding to know his whereabouts. Lu Shi naturally remains silent, merely stating that he is absent. The various factions persist in their inquiries, marking the first instance of a united cosmic campaign against the divine kingdom. The people of the Su divine domain are engulfed in trepidation. However, under the leadership of Lu Shi, a decisive resolution was made. All armed forces of the divine domain rallied in support, indifferent to Su Bai's identity. They recognized him as their beacon of faith, the one who had salvaged them from the brink of ruin and elevated them to the stature of the divine fleet. Wherever Su Bai pointed was the direction of their assault, even if it meant confronting the entirety of the universe. Despite the heavenly court's apparent leniency, the divine nation faced relentless assaults from others, suffering defeat after defeat, their territory shrinking time and again. 2 years later, the realm of the divine nation was nearly entirely lost, merging into the blood tower of the divine kingdom, with its assassins almost entirely exterminated and their leader fallen. Only the core Su star domain remained. Throughout these 2 years, Su Bai had not revealed himself, yet the remnants of the divine nation remained steadfast. The final battle commenced as the deities descended, gazing upon the besieged Su star domain, the situation perilous. Kong Qin commanded the fleet, maintaining a stringent defense, while Song Ran led the mecha troops in guerrilla tactics. Lu Shi managed logistical operations, ensuring the front lines could focus entirely on combat. In the critical moment, Su Bai emerged from the Golden Beast universe, receiving a message from Yu, hastening back to the Divine Kingdom. unaware that he was awaited by the gods. Upon his arrival, the deities, witnessing the radiant golden energy surrounding Su Bai, felt their last doubts evaporate. Old grievances and new enmities intertwined, igniting their wrath as they surged towards him. Su Bai, alarmed, prepared for battle. Yuan Bao, no longer concealed, revealed itself as Su Bai's first created golden beast, showcasing extraordinary prowess. In an instant, the once adorable creature transformed into a fearsome giant, its elongated fangs instilling dread, capable of piercing even a deity's form with a single strike. Yuan Bao alone held back nearly half of the deities, its reckless and fearless assault instilling terror in their ranks. Chapter 182. Continuation 8. The deities, equipped with divine core mechs, could only unleash their full potential through these mythic machines. Yet, many of these mechs were under Su Bai's dominion. Exercising his authority, he forcibly reclaimed a significant number of mythic mechs. The remaining were still formidable. Originally, the divine nation boasted 30 mythic mecha pilots. However, 7 had perished in 2 years of unrelenting conflict. Unlike deities, their deaths were irrevocable. Among the human deities, prior to Su Bai's extensive activation of the mythic mechs, there had been around 100. Even after Su Bai reclaimed a substantial number, approximately 100 remained, with the remaining 23 pilots from the divine nation each restraining one enemy, and Yuan Bao holding back nearly half. Su Bai still faced nearly 40 deities alone. Now a domain lord, he struggled to destroy a dozen mythic mechs, reaching his limit. Yuan Bao too was gravely injured under the siege. This marked the darkest day for the divine nation, with their king defeated before them. Just as the allied humans believed their vengeance was at hand, Yuan Bao reverted to its small, adorable form and nestled into Su Bai's embrace. A master and a servant lay exhausted on the ground, nestled together. Since ancient times, this has been the case, and it remains unchanged even now, as if nothing has altered. At that moment, Yuan Bao stood up, transforming into a human form. He appeared as a golden-haired, golden-eyed boy, with delicate and charming features, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In his gaze directed at Su Bai, there sparkled an unwavering faith. "My king, the moments spent with you are the happiest days of my life. My existence was bestowed upon me by you, and offering my life in your service is my greatest honor." Before Su Bai could fully grasp the situation, Yuan Bao dissolved into golden specks of light, surging towards him. Su Bai was utterly taken aback. His mouth opened in an attempt to speak, but words caught in his throat as vivid scenes played before his eyes, as if they were just yesterday. "You are the first creation of mine, resplendent in gold, truly festive. Let us name you Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, do you see that universe ahead? Lead the golden beast army and tear it apart. Have you discovered another universe? Is it stronger than the previous ones? I am intrigued. Oh, so this is the taste of failure? Yuan Bao, I am destined for reincarnation, and I wish to witness whether the words of those 5 old fellows hold any truth. Yuan Bao, look at yourself. Had it not been for my ability to transmute matter into gold, how could I have afforded to raise you?" Tears streamed from the corners of Su Bai's eyes. Yuan Bao had accompanied him through countless epochs, witnessing the fall of celestial deities, the fierce battles of void beasts, the birth of new universes, and had even personally obliterated glorious civilizations. The peak beast sage, just a step away from becoming a beast god. Yuan Bao willingly transformed into the purest golden energy, becoming the final step on Su Bai's path to divinity. With his life, he forcibly shattered the door to Su Bai's ascension. Su Bai took a deep breath, his gaze intense. With a mere glance, he repelled the deity attempting a sneak attack. The golden energy flowed rapidly within him. After a moment, he discovered a unique golden radiance and immediately directed it into the golden core, nurturing it with his most primal energy. Under Su Bai's anxious gaze, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Within that glimmer of golden light, a faint consciousness emerged. Su Bai was overwhelmed with joy, his heart at ease. "Rest well. I will handle the rest." After attaining divinity, Su Bai was no longer in the same league as those gods who barely maintained their divine status by relying on mythic mechs. With a single hand, he suppressed them without taking their lives. The ancient words of the 5 divine kings, urging Su Bai to infiltrate the mythic universe and absorb all divine cores, were now outright rejected. He no longer needed to do so. Having ascended to godhood through human means, Su Bai gained profound insights. He reached out, summoning the power of the laws. The boundaries between illusion and reality intertwined, and Yuya was pulled from the star network by his hand. Though she was a virtual program, she appeared tangible at that moment. Su Bai glanced at her, believing the words of the 5 divine kings. Without further ado, he flicked his finger. A phantom emerged from Yuya's form, dissipating into smoke the moment it appeared. And Yu Yao, momentarily lost in thought, upon seeing Su Bai, urgently exclaimed that someone intended to use her hand to harm him. Su Bai acknowledged her concern, lifting his gaze, and with a swift motion of his hand, summoned the existing deities together. He reversed the golden energy, extracting 5 divine cores from the golden nucleus. Then, he traversed the timeline, capturing 5 phantoms, which were none other than the original 5 divine kings. Their existence was fleeting. After marveling at Su Bai's formidable prowess, they recounted their past dealings with him. In a serendipitous encounter, they had sensed a higher dimension, a realm teeming with life. This revelation granted them an extra layer of awareness, leading them to discover that their universe was rife with deliberate traces. The 5 deities, themselves ensnared in this intricate web, found it impossible to extricate themselves. Reluctantly, they concealed this knowledge, feigning ignorance until Su Bai launched his assault with the golden beasts. From Su Bai, they sensed a transcendence. That unique sensation ignited thoughts within them. Those who could ascend from the vast multitude of beings were invariably rebellious spirits. They refused to be mere livestock, content to be herded. They would rather perish. The 5 deliberated and resolved to place their hopes in Su Bai, seeking the truth. They were acutely aware of the terror that loomed above them. Thus, they devised this grand deception with Su Bai. While his personal strength was formidable, he lacked the laws to pierce through the illusions. Conversely, the mythic universe was fundamentally different. They sacrificed their essence, merging the powers of 2 universes within Su Bai. Yet, they had to ensure that the higher powers remained oblivious. This led to Su Bai's entry into the mythic universe, aiming to unravel its truths from within. The deities, upon learning everything, could only smile wryly, realizing that their relentless struggles across countless epochs had culminated in such a revelation. They soon reconciled with this reality, presenting their divine cores before Su Bai. A dazzling array of cores, each more brilliant than gemstones, emanated an alluring glow. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai smiled and shook his head. Not needed at this moment, he stated. The deities were taken aback, perplexed by Su Bai's thoughts. Did he truly wish to remain as mere livestock? Their lives, futures, and everything rested in the hands of the unknown. They could not believe that Su Bai was such a being. He offered no explanation. With a single hand, he grasped at something intangible. After a brief moment, a divine light radiated from his eyes. The universe unraveled into strands, reverting to its most primordial form. Su Bai absorbed this energy, his body and soul undergoing a sublime transformation. He seemed to glimpse scenes beyond the universe, where, amidst the darkness, countless pieces were in play. 2 jade-like hands delicately lifted a piece, casually dropping it. At that moment, it felt as though someone had detected his presence. Uttering a subtle remark, a piece must possess the awareness of a piece. Consequently, Su Bai was cast down. Instead of feeling anger, he was invigorated with resolve. Su Bai chose not to ascend again, first addressing the turmoil within the Golden Beast universe, fostering peace between humanity and the Golden Beasts. He then presented the advanced technologies amassed by the Golden Beasts through their conquest of numerous universes for humanity's development. In this regard, humanity remained the stronger force. A century later, behind Su Bai stood countless troops, a perfect synergy between humanity and the Golden Beasts. Beside each warship, a fully armed Golden Beast stood ready. Su Bai raised his hand in a sweeping motion, tearing through the starry sky as if it were mere fabric. He then charged ahead, leading his forces to ascend to greater heights. The end. Chapter 183. Concluding remarks. A true reflection may be elusive, so I shall share a few thoughts. The outcome of this book was both anticipated and unexpected, a contradiction in itself. Why anticipated? Because I have never ventured into science fiction, having only read one mecha novel and watched a few Avengers films. This book emerged as a formless entity, purely a product of my imagination. Initially, I believed that intertwining mecha with mythology would yield intriguing results, and thus I began to write. Consequently, the advantages typical of mecha science fiction, such as meticulous data and captivating technology, are largely absent from this narrative. As for the unexpected aspect, I had outlined the general trajectory of the story and anticipated no significant issues while writing. However, I overestimated my capabilities, which is regrettable. Regarding the final chapters, you may find them somewhat chaotic. This is entirely normal, as they are based on a rough outline without the refinement of intricate details. Additionally, the ending was not originally conceived in this manner. Initially, the premise involved Su Bai absorbing a divine core during his invasion of the mythological universe, gaining a taste of its power. Later, due to the demise of Zhejiang Sha, he grasped the underlying motives and decided to infiltrate the mythological universe to consume all divine cores, thereby achieving internal collapse. This premise also explains why it would be reasonable to eliminate Lucifer. However, upon further reflection, I deemed it unnecessary to pursue this path, fearing accusations of bias against humanity. Thus, the narrative evolved into its current form, which I consider a form of sublimation. Oh, and please refrain from inquiring about the origins of Su Bai, as I did not contemplate it and find it tedious to fabricate. Attached, Doge meme. To be candid, the abrupt conclusion of this book is not due to an inability to continue writing. Friends who have read the final chapters should be aware that there is an abundance of material yet to be explored, with a clear direction already in place. The earlier chapters serve as a rough outline, lacking detailed development or intricate subplots. Otherwise, extending the narrative by 1,000,000 words would be a simple endeavor. For instance, there are numerous potential storylines: commanding the Huanxiang Star, navigating the perilous situation of Tianpeng, acquiring criminal soldiers that lead to the five-family rivalry, proposing to the Liu family, Song Rant's journey as the Azura King, the struggle for dominance among the Star Network's overseers, and the experiences within the Golden Beast universe. Among others, any single one of these could easily fill dozens of chapters. There are also unwritten ideas that I have in mind, such as Yang Jian and the Seven Saints of Mei Mountain, Sun Wukong sacrificing his true essence to break the cycle of reincarnation, the solitary guardian of the borders, the colossal beasts of mythology, and the awakening of Poseidon, the god of the sea, alongside the myriad technologies of mechanical life. Observant readers may have noted that, thus far, the map has predominantly leaned toward the celestial realms. The remaining 4 divine kingdoms and their distinct divine domains have scarcely been touched upon, which is quite regrettable. Let it be. It is what it is. The sentiments echo those often expressed within literary circles. My abilities fall short, and I am unable to present the narrative in a manner that feels harmonious while concealing the true identity of Su Bai. Before the disappointment fully sets in, allow me to briefly recount this tale. The plot of Lucifer serves as the pivotal moment. Upon discovering Su Bai's identity, one might find that segment of the story becomes significantly more coherent. However, had I revealed Su Bai's identity prematurely, much of the subsequent narrative would have lost its foundation. Thus, it is best to conclude here. When a decision must be made, it must be firm. The ensuing chapters shall serve as an imperfect conclusion to the over 400,000 words penned thus far. I have rambled on, and I suspect that everyone is tired of it. I shall refrain from further commentary. Finally, let us proceed with the customary flourish. Let the confetti fall.